The once famed green dragon crescent blade, which had cut through countless foes in its heyday, now lay forgotten in a warehouse gathering dust for centuries. None had earned its recognition. Yet today, it floated unbidden before me. I merely scoffed and turned away, choosing instead a butcher's cleaver. Everyone thought I'd lost my mind, mocking me as fit only to be a worthless slaughterman. Even my girlfriend broke up with me on the spot. Little did they know this was all part of my plan, for this was no ordinary cleaver, but a bloodthirsty relic from an ancient battlefield. It could infinitely grow stronger by absorbing blood, rendering the green dragon crescent blade unworthy to even lick its boots. Just then, Han Meimei threw herself into the arms of my opponent. Young Master Long is far stronger than you. Surrender now unless you want to be crippled. The old me might have cowered, but this time I didn't even glance her way, striding straight to the arena center with that cleaver in hand. The top 30 in this martial trial would earn the right to enter the secret realm as official warriors. Success there meant a shot at the Yun Province Martial Academy, a treasure trove of cultivation resources. Enraged by my disregard for his girlfriend, Long Aotian's face darkened. He brandished his dragon-patterned blade and lunged at me with a move called Crow Takes Flight. With a casual block, I sent him flying over 30 meters. Before his blood could hit the ground, my bloodthirst cleaver drank it dry. Then a voice echoed in my mind, absorbed pure warrior. Reward, plus 300 chi blood value. The cleaver, currently dormant as an ancient artifact, awakens through slaughter and bloodshed. As the killing intent of the bloodthirsty blade merged into my body, the bottleneck that had trapped me for years finally began to loosen. Long Aotian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth as he stood up, glancing disdainfully at the rusty butcher's knife in my hand. Trash will always be trash, relying on nothing but luck. You don't even dare to face a prodigy like me head-on, he sneered. With that, he raised his dragon-patterned blade and charged at me again. To others, his movements were swift and imposing, like a dancing dragon, but to me, they were as slow as a snail. I sidestepped lightly and countered with a move from the Ling family blade technique, a gust of blade wind infused with killing intent aimed straight at his waist. Long Aotian's expression changed instantly. He hastily retracted his blade to block and leaped backward. The moment the two blades collided, his high-grade mortal weapon, the dragon-patterned greatsword, shattered like glass. Unfortunately, my bloodthirsty blade hadn't fully awakened yet and wasn't sharp enough. The strike missed its mark, only slicing off a certain important part below his waist. Han Meimei screamed on the spot. Xian Yu, how dare you hurt my brother Long? Long Aotian clutched his groin, trembling as he asked, what kind of blade is this? I waved the rusty butcher's knife and smirked. Just a pig slaughtering blade, specially made for chopping pigs. Impossible. How could a butcher's knife shatter a high-grade mortal weapon? I couldn't be bothered to argue. Raising the blade, I began chasing him around the arena, hacking away. Now Long Aotian was truly panicked. If this continued, he would surely meet his end here. But there were only two ways for the match to conclude, either surrender or wait for time to run out. For a prodigy like him from the Slaughter Association, surrender was worse than death. Just as I raised my blade again to continue absorbing his life force, a middle-aged man suddenly drew his longsword and leaped down from the stands. His thunderous strike clashed with the bloodthirsty blade, the immense impact numbing my hand and sending me staggering back dozens of steps before I could regain my footing. At the same time, the prompt echoed in my mind once more. Defeating a martial artist of the same rank in combat rewards plus 1000 blood chi and plus 200 killing intent. Killing intent exceeding 5000 can be exchanged for the bloodthirsty blade's exclusive technique. Hearing this, I felt a surge of joy. Long Aotian being rescued meant he had effectively surrendered. Long Tao, one of the Slaughter Association's 8 elders and also Long Aotian's father, now shielded his severely injured son and roared, "You brat, you're too ruthless. Long Aotian is already too injured to fight back, yet you still pursued him. Today, I'll rid the association of this menace." As he spoke, his longsword emitted a deafening hum, pressing down on all the lower-ranked martial artists in the arena, making it hard for them to breathe. But my eyes were filled with nothing but disdain. I spat back without hesitation. "Pa, if the son can't win, let the father step in? As an elder, are you trying to bully the weak with your strength?" These words left Long Tao speechless. The martial trial strictly forbids interference from non-participants, a centuries-old iron rule of the Butchers Association. Even as an elder, Long Tao dared not defy the association head's authority. Suppressing his rage, he could only threaten, "Fine, brat, I'll have plenty of chances to deal with you later." With that, he immediately called for medics to examine Long Aotian. Watching Long Aotian moan in pain, I spat out bluntly, "Pa, how dare such a weakling call himself a genius?" At this moment, another person on the high platform nodded and said, "This kid is decisive in battle. Not bad at all. Oh, I really want to fight him and see what he's capable of." After saying this, the cloaked girl left the venue. Meanwhile, the audience erupted in chaos. Xian Yu is right. Long Aotian is just a loser. Among them, some wealthy bachelors even joked, "Hey girl, what do you think of Xian Yu? How about I go propose to him as a live-in son-in-law? At this moment, only Han Meimei felt as if struck by lightning. She had planned to dump me and climb the social ladder by attaching herself to Long Aotian, but now Long Aotian had become a broken man. Xianyu is truly inhuman. Just because I didn't want to be with you, you deliberately ruined my happiness. I hate you. Tears streamed down Han Meimei's face as she caressed the man she deeply loved. Long Aotian, seeing Han Meimei, flew into a rage. Get lost. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have ended up like this. Hearing this, Han Meimei felt utterly wronged. Wiping her tears, she swore to take revenge. As the competition concluded, the association president began distributing secret realm tokens. After all 30 winners received their tokens and left, several elders immediately gathered and started discussing the origins of the butcher's knife in my hand. It wasn't until Elder Chen from the armory department appeared that they learned this knife had been discovered a decade ago in the ancient battlefield's weapon graveyard. He had refurbished all the divine weapons brought back from the graveyard, but no matter what he tried, he couldn't restore that butcher's blade. Eventually, due to his busy schedule and lack of time to study it further, he discarded it as trash. Hearing this, the guild leader sighed deeply. Forget it. It's just an old butcher knife perfectly suited for the Ling family, who've been butchers for generations. As seventh uncle and I walked home, I recalled how the bloodthirsty blade could boost my vitality and killing intent with just a drop of blood. For the first time in 18 years, I spoke up. Seventh uncle, let me handle the butchering tonight. You should rest. He stared at me in confusion. You've always looked down on our family's butchering trade since childhood. What's gotten into you suddenly? I scratched my head awkwardly and grinned. I just want to give it a try. With a knowing smile, seventh uncle stopped questioning and pulled out a book titled The Art of Butchery from his robe. My eyes lit up. This was practically a divine manual. Paired with the bloodthirsty blade, it would make me unstoppable. Back in my room, I eagerly began studying. To my surprise, the bloodthirsty system could automatically absorb the knowledge from the art of butchery, meaning I didn't even need to flip pages to master its core techniques. In less than 2 minutes, my mind had refined the blade skills from the art of butchery to perfection. Any animal before me might as well be transparent. Its flesh and bones effortlessly parted. The increased vitality value from the bloodthirsty blade's pursuit of Long Aotian during the day successfully allowed me to break through to the first stage, second tier of the mortal martial realm. So I carried the butcher's knife to the pig pen. Just as a few butchers walked in, one of them, a 2-meter-tall bald butcher, asked curiously, Xianyu, you're here today? Did Uncle Qi retire? I smiled and quickly explained. No, Uncle Qi is taking the day off, so he asked me to come. But when he saw me holding a rusty butcher's knife, he couldn't help shaking his head. Xianyu, you don't even have a decent butcher's knife. Don't take this profession lightly, alright? At that moment, a short middle-aged butcher nearby looked serious and said, Hey, Baldy, you can't talk to the young master like that. However, far from being angry, I was brimming with confidence. Baldy, butchering pigs is a piece of cake for me. But Baldy didn't believe me at all and smirked. I bet you can't even butcher a pig. Pressed by his taunts, I grew impatient. You just want to argue with me, don't you? What do you want to bet? Baldy had intended to just talk big, but seeing me not playing along, he suddenly panicked. I bet $1,000. $1,000 it is. Deal. I knew Baldy was jealous, but since he was family, teaching him a small lesson wouldn't hurt. With that, I turned and walked toward the pigs. The pigs huddled together, their eyes filled with fear, tears streaming down their faces. The scene left many veterans stunned. The young master has never slaughtered a pig before, so why are all the pigs so terrified of him? At that moment, I could clearly see the pig's bones, flesh, and joints. After confirming the perfect spot to strike, with just a flick of my wrist, the bloodthirsty blade flashed, its edge slicing into the pig's neck at an impossibly tricky angle. The pig didn't even let out a cry, merely trembling slightly before losing all signs of life. Lingji did not pause for a moment as he followed the texture of the pig's bones and cut sharply. Each cut was just right, not destroying the pig's internal organs, but also easily separating the flesh from the bones. His movements were smooth and natural, as if he was not killing a pig, but making an artistic creation. In a short while, the whole pig was broken down in a well-organized manner. Bones were returned to bones, meat was returned to meat, and the internal organs were neatly set aside. The bloodthirsty knife in his hand flickered eerily in the sunlight, as if he was proud of another perfect kill. Killed a pig, rewarded with a blood chi value of plus 100. Lingji saw the virtual attribute panel and smiled faintly. Sure enough. The old employees standing to the side, the old butchers looked at each other in dismay. Awesome. They could only utter these two words. As the bloodthirsty blade danced continuously, the data continued to rise. Killing a pig, rewarded with a blood chi value of plus 100. Kill a pig, reward blood chi value plus 100. Kill chi value plus 10. Kill, keep killing. The night ended at dawn. In the end, he killed 200 of them. Lingji came to kill pigs today, not to get the approval of others, but to earn system data, and actual dragon coin money. After all, to kill a pig, there was a slaughtering fee of 100 yuan. 20,000 yuan easily came to hand. Yang Liuzhong handed him the $20,000 in cash and said with a smile, "Your move is Aki's Butchery." Lingji collected the money into his backpack, yes. But even the record set by Archie himself was only 100 head a day. Baldhead had also killed 50 pigs and was paralyzed with exhaustion. After hearing about Lingji actually killing 200 pigs with good bone and flesh separation, he lowered his head and did not dare to look at Lingji. Bald head. 1,000. Lingji had already opened the QR code of his cell phone's collection and handed it over. Collection of 1,000 whole dollars. Mosquito meat is also meat. At this moment, young Master Lingji. A teenager ran towards him, enough bells to report to the conference room. Only to see a little fat boy around 18 years old walk over. This person was none other than his best friend Yangwu, who he had played with since he was a child. He always called young Master Lingji in front of those old guys. Stretching his back, Lingji was really a bit tired and lazily replied, "Good. Set off." Chapter 5. Slaughter Association Conference Room. On the high platform, there were two people standing. One was an old acquaintance, he was the President Xiaoguobao. The other was a mature beauty, meeting for the first time. She had long, slightly curly hair that fell over her shoulders like a waterfall, exuding a charming luster. Her face was like a carefully carved work of art, her skin was as delicate as porcelain, with a slight healthy blush. She was dressed in a simple but decent professional outfit, and the close-fitting cut outlined her delicate figure. The hottest thing is the strength of D level or above, which should be the best in the Slaughter Association. Xiaoguobao smiled and said, "Everyone is all together, congratulations." He actually lectured for 2 hours. Lingji was already sleepy, this toss really hypnotized by him. Zzz. Lingji. Lingji. The majestic voice called Lingji. Frightened him immediately woke up, "Is school over?" Only to hear the surrounding, came the endless laughter, click click click. Lingji wiped the saliva from his mouth, only to see Xiaoguobao's crying face. Only then did he realize what was going on, and his face couldn't help but heat up. "Alright, I'll give the word to end today. Next, Instructor Lu Shishir will preside." The pretty girl heard Xiaoguobao's introduction and immediately stood up, slightly saluting. "Hello everyone, my name is Lu Shishir, I'm your instructor, so I'll be teaching you more in the future. You can find me for anything, my cell phone number, WeChat the same number." Lingji took out his cell phone and added her cell phone number, WeChat. Joined the work group. Xiaoguobao once again looked at Lingji with contempt. And left the office. Clap. Lu Shishir clapped her hands and smiled, "Congratulations to all of you, for becoming the newest martial artists in our association." Everyone began to keep an eye out for what the choppy instructor was going to say. "You guys can apply for a cultivation room, in which you can cultivate with half the effort. You are now professional martial artists, so you don't have to go back to your family's work, nor do you have to go back to school to study cultural subjects. However, the association's training is something you must attend." Suddenly a familiar and sweet voice asked, "Instructor, not every one of us can get into the academy, may I ask what other way out is there?" It was Han Meimei. She actually asked this realistic question. Lu Shishir said there were 3 ways out. First, the best was to pass the martial arts exam and enter the university for further study. Second, if you can't pass the university, you can also directly take the national army. Finally, at worst, one can work as a bodyguard in the association. Not a security guard? Yes, but in this high martial arts world, security guards are also jobs for people. In fact, it's an even more dangerous job after graduating from a martial arts university, where they become the vanguard against the alien race. However, equal military service, students of the Martial Arts Training College are given priority for promotion. Generals, staff officers, etc. Lu Shishir continued to explain their benefits in the association. You guys can also go to the book pavilion, which has all sorts of secret martial arts books for sale at low prices for qualified martial artists. There's also a monthly subsidy of 10,000 yuan for everyone to buy spiritual medicines and the like. What else is wrong? Everyone discussed in 7 different ways, but there were no other questions for the time being. Lu Shishir smiled and said, "Alright, you guys can go walk around the various areas of the association and improve yourselves as soon as possible. It's best to rise above the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm before departing the secret realm, otherwise it's too dangerous." After saying that, she gave the order to adjourn the meeting. The conference room immediately emptied. In the entire office, only Lu Shishir was left as a chick. She looked at the backs of the distant trainees and sighed, "I hope someone gets into the Martial Cultivation Academy this year." The Wind and Moon City Slaughter Association had not had anyone take the exam for 3 consecutive years. If no one got in this year, she, the instructor, could only go back to the association as a staff member. She hoped to follow the new martial artists into the academy and be a qualified instructor. Ling Ji went to the cultivation room at the first opportunity, testing to see if the cultivation room would allow him to increase his upgrade progress by a little bit. There were more than 20,000 points now, so he really should consume. His cultivation level was too low and he had to upgrade as soon as possible. Even Yang Wu was at the 5th heaven of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. Soon, they arrived at the cultivation room. A pretty ant was in charge of the front desk. "Pretty auntie, we would like to use the cultivation room." Ling Ji took out his nameplate. The front desk sister took his nameplate and looked at it. "Well, that's fine. We have advanced, intermediate, and beginner levels. Which level are you going for?" They looked at the rates on the wall. Advanced, $200 an hour. Intermediate, $100 an hour. Beginner, $60 an hour. Charge 10,000 yuan to become a member and get 2,000, plus 2 hours of advanced cultivation room usage time. What a good businessman. Without saying a word, Yang Wu took out his bank card. "Sister, I'll recharge $10,000. He, who was usually so stingy, was actually so bold. The receptionist's sister looked at Ling Ji expectantly, waiting for him to say, "Swipe my card." However, his words changed. "Yang Wu, I'll give you 190 yuan to give me an advanced cultivation room once." Yang Wu combined his fingers to calculate that he would not lose out and immediately agreed to his purchase. The front desk sister said contemptuously, "High 07 room, high 08 room." The two took the room cards and ran over. It was common sense to buy more and get more, but Ling Ji had to manifest the high-level cultivation room once first. See how much it would gain him before deciding on a purchase plan. He had the boost of the system and upgraded quickly. There wasn't much time left to stay in the association, so buying this much was probably too much to use up. Money, it was better to stay and buy feats and elixirs was more practical. Ling Ji took the elevator up to the 3rd floor. Following the direction of the sign, he arrived at the high 08 advanced cultivation room. Just as he entered, he immediately felt a mysterious and powerful aura come over him. The entire cultivation room was spacious and the walls were made of special energy stones that emitted a faint glow. These energy stones seemed to be alive, constantly absorbing and releasing pure energy, allowing the concentration of aura in the cultivation room to reach an astonishing level. In the center of the cultivation room, a huge cultivation table was placed. This cultivation table was crafted from aura-rich jade, smooth as a mirror and emitting a warm and moist aura. The cultivation table was engraved with complex and mysterious runes, which seemed to speak of ancient cultivation secrets. The aura is strong here, it really is worth every penny. Just at the moment when Ling Ji was about to close the stone door and press the Do Not Disturb button in cultivation, a slender jade hand propped up the stone door. "Ling Ji. It's me." A familiar figure walked in. It was Han Meimei. Her large, imploring eyes were foxy and charming. Wearing cultivation clothing, her clothes were loose and her shapely figure was hidden. "What are you doing here? Don't you need to go and take care of your brother Aotian?" Ling Ji was not mesmerized by her beauty, he was not the original owner, and he did not like this kind of green tea at all. All signs could prove that this kind of woman had an exclusive term in the earth where he used to live, fishing girl. Han Meimei's eyes were teary and pitiful. "I'm sorry, I know it's wrong, it's still you who's the best," she said while grabbing Ling Ji's right hand. Hefting her feet, her fiery red lips slowly approached Ling Ji's mouth. Softly, she said, I want to double cultivate with you." Scary? This woman had insulted herself like this only yesterday, and now offering herself, only a fool would believe it. Ling Ji was about to power back, but his right hand was pressed. Rank suppression. Her fiery red lips had already kissed up. Ling Ji couldn't feel the passion, instead he felt a cool chill on his back. Han Meimei kissed him to block his view? Ling Ji developed this feeling. In Han Meimei's right sleeve, a dagger slipped down. There was a flash of cold light. The dagger charged towards Ling Ji's lower body. Chapter 6, Storming the Salvage Girl to Get Back What I Deserve. Ling Ji swiftly grabbed her wrist that was holding the knife. So poisonous. Want me to become the last eunuch in the Dragon Kingdom? If he hadn't taken precautions, he really could have called him Eunuch Ling. With a twist, the knife fell. She lost her flowery face. Ah! Her couldn't help but moan. At the same time, Ling Ji bit down hard on her outstretched tongue. Ah! Blood spurted out. Killing or wounding a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood and chi value of plus 100. Han Meimei wasn't a rookie either. She could be an expert of the first stage of the mortal martial realm, the fifth heaven, and she pushed Ling Ji away with a palm. She was already in tears from the pain. Ling Ji, what are you doing? With this face of his, if he didn't win a small Oscar, he really didn't deserve her acting skills. You're here to avenge Long Aotian, right? She really didn't expect that the one who was usually her own lickspittle actually didn't fall for her beauty plan. The drama, it must go on. So, she put on a pitiful look. Oh, pretend. Keep pretending. I was forced. Bah, you don't have to pretend, I'm not the licking dog I used to be. Ling Ji's contemptuous look on one side made the arrogant Han Meimei angry. Ling Ji, you dead pauper, you dare to hurt Long Aotian, you really don't know the height of heaven. Han Meimei spat out a mouthful of blood and stuffed a hemostatic pill into her mouth, looking at the former pug with contempt on one side. Ling Ji's face was expressionless and his gaze was like a torch. What favor did Long Aotian give you to assassinate me? She didn't answer, she just raised her middle finger to show that she looked down on Ling Ji. Ling Ji knew that he had to teach this woman a lesson today, or else his young master Ling's mighty name really couldn't shine through. His mind produced another realm of Han Meimei's human anatomy, butchering the cow. Clearly visible, the most vulnerable places between bones and muscles. In the world of martial artists, one must kill and destroy. Ling Ji did not hesitate to punch towards the weakest part of her ribs, fast and fierce. Ling family Beidou fist. A full force strike was struck. Han Meimei's pupils dilated in fear. She would never have dreamed that a licking dog would bite. Oomph. Garbage. Han Meimei was still naive enough to think that she could rank suppress as she punched towards Ling Ji's fist. However, Ling Ji's fist deftly landed an uppercut that could not be blocked at all. The snow-white and tender fist mercilessly quaked away, directly hitting her chest ribs. The heavy punch directly broke her ribs, her organs were shocked, and she sprayed blood from her mouth. Seriously injuring a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood and chi value of plus 200. The fist immediately changed, with the momentum of another large slap, 45 degrees upwards to her delicate face. Pa! Crisp slap sound. She was once again hit until blood popped out. Serious injury to a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood and chi value of plus 200. Han Meimei spun around in the air in a 360-degree spin. It was as if time had stopped. Han Meimei painfully lost the desire to resist. His power is too domineering, and the location of the hit is too much. A mortal martial realm first stage 5th sky expert being abused? She lay paralyzed on the ground and pointed at Ling Ji. Your cultivation level is already 9 heavens? She thought for a moment. No, there is no possibility. He just did the test before the examination, and he only just rose to the mortal martial realm first stage first heaven. Ling Ji stomped heavily on the small of her back. Ah! Han Meimei, who was covered in blood, groaned in response. Ling Ji, have you had an epileptic fit? At this time, Ling Ji's expression was serious and had a murderous intent. She was scared, really scared. Now she realized that this time, Ling Ji had become hateful out of love. If he really had an epileptic episode, he really might kill painfully. In the Fast Shake and other video platforms have seen, what kill wife cooking case, what bride price extermination case. Ooh-hoo. Ling Ji, let me go. Please. Spare you? Have you ever thought of sparing me? The moment you took the knife and stabbed me, there was no turning back. Ling Ji said with a cold smile. Han Meimei's body was trembling in pain, having been hit in the vitals. She couldn't use her strength at all now. Not punching you to death is already considered mercy. You. Speak. Who instructed you to come? Ling Ji opened his cell phone camera to take pictures. Han Meimei stammered, Long. Gonzi. She could only give a full account of the whole thing one by one. After Long Aotian was seriously injured by Ling Ji, he wanted to return the favor with a tooth for a tooth and a root for a root. He gave Han Meimei 300,000 to do this, and would pay her 700,000 after it was accomplished. She thought that her mortal martial realm First Order Fifth Heavenly Self would be able to walk away in one piece even if she failed. But the reality. Ling Ji's feet kept adding force, really angry. In the past, I gave you more than $300,000, wholeheartedly for your good, but you deal with me like this for money? It had come to this, she could only be honest. I'm sorry, Ling Ji. I never liked you, I just. Fishing for women. Ling Ji concluded, this woman is a salvage girl, she can do anything for money, no need to say it. He really felt that the original owner was really. For the sake of a woman, the money that his parents left behind for him was all tribute to the fishing woman. The most excessive, he was still a virgin. Ever since Ling Ji was drained of the last copper from his body, Han Meimei was determined to leave him. The Long family was the richest in Fengyu City, so naturally, Long Aotian became her next target. For Ling Ji, the first task was to enter the Provincial Martial Arts Cultivation Academy and then become a Dragon Kingdom warrior. Money is not the most important, but now the strength is not enough, can only money to make up, resources are very important for cultivators. Cultivation was very resource-eating, and one must at least get back what they had lost. Han Meimei, I can spare you, but... Han Meimei saw the light of day under the devil's feet. Okay. I'll agree to everything. However, please be gentle. She just knew that this man, for sure, still wanted her body. There wasn't a single man who didn't think about her. Ling Ji, who often studied island study materials, naturally understood what she meant. Ahem. You return all the money I gave you before, who cares about your body? Han Meimei's face reddened when she heard it was money. I've long since finished hoarding that money. Ah. Ling Ji's legs continued to intensify. This was not the time for her to talk about conditions, her abdomen was getting painful, Ling Ji's strength was so strong. Han Meimei could only hand over the deposit of $300,000 that Long Aotian had given her, so she said, okay. I'll give it to you. Disheartened, she opened her cell phone bank and saw that there was still a balance of 400,000 yuan. Tallying up a total of 310,000 received from Ling Ji, she could only return it with heartache. Ding! Receiving a message from the bank, Ling Ji saw the alert text message that he had received $310,000. You can get lost. Only then did he let Han Meimei leave. After Han Meimei drenched in pisses left the cultivation room, the first thing she did was to return to the hospital where Long Aotian was staying. It wasn't for the report, but she also had to let the doctors help her. Long Aotian knew she was back and found her at the first time. Why did you mess up like this? Did it work? Long Xiao, you have to help me make a decision, woo-woo. She continued to be her fishing girl and continued to hook up with Long Aotian. How to know? After this, Long Aotian was cut off from the root of his offspring, his sexual orientation changed, and he felt that this woman's fatherly voice was disgusting. Long Aotian's father has moved people money ability to block the news, spread some news in favor of Long Aotian. Long Aotian bitterly begged, Father, you must help me take revenge. Long Tao crushed the glass cup he was holding in his hand, don't worry, with the financial support of our Long group, you will definitely succeed. He must die. Ha ha ha. Chapter 7 The Magic of the Bloodlust System. Half an hour was wasted by this Han Meimei thing. However, getting back his 310,000 was still worth it. Together with Han Meimei's contribution of 500 blood chi values, Ling Ji now had a total of 21,100 blood chi values and 2,200 killing chi values. Ling Ji would now have to think about how to quickly improve. After all, the two scumbags might come back for revenge at some point. He was able to defeat Long Aotian and cross the level of the challenge by having this bloodthirsty blade in his hand. And defeating Han Meimei was that he had learned to butcher cattle. Butchering this kind of life skill has no so-called level, it can be said that it is what ordinary people can learn. From these experiences, the integration of life skills into martial arts was a great gain. Having figured this out, Ling Ji rolled over and sat firmly in the center of the spirit-gathering formation. Closing his eyes, he began to cultivate. Immediately, he felt countless spiritual chi surging towards him. Ding! 8 low-grade spirit stones, this place can increase the speed of cultivation by 5%. What a great place, this 190 yuan is so worth it. System, please help me raise my cultivation to the highest level. Consuming 900 points of blood and chi. Ding. Current level successfully advanced, Mortal Martial Realm 1st Stage 3rd Heaven. Consumption 300 points of blood chi value. Consume 300 points of blood and chi. He felt a constant stream of blood chi integrating into his body as his strength continued to rise. Ding. Current level successfully advances, Mortal Martial Realm 1st Stage 4th Heaven. Continue. Consume 300 points of blood chi value. Consuming 300 points of blood chi value. Current level successfully upgraded, Mortal Martial Realm 1st Stage 9 Heavens Perfection. Attention, attention, no more upgrading, forcibly upgrading the route is unstable. Stop upgrading your cultivation. If you wish to continue upgrading your cultivation, you must engage in actual combat and reach a level before you can upgrade. At this point, the breakthrough used a total of 18,000 chi and blood points. Lingji snapped his eyes open, his eyes emitted a golden-colored essence. Obviously after just upgrading, his body was unable to control it, resulting in an outward release of power. His body's chi and blood surged, and his chi and blood power was greatly increased in a short period of time. Haha, can a single punch break a pig now? He remembered that the negative floor of this building was a testing room. Shall we? Go try. But cultivating for so long was also tiring, and he didn't rest last night. It was still 20 minutes before the hours in the cultivation room ended. So he rested in the cultivation room for 20 minutes, and he still had to go back to the slaughterhouse to work tonight to earn some. Lingji walked out of the cultivation room and Yang Wu, who had finished cultivating next door, also walked out. Yang Wu asked in a low voice, "Bro, just now did you do that next door?" "What that?" Still pretending, I heard the woman's gasping, moaning, and begging for mercy. "I can't believe you're so fierce." Lingji seems to understand what he said. "Is your brain all about those things?" "Men. Bah, you'll be having a super friendly relationship with your left hand in the cultivation room, right?" Yang Wu didn't answer, but just hemmed and hawed. "You're just not outstanding." They chatted while walking, and soon they reached the testing room. "Bro, you just tested a few days ago, and you're here to test again so soon?" Lingji smiled, and he then placed his right hand on a peculiar stone. There was a formation underneath the stone, and through the stone's conductor, one could test the cultivation level of the test by passing through the formation. The stone sparkled. Not long after, a few were inscribed on it, peak of the first stage of the Mortal Martial Realm. Yang Wu's eyes stood out when he saw it, peak of the first order. "Aren't you at the first rank of the first heaven?" Lingji didn't respond, he just laughed, smiling brightly. "No wonder you could have defeated Long Aotian, who was at the 5th heavenly stage. It's impossible, clearly the measurement was still a heavy heaven a few days ago, there's no way it could have risen to the peak in a few days." Lingji didn't respond, and he didn't know to respond. But Yang Wu made up his own mind. There must be a mistake in the spell formation. It must be. Just that Long Aotian is unlucky. You come for a bit too. Yang Wu nodded, he put his left hand over, his left hand was his usual hand. The spell formation activated and emitted an exquisite light. Mortal Martial Realm 1st Stage 6th Heaven. The corners of Yang Wu's mouth were like a K that he couldn't suppress, it really worked. "Thanks. Brother." "Thank me for what?" "Just now when I heard you moving next door, my body desire came up, but reason overpowered it. But this desire in my cultivation process, yang qi in the body stimulated my potential now, actually let me easily break through. Yes, a few days ago it was still the 5th heavens, and in a few days he broke through. This was also proof that he was also a genius. Without the system, Lingji really wouldn't have been able to match him. How about, let's go test the power. Yang Wu was confident, after all, strength was his strong point. He stood in front of the test bench, took a stance, qi gathered in his dantian, and the power of qi and blood in his left hand increased rapidly. Yang family 8 extreme fist. The fist smashed onto the test stone like a cannonball. Boom! The wind from the fist blew Lingji's hair, who was standing next door, around. The number on the display kept climbing, 580 nyoli. Lingji looked dumbfounded, this. Bro, you throw a punch too? Yes. Lingji could only smile slightly and took a deep breath. He also wanted to know how much power he had now. Gathering his concentration, his qi gathered in his dantian. Endless power merged into his right hand, the Ling family Beidou fist. Boom! The number on the monitor kept climbing, 666 Nyoli. Yang Wu was shocked by this number. Brat, now it's actually more vigorous than me? This was the result of the increase in cultivation, and even more so because he had learned to butcher the ox and understood more about how to generate force. He just smiled faintly. Yang Wu saw the bloodthirsty knife hanging on his waist and said with a smile, "Seeing that you don't have a suitable weapon yet, let's go to the store and take a look." Lingji waved the bloodthirsty knife on his waist and said, "This is my weapon." "Ha ha. What kind of international joke are you playing? It's a pig-killing knife, it's not a weapon, and it's ugly." No, I think it fits." "Stupid?" Yang Wu thought that this brother had been cheated out of his money by that woman and didn't have the money to buy a weapon. Sentimentally, he said, "One world, two brothers. I'll pay for the money to buy the sword." Slaughter Association Mall. Weapons Zone. Yang Wu Knives subsection kept skulking around. He really hoped to find a suitable weapon for Ling Ji. "Hey! Ling Ji, this green dragon crescent blade is suitable for you." Seeing Ling Ji's indifference, he looked at another one. "This round moon scimitar is suitable for you." Ling Ji shook his head to indicate that he did not need it. "Don't save money for me, oh, I can afford to pay 100,000 dragon coins." Ling Ji did not intend to buy the knives. It was not that he felt that they were too expensive, but he felt that his pig-killing knives were more cost-effective. He sneaked into the accessories area, deliberately avoiding this enthusiastic brother. Suddenly, felt a voice calling out to him. "Ling Ji, that knife sheath is what I need, buy it." Who? He didn't know who was calling, and instead relied on his senses to find a good item in the trash-like pile of accessories. Chapter 8, Sheath of Mastermind's Leather. Little brother. Don't look at these things so worn out, but they are good treasures collected back from the ancient battlefields. A skinny man greeted Ling Ji enthusiastically. He could tell by looking at Ling Ji's eyes that he had his eye on something. "Alright, I'll take a look first." Ling Ji responded, and reached out to pick up the sheath to look at it. In the dimly lit corner, there was a pile of worn-out scabbards lying quietly. Ling Ji picked up a worn-out scabbard from the pile of worn-out scabbards and sheaths. It had endured the baptism of the ages, and its original color had long since been mottled by the erosion of time. The material of the scabbard looked ordinary, yet it faintly exuded an aura of antiquity. Its surface was covered with scratches and dents, as if telling of the countless fierce battles it had experienced. The worn edges were like a vicissitude of an old man who had witnessed too many changes in the wind and clouds. Upon closer inspection, one would find some special runes engraved on the sheath. Although these runes were a bit blurry, one could still feel the mysterious power contained within them. They flickered with a faint light from time to time, as if they were responding to some unknown call. Some of the runes were like ancient totems, with twisted and mysterious lines that seemed to hide endless mysteries. Others were like mysterious incantations, exuding an awe-inspiring aura. "Ha ha! Little brother. You really know your stuff." This sheath was found deep within the ancient battlefield. Ling Ji had a familiar feeling when he touched this sheath. A murderous aura. But there was a peaceful aura within the killing aura. The power of suppression? Or the peaceful power of warmth? This junk, how can I sell it? Ling Ji knew that when buying something, he had to act bland and not let the merchant leoneize him. "Ha ha!" He held up 5 fingers. 5,000? The boss shook his head. 50,000. When Ling Ji heard the price, he immediately turned around and left. "Little brother, this is an ancient divine artifact." He had been in business for many years and would not let this young man under 20 years old take advantage of him. "Look, this is the spirit rhinoceros leather knife sheath. This kind of leather is only found in the foreign races. Boss, a knife sheath like this is not used by ordinary martial artists. And pig slayers, their pig slaying won't use the knife sheath, simply no one will buy it. This." Ling Ji one finger. 10,000? Little brother, you really have no sincerity. Ling Ji smiled and said, "No, it's 1,000. He knew that it was possible to kill the price in second-hand store shopping. The owner's face turned red and green, almost getting angry by this kind of killing price. "Little brother, you kill the price too hatefully." Although he said this, in actuality, this batch of goods wasn't worth much. The items in this area were indeed brought back from the battlefield, but they were collected by the pound, a real scrap price. The average unit cost was less than $100. However, Ling Ji wasn't a market master's milk, and knew that merchants had to make a profit as well. Saw the price list, leather refurbishment, 5,999 yuan each time. Refurbishment, 5,999 yuan. Together, 6,999 yuan. Refurbishment cost also 99 yuan, so you can also earn more than 6,000. The boss gritted his teeth and said, "Little brother, you really know how to kill the price," convinced. He had already handed over the QR code for the collection, fearing that Ling Ji would back out. Ling Ji was also afraid that the boss would back out and paid immediately. Soon, a craftsman came out to put the sheath into the machine to refurbish it. The dust, and stains, and blood were cleaned up. Where it was broken, some cowhide was used to patch it. This master was very good with his hands, and in an hour the restoration had been completed, and the sheath had become as shiny as new. Ling Ji received the refurbished sheath and smiled slightly. He pulled out the bloodthirsty knife from his waist, and the rusty knife suddenly emitted a faint red light, as if it had made an interaction with the sheath. The knife was inserted into the sheath. Cutting in. Comfortable, they were really a pair. Ling Ji felt their story. This worn-out sheath was once the guardian of that pig-killing knife. It had accompanied the pig-killing knife through countless years, witnessing the passing and rebirth of countless lives. The boss was surprised to see this scene. "Little brother, you actually have this paired knife in your hand." He really regretted it. He originally thought Ling Ji was buying it for his collection. How did he know he had a matching knife? Ling Ji carried the bloodthirsty knife on his back and inserted it into its proper sheath, so that none of them would easily injure themselves by mistake. Moreover, he vaguely felt that this was the call of the bloodthirsty knife, and that this sheath would nourish it. Ling Ji, who had gotten the treasure at a low price, sang as he walked to the knife store. That Yang Wu fellow was still over there picking out goods. The weapons here were all yellow rank weapons. Weapons of yellow rank or above quality could go into battle and kill foreigners. However, weapons above the yellow rank were already dead expensive. He touched the bloodthirsty sword behind his back. It looked like a piece of trash now, but after activating it, it was an ancient divine weapon. However, activating it could only be done by killing. Love couldn't help but snicker. He really picked up a treasure. In a few steps, he came to the knife store, but he didn't see Yang Wu at all. "Miss, did that fat boy go somewhere just now?" The clerk had an odd expression and whispered, "He went out with a pretty girl, and I heard them say they were going to duel." Scary? According to the clerk, just now he had his eye on a yellow rank star dragon blade. A beautiful martial artist also walked in and also looked at the star dragon blade. Both of them liked the knife, and there were originally better knives in the store. But, for some reason they had to fight over this knife. So, they made a date to fight, and if they won, they had the right to buy the knife. After hearing this, Ling Ji covered his forehead to express a kind of helplessness. He ran out in the direction the clerk said, how Yang Wu was also his brother. Boom. Clang. When? Before he got close, he already heard the sound of gold and iron. Listening to the sound of the fight was intense. Ling Ji thought that that girl must be very ugly. There was no way that the horny Yang Wu wouldn't let her. From afar, that female warrior was valiant, 1.7 m or so tall, standard Mulan configuration. Surprisingly, she fought with Yang Wu. Close up, the female warrior was also clear and beautiful, just a standard beauty. He was depressed. This Yang Wu actually fought with a beautiful woman? Wasn't he taken over by someone? Hey! Yang Wu, cheer up. Why does it seem like you haven't eaten? Yang Wu twisted his head around and said helplessly, "This is fierce. It's not the usual stuff." Bah! How dare you get distracted fighting me? Swallow butterfly transformation. The woman shifted and floated in front of Yang Wu. With a knee thrust, she toppled into Yang Wu's abdomen. Ah! Yang Wu was shocked and couldn't help but spray blood from his mouth. Ling Ji sensed the situation and found that there was no increase in blood and chi values. System, why is there no increase in blood chi value? The blood chi value must be personally fought by you before it will be recognized as your blood chi value. Also, the killing chi value must be personally killed for it to increase. Rather, if it could be increased casually, this buff was too big. As long as he stood on the battlefield, wouldn't he be drawing unlimited blood, equaling invincibility? After reading the system's explanation, Ling Ji continued to enjoy the usual unrivaled Yang Wu being abused and beaten. There really is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond the people. In the past, in their pig slaughtering sect, Yang Wu was the best of the younger generation. I never thought that other female members of the slaughtering association would be able to easily pin down our Yang Wu. Ling Ji to be a watermelon crowd, two people's duel is really not good to intervene. Slap. Yang Wu was slapped by this woman and scraped into hitting the wall. Chapter 9, The Valiant Dina. Ouch. If the fight continued, Yang Wu would end up being insulted. He had no choice but to take off his white bottoms and wave the white flag in surrender. Bah! Dead fat boy, garbage. Yang Wu was so angry that his fat face turned red. Good men don't fight with women. Humph. Bull, during the examination you shot at my sister painfully again. Yang Wu frowned and looked seriously at this valiant beauty. Oh, so you're her sister, Dina? Precisely. Dina was ranked as the second genius in the Slaughter Association in terms of strength, and was one of the geniuses who had a chance to successfully enter the Provincial Martial Cultivation Academy. Yang Wu ranked 6th in strength, known as Old Six. At that time it was an examination concerning one's fate. Besides, I only defeated her, she was only lightly injured. How can I say it was a painful killing? Dina raised her long knife and said with a grimace, she couldn't take the martial arts exam and now she has to marry someone she doesn't like. Do you think it's you who killed her life? What a strong word. This matter, Yang Wu also heard from others. Dime, marrying Zhu Neng is not a bad choice, after all, she is an honest person. I know, she is also a fan of Long Aotian. Don't you know that guy has become the last eunuch of the Dragon Kingdom? Yang Wu raised his large sword to prevent this crazy woman from continuing to kill him. Oh, the rumors are true, that guy called Lingji really scrapped Long Aotian? You don't believe me when I speak, he himself is here, you can ask him. Dina turned her head and looked at this leisurely eater with stern eyes. Humph. She made sure of Lingji and immediately flipped over and slashed towards him with a sword move that fell from the sky. A fight at the drop of a hat. What a cranky woman. Lingji pulled out the bloodthirsty knife with his right hand, his mouth smiling slightly. Just when he was looking for someone to bleed, how could he know that there would be an automatic delivery to his door right now? Clang. The rusty pig killing knife took her harsh/hard. When gold and iron clashed, her knife suddenly shattered into pieces and flew towards Dina. Dina was flabbergasted by this scene, her pupils dilated. It was unexpected that the other party's killing knife was so powerful. The shards of the steel knife cut through both her hands, and shards were stuck in both her left and right shoulders. Blood was flying. Blood suck, blood aura value plus 400. Dina was sent flying by the shock. What kind of knife do you have? A pig killing knife. Dina, go buy over a knife and we'll come back. Lingji didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but he was also eager for blood, so he could only ask her to buy a new knife. Dina was injured and instead of being angry, she laughed. Ha ha. Well, no wonder you were able to defeat Long Aotian. If you lose today, you don't deserve to be number 1 in the Slaughter Association. Lingji was a little disappointed to see this epileptic woman laugh and seemingly have no intention to fight again. Hey. Are you fighting or not? Your blade is a bit evil. I'll play with you when I have a good weapon. And then I'll fight you to the death. Dina put down her harsh words and ran back to the store quickly. However, Yang Wu had already taken advantage of the time when he was sparring with Lingji to sneak in. Quickly paying, he bought the Star Dragon Blade. Yellow rank beginner. It actually bought 200,000 dragon coins. Angry, this beauty stomped her feet. Dead fat boy. Yang Wu slipped out of the back door and dragged Lingji to the book depository to look for secret books. Hey! Do you have to be so sneaky? Lingji said contemptuously. On the contrary, Yang Wu was quite unconcerned and shrugged, forget it. I think you just want to plot against me. Bah, no ivory can grow from a dog's mouth. We've been playing since we were kids, one twist of your ass and I'll know if you want to or pee. Lingji narrowed his eyes at Yang Wu's little expression. Cough up. Quickly go. The Book Collection Pavilion. There were 3 floors in total. The secret books in the local book depository were all yellow rank techniques. The mortal martial realm is also only able to cultivate the yellow rank, but each stage can have 3 levels of high school and low level. First level martial arts Lingji couldn't afford to look up with the system, so he went straight up to the 3rd floor. Sitting in front of the computer, he typed in the keyword to find a book. Yellow Order Advanced. Yellow Order Advanced Martial Skill, Heavenly Crippling Leg, 100,000 dragon coins. Yellow Rank Advanced Martial Skill, Dekuro Sword Technique, 150,000 dragon coins. Yellow Rank Advanced Martial Skill, Grand Sword Technique, 110,000 dragon coins. Seeing the eyes, really can't think of so martial arts, must increase the keywords. Lingji closed his eyes in the middle and realized that he had learned Ling Family Blade Technique Yellow Order Advanced, Ling Family Heart Technique Yellow Order Low, Ling Family Beta Fist Yellow Order Low Level, Butchery Life Skill Proficiency. Their family's Kung Fu martial arts were a bit lower level, but with the addition of the Butcher's skill, it would actually increase their combat power by quite a bit. Everything is augmented, and nothing is learned in vain. The current alignment was the pace of the Ling Family Blade Technique, which was too slow. If he wanted to improve his martial arts, he would have to learn some better stances. I can only learn some feel-good stances first and deal with it. The secret martial arts books exchanged for the killing spirit value in the system are only higher. Ling Ji on the keyboard added the keyword, Body Technique. Yellow rank Advanced Martial Skill, Heavenly Crippling Body Technique, 100,000 Dragon Coins. Yellow rank Advanced Martial Skill, Flying Dance, 150,000 Dragon Coins. Yellow rank Advanced Martial Skill, H-Pair Blossom Step, 200,000 Dragon Coins. Yellow rank Advanced Martial Skill, Cloud Floating Step, 220,000 Dragon Coins. Cloud Floating Steps, he clicked on the details with great interest. A self-created light skill of the head of the underground assassination organization, Easy Fairy. Characteristics, as light as a cloud floating, almost no sound is made when moving. When the practitioner performs the cloud floating steps, it is as if the body loses weight and is able to float slowly in the air. The speed of this stance is not very fast, but it is highly flexible and stealthy. Applicable scenarios, suitable for movement in environments where silence is required, such as when infiltrating enemy bases or conducting reconnaissance missions. It allows the cultivator to approach the target and obtain important information without being detected. Not bad. He was just about to purchase the stance. Footsteps were heard behind him. He was alerted, the person behind him had deliberately lowered his voice. Who? Oh, not bad. Good alertness. Hearing the voice, it was familiar. He turned his head to see it turned out to be that Dina. No need to guess, it just so happens that I've come to look for the secret book as well. Dina took the initiative to state the purpose. She sat down beside Ling Ji, her left hand propped up on her chin, peeking at the computer information regardless of whether he liked it or not. Oh, cloud floating steps. Have a vision, that's the body technique I practiced. Ling Ji had wanted to curse, but when he heard her say that she had practiced it, he wanted to know her comment. Oh? Dina didn't know why, but she suddenly didn't have the seriousness she had before, and she had some foxy charm. I can sell it to you at half price, you can save half the money. Ling Ji shifted his stool and looked at the woman seriously. Are you serious? Chapter 10, 2 Battles for Second Place. Of course, I can also send you my cultivation tips? Ling Ji was really confused by her. Martial arts battles were bound to be fought to the death. Even a little bit of resources could not be allowed. Why was Dina so kind? Could it be? She was in love with herself? Just as Ling Ji was rambling, Dina had already taken out the secret book and notebook. Just don't think nonsense, this young lady is just short of money, and things she wants to buy. Ling Ji stared at her with unblinking eyes, a little embarrassed by her guessing her thoughts. Can only giggle, haha. Beauty D, what a beautiful and kind person. Rollerblade. Quickly transfer the money, I have things to do. The two of them talked and laughed as they completed a strange deal. For only $110,000, they bought their favorite. Ling Ji, naturally, could not hide his smile. Dina left the book pavilion and smiled back, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. Fool. Ling Ji did not even notice her weird smile and walked to the self-study room of the book collection pavilion to study the secret book. System. Record the secret book, Cloud Floating Steps. This was what he relied on when he had the system so that he could memorize it easily and cultivate it easily. Please ask if you want to cultivate it? There are currently 4,500 points of chi and blood value left to use. Cultivate. The skills and techniques of such a body technique were constantly instilled in his mind. It could be divided into 3 stages. Stage 1, one can easily jump as high as a 3 or 4-story building. Stage 2, can stay in control for 10 seconds, and can also transfer horizontally. Rounding off, the above movements are almost muffled to achieve the effect of sneaking. Dina could jump so high, using a move that fell from the sky with a sword, it seemed that Dina had just completed the first stage of cultivation. Entering cultivation. But why has the system been deducting blood chi values all this time? He realized that it was getting more and more wrong. Being flattened by a horse? From a 40,000 smile, it turned into a bitter melon-dried face. Wanting to cry, 110,000 really turned into a bubble. This stance was created by the Free Fairy, developed by the characteristics of female martial artists. Men want to learn? It is estimated that only Long AO genius can easily master it now. However, just as he was despairing, the system enhancement sound rang out. Sure enough, it is difficult, a man's body to practice. It is the same as pulling a bull up a tree in general. Consuming plus 1000 blood and chi values successfully comprehended the recipe for practicing this set of stances. Note, this set of stances is suitable for female martial artists to cultivate. The first is the physiological condition, the second is the weight. Therefore, if one were to continue practicing it, does it add 50%, the consumption of blood and chi value is also to increase by 50%. May I ask if it is still practiced? Really pawned. But if you don't practice, 110,000 goes down the drain, 1,000 points of blood and chi value goes down the drain. After practicing you can only go and kill a few more people. Add more shifts at night, I guess, and kill a few more pigs. Dina, this revenge, I will definitely avenge. After he let out his vicious words, he immediately meditated inside, cultivate. Cultivate cloud floating step body technique, consume plus 1000 blood and chi value. Female feet buff, forced cultivation consumption doubled. Cultivation progress first stage 25%, consume 1000 points. Cultivation progress stage 1 50%, consume 1000 points. Lingji broke out in a cold sweat. Really consumes a lot. Cultivation progress stage 1, 100%, 2000 points consumed. Successfully completed the first stage. Luckily, before departing for the secret realm examination, Lingji was able to go and kill pigs to earn points, otherwise he would have been played to death by this woman. Lingji could only continue tomorrow, having already played out his blood and chi values today. Anyway, there are no more points now, why don't we find someone to practice and suck blood? He revealed a wry smile and left the book depository building. He walked to the entrance of the Dan Pavilion and squatted. Dina took 110,000 from Lingji, the great ingrate, and happily arrived at the Dan Pavilion to purchase the much-needed supplies. Boss! Help me buy a 100,000 family bucket auxiliary package. The aging old man bowed his back, obviously much older. It had been a long time since anyone had come to buy this set, and in this high martial world, they were low-grade elixirs that rich people wouldn't buy. Those who don't have money can't afford to use them. It's really not up and down, doing this business can only be a small fortune, or else I would have wanted to retire a long time ago. He rested his presbyopic glasses and took a closer look. Yikes. I can't believe it's a pretty little girl. Family bucket auxiliary package. Dina said again, and the owner finally smiled, the big customer had arrived. Holler. Don't look at him being so old, but he moved very well and quickly delivered a box. Little girl, your whole family bucket. Dina looked at the pills inside, nodded, paid and left the Dan Pavilion. She came happily, how could she know? As soon as she went out, a man from the sky killed her from the sky. Watch the move. Ling family blade technique. Ling Ji. His rusty pig killing knife is well recognized. But, he jumped as high as the 3rd floor. He practiced the cloud floating step. At this moment, Dina couldn't care less about the medicine chest in her hand. Casually dropping it, she drew her long knife to block. Lingji wasn't exactly a sneak attack, he called out, watch the move and advance. Clang. The two knives clashed, making a loud clang of gold and iron. She was confident that the knife she had just bought, which was a high-grade yellow-ranked item, had cost her 400,000 dragon coins. As she expected, it caught the blade hard. Lingji instead froze. He could only do a smooth backflip and jumped a dozen meters away. He picked up the bloodthirsty knife and looked at it, he was relieved that it had not been touched. The bloodthirsty knife, an ancient divine weapon, but it was sealed, and its attack power was only yellow rank advanced. The knife is full of rust, outsiders who don't know about it would think it's a rotten copper and iron. Dina's blade was undamaged, which came up in confidence. Lingji, what do you mean by this? Humph, you know what you've done by heart. She also played dumb, I don't know. Roll. Sister is happy now, good dogs don't stop the road. Lingji frowned, you female liar, the cloud floating steps are practiced by women, you're clearly pitting me by selling it to me. There is no cure for human stupidity, moreover, there is nothing written in the cloud floating steps secret book that it cannot be practiced by men. Right, I also admit that. I'm just not happy that I'm actually being played by a woman. In fact, Lingji then didn't have a lot to lose. His biggest goal was to find a reason to compete with the second best expert of his peers to increase his combat experience so that he could advance. She wasn't a vegetarian either, and took out a pill from the medicine chest, spitting it in with a mouthful. Her breath slowly expanded, and the long sword in her hand produced a stern killing aura. Dina was also afraid to believe that she had lost to him just now. Now, taking the initiative to send the door to her for revenge, it was really heaven's help. Wind Moon Thunder Slash. Dina swung her long sword around like a helicopter's propeller spinning. The air made a popping sound. Boom, boom. Lingji's clothes and hair were blown backwards by the astral wind. Chapter 11 Uncle 7 is missing. Lingji couldn't help but laugh out loud when he saw this beauty make this fancy move. Dina accelerated towards him and killed him, getting even angrier as she watched him disgrace himself. D's whirlwind chop. She leapt high, and with the spinning of her long blade, she jumped even higher. But this was a tournament. It was not a board game, and the enemy would not stand on stakes to let the chopping ground. Lingji also unfolded his lightness and jumped backward. A Tarzan press, a high leap backwards, perfectly avoided. Her long knife slammed hard on the floor. Boom! A loud bang was made. The people inside the buildings in all directions were startled and poked their heads out to see what had happened. Yang Wu poked his head out from the second floor of the book collection pavilion that vandalized public property again. After all, at this time, Lingji had jumped out of their sight. Shrinking head turtle. Dina scolded. Hey! Ms. D, you're a liar who was wicked and unkind. After all, Dina had a bit of a weak heart. She immediately ran in Lingji's direction in order to keep him from talking nonsense and continued her attack. Boom! 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 Dina came up for air and gasped, "You're such a fast runner." Lingji had been toyed with by this female. Now, it's such a relief to piss her off in front of everyone for once. He concentrated, his opponent's moves had been mapped out long ago and was not finished. Dina, I'm serious, you have to be careful. Ugh! Come on! Ling family's Beidou fist. Dina's blade technique was overbearing, but in front of Lingji's dexterous positioning, there was really no way out. It cut empty again. Lingji sidestepped the blade and punched Dina's belly. The force reached a staggering 600 oxen force. Dina only felt that her heart, liver, spleen and lungs were disrupted, her internal organs were shifted and hurt. The corner of her mouth licked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood sucking, blood chi value plus 200. Dina felt weak all over, and her knife was stuck hard in the ground. You will definitely be taught a lesson today. Several consecutive punches were thrown over. Boom! 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 The punches hit the flesh. 3 mouthfuls of blood spurted out of Dina. Sucking blood, blood gas value plus 600. Dina lost so much blood that her eyes blinked and she landed on her butt. Eyes straying, she looked at the youth who was still smiling cheaply. Damn it! At this time, many people had already run over to eat their melon, including Yang Wu. High martial world. As long as you were a martial artist, there was no difference between men and women. This world also didn't have the law of killing people to fill their lives. They only shared the law of the jungle. The weak are the strong. After all, increasing combat experience and blood chi value also gained quite a bit, which was considered revenge for her lying to herself. Let's go home. He and Yang Wu leisurely went home. Those present who knew Dina immediately took medicine to treat this female martial artist. Someone said, Dina is the second seed of this martial artist selection. She was actually defeated by this one with a pig-killing knife, and that too with her bare hands. Don't you guys know? The one with the pig-killing knife is the kid who defeated the first-place Long Aotian yesterday. What's his name? Ling Ji, he's the child of the pig-killing Ling family. No wonder. Is our slaughtering association getting worse, or is this Ling Ji the odd one out? I just don't think that the one with the pig-killing knife is that strong, it's just that the rookies in this class are so bad. At this moment, Dina regained her strength after being fed a healing elixir. Hearing these people, squealing and squealing, they were disrespectful to their class. However, she didn't say much, put on her mask, lifted her long sword, and gently left the scene. Some people vaguely saw that the corner of the eyes of this heavenly daughter was with tears. The sun set in the west. Ling Ji returned to his home not far from the pigsty. The door was locked. But usually Uncle Seven didn't have the habit of locking the door, and at this time of the day, he always waited for himself to come home for dinner. He frowned and had a bit of a watery heart. Usually not in the habit of carrying keys, had to be under the second vase to the left of the doorway, took out the key. Opened the door. Sure enough. There was no one in the house, and there was also no aroma of food. On the dining table there is a box made of ancient rosewood is particularly eye-catching, below the pressure of a white paper. Ling Ji picked up the note to see what was written. It was Uncle Seven's handwriting. It was written on it. Jizzy. Uncle Seven has waited for 20 years, and finally waited for me to throw my weight around. I don't know if I can come back after going out this time. It's my choice. Meditate. Remember, never look for me, never ask around. I've left a family heirloom for you, you must wear it well, it will bless you. I've left the family affairs to Yang Chonglu, he's a trusted man. If there's anything you need, you can call him. Cultivate in peace. Remember, in this world, it's either you or me. Endorsed, your most beloved seventh uncle. Ling Ji looked at this short familiar letter and felt empty, like there was no backbone in the house. What did he go to do, so mysterious? Ling Ji cherished and folded up this letter, found an envelope and put it in. He really had a bad feeling that he would never see Uncle Seven again. Just like his mom and dad, when he was very young, they suddenly left and never, ever came back. His eyes gazed again at the box that Uncle Seven had left behind. A family heirloom? The box was elegant and simple, and there was no mechanism. Ling Ji carefully opened it, only to see a necklace inside, set with a piece of jade. Imperial green, it was beautiful. It released an aura. Placed in the palm of his hand, a chill went straight into his heart, making it peaceful. He remembered Uncle Seven's instructions and put this one necklace on his neck. Suddenly a mechanical sound sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host, received the Earth Mind Stone, able to increase the speed of absorbing aura when practicing. Additional functions, washing the mind, suppressing part of the evil chi, killing chi, poisonous chi, etc. Ling Ji reveals a bright smile, Uncle Seven is so good to me, leaving me with a big treasure. With things as they are, one can only listen to what Uncle Seven says and cultivate seriously. Since Uncle Seven entrusted his business, his family to Yang Chonglu, Ling Ji can only go to his place to find food. Duck duck. Duck duck. Ling Ji gently knocked on the door of Yang's house. Come in, the door is unlocked. Only to see this short and fat Uncle Yang already sitting upright in the main seat. Smiling, he said, young master, come and sit. Obviously, this Uncle Yang had sent Yang Wu off to cook again. Only the two of them were left in the hall, so perhaps he really had something he had to say in private. Ling Ji sat down and opened the door. Uncle Yang, where did my seventh uncle go? Yang Chonglu made a gesture to stop him, not letting him continue with his meaning. Young master, don't ask about this matter, it's confidential if you ask. This mysterious? He will be in danger? Yang Chonglu suddenly sat upright and said seriously, dangerous for sure, but I believe in Seven. He sighed, don't go looking for him, don't inquire. He explained that he wanted me to take good care of you. Ling Ji had some disappointment, but... Young master, cultivate well, you will only have the chance to know if you reach the Xuanwu realm or above. Xuanwu realm? He was only at the primary mortal martial realm now, the next realm seemed to be the spiritual martial realm, and that Xuanwu realm was still far, far away. Many people could only be at the mortal martial realm for the rest of their lives. Ling Ji secretly vowed to work hard to improve, he must reach the Xuanwu realm or above to see the world, to see what Uncle Seven had gone through. Now that he had the bloodthirsty knife, working overtime to kill pigs was also an opportunity to improve. So, he smiled and said, Uncle Yang, from now on, I will go to participate in the pig killing every night. Yang Cholio's face was ugly, young master, you're too good at butchering pigs, 200 in one night, in the past, Aotian was also doing 50 in one night, making it hard for the other brothers. When Ling Ji thought about this, he understood this reasoning, each person is a maximum of 50 a night. If he participated and killed too many, the livelihood of the other handlers would not be guaranteed. At this moment, Yang Wu walked out with a pot of stewed pork and said with a smile, young master, you are still in the mood to kill pigs, it seems that you did not read the WeChat group messages. It was true that Ling Ji did not like using WeChat, he wanted to avoid useless socializing in order to focus on cultivation. He opened his cell phone WeChat. 2024 Slaughtering Martial Artist Group. Notice. Gather outside the conference room at 6 o'clock tomorrow and take a bus together to the Wind and Moon City Martial Artist Association to participate in the 2024 City Secret Test sponsored by the Dragon Group. Please have 30 martial artists prepare their personal belongings in advance. The bus does not wait for anyone. Chapter 12 Fengyu City Martial Artists Association. Ling Ji obediently rested for the night. After all, he had to wake up early tomorrow. The soothing aura that slowly permeated out from the Earth's Mind Stone soon calmed him down and he entered a sweet dreamland. After a night's rest, Ling Ji was refreshed and woke up only to feel as if his body had been carefully warmed. He sighed in his heart. Seventh uncle had indeed left him a treasure. On the contrary, Yang Wu was not in good spirits. Yang Wu, what's wrong with you? Your state is so poor. Ling Ji asked with concern. Hey! It's not that we're going to the Martial Artist Association. I heard that we'll be able to meet martial artists from the same class in the city, and as we all know, the female martial artists have a top-notch body. Yang Wu said while revealing a heartfelt expression, obviously overexcited and not rested. Ling Ji rolled his eyes, feeling helpless at his remark. The bus they were traveling on left on time and did not wait for anyone. Soon enough, it left the Slaughter Association and sped towards the city center in the east. Cough cough, Lu Shirshi's test mic voice came from the microphone. Today, she was dressed in formal attire, showing off her beautiful imperial sister demeanor, and her knitted brows and smile exuded the charm of a mature woman. Yang Wu's gaze was unconsciously attracted to her, staring straight at her curvaceous figure. Ah! Yang Wu suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, which brought him back to his senses. Chi, what are you doing? Yang Wu rubbed his head and complained in dissatisfaction. Cough cough. I asked you where are your eyes looking? Ling Ji said without a trace of anger. Only then did Yang Wu realize that he had lost his temper, and his fat face instantly turned red like a ripe tomato. All men are salty. Yang Wu awkwardly explained, like being hit on the dead center, he was instantly like a deflated ball, and lowered his head to play with his cell phone. Hello everyone, it seems everyone is in good spirits. Lu Shirshir began to speak, her voice crisp and pleasant, spreading throughout the carriage through the microphone. I received the notice from the Martial Artist Association yesterday afternoon, and I immediately sent it to the group. It was only this morning that I received the details of the event from the assembly. As she spoke, she handed the paper version of the details to the people in the front row, allowing everyone to pass them around in turn. This event is sponsored by the Dragon Group to the Martial Artist Association, and they have given away gifts worth $100 million, all of which have been placed at the test points at various parts of the trial grounds. Lu Shirshir continued, after you arrive at the association, you will be randomly arranged to enter the trial grounds for cultivation. This is a rare opportunity for everyone to try out in a real alien beast environment. More than 2 hours later, they finally arrived in front of a 20-story building. On the top of the building, the words Wind and Moon City Martial Artist Association were written prominently. The bus slowly drove into the parking lot behind the building. The parking lot was extremely spacious, with several smaller buildings behind it and a small hill beyond. At this time, dozens of buses were already parked in the parking lot, and there were also many private cars, including many luxury cars such as U8 and Maybach. It was reported that there were 80 associations with more than 3,000 participants. Business class professional associations are Slaughtering Association, Agricultural Association, Fishery Association, Forestry Association, and Light Industry Association, Heavy Industry Association and other large associations. The family sects are even more talented, although there are only 5 sects, but 5,000 people came. This trial was just as important as the city exam for high school students on Earth. However, in the high martial world, such a trial was not indispensable, after all, it was costly. Only places like Wind Moon City, which had a developed economy and generous funding from corporations, could afford to organize it. The Wind Moon City Martial Artist Association collected a total of $50 million in fees from its subordinate members to pay for the use of the Mortal Martial Realms trial site. In the past, this type of event was usually held 3 months later, but this time, not only did the Long Group sponsor $100 million as prizes, they also demanded that it be held today, so the thunder and lightning of the Long Group's work was evident. At this time, the venue had already been properly set up, and all around were promotional advertisements of the Dragon Group. After all, most of these martial artists would still have to return to Fengyu City to live and work in the future, and it would be hard to avoid Long's products when consuming life in Fengyu City. Led by Lu Shirshir, the crowd walked towards the venue. Hey! Ling Xiao! Those pretty girls! Yang Wu excitedly pointed to the left, only to see 30 youthful and pretty girls standing together like a bright scenery line. The bus they were riding on had Qin Xian written on it. Next, they saw a group of muscular men, all over 180 centimeters tall, all muscular, as if they were Spartan warriors. They came from the fitness association. These strange sights were too much for Ling Ji and Yang Wu to take in. Yang Wu laughed and explained, "Huh? We usually do rarely come out." What he said was also the truth. The slaughtering association's work was special in nature, always busy at night, not seeing the sun. Look at me, look at me. Am I not pretty? Lu Shishir deliberately joked. Pretty. Sexy and generous. Yang Wu immediately praised without mincing words. That's right, I almost forgot one thing just now. If you guys are assigned to the same trial arena, I hope you all work together. Lu Shishir's expression became serious. After all, the world of martial cultivation is treacherous, and there might be people with bad intentions, or even people who will do anything to seize treasures and kill at will. She purposely looked at the female disciples and continued, girls have to be even more careful and guard against people. Some of the female disciples nodded their heads to show that they understood. They had definitely been reminded of similar things by their elders in their clans. After all, the average strength of female martial artists was relatively weak, so they really had to be wary of some lecherous men. However, everyone shouldn't be too nervous. After all, this is just a trial, not actually going to battle. Lu Shishir comforted again. Soon, they arrived at the time and space traveling pavilion. The trial site was located in an alien space and had to be reached through wormhole teleportation. Lu Shishir couldn't continue on after sending the crowd here. The dispatchers needed to head to the rest area of another building, which had complete facilities, where they had to wait for the members to come out. This experience lasted for a week. The time travel pavilion was large, and the several thousand people lined up and it seemed spacious. The line was divided into 10 columns. At this time, the radio blared. Dear 2024 class of Wind and Moon City martial artists, hello everyone. I am Fei, the host of the Martial Association. This trial ground is specially sponsored by our city's Dragon Group, and has prepared gifts worth $100 million. Our association has placed star cards at specific locations in each of the secret realms, and as long as each person collects all 5 star cards, they will all be able to obtain the association's seed armbands when they come out. Having these seed armbands would give you an advantage in the secret realm assessment before the martial arts exam, making it easier to get good grades. Moreover, this time, with the support of the Dragon Group, the top 3 martial artists who obtained the most star cards would also receive additional generous prizes and bonuses. The trial site is rich in spiritual chi, so after everyone enters, please make reasonable use of this week's time and try to raise your level as much as possible, especially for those martial artists who have yet to reach the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. Due to the varying abilities of our martial artists, the association has applied for 3 levels of trial grounds. We have received your information in advance and have made a reasonable allocation, so good luck to all of you. According to the bylaws, all of the trial sites this time were C grade, but they were subdivided into 3 levels. C1 was generally for people above the second stage of the mortal martial realm to try out, and it was filled with second and third order foreign beasts, which were very dangerous. C2 was generally for people at the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm to try out. There were first and second order foreign beasts, and there was a certain amount of danger. C3 was generally for people below the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm to try out, and there were only alien beasts of the peak of the first order and below, which were relatively safe. This time, C1 had 10 secret realms, C2 had 80 secret realms, and C3 had 200 secret realms, and each secret realm would randomly enter about 20-25 people. Young Ling, do you think the 2 of us will be assigned to the same secret realm? Yang Wu asked somewhat nervously. Ling Ji turned his head, glanced at him and teased, aren't you looking forward to being sorted together with the beautiful ladies? Ha ha. Just kidding, you also know that I have this body, which girl would like it? Yang Wu smiled awkwardly. Soon, they were at the front of the line. Only to see the staff handing out a bracelet to everyone, and then everyone entered the wormhole in turn. Ling Ji guessed that bracelet should be used to identify personal information in order to be assigned to different levels of the secret realm. Ling Ji did not feel the slightest bit nervous in his heart. Instead, he was filled with excitement, and it was as if the bloodthirsty blade in his hand had sensed his emotions, as if it was impatiently waiting to drink the blood of the foreign beasts. Next, what name, what association? The staff asked. Ling Ji, Slaughter Association. The staff froze for a moment when they heard Ling Ji's name, looked up at him, then opened his cell phone to check it, glanced at Ling Ji again, the corner of his mouth rose slightly, revealing a hint of a meaningful smile, and handed him a purple bracelet, saying, "Let's go." Without much thought, Lingji took the bracelet and walked straight into the teleportation array. Yang Wu said with a smile on his face, "Yang Wu, Slaughter Association." The staff didn't even look at him, casually picking up a white bracelet and handing it over. Seeing this, Yang Wu froze and didn't pick it up. "Hey, pick it up," the staff urged. "Just now, my brother Lingji's purple bracelet is very pretty, so give me a purple one too. Purple energy comes from the east, how auspicious," Yang Wu said with a smile. The staff looked up at him and said indifferently, "Brother Lingji?" He then put back the white bracelet in his hand and took out a purple bracelet from another compartment and handed it to Yang Wu. Yang Wu took the bracelet, thanked him and walked towards the teleportation array cheerfully. The staff looked at Yang Wu's back and smiled coldly, muttering in a low voice, "If you want to find death, am I going to stop you?" The voice was so soft that Yang Wu did not hear it. He walked into the teleportation array. In an instant, the teleportation array shone brightly, and the dazzling light made Yang Wu not even have time to think before he was swept into the unknown secret realm. Chapter 13, The Evil Forest. A white light flashed before Lingji's eyes. Secret Realm System. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully traveled through the wormhole space and entered the C1 level Secret Realm Evil Forest, number C1.40167. This voice was very different from the Bloodlust system. The Bloodlust system was like a big devil talking, while this Secret Realm system was a child-toned mechanical voice. Swoosh! After a loud sound, his eyes lit up. Before his eyes, he was standing on the edge of a cliff, and the place known as the Evil Forest was like a horrifying painting unfolding in front of him. This forest was filled with a bizarre darkness, as if it was a cursed domain. The tall and twisted trees were like hideous claws reaching up to the sky, their branches intertwined with each other, forming an intricate labyrinth that made it difficult to find a way out once one stepped into it. The leaves of the trees were a strange dark green color, glittering ominously in the weak light, as if each leaf hid an unknown evil. The forest was filled with a humid mist, which seemed to be alive, slowly flowing, sometimes coalescing into a vague human form, sometimes dissipating into the air. The heat enveloped the entire forest, suffocating and depressing people. The ground was covered with corrupt fallen leaves and dead branches, emitting a pungent stench, and every step was like stepping into a trap full of danger. From time to time, creepy noises came from the depths of the forest, which could be the growls of unknown beasts or the whispers of evil creatures. Quest to find 5-star cards. Smiling coldly, now that I don't know where I've fallen to, what mood is there to complete the system quest? Suddenly, the sound of a million horses was heard. Is it a horse? Lingji thought to himself. No, it couldn't be horses deep in the forest. Lingji was standing on the edge of a cliff at this time. He could not back off, falling would be an abyss of 10,000 feet. He drew his bloodthirsty blade. From the depths of the woods behind him, several pig-like alien beasts sprang out. It was huge and stood like a small hill. The thick limbs were like solid stone pillars, steadily supporting its heavy body. Its body was covered with a thick, rough layer of fur that was dark in color. Its head was broad and thick, and its two small eyes flashed with a ferocious red light, like burning coals, revealing endless ferocity and violence. The long tusks protruded out of its mouth, sharp and incomparable, as if they could easily penetrate steel. When Lingji saw this pig-like beast, he thought to himself that it was his area of specialization, killing pigs. Originally, he thought that he would be able to kill it. How did he know? One is bigger than the other. Second-order beast, running porcupine. Attack power over 1000 Nyoli, strike, courageous forward charge. Countermeasure, kill. Run, you'll be caught up by him in the end. However, when it moved, the earth trembled with it, emitting a dull sound, as if it was declaring to the world that it was powerful and inviolable. Its roar was as deafening as thunder, able to instantly chill the timid, as if it were a roar coming from the depths of hell. This pig-like beast not only possessed amazing strength, but its speed was also not to be underestimated. It was a rampaging chariot. Lingji grabbed the bloodthirsty blade and could not retreat. This is the dignity of a pig killer. 100 meters. 80 meters. Lingji's forehead is wet with cold sweat. Butchery. These pigs are only a little bit bigger. Kill. He shouted, just to help himself with courage. Cloud floating step, an easy jump. At the neck of the rampaging porcupine, he slashed down with all 666 of his bullish strength. The knife departed with a bright red light. The rampaging porcupine's spirit was also very high, throwing its head towards Lingji's body. At this point it depends on whether he is brave enough. He could only kill forward, but his neck was blocked by the pig's head. Lingji coldly smiled. "You see me here." He grabbed the pig's ears and swung like a swing, straddling the top of the pig's neck. The hand rose and the knife fell. Clang! The sound of gold and iron clanging. This pig's skin is too hard. However, it's mutually exclusive. Don't forget, this is a pig-killing knife. 1 inch. 2 inches. Still, the bloodthirsty knife broke open the neck, and blood shot out like a fountain. The bloodthirsty knife's red light lit up, and the blood of the rampaging porcupine was absorbed crazily. A body the size of a small mountain kept wasting away. Ding! The evil bloodthirsty knife system sounded once again. Killed 1 rampaging porcupine, blood and chi value 1000 plus, killing chi value 500 plus. After the first time, the second time will be easy. You're an old driver, why don't you just be polite? Unfolding the cloud floating steps, he began to launch a massacre on the pigs. This is the strength of a pig killer. After killing 20 pigs in a row, Lingji was exhausted. Killed 20 rampaging porcupines, blood and chi value 20,000 plus, killing chi value 10,000 plus. Gasping for air, the other rampaging porcupines that were scared of being beaten cried and fled backwards, afraid of becoming the target of this perverted man's kill. He was also covered in blood, his stamina was used up again, and his stomach was hungry. He laid a piece of rampaging porcupine down, which he wanted to use for barbecue, but unfortunately, when he picked it up, he smelled the unpleasant stench. It really wasn't human to eat. Moreover, it is not known whether humans can eat the meat of foreign beasts. The trouble comes from the mouth, it is better not to eat it. There is a map function in the bracelet. Open the map. A 3-dimensional map is floating in the air. This is the edge of the C1 level secret evil forest. The direction the porcupine group came from is the B1 level secret evil forest. At B1 level, there must be countless rampaging porcupines that are more advanced than these, and he cannot enter at his current level. When he calmed down, Lingji was scared when he thought about it. Why would he get stuck in a bug appearing in the middle of a slit between 2 levels? According to his level, he should have been assigned to level C3, but now he was in C1? Many doubts surfaced in his mind. Now was not the time to think about other superfluous things. What was more important was how to get out of here and go to the C1 area to carry out the mission. But, now at the edge of B1 and C1, this is a cliff. Now can only go to the water source first, where it is more conducive to survival. On the right side of the map is a river. He walked along the cliff. Soon he heard the sound of running water. There was vapor in the air. A large waterfall appeared in front of him. Below the waterfall was undoubtedly a deep pool. Jump down is the only way to go down the life, will not be a toilet light looking for death. Suddenly behind him, there was another odd aura that made his goosebumps rise. Huge figure, appeared in front of the eyes. Such a big porcupine. Chapter 14 Running Wild Porcupine Saved My Life? 10,000 feet deep. The fall is the surface of the water, and you have to die. Even if you don't die, you don't have half a life. System, why did you teleport me to this location? The system seemed to ignore itself. Asked again, System, can you free me? It can, just hold down the bracelet and silently recite, surrender. Then you can leave the secret realm. No, I'm just you to help land safely at the bottom of the cliff. I don't have the authority. Explorers are on their own. Is it really true that when the system is reliable, the sows all fall into trees? Humph. The bloodthirsty system suddenly spoke out. Frightened, Lingji immediately said, Brother Bloodlust, not you. Lingji looked at this forest behind him. These huge tree trunks can only make a boat, so hopefully they can help me withstand this impact. Without being knocked unconscious in the first place, he could use the cloud floating step to jump horizontally, and he could be 50% sure that he would be fine. Formulating a good opportunity, he then took out a compressed cracker from his random backpack. Nibbling on it. It was too hard to eat unless it was in a pinch. Looking out over the flowing waterfall, it was spectacular. Boom. A faint explosion. Slowly the sound got closer and closer, boom. Lingji frowned and looked back as smoke and dust rolled from the depths of the forest. Humming, huffing and puffing, coaxing. Between the trees, fishy astral winds penetrated. The bloodthirsty blade reacted at the first moment, emitting a dark reddish red light. The killing aura slowly overflowed. This was the aura of killing chi, which was really familiar to Lingji. The wind contained an endless killing intent. This killing intent was so strong that it formed a solid entity and turned into a tangible wind. Lingji tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, the cold sweat on his palm wetting the hilt. Soon. The sound was getting closer and closer, only to see countless towering trees in the woods being wrenched down. In the darkness, two huge blood-red orbs stared straight at Lingji. This was the killing intent of a blood feud. Lingji sucked in a breath of cool air and could not help but take a step back. It was the eyeballs of the foreign beast. The edge of the eyeball was already wet long ago. Humming, huffing and puffing, coaxing. The wind slashed at Lingji like a knife. The trees in front of it were all chopped up by the wind. The debris was flying. A huge, terrifying being appeared. Lingji raised his bloodthirsty blade to block the blows of the astral wind. His entire body was cut by knives, and if it wasn't for the countless large trees that helped block the wave, he might have already been reduced to flying ash. Running porcupine. It was at least 3 times bigger than the one he just killed. It's too shocking. Ding. A system sound rang out. Peak 3rd order Fey Beast, running porcupine adult Sao. Attack power of 10,000 bulls or more. Masterstroke, bravely charge forward. Fishy wind and blood. Response plan, wait for death. Lingji laughed, even the system looked down on him. However, the bloodthirsty blade scent had already let him know, his blood is very replenishing. There was too much of a difference in level, so it really couldn't be a hard fight. Humph, huffing and puffing, coaxing. The great rampaging porcupine saw Lingji and sniffed the air with his nose. It looked as if it had seen an enemy. With his status and experience as a pig killer, Lingji realized that this sow had just finished breastfeeding. Moreover, the milk was still depleted and some of the nipples were still swollen. Could it be that she was the mother of the 20 running porcupines? It came to seek revenge. It seems that today, it's either you die or I die. Lingji muttered. The great rampaging porcupine seemed to understand his words, the higher the level, the higher the spirituality. Humming, huffing and puffing, coaxing. His right front leg continuously stomped the ground. Courageous forward? Lingji had to fight for it, and immediately ran towards the river. The great rampaging porcupine began to accelerate, sprinting at full speed. Boom! As it ran, the ground made an explosive sound, and as long as a low-level creature was hit by this, it would surely die. Lingji heard the roar of the pig, 8 seconds. 7 seconds. Jump! Cloud floating step, up! He jumped 45 degrees towards the river. As long as he fell into the river, he would definitely be swept away by the rapids. Falling into the water at the bottom of the cliff, 9 deaths. Without jumping, a direct fight with this big monster was 10 deaths. Lingji fortunately ate a compressed cookie, his stomach was not hungry, and he used all his strength. The big wild running porcupine blood-red eyes, only Lingji. After all, it has lost its mind. Boom! The great rampaging porcupine also flew out of the riverbank. The porcupine's murderous aura is straight to Lingji, who is sensitive to murderous aura after all. 3, 2, 1. Kill. Exhausted waste strength, a heel in the air. A knife in the air. Lingji knew that a knife must not be able to kill this monster. However, the knife that fell from the sky was not meant to kill him. It was to butcher the bull. He gained insight into the weakest point of this pig head. Both hands gripped the hilt of the blade. Plunge. It just plunged into the slit between the 2 pieces of the pig's skull. Blood spurted out. Sucking blood, blood value 500 plus. The great rampaging porcupine let out heartbreaking grunts, humming, huffing and puffing, coaxing. Flop. The huge rampaging porcupine fell into the river, splashing high into the water. The splash was really a bit big, covering Lingji's entire body. The first thing it did was try to throw Lingji off. He was spun around like a windmill by the porcupine's flailing. Soon, the whole pig sank. Lingji knew that the pig could swim. It struggled desperately. It slowly surfaced, swimming desperately towards the shore. But it was too late. Boom! Lingji hung onto the pig's head and was thrown off the cliff with him. Humming, snorting, cooing. Lingji suddenly felt as if he was weightless. The flowing waterfall kept striking his body. The pressure was too much. It was almost impossible to hold it in. Steady! Just let the pig body go down first. When it's almost to the bottom, grab the opportunity to jump away with light energy, and you'll have a chance to get out in one piece. However, the sky wouldn't let him play bungee jumping comfortably. The porcupine hit a rock high in the air and kept tumbling. Ah! Was all Ling Ji could do was scream. It was the acidic feeling of flying down 3,000 feet. In a short period of time, he felt like he had passed 10,000 years. The porcupine had already turned dizzy, and white foam kept coming out of the corners of its mouth. Scared to death? In the constant rotation, Ling Ji saw the scenery outside in front of him. The top of the forest at the bottom of the cliff had been vaguely seen, an endless dark green color. Although Ling Ji's body was very uncomfortable, this was not the time for motion sickness waves. Closing his eyes, this is the last chance to escape. He fiercely used his upper back force and counter centrifugal force. Both feet stared at the porcupine's head. Both hands gripped the hilt of the bloodthirsty knife tightly and violently pulled it backward with force. The knife was pulled out of the pig's head in one moment. He used all his strength, and his legs focused on the bottom of his feet with all his strength. Cloud floating step. Ling Ji was like an arrow that catapulted out. At this time, they were not far from the surface of the water. It was a wonderful time to eject at this time. Luck was really good. If they launched a moment towards the water, or the cliff, they would have died for sure. This, then, is a 1 in 3 chance. The survival rate now rose to 50%. But, this was not the time for him to laugh, for as he tossed and turned like this, the great rampaging porcupine was awakened by the pain. Surprisingly, he didn't die of fright, and his red eyes stared at the human with death. Opening its mouth, it let out its last squeal. Fishy winds and bloody rain. A strong wind that was sent out with all its life force directly struck towards Ling Ji. Chapter 15 Manny Chen of Medicine King Valley. Cough cough. Ling Ji had thought that he could neutralize the danger. How come this pig still had this trick? He had no other choice but to carry on. Holding the bloodthirsty blade with both hands, he concentrated his last strength, and the blade blocked towards the incoming wind of the astral wind. Clang! The astral wind slammed directly into the bloodthirsty blade. Ling Ji, don't give up. Ling Ji felt a familiar voice emerge in his mind. Who? The earth mind stone in front of his chest gradually emitted a bright turquoise light. A soft aura emanated out. At this moment, Ling Ji's body was instantly filled with power. The bright turquoise light purified the astral wind of the porcupine's attack. The evil aura, blood aura, and killing aura quickly disappeared. The bloodthirsty blade was energized by Ling Ji's power and filled with ability. It emitted a faint red light. The red light actually sliced through the astral wind. The astral wind became much weaker and blew past Ling Ji's sides, only tearing all of his clothes to shreds. This was a strike that he used up all of his life force. It knocked Ling Ji towards the coast. A 45-degree diagonal hit to the river was like a float. 1 float. 2 floats. 132 floats. Ling Ji was scraped to the bank. Boom! It crashed into a huge pine tree. Puff! Ling Ji spat out a mouthful of black bruised blood. His head was dizzy and his eyes were blurry. Before passing out, a system prompt was heard. Killed a rampaging third-order peak large porcupine, blood and chi value 20,000 plus, killing chi value 10,000 plus. Congratulations, you have activated the killing chi value for gift function. Wind and Moon City Martial Artist Association, Time and Space Shuttle Pavilion. All the martial artists participating in the trial had already entered the wormhole space. The staff members who were leading the team were in front of the computer to register which secret realm their trainees had all gone to. It was convenient for everyone to be able to accurately pick up their trainees after 7 days. The more Lu Shirshir looked, the less she felt wrong. Ling Ji, C1 level Secret Realm Evil Forest, number C1.40167. Yang Wu, C1 level Secret Evil Forest, number C1.40167. Dina, level C2 Secret Realm Split Moon Cave, number C1.85248. Xiao Zhanhua, level C2 Secret Realm Moon Splitting Cave, number C1.85248. Lu Di, C2 level Secret Realm Distant Island, number C1.85240. Zhang San, level C2 Secret Realm Distant Island, number C1.85240. The other 24 members were all in the C3 level Secret Realm. After Lu Shirshir read the records, she stood up with a whoosh and looked very serious. Frowning and furious, she walked to the podium and chided. Why are 2 of us assigned to a C1 level Secret Realm and 4 C2? There were 3 people sitting on the podium. They were Long Yukai, who was the representative of the Long Clan organization. Tu Qianjia, the head of the organization department of the Martial Association. Fan Ming, the technician of the Martial Association. Tu Qianjiang received the list, which clearly read, List of the personnel of the Wind and Moon City Slaughter Association. Ling Ji, the rank was Mortal Martial Realm First Stage Martial Beginner First Heaven. Taking another look at the system list, this Ling Ji actually entered the C1 level Secret Realm Evil Forest? What a thing! Even that Yang Wu was only at the 6th heavenly layer. Fan Ming, why is this happening? After all, this was something he was responsible for, so he opened his computer. Entering to check out the situation, he found that what this beautiful woman said was not false. I also don't know. Don't know? Lu Shishir was so anxious that she went crazy, and her hand had already pressed down on her round moon scimitar. Quickly! Get them out! After all, martial artists like them from the Slaughter Association could only enter C3 for a bit of fun at this stage, and even sending them into C2 now was a 50-50 chance of death or injury. Wasn't entering C1 the same as sending them to their deaths? Theoretically, the chance of survival was only 20%. This 20% is the general situation as the martial artist will be meticulously, there are more meticulously, the higher the chance of survival. Simply put, the harder you try, the quicker you die. After all, C1 is not a place of absolute death, there are some places where one can hide. Fan Ming also had some handholds and didn't know where to put his hands. Tu Qianjia sighed, Miss, I'm sorry, once it's opened, there's only one way to come out, and that's to be able the martial artist himself to say, surrender, before he can come out. After all, in front of absolute strength, these martial beginners, whose minds were not firm, usually chose to surrender. Miss, since it's all like this, let them exercise a bit. In case they do become warriors and go to the battlefield, they will be facing even more terrifying existences. Lu Shishir was much more relieved when she heard that she could give up on her own. After all, this was just a trial, not an important exam, much less an actual battle. If they failed, all they would lose was the prize. At this moment, an old man who was in the neighborhood walked over and said with a smile, this beautiful young lady, our disciples will give them a hand even if they meet them, don't worry. Lu Shishir saw this old man with crane hair, very immortal, Slaughter Association, Lu Shishir, seniors have not instructed. Ha ha! Pill King Valley, Wu Qian. Long Yukai smiled sinisterly and quietly left the scene. Around 1 hour. Lingji felt a stabbing pain in his arm, as if he was stabbed in by something very sharp and thin. Awakened by this pain. Ah! Another stitch. The scene in front of him almost made him think that he had died. Fairy! Where are you, a fairy? The first thing Lingji saw when he opened his eyes was a fairy-like beauty. It was like being in a dream world, dead? Why can I see a fairy? But the pain in his arm told him that he was not dead. Only to see that a fairy-like beauty was sitting in front of Lingji, frowning as she looked at herself. She was dressed in a white as snow Chinese dress, her sleeves fluttering as if she was a spirit floating down from the clouds. Her face was exquisite, like the most perfect masterpiece from heaven. Eyebrows like far away, slightly upward curvature show a kind of ethereal charm. Eyes like a spring, clear and bright, as if containing endless stars, just one glance can let a person fall into it, unable to extricate themselves. The nose under the bridge, the lips without pointing and red, such as the blooming delicate flowers, slightly upward corner of the mouth with a touch of if not smile, like the spring breeze, let a person feel warm. Her skin is as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, emitting a soft luster in the sunlight. A head of black shiny long hair like a waterfall hanging down on the shoulders, with the breeze gently fluttering, as if each strand of hair are full of spiritual breath. Lingji suddenly had another pain in his arm. It was then that he realized that this fairy-like beauty was sticking herself with a thick silver needle. No, you are the younger version of Rong Mama. The fairy sighed and dried the little beads of sweat on her forehead. What Rong Mama? Originally, Lingji wanted to sit up, but felt no strength in his entire body. You, what did you do to me? He screamed in panic. When the fairy saw him wake up, she quickly used her fingers to skillfully point a few times. Pointing? Lingji immediately had his body's qi and blood running as his strength slowly returned. He insisted on sitting up, only to see that his entire body was also dressed in Chinese clothing. Thinking carefully, he remembers that he was shaken up just now. Not dead? That's so good. Hey! What does young ma mean? The fairy continued to ask. Young Ma was an adulterous character inside his previous life's TV series, so he didn't mean to say it out loud. Yes, a fairy's name. The fairy also blushed a little when she heard being praised by a man. The hell, I'll believe you, just now you screamed it out in fear. It was then that Ling Ji realized his rudeness. Hello, I am the Slaughter Association, Ling Ji. Thank you for healing me and the clothes on my body. Ling Ji extended his right hand to shake the fairy's hand. The fairy said indifferently, saving the dead and helping the injured is the rule of this sect. I am Pil King Valley, Manny Chen. Pil King Valley was the #1 sect in Wind and Moon City, the topmost existence. No one knew about it and no one was unaware of it. Ling Ji also stood up excitedly when he heard this name. Medicine King Valley. Manny Chen felt amused when she saw his shocked look. However, what about the bloodthirsty knife, the sheath, and the Earth Mind Stone necklace? He couldn't help but touch his neck first. Chapter 16 Wind Kernel. Where's my necklace? Ling Ji called out in panic. Manny Chen pointed to a pile of things not far away. Everything you have on you is placed there. It was covered by a pile of broken cloth. After ruffling the cloth, the necklace and the bloodthirsty knife with its sheath were there, but the duffel bag was gone. That astral wind had shattered most of his things. Picking up the necklace, he only saw that the pendant of the necklace, the Earth Mind Stone, had turned from emperor green to white, without that aura. Uncle 7, thank you. He knew that this Earth Mind Stone had used up its spiritual energy to protect him. If not for its protection, Ling Ji would have been pulverized to pieces. That dead pig was so ferocious, using all his life force, a life for a life. The moment he nicked the Earth Mind Stone, Manny Chen immediately took a few steps back. The expression was also odd. Your knife, killing aura is very heavy. It makes people feel very uncomfortable. What kind of knife is it? Manny Chen asked with a frown. Ling Ji had gotten used to it, he was not uncomfortable. It turned out that yes, the Earth Mind Stone suppressed the bloodthirsty knife's killing aura. It was too terrifying for it to emit a powerful killing aura. The more you kill, the more killing chi you absorb? This thought appeared in Ling Ji's mind. He put on the Earth Mind Stone necklace, picked up the bloodthirsty knife, and retracted it back into its sheath. The spiritual rhinoceros leather knife sheath really had the effect of shielding the killing chi, the evil chi. Immediately, the pressure that Manny Chen had pressed on his heart disappeared. It's just an older pig killing knife. Ling Ji replied casually, not wanting to explain at all. After all, everyone was not familiar with it. She also understood that everyone walking the Jianghu had their own secrets. It was not good to ask after them. Ling Ji understood that this fairy like Chen Manny had sort of saved his life. Thank you, Miss Chen. In the future, I, Ling Ji, will definitely repay this favor. She walked to Ling Ji's side and retrieved her silver needle. You said it, so you owe me a favor. Ling Ji felt that this outfit fit perfectly and his whole body was brand new. My whole body is being looked at by this girl? It felt like there was a sense of embarrassment. Manny Chen saw his strange expression and glared at him. Such a beautiful girl washing her whole body and changing her clothes, thinking about it was all very fragrant. Unable to help herself, she blushed and her heartbeat accelerated. Chen Manny guessed what this man was thinking and smiled foxy and said, "Bah." Suddenly, from the tree came a sharp and loud laugh, ha ha ha. A man jumped down from the big tree behind him. Only to see that it was also a man who wore clothes much like his own and had a body that was not too far off. Although it couldn't be said to be handsome, it gave off a righteous air. Seeing this person, at that moment, Ling Ji immediately understood that the clothes on his body were this person. Everything was explained clearly. Ling Ji immediately arched his hand respectfully and said, "What is this senior brother's name?" "Cheng Feng. I'm the one who helped you bathe. You don't really think that your senior sister did it?" Ling Ji coughed awkwardly. "No, I really didn't." "How dare you think to insult Fairy Chen?" Manny Chen's eyes had narrowed into a line, humph. My senior brother knows how to read minds, so don't pretend. Ling Ji also did not want to put himself in a passive position and immediately arched his hand to thank Cheng Feng. "Thank you Cheng Feng for saving my life and thank you for the clothes." Cheng Feng waved his hand, indicating that it was just a show of hands. It turned out that the two of them had heard a loud noise nearby. They immediately ran and came to the river to see the scene where Ling Ji was hit by the astral wind. Ling Ji was bounced to the shore. As disciples of the Pil King Valley, it was their duty to save lives, so they saved Ling Ji. It seems that both of them are good people. Manny Chen's words changed. Ling Ji, you are a peak martial beginner. Why did you enter the C1 secret realm, and how did you defeat a peak third order Fey beast? Their Pill King Valley's pulse taking would tell them the rank of martial artists below the same level. The peak of a martial primer was the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. There were 3 stages in the mortal martial realm: martial beginner, martial walker, martial master. I don't know. Ling Ji was also helpless. Where are your companions? The congresses would deliberately arrange for groups of 2 people to conduct trials for safety. Ling Ji thought carefully as he helplessly kept shaking his head. Killed by a foreign beast? Continuing to shake his head. Ling Ji could not feel any killing aura at all from these 2 people and it saved him. So, he told his experience once. Cheng Feng's expression was serious. You won't be framed, right? This possibility was there, but he just assumed it was a system error at that time. Manny Chen said without hesitation, Senior brother, let's bring Ling Ji with us, it's too dangerous for him to be alone. Cheng Feng had a bit of hesitation. Star cards appear 2 at a time, plus he's hard to distribute. 2 appeared at a time? A person can get 2 at a time, doesn't that give them a chance to be number 1? Miss Chen, thank you, I'd rather be alone. Cheng Feng was in a difficult position, and Ling Ji didn't want to either. Manny Chen didn't force herself, she took out a few pills from the medicine pouch on her waist and threw them to him. This is the blood recovery pill, here you go. You have to be careful yourself. Cheng Feng also took out some compressed dry food from his backpack. I hope you get out alive. Ling Ji was not one to squirm, and proceeded with their gift of supplies. As long as I, Ling Ji, have the life to get out, this favor will definitely be repaid. He was a person who would take revenge if he had an axe to grind, and would definitely repay the favor if he had a favor. Revenge doesn't last overnight, and repaying favors must be quick. Both of you wait. What else is going on? Ling Ji pointed at the porcupine corpse a kilometer away and said, that porcupine can use wind attribute attacks, I think he must have a wind kernel, that one will be useful to you. Manny Chen looked at Ling Ji incredulously, oh, why are you telling us? To repay the favor. Do you know that the wind kernel can be bought in the market for at least $500,000 apiece? Ling Ji shrugged, he didn't know it was so expensive. It doesn't matter, it's a really small amount compared to my life. An item that he couldn't use himself could be worth it to make friends with 2 martial artists of a higher level than himself. Of course they knew that this pig had a wind kernel, but they knew that it was Ling Ji's trophy and they shouldn't take it for themselves. If they were selfish, they would have removed the kernel long ago when he was unconscious. Manny Chen smiled sweetly, alright. She really wanted the wind attribute. I'm a pig killer, let me help you take it out. Ling Ji jumped into the river and quickly swam to the porcupine side. Butchering. In a few clicks, he disintegrated the head of this porcupine. The dead porcupine had a lot of loose skin and muscles, and it was easy to cut it up. A dark red-colored bead with wind flowing from it was visible to the eyes. The wind attribute of the inner core was obvious. No wonder its astral wind was so fierce. Ling Ji casually tossed it. The bead had fallen into Manny Chen's hands. Thanks. She felt that this man was not only a little bit handsome, but also very interesting. Chapter 17 Waterfall Cave. After the 2 from Pill King Valley left, Ling Ji sighed. What conspiracy, what trickery was not something he had to think about right now. Preserving his life. Upgrading his strength was the first thing to do. Now that he had a lot of blood chi value and killing chi value, it was time to upgrade, and he had to find a quiet place to cultivate first. He stood on the porcupine corpse and listened to the rustling sound of running water. An image flashed through his mind. During his descent, he found a cave behind this huge waterfall. Could there be any treasures there? The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the river like a golden ribbon. It was beautiful. It was a sharp contrast to the eerie forest. Now that the level was so low, moving around the evil forest at night was equal to finding death. It would be wiser to rest in the cave first and level up. He found some dry branches to use as torches. From the side, he walked to the cliffside of the waterfall. Sure enough, there was a passageway. He walked in along this one, remembering that the cave was at a comparable height to the forest during the descent. Looking up, the terrain here was concave and after 200 meters it was convex. Formed like a waterfall cave. Ling Ji looked carefully and noticed that there were many vines hanging down from the rocky walls. He pulled hard and fiercely a few times, and the vines were hard and flexible. So, he climbed up to see what was going on. A few minutes of work finally successfully climbed to the cave behind the waterfall wall. It was pitch black, with just a shimmering light from the setting sun coming through the waterfall. He took a deep breath. Ha! It smelled good. What a smell! Smell it to wake up and refresh your mind. Ling Ji was at the entrance of the cave, utilizing the principle of friction generating heat, and built a fire. Lighted the torch. Step by step, he walked in to explore. His torch and lighter were dropped into the river, and he was now like a primitive man. Ling Ji tightly gripped the torch in his hand. The jumping flames were dazzling in this pitch-black environment, but it could only illuminate a small area in front of him. He slowly stepped into the cave. His footsteps were gentle and cautious, and with every step he took, a slight echo could be heard rippling through the cave. The entrance to the cave was gloomy and cold, carrying a smell of dampness and staleness. The light from the torches wavered uncertainly, casting Ling Ji's figure on the uneven cave walls, the shadows sometimes elongating and sometimes distorting, as if a mysterious ghost was dancing. As he gradually went deeper and deeper into the cave, the darkness around him grew thicker and thicker, as if it was going to swallow him up. Occasionally, drops of water fell from the cave walls, emitting a crisp ticking sound that was particularly clear in the silent space. Ling Ji's eyes scanned the surroundings vigilantly, not sparing any corner that might conceal danger. The light of the torch struggled in the darkness, trying to dispel the endless darkness, but it seemed so small and powerless. His heartbeat was clearly audible in the silence, a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Ka smashed. Ling Ji stepped on something. The torch slowly approached the ground. It was fine if he didn't look at it, but looking at it really startled him. Human bones. Suddenly, a dense sound of breaking wind was heard. What? A bird-like object in front of him charged at him. A system prompt was heard. Second order primary Fey, blood-sucking bat. Attack power over 500 cow power, masterstroke, blood-sucking. Response plan, / flame attack. Ling Ji was immediately alerted by the system with a jolt of energy and quickly drew his bloodthirsty knife. Ling family blade technique. The blood-sucking bat was cut in two. Very vegetable. Kill 1 vampire bat, blood chi value 1000 plus, kill chi value 500 plus. However, the sounds were getting denser and denser. Countless vampire bats killed over. However, these bats surrounded Ling Ji, but as if they were afraid of something. They didn't dare to come closer. Was it the torch in his hand? Ling Ji chased after these vampire bats and killed them. Kill 1 vampire bat, blood chi value 1000 plus, kill chi value 500 plus. Kill 1 vampire bat, blood value 1000 plus, kill value 500 plus. Kill 1 vampire bat, blood value 1000 plus, kill value 500 plus. Too tired to run, the vampire bats run, they fly too fast. He kept gasping for air. Seeing that they didn't attack, he really thought that they were convinced by his domineering aura. Humph. He sat down on his butt and took the bloodthirsty blade back into its sheath. At this moment, the blood-sucking bats killed again. He had no choice but to put the knife to slash. Killed 1 vampire bat, blood chi value 1000 plus, kill chi value 500 plus. After he did it a few times, he found a pattern. It turned out that these blood-sucking guys, instead of being afraid of all the fire, turned out to be afraid of the bloodthirsty knife. Everyone was of the blood-sucking lineage, so it was true that the bloodthirsty knife was a bit more evil. He had to put the bloodthirsty knife toward the ground, just like mosquito incense. The blood-sucking bat stayed far away and slowly hung upside down on the roof of the cave, not daring to move a muscle. This sight was too bizarre. Moreover, soon, many vampire bats fled towards the outside of the cave, and even some died naturally. This is phasing? Killed 1 vampire bat, blood chi value 1000 plus, killing chi value 500 plus. There were too many to die. The system prompts sounded non-stop, or it could only end when they all ran away. What a hangover! After he calmed down, he smelled an even stronger scent inside the cave. Striking up a torch, he searched the ground to see if he could find any treasures. What he needed most right now was equipment, remembering the corpse from earlier. Immediately looked in the opposite direction. Only to see the corpse, a dry corpse, killed by a vampire bat. The body was wearing a high-grade clothes. Looking at the figure, it was male, and behind it was carrying a duffel bag. He clasped his hands together. This brother, I'll keep your belongings for you, and I'll definitely return them when I have the chance to find your family. All the pockets of the corpse were empty. There was a sword in his hand. It was a high-grade yellow rank item, but it was useless to him. The backpack was made of cowhide, LV brand. It must be a rich second generation. Inside was a flashlight, a few rows of batteries, some food that had been corrupted and some life-saving medicines and so on. Lingji dropped everything that wasn't useful. Commandeer this backpack first. With the flashlight, the torch was useless. The light from the flashlight was better. Not far away, a small cave entrance that wasn't very large in size was found here, and the scent was wafting out from inside. However, in the current situation, he didn't want to go exploring again, and practiced and upgraded first. Tomorrow, he will go again to take a look, and leave the cave if he doesn't find anything. 5-star cards, this basic task, he remembered. Lingji sat in the center, the bloodthirsty blade was in front of him. Kill 1 vampire bat, blood chi value 1000 plus, kill chi value 500 plus. One by one, the vampire bats were shocked to death by the bloodthirsty blade. The more killing chi, the faster the kill. System. I want to upgrade. Congratulations to the host, you now have 63,000 plus blood chi and 36,000 plus killing chi. This mood of opening a hangover makes Lingji sweet out in his heart, and his mouth is as hard as trying to hold down an AK-47. Assisted upgrade cultivation. Able to break through the realm? Can. Consumption of blood and chi value 10,000 plus. Whether to break through? Yes. Consuming 10,000 plus blood chi values, cultivation in progress. The Earth's Mind Stone is now reversing its absorption state due to overloading. Slowing down the progress of cultivation, repairing the Earth Mind Stone, slowing down the progress by 50%, increasing the consumed blood and chi value by 10,000 plus. Lingji's smile was now gone. It turns out that there really won't be a free lunch in the world. There is a protection fee for the protection of the Earth Mind Stone. Chapter 18, Violent Enhancement. Lingji's impact on the realm this time was painful. After all, it's the first time. All first times hurt. He was sweating profusely, but the muscles of his body continued to change, as if there was an endless amount of power melting in. The skin also became harder, and the power of flesh and blood was raised a lot. Each stage of improvement was helpful to the human body. After the second stage of the mortal martial realm, he would become a martial practitioner in the future, which was actually a true warrior. The kind that could go into battle. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the second stage of the mortal martial realm beginning. Please continue to increase your actual combat and upgrade again. Lingji also understands the reasoning that cultivation enhancement must be linked to practical combat experience, otherwise the foundation is unstable, which is a major crisis to the path of martial arts cultivation. Lingji looked at the rusty bloodthirsty knife. It was time to activate the bloodthirsty knife. System, activate bloodthirsty knife. Activating the bloodthirsty knife for the first time, consuming 10,000 plus chi and blood values. At this moment, endless blood-colored gas merged into the bloodthirsty knife. The bloodthirsty knife shook violently. It began to glow with a blood-red light. The rust spots on the bloodthirsty blade began to fall off. The bodies of the vampire bats that fell from the surrounding area all turned into blood mist. The slightly stronger vampire bats had already desperately flown out of the cave. The blood mist kept gathering towards the top of the bloodthirsty sword and swirled around it. The bloodthirsty blade was branded with an ancient script, the word blood. This script had long since been lost in the Dragon Kingdom. However, Lingji was the one who could read this character. Blood. The word blood emitted a dark red bright light. The mist of blood slowly blended into this word, and the rust on the blade slowly fell off. This appearance of blood, instead the murderous aura of the bloodthirsty knife began to converge in the word. Lingji was only shocked when he saw this bizarre scene. Bloodthirsty knife. Is it an evil weapon? It's weird. He had always thought that this weapon was just a killing knife. Buzz. The bloodthirsty blade emitted a beeping sound, as if echoing towards Lingji. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the first activation of the bloodthirsty blade is successful. Additional damage 1000 oxen force. Additional blood-sucking function, 100 enemy kills return 1 power. Bloodthirsty knife, the bright light of the word blood on the knife faded. It had turned into a thicker and heavier pig-killing knife, only with the ancient word blood engraved on it. Lingji was surprised and delighted. Surprise, this knife is a bit evil. Joy, this knife's attributes have been strengthened by a lot. However, no matter what, this knife had saved his life countless times and had become part of the martial arts competition. It was Ling Ji's beneficent blade. At this moment, the system voice sounded again. Bloodthirsty blade, stage 1 technique, bloodthirsty berserk blade. 10,000 points of killing chi value in exchange. Note, bloodthirsty frenzied blade is the bloodthirsty blade introductory blade technique, which increases the power of the bloodthirsty blade and only has 3 moves. Blood drinking spirit gathering technique, 15,000 points of killing chi value in exchange. Note, blood drinking spirit gathering technique, introductory technique. Greatly increases physical strength and defense. Whether to exchange it or not. Ling Ji knew that this was his chance to survive this secret realm. Yes. Congratulations, successfully exchanged for the bloodthirsty frenzy blade, blood drinking spirit gathering technique. Deduct 25,000 points of killing value. Balance, please kill in time. Blood value 43,000 plus, killing chi value 1,000 plus. As the killing chi value decreased, the bloodthirsty blades emitted less and less killing chi. This was a major discovery for Ling Ji. At the same time, the cultivation content of the bloodthirsty berserker blade, blood drinking spirit gathering technique continued to integrate into his mind. It was imprinted in his mind like a steel seal of thought. Moreover, it was as if there was a master in his mind, constantly nagging and teaching him to get started. System, cultivate the blood drinking spirit gathering technique to the point of initiation. Yes. Cultivation in progress. Ling Ji's body began to change, and the blood on his body suddenly boiled as if it was boiling. It continuously flowed through the body, opening up some of the micro-vessels. The 2 veins of the Runwu were filled with blood. At the center of his eyebrows, there was a constant integration of aura. The blood and aura combined, and the cells in the body grew twice. Fat was constantly burned. The body received an unparalleled improvement. This was the physique that martial artists wanted. Aided by the bloodthirsty blade, increasing cultivation efficiency by 100%, consuming a total of 5,000 plus chi and blood values. Blood drinking spirit gathering technique, successfully initiated. This feeling made Ling Ji look forward to the bloodthirsty mad knife even more. System, cultivate the bloodthirsty mad knife to initiation. Yes. Cultivation in progress. Ding. The bloodthirsty blade shook and popped into Ling Ji's hand. With the assistance of the system, Ling Ji raised the bloodthirsty knife and slashed downwards fiercely. Repeat. Raise the bloodthirsty knife and slash downwards fiercely. Just this one time. He swung it over 10,000 times. With the aid of the bloodthirsty sword, cultivation efficiency is increased by 100%, consuming a total of 5,000 plus chi and blood values. Bloodthirsty sword initiation successful. The first move is a normal slash. Scary. Ling Ji's expression was made into a surprised cat by who? Is this still a sword technique? 10,000 killing value, 5,000 blood value. It felt like it was spent in vain. Ling Ji looks outside the cave where bats flying around. And the sky is still not yet bright. After all, seize the time to cultivate. Improving the cloud floating steps, being able to jump over the attack range, and flexibility of the stance is necessary. System, practicing cloud floating steps. Cultivation in progress. Female feet buff, forced cultivation consumption doubled. Cultivation progress second stage 25%, consume 2,000 chi and blood value. Cultivation progress second stage 50%, consume 2,000 chi and blood value. In his mind, Ling Ji continuously rehearsed this stance. The soles of his feet constantly had chi and blood and aura running through them. Congratulations, successfully completed the second stage of cloud floating steps cultivation. Continue to cultivate? Cultivate, directly cultivate to perfection. Deducting 15,000 plus blood and chi values, total consumption of this cultivation, 23,000 plus blood and chi values. Cloud floating steps grand completion, light as a cloud floating, barely making a sound when moving. When the practitioner performs cloud floating steps, the body seems to lose weight and is able to float slowly in the air. Cool. Spending all of one's blood chi value at once was as exciting as a woman going on a shopping spree at a high-end mall. Ling Ji stretched, his strength had increased dramatically and his confidence was much higher. The consumption was too great and hungry. Ling Ji took out the dry food given by Manny Chan and ate it. The cookies melted in his mouth and had a faint medicinal flavor. If it was produced by the Pill King Valley, it was truly extraordinary. No wonder, the path of cultivation for these powerful disciples is so easy, even what they eat has herbs that aid in cultivation. At this time, the sky was already fish belly white. A hint of sunrise penetrated through the waterfall. After spending all of the system's 2 cultivation points, he decided to take a look at the small hole inside where the scent was coming out, thinking that there must be treasures. As the saying goes, crisis. Crisis. If there is a crisis, there must be an opportunity. Lingji picked up a torch to increase the light illumination. After all, this hole was also relatively dark, and the deeper one went, the less light there was. The more light there was, the easier it was to spot the danger. After walking a few steps, he had reached the entrance of the small hole with the scent inside. The opening of the small hole was about 2 meters high, just enough to pass a person. Lingji drew his bloodthirsty knife as a warning. The scent wafting out of the small hole was peculiar, something he had not even smelled before. Lingji began to get dizzy and explode with pain. Chapter 19, Caught in an Illusion. With a severe headache, Lingji's body began to be out of control. The torch in his hand also dropped. The jumping light was particularly dazzling in this dark cave, but it could only illuminate a small area in front of him. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. Lingji found himself in a warm and bright room. The room's arrangement was very familiar, it was the home he had once lived in. Why am I here? Lingji was indifferent. His heartbeat sped up, and an unspeakable emotion surged through him. The dining room. A dining table was set up, and it was filled with all sorts of delicious food. What excited Lingji the most was that the pork-based dishes were all his favorite things to eat. Garlic spare ribs, aged pork meatballs, braised pork, and fried greens with lard, radish and pork bone soup. For dishes, 1 soup, and white rice served anyway. Lingji's eyes moistened, as if he could see his mom's busy figure in the kitchen, carefully preparing these delicacies for him. He slowly walked towards the dining table and reached out his hand, wanting to touch those familiar dishes. Just then, a familiar voice rang in his ears. "Little Ji, you're finally back." Lingji jerked his head up and saw his mom. His mom's face was filled with a gentle smile and her eyes were filled with love. He was in a bit of disbelief. Her voice and smile were something he would never forget. Lingji's beauty and dignity, Lingji's handsome must be inherited from his mom. Tears streamed down his face. "Mom!" Lingji couldn't help but walk towards his mom and excitedly jumped into her arms as tears came to his eyes. He hugged his mom tightly, feeling that long-lost warmth. "Silly boy, don't cry. Come and try the dishes Mom made." Mom gently patted Lingji's back and said tenderly. Lingji sat down at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and picked up a piece of pork and put it into his mouth. The familiar flavor instantly spread out in his mouth, making him feel as if he had returned to the good old days. However, right at this moment, another figure appeared in the room. Lingji raised his head and saw his dad Ling Lingyi. There was a smile on his dad's face, and his eyes were filled with relief. "Jir, seeing you so healthy, Dad is very happy," Ling Lingyi said. Lingji's tears welled up again as he stood up and jumped into his dad's arms. "Dad, I missed you guys so much." The family of 3 sat around the dining table, enjoying this rare time of reunion. Lingji's heart was filled with happiness and fulfillment, it was as if he had forgotten where he was and all the troubles and dangers. He was already hungry and kept eating the food in front of him. "Yummy." Mom smiled and said, "If it's delicious, eat more. From now on, cook your favorite food every day." Our family will always live here and never part." The warm atmosphere and familiar flavors overwhelmed him. Who doesn't love family warmth? Lingji was about to agree. Deep inside him, a voice kept reminding him. "Lingji, wake up. It was the other self. Your parents are dead. This is all too unreal, this must be an illusion." Lingji's original masters will refuse to recognize this fact, but now it was the crossed-over Lingji who dominated. Sanity slowly returned. "Fake?" Ling Lingyi looked at Lingji in surprise. "What fake? You are all illusions." He closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. The soul that traveled here told himself that he must not fall for it. "No, this isn't real. I can't be trapped by an illusion." Lingji opened his eyes filled with determination. He stood up and looked at his mom and dad's figures, his heart filled with reluctance. "Mom and Dad, I know you guys aren't real. But I will always remember you guys. After saying that, Lingji turned around and walked towards a doorway. His heart was filled with courage and determination. He would use his power to break this illusion and return to the real world. Lingji. Little Ji. Amidst the shouts of his parents, Lingji stepped out of the house, and the scene around him began to blur. The warm room, the delicious food and the figures of mom and dad gradually disappeared into the darkness. Buzz. Lingji's whole body shook and returned to reality. He fumed for a few seconds and immediately picked up the torch. A horrifying scene was seen inside the small cave. There were dozens of people like stone statues standing inside. There were men. There were women. Their expressions were all happy. Some were laughing. Some crying. Creepy. This weirdness came from the small cave, with some strange runes everywhere, stretching from the top of the cave to the entrance. Is this an illusion formation? There was a high platform at the end of the cave. On it was placed a white egg-shaped stone, which kept emitting a golden light. Was it a monster egg? Or is it a real stone? The scent was probably coming from that stone side. Lingji, out of curiosity, also felt that the egg was calling him. So he slowly walked towards the high platform. He carefully avoided the human statues. Just by pawing his feet, his body jumped up like a feather. It seemed that the cloud-floating step's grand completion was really a cow. But it was just a little bit tawdry. After all, it was only beautiful and ethereal when it was performed by a fairy. The strange stone egg seemed to have a sense after Lingji's arrival. On the body of the egg, strange red runes gradually rose. A mysterious magical power lunged towards Lingji. Lingji felt that this egg must be a treasure. And, without knowing why, Lingji actually took the initiative to stretch out his right hand and put it on top of the egg. At this moment, he heard the sound of a heartbeat coming from inside the egg. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Red and white light began to burst from the egg. The temperature slowly rose. Frightened, Lingji immediately retracted his right hand. Pop. With a small sound, a crack appeared in the stone. A steady stream of life force erupted from the crack. Comfortable. Snap. Snap. The crack in the egg grew bigger and bigger. Lingji couldn't help but pull out the bloodthirsty knife. Should I slash down? But if it was really a treasure, it would be a shame to destroy it. He still chose to wait and see what happens, and backed up to the edge of the high platform. In case anything happened, it was possible to jump down and take refuge. Suddenly, the overflowing life breath and the scent was quickly reabsorbed into the egg. After flashing for a moment. Originally, the light was shining brightly, but it immediately converged. As if nothing had happened just now. Out of curiosity, Lingji carried his bloodthirsty knife and carefully walked towards it. Squeak, squeak. A strange cry came from within the stone. Lingji was surprised and a cold sweat broke out from his forehead. Bang! The stone exploded. The pieces were in pieces and partially crashed towards him. Lingji immediately went back to his bloodthirsty blade to block. Whoosh! A white creature quickly flew towards him at high speed. Chapter 20, Phantom Bloodbat. Lingji's eyes were quick and he reached out to grab it. The white creature was very agile and immediately turned. Squeak! A strange sound was created in the cave, echoing endlessly. Lingji's eyes blinked and a fragrant beauty appeared in front of him. He unbelievably wiped his eyes. The fragrant beauty came curling up, as if she was a fairy coming out of a painting. Her face was dainty, her eyebrows were like a crescent moon, and her slightly upward curve carried a touch of natural charm. Her skin was as delicate and smooth as sheep's fat white jade, emitting a soft luster in the sunlight. She was wearing a close-fitting white long dress, the soft fabric tightly wrapped around her delicate body, highlighting her slender waist and plump curves. The neckline of the long dress was slightly open, revealing a touch of snow-white skin and delicate collarbone, attracting reverie. The hem of the dress swayed gently with her steps, revealing her long and slender legs vaguely. Each step seemed to carry a tantalizing rhythm. A faint fragrance emanated from her body. The aroma was like orchids and musk, intoxicating one's mind and soul. Lingji was dumbfounded by the sight. A special thing that seduced men. Wasn't this the image of a goddess in his mind? However, he knew that it was an illusion and bit his tongue once again. The pain of his tongue being bitten made him wake up immediately. Only to see. A small white bat was hovering above him. It was as white as snow, as if it was condensed from the purest moonlight. The small body was only a few feet long, but it exuded an innate air of majesty and mystery. The pair of wings as thin as cicada wings, in the weak light flickered with delicate silver light, as if it was woven with the most exquisite silk. Its head was small and delicate, and its two big round eyes were like two bright black jewels, glittering with curiosity and spiritual light. The tiny mouth was slightly open, revealing a row of sharp and tiny teeth, and although it had yet to reveal the ferocity of an adult phantom Bloodbat king, it also vaguely revealed a hint of potential danger. What kind of fellow is this? At this moment, the system voice sounded once again. First Order Foreign Beast, Phantom Bloodbat. Attack power of 100 bull power or more, stunts, illusion, blood-sucking. Response plan, kill. Ling Ji was just about to slash and kill this one skinny white bat. He actually landed on his shoulder. He let out another squeak sound. It didn't make him feel the slightest bit of malice. It seemed to be pleasing itself. Moreover, it was quite cute. Ling Ji still couldn't lay his hands on it. He won't take me for a mom. It was the nature of animals that the first living thing they saw was considered to be their mother. Suddenly, there was a boom from where the original white stone egg was. It began to crack. Then behind it, one after another, there were also cracking sounds. Boom! Boom! Ling Ji turned around and saw that the original humanoid statues were constantly bursting into pieces. This scene left Ling Ji confused. Soon, the sound stopped. Many corpses appeared on the ground. Are these humanoid statues changed into humans? He thought carefully. If he hadn't broken the illusion, would he have ended up like these corpses? It was too bizarre. Ling Ji immediately left this place at a quick pace. Otherwise, if that illusion was unleashed again, he didn't know if he would still be able to leave. Just before he could walk a few steps, Ling Ji's leg was pulled. He was also so scared that his eyes protruded out and turned his head to look. He turned his head and saw a corpse on the ground pulling on his calf. Fraudulent corpse? The corpse was wearing something familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. This senior brother, save me, save me. The corpse let out a whispering voice. Senior brother? It was then that Ling Ji reacted. It turned out that the clothes he was wearing were exactly the same as this male corpse. Then, wasn't this person a disciple of the Pill King Valley? Pill King Valley was kind to him. He lifted the man up. Only to see this person, tall, but has been thin and bony. His face was emaciated, almost like a skeleton. Ling Ji felt his pulse. There was still, not dead. Are you from the Pill King Valley? This half-dead man nodded gently. The small cave was too weird. Ling Ji helped him out of here. Coming to the large cave, he took out supplies from his backpack, including water, pills, and Western medicine. All of them were fed to him. He was really sick. This person's physique was very good. In less than half an hour, his face already had some blood color. Little brother, what is your name? His voice still had some hoarseness. Ling Ji. He didn't have anything to hide. He didn't recognize this person, and seeing that his weapon was actually a pig-killing knife, he presumed that this person wasn't from Pill King Valley. So he asked again, Ling Ji? Why are you wearing our Medicine King Valley's clothes? Ling Ji told what he could about his experience in the past 2 days. What he could say, what he couldn't say was still hidden. Chang Feng also came in? The bony man spoke out in surprise. It turned out that this corpse was a disciple of the Pill King Valley. He was Cheng Feng's brother, Cheng Yu. He had come to the secret realm the previous year. When he entered this cave, he was mesmerized by the illusion and couldn't go out. But what exactly he was mesmerized by, he did not tell Ling Ji. Ling Ji was also too embarrassed to ask after him. Everyone has their own secrets. Cheng Yu was also fierce and had not starved to death after a year. They estimated that the corpses inside the cave were all martial artists who had gone in over the years to search for treasure. However, Ling Ji felt strange. Isn't this for us new martial artists to enter the trial? Why is it such a weird place? Cheng Yu took a sip of water and saw the white bat riding on Ling Ji's shoulder and said, I think this cave was an accident. It's probably this phantom bloodbat's parents who secretly hid it here. The phantom bloodbats are really smart. I guess they know that the more dangerous place is the safest place. Hiding their eggs inside some secret places of humans, instead, they wouldn't be eaten by stronger beasts. Squeak. This little seems like it has spirituality, knowing that they are discussing it. Non-stop barking. Shunyu looked at the little bat with unblinking eyes. I think it thinks of you as its mom. Wait for me, those people's supplies can't go to waste. Sungyu walked into the small cave and picked up some supplies out. Ling Ji, as long as you take me out, as long as I still have my life, I will definitely repay you. This man's eyes were still clear, so I guess he would not go back on his word. Brother Chang, gold, silver and treasures do not appeal to me, I just want to learn your Medicine King Valley's pointing kung fu. There was a sweet spot of addition to the knife skills that the Pill King Valley was interested in. If he learns pointing kung fu, he will have knowledge of the enemy's acupoints, so that his punching and kicking will be even better. Sungyu agreed in one breath, good. However, you will lose out. In fact, point kung fu is not our unique martial art, many sects and even martial arts cultivation academies have it. For Ling Ji, whether or not he could enter the Martial Cultivation Academy was a mystery now. As long as there was one more martial art in his possession, it would be more plausible to get in. Cheng Yu nodded, since you don't feel any loss, after leaving the evil forest, you come to the Medicine King Valley. Ling Ji looked at him doubtfully. It's not that I'm making things difficult for you, it's just that my sect has a rule that none of the martial arts secrets can leave the Pill King Valley. Also, you need to have an acupuncture point diagram to learn it. Ling Ji arched his hand in thanks. Chapter 21, Star Card. The evil forest had been illuminated by the sun, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. Ling Ji hadn't wanted to take this strange and cute white bat with him. However, he just always followed it up. Kill, can't get off. Could only bring it along with him. Generated a mother's love? Ling Ji didn't know. Outside the waterfall, only to see the body of yesterday's rampaging porcupine, covered with some huge-sized eagles, which were constantly chopping up food. These eagles just love to eat animal corpses, the scavengers of the forest. Shengyu is the previous year's player, due to the fact that it is Ling Ji this term is open 3 months earlier. To be precise, he was trapped for 9 months. In the illusion realm, his life flowed very slowly, it was estimated that it would take a year before he died. The illusion formation slowly absorbed their essence blood and fed the eggs of the baby bats. If it was a year, he would surely starve to death. This was Sungyu's fate. This was all speculation on Shang Yu's part, and he said expansively, there will be a blessing after a great calamity. Will you hate Xiaobai? Ling Ji asked casually. Little White was Ling Ji's nickname for the little phantom bloodbat. Shengyu shook his head and smiled slightly. Shengyu got rid of the repetitive happy episodes and was now back in the real world, as if he was a world away. He had also gotten quite a few goodies from inside the pile of dead people. Originally, he intended to give them all to Ling Ji. However, Ling Ji wasn't interested in any of these at all, after all, none of them could enhance his strength. He, on the other hand, put away the phantom bloodbat eggshell as if it was a treasure. For an elixir master it was a treasure. It could be used as a lead for strong painkillers. This time, our mission is to collect all 5 star cards. Ling Ji said his mission. Shengyu must have agreed to help with alacrity. He opened his bracelet map, a quest point in the evil forest called Lone Mountain. There is a crazy white tiger on Lone Mountain, tiger types are solitary and easier to deal with. Shengyu said flatly. The arrival of a mountain that cannot hide 2 tigers, Ling Ji also understood. Only to see. They came to the Lone Mountain was not high, but the trees of the mountain here were even more dense. With 1 tiger around, it was expected that there were no other ferocious beasts. As a person who had come before, Shengyu was naturally clear. According to him, although the crazy white tiger was a mid-second stage with over 1,000 oxen power, it didn't have any particularly powerful spells. When dealing with it, it did not have those terrifying astral wind spell attacks like the peak 3rd order rampaging porcupine, so the danger was greatly reduced. Ow roars! The tiger's low chirp was heard. It seemed that it was close. Ling Ji drew his bloodthirsty blade. Little White was well protected in his backpack pocket. Shengyu was now weak and couldn't help at all, so he could only obediently be an eater. Or, if necessary, be a medical aid. Pushing aside a patch of grass, he saw a white tiger munching on an elephant. Is this his lair? A cave is right in front of us, and the cave is inside a small dirt slope. There was a box on the small dirt slope. Ling Ji's eyes had narrowed into a line as he looked at the box. Star card. Now, the crazy white tiger must be killed in order to have a chance to get this box. The system sound rang out once again. Peak 2nd order Fey Beast, crazy white tiger. Attack power of 1500 bull power or more, stunts, life-threatening flying pounce, bloody mouth, tiger's wind. Response plan: the stronger you are, you can only fight for your life. You have no chance to escape. For Bloodthirsty Blade, this was the perfect opportunity for him to activate his first small test of Aotian. It seemed that this time, the biggest miscalculation was that this tiger was a peak second rank. However, now with the Bloodthirsty Blade's augmentation, killing him equals eating lettuce. Instead, Cheng Yu was worried for this lifesaver. Ling Ji, be careful. Although he did not have a system prompt, all of them in the Medicine King Valley had secret techniques to know the level to deal with. Ling Ji nodded. He had to catch him off guard while the tiger was feeding. Bloodthirsty Berserker Blade. The first stance. The Bloodthirsty Blade exuded a terrifying killing intent. The crazy white tiger jerked its head back as he sensed this strong killing intent. For danger, it is more perceptible. A few cold sweats flowed out of Ling Ji's forehead. After all, to give such a huge body of the king of the forest to look at, it is really not very good. In the eyes of the crazy white tiger, a red murderous aura emanated out, and these eyes had a special effect that made people fearful. Ow, ow, ow equals life-threatening flying lunge. The crazy white tiger ran quickly and furiously towards Ling Ji, its hind legs snapping. Jumping up, the white tiger's front paws emitted a gust of cold light. Ling Ji also leapt up high, with the boost of cloud floating steps. A slash from the sky, toward the tiger. It was like a red meteor. It was like seeing a stupid X killing over in the white tiger's eyes. Ow, 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 ow equals the tiger was alive. A powerful wind actually erupted from the white tiger's mouth. The peak second-ranked tiger also had an art. Unfortunately, after experiencing a battle with a peak third-order rampaging porcupine, it was too weak for Ling Ji. It was a joke. Chop. The astral wind was cleaved in half. The crazy white tiger was also cut in two and split in half. At the moment of death, the crazy white tiger did not understand how it could be so fierce by this seemingly weak human. This knife, even the kernel was split together. Too fierce. Cheng Yu was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. Originally, he hadn't expected much from this slash. There were no fancy moves, no internal aura to add to it, and it actually had this killing power. Ling Ji, I can't believe that you, an early-stage martial walker, have this ability to cross the level. After all, he was a peak martial walker, and he had only been able to kill a mid-second stage crazy white tiger with difficulty before. Kill one crazy white tiger, blood chi value 2000 plus, kill chi value 1000 plus. Ling Ji dashingly retrieved his bloodthirsty blade. With just a faint smile, the tiger is too watery. Versailles. With a jumping step, Ling Ji jumped to the small dirt slope and picked up the box. Opening it, he took a look. Sure enough, there were 2 star cards. Due to a blessing, now that he was practicing alone, he was able to complete the task twice as fast. Ling Ji, congratulations. I've carefully thought about it, and think that the next stop is the downstream necrotic pool. I have medicine that can directly poison the water monsters there. Ling Ji wasn't holding on to his ancient ways, of course he would cheat if he could. However, it is hard to say whether the unlucky bastard has accomplished it so easily. Ling Ji followed Cheng Yu back to the river, and continued downstream. After walking for 2 hours. Suddenly, 2 stout men jumped down from the trees. They exuded a strikingly powerful aura. Hey! Have you guys ever seen a man from the Slaughter Association who is carrying a pig-killing knife? Obscene. Very lewd. His name is Ling Ji. It seemed that the visitor was not good. Ling Ji was now wearing Pill King Valley disciple clothing, and they did not recognize him at first. Only to see. Both of them were members of the Fitness Association, and their bodies that had been sculpted through countless workouts seemed as if they were made of steel. Their shoulders were as broad as if they could carry the entire world, their thick chests were like a solid city wall, and each bulging muscle was filled with a sense of power, as if it contained endless explosive power. Bronze-colored skin shone with a healthy luster under the sunlight, the crystallization of sweat and perseverance. Their weapons were strange, more like gym equipment, one holding a long whip. Cheng Yu was the first to step in front of Ling Ji, blocking him. Arching his hand, he said, "Haven't seen it." Hey. Really haven't seen it before? The muscular man with a long whip said nonchalantly. The word lewd irritated Ling Ji. If it wasn't for the 2 words, a desperate armed fight could have been avoided. Ling Ji's hand was already on the bloodthirsty blade. Chapter 22, The Hunting Order. Ling Ji was also quite confident that even if he wasn't called a pretty boy, he shouldn't be described as lewd. With a fierce look on his face, he asked in a low voice, "Oh? How lewd is Ling Ji?" "Bah! That lewd guy, following a girl's ass and running around with the look of a hesitant dog." Yeah, a licking dog." A muscular man took out a photo. On it was the scene they were describing. A picture of Ling Ji licking Han Meimei as he described. Ling Ji was holding a lot of clothes and carrying a few bags, following behind Han Meimei. And his expression was enjoying himself, really a licking dog look. It was a bag-carrying licking dog. You guys, lewd or not? We men, we should be chased by girls. For these muscle men of theirs, it's usually women chasing men. After all, many females are fond of muscle men. So, they were usually just a lot of women sending them to the door. As long as they were willing, they could be the groom night after night. And, although Ling Ji was a little bit handsome, but the persona was that of a porker, and he had no confidence at all. Ling Ji also had to shake his head. It wasn't that they were intentionally smearing, and the original owner was indeed the same as they described. "Do you have something for him?" Sheng Yu was calm instead and had to know their purpose. They asked at the sight of the skinny, bony man and secretly snickered again. "Brother, do you really not know?" Someone offered $1 million for his head. He is only at the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. This kind of rookie who receives a hunting order will go and get him killed. Ling Ji was surprised when he heard this. He had recently done official tests and had not told anyone about his current strength at all. The peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm was his true strength before he entered the coming. He did not know who had investigated him clearly on his own. Ling Ji had countless questions in his mind. "Why did you tell us such a confidential matter?" The muscular man laughed. "Dead people usually keep secrets." At this moment, a dumbbell-like weapon slammed towards Cheng Yu. Sung Yu bent down and dodged the attack. "Roadblock robbery? You're robbing the star card?" Ling Ji reacted at the first opportunity. "Ha ha. Looks like you guys aren't stupid." The muscular man and the others were just repeat offenders of roadblocks and robberies, and they had no mental burden at all. They didn't know that this malnourished guy had such a weird stance as well. Being able to dodge his fatal blow. Ribs. Not bad. Although Sung Yu didn't have the physical strength to counterattack, he was still able to hide and seek. The big guy attacked too slowly. Buzz. The bloodthirsty blade came out. The killing aura kept overflowing. The muscular man standing behind saw it and pointed at Ling Ji. "You are Ling Ji. Come on, $1 million. He laughed evilly in contempt. He took out a whip and whipped it towards Ling Ji. Swoosh snap. It struck towards the bloodthirsty blade. The power was so fierce that it actually forced Ling Ji back. "Oh, the power is so heavy." The muscular man laughed. "Your girlfriend, should she like SM? Shush pap." He kept whipping the ground. The more he said, the more excited he got. The more he said, the more he laughed evilly. Originally, he said such perverted and obscene words just to provoke Ling Ji's anger and make him lower his sanity. To make Ling Ji reveal his cracks. However, he didn't know that the Han Meimei in that photo was no longer Ling Ji's cup of tea. It couldn't affect him at all. "Ha ha. Ling Ji, you are such a coward." He looked at the calm Ling Ji and continued to mouth off. "Bah." Ling Ji gathered his chi in his bloodthirsty blade and recited in his heart, "Bloodthirsty mad blade." He was like a bullet, catapulting towards the muscular man. The muscular man's whiplash defense was a nullity. What? The bloodthirsty blade, under the astral possession of the bloodthirsty berserk blade, ignored these ordinary physical defenses of his. It slashed down from the sky. Ka-ching! The muscular man stared at Ling Ji in surprise as the long whip in his hand was chopped off. His mouth had shaken. "What kind of blade is this?" Ling Ji took the bloodthirsty knife back into its sheath and said indifferently, "A pig-killing knife, specialized in killing people." The muscular man's left shoulder to his right waist cracked. Blood erupted, like a fountain. He lost consciousness and died, already dead. The body fell back heavily. Killed one martial artist of the same rank, blood chi value 2000 plus, killing chi value 1000 plus. Aotian! The other muscular man screamed as he gave up chasing after Cheng Yu. He desperately rushed towards the Aotian. Yong's eyes had lost their light and there was no trace of life left in them. Oh. Yong, you can't leave me. The man's eyes began to be fueled by hatred to kill. Ling Ji. You dare to kill my Yong. You shall not die. Ha ha. Speak. Who instructed you? Ling Ji stood by his side like a killing god, using to point at this man. Ling Ji's face was already covered in this Young's blood, he looked like a killing god. This muscular man endured the pain of losing his wife and picked up his dumbbell and swung it at Ling Ji. The bloodthirsty knife slammed into this strange weapon. There was a terrifying sound of gold and iron clanking together. Clang. And again, they kept exchanging blows. Clang. Clang. The muscular man was surprised, his stamina was decreasing too quickly. The other party, on the other hand, had an insignificant decrease in stamina, and even became more and more excited the more they fought. Not bad, this is the ability of the bloodthirsty blade, bloodsucking? Consuming the opponent's stamina replenished the user's stamina. After fighting for 30 rounds, the two were no match for each other. A few more rounds were fought. The muscular man suddenly froze, his stamina reached its limit. His hands kept shaking, and he couldn't hold onto the dumbbell, dropping it heavily to the ground. Covering his chest, he paralyzed and knelt on the ground. The expression was agonizing. Ling Ji's bloodthirsty knife was obediently placed on this muscular man's neck. Say? Who instructed you guys to come and kill me? As long as you confess in full, I will consider letting you go. The muscular man lost his strength and lay on the ground. His muscles twitched and his whole body shivered. Okay. I'll say it. Painfully, he began to narrate. His name was Aotian, his real name was Wei Chang. It was the first brother of this session of the Wind and Moon City Fitness Association. Don't look at their muscular, they all learn from Europe and America to inject steroids to enhance strength. It makes the metabolism increase and muscles form quickly. Became the rising star of the bodybuilding world, got a lot of advertising fees and earned a lot of money. For martial arts cultivation is also to get a lot of help, just a few injections can raise a level. Chang said and cried. Woohoo! Everything was supposed to be smooth sailing. But, these steroids have extreme side effects. Body organs fail and there's a huge drop in sexual function. Women then stop menstruating early. People's lifespans are drastically reduced. Cheng Yu sighed when he heard this. Cultivation has no diameter, relying on external forces is all a side issue. Whoa. You are right. Our president is not a good person, tricked us into going in, and now everyone has gotten like this. Only to see that Wei Chang's face was getting paler and paler as he spoke. Cheng Yu helped him take his pulse. This was the state of near death. Really, your body has been destroyed by hormones and your heart is hypertrophied. Sungyu was about to feed him a heart-saving pill. But he kept shaking his head. Thank you, I know I don't have much time. The bloodthirsty knife had already slightly sunk its blade into his flesh, leaving a trail of blood. Wei Chang had no fear and continued, now we're really short of money, looking for a part-time job online. Someone offered $1 million for Ling Ji's head, and we accepted the assignment. Didn't you say you're very profitable? Ling Ji was angered by his inconsistency. Which sentence are you telling the truth and which one is false? Wei Chang looked imploringly and mournfully at Yang's corpse that had fallen to the ground. Yes, it's that we are very short of money. The two of them onlookers could see that this wasn't an act, it was a show of true feelings. It could be deduced that it was the one called Yong who was the mastermind. Never mind, I have some treasures here, I'll give them to you guys as compensation for our offense. I hope you guys can do me a favor, which is to give this USB flash drive to my sister Wei Ro. She will thank you all. Wei Chang's head was sent forward. Killed one martial artist of the same rank, blood chi value 2000 plus, killing chi value 1000 plus. Chapter 23, Yang Wu, you're a tough guy. The handsome head rolled to the ground like a bowling ball. His blood was vaporized and absorbed by the bloodthirsty blade. Ling Ji picked up the backpacks of the two men. Sure enough, he found some goodies. 2 star cards, some dry food, steroid injections, a secret book, the essentials of unarmed muscle building. There was also a USB flash drive. This was what Wei Chang had asked them to give to Wei Ro. Why does he trust us? Cheng Yu shook his head, he has no choice. He was born without a choice. On this flash drive, there must be a shocking secret. But he was able to entrust a stranger with something that might not be a secret to the average person again. Or, he believes that the benefits we get after handing this over to Wei Ro are huge. Ling Ji put the item away inside his backpack. He planned to deal with these items after leaving the secret realm. After all, this matter was not the main thing for him. They continued along the river. Walking along the river, they didn't have the problem of not replenishing their water source and food. There were still a lot of ordinary fish that were edible inside this river. The sun was setting and the dead spirit pool was not far away. Shen Yu took out a pill and said with a smile, "This medicine is highly poisonous. As long as it is thrown into the necrotic spirit pool, it can poison most of the water attribute foreign beasts." Ling Ji took the poison. Then what happens when a human eats it? Shen Yu's mouth curled up slightly. "You can eat a little to try." Scare? Of course Ling Ji didn't dare to try it. After all, it was poison. This poison mainly acts aquatic exotic beasts inside the gills, so that they cannot absorb the oxygen in the water. Your medicine King Valley also uses poison? This question caused Chun Yu to blush. I exchanged it for someone else. At this time, Yang Wu, he was also unfortunately assigned to the evil forest. He was unluckily loaded on a small island in the center of a dead spirit pool. Yang Wu was covered in blood, carrying his heavy long sword, standing on the shore of the island. Only to see. The dead spirit pool was bizarre. In that mysterious and eerie evil forest, the dead spirit pool was like a cursed place, exuding a chilling and eerie atmosphere. Unlike the clear river water in the upper reaches, the lake water of the necropolis pool showed a dark green color, as if it was condensed from countless dark forces. The surface of the lake was as calm as a huge black mirror without a single ripple, yet it gave off an unfathomably depressing feeling. The surface of the lake was filled with a thin layer of mist, which slowly drifted like a ghost, sometimes coalescing into various bizarre shapes, and sometimes dissipating into the air. There were two strange islets in the lake, like two forgotten mysterious realms. Yang Wu stood on one of the small islands, and his figure appeared extraordinarily small in this bizarre environment. This small island was barren and silent. The ground was covered with jagged and strange rocks and dry branches, without a bit of life. On the other island, a treasure chest was quietly placed. The treasure chest exuded a mysterious glow, as if it was calling for a brave man to open it. He believed that it was the box that held the star card. However, the lake around this island hid countless water beasts. These foreign beasts had different forms. Some had sharp teeth and sharp claws, while others had huge bodies and great strength. Yang Wu had already tried this in the past 2 days, and when he went into the water, he was attacked by countless water attribute foreign beasts. The foreign beasts, there was no end to the fight. There was simply no end to the fight. The most fortunate thing was that as long as he was on the island, he was safe. It was like a prison in a lake. At night, it would give people a chilling feeling, always feeling like there was a puffy around, making it hard to sleep all night. However, these dead spirits wouldn't do any harm to the martial artists of their slaughter association, but instead, there was a certain gain. After all, the techniques they cultivated were all about killing. Only cultivators of fire attribute, or the most rigid and masculine gong methods, would lose their yang energy here. He looked at the lake and fumed, hating himself for being so deadly. Taking the initiative, he asked for the purple bracelet on his hand and came to the C1 level secret realm. He picked up a piece of strange grass root from the island and ate it. This grass root was special. Bitter, but good for the body. After eating the grass root, his strength went up and he jumped down into the lake again, fighting with the foreign beasts inside. These fish-shaped monsters only attacked with their teeth. Simply put, they were man-eating fish. It was strong in attack and weak in defense. He realized that his small knife was more effective against these things, while his long knife was instead a chicken scratch. This was his 9th charge in 2 days. Only about 100 meters away, retreating from the first 10 meters. To the 8th time, 50 meters. The knife was given to him by his mom, before she traveled. "I love you, Mom." Kill. The dark green lake water slowly gushed out red blood. Countless piranhas were cut in two and floated up. The fish's bodies were huge, at least a meter long. It was exaggerated like a small shark. Ah! Ah! There was also a constant underwater legend of the sound of trying to slaughter a pig. It was Yang Wu's screams. 50 meters. 60 meters. The piranhas are getting denser and denser, and there's an even more terrifying appearance. Water monster. Hichu water monster, mid-second stage underwater beast, strength 1000 bull force, master stroke, crossing palm. Countermeasure, cut off his palm. Yang Wu heard the beeping of the bracelet. He was also anxious. Only to see. The Hichu water monster had a huge body, and when it swam in the water, it would bring up raging currents and huge whirlpools. The river figure water monster had a strange appearance, resembling a dragon rather than a dragon and a snake rather than a snake, and its body was covered with mysterious lines and scales. These scales flashed with a strange light, as if they contained some mysterious power. Its head was huge and its eyes were like two lanterns burning with green flames, emitting a creepy light in the dark waters. It moved swiftly and agilely, able to weave freely through the water. Dark green water, he had already seen 3 of them, and he didn't know how many more monsters were behind him. Moreover, right now, he only needed to be at the 6th heaven of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. On the other side, these monsters had to be at least mortal martial realm 2nd order 1st heaven. Soon, the Hichu water monster, which was at the very front, had already rushed in front of Yang Wu. Wow 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 wow. Crossing palm. The green water monster's palm slapped towards Yang Wu. Fortunately, it was not fast, but the dark power of this palm could be felt. The small knife blocked. The Hichu water monster was not afraid of sharp weapons at all. The collision did not make any sound, just like inserting cotton. No force was applied. Yang Wu's water is good, immediately stomped with his feet and used the force to fall backward. Hichu's slap caused the lake to tumble. Frightened, the piranhas fled immediately. Yang Wu, knowing that he is no match, can only desperately run away. This flick was 30 meters. However, they had no intention of letting go of this human who had invaded their territory. It immediately stomped the water and chased Yang Wu at full speed. Wow 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 wow. Charged across the palm. Boom. The water ripples vibrated and cracked, and a dark force struck towards Yang Wu. It struck with its full strength. Chapter 24 Hichu Water Monster. I'm still so young, I haven't even touched a girl's hand. This one strange thought appeared in Yang Wu's face of the Hichu water monster's full force strike. No! Yang Wu used all his strength and flipped to the left. The dark power wave of the crossing palm grazed Yang Wu's right hand. Ah! The right arm bone was shattered. Using the reaction force, he continued to escape. Yang Wu's left hand was the one he was used to, and the injury to his right hand wasn't so bad that it would make him lose all his fighting power. The Hichu water monster was surprisingly fast underwater. He struck another palm at him. It was also an all-out strike. Damn it! He could only fight with all his might. Even if he died, it could only be considered a bitter fate. The martial arts were not good. He was a martial artist who wasn't afraid, but under this level of suppression. His whole body was shaking. Already exhausted. Dagger topped the front, praying for the heavens to send him a miracle. Bloodthirsty berserker blade first style. The water waves were cut off, and a blood-colored blade light flashed. Hichu water monster, constantly screaming, "Whoa whoa percent, percent." The blade light slashed through the middle of the Hichu water monster's palm. Although it also didn't make any sound, but a blue liquid was sprayed out. Wow! The Hichu water monster's eyes stood out. It didn't know what to do anymore, stupidly waiting to die. One of its palms was cleaved off, equal to taking its life. Although it did not take its life immediately, he lost the capital to survive and lost so fighting power. Yang Wu was so shocked by this scene that he could only look at a familiar figure falling from the sky. It was the pig-killing knife. Ling Ji. He looked at this place leaving the opposite shore at least 200 meters. How did he fly over? The light skill became so good, Yang Wu incredulously looked at his hair little. Moreover, the power of this slash was also so great and full of dominance. With the reaction force of chopping off his palm, Ling Ji used his strength to flip backward. With another slash, he slashed at the head of the terrified Hichu water monster. Kill! The Hichu water monster was cleaved in one slash, from the canopy to the perineum. Terrifying. Kill the Hichu water monster of the same level, 2000 plus blood chi, 1000 plus killing chi. At this point, Ling Ji had time to smile and say, "I can't guess it's you." Yang Wu was also dumbfounded. "I couldn't guess it was you either." "Let's go ashore first, you tell us about the situation." The two quickly returned to the shore. Yang Wu received a healing pill and ate it out of trust. "Your light kung fu was awesome. What kind of kung fu is it?" Ling Ji smiled and said, we just arrived here when we heard someone making pig killing noises, and we didn't know you at first. In order to see clearly, I used cloud floating steps to jump up the tree to take a look. How do you know? Found that you appeared to be in danger. Just jumped down from the top of the tree, and made a move of the sword technique of the pig killing knife that fell from the sky. At this time, on the surface of the lake, a horrible sight appeared. Full of dead fish floated up, countless varieties of different types of piranha species. What happened? Ling Shi pointed at the riverbank at his back and said, "It's his doing." It turned out that it was Sungyu who had placed the poison. Sungyu, who had performed lightweight feats and jumped over the dead fish corpses, was rushing over. Why were you assigned to see one evil forest as well? Ling Shi asked curiously. Yang Wu was in some kind of trance and absent-minded. Not being amused, he whispered, consequences of pretending to be frightened? Yang Wu then told Ling Ji exactly what happened to him and the Martial Artist Association. They looked at the bracelet in their hands. Purple color, that's the key to this place. It's not random at all. It's something that can be arranged artificially. Ling Ji said with a sudden realization. Yang Wu frowned and said, "Who? To cause your death?" Ling Ji knew that his purple bracelet landed at an even more bizarre point, right at the gap between the two levels. It was truly a 9 deaths. It wasn't that he was resourceful and utilized the body of the rampaging porcupine as a cushion. It was estimated that he would have gone to the Western Paradise yesterday. At this time, Chang Yu also jumped over. Their conversation was also heard. You guys are not wrong, wormhole shuttling can be controlled. This is common sense. May I ask who you are? Yang Wu asked directly. I am, Pil King Valley Chengyu. Hello, brother Chengyu, I am Lingji's good brother, Yang Wu. It was strange for the two of them to stand together. After all, Chengyu had been trapped for 9 months and was skinny and bony. And Yang Wu was fat and stocky. One fat and one skinny, it was hilarious. Ling Ji could deduce that this was a conspiracy when he carefully sought evidence. It's the Long group, he offended Long Aotian. He used his connections and wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife? However, this was his guess. There was also no evidence. If they managed to get out by chance, they could also put the blame on the staff who handed out the bracelets. The excuse, work error. Abominable. Yang Wu knew it in his heart, and covered in blood, he was broad-minded instead. Patting Ling Ji's shoulder, all right, or maybe we're blessed by the disaster. After all, challenging at a higher level will improve your cultivation and martial arts much faster than cultivating gradually. Humph. Ling Ji also understood that this was not the time to pursue who was to blame. Getting out alive was the first task. Violently improving was also the second task. Yang Wu talked about the situation here again. Chen Yu looked at this side of the sea of corpses suspiciously. There are so many more alien fish than I had 9 months ago. And after he defeated one last time, he managed to go over to the opposite side. I heard Brother Yang say that he saw 3 Hichu water monsters. This was strange. Could it be that something terrible had changed in this world now? No, that's just what I saw. I was at a distance of about 80 meters or so. I reckon at this distance, I can easily jump over. Ling Ji eyeballed the distance between the 2 islands. After all, the water was now floating with the corpses of fish monsters as stepping stones, and the cloud floating steps made him as light as a swallow. Cheng Yu shook his head. No. The Hichu water monster doesn't seem to be affected by the poison. Yeah, we don't even know if the water monsters will attack people on the surface. Yang Wu said seriously. Cheng Yu kept shaking his head. Brother Yang's cultivation is not enough. My body hasn't recovered yet, and with 30% of my power, I'm afraid I can't help you. Ling Ji patted his shoulder. Brother Chang, your medicine has already helped me a lot. Looking at the box with the star card on the opposite bank, he was determined to get it. He began to gather chi in his legs, preparing to try jumping over there with his light energy. After all, his cloud floating steps had already become a great success. Jump far, jump high, and jump lightly quiet. Yang Wu frowned, really worried about this hairy boy. Ling Ji retreated a few steps back, looking very dashing in his white hanfu. He pressed down on the hilt of his sword with one hand and immediately unfolded his light energy. His footsteps became faster and faster, and he helped run to the shore. With a single stomp, he immediately jumped out a dozen meters away. Continuously stepping on the corpse of a dead fish, hey! Continuous bouncing. 50 meters now. In his mind's calculations, after all, there were at least 2 more Hichu water monsters at 80 meters. 70 meters. Voice. The bloodthirsty blade was drawn, and a murderous aura surrounded Lingji. 80 meters. Chapter 25 Bone Lifting Pill. Lingji's right foot had landed on the corpse of an alien fish at 80 meters. Jumping up. Scared? It's like a dragonfly. Not a single movement? Was Yang Wu scared silly and it was simply just a Hichu water monster? Or was the Hichu water monster also afraid of Sung Wu's poison? His mood immediately lightened. Continuously bouncing. Suddenly, a call came from behind him. A cool chill ran down his back. Lingji, be careful. Sensing the danger, he slashed backward and rotated his body 360 degrees. The body spun 360 degrees, hard enough to tear apart a soft sponge. His afterglow saw that it was a Hichu water monster, actually sneakily jumping up for a sneak attack? So intelligent. Killed a Hichu water monster of the same rank, 2000 plus blood chi value, 1000 plus killing chi value. At the same time. In all directions. More than a dozen Hichu water monsters jumped out. Lingji was surrounded? They could also play intrigue. Not only did they play sneak attack, but now they were also playing siege. Lingji steadily landed on the corpse of the river figure water monster that had just been killed. Crossing his bloodthirsty blade, he was counting points. 1. 2. 12. Yang Wu sat on the ground paralyzed with fear. Oh. Young Master Lingji. You can't die. Shan Yu also sighed, what a heavenly genius. Both of them had tried the strength of the Hichu water monster. Thinking that 1 or 2 of them, Lingji could easily deal with them, but 12 river figure water monsters that could strategize would not be 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. That, their combined strength was truly terrifying. Yang Wu drew his short sword and stood up with great effort. Brother Chengyu, if neither of us can get out of the secret realm today, help me carry a message to my father. Chengyu knew his intentions and shook his head. Don't make a pointless sacrifice. No, he is my brother. Yang Wu was about to jump into the water. Chengyu continuously waved his fingers and pointed out finger flowers. Yang Wu stood dumbfounded. Being point-blanked. He was helpless and felt incompetent. Originally he was the genius of the Ling family's generation. His eyes were red. Now it was good, watching his hairy friend face danger alone, hating himself. There was a kind of sadness that the young and strong didn't work hard and the old were sad. However, Lingji, who was in the situation, instead did not panic, and his calm expression still had a hint of indifference and killing intent. The 12 Hichu water monsters struck at the same time. The pressure was hitting towards him from all directions. As long as they hit, not to mention the second stage of the mortal martial realm, even the third stage would be killed. Cloud floating step. Lingji was waiting for this class of fools to strike first, so he would have a choice in his backhand. He jumped up in the air. He guessed correctly, none of the water monsters thought that the enemy was jumping up or could fly. The height of a dozen meters was enough to dodge their combined strike. Moreover, their combined force was quite terrifying, and the collision of their attacks would definitely produce some reaction force. Boom! Whoa! Wow! They screamed in agony. They were bounced off. Immediately, Lingji's chi gathered in his right hand, bloodthirsty berserker blade first style. Descending process, he slashed at the head of the nearest, directly opposite Hichu water monster. Wow! Scared, this Hichu water monster screamed. Kill! The blade emitted a faint blood-red blade light. A slash wound appeared from the head to the stomach of this foreign beast, spurting out a large amount of blood. Killed 1 river figure water monster of the same rank, blood chi value 2000 plus, kill chi value 1000 plus. At this time behind them, there were already countless palms hitting over. Wow! Lingji smiled coldly as he smoothly dived under the water. The palm winds of the Hichu water monsters took this decapitated body and shattered it into a mist of blood. These monsters were infuriated by this one human. They were really angry. Wow wow! Shouting. There were 2 Hichu water monsters that immediately dived down and chased after them. Lingji knew that there was no advantage in the water, and immediately floated up from the other side and climbed onto the corpse of a piranha. There were still 5 Hichu water monsters on the water, and when they saw Lingji coming up, they immediately attacked over consecutively. Strange. Their palm winds could not hit this human at all. Lingji smiled at the corner of his mouth and immediately performed a light skill, jumping continuously and running towards the island. Squeak! The Hichu water monsters didn't know why, but their balance had dropped drastically, and they couldn't hit the human at all. When it was too late, Lingji had already quietly jumped onto the island. Squeak! A tiny white thing returned to Lingji's backpack. It was Little White. Lingji touched Little White. Little White, you're awesome. Little White was an illusory Bloodbat pup, and it also had illusion arts. But the success rate of cross-level disorientation was too low. However, it could at least give the opponent the ability to have dizziness and air and water imbalance. Resulting in those Hichu water monsters, which couldn't focus at all, there was no way to successfully hit the target. However, it might not be effective for highly intelligent groups like humans. For a day and a night, the bond was well cultivated, and Lingji also gave a little bit of his own blood to feed it. They had a certain feeling of spiritual connection. Lingji knew that he had gotten a good baby. It was just that it was still small and not very high-ranked, so it couldn't help much for the time being. This power-up caused Little White's stamina to quickly overdraw. The enemy's dizziness was only temporary, but it was enough for Lingji. When he went ashore, he had succeeded. Wow! Wow! The Hichu water monsters kept screaming from the shore. They didn't dare to go ashore, they were too good on land. It was not certain who would kill who. When this hateful human left the island, that time would be the time for revenge. Xiaobai made a ghostly face, making the Hichu water monsters so angry that they smoked out of their 7 holes. Lingji turned around and walked towards the center of the island. Yang Wu and Shang Yu hadn't even figured out what was going on yet. It was too far away, and their attention wasn't even on Xiaobai. Brother Chang, what happened? Cheng Yu shook his head, stating that he wasn't sure, maybe it's Lingji, he's just lucky. As Lingji stepped onto this mysterious and bizarre island, an indescribably depressing feeling came over him. The small island was shrouded in a layer of mist, as if it was covered by a mysterious veil. Those mists flowed slowly, sometimes coalescing into vague shapes, like ghosts floating in the air, giving people a chilling feeling. In the center of the island, a beautiful treasure chest was quietly placed, an item placed by the dragon group. This was the second time that Lingji opened the treasure chest. He knew that there was no foul play inside, it should be the 2 star cards. When Lingji opened the treasure chest, the 2 star cards first came into view. Only to see that next to the star cards, there were other treasures, a box. There was also a piece of paper underneath the box. Lingji put away the star cards and picked up the piece of paper. It was the instruction manual. It was written, bone removal pill, taken by mortal martial realm martial artists. It can assist in increasing cultivation and improve efficiency by more than 100%. Opening the box, there were indeed 2 black pills. The 11 Hichu water monsters on the shore, in the arrangement of non-stop screaming, as if mocking Lingji as a coward, not daring to come forward to challenge. Lingji's eyes kept turning in circles, toward a way to leave the island. Chapter 26, Sweeping the Thousands. Lingji sat on his knees and began to enter an ethereal state. System. I want to upgrade my cultivation. Ding. Received. You now have a blood chi value of 15,000 plus, and a killing chi value of 7,000 plus. Cultivation level, early 2nd stage of the Mortal Combat realm. Bone shedding pill, it can assist in upgrading your cultivation, use it without fear. Lingji took a bone removal dan and swallowed it in one gulp. Just after swallowing it into his stomach, a warm current immediately flowed to his limbs and bones, so it turns out that this elixir works directly on the bones. Under cultivation. Suggest consuming 5,000 blood and chi values to upgrade your cultivation. Agreed. Fanwu Realm 2nd stage martial artists, under the blessing of the bone removal pill, increase the cultivation effect by 100% and accelerate the splitting of bone cells. Good. Raise it according to your program. Lingji's blood drinking spirit gathering technique began to operate. Consumption of blood chi value 5,000. It turns out that coming to the 2nd stage of the mortal martial realm, there is a higher requirement for bones. This bone removal pill was truly the best elixir at the 2nd stage. While he was still experiencing the effects of the medicine, the success message rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 1st stage of the 2nd stage of the mortal martial realm. Cultivation is underway. Lingji understood that without this elixir, it was estimated that 5,000 points of blood chi value would only be able to rise 1 level. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the mortal martial realm second stage second sky. The strength of the entire body has increased by 20%, and the flexibility has increased by 20%. Ling Ji twisted his neck, the comfortable feeling made him not want to stop. Since he still had 10,000 points of blood chi value, it would be a good choice to use it to cultivate the second style of the bloodthirsty frenzied blade. He pulled out the bloodthirsty blade and stuck it in the ground. System, I want to cultivate the second style of the bloodthirsty frenzied blade. Yes. The second stance's routine continued to integrate into Ling Ji's mind. Bloodthirsty frenzied blade second stance crossing swords. Note, otherwise known as sweeping across, the heavier the killing aura around you, the more powerful this move is. The first move was against an individual. The second move was for a group kill? For Ling Ji, it was true that if he wanted to doze off, someone would send him a pillow. Aided by the bloodthirsty blade, increasing the efficiency of cultivation by 100%, consuming a total of 10,000 plus chi and blood values. Ding! Start cultivating. The bloodthirsty knife suddenly lit up and began to absorb the surrounding killing chi. This made Ling Ji's eyes light up. With the assistance of the system, Ling Ji raised the bloodthirsty knife and slashed viciously across the room. Repeat. Repeat the horizontal slash again. With this one, he swung it over 20,000 times. Ding! Cultivation successful. There were countless unexplained dead foreign beasts and monstrous fish in the lake. The killing aura of this lake could be said to be endless. Ling Ji sneered, "These 11 Hichu water monsters do not go to play soccer, come to surround and kill this young master, looking for death rhythm." His confidence was full as he walked to the shore. The 11 Hichu water monsters on the shore showed a ferocious light. Wow! Wow! Voice. The bloodthirsty knife was drawn from its sheath. Ling Ji began to recite the spell for the second move of the bloodthirsty frenzy blade, and the surrounding murderous chi immediately surged in towards the bloodthirsty blade. The river map water monsters on the shore were not able to feel this killing aura. The water monsters laughed eerily and used their best moves together, killing towards Ling Ji. The bloodthirsty blade was getting redder and redder, as if it was overloaded with killing aura, and it kept shivering. At the moment when the 11 Hichu water monsters' palms were about to hit Ling Ji. Sweep across 1,000 armies. The bloodthirsty blade slashed across with a blood-colored blade light. Boom! Boom! Exploded 11 times in a row. 11 Hichu water monsters were killed by this terrifying fellow in a single move. They wouldn't have thought that such a thing would happen even at that moment before they died. They were invincible in this piece of water, and now they were massacred by a tiny human. Whoa! Whoa! They let out miserable whoa-whoa sounds. After the blood-colored blade light cleaved through these water monsters, it still cleaved upwards towards the lake. Boom! A wall of water was smashed out. Wow! This move is fierce, battlefield divine art. Ling Ji couldn't help but mutter to himself as well. Killed 11 river map water monsters of the same rank, blood, and chi value 22,000 plus, killing chi value 11,000 plus. When Ling Ji saw the data surge, he had one word: cool. He juggled the bloodthirsty blade in a spinning circle and inserted it back into the sheath behind his back. On the opposite side of the island, 2 melon eaters watched in disbelief. Am I dreaming? When did Ling Ji become so fierce? Yang Wu couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. Ouch! Chen Yu's mouth kept saying, this is impossible. One slash and... He remembered that he had fought this level of Hichu water monster before, and it was also difficult, so it had to be a dozen rounds as well. They were still in surprise when Ling Ji had returned. Hello? Scared? It was only then that they came back to their senses. Young Master Ling, how did you do it? I'm a genius. Ling Ji didn't want to explain, nor was it good to do so. Chen Yu did not ask and patted him on the shoulder. He finally had the realization of what existence he was saved by. Ling Ji pulled out a star card, and the bone removal pill and threw it to Yang Wu. Here you go. He took the star card. I don't deserve it, and now that my right hand is severely injured, I don't have the ability to continue the challenge. I am not afraid. Yang Wu did not accept them and shook his head. This doesn't mean much to me. Ling Ji understood what he meant. It was only meaningful if he got it through his own battle, so that it would be an exercise. What is this one again? Bone removal pill. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. This is the gift for this term? Ling Ji nodded. I've already taken one, it's truly a divine medicine. It is very effective in raising cultivation. Of course, this elixir sells for $1 million on the market, and the conference actually took it out this year as an ordinary reward. Shang Yu was shocked. 1 million. Yang Wu was so shocked that he almost slipped the elixir in his hand. Their family was already middle class in the high martial world, and it wasn't like they could just buy and eat it. After all, most people's salary was also 3,000 yuan. Ling Ji also felt that he was hasty and got it and immediately stuffed it into his mouth and ate it. Shang Yu continued, even in martial arts families, the big clans have to be geniuses, or descendants of the head of the family to be qualified to eat. This time, the dragon group is really generous. Yang Wu said as he tightly grasped the pill. Ling Ji looked out of his mind at the $1 million pill as he offered an alternative view. No, the Long group is just selling their reputation. Hey, that's not a nice thing to say, did you get 2 million this time alone? Isn't he just selling his reputation by putting these treasures in places where ordinary people can't accomplish their tasks? The opening said to give away 100 million, so it was estimated that the last 10 or 20 million would pay for it. He listened to Ling Ji's explanation and thought carefully. Originally, a Hichu water monster could be said to be easily handled by martial artists who could come here. But 2 of them would only have a 50% success rate. Now, there were actually 14 of them, which could only be described as an impossible task. Perhaps this was just Ling Ji's speculation. They could only get the final conclusion if they continued to explore. Yang Wu returned the star card to Ling Ji, and the elixir was not going to be returned. Young Master Ling Ji, I'll return the star card to you, leave the elixir for me. Ling Ji smiled bitterly and said, I'm giving it all to you, of course. In heartache. Fearing that Ling Ji would back out, Yang Wu picked up the elixir and was about to shove it towards his mouth. Wait. Chapter 27, Demon Fox Mountain. Shan Yu called out to Yang Wu, not allowing him to take the pill. This medicine is not meant to be eaten like this. Your current cultivation level is too low, it's a waste to eat it. During the first stage of the mortal martial realm, it was the cultivation of blood and flesh that was the main focus, so if you ate the blood gathering pill, it would assist in raising your cultivation. The bone removal pill use is best taken at the peak of the first rank to break through to the second rank for the best effect. And an elixir can only be taken once in a lifetime. Multiple times would instead be harmful to the body. When Ling Ji heard his words, he could not help but swallow his saliva with a gulp. What will happen? If it is light, you will lose all your martial arts skills, if it is heavy, you will explode and die. It's fortunate that I wasn't greedy at that time and only ate one. He secretly celebrated. Shan Yu pointed at the strange plant on the ground and said, this is the blood dragon grass, its grass root is the main medicine of the blood gathering pill. Yang Wu then realized that he had been eating herbs for the past 2 days. You eat the root of the blood dragon grass first, and wait until your cultivation rises to the peak of the first rank and impacts the second rank before you eat the bone removal pill. Yang Wu was touched to the point of tears, the first time they met for treating him so well. Really, thank you. No. It's fate that we met. Yang Wu arched his hand in thanks. He turned to Ling Ji and said, I'll stay here and cultivate, I don't realize that I've been surpassed by you too much, I have to work hard too. Since there were suitable herbs here for him to improve quickly, Ling Ji had to agree. However, he was also curious, this hellish place is called the Dead Spirit Pool. Until now, I haven't seen a single dead spirit. The 2 men's expressions became strange. Yang Wu said, Noah, don't you feel chilly coming here? Ling Ji really didn't feel any discomfort at all and could only shake his head to show that he didn't. Chang Feng frowned like he understood everything. I think it's because your killing aura of the pig killing knife is too heavy, and the dead spirits here are weak, they don't dare to approach you. Ling Ji thought about it carefully, even the low-level blood-sucking bats let it shock him to death, these low-level dead spirits with no attack power have no effect on him at all. He no longer dwelled on this issue, the trip behind him was most important. Open the map. Opening the map of the bracelet, he showed it to them and planned where to go next. Shen Yu pointed out a few locations where it was easy to harvest star cards, hit these points and you become the most star-carded person, the top 3 gifts are worth a lot. However, Ling Ji thought that since someone had put out a hunting order, he himself is the target of the crowd. In the process of collecting star cards, there were also going to be a lot of obstacles. With 6 star cards in hand, he had already passed the test and had to open up another path. He pointed to 2 locations on the map, the Forest Demon Ridge and the Demon Fox Mountain. The system prompted that a large amount of treasures were placed here, and only those who had gotten 5-star cards could open them. Demon Fox Mountain mainly placed some defense equipment, elixirs. Mori Demon Ridge mainly placed some divine weapons. These two places didn't have star cards, and instead put equipment, the assembly in order to allow martial artists to impact one place according to their needs in the last 2 days and get certain benefits. I think I'll go to one first while no one else is going to these two places to get a higher success rate in getting the treasures. Then go to the second one on the last day. Shen Yu thought carefully and said, what you can think of, other people can also think of. What makes you able to go first? The star cards all come in twos together, and the others are teamed up with at least 2 people, so they'd have to split it equally. What do you think? How many cards do they have at most 1 person right now? Sung Woo came to a realization, yeah, I guess they have at most 3 sheets each, and they still have to look for at least 1 more day. And unlike you, you already have 6 sheets. That's right. Ling Ji had an inscrutable look on his face. What a 5-element ode. Then let's go to the Sin Demon Ridge first? Over there is where the divine soldiers are stored, the last minute is the most to go and grab. Ling Ji shook his head, other people grab divine soldiers, I can be the god of war by relying on a pig slayer. When Yang Wu heard him speak, he was puzzled, young master Ling Ji, now that your cultivation has increased greatly, you must find a handful of divine weapons. It wasn't that he was ignorant or stupid. In fact, it was common sense that the pig-killing knife, even if it was a divine weapon, could not be used all the time. First, the pig-killing knife was too short, and the attack power distance was short. Second, the pig-killing knife is too ugly, no aura of an expert. Third, a weapon like the pig-killing knife didn't have an advanced martial arts secret to match. Lastly, the height that allows the user to elevate will not be high. Ling Ji was not impressed. There was no way he could just tell someone that this was a bloodthirsty knife with a system, an ancient divine weapon. Yang Wu had always done it for his own good. He patted Yang Wu's shoulder. Alright, I have my measure. Big brother Chang, let's go to Demon Fox Mountain. He really didn't want to parse it out, defense and pills were more important than the divine soldier. Moreover, the divine soldier's side would definitely end up having the most people to capture the treasure. At that time, now that he was wanted, there must be a lot of people who want Ed to take his head. It would be a bloodbath at that time. Shen Yu also did not pursue the matter, respecting his decision. The two jumped out of the island, heading in the direction of Demon Fox Mountain. On the way to Demon Fox Mountain, there were a few star card storage points. They slipped right past them, all over the evil forest. From time to time, there were sounds of explosions and the sound of gold and iron clashing. The experts of all factions were here fighting with the foreign beasts. 2 hours of fast running. They finally saw a stone tablet that read, Demon Fox Mountain. Arrived. A mysterious and bizarre Demon Fox Mountain. The mountain seemed to be shrouded in a veil of darkness, emitting a creepy aura. The Demon Fox Mountain was not very high, but its peaks were steep and jagged. The trees on the mountain grew twistedly, their branches intertwining with each other, forming an intricate labyrinth. The bark of these trees took on a bizarre black color, and their leaves were sparsely scattered, as if they had been eroded by some kind of evil power. The entire mountain was filled with a faint layer of mist, which was not ordinary water vapor, but carried a bizarre purple color. The mist flowed slowly between the mountains, sometimes coalescing into various strange shapes, as if countless demon foxes were dancing. Within this mist, one could faintly see a pair of eyes that flickered with a ghostly light. Those were foxes hidden in the mountains. These foxes were very different from ordinary foxes. Their fur took on all sorts of strange colors, blood red, ghostly blue, ink black, and so on. Their eyes glittered with a cunning and evil light, as if they contained endless wisdom and magic. The foxes traveled freely between the mountains and forests. Their figures were sometimes clear and sometimes blurred, as if they were merging with this mysterious mountain forest. At this moment, the bracelet system rang, ding. First Order Beast, Blue Demon Fox. Attack power of 100 bull force or more, Masterstroke, Confuse. Countermeasure, don't look into their eyes. First Order Beast, Black Demon Fox. Attacks over 100 NL, Strike, Death Call. Countermeasure, don't look them in the eye. Second Ranked Beast, Blood Red Demon Fox. Attacks over 1000 NL, Strike, Horror Illusion. Countermeasure, don't look them in the eye, kill them. Countless different varieties of demon foxes appeared before their eyes. It's the Watchers. Chapter 28, High-Speed Wave Shoes. Ling Ji drew his bloodthirsty knife, and the cold light flashed. It faintly exuded a hint of a murderous aura. The demon foxes that were ranked above the first order were immediately scared away. Chengyu pressed his hand. Calm down. Lingji looked at Chengyu suspiciously. His subconscious mind was telling to kill, kill, kill. Although these demon foxes are all foreign beasts, but as far as I know they are very spiritual and kind. Lingji, of course, had a different opinion. We are martial artists, we can't be benevolent to women. Besides, I am a butcher. It seems that Chengyu's body has recovered a lot, and the force that pressed down on his hand is not something that can be shaken by ordinary people. The strength and temperature of his hand stated his attitude. Lingji was not an ironhead and changed his face, smiling. Alright, as long as these cute little foxes don't attack us, I'll put to kill them. Chengyu nodded. Just from the Demon Fox Mountain monolith, he began to walk into this one mysterious and odd mountain. Ow. Howl. Yo yo. Various demonic fox calls were constantly coming from the forest. Occasionally, the forest would resound with the fox's howl call, as if it was declaring its territory. But there was no killing intent at all, and it sounded quite comfortable. I thought it was scary, but it made Lingji happy to hear it. It was nice, like some singers in a chorus. It made people linger. No wonder Sungyu was acting like this, otherwise it would be a shame for Lingji to hurt these elves. The goodwill released by Chengyu allowed them to go through unhindered. If he had acted alone, the place would have been littered with corpses. If he kills his way up, his blood and chi value will explode. The mountain wasn't very high, and the foxes made way for them to go straight to the top. Another stone tablet, Fox Top. The mechanical system sound rang out again. Arrived at the top of the fox, congratulations on completing the Evil Forest quest, you have received a total of 6 star cards. You have the right to choose 2 items as a reward. You can choose 1 piece of defense equipment and 1 auxiliary elixir. After the prompting voice finished its explanation, the scenery in front of him began to change. Maze. Without completing the quest of 5 star cards, one could not see the items here at all. Only to see that dozens of treasure chests were placed on the top of the mountain in 2 colors. One was purple, which was defense equipment. One was red, which was elixirs. As Chengyu looked at so many treasures, he sighed, I'm such a failure, it's a shame that I was trapped by the maze. He wasn't wrong, with his talent completing the entire trial, he would have to be second if not first. When Lingji was at the Waterfall Cave, he saw him destroy their monthly card in a sad manner. It's a shame that he saw 11 of them. The fact that these treasure chests had not been opened was a clear indication that they were the first to arrive here. Lingji couldn't wait to find the defense equipment, after all, he hadn't worn it in his life. These were all things that only famous families would spare. The martial world was all about grabbing divine weapons, attack was the best defense, was the law come to that? He looked carefully at the description on it, the defense equipment was not much, only 8 pieces, the other dozens of treasure chests were all elixirs. Detailed list. Transcendent Green Hat, Yellow Rank Advanced. Increases Enlightenment by 10%. Increases Defense by 5% and Head by an additional 10%. Cons, it's just a little bit ugly, as long as you're not afraid of being ridiculed, it's a divine artifact. When Lingji saw this, he was no longer interested, or maybe his father was ridiculed for wearing a similar treasure. Only, to look at another piece. Flame Robe, Yellow Rank Advanced. Increases Fire Attribute Defense by 10%. Increases Defense by 10%. Cons, wearing it often makes one irritable. Lingji also shook his head and continued to look. Until it came to the 8th piece. Blast Wave Shoes, Yellow Rank Advanced. Increases Agility by 10%. Increases Defense by 10%. Disadvantage, too ugly in appearance, easily damaged in non-combat. Non-combat damage? This is not the usual walking wear and tear. Increasing agility was what Lingji wanted the most right now, the cloud-floating steps were too slow. Choose Blast Wave Shoes. The treasure chest opened automatically after his selection. He couldn't wait to change into the new shoes. Lingji, he felt as light as a swallow, these are treasures, do not dare to sigh up. Children only do multiple choice, adults all want it. I am 18 years old. He drew his bloodthirsty knife and slashed at another treasure chest beside him. Clang! Sparks rose in all directions. A blue light suddenly lit up around the treasure chest, opening a protective spell. An amazing power popped out from the spell formation around the treasure chest. Boom! It hit Lingji's body so hard that he couldn't help but spray out a mouthful of blood. This spell formation is so powerful. Chunyu covered his eyes, not daring to look at this fool. These treasure chests are all protected by spell formations. However, if you are at the middle level of the spirit martial realm or above, you might be able to open these treasure chests. Not saying it earlier again. Lingji was depressed. It's not like you asked me, and it's good to give a lesson to you for doing things so impulsively. Lingji didn't talk to Chunyu anymore and looked at the condition of the bloodthirsty blade. Nothing happened at all. It was really hard. It was just that he was not utilizing the full power of the bloodthirsty blade right now. Even if he was able to utilize 10% of the bloodthirsty knife's power, he would be able to chop these spell formations along with the treasure chests to pieces. He had to not be greedy for other treasures and had to pick his elixir prizes. Opening the detailed list of potion prizes, he found that most of them were bone removal pills. These gifts were partially provided by the Wind and Moon City Martial Arts Association, and it was assumed that they all wanted everyone to have an easier time upgrading at the second stage of the mortal martial realm. The last few types of pills on the list. One was the Illusion Breaking Pill. One was the Spirit Enlightening Pill for beasts. The Illusion Breaking Pill, as the name suggests, is for those who have been given an illusion to eat. And the Spirit Enlightening Pill for beasts is for those martial artists of the beast tamer profession to feed to their imperial beasts. Lingji twisted his head and looked at his sleeping Xiaobai. If this Spirit Enlightening Pill is fed to this little guy, will it become smarter and more powerful? As the younger brother of Pill King Valley, Chunyu was naturally very familiar with these pills. Indeed, this medicine is not the most expensive, but it is rare. It's hard to buy on the market. After all, very few people want it. He knew that Lingji, who had saved himself in the illusion, had a strong willpower of his own, and the illusion breaking pill would not be of much use. Brother Lingji, I think it is best for you to choose the Spirit Enlightening Pill for beasts. Lingji nodded his head. Choose Spirit Enlightening Pill for beasts. The treasure box automatically opened after his choice. A pill box appeared right in front of him, very plain. However, the words for beasts were clearly written on it, presumably because the alchemist was afraid that someone would eat it by mistake. Opening the pill box, a stinky medicinal odor wafted out. It stinks so bad that Talent won't eat it. Lingji could not help but cover his nose with his hand. Suddenly, howl. A white demon fox with a larger figure lunged towards Lingji. Since Lingji was holding the box with one hand and covering his nose with the other, the reaction time was insufficient, and he watched the demon fox pounce over. Before his hand could pull out the bloodthirsty sword, the white demon fox then took the pills away. Percent. Lingji scolded. Chapter 29 The Three-Tailed Snow Fox. The hand-wrapped secret realm system voice rang out. Second Order Fey, Three-Tailed Snow Fox. Attack power over 1000 cow power, strike, spirit healing. Countermeasure, do not harm it. Originally, Lingji had already drawn his bloodthirsty knife, and was surprised by the reminder of don't hurt it. He was very surprised. However, Xiaobai had already hurriedly chased after it. Chase. Lingji executed cloud floating steps and flew after it. Chunyu followed. That three-tailed snow fox was very fast, and if he hadn't just gotten the blizzard wave shoes, he wouldn't have been able to catch up at all. Lingji thought to himself as he chased after it, I must learn more advanced body techniques. The direction that this three-tailed snow fox escaped from was the other side of Foxtop, a steep hill. Lingji either stopped or almost jumped off the cliff, only to see that little white followed and flew down. What's the situation? Chengyu also finally caught up. Lingji shook his head, I don't know. Chengyu's stamina had not yet recovered, and running so fast, he was also out of breath. He looked at the cliff and said in disbelief, it stands to reason that the three-tailed snow fox wouldn't harm a human, so why would it snatch the medicine from your hand? At this time, Xiaobai flew quickly and soon caught up. However, the inequality in rank, I'm afraid to suffer. Little White, come back quickly. Squeak squeak. Only to see that they suddenly disappeared when they reached the halfway point of the mountain. Chase. Although this cliff was steep, there were many stepping stones, and it was probably a secret passageway for these demon foxes. They followed the trajectory of the three-tailed snow fox and jumped down. For them, an elixir was not so risky, for the sake of Little White. Lingji and Little White had also taken Little White as their partner after 2 days together. The two of them also had great stances. Like parkour, jumping down. It didn't take long to chase them to the place where they disappeared. Only to see a platform here, surrounded by some novels. It was very hidden. It was impossible to discover it from the outside. It was really someone else's cave. Squeak squeak, yo yo. Little White and the three-tailed snow fox barked. However, the strange thing was that their voices were sad, like a cry for help. Ling Ji turned on the torch. He drew his bloodthirsty knife and carefully walked into the cave. Whoosh! Little White quickly flew in front of them. Its expression had something strange about it, making one's senses tense. It was going to lead them into it. After just a few steps, they were startled by the scene inside. There were dozens of three-tailed snow foxes inside. Cheng Yu also frowned as he clapped one hand on Ling Ji's shoulder. Be careful. However, that Little White kept turning back, urging them to hurry. Dozens of three-tailed snow foxes actually separated to both sides. At the end, a huge three-tailed snow fox lay on a boulder. A system voice rang out. Peak 3rd Order Fey Beast, three-tailed snow fox. Attack power over 2000 cow power, masterstroke, spirit healing. Response plan, do not harm it. Status, in labor. Suddenly, Sungyu ran in the direction of the Peak 3rd Order three-tailed snow fox. Hey! Ling Ji called out when he saw this behavior. Only to see. The three-tailed snow fox was going through a life and death labor. Its body was trembling violently from the pain. The three-tailed snow fox's originally white as snow fur was now soaked in sweat and blood, making it look messy and dirty. Its three tails hung feebly at its side, losing its previous spirit and luster. Its eyes were filled with pain and helplessness, and its originally bright and soulful eyes had now become dull. The little fox's body was struggling hard to move outward. Its tiny body had already been partially exposed, yet its head was still trapped inside. The three-tailed snow fox fought with all its strength. Each exertion was accompanied by a moan of pain. Its abdomen contracted violently as it tried to give birth to the little fox smoothly, but each effort seemed to become more difficult. A large amount of blood gushed out from its body, staining the hay beneath it. Its face was as pale as paper, and its breath grew weaker and weaker, as if the flame of life was gradually dying out. Its lips trembled slightly, emitting a faint whimpering sound, as if it was telling the world of its pain and unwillingness to give up. A strong scent of blood filled the cave, intertwining with the three-tailed snow fox's faint breathing, creating a heartbreaking atmosphere. The air around them seemed to have frozen as well, and time seemed to have become incomparably long at this moment. The three-tailed snow fox's body was already extremely tired, but its motherly love made it still hold on. It wasn't the dozens of three-tailed snow foxes that kept casting their spell spiritual healing. It is estimated that without this spiritual healing it would have died long ago, but it is a pity that it can only heal spiritually. Mother's love, let it persist. Cheng Yu, as an elixir master, but also a doctor, conditioned reaction made the most correct judgment. Ling Ji, finally understand that a three-tailed snow fox robbed his elixir, is to attract them to come here, to save this a difficult birth of the mother three-tailed snow fox. Suddenly, outside came a horrifying cry, oh. Ling Ji's heart shook. Wolves are coming. He knew that wolves were the natural enemies of foxes. Only to see, a dozen of very large gray wolves jumped in. These gray and gold werewolves were overall stocky, with smooth and powerful muscle lines, displaying great explosive power and agility. The main body of its fur color was gray. This gray was not a single tone, but had varying shades of gray, as if it was stained with dust and ash after countless battles, or as if it was a mysterious color left behind by traveling through the misty forest. Under the illumination of the light outside the cave, the gray hairs faintly glittered with golden light, as if there were fine gold threads interspersed with them. Its mouth was wide and its teeth were sharp and pointed, especially the 4 long canine teeth, which were like sharp daggers. Second Order Fey, Gray and Gold Battle Wolf. Attack power of 1500 bull power or more, masterstroke, frantic tearing. Countermeasure, when they appear in a group, defeat the Wolf King. Peak Second Order Fey Beast, Gray and Gold War Wolf. Attack power of 3000 bull force or more, stunner, crazy tearing bite. Response plan, kill. This peak second order was presumably the Wolf King. Ow. Terrifying as it is, it has a feeling that makes people tremble. Weak legs. Cheng Yu sat limply on the ground, assisting the female three-tailed snow fox in labor. These wolves were also too cunning. They actually knew that the female three-tailed snow fox was in critical condition and actually attacked now at this time. Ling Ji held the bloodthirsty blade and gathered chi on the blade. It glowed with a reddish blood light. These gray and gold battle wolves were indeed ferocious beasts that were not afraid of killing Chi at all. "Chengyu, don't worry about doing your thing, leave these wolves to me." Ling Ji's words made Chengyu feel much more at ease, and his legs were no longer weak. He felt a hint of shame that Ling Ji, who clearly had a lower cultivation level than him, was instead more heroic than him. "You should be careful too." He casually replied back and took out a few silver needles and stabbed the female fox. It had no chance of having the strength to resist, so it could only let him get it. Ling Ji did not reply and began to recite the sweeping thousand army mantra. However, there were too many three-tailed snow foxes here to have any killing aura at all. A dozen or so three-tailed snow foxes immediately ran over, as if they wanted to work together with him. He really didn't understand why these beings trusted himself as a butcher so much. The peak second stage gray and gold battle wolves called out, "Ouch." There were 8 gray and gold war wolves killing towards Ling Ji. Chapter 30, Killing the Wolves. Ling Ji's gaze was sharp, making a sweeping attack. The bloodthirsty blade slashed violently across the board. There was no killing auras here at all. It was not as acidic as killing there in the dead spirit pool. However, this move was also stone cold. It directly repelled these 8 wolves. The horror of it, their wolf king was smart enough to actually form up and fight a wheel battle. The attacks were one after another. After Ling Ji swung out 5 moves in a row, he was also tired and couldn't catch his breath. These wolves were too strong. It's not like he's going to be their dinner today along with some of these three-tailed snow foxes. This place was too narrow to fight. Buzz. With a loud sound, Ling Ji's body felt comfortable, as if he had taken a stimulant. The strength continued to rise. It was the three-tailed snow fox's milk that milked back a lot of red and blue in time. Since Sweeping Thousand Army didn't have any killing aura to support it, it would be better to use the first move. A low growl broke the silence. A dozen gray and gold wolves slowly surrounded from all directions. These gray golden warwolves were athletic, and each of them exuded an aura of wildness and ferocity. They also changed their moves. The number of attacking wolves increased, and their formation changed. There was no mistaking it, so smart. The eyes of the warwolves flashed with a cruel, ferocious light, their sharp fangs glowing coldly in the darkness, as if they were craving for the taste of blood. They approached Ling Ji step by step, each step carrying a heavy sense of oppression, as if the earth was trembling under their feet. Ling Ji tightly gripped the bloodthirsty knife in his hand. His eyes were firm and determined, without the slightest bit of fear. The bloodthirsty blade flashed with a weird red light under the moonlight, as if it had sensed the upcoming battle and trembled with excitement. With the pounce of the first gray and gold battle wolf, the battle instantly erupted. Hitting a time gap. Like a gray lightning bolt, the warwolf opened its bloody mouth and lunged towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji dodged sideways and swung the bloodthirsty blade in his hand in a smooth motion. A blood light splashed out, and the warwolf let out a miserable cry as it fell heavily to the ground. Kill 1 gray gold warwolf of the same rank, blood chi value 2000 plus, kill chi value 1000 plus. However, the other gray golden warwolves were not deterred by this scene. Instead, they pounced on Ling Ji even more crazily. Ah, the first stance really works. It was more favorable for Ling Ji to use the first stance to concentrate his power. Ling Ji dashed left and right through the wolves. His figure was like a ghost. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand flew up and down. Each swing brought up a bloody rain and wind. Luckily, he had a group of foxes to help him milk, making his power hesitant and getting higher and higher, just like a stimulant. A wolf attacked from behind Ling Ji as if he had eyes behind his back. He turned around fiercely, and his bloodthirsty knife stabbed straight into the wolf's heart. The body of the war wolf twitched a few times before it fell to the ground, never moving again. Killed 1 gray golden war wolf of the same rank, blood chi value 2000 plus, kill chi value 1000 plus. However, the gray golden war wolves did not give up. They kept on attacking, and some wounds gradually appeared on Ling Ji's body. However, he could not feel the pain at all. Ling Ji felt that he couldn't do this anymore. He had to kill the Wolf King. Charging in the direction of its minions, he wondered if he could charge past their defensive formation. He roared, "Snow Fox, can you help me block these little wolves?" The three-tailed snow foxes were very spiritual and put up a fight for their king. 2 of them rushed towards the wolves in a group. The red light of the blade grew brighter and brighter, as if it was going to light up this dark wilderness. Like a god of war, Ling Ji launched a fierce counterattack towards the Wolf King. Executing the cloud-floating steps, with the help of the snow wolves, he broke through the defense line, soloing the Wolf King's situation. He believed that this Wolf King was not easy to deal with. The Grey-Golden Wolf King was tall and majestic, its body was even more robust than the ordinary Grey-Golden battle wolves, its muscles bulged like hard rocks, and every breath seemed to drive the air currents around it. Lingji held the bloodthirsty sword and gazed firmly at the Wolf King. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and the wounds on his body were still vaguely painful, but there was no hint of retreat in his eyes. The bloodthirsty blade trembled slightly in his hand, as if it had also sensed the upcoming battle of life and death. The Wolf King was the first to attack. It was like a golden bolt of lightning, swiftly pouncing towards Lingji. Lingji dodged sideways, and the bloodthirsty knife in his hand slashed across the Wolf King's side in the process, splashing a string of sparks. The Wolf King let out a roar and turned around to pounce again. Its movements were agile and swift, each attack carrying a deadly threat. Lingji was undaunted as he nimbly dodged the Wolf King's attacks while looking for an opportunity to counterattack. His feet moved quickly, leaving behind a shallow trail. Every time he brushed against the Wolf King, he could feel the powerful aura emanating from the Wolf King, but the fighting spirit in his heart grew stronger. Lingji silently recited in his heart, "Butchering the bull." After these few moves, it had already figured out its power point, muscle structure, and bone structure. Lingji's eyes were filled with firmness and determination. He knew that this was a battle of life and death. Only by defeating the Wolf King would he be able to survive. Bloodthirsty blade first style. In a fierce collision, Lingji used all his strength and stabbed the bloodthirsty blade deeply into the Wolf King's heart. The Wolf King let out one last unwilling growl before collapsing heavily onto the ground. Lingji gasped for air and looked at the dead Wolf King as a complex emotion surged in his heart. Killed one Grey-Golden battle Wolf King of the same rank, blood chi value 5000 plus, kill chi value 2000 plus. As soon as the Wolf King died, it scared the other coyotes into softening their feet. It became a scattered sand. Every time Lingji slashed, a wolf fell. Until the last one fell. Killed 16 Grey-Golden warwolves of the same rank, blood chi value 32000 plus, kill chi value 16000 plus. Lingji was exhausted to the point of exhaustion at this point, and sat limply on the wolf's corpse. Only to see that more than 23-tailed snow wolves had died in order to cover him. However, this world was all about the weak and the strong. "Brother Chang, what's the situation now?" Chengyu was worthy of Medicine King Valley, and soon helped the female 3-tailed snow wolf give birth to a baby fox without any problems. Using a syringe, Chengyu used the blood of the other foxes to input it into the mother fox, preserving its life. Unfortunately, this time, it had suffered a great deal of vitality, and it was estimated that its rank would remain in this position forever in the future. "Ha ha! Brother Chang, you are really great." Chengyu shook his head. "No. If it wasn't for you, we would all die here." He was able to successfully help out this female fox with the surgery in such a harsh and dangerous environment. His mind was very strong. If his body recovered, he was truly an extraordinary martial artist. Little White kept circling back and forth in the air, barking incessantly. It seemed like it was chatting with the 3-tailed snow foxes. Suddenly, Little White's vocal tone changed, squeak squeak squeak. Lingji was already familiar with this tone of voice. It was about to unleash an illusion. Lingji, the image in front of Changyu's eyes began to become blurry. Chapter 31 Forest Demon Ridge. Lingji and Changyu both entered Xiaobai's illusion. A familiar beauty appeared in front of them. The pretty and sexy beauty was Little White's illusion. It was in the Waterfall Cave and incorporated the memories of those nutrients. It understood human greed very well. It knew best what men liked. This disillusioned beauty was even more flawless and absolutely beautiful. "Little White, what do you mean?" Little White couldn't speak human language and just sent out a segment of brainwaves. A segment floated in his mind. The figures of two peak third stage 3-tailed snow foxes. One was the one that had just given birth, and its stomach was already bulging at that time. The other, presumably, was its mate. They were surrounded by wolves, Grey-Golden warwolves. The male 3-tailed snow fox was torn by the wolves and died in order to protect his wife. The female 3-tailed snow fox wasn't much better, having been seriously injured. Its eyes could see the perseverance, pain, and helplessness. The picture turned. It was Lingji and the two of them who had walked to the Demon Fox Mountain and had not been able to disturb or kill the demon foxes, even if it was just one. The screen turned a bit. The incident after the little fox took the elixir from Lingji's hand. The 3-tailed snow foxes were very spiritual, and they could see from the two Lingji that they were kind and good people. The little fox fought for their queen. It knew that the Grey and Gold battle Wolf King would not let them go. It mainly looked at their treasures. A few sparkling red crystals. The female three-tailed snowfox was willing to give this gift to Lingji and the others in order to return the favor. Buzz. Back to reality. Chunyu could not come back to his senses for a long time. I wonder if what he saw was the same as what Lingji saw. The snow foxes had already carried some red crystals over. What's this? It took Lingji's words to bring Sungyu back to reality. Scary. He took one and looked at it carefully, feeling the aura emitted by the crystal. Treasure, it's a snow fox crystal. Sungyu paraphrased, this snow fox crystals are crystals of their secretions, which must be produced above the 3rd rank. It has a stimulant effect. The gray gold battle wolf wanted to get it, which would allow it to increase its combat power, strength and endurance when fighting. Anyway, it's just an awesome auxiliary treasure. How can humans use it? According to the records, it can be embedded in the heart mirror to improve one's attributes. There are 20 of them here. Chunyu is also not polite, put 10 of them into the luggage. Lingji followed up. It will definitely be useful in the future. Squeak. They looked up as a few more snow foxes carried something over. A box. Star cards? Lingji opened it and saw that there were 2 star cards. These snow foxes were really naughty, actually carrying all these goodies back. Lingji was nonchalant and shoved the star cards into his pocket, 8 star cards now. There was a good chance of hitting the top 10 list. The female three-tailed snow fox whispered a few times, seems to imply to let Chengyu take away the purple river car. The smell of blood is very heavy, but see Chengyu picked up the treasure like, carefully put away. Hair, this kind of very advanced skin care material. He realized that he had let his words slip and looked at Lingji with bad taste. Lingji smiled faintly, you were the one who helped deliver it, it's all you're doing. Chengyu did not ink, Lingji, if you have anything in the future, feel free to look for me, I will help whatever I can. The moon had also risen. They could only stay here to rest and recuperate for a night. Little White ate the spirit enlightening pill and entered the turtle breath state. Lingji, who was full of injuries, was also not fit to cultivate, so he can only rest. The three-tailed snow foxes performed their stunts to help him recover. At this moment, the pain that filled his body immediately disappeared. He began to summarize this experience. He had unintentionally saved Chengyu, who had helped go down to the dead spirit pool, and he had the opportunity to save Yang Wu, his brother. It was Chengyu's persuasion that prevented him from striking out at any demon foxes. It was only the same thing that triggered this implied copy. It was only then that he got more combat experience, got the snow fox crystal, and got 2 star cards. In the underworld, everything is said to be cause and effect. If you have a grudge, you must repay it, and if you have a favor, you can't do it overnight. This night, Lingji firmly established the bottom line of doing things. A ray of sunrise passed through the water mist. Lingji's body had recovered 90%. A group of three-tailed snow foxes are exhausted, all have a favor to repay, rare. The 2 quickly jumped down and ran towards the foot of the mountain. The trial time was running out, the last 2 days. It was time to go to the final destination, St. Demon Ridge, and make a big mess. Wind and Moon City Martial Artist Association. Some of the corpses of the dead, and some of those who had called for surrender, had returned to the association site early. The corpses of Lu Di, Zhang San from the Slaughter Association were also teleported back. Lu Shirshir looked at the 2 corpses and couldn't help but shed tears. She was furious, abominable. Truly abominable. Some of the martial artists who had surrendered and returned accompanied her silently, waiting for the final news. VIP room. Long Yukai sat on the sofa smoking a cigar. A smoke ring floated in the air, sometimes circular, sometimes heart-shaped. It seemed to be in a good mood. The 2 people sitting opposite each other instead had sad faces. That Lingji's body hasn't teleported back yet, instead, 2 muscle men died. A boy with a feminine voice said angrily. Long Yukai smiled slightly, Aotian, can't you do things like your big brothers? Uncle, that Lingji hurt my zigzag route, this revenge must be avenged. Long Yukai was displeased, you're such a loser, you must avenge yourself to be enjoyable and comfortable. As long as you avenge yourself before you don't affect your Dao heart and your future cultivation. Long Aotian heard this makes sense, yes, Uncle Kai. Only. No, but this time the group spends so much money to let the Slaughtering Association die and vacate a spot for you. Well, Lu De, Zhang San is dead, my quota is secure. Long Aotian was a bit more comfortable this time. Wyvern sword recipe, you cultivate it well, it's an unfathomable martial art with a surprisingly fast speed. It's a pity that the cultivation conditions are too harsh, right now you have this condition. Long Aotian was unwilling, but could only accept the reality. For the Long clan, it was not important whether he alone could pass on the family name. The Long clan had many excellent heirs, not lacking him. There wouldn't be many experts in this term, they needed to have heirs to have greater achievements in martial cultivation. Nephew understands. Alright, you don't have to worry about resources, I will support you infinitely. The sun had already risen to the center. They had arrived at the foot of the Mori Demon Ridge. A stone monument was written in traditional Chinese above, the Sin Demon Ridge. Sizzle. Sizzle. Creepy sounds were heard when standing at the door. The cry of a snake. Sungyu couldn't help but say it. Snakes. Ling Ji was also on guard. The killing aura of a snake was internalized and really not easy to detect. However, at this time, there was a human voice. They turned around and saw several groups of men and women walking over, a total of 8 people. A cloaked man said, "Hey, which sect are you guys from? You're so blind, at a glance you can tell it's the Pill King Valley yet." The cloaked companion said. The man was skinny and bony, as if he hadn't eaten for a few days. Ling Ji didn't have any dog-eyed guys either, not now that he was wearing Pill King Valley's clothes. He would probably be ridiculed again. There was no goodwill to be seen in them. Another young girl saw Ling Ji's handsome appearance and foxy pasted over. "Pill King Valley little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Who are you?" Xin Xian Pavilion, Fairy Yimeng. Ling Ji really couldn't help but smile. This woman's appearance was really too uncommon, even Han Meimei was too much better than her. Not to mention that little white illusionary beauty. Fairy Yimeng's face immediately turned pale. "What are you laughing at? Are you Pill King Valley disciples so unpolite?" "No, really no. And I'm not from Medicine King Valley." Hearing that she wasn't from Medicine King Valley, Fairy Yimeng immediately became vigilant. She drew her sword. Only a miso sound was heard as the sharp sword was sheathed and a cold light appeared. Chapter 32 Siege and Reunion. "Fairy, there's no mistaking it. I'm just laughing all to be killed by you, reasonable or not." It was the first time Ling Ji had seen such a bratty girl, so he could only chide helplessly. At the same time, his hand had already pressed down on the handle of the bloodthirsty knife, just in case she would really do something stupid. "Humph. You're laughing at my ugliness, aren't you?" Fairy Yimeng saw the pig-killing knife behind Ling Ji's back. "You're the same Ling Ji who was ordered to be hunted down and killed, pig killer?" Ling Ji was surprised that she also knew about himself, so how many people were out to kill him? "Precisely under me." "Good, since you can survive until now, you are probably good at kung fu. If you dare to laugh at me, be prepared to be killed by me," Fairy Yimeng said as she swung her long sword. Ling Xian Yijian. What a sharp move, the moves were very subtle. The speed was fast. Ling Ji marveled that the kung fu of a famous school was really different. However, she was too inexperienced in fighting and did not even observe the change in Ling Ji's alignment. Ling Ji just sidestepped and easily avoided her attack. And punched her wrist. Ah! The long sword landed on the ground. "Flowery fist," Ling Ji said contemptuously. These people were born in comfort, there was some naivety and some retardation, their kung fu might be useful against foreign beasts that couldn't think. However, it would be clumsy against experts, it was really full of loopholes. Tears flowed from the corners of Fairy Yimeng's eyes in pain. "Damn it! Sister Fairy, I have no grievances with you, why did you stick your sword into me? You're a mobile 1 million, who wouldn't want to take it?" The tall and thin but also handsome man from the other group came back to his senses. "Oh, you're Ling Ji. 1 million weakling?" However, that hit just now, it didn't look like the level of a martial beginner in any way. Looking at your performance, your cultivation should be around the middle martial walker stage. This person's vision was poisonous. Changyu stood on the side to watch the show. A few days together he knew that Ling Ji was not a monster to be bullied. Eating melon in the middle. Was not worried about Ling Ji at all. Ling Ji did not answer, just coldly smiled. "You people have enough to eat, nothing to do? Prefer to come to disturb me?" Fairy Yimeng picked up her long sword. "Duke Yun Tian, let's go together." Duke Yun Tian pulled out the long spear behind his back. "Fairy, you might as well stand aside and watch me perform." Ling Ji felt that this person was not a vegetarian. Ling Ji drew the sharp killing knife. The bloodthirsty knife emitted a faint red light, and a thick murderous aura drifted toward it. Its killing aura from killing the entire family of the Grey Gold Battle Wolf hadn't been consumed yet, terrifying as it was. With the first style of the bloodthirsty knife, Lingji took the initiative to attack. Clang! Duke Yuntian jumped with both feet, and the tip of his gun pushed against the bloodthirsty knife. Sparks flew in all directions. He was shaken to the point that his arms were sore and weak. Obviously, I'm at the middle of the second stage of the mortal martial realm, and I feel like I'm not his opponent? Bang! Bang! A few rounds of practicing, there was a back and forth, but his strength was simply no match for Lingji's. You guys are still not helping. Fairy Yiming nodded her head, she that was exerting her kung fu, but having suffered a loss earlier, she was conservative this time. The bloodthirsty blade slashed horizontally at the longsword with the help of the lance's recoil. Clang! The longsword was shaken to the ground again. Seeing her in such a sorry state, her fellow robes had no choice but to shake their heads and join the fray. Yun Tian's companions saw that all three could fight a draw. Told you, all three are no match for him. Cut the crap and come over to help. The man was disdainful, I'm not going to do something so humiliating. Alone, he faced 3 incoming enemies. Lingji's gaze was cold as he stared intently at the 3 people in front of him. His stance was upright, yet he carried a composure that had survived the vicissitudes of life. The pig-killing knife in his hand reflected a cold light under the sunlight, and the blade seemed to still have the bloody scent of the past. The 2 women were both holding long swords. One of them was wearing a pink dress, with a delicate face but with a hint of ruthlessness. The sword in her hand had a slender blade, and the hilt was inlaid with jewels, flashing dazzlingly in the sunlight. Her eyes revealed a determination, as if she would not stop until she achieved her goal. The other woman was dressed in a black power suit, her hair tied up high, making her look valiant. Her sword was broader and thicker, with a cold light emanating from its body, and every swing carried a stern aura. Duke Yun Tian held his own lance. One man was tall and burly, his lance had a thick shaft, and the head of the lance was incomparably sharp, flashing with a metallic luster. Fighting like this, it was not certain that he would win. Lingji crossed his heart and was going to use the second move of the bloodthirsty blade, sweeping the 1,000 armies. The Sin Demon Ridge here was filled with a murderous aura, so I'm afraid that if he used this move, it would not wait. Lingji had already recited the spell, and the killing aura around him converged towards the bloodthirsty knife. The blood light flourished. The 3 were scared, they felt this surge of killing aura so terrifying that it formed an entity. Immediately, they all stepped backward. Sweeping 1,000 armies. A murderous blade light slashed towards the 3. There was only one thought in their minds, to die. The man who was originally standing on the side watching the show, took a step ahead and drew his sword to share it with them. Bang! 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 The 2 long swords burst into pieces. Fairy Yiming's hand was slashed and blood splattered. Blood-sucking martial artist of the same rank, blood chi value 100+. The other 3 were not injured, but their hands were numb. Still coming? With this sentence, Lingji scared these few people into trembling. He had already shown mercy, after all, there was no killing intent at all on these people, they were probably just a bunch of people who had nothing better to do than to eat and did not have the heart to kill him. Fairy Yiming collapsed to the ground and cried out. Duke Yun Tian arched his hand, we lost. At this moment, Changyu finally deigned to speak out, Lingji, just let Fairy Yiming go. I think you're the one who laughed at others first, she's been hurt by you and got a lesson. Chang Yu added. Yiming Fairy's companion bowed, I'm really sorry, it's my young lady who's being unruly, please calm your anger. There was a sense of cordiality between the 2 men's eyes. She looked at Chang Yu and said incredulously, are you brother Chang Yu? Chang Yu frowned, he really had no impression of this little beauty, but it was familiar. I am Yimeng. Yimeng. Sung Woo looked at her incredulously, I'm Sung Woo, but you. Yimeng's eyes reddened as she ran towards Sung Woo in an arrow step, performing lightweight skills and a bear hug. Brother Chang Yu, I thought you were dead. This familiar scent, he does remember, is his fiancée Yimeng. Yimeng was originally a fat girl with average kung fu. But 9 months ago, Chang Yu disappeared. Everyone thought he was dead. But, she didn't believe it. Determined to improve herself, she practiced 20 hours a day, and finally reached the standard a week ago, and could enter the C1 secret realm. She spent a lot of money and secretly bought this C1 Evil Forest bracelet. It is to find her own brother Chang Yu. The determination to meet people in life and see their bodies in death. However, 5 days have passed and not even the body has been found. Just when I was in despair, I actually found myself here, and I'm actually still alive. You know what? I can't find you, I will never go out of the secret realm. Silly sister. Why couldn't they recognize everyone at first glance? Sungyu turned out to be a fat kid as well, and managed to turn into a set of ribs after 9 months of consumption. Yimeng was also a fat girl, and after grueling cultivation, she had also developed a small waist. When Fairy Yimeng saw this moving scene, she had pear-blossomed with rain. Chunyu also told Yimeng about this period of time. Thank you. She flung herself on her knees. Lingji was not insensitive, a show of hands. Immortal Yimeng was bandaged and came back to life. Hey! Lingji, I can't believe you have a bit of material. Remembering that you saved Brother Chunyu, I'll tell you a secret for you to know. Lingji got serious. What is it? The Dragon Group has issued a hunting order to the Money Assassination Organization, and the target is you. Moreover, there are 4 teams in the Evil Forest that have taken this mission. Lingji grabbed his fists, so it's really the Dragons Group. Good thing. Chapter 33 Robbing the Divine Soldier Up. I reckon that most people will come to the Mori Demon Ridge, everyone rushes for the Divine Soldier. Fairy Yimeng gasped for air and said, it seemed that she was not badly injured. A handy weapon, especially a divine soldier, made people rush for it in the high martial world. Lingji smiled faintly, I don't care about divine weapons, I'm here to kill. At this moment, Lingji's killing intent made people shudder, and Fairy Yimeng also had a jolt and took a few steps back. Kill people? Kill what people? Of course, killing those who want to kill me, killing those who don't think for themselves. Lingji's stern gaze was intimidating. Chunyu introduced his fiancée to Lingji. She is my fiancée, Yimeng. Lingji. He arched his hand in response. Yimeng introduced everyone around her once. This beauty is our Qin Xian Pavilion Master's daughter, Fairy Yimeng. Pointing to the skinny but handsome man with a gun, Duke Zhang Xiaolan, the Qinggang's Cloud Province branch. The other is, Duke Zhang Bailuan, the Qinggang's Cloud Province subtorch. Duke Lu Sheng of the Honggang's Cloud Province branch Tuo. Fairy Fan Li Fong of the Honggang's Cloud Province branch Tuo. Lingji did not listen carefully at all and just nodded his head to the rhythm. This was a sign that Yimeng had already treated him as one of their own, which was why she was so diligent in introducing the experts to him. They looked down on folk martial artists like Lingji. However, Lingji's sweeping move had removed most of their pride. At the very least, they were not completely sure of blocking it. None of them dared to say that they would win in a 1-against-3 situation. It was getting late. They didn't nag and quickly trotted towards the top of the mountain. After all, grabbing the divine soldier was the biggest purpose of this visit. There was also no one who didn't know if anyone was already at the top of the mountain. Everyone wanted to get the most suitable weapon for themselves. The path of the Forest Demon Ridge was not easy to walk. But following Pill King Guchanyu, they all harped on it. He had medicine to repel insects and snakes all over his body, making them a lot less troublesome. Lingji thought differently, every drop of the enemy's blood was important. Along the way, he killed countless pythons and vipers by slashing at every snake he saw. Suddenly, at the front, a man in black jumped out, and without saying a word, he sprinkled some powder onto these people. The man in black was very sneaky, with a quick stance, and immediately turned into the forest to go. Chase! Immortal Yimeng shouted out. There was no response, instead she was pulled by Yimeng's hand. Be careful, it's a trap. Before those words could fall, the unpleasant sound of snakes spitting out letters could be heard from the surroundings. It made people's bones creepy. Boom! A large tree on the right fell. A python with a huge body like a roller coaster quietly appeared. Its huge body seemed like a moving mountain, snaking and circling between the valleys, covering the sky and the sun. The python's scales were like a huge metal shield, glittering with an icy and bizarre light, each piece more than 1 person high, tightly arranged as if they were impenetrable armor. Its eyes were like 2 huge lanterns, emitting an eerie and terrifying red light, as if it could penetrate the fear of all living beings. When that bloody mouth opened, it spewed out a sickeningly fishy aura, and its sharp fangs were like huge beams, as if it could easily devour the entire world. The system rang again. Mid-third order foreign beast, Hessian python. Attack power of 3000 bull force or more, masterstroke, divine dragon swinging tail. Countermeasure, strike the snake 7 inches. Ling Ji was observing this giant python snake. When Fairy of Dreams saw this giant python, she was unafraid and was the first to fly over and kill it. She was as lithe as a falling flower petal as she sped towards the behemoth. Stupid? The crowd called out in unison. However, the python's reaction was extremely swift. Its thick and powerful tail swung like lightning and instantly pinched Immortal Yimeng. Fairy Yimeng was barely able to move under the python's tremendous force, her face was pale, and her life was in danger. It was only at this time that she got scared. Help! Help! Seeing this, the crowd shouted angrily and struck out. All sorts of glittering magic treasures and powerful spells rained down on the python. For a while, the valley was filled with light and deafening roars. Ling Ji sighed and had no choice but to join the battle without hesitation. With his bloodthirsty blade in hand, his figure was like electricity as he quickly weaved his way out of the range of the python's attacks, searching for the best time to attack. The python was enraged by the crowd's attacks, and it twisted its body frantically, spewing out black poisonous mist from its mouth, and wherever the poisonous mist went, the grass and trees withered instantly. Its gigantic tail swept across thousands of troops, setting off gusts of wind, making it difficult for the crowd's attacks to be effective for a while. However, Ling Ji was not frightened by this horrifying scene. He was augmented by the butcher's ability and quickly found the snake 7 inches. Seeing the right moment, he took advantage of the moment when the python attacked the others, and like a ghost, he leapt to the top of the python's head. He raised the bloodthirsty knife high, his entire body's strength converging on the blade. Clang! As fast as lightning. Before the snake could react, it was slashed by this knife. Its heart position, just properly, was 7 inches. The snake's blood splashed. Heavily wounded transgressive Hessian python, blood and chi value 500 plus. Once its heart was broken, it had only one destination, death. The bloodthirsty blade was drawn. Running up the cloud floating steps, he ran over the snake. The Hessian python's heart had been severely injured, and its strength had dropped drastically. The whole body was loose. As soon as Fairy Yimeng's body loosened up, the bones in her entire body almost felt like they were going to break. Quick, save the fairy! With a single arrow step, Lu Xiang of the Hong clan arrived in front of her. With a forceful pull, he saved her. They all breathed a long sigh of relief for rescuing this unruly and unafraid of death Yimeng. At the same time, they heard a loud clang. The huge snake's head and body split in two. Ling Ji decapitated this python with a single slash. Death was the best place for it to go. Kill transgressive Hessian python, blood and chi value 2500 plus, kill chi value 1000 plus. Ling Ji played the bloodthirsty knife in a handsome manner, making a flower of the knife, and took it back to its sheath. He met with the memory dream fairy, only to see that her life was not in danger. Indifferently, he said, "Hurry up and go." The black-clothed man sprinkled what should be snake-attracting powder. With a jolt, the crowd immediately ran towards the top of the mountain. That person must be broken into pieces when I catch him. Lu Clamor carried Yimeng on his back as he ran, while letting out vicious words. Fan Lifang frowned. "No, we don't have any enemies, why would he do this?" "Hey! Still need to guess? Someone is trying to stop us from going to the top of the mountain to seize the treasure." Yimeng suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Oh, much more comfortable. She used her inner strength to force out the stagnant blood in her body. Ling Ji had been leading the way. Come one snake, kill one. They also didn't expect that as the younger brother of the clan, they let a pig killer protect them. How ironic. In less than an hour's journey, they encountered 5 mid-third stage foreign beasts, Hessian pythons. With everyone's efforts, they all passed through without any danger. However, what was supposed to be an hour's journey turned into a day. Another day, the sun had just risen. They finally arrived at the top of the Mori Demon Ridge. Killed 30 pythons at all levels, got a blood chi value of 30,000 plus and a killing chi value of 20,000 plus. It was only when they reached the top of the mountain that the system settled, so I guess it was just too much to kill too fast. Killed 60 vipers of all levels, got blood chi value 20,000 plus, kill chi value 5,000 plus. Buzz. Passed the verification of 5-star cards and opened the mountain top boundary. The top of the mountain, which had looked all misty, slowly dispersed. It was reflected in the eyes. There were already 6 people standing at the top of the mountain. There were a total of 20 treasure chests on the ground, 6 of which had already been opened. It was picked by them to pick their weapons first. Oh, they actually managed to come up? a lewd man said as he looked at Ling Ji and the others. A man with a long sword and a full beard laughed and said, "Look guys, Ling Ji actually still has the life to come here." Oh, how heavenly. The lewd man bent his bow to shoot Ling Ji. He had the confidence to kill Ling Ji. Whoosh. Chapter 34, Robbing the Divine Soldier Middle. Bloodthirsty Blade First Style. The arrow that was as fast as lightning was split in half by a knife. Whoosh. Whoosh. 3 arrows in a row. Clang. 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 The lewd archer sighed, 1 million, that's not good. Ha ha ha. Old Six, didn't you say that you can destroy Ling Ji with a single arrow? Bah! You bull you come. I've said that it's not good for you to see him kill those 2 muscle men from the fitness association. Muscle men? They're all trash that rely on external power. Ha ha ha. They were talking and laughing, not putting the other 10 people in their eyes at all. Oi 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 oi. Whoever sprinkled snake-attracting drugland on us, get out with me. Zhang Xiaolan said angrily. Oh, the Green Gang, Mr. Zhang. On the path of martial arts cultivation, some small tactics are inevitable. Bah! Zhang Xiaolan had already drawn his spear. A move of flying dragon into dream. The sound of a dragon's roar was emitted from the friction between the spear and the air. This person's stance was strange, and he easily avoided this fatal shot. Mr. Zhang, you can't hurt me with such a slow stance. If I were you, I would go and choose the divine soldier at ease. Zhang Xiaolan's cultivation at the middle of the second stage of the Fanwu realm was actually unable to touch his opponent's body. He had already struck 20 moves in a row and was actually easily dodged. The lewd man smiled and said, "We are all friends, so as long as you don't help Ling Ji, you can pick any weapon you want." He pointed to the bracelet in his hand and said. Everyone looked at the bracelet and it already showed a countdown, 3 hours and 5 minutes. These people were stupid, but not stupid. The biggest fear was that some of them, who had taken the weapons with their quota, these people would come to rob them. Shameless. Zhang Xiaolan fought with this expert for a few hundred rounds and could not do anything at all. Ling Ji narrowed his eyes as he watched them perform. He knew that these people were just waiting for these to go for that treasure and attack him. However, his head was only worth $1 million. Arranging for 8 people to come and kill him was not reasonable at all. Fairy Memory Dream was now injured and could only rest on the side. She gasped for air and said, "There's nothing wrong with what they said, they wouldn't dare to harm us even if they were given the guts of a bear. Right, if they dare to kill our people, as long as one of us goes out, they will be hunted down by all the major sections." Mang analyzed. Let's go pick first. The 2 women were instead the boldest. After passing the verification, they each picked a sword that suited their familiarity. Hongji sword. The Cold Ice sword. Although they were both rare weapons of the advanced yellow rank, there were tons of more powerful weapons on the market. They knew that the best ones had already been taken by the other party. The others, seeing that they didn't act, immediately went up to pick divine weapons as well. Ling Ji's quota had long been used on Demon Fox Mountain. He came here just to grab the divine weapons. Cheng Yu, who also did not have a quota, whispered, "Their cultivation levels are all higher than yours, avoiding a fight is the best policy." Ling Ji shook his head, "Brother Chang, do you think they will let me go?" He was just an unknown martial artist, and his family was even a small family under the Slaughter Association, so there was really no burden to kill him. The words were not yet finished. A cloud-piercing arrow was shot towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji reacted quickly as his bloodthirsty blade slashed horizontally, cutting down the arrow. However, this arrow was heavy. Ling Ji was shocked by the aftershock and bounced off a few steps. What a situation, it was on a completely different level from earlier. In this one moment, 6 people had surrounded Ling Ji. Ah, this Huang Zhang's bow, it's really powerful. The archer masters, this time, used the divine weapon they had just obtained. These 2 had more confidence when they saw the new weapon's power. Bah! All 6 of you go together. Ling Ji really wanted them to come together so that he could make a sweeping attack. They had their own pride and did not care to attack as a group, deciding to take turns to go through the moves with Ling Ji. The other 5 isolated the others from Ling Ji, preventing them from interfering. Seeing this, Immortal Dream saw this and became anxious. "Why don't you guys go up and help? That Ling Ji is our friend anyways, we have fought together, we are comrades in arms anyways." The others lowered their heads and pretended to be studying the weapons they had acquired. As long as Meng supported her, "Are you guys still human?" Sungyu shook his head helplessly at his fiancée. Forget it. Yi Meng drew her cold ice sword and made sure to save this benefactor. On the contrary, the person who received the benefactor Chang Yu was particularly calm. Menger, don't worry. He's fine. Over here, there had been dozens of consecutive rounds of fighting, and he had run out of arrows. Humph. I lost. An archer has the backbone of an archer, lose and win. However, Ling Ji sneered, after losing, you shall not leave a little something for me to use as a souvenir. Bah, you want my Huang Zhang's bao? The archer said angrily. Are you stupid or foolish? The moment you are bent on shooting me with every arrow filled with killing aura, it's either you die or I die. Ling Ji's words were already filled with killing aura. Cloud floating step. Descending from the sky, he slashed at this archer with a bloodthirsty frenzy slash. Death. He reflexively blocked with his Huang Zhong's bao. The poor Huang Zhong's bao was split down the middle by the bloodthirsty blade, bang. The archer, from the bottom of his canopy, slowly cracked open. He looked at Ling Ji incredulously, his mouth kept quaking. You. Blood spurted out from the wound. Kill a martial artist of the same level, blood chi value 2000 plus, killing chi value 1000 plus. Ling Ji put away his sword and turned around. The archer was split in two at this point. Terrifying. Neither side had seen this scene before. Chun Yu and the expert who had seen Ling Ji kill the two muscular men were not surprised. Brother one. Someone called out. This person must be his fellow disciple. He was dressed in a black power suit with a calm and powerful stride. He clasped his hands to his chest, and his eyes revealed a hint of disdain, as well as infinite anger. Damn it! Ling Ji, brother one, he has given up on killing you, and you still set out to kill. Ling Ji was puzzled. I'm justified in self-defense. It's not that he didn't have arrows, he just kept sneaking up on me. He slowly drew the long knife at his waist, the blade flashing coldly in the sunlight. He felt sure the man would make a move. He let out a loud shout and lunged at Ling Ji like a tiger descending from a mountain. Ling Ji, however, did not panic and dodged sideways, skillfully avoiding the powerful strike. Afterwards, he quickly retaliated, his saber stabbing out like lightning. The buzzing had the effect of thunder and lightning. Thunderbolt sword. The two of them went back and forth, their swords in shadows crisscrossed, and the air was filled with tension. However, with every contact, the electric current made Ling Ji's entire body tingle. Chapter 35 Robbing the Divine Soldier next. Clang! The two weapons clashed once again. The two of them looked at each other with eyes full of killing aura. Ling Ji, if you kill yourself, I promise to leave you a whole body. Ling Ji smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth, the killing aura of the bloodthirsty blade had infinitely integrated into his body. He meant only two words, kill. Moreover, under the stimulation of the killing aura, the weak lightning power of the sword could not harm him at all. I don't understand, there's no grievance or enmity with you guys, why do you want to kill me just for such a small amount of stinking money? It was for the money, but now that you've killed brother one, lol. Zhao Woyang and you have an undying grudge. Do you know that? He's my sister's future husband. Zhao Woyang was dressed in white robes and held a long lightning sword, his figure was flowing and a bit handsome. His swordsmanship was light and agile, launching his attacks like flowing clouds in water. Ling Ji remained calm in his response as he carefully observed his opponent's sword moves, looking for a break. A life and death duel was different from a martial arts competition in the ring. There were almost no rules to speak of in a life and death duel, and both sides could do whatever it took to kill the other. There was no referee, and there was no such thing as fairness, only life and death. In a life and death duel, any means could be used, including sneak attacks and the use of hidden weapons, because survival was the only goal. Zhao Woyang had not yet put his life and death at risk for himself. There was less belief in certain death. Finally, he realized that his opponent was the devil and he was afraid. It was a moment of hesitation. Ling Ji found his break. With a fierce force, the bloodthirsty blade collided with the opponent's long sword, it was pressed from top to bottom. A crisp sound of gold and iron clashing was emitted. Zhao Woyan was pressed down to his knees, his lightning longsword had pressed down onto his body. His scalp was numb. This numbness, on the contrary, made him even more powerless. The blade of the sword had pressed on his shoulder, getting more and more into his flesh, and blood sprayed out like a fountain. Blood-sucking, martial artist of the same rank once, blood chi value 500 plus. The power of the bloodthirsty blade was growing. The thick killing intent suffocated him. He was afraid. There were still several girlfriends waiting for him to go back, and several buddies waiting for him night after night. Ling Ji, spare me. I'll give you $1 million. Ha ha. I'll give you $1 million if you let me kill. Scary? I'll burn Tiandi Tong Bank plutonium for you. Zhao Woyang was cut in two by Ling Ji as his mind lost focus. Kill one martial artist of the same rank, blood chi value 2000 plus, kill chi value 1000 plus. The other four had some scalp numbness at the sight. Isn't it written on the wanted notice that he's not a peak rookie martial beginner? Or a poor folk martial artist? How could he be so strong? The man with the best light skills spoke up. No way, absolutely no way. The other one was already so scared that his feet went limp and he sat on his butt on the ground. Zhao Woyang was our strongest, and he was actually killed by this kid. Ling Ji's eyes had become blood red, and his voice wanted to sound like that of a killing god. Who else? The four of us will go together. Can't accept another death or injury. It's a real loss this time. The other three nodded in agreement. Taking out the latest weapon they received, they surrounded Ling Ji. One of the experts was a big man with a stout figure who held a thick club. It's the Celestial Wolf Magic Stick. Yi Meng said as she looked at the weapon in her opponent's hand. Brother Chengyu, it's unfair for the four of them to fight one. The skinny and bony Chengyu instead laughed. They'll die faster here. Yi Meng had always listened to him the most, and since he was relieved, she was being overly concerned. But she wasn't quite convinced that a folk martial artist could take on four clan martial artists. Every swing of the big man carried a whistling wind sound, but he wasn't stupid enough to wait for his teammates to act. The expert who had just scared the hell out of him was a woman. A she-devil to be exact. She was dressed in red and wielded a pair of short blades. Slayer's blades. Imon continued to comment from the sidelines. The other looked to be older, presumably taking Western medicine to catalyze his body's potential and make it age rapidly. He held an iron walking stick as he slowly walked towards Ling Ji. His movements appeared to be slow, but each step contained a deep internal force. As he gently waved his cane, a powerful force came towards Ling Ji. Iron Crutchley. The last expert was the man with great lightness. He was dressed in a black power suit and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He held a long spear, the tip of which flashed with a cold aura. Fixed Dragon Lance. The lightweight expert shouted and was the first to strike, the lance stabbing towards Ling Ji like a dragon coming out of the sea. Ling Ji felt the powerful aura of his opponent, but he did not retreat. He nimbly dodged the attack of the lance while looking for the opponent's breaks. At this moment, the other three followed and attacked up. However, they didn't cooperate at all, and it looked like they were improvised haymakers. Humph. A rabble. In the midst of a fierce collision, Ling Ji skillfully utilized his cloud floating steps and jumped right behind them. It just so happened that they were all in a cross-section at the same time. Ling Ji's heart became happy. With the words on his lips, the killing aura of the Sun Demon Ridge began to surge towards the bloodthirsty blade. They had killed all the way here, and had died countless foreign beasts and demonic snakes. The blood-colored killing chi was quickly incorporated into the bloodthirsty blade's blood character. Sweeping the 1,000 armies. The three divine weapons crumbled. The beautiful woman, the big man, and the old man were immediately slashed lazily. Killed three martial artists of the same rank, blood chi value 6,000 plus, killing chi value 3,000 plus. The man with good light skills felt the danger and immediately jumped away in a hurry. Betraying the three men. Fear filled his eyes. This. Moreover, the other guys from the Hong gang, the Qing gang and others were watching from the side, and it scared them as well. It was really impossible to guess how this martial artist from the folk had such a cultivation. I'm afraid it's the third stage of the mortal martial realm. Chengyu shook his head. He had helped Ling Ji heal his wounds and knew his cultivation level. No, he's only at the second stage of the mortal martial realm right now. Everyone was incredulous, thinking that Chengyu was bluffing. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can't even beat him at the peak of the second stage of the mortal martial realm. There was only one possibility: this Ling Ji was a monster or just a martial arts cultivation genius. None of them credited the bloodthirsty knife for any of this. After all, this knife looked like a pig-killing knife, but in reality, it was really a pig-killing knife. In this world, no one used high-level materials to forge a pig-killing knife, this kind of low-level sharp weapon. After all, it was too short. Speaking again, they fought. Lingji chased after the man who was a lightweight and killed. Ha ha! Lingji, you won't be able to catch me, you're too slow. Lingji's cloud floating steps, although he jumped high, far and quiet. Unfortunately, it was just too slow and a single pace. In fact, this man had a chance to kill Lingji, after all, martial arts is fast. However, being scared by Lingji's bloody killings, can only mouth to escape. Suddenly, Do! The individual's bracelet emitted a bright purple light. A black screen first appeared in front of everyone. The screen became blurry and turned clear again. This place had returned to the Wind and Moon City Martial Artist Association. Hey! The man laughed. Shifu! Help me! Just after seeing the view of the Martial Artist Association scene, Lingji saw a dragon lance stabbing towards him. The lance was filled with a murderous domineering aura. Buzzing. Buzzing. Breaking sound. Chapter 36 Spiritual Martial Realm Expert. C1 Evil Forest Wormhole Exit. So people were teleported back. The people who were waiting were all happy. How did they know? Seeing the people who came back, there were a lot less. Some people had been cut in two and became horrifyingly broken bodies. These were the elites of the various clans, associations. The dragon-tattooed lance killed Lingji. He knew that his nephew, Huangwen, must have been killed by this man, and he wanted revenge. Lingji felt a strong killing intent, a majestic aura. He felt endless pressure. It was absolute rank suppression. Could it be that he would die here? Seeing this situation, Lu Shirsher reflexively drew her round moon scimitar. Flying to Lingji's side, the scimitar slashed fiercely at the dragon lance. Clang! Although it could not be blocked, the lance was deflected by this mess. The lance plunged into the wall at once. Thick smoke rolled out. Awesome! Everyone really didn't know Lu Shirsher's true strength. A spirit martial realm expert. Actually launching an attack on a mortal martial realm rookie, what a face? Obviously the strength was not high enough for this old man, so it turned out that Lu Shirsher was also a spirit martial realm existence. Ha ha! Dead old man, attacking without saying a word. It almost exasperated Lu Shirsher. She didn't know what was going on, but as the Slaughter Association's martial arts instructor, she also had to protect her students with all her might. Hey! This kid killed someone from our family. I'm going to avenge him. He pointed at the man who was cut in half and said. At this moment. Without letting Lingji explain, 3 more men came out pointing at Lingji cursing. And they had drawn their weapons. Yang Wu also came back with a scare, and he immediately drew his longsword to protect Lingji. Lu Shirsher and Yang Wu were like the 2 door gods, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. It made Lingji's mind, which was originally full of killing intent, slowly be brought down. There was a suction force in front of his chest that was also doing its best to suck away his killing intent and convert it into a peaceful force that nourished him. It was the earth mind stones that kept him awake. Instructor Lu, Yang Wu. Unable to help himself, he called their names. 1,000 words would not be spoken. Looking at the 4 spirit martial realm experts, they did not cower. Especially Yang Wu. What a good brother. Soon, 3 other middle-aged men and women walked over. It was the instructors from the Hong Gang, the Qing Gang, and the Medicine King Valley who walked over. It was estimated that they were also at the level of spiritual martial realm experts or above. They stopped them. They knew what was happening from their disciples. Oi! 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 Do you guys want a face? Pill King Valley instructor Wu Qian said with a cold smile. That, Lingji is a murderer. He killed a total of 7 people in the secret realm. Bro Wu Qian. Wu Qian shook his head. Bah, do you really think we're stupid? He pointed at the disciples behind him. Don't lie when so many disciples are there. You. Fairy Yiming inserted her waist and said, yeah, it's these people who besieged Lingji alone, only to be countered and killed. Siege, counter killed? Everyone seemed to have heard the funniest joke of 2024. By virtue of him. Pretty girl, don't interrupt if it's none of your business. After all, Yiming was wearing Pill King Valley's clothes, and they didn't dare to be rude. Following that, Yun Tian, Zhang Xiaolan and the others also came forward and could testify. Moreover, they pointed at the man with amazingly good lightness and said that they drugged the python swarm to make it attack them. He was the scourge. Bah, our wind and rain pavilion wouldn't do such things. Windy, come here. That man was the son of the Wind and Rain Pavilion's owner, Lifeon. That's right. I didn't do it, do you guys have proof? They indeed didn't have any evidence, he acted masked, everyone just recognized his stance. There was even less surveillance video there, and no fingerprints left behind. The crowd gritted their teeth. In this case, he all killed a lot, this is a big crime. From the crowd, Chunyu walked out. He was skinny and bony, like a white-boned man. I can vouch that he is a good person. Everyone only saw him wearing loose Pill King Valley clothes and couldn't recognize who he was. But a woman's face everyone still recognized. It was a woman dragging this white-boned spirit Qin Shanga expert Meng. Some people had already guessed who this person was. Brother. Are you Brother Chunyu? Cheng Feng's mouth kept trembling, he was nervous and excited. He chose to enter the C1 Evil Forest with the additional purpose of searching for Chunyu, who had been missing for almost a year. Due to the amount of time spent looking for someone, he and Manichin did not go to the Mori Demon Ridge or even the Demon Fox Mountain. This was because this place was all the last place where everyone had assembled, and those who had come out in the last session had all said that they could not see him appear. So they gave up on the treasures and went to look for someone. Chunyu knew that this was not the time to recognize his family. He just nodded his head to show his identity. He then told Lingji once about saving him and what he saw along the way, and pointed out that they people had received a wanted notice from the Jianghu to kill Lingji. They made their own deaths and were not qualified to accuse Lingji. However, he was measured, and some secrets that could not be told would not be told, such as when the phantom Bloodbat was there. Now, the illusory Bloodbat had eaten the spirit enlightening pill and was obediently sleeping in Lingji's backpack. At this moment, a few staff members of the Martial Artist Association ran over, carrying away the corpses on the ground. They had to claim the body there at the morgue and put a piece together to take it away. Wind and Rain Pavilion and the others knew in their hearts that they didn't dare to mess around at the Martial Artist Association. They could only put down harsh words. Lingji, don't be too arrogant. You are just a momentary fluke. We have powerful forces behind us, and if you offend us, you are offending the entire Jianghu. No matter where you escape to, you won't be able to escape from our pursuit. Your end will be incomparably miserable, and we will let you know what a foolish decision it was to make an enemy of us. There were several hundred of them, in a hurry to leave the Martial Artist Association. They did not even attend the final awards ceremony. Lingji saw them leave before he took his bloodthirsty sword back into its sheath. The people around him felt relaxed all of a sudden. Everyone was because it was the killing aura that they were dealing with. How did they know that it was the killing aura of the bloodthirsty knife? Cheng Feng excitedly shed tears and hugged his brother. They spoke about their experiences in the secret realm. These 2 years were truly like a lifetime ago. Chunyu took the initiative to hold Lingji's hand. Lingji, I will definitely do what I promised you. Moreover, you are not strong enough right now, and many forces outside are going to be unfavorable to you. Why don't you come over to our Pill King Valley? Lingji smiled. I will pay attention. How about I make a trip home? If I really sometimes, I will definitely pay a visit. The pointing kung fu that Chunyu had promised him to teach himself was one of the kung fu that he had always wished to learn. Only if time permitted, he would go at the first opportunity. After all, there were a lot of blood chi values and killing chi values on hand right now that had to be digested. Oi! Oi! Lingji, how do you count the sum you injured me with? Fairy Yiming said quaintly. The dozens of disciples of the Qin Xian Pavilion, and the instructors and others drew their immortal swords at the same time. But they were all experts above the level of Martial Walker, all drew their swords in unison, and each disciple looked as beautiful as a flower. It was truly one of a kind on earth. Waiting for this pavilion master's daughter to lead the order, vowing to behead Lingji. Chapter 37 Issuance of Awards. Hey! Oi! You're the one who made the first move, okay? Lingji despised. Fairy Yiming skimmed her mouth. Humph. Count yourself ruthless. If you're free, come to our Qin Fairy Pavilion for another competition match. I don't believe I can't win against you. Lingji hadn't even opened his mouth. Yang Wu agreed colorfully, yeah. We will definitely go. Bah! Who has called you a dead fat boy? Yang Wu ate the lemon and had some embarrassment. Lingji smiled without saying anything. The people of the Qin Xian Pavilion heard their conversation and realized that it was the lady who was joking, not the enemy. Everyone put their weapons back. The radio sounded. My fellow martial artists, the 2024 Wind and Moon City Martial Association secret trial has ended, and now the final ranking announcement and awards ceremony is being held. Please welcome Mr. Tu Qianjia, the organizational minister of the Martial Association, to the stage to present the awards. A tall and imposing man appeared on the high stage. Everyone has worked hard, now the trial rankings will be announced, please look at the screen. The large screen displayed. First place, Wind and Rain Pavilion, Lu Bing, 15 star cards, kill value, 13,000. Second place, Pill King Valley, Manny Chen, 12 star cards, kill value, 8,500. Until the 8th place. 8th place, Slaughter Association, Ling Ji, 8 star cards, kill value, 185,000. Wow. The entire audience screamed when they saw this kill value. After all, this data proved that this person had killed many lives. These data were all provided by the bracelet, there were no mistakes. Following the 9th place to the 10th place were all 8 star cards with kill values below 5,000. It was already a stretch for the Slaughter Association to produce someone with 8 star cards. Yang Ji enviously patted Ling Ji's shoulder, "You're really great." However, when the other associations, the people from the sects saw him, it was like seeing the devil, there was actually someone who went to slaughter. For the 11th to 100th people, Ling Ji did not pay attention. Among them, there was a familiar name on this list, Dina. She got 89th place. There was also a Chiu Xiener who had just gotten the 100th place, also from the Slaughtering Association. Also, it was surprising that the remaining few on the C1 Sun Demon Ridge had all made it into the 100th place. Even that brainless Yiming Fairy had a part in it, at 95th place. There's really no way to say something like talent, if you have it, and if you don't, you really don't have it. After all, the 100th place all had rank badges. The turn of the next official Secret Realm trial, the martial examination will be very useful. It could be said that these were the top martial artist students of this session of Wind Moon City. The prizes for the top 10 were very generous. Not only did they receive cash prizes, but they also received high-level weapons. First prize, 300,000 dragon coins in cash, Star Dragon Armor Spiritual Artifact Elementary plus 20% physical defense, plus 10% counterattack force. Note, counterattack force is the reaction force, that is, he attacked the opponent and the equipment bounced back. Ling Ji's 8th rank. Cash 100,000 dragon coins, Blood Dragon Armor Spiritual Artifact Primary plus physical defense 15%, counterattack power plus 12%. It's not bad, the dragon armor is pretty much the same. Ling Ji was already satisfied, after all, asking around. These equipments have a starting price tag of 1 million dragon coins, but also look at the quality to know the final value. After receiving his award on the high stage, Ling Ji. Queuing up to the parking lot, they boarded the bus to leave the Martial Arts Association. They were going back to their homes. Everyone got back to the big bus and saw the empty seats for 2 people. Everyone just lost 2 companions by themselves. Lu De and Zhang San. Tears were like waterfalls as Lu Sure spoke about them. "It's me, I didn't lead well." Ling Ji knew that they must have been the ones who were toyed with by Long's group, he and Yang Wu were lucky. There was still life to come back. Yang Wu was also embarrassed to talk about his experience. After all, he didn't have a single star card, and he could only live in the C1 Secret Realm, or else they would all die. He couldn't even pass through a small necrotic pool. "Yang Wu, have you gained anything in the past few days?" Yang Wu smiled and said, "Of course I have, I've risen 2 heavens, now I'm at the 8th heaven of the first stage of the mortal martial realm." In a low voice, he added, "I picked a lot of blood spirit grassroots, it's enough." It seemed like he was just days away from breaking through the realm. The others discussed it in 7 different ways. Most of them were at the 7th heaven of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. Only Dina, since she was rapidly ascending, fighting monsters and upgrading, was yet at the peak of the mortal martial realm first stage, ready to break through at any time. And Chiu Xiener, who had been keeping a very low profile, stated that he had already broken through to the mortal martial realm's second order first sky. But he hadn't performed very prominently in the Slaughter Association selection. This was a real hit. However, the one who is in the limelight right now is of course our Ling Ji. Everyone pressed him for his current realm. He had no choice but to say it, the second stage of the mortal martial realm, the second sky. "No way." Han Meimei said, "Ling Ji, you only just rose to the early stage of the first rank of the mortal martial realm in your pre-selection test, how did you rise so fast now?" Ling Ji really hated her. There was no response. And his good brother Yang Wu said, "Bah. Han Meimei, you're really gone treasure. You know what, before we set off we tested him long ago. He was at the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. It's normal to break through. It was only after saying this that everyone came to a realization. Originally, everyone thought that Ling Ji was a myth. Being able to use the power of the early stage of the mortal martial realm first stage to defeat Long Aotian, who was at the fifth heaven of the mortal martial realm first stage. In fact, those who were able to come here were all nominally geniuses in practicing martial arts. However, no one told them that every realm breakthrough would be difficult for many people. It could be said that 1 greater than 100 was not difficult, the hardest part was the 0 greater than 1 barrier. Right now in the car, other than Lu Shishir, only Qiu Xian'er knew how terrifying Ling Ji was. Moreover, every great realm was an insurmountable chasm. Lu Shishir knew very well in her heart that it took her 8 years to break through this shackle. However, it had been another half a year and there was no progress at all. It was possible that she would be stuck on the first rank of the spiritual martial realm for the rest of her life. She looked at this term, and in the municipal trial, there were actually 3 people who got rank badges this year. At least, these 3 people were all people with great potential to enter the academy. Snap! Lu Shishir forced a smile. First of all, congratulations to the students who got the top 100, Ling Ji, Dina, Qiu Xian'er. At this moment, the entire room applauded. Everyone was happy for them. Only Han Meimei was a little bit lost. Ling Ji, as her ex-man, hadn't cherished him properly, and now that he was slowly unfolding some accomplishments, she felt upset inside. Shay is just good luck. Dina, who was sitting next to her, looked at her with sharp eyes. What did you say? At this moment, Han Meimei realized that she had said the wrong thing and immediately rounded back. No, not you, I'm just talking about that Ling Ji. Dina heard her words and couldn't help but remember that she was also under his thumb. I fought him and lost badly. Han Meimei really couldn't imagine that Dina, the best potential woman in their class of women, wasn't Ling Ji's handful either. In the WeChat group, a message was received. Xiaoguobao, congratulations to all martial artists, back to the association, please come to the meeting room at the first time, there are important things to announce. Chapter 38 Return of Long Aotian? 2 hours later, the bus had returned to the Slaughter Association office area. 30 people went and 28 returned. However, from the first day of swearing to be a martial artist, they were destined to die in battle. They entered the conference room with their heads held high. This was their first best result in 18 years. Xiao Guobao and a few elders were already sitting in the chair position. Long Tao was condescending, making Ling Jijin feel uncomfortable. President Xiu began by speaking for an hour without nutrition. Then he said, "You guys come up here to receive your prizes for the 167th Martial Artists Selection Competition." It wasn't that the Slaughter Association was dragging their feet, and it took time to prepare the gifts for such a relatively poor association, and also to fulfill the gift before going to the martial examination secret realm for the test. First place, Ling Ji. Second place, Dina. Third place, Xiu Xian'er. Fourth place, Xiu Zhanghua. 29th place, Long Aotian. 30th place, Dina. Long Aotian. Everyone was surprised to hear the names of Long Aotian and Dina. It was no wonder that the association would only distribute them at this time. After all, the secret realm examination in Fengyu City was a possibility of death, and the final ranking was based on the time surviving martial artists, plus the candidates to make up for it. Ling Ji gritted his teeth when he heard his name. Ludi Zheng XXX was not necessarily going to die when he was placed in the C2 secret realm by their Long group. For the sake of their own quota, they actually killed 2 lives. Long Aotian and Dina walked in from the back hall. The expressions were glowing. Especially Dina, the beauty was a little scary. It was more delicate than her sister Dina. Once they made it to the seats at the very back, there were staff members handing out prizes. It was Ling Ji who was the first to get it. The first place gift was good. 20 blood recovery pills, 10 chi replenishing pills. Are all elixirs, among which there are also some Western medicines, emergency medicines. There was also a set of tailored clothes. It actually had a name embroidered on it. There was a bit of earth. There were also 2 cards, one was a cultivation room membership card with 100,000 yuan in it, and the other was a bank card, also with 100,000 dragon coins. In total, it was only 300,000 yuan, but it was generous for a poor association. He looked at Yang Wu sitting next to him, who was 6th. There was only one card, a 30,000 cultivation room membership card. The lower the ranking, the less stuff there was. Xiao Guobao spoke again. I paid out of my own pocket and bought prizes for the 3 martial artists who finished in the top 100. Ling Ji. Dina. Xiao Xianer. Please come on stage. The voice echoed in the air, full of anticipation and encouragement. The gazes of the crowd under the stage were focused on the 3 people who were about to go on stage. Ling Ji's face was resolute, and his eyes shone with confidence as he walked towards the high stage step by step with a calm and steady pace, as if he carried an unstoppable aura. He was trying to suppress the fire in his heart to kill Long Aotian. Dina, on the other hand, had a graceful figure and a faint smile on her beautiful face as she gracefully walked onto the stage. Xiao Xianer was agile and cute, her eyes full of excitement and curiosity as she bounced towards the high stage. The appearance of the 3 made the entire scene even more enthusiastic. People exchanged words and talked. Definitely not something good, President Xiao is usually stingy. Someone whispered. Xiao Guobao, on the other hand, wore a smile on his face. He was the one who heard it and was unimpressed. I'm being generous this time. Oh. Looking at these 3 outstanding martial artists, his heart was filled with relief. He knew that these young martial artists would be the hope of the future. Ling Ji received a dark green box. He couldn't wait to open it. It was really plain and simple, a heart protector mirror. Bull's head heart protecting mirror, Xian rank primary. The 2 bull's eyes are empty and can be submerged into gemstones. Physical defense plus 20%, heart protection plus 30%. Ling Ji had a quick wit. The crystal he got from the 3-tailed snow fox could be embedded, strengthening the heart protector mirror's ability. Only to see that the other 2 were also heart protectors. However, the level was not as high as his own. It seemed that President Xiao had a strong love for the 3 of them and wanted to do his best to protect their lives. Alright, the award ceremony is over, let me talk about your 2-month schedule. The Slaughter Association had gone through 7 days of closed-door discussions on their previous centralized set of training, but they found this term to be very different. There was a lot of talent, all with their own ideas. So they came up with a bold plan. The name of the plan, Release. Cold sweat broke out on the foreheads of the 30 people as they listened. It was clearly to save money. Let them fend for themselves. Lu Shishir was the first to stand up and object. President. I object. It's hard to ensure that everyone reaches at least the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm. From what she knew, only Xiao Xianer and Ling Ji had reached this goal. The others were still a bit short. Long Tao stood up and said seriously, Lu Shishir, it's not your turn to speak here. Lu Shishir was also just, no, I'm their instructor. Xiao Guobao laughed, little Lu, you haven't even listened to their own opinions, what's the rush? Raise your hand if you agree. Whoosh. With a sound, a clear hand was raised. You guys? Lu Shishir was incredulous. Very well. Since we don't have the ability to teach them according to their abilities, we can only let them improve their own initiative and realize their potential. After Xiao Guobao finished speaking, he took the lead and left his seat, ready to slip away in the back. In the distance, the president's voice was heard, everyone be good. Cool. Isn't this just a vacation? The strong were always strong, so the weak didn't have to waste resources. The reasoning was simple. Long Tao and the other elders followed the president and left, leaving 31 of them behind. Suddenly, the atmosphere of the conference room became odd, rather a murderous aura began to envelop the place. Due to Ling Ji's first position, no one could see his face. One could imagine the horror of his expression for sure. Dragon. AO. Sky. The bloodthirsty sword had already been drawn. Sitting at the end, Long Aotian clasped a long sword with both hands. Coldly smiling, jia jia. Ling Ji, not bad. Oh, this is worthy of being my opponent. His voice was very different from before, it became very feminine, unlike his previous rigid character. A martial artist does not rely on a mouth. Ling Ji stood up and stood opposite to Long Aotian. Ling Ji was holding the bloodthirsty knife that emitted a bizarre aura, and the blade was flickering with a dark red light, as if it was craving for the nourishment of blood. Long Aotian, on the other hand, clutched his exquisite long sword, a mysterious light flowing from the sword, emitting a stern sword aura. The eyes of the 2 men met and instantly erupted with intense battle intent. Ling Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, his body's aura rising, like a fierce beast poised to strike. Long Aotian, on the other hand, had a cold face, his eyes revealed incomparable confidence, as if there was nothing in the world that his sword could not cut through. The battle was imminent, the others dispersed wisely. Some even took out melon seeds, peanuts, and beer, preparing to eat melon. Lu Shishir, who also knew her business, stood to the side and said with a frown, "I hope you guys know your place." Chapter 39, Refuting the Evil Sword Technique. Ling Ji was the first to attack. His figure was like electricity, instantly rushing in front of Long Aotian, the bloodthirsty knife in his hand slashed down fiercely with berserk power. The bloodthirsty knife had slashed towards Long Aotian's head, with an aura of forcefully slashing Huashan, causing even the melon eaters to feel fearful. Long Aotian was not afraid, he just smiled coldly, his smile was full of self-belief. With a flick of the long sword in his hand, he blocked this ferocious strike from Ling Ji. The cultivation level was so much higher, which surprised Ling Ji. The swords clashed with a crisp sound and sparks flew everywhere. "Ling Ji, I'm going to take his head today." Long Aotian's voice was so feminine that one's scalp would go numb upon hearing it. Long Aotian, using the evil breaking sword technique, stabbed at Ling Ji's vitals like a spirit snake. Ling Ji dodged sideways and skillfully avoided the fatal blow. He turned smoothly, and the bloodthirsty frenzy sword in his hand swung out again, slashing towards Long Aotian with a powerful force. Long Aotian hastily raised his sword to parry, and the two of them once again fell into a fierce battle. Their silhouettes were constantly interlacing in the field, the light of swords and shadows dazzled people. Every collision erupted with a powerful force, the air around them seemed to be shaken. Their speeds were getting faster and faster, and their power was increasing, as if two invincible war gods were engaged in a life and death battle. Ling Ji's bloodthirsty berserker sword carried a berserk aura, each swing seemed to tear through the air. Long Aotian's evil preventing sword technique, on the other hand, was agile and stern, with unpredictable sword moves that were hard to catch. The two of them went back and forth and were neck and neck, the battle was in a stalemate. The audience watched in amazement, mesmerized by this wonderful battle. Han Meimei was surprised. "Young dragon, when did he switch to using a sword? And this sword technique is so ethereal that it looks ordinary, but is actually seamless." Yang Wu originally had absolute confidence in Ling Ji, but the more he watched, the more uneasy he became. "Young Master Ling Ji, go for it." Lu Shishir, being a person who had been there before, knew at a glance, both of them have reached the second stage of the mortal martial realm, and both of their kung fu was very powerful. They were shocked by the strength of the two, and at the same time, their blood boiled for the intense battle. In their eyes, both Ling Ji and Long Aotian were truly strong, and their battle was a visual feast that was unforgettable. Time passed by minute, Ling Ji and Long Aotian were still fighting fiercely. Both of their bodies were already covered in sweat, but there was not the slightest bit of fatigue or retreat in their eyes. "Long Aotian, I can't believe you have improved so much." Ling Ji also had to admit this fact. "Humph. Are you poor people really stupid or fake? As long as you have enough money, your resources are equal to unlimited." Right. After the secret realm trial, it let everyone know one thing. Cultivation often depended on resources a lot of the time. The martial artists of the major sects had two advantages: firstly, their techniques were powerful, and secondly, they had abundant cultivation resources. Kryptonite. That's right. The distance between me and you will only increase in the future. Long Aotian said confidently. They exchanged blows and talked at the same time. Ling Ji's physical strength began to decline. If not for the bloodthirsty blade's ability to kill sufficiently, he might have fallen behind. He knew that it would be hard to kill this Long Aotian today. However, he saw Long Aotian's breakthrough, which was the sword. Ling Ji invoked his magic skill, his killing aura was internalized, and he launched an all-out strike. Long Aotian also knew that now, the last move, to split the winner. He knows that today is not a duel of life and death, but according to his kryptonite speed, it must be faster than ordinary people. Sooner or later, he can kill him. 70-second path. Kill. It was their final fight for the last cut. The seats in the place were smashed, and many people were forced out to watch from the windows. A wonderful battle. Clang. The two weapons emitted a golden light. A crisp sound rang out. Long Aotian's sword broke. Lu Shishir immediately blocked in front of the two of them. "You can stop now, the weapons are broken." Xing Shui's sword. Long Aotian looked at his broken sword in shock. He soul-tortured again. "What kind of sword is that, one of yours?" Ling Ji said indifferently, "A pig-killing sword, specialized in cutting people like you." "Humph. Last time, I lost to your pig-killing knife, and this time again. You won't be able to win." "Winning? You kryptonite is not cheating. Die poor." Ling Ji he knew that there was no chance to kill him today with Lu Shishir around, pointing his sword at this opponent. You like kryptonite, you go find a more powerful weapon and we'll fight again. Good, right in the secret realm of the martial examination. Long Aotian quickly left the scene with the help of Lu Shishir's protection. He was afraid that this guy would chase after him and kill him like last time. Instructor Shishir, Lu Di, Zhang San was killed by this guy. Are you stopping me? Do you have peace of mind? Lu Shishir shook her head. We don't have evidence, and the chairman must have his reasons for letting him in. We have to trust their decision. Before he could retort, the others flocked over. Ling Ji, you're great, worthy of being the 8th in Wind and Moon City. Hey, when are you going to? I'm going to compete with the competition. These people went from disdain to seeing reality. He really had the strength to be the number 1 in their slaughter association. Defeating Long Aotian for the first time can be said to be a fluke, but 2 victories can only be said to be strength. Only Han Meimei didn't know what taste was in her heart and sat in the corner crying. One of her close girlfriends came over and said, Meimei, Ling Ji has come out on top, you should be happy. Humph. I don't have anything to do with him at all now. Moreover, now that Long Aotian is also ignoring me. Seeing this beautiful Han Meimei, her best friend sighed. At that time, all told you not to be double-minded. How do I know? Oh, that in poor strength in their own lower than the person, now the power will soar. There is no possibility of getting back together. The scene where Han Meimei was beaten by Ling Ji in the cultivation room that time, she knew it was hard. She covered her white as snow peaks. It's hard. It had been 7 days since they left home, and everyone was returning to their homes. Yang Chonglu had prepared a rich lunch long ago. Yang Wu was the first to walk into the house. Father. However, Yang Chonglu ignored him and took an arrow step to Ling Ji's side. He hugged him. Young master, hard work. Today, Uncle Yang made his favorite dish. Yang Wu was a little jealous. Che, I am your own son. Ling Ji was touched by the warmth of this familiar middle-aged man. His parents leaving home at a very young age was unfortunate in the eyes of the world, but he had Uncle Seven who loved and cared for him as if he was his own son. He didn't feel it was unfortunate, and now, even the 7th uncle had left secretly. Having this heavy 6th uncle to love and care for him, his heart was also very sweet. Only to see the dinner table. It was still a pork-based dish, all of which were his favorite things to eat. Braised pork ribs. Chinpi pork meatballs. Dongpa pork. There was also fried vegetable hearts with lard. Pork bone soup with dried vegetable and radish. Still familiar with the 4 dishes in one soup, with white rice served any way you like. Hot rice, just fragrant. And a bottle of 82-year-old Mao Tai. Chatter. Ling Ji's WeChat received an invitation message from Changyu. Ling Ji, I tell you a good news, my father agreed to pass my family's unique pointing technique to you. My dad also said that you are my savior, he will personally teach you if you come to Medicine King Valley. Chapter 41st Visit to Pill King Valley. Ling Ji looked at his cell phone screen and smiled. Yang Wu probed over curiously. Ling Ji pushed him away with a slap. Do you have any manners? Yang Chonglio's face was ugly, and he pinched Yang Wu's neck with one hand. Hey! How did I usually teach you? Not a bit of tutelage. Coughing. I'm just curious as to what content young Master Ling saw, laughing so lewdly. Bah! Ling Ji then told them about Changyu. He already considered these 2 people as family members and had absolute trust in them. Yang Wu pushed away his father's hand and gasped, I'm also going to follow to Medicine King Valley. That's fine, you also have a friendship with brother Changyu. Uncle Chonglu, starting tomorrow, we will leave the slaughterhouse, I will bring Yang Wu along for the 2 months to experience. What do you think? Yang Chonglu nodded, you guys have offended the Long family, staying here they won't get you killed, but they will definitely find trouble for you, taking the initiative will be more favorable for cultivation improvement. Yang Wu smothered the bowl of soup in one gulp. It was refreshing and delicious. As he opened the mutai, he said, right, and I think to Pill King Valley must have better cultivation resources. There was nothing wrong with what he said, and Ling Ji didn't mind his brother getting better improvement. They ate their meals with gusto. Even the juice was eaten clean. The wine was also consumed in one go. It was the power of home-cooked food that relaxed them from their tight mood. The next day, Yang Wu drove the family's Wuling Hongguan minivan to Ling Ji's doorstep. Ling Ji had long been ready to depart. He had a good night's sleep last night with the help of alcohol and hadn't practiced anything at all. Combining labor and rest was the truth of learning anything. He placed his luggage in the trunk of the car. Ling Ji realized that Yang Wu did not bring his long knife. Where is your long knife? He twisted his head around in the driver's seat and said with a bitter smile, I don't think it's suitable. After this experience, I think it's time for me to have a short sword. Ling Ji nodded in agreement and sat in the passenger seat. The Wuling Hongguang quickly left the house and drove towards the south of Fengyu City. He really had time to recall the events of the past few days. System, how much blood chi value and killing chi value do I have now? Ding! Blood chi value 126600 plus, killing chi value 52800 plus. Hearing this number scared Ling Ji into jumping. He was already tall and the roof of the car was low, he jumped like this. Boom! Ah! Scared Yang Wu braked sharply. Young Master Ling Ji, what did you do? Ling Ji kept brushing the spot where he hit the roof of the car and said bitterly, nothing. Yes, it's all left the Slaughter Association, so don't call me Young Master from now on. Okay, Young Master. Ling Ji didn't like this title. There was no one in the world like him whose family was in the middle of nowhere and would still be called Young Master. He believed that as long as the system did not leave him alone, becoming a god of war was not a dream. Without realizing it, the minivan had already arrived at the entrance of Medicine King Valley. An SUV with an appointment was already waiting for them. It was a U8. Beep. Yang Wu honked the horn. A human head was revealed on the cab of the U8. Come with me. It was an old acquaintance, Cheng Yu's brother and Ling Ji's benefactor, Cheng Feng. Cheng Yu sat in the passenger seat. The U8 started up and left like an arrow. Yang Wu was not to be outdone. With a kick of the gas, the minivan was also able to drive like a sports car. Whoosh! Whoosh! All the other cars on the road were overtaken by these two cars. Wow! The Wuling Hongguang all drove like an airplane. Bull! Ling Ji sat quietly in the car, his eyes casting through the car window to the mysterious and beautiful Medicine King Valley. As the car quickly moved forward, the scenery of the Medicine King Valley unfolded in front of his eyes like a gorgeous painting. In the distance, the rolling mountains seemed to be the backbone of the earth, shrouded by a thin layer of clouds and mist, hidden invisible, just like a fairyland. The outlines of the mountains appear particularly soft under the sunlight, as if they were sketched by nature with the most delicate brushstrokes. In the valley, lush trees grow luxuriantly, with different kinds of green intertwined, emerald green, dark green, with distinct layers, just like a huge emerald. The leaves of the trees gently swayed in the breeze, emitting a rustling sound, as if it was a wonderful music played by nature. Some unknown wildflowers bloomed in the grass, colorful, like stars dotting the sea of green. In the Medicine King Valley, a clear stream gurgled, its water sparkling silver under the sunlight. It was as if it was a forgotten paradise. After more than an hour's drive, suddenly the mist started in front. Follow the U8 across. Protected by a formation. They entered the cluster of ancestral homes in the valley. The scene in front of him instantly enveloped him in an ancient and mysterious atmosphere. This cluster of ancestral homes was situated in the bosom of the valley, as if it was a treasure that had been deposited over the years. The ancient buildings were arranged in a staggered manner, and the black tiles and white walls exuded a unique flavor under the sunlight. Going to a three-way intersection, U8 ran towards the right side of the road. Soon, it stopped under a tall temple. Two big words were engraved on it, Cheng Mansion. Yang Wu also couldn't help but swallow his saliva, awesome. Cheng Yu was super polite and ran over to help Ling Ji open the door. Yang Wu, on the other hand, did not have this privilege and had to get out of the car himself. Ling Ji, I'm so happy to see you again. Sung Yu excitedly hugged Ling Ji. At this moment. Ha ha ha. Before anyone could be seen, the sound of cheerful laughter could be heard. In the distance, several men ran out. Cheng Yu introduced, the one walking at the front is the head of our Cheng family, again my father, Cheng Jiping. The few behind are my uncles. Ling Ji was really a little flattered. He had no choice but to arch his hand and smile, good day, Cheng family lord. Good day, all the lords. Cheng Jiping shook Ling Ji's hand, little friend Ling Ji, you are welcome, you are my Yuer's benefactor, you are my Cheng's benefactor. You're welcome, Cheng Feng also saved mine, Tai. Cheng Jiping was very satisfied as he looked at the attitude of this Jiugong Buwei. I heard Cheng Feng say that it was the Chen family's little girl who saved you, he just helped you change your clothes. Speaking of clothes, he had already washed Cheng Feng's clothes yesterday. Yang Wu, bring out the stuff. The minivan was really just a passable van, and he lifted a lot of things out of it. including the gifts that were given to them and Xingfeng's clothes. Dried pork, preserved sausage, pig's head skin, and so on, all of them were local specialties. You're too polite, you're our benefactor, we haven't sent you anything yet. It's not proper for you to still send things. These other meet and greet gifts were sent by Yang Wu. He really hoped to be able to post Lingji's gold and come to the Medicine King Valley to cultivate. Oh, this is from my brother, Yang Wu, no need to be polite. Chang Jiping was also a human being and didn't say anything through. Go to the martial arts cultivation room to try your strength. Chapter 41 Supreme Yang Holy Body. Chang Family Kitchen. Humph. They actually sent over preserved meat as a gift, how shabby. A house servant carrying the supplies said contemptuously. A middle-aged man in a chef's high hat heard him. Oh, preserved meat is good, bring it. Ali, we have more than enough of such a common ingredient as lapme in the Chang family. Chef Ali did not retort, he opened the snakeskin bag. The smell of the preserved meat piled up inside was so rich and pungent that it lifted people's spirits. It smelled great. Excited and happy, Ali pursued, who sent this? Seeing the chef's excitement, the house servant said in disbelief, it's two young men from the Slaughtering Association's pig-killing neighboring family. I heard that they are young Master Yu's benefactors. Ali picked up a bunch of salami and put it in front of his nose, sniffing it. Outside of a sweet neat scent, there was also a faint smell of aura. Spirit beads return jade. That's right, Spirit Pearl returns jade. The house servant asked curiously, what do you mean by Spirit Pearl returning jade? What is it? Isn't it just pork? Ali shook his head. Spirit Pearl returning jade is a special breed of meat pig. It's hard to raise and very expensive to raise. It grows up eating spirit medicine and drinking spirit water. He took out another pig's head skinned meat and nodded, that's right. This can't be wrong. And you say others are shabby. A piece of this pork is equal to a year's salary for you. And money doesn't always buy it. Pill King Valley was a wealthy family, even the servants were paid $200,000 a year. This is an excellent ingredient, it's a very tonic food, and it belongs to the Slaughter family's elixir. The family servant was incredulous, should we tell the family head, or it won't look good if his old man misunderstands? Ha! With the cultivation of the family master, he doesn't need to open the bag to feel the aura inside. Ali had already taken out the high-end mountain spring water and started clearing some bacon for today's dinner. Yang Wu followed Cheng Jiping as they went to the trial room. He had always thought that the gift his father gave him was a little shabby. He was afraid that this Pill King Valley Cheng family's family head would be unhappy and apprehensive. It wasn't long before they arrived at a mountainside. On the wall was a stone tablet, the Cheng family trial room. Cheng Jiping placed his hand on a stone protruding from the wall. Buzz. A rumbling sound rang out. The stone door slowly opened. It was spacious inside and could accommodate at least 5,000 people. Wow! Their depth is really deep. Yang Wu knew that it was counting their slaughter association, with a population several times larger than theirs, and the trial competition ground, just half as big as theirs. He couldn't help but say out, a very imposing trial competition ground. The Pill King Valley's martial artists were mostly cultivated and did not take things for granted. Cheng Jiping smiled and said, I invited you here so that you can test your strength and all your body stats. After all, there are several kinds of pointing techniques in my family, and they are taught according to the material. At this time, also talking had just finished collecting. Several hundred people martial artists ran in from all directions. Frightened, Yang Wu gripped his weapon. Instead, Lingji was calm. He didn't feel the slightest bit of killing aura from these people, but felt more of a pleasant mood. Ha, our formation is more advanced. Starting it up together consumes a huge amount. Since it's about to open, let everyone who went to the trial this time come over to test it. Chang Yu hurriedly explained. Lingji also understood that their Cheng family was only testing it now, just waiting for his arrival alone. They were truly sentimental and frugal. Buzz. The spell formation opened. All of their martial artists went to the various lines to line up for the test. Chengyu, just take the two of them to the test and come up to the office to find us when you're done. Yes, Pops. Chengyu pulled out 2 pills and handed them over saying, this is the manifestation pill, a unique testing medicine from our Pill King Valley, which more accurately tests to the tester's cultivation, level, upper limit, and muscular structure, making it easier to test for spirit blood, spirit bones, and spirit roots. Even through AI analysis, it can suggest what weapon the martial artist should use. This was the gap. Their Slaughter Association's test could only test 2 items, cultivation plus strength. Yang Wu was startled. If you pay for the test yourself, should it be 10,000 once? Cheng Yu's eyes flicked to the upper right corner and said indifferently, 20-30-000, but for a high-volume test like our Pill King Valley, 8,000 a person. What a rich and generous man. As we all know, selling medicine is the most profitable industry in the world. Following young Master Cheng Yu, it was really a VIP passage. Soon came the first item. Cultivation plus strength. Cheng Yu was the first to test it. He wanted to demonstrate it to them. Result, peak second stage of the mortal martial realm, peak martial walker, strength, 1200 Nyoli. He couldn't help but look at his arm, which was now as thin as a piece of bamboo, and sighed, it's 350 Nyo force less than the previous year's strength. Yang Wu rolled up his sleeves, I'll do it. He threw a punch with all his strength. Result, mortal martial realm first stage 8th heaven late martial beginner, strength, 600 Nyoli. In order not to make him too jealous, Ling Ji lightly threw a punch. Result, mortal martial realm second order second heaven early martial walker, strength, 888 Nyoli. Yang Wu flattened his mouth, why is the gap between me and you getting farther and farther? Ling Ji ignored the fat boy and followed Cheng Yu to the next test item. The primordial spirit test. They both took the manifestation pill. After 10 minutes, the manifestation pill was allowed to flow through the bloodstream of the entire body. Yang Wu ran ahead, I'll go first. Ding. 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 987654321. Result, male. Physique, Supreme Yang Sacred Body rank 4 stars. Note, physiques above 4 stars have the ability to cultivate to the Saint Martial Realm potential. The primordial spirit stone kept emitting a yellow light. It attracted many people to look at it. Saint Martial Realm. The martial artists on the side all looked at the man in surprise. After all, only Cheng Yu, Cheng Feng of their Cheng family had this qualification. Ding. Spiritual blood grade, ordinary. Spirit root grade, ordinary. Spirit bone grade, ordinary. Muscle grade, extreme. AI speculation, this person, cultivation limit early Saint Martial Realm. Suitable for using weapons giant axe, strength-based physical techniques. Suggestion, cultivate the heart technique of Supreme Yang. Ling Ji looked at his parameters and thought to himself, no wonder it's easier for him to break through when he's in a state of ecstasy. Humph. But this kind of physique would not be suitable for dual cultivation. It matches his lustful behavior, but for the sake of cultivation, I guess he can't have sex casually. Yang Wu himself was originally holding the report, there were really 100,000 reasons why? Cheng Yu patted his shoulder, Brother Yang, I wasn't wrong, you are really a martial arts practicing wizard. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yang Wu laughed out loud. The medicinal power in Ling Ji's body had penetrated his entire body. He was truly also curious about what kind of physique he had. He put his hand on the primordial spirit stone. Chapter 42, all of them? No. Ding, 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 ding. Testing, the primordial spirit stone emitted a strange sound, buzz, buzz, buzz. A purple divine light was emitted. It began to count down. This scene made the people sitting in the office not calm down, and they looked at the screen. 987654321. Result, male. Physique. The primordial spirit stone kept emitting purple light. It attracted a lot of people to look at it. Someone realized something was wrong, purple light. Is it broken? After all, they didn't have this kind of qualification in the Cheng family, and it was rumored that the purple light was the dragon and phoenix among people, but it was inexplicable that it didn't show the real data. Ding. Spirit blood grade? Spirit root grade? Spiritual bone grade? Muscle grade, extreme, all around. AI deduction, the upper limit of this person's cultivation, unknown. Body structure and muscle structure, inferred to be suitable for using any weapon. Advice, cannot give valid advice. Ling Ji was initially shocked to see this result, he quickly calmed down. After all, he was able to make even an ancient divine weapon like the bloodthirsty sword recognize his master. It was believed that his potential was limitless. Why he couldn't test it, he really didn't know anymore. He also didn't want these people to pay too much attention to himself, and deliberately smiled and said, How strange, is the machine broken? With so many question marks, the best explanation for the average martial artist was that the machine was broken. It was hard for them to explain an outsider, so they had to stop pursuing the question. Office. A few old men looked at the result and couldn't sit still. Genius. Definitely a genius. No, or maybe it's really a broken machine. Violet light just proved to be the genius of geniuses. Purple light is just supreme. With all the question marks, one could only say that it had exceeded the upper limit of their primordial spirit stones and machine tests. In fact, there was another reason why the bloodthirsty blade shielded it from their testing. Right. The two of them are the Slaughter Association's martial artists. How could there be two geniuses in a row? Cheng Jiping smiled bitterly. Good luck. In their Cheng family, the highest rank was his two sons, Cheng Yu and Cheng Feng. However, Cheng Yu did not have the qualifications to take this year's session of the martial arts examination, and could only take it the next year. Only Cheng Feng could take this year's edition. All hopes were placed on this one son. One of the elders said disdainfully, Jiping, you can't overly trust the AI either. If these tests are useful, why aren't they taken for the martial arts exams, or even the national exams? Cheng Jiping walked to the window, turned his back to them and said, should the senior leaders of the country believe more is that the qualities of a martial artist are more important than the so-called potential. Hard work, effort, bravery, not afraid of death, and then there is luck. Especially luck, no tool can test it. You and I both know a lot of truths about cultivation. Many times it's not just hard work and talent that can lead to success, chance is also an important factor. Cheng Yu's talent is the best in his class, but he wasn't stuck in the evil forest for a year, he's been delayed for 2 years here. How many 2 years are there in life? The crowd nodded their heads continuously as they heard his words. Then he said, look at that Ling Ji, his chances are good, he was originally trapped, how did he know that by chance he entered the evil forest and saved Cheng Yu? Only, we are also able to give money to repay him, why do you feel that he should be allowed to cultivate in our place? Cheng Jiping looked at Ling Ji who was walking towards them not far from the window. Smiling, he said, or maybe, it's also our Medicine King Valley's chance. Who can say? The elders were also wise and understood at the drop of a hat. So much, and what does it mean? Or, it's an indeterminate factor then. Cheng Yu led the two of them into the office. Ling Ji took the initiative to arch his hand and asked, Master Chang, what advice do you have for my cultivation, as well as not understanding that my data shows so many? No. What does it mean? Cheng Jiping smiled as he looked at Ling Ji's handsome face and exclaimed, truly young and fearful. He reached out to help Ling Ji take his pulse, and a few elders looked well at their family head, one side curious. How is it? His true chi penetrated Ling Ji's limbs and bones through his pulse. It traveled the spirit blood, spirit roots, and spirit bones. However, his healer's peaceful true chi was also rejected. Generally speaking, a healer's true chi was most likely to bond with anyone's body and help them heal. A very strong seal to keep others from exploring. No wonder the tests combining the primordial spirit stone and the AI system couldn't get any results. A high-level person with a higher cultivation level than me has cast a seal on his body. Ling Ji couldn't help but wince even after hearing this appalling result, sealed? As for the others, the focus of what they heard was, the cultivation level is higher than Cheng Jiping. It could be known that one of the few people who stayed in Wind and Moon City with the highest cultivation level was this Cheng Jiping. However, you are interested in no harm. There is one that can be known, you can cultivate any gungfu. Cheng Jiping then fulfilled his promise from his spatial ring, and took out a secret book, Spirit Void Pointing Star Technique. Ling Ji took his secret book. Looking at the 4 characters on it, he knew that this one must be an extraordinary secret book. He did not open the secret book. System, scanning the Spiritual Void Pointing Star Technique. Scanning successful, Spirit Void Pointing Star Technique, spiritual and illusory, making it difficult to catch the trajectory of its moves. The pointing star means that it is as precise as hitting a star, and every point can hit the vitals, as shocking as a star shining in the night sky. Ling Ji didn't dare to show off this divine skill, so he put it in his backpack. Yang Wu saw that Ling Ji got what he wanted, his skin was too thick and grabbed it, where's mine? His stats could be clearly seen, and Cheng Jiping wasn't hiding anything. He handed over a heart technique, the yin-yang heart technique. Those who practiced this heart technique needed to uphold a rigid and upright heart, as bright as the blazing sun. Little friend Yang Wu, your cultivation progress is so slow, it's because your previous cultivation of the heart method is not right, I'll send a chance. However, you need to bring more of the bacon you sent today. Oh. Yang Wu thought that the bacon was a small thing, did not think that it was young Cholios who spent a large amount of money to buy it, and actually agreed. Okay, but you must promise me that these 2 secret books are the property of my Medicine King Valley and must be returned before leaving. If you dare to go along with it, don't blame me as an uncle. Shang Jiping's face suddenly became serious. He was really majestic when he was serious, there was no trace of the kindness he had just now. Was he using rank suppression? The 2 of them couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly agreed, of course. Shang Yu had also told them that they could be allowed to cultivate in the Pill King Valley until the secret realm examination. Being able to cultivate in the Pill King Valley, where there was plenty of spiritual chi, was many times better than them being in the pandemonium of the slaughterhouse. They immediately sent out a message in the association group, sell their Slaughter Association Cultivation Room membership cards at a low price. Without realizing it, it came to the time to finish dinner. A few people brought in the dinner. Not only was there medicinal wine from Medicine King Valley to drink, there were also mushroom dishes that they usually liked to eat. The plain fragrant preserved meat was sent in, since it became the most sold dish. Little friend Yang Wu, the preserved meat you sent is really fragrant. You promised to send it over often. Yang Wu also ate some, feeling that the bacon he ate this time was especially delicious, not knowing if it was the chef here who was great, or just in a good mood. Of course, this bacon, my house has more than enough. Pipe enough? A more honest elder whispered, the bacon you sent is too delicious and expensive. Thank you, elder brother Yang Wu. Valuable? Yang Wu was puzzled. Chapter 43 Lingshu Pointing Star Technique. The Pill King Valley Breeze Apartment. The outside was all medicinal fields and it was very comfortable. Ling Ji and Yang Wu stayed there. Hey! Dad, they've promised me to let us cultivate in the Medicine King Valley for these 2 months or so. Yang Chonglu jumped up in excitement when he heard the news. Dad, you're really stingy, giving away only 1 box of preserved meat. Master Chang said it was delicious, so I promised to send another cart over. 1 cart. Yang Chonglu was almost so angry that he spat out a pound of blood. What's wrong? Are you really stupid, or are you fake? Those pork are precious, how can our family take out a cart? Yang Wu was surprised and just felt that this dad was stingy. Yang Chonglu had to tell him the origin of those preserved flavors in detail. Spirit beads return jade. That 1 box is worth 300,000 dragon coins. Yang Wu sat paralyzed on the sofa in surprise. Cold sweat broke out all over his face. What to do? What to do? From the next day, they started their cultivation life. There were no independent cultivation rooms in the Pill King Valley, and the apartment was surrounded by a medicinal garden, which was already covered with spirit stones to make the herbs more spiritual. Now that they were placed in the medicinal garden apartment was so that they could cultivate here without fear. After Lingji's battle with Long Aotian, he realized that his gongfu sets were too few. The Ling family blade technique was too clumsy, it was not the opponent's hands and feet at all. The first and second styles of the Bloodthirsty Frenzy blade worked well when rolling over the opponent. But when the opponent was a true expert, there was something missing. System, cultivate the third style of the Bloodthirsty Frenzied blade. Yes. The third stance's routine continued to integrate into Lingji's mind. Aided by the Bloodthirsty blade, increasing cultivation efficiency by 100%, consuming a total of 20,000 plus chi and blood values. Ding! Begin cultivation. The word blood on the bloodthirsty knife emitted a dazzling red light and began to release its killing aura. With the assistance of the system, Lingji raised the bloodthirsty blade and performed a set of flowing sword techniques. Repeat. Repeat again. Just this one time, he swung it over 20,000 times. Bloodthirsty Berserker Blade initiation successful, third move Berserker Blade Falling Leaves. Note, releases the Bloodthirsty Blade's killing aura, increasing the user's ability. This move is both offensive and defensive. Once again, when he encountered a talented and kryptonite expert like Long Aotian, he didn't have half a care in the world. Very well, Lingji secretly rejoiced to himself. He extracted the borrowed pointing kung fu from his memory spirit void star pointing technique. Host, this kung fu has a supplementary boost for butchering, please try to learn it at a higher level. Please help me cultivate it to the introductory level. Yes. Cultivate Spirit Void Star Pointing Technique, consume 10,000 plus chi and blood. 10% plus. 20% plus. It's hard, Lingji's forehead was already starting to sweat. 30% plus. A diagram of a human's acupuncture point appears in his mind, followed by an animal's acupuncture point. Countless knowledge was incorporated into his mind, and the sea of divine sense had countless acupoint diagrams. Unexpected, so difficult. 50% plus. Don't know how much time. Ding. 100% successfully initiated the spiritual void star pointing technique. Lingji thought that an initiation would be enough. After all, this set could be upgraded in practice. This was a final means to save one's life, not a means to kill. Learning an introductory first was enough. Lingji's divine sense looked inward at his state. After the continuous great battles, his cultivation level had loosened a bit. Sitting on his knees, he began to enter an ethereal state. System. Assist me in upgrading my cultivation level. Ding. Received. Mortal Martial Realm 2nd Stage 2nd Heaven. With the assistance of the first grade bone removal pill, the efficiency of cultivation has increased by 100%. Cultivation. Upgrading cultivation. Consuming 5,000 blood chi values. Lingji's blood drinking spirit gathering technique began to operate. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through the 2nd stage of the Mortal Martial Realm, the 3rd stage of the Mortal Martial Realm, and cultivation is underway. Upgrading cultivation. Consuming 10,000 blood chi values. Breakthrough to the early stage of the 2nd stage of the Mortal Martial Realm. Upgrade cultivation. Consume 10,000 blood chi values. Congratulations to the host, successfully breaking through the Mortal Martial Realm 2nd stage quadruple sky middle martial walker. Ending the break, successfully breaking through to another stage. Please accumulate more actual combat experience before upgrading again. Lingji breaks through from the early stage to the middle stage, and the aura around him disturbs. It attracted Yang Wu and Shang Yu who were practicing nearby. Wow! You upgraded so fast, it's enviable. Hearing Cheng Yu's voice, Lingji opened his eyes. That's just it. I only just memorized the yin-yang heart technique and just started trying to run it, and you just upgraded again. Yang Wu was also really depressed. He was also a genius, but the gap between genius and genius was still so big. Lingji also can't explain, digressing, took out 3 things from his luggage and said, Cheng Yu, my blood dragon armor spiritual artifact elementary, ox-headed heart protecting mirror, can it be embedded with snow fox crystals? Well, it's possible. We have cultivation craftsmen here that can make you. Then I'll trouble you, help me with it. Lingji handed these things over to Cheng Yu. It was just a show of hands, so naturally, Cheng Yu would not refuse. He called a servant over and took these things to the workshop for the craftsmen to help upgrade them. They had actually been cultivating for a day and a night. Everyone was tired. Only to see that Yang Wu was lying on the sofa looking at his cell phone. Ka. Ha. Whoa. There was crying and laughing. His expression was flirty again. What a sultry man. Lingji has long been familiar with this man's bad habits, surely brushing beautiful women in jitterbug. Cheng Yu's mind is calm and steady, and is also not disturbed by him. Suddenly. This sir really doesn't know how to die. If I find him I must chop off his head and give it to my Ro BB. His voice was loud and angry. It woke up the 2 men, in the middle of meditating. Oi! Fatty, what are you yelling for? Young Fatty said with a hateful face, my dream girl's brother was killed, Zoe BB, she is very sad. I must help my great uncle to take revenge. Lingji looked at this brother in surprise. You got a girlfriend? I haven't even heard you talk about it. Not a girlfriend yet, but I will definitely chase her down. Sungyu had already poked his head in. Ha. List 1 big brother. Fatty, just how much money did you reward to make this list 1 big brother? Yang Wu said with embarrassment, just 100,000 only. Look, my soft BB just died pro big brother, I am supporting her. Lingji heard, a shock. 100,000 just casually sent out. I tumbled to Yang Wu's side, one hand snatched the phone over. Only to see, the jittery image is a beautiful woman, crying. Pear blossom with rain, very pitiful look. The background of the live broadcast is a beautiful woman standing quietly in a solemn white occasion. She was wearing a simple black dress, the corner of the skirt hanging down to her ankles, and the smooth lines outlined her elegant posture. Wearing a black wide-brimmed hat on her head, the brim of the hat tilted down slightly, covering part of her face, but could not cover her eyes as clear as autumn water. At the moment, those eyes were filled with tears, and against the pale face, they were like 2 bright pearls. Her makeup was light and delicate, and her slightly whitened lips were pursed tightly, revealing her inner grief. Beauty. It was really beautiful. The corner of Ling Ji's mouth involuntarily jumped, claptrap. Yang Wu wiped the tears from the corner of his eyes and looked at Ling Ji mournfully, a silent resistance. Chapter 44, Yan Wu, want to kill Ling Ji? Sheikh's public screen pop-up area. Many people expressed their desire to help her brother take revenge. Soft BB, name your enemy, I'll help you take revenge. Bastard, dare to kill muscle-strong brother, shall not die. Kill. Kill. Yang Wu is also not back, Zoe BB, I am also a martial artist, put to help you take revenge. Only to hear the cell phone voice rang, the voice is very delicate, Punji big brother, thank you. However, you really can't help me. Yang Wu patted his chest and said, it will work, brother I am invincible. Is that so? The counterpart sent out a passionate flying kiss. It makes Yang Wu's whole body full of strength, Zoe BB, I'll help you take revenge, will you be my girlfriend? Zoe BB blushed a little, yes, whoever helped me to take revenge, I am being her girlfriend. At this moment, she received a piece of paper. There was a name written on it, Ling Ji. She looked at the name and gritted her teeth, but this horrible expression didn't make it annoying. Gripping her fists with both hands, as long as anyone can help me get revenge, I can be a cow or horse for him. This promise of a big internet celebrity with 1 million followers. However, Yang Wu's eyes went wide when he heard Ling Ji's name. Cheng Yu, who was drinking tea, couldn't help but laugh when he heard Ling Ji's name and sprayed his tea onto Big Brother Peng Jiai's face. Instead, Ling Ji felt bad. A beautiful and moving $1 million female netizen had released her hunting order. Truly, horrible. At least 1 million or more people wanted to take their heads. Who is this woman? Ling Ji said seriously. Yang Wu was anxious and would only say, me, you. Shen Yu drew his own long sword and handed it to him, smiling, as the saying goes, the nearer the water, the better. Yang Wu dropped his sword in fear and looked at Cheng Yu with contempt. He had to tell them what he knew. The one called Ro BB was an internet celebrity with 1 million followers. Formerly known as Wei Ro, she was originally a new artist in Fengyu City. Not only was she tall, but she could also sing and dance. She had some fame in the city. However, her brother was even more famous. Her brother's name was Wei Chang, a member of the Wind and Moon City Fitness Association, and a martial artist who had just debuted in this city. His fans across all platforms were even as high as 10 million. After all, the triple identity allowed him to accumulate a lot of fans. At all, Wei Ro's description said that his brother Wei Chang had participated in this phase of the secret martial artist trials organized by Wind Moon City, but he was killed during the trials. Another martial artist named Yong who was traveling with him was also killed together. Both of them were the pride of the fitness association. Just now, someone handed her the name of the person who killed his brother and announced it. It was Ling Ji. Ling Ji, did you really kill him? Yang Wu asked. Do you pick a day to kill someone? However, the one called Wei Chang committed suicide. Shen Yu told the story of that day. Once Yang Wu understood all this, he realized that Ling Ji could not be blamed. Who was it? Stirred this matter up. There were only 3 people in the know. Ling Ji himself, Cheng Yu, and the other one was Lai Feng. 1. Cheng Yu had been with them all along, and 2. Ling Ji had been kind to him. It must have been Lai Feng who revealed it. Cheng Yu also agreed with this one. However, the internet opinion was very full of purpose. Estimatedly, it would soon be overwhelming to produce countless postings, and by then, there would be countless people who would want to hunt Ling Ji down. Ling Ji was also quite calm. He knew that they were quite safe in the Medicine King Valley. The best thing to do was to find Wei Ro himself and make this matter clear. Moreover, he had Wei Chang's relics in his hand, remembering that he had instructed to give them to his sister Wei Ro. The fact that he had taken this step was that he had already surmised that Ling Ji would definitely encounter this situation. No wonder, he was certain that Ling Ji would send the relic for him. It was a pity, a pity. What do you think, Cheng Yu? He shrugged, it's the only way, but I have a hunch that there is a major conspiracy here. I must report this matter to my father. Ling Ji also agrees. Sure enough, the Cheng family head knows about this matter, even if he only needs to call on him in just about the head. By virtue of his strength as one of the most bullish people in Wind and Moon City, he was also able to hold down the scene, then he was also able to deal with this matter. As for the flash drive inside what, must see it actually. Cheng Yu first notified his father. After Cheng Jiping understood this matter, he nodded, "This is the best way for you to handle this. When that little girl knows the truth, helping him explain is the best outcome. Will you help?" He didn't say yes right away. "You guys just go ahead and do it boldly." With a nod, Sungyu went to his room and took a laptop back to their apartment. Lingji took out what was in a red plastic bag at the bottom of his suitcase. Inside was just a book and a flash drive. Looking at the book, The Essentials of Unarmed Muscle Building, he smiled. Nonchalantly, he called out the system, scanned the contents of the book, and recorded it into the sea of divine consciousness. When Cheng Yu came back, he plugged the USB flash drive into the computer. Opened the e-disc. There were just a few folders. The study material folder, the contents were all island men and women, and even animal and human exercise films. Unpleasant to look at. He heard the sound of cooing and gulping. Lingji twisted his head to see that young Fatty's nose was already bleeding bright red pig red. He didn't let him have a good time, and immediately clicked on the second folder. Inside were some videos that were Wei Chang's monologue. Mainly speaking out some Showbiz and Fitness Association black materials. Contains subterfuge, pill abuse. Opened the third folder. Many different types of files. There were drug abuse lists, high-level criminal records, and a lot of evidence of black material. Each file was a stone-cold discovery. If this information had gotten out, many celebrities would have been ruined. Lingji made a copy of this information on his computer just in case, and then using an empty USB flash drive, he made another copy out. "Harry, we can sell this black material for a lot of money," Yang Wu said excitedly. Yang Wu's eyes flashed with greed and suddenly spoke, "We can use these black materials to blackmail those celebrities and make a big fortune." Cheng Yu coldly looked at Yang Wu and said, "No, our target is a martial artist, we have to have a bottom line in what we do." Lingji nodded approvingly and said, "Brother Cheng is right. What we need to do is to hand these black materials over to the relevant authorities and let them handle it." The corners of Yang Wu's mouth lifted into a sneer as he said, "You guys are too naive, and how can these departments guarantee that they won't be used by the bad guys? Give it back to Wei Ro directly? This, I'm afraid, will harm her." Lingji was silent for a while, then suddenly spoke, "Hold both hands, one copy will be given to Wei Ro, and one copy we can find a reliable person and let them handle these black materials. Also protect Wei Ro." Chapter 45, Let Go of the Girl. Wind and Moon City Funeral Parlor VIP Room. Wei Ro had just gotten off the air, looking mournfully at her brother on the coffin on one side. His head had already been stitched up. The death was tragic, but somehow it was peaceful, and the corners of his mouth were still slightly curled up. "Brother, my sister misses you." Crying in a low voice, "Brother, what grievances do you have, and what wishes do you have? Report your dreams to me, and I will definitely help you fulfill what I can do." Slap. Crisp applause came from outside the door. Roll. It seemed that Wei Ro knew who was coming. "Sister Ro, you're not right." "I'm all in, as long as you nod your head. Wei Chang's wish is my wish, Wei Chang's revenge is my revenge." A man with a full body of muscles and some handsome appearance walked in. "Bah! Cats cry for rats." Wei Ro turned around and pointed at him and cursed, "If you hadn't encouraged your brother and used those steroids of yours to boost his strength, he wouldn't have died. You don't have evidence, so don't speculate. And he's in the fitness world, so who gave him the reputation, the status? It's me. Who gave you your status in the entertainment industry, the live broadcasting world? It was also given by me, Lu Jing. Without me, your two siblings would be ordinary people." Lu Jing laughed coldly. His expression was very sinister, not at all saddened by his death. Instead, he now came over to force Wei Ro to marry him. "I don't like you. I'm not a brother, I don't like muscular men." Lu Jing took a deep breath. "You really smell good, I don't know if I want yours in front of your brother, thinking about it is cool." Miso sound. Wei Ro's sharp sword was sheathed, a cold light flashed instantly, as if it could cut through the air. "Ha!" He drew out a long black whip and struck towards the long sword. Lu Jing's kung fu was too much more powerful than her, and the long whip coiled around her long sword like a long snake. Wei Ro's hand was pulled by his huge force and her arm started to go numb. Her pretty face was already congested with blood, and she couldn't top it. Clang! Her sword was snatched by Lu Jing. The long whip flew in directly through the sword to the doorway and stuck it directly into the wall. This kind of force is really big. "Help! Help!" Wei Ro backed away in terror. Lu Jing's eyes are full of lust. He seems to have taken a drug? This fire must vent. Scream, no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out. Wei Ro was unwilling, she would rather die than marry this man who killed her brother. She shook her head, laughed out loud and said, Lu Jing, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Just as she finished speaking, she sprinted towards the wall and slammed her head towards it. Suicide? Lu Jing was not panicked. I want you to live as you live, and die as you die. His long whip was in one place, slicing through the sky. This whip was not to kill her, but to wrap her neck around and gently pull her back. The force was just right, not pinching her to death, but rather causing her to lack oxygen and pass out a little faster. Lu Jing didn't just have brute strength, his control of power had reached the extreme. One could tell that he was also an expert. He just wanted to take this woman, make her faint, and put her in her place. 1,000 pounds. Let go of that girl. A muffled voice came from the doorway. He frowned. It was clear that the door was full of his men, and there was no possibility of letting strangers intrude. He still had the sense of crisis of a martial artist. Grabbing Wei Ro's neck with one hand, he turned his head to see if that pouncing street dared to come and disturb his good deed. Roll out. Ha ha ha. At the doorway, two men appeared. One man was dressed in white hanbok men's clothing, his costume being the uniform of the Medicine King Valley. The other man was also special, wearing an ordinary martial artist's power suit, which was the ones that spelled yuan 200 yuan a piece. The most special thing was the weapon he was carrying. It was a short knife, it was a pig-killing knife. Who are you? They were also generous and gave their names. Medicine King Valley, Chunyu. Ling Ji. Lu Jing was aware that Chunyu was the genius of the Pill King Valley's Cheng family. And Ling Ji was the guy who killed Wei Chang. Chunyu, this matter is none of your Pill King Valley's business. Although Chunyu was very thin now, his gaze was still powerful. You still don't let go of Miss Wei Ro. Lu Shok didn't put this woman aside without trusting her. I am Lu Jing, Lu Guoqiang is my father. He arrogantly said his father's name. Scram. Ling Ji didn't recognize this man at all. He wasn't afraid of even the King of Heaven. Lu Jing's whole body involuntarily trembled violently after hearing that word. In Wind and Moon City, his father's name could be said to be like a thunderclap. As long as it was lit up, who wouldn't be afraid? Lu Jing's heart was filled with arrogance and anger. The long whip in his hand was violently flung, then it was drawn towards Ling Ji like a viper. Ling Ji's gaze was like a torch. Seeing this, his eyes instantly flinched, and without hesitation, he drew his bloodthirsty blade. The best chance to try the third move. The mad blade falling leaves. The blade emitted a strange light, as if it was eager for battle. Killing aura slowly overflowed from the blood. He didn't use his killing chi value to trade for a technique, so he stayed to use this move. After all, this move lost killing chi. Moreover, without a second activation of the bloodthirsty blade, there was no more profound technique. Ling Ji tightly gripped the hilt of the blade, and his entire body exuded a powerful aura. The long whip danced in the air like a snake, emitting a snapping sound, and each swing carried a harsh wind sound. Ling Ji nimbly dodged the whip's attacks, and the bloodthirsty knife in his hand waved from time to time, resisting the whip's blows. The more Lu Jing fought, the angrier he became, and the long whip in his hand swung even more wildly, as if he wanted to put Ling Ji to death. However, Ling Ji was not the least bit afraid. He calmly observed Lu Jing's movements, looking for a break. With his rich combat experience, he saw the right moment, and the moment the long whip came again, he violently dodged sideways, then swung out his bloodthirsty knife with great speed. With a flash of light, the blade ruthlessly slashed on top of the long whip. Lu Jing only felt a strong force coming from the long whip, almost making him unable to hold the whip. Ling Ji gained momentum and continued to wield his bloodthirsty blade, launching a fierce attack. His blade technique was harsh and overbearing, each blade carried a powerful force. Lu Jing gradually couldn't hold his ground and was forced back by Ling Ji. Puff! Lu Jing was injured by the killing aura and spurted out a mouthful of blood. Killing or wounding a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 100 plus blood chi value. Humph! Ling Ji was also impressed. Lu Jing, your kung fu was not bad. Oh. Bah, are you praising me or stepping on me? They practiced a few moves. Slowly Ling Ji gained the upper hand. One move, the third stance of the bloodthirsty mad blade. Ling Ji's bloodthirsty blade viciously slashed at Lu Jing's body. Lu Jing screamed miserably as a deep wound appeared on his body. He looked at Ling Ji in horror, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. Kill or injure a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 500 plus blood chi value. Without the slightest bit of mercy, Ling Ji swung his sword once again. Lu Jing knew that he was not a match for Ling Ji, and as he rolled on the ground, he immediately took out a few black ground needles from his waist. With a big wave of his hand, whoosh. Chapter 46, Wei Chang's plot before he died. This hand of concealed weapons was definitely seen through by Chanyu. His 3 silver needles flew away. The 3 black flying needles were deflected. Oi 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 oi. Can't beat them, actually using a hidden weapon. He knew deep down that if they went together, there was no good fruit. His wounds hurt, but he also had to exert his lightness with all his might. He could only carp flip and jump out the door. Ling Ji and the others didn't chase after him as they dealt with Wei Ro's injuries. Chunyu took an elixir and stuffed it into Wei Ro's mouth. The medicine worked well and she came to her senses in a few minutes. Before she fainted, she heard the name Ling Ji. At this moment, the man standing on the side was carrying a pig knife. She was sure that this man had killed her brother. However, there is no weapon in her hand now. If there is, she will kill him with the sword. It was only at this time that Ling Ji took a serious look at the girl. It was really pretty, and very recognizable, with the temperament of a big star. However, such a beautiful face, but a mouthful of curses, %, #%. Too noisy. Ling Ji sighed, you forced me. He continuously clicked a few finger flowers, as fast as lightning. However, a few of them were pointing at this girl's tantalizing breasts. Calm down, I just pointed a few acupoints, let me speak first. In this way, she could only listen to them quietly. Ling Ji put in what happened in C1 Evil Forest, with Wei Chang and Aotian. Moreover, he took out what Wei Chang was going to hand over to her from a red plastic bag. While listening, Wei Ro's face kept changing. She wanted to speak very much, but she had been ordered to speak, and her face was congested with blood. However, the redness was even more tantalizing. You want to talk? Wei Ro kept blinking her eyes, indicating yes. Ling Ji continuously pointed a few more acupoints. Immediately, her whole body was much more relaxed and her breathing was smooth. Taking a few deep breaths, she took the book and the USB flash drive. Tears couldn't help but flow down. The essentials of unarmed muscle building, his brother's tips for practicing muscles. Brother. Whoa whoa. Scary? No wonder, there is no author written on this book, so the author is Wei Chang. What a genius! Ling Ji had long since memorized the contents, he knew the book's bull's tea. Whoa whoa, woo woo. You're saying it's true, my brother committed suicide? Hey, I'll lose my big teeth if I tell a big lie. Ugh. You're lying to a child's words. However, she also knew Pill King Valley, and the world said that Pill King Valley's disciples were all decent people. Thinking carefully, she was also a smart person, and she also saw that her brother's face before his death was peaceful, unlike being killed. Especially when compared to Yon's head. Do you guys know why brother volunteered to die? They shake their heads. The flash drive was the truth. She walked over to the computer in the center and opened the contents to look at it carefully. The color of her face kept changing. At times blushing. Sometimes angry. Sometimes weeping. Could it be overexcited and stupid? Ling Ji asked. No. Shunyu believed that this girl was very strong, even if she was going to be silly, it was all at the time of seeing her brother's body. Soon, Wei Ro stood up. Taking out the flash drive, she took out a red rope and put it on. She pulled down her chest, revealing the plump spring light. Ling Ji was not actively attracted and could not look away. She hung the flash drive around her neck and blocked it with her clothes. She was afraid of letting people know it was there. Indeed, it was safest for him to keep it there, close and protected. Have you seen enough? Wei Ro frowned at Ling Ji. Cough. Miss Wei, now that the truth is out, I hope that you will open the live broadcast and help me clarify my innocence. Her eyes rolled. Well, are you afraid? Not afraid. A man would be most afraid of being told no by a woman. However, you have so many fans, rumors are the worst. Wei Ro also knew how to stop when it was appropriate. Not only was he not his brother's murderer, but now he was instead getting into trouble by their siblings. Okay, after my brother's first 7 days tomorrow, I'll open a live broadcast to make this matter clear. Ling Ji nodded and casually asked, what else do you want us to help with? After all, they had already read the contents of the flash drive and knew that they were involved in too many things that were beyond her ability. Wei Ro looked at Ling Ji, her eyes revealing a hint of hesitation and distrust. Too many men coveted her body. She said softly, "Why are you helping me? Don't you have any other purpose?" "No, it's just that I'm afraid that if anything happens to you, I won't be able to wash myself even if I jump into the Yellow River." Now it seemed that Wei Chang was too smart of a person. It was a shame to die so early. Before he died, he could still think so thoroughly and devise a series of schemes. Allowing a man he met for the first time to help his sister. He knew that as long as he died at the hands of Ling Ji, her sister would definitely publish it on the internet. How horrible the net storm was, Ling Ji would definitely send the relics back to Wei Rou so that she could clear her name. In this way, Ling Ji would have to protect her. There must be two more conditions. One was that he knew that Ling Ji's kung fu was powerful. The second was that Chang Yu's background was horrible before he could help his sister. It was truly a ring of truth. "We read the contents of the flash drive. It's too dangerous for you to help Wei Chang take revenge. Don't do this stupid thing." Wei Rou walked up to them. She visually figured it out. "My brother, really, why did he drag you two down?" Ling Ji really wanted to take out his bloodthirsty knife and help Wei Chang split his body. He could only laugh bitterly. Chang Yu looked serious. "This matter, how are you going to handle it?" Wei Rou covered her chest and said faintly, "Divide them. Then, I'll get a sum of money and let them level the fitness association to avenge my brother's death." Ling Ji also understood that leveling the fitness association in exchange for such an important flash drive would be worth it for some people. However, she was still naive. Others were able to strike first. Chang Yu's eyes had narrowed into a line. He had been drawn into a terrifying conspiracy. There was no telling what kind of terrifying existence there was, and relying on them alone would not necessarily accomplish anything. "Brother Ling, it seems like I have to report to my father. Wei Rou's safety will depend on you for now." After saying that, Chang Yu performed a light energy to leave, not daring to slow down for even a moment. On the other side, Yang Wu followed Cheng Feng to the City Discipline Inspection Department. Through connections, he found an acquaintance, someone who had gone out from the Medicine King Valley. "Director Chen, we received a USB flash drive and discovered some unknown things that are beyond our cognizance, so we can only hand it over to you guys to deal with," Cheng Feng said. Director Chen sipped his coffee and received the flash drive. He knew that this was not a simple matter. After everyone read the contents, they smiled. "Good, Feng you are really doing your Uncle Chen a big favor." He knew that this one big case would definitely get him promoted and promoted. The file was opened and a case was filed. Chapter 47, The Seventh Day of the Dead. Yang Wu, due to his previous cultivation in the wrong direction, is now the key time to improve. Moreover, Ling Ji saw the information in the flash drive and anticipated that this matter was not simple. He was not wishing for his brother to risk his life. If he wasn't deep into this quagmire himself, he wouldn't risk his own life. Ling Ji was adamant that he should stay in Pill King Valley to cultivate, hoping that he would be able to improve to the second stage of the mortal martial realm in these 2 months. Although it was said that the minimum threshold for the martial examination was the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm, raising a small realm was a substantial increase in strength and would greatly increase the passing rate. Folk martial artists suffered from the fact that many of them were stuck at the peak of the first stage of the mortal martial realm, while sect and gang martial artists had already broken through to the second stage. For example, Cheng Yu was the one who had reached the peak of the second stage of the mortal martial realm. The geniuses were all able to be in the middle of the second stage. Most of them had broken through the second stage. Now that this fat boy was also a genius and had the same cultivation environment as the other geniuses, he was expected to wrestle his way through. Cheng Yu drove the U8 SUV and quickly disappeared into the sea of people. After Cheng Yu left, the VIP room of the funeral parlor was instantly plunged into silence. Wei Rou and Ling Ji stood opposite each other in an awkward and subtle atmosphere. This pig killer is quite handsome even when you look at it seriously. Wei Rou's cheeks flushed slightly, and her eyes darted around in some panic, not knowing where to land. She gently bit her lower lip, her hands unconsciously twisting the corners of her coat, her heart filled with nervousness and uneasiness. "Brother Ling Ji, I'm sorry." Ling Ji also looked a bit rushed as he slightly lowered his eyes, not daring to look directly at Wei Rou's gaze. His hands were clenched tightly into fists, trying to keep himself calm, but his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. The two of them just stood there silently, no one speaking. It was as if the air had frozen, and only the sound of each other's breathing was clearly audible. Time passed by minute, and the awkward atmosphere became more and more intense. Ling Ji cleared his throat. "It's not your fault." Wei Rou raised her head slightly, glanced at him, and quickly lowered her head again. If you guys can help my brother get revenge, I will definitely repay you," she said softly, her voice like a mosquito hum. Lingji scratched his head. He could not imagine that this girl would still know how to repay, he just did not know if it was genuine. After all, this was a funeral parlor's spirit hall, there was something scary about it. Either they couldn't afford to stay in a hotel, or it was more cost-effective to chat in the spirit hall. She is safer, after all, there are security guards around, and here is Lingji to protect her. That Lu Jing, at any time, will come to harass Wei Ro, living in a hotel, Lingji will not be convenient to protect her. In the past, there was Wei Chang, she was not afraid. Now that Wei Chang is dead, that lewd man has gotten worse. This man, Lu Jing, has a shocking background. His father is the director of the Public Security Bureau of Fengyu City. No wonder, he is emboldened. This Lu Jing is a drug dealer, not only sells flour, but also sells foreign steroids and other forbidden cultivation drugs to the fitness association. Moreover, behind Lu Jing there is an underworld organization in Fengyu City, the Poison Sect. It's really black and white. Now, offended him. In the future, Lingji would be in trouble. Now there are only two ways, one is to beat this poisonous insect, and the other is for him to leave Windy Moon City forever. The Bloodthirsty Blade, the Bloodthirsty system allows him to cultivate the invincible Dao. Just one option, to fight this one poisonous insect. One night, Wei Ro, who had lost all her relatives, felt for the first time that there was someone who was not coveting her beauty. Someone who protected herself. By the side of her brother's corpse, befriending another man. Would it be blasphemy against him? She didn't know. Can I call you brother Lingji? Lingji looked into her sincere eyes and smiled. Of course, you, a big star, would be thankful if you don't mind me, a porker, and I still mind you? She let out a click and smiled, her dimples were really beautiful. It was the first time he had smiled since he knew his brother Wei Chang was dead. The sunlight shone into the spiritual hall. Today, it was Wei Chang's first 7 days. Wei Chang's fans entered one after another to pay their respects. Every single day since his death, and all of them were muscular men, and there were many beautiful young girls. Wei Ro, as the only family member, thanked the ceremony. The endless stream of guests suddenly decreased, and Lingji, who was standing in a corner, was alert. Today, must protect Wei Ro, tomorrow can clarify her innocence in her live broadcast, in case she has any shortcomings, this pot will be difficult to carry. His strength alone was limited. But he believed in Shangyu and their ability to do things. Only to see. Dozens of men in black suits trotted into the spiritual hall. A few of them shooed the guests away. Go, get out. Each person's face was repulsive and with sunglasses, they really had a bit of majesty. Wei Ro looked at these people and scolded with a frown. What are you doing? Get out. A man with a rat's head and a rat's brain respectfully walked out and chimed in. Ms. Wei Ro, the gangmaster told us to come and protect you. Bah! You guys get lost. This miss doesn't cultivate you trash for protection. He. Disgusting laughter came from the doorway, it was Lu Shak who walked in. Ro, have you thought it through? Wei Ro's whole body trembled, pointing and cursing, I'd rather die than follow you. Lu Jing was not genuinely marrying her, just making him a lover. This is an insult to her who is high-minded and proud. Hey! If you don't drink the toast, drink the penalty. He said to his men, keep an eye on the entrance, don't let anyone in. Yes. Lu Jing rubbed his hands together and walked towards Wei Ro with a lewd smile. Wei Ro drew her long sword and cursed, Lu Jing, are you a human being? Today is the 7th day of my brother's head, you dare to come and cause trouble? Bah, don't say that I wasn't afraid of Wei Chang when he was alive, even if he became a stern ghost he's no match for me. Ha ha. A corner nook of the spiritual hall suddenly emanated an appalling murderous aura. Originally, everyone did not pay attention to it. In the presence of this sizable murderous aura, the average person's body could not help but tremble. Who? Your father. Clang. A dark red blade light blasted over towards Lu Jing. He wasn't a vegetarian either. Feeling the killing aura, he immediately pulled out his long whip and struck towards the blade light. Boom! The black assassins shouted, protect the gangmaster. They were all behind their backs and drew their weapons, which were axes. The Axe Gang? Who are you? Dare to act wildly in front of our poison sect? From the shadows, Lingji walked out. Handsome and with a savage killing aura, the man walked out, making people love and fear him. Brother Lingji. Sister Ro, protect yourself. Wei Ro nodded her head and did a flip and came to Ling Ji's left rear. Ling Ji's gaze is like electricity, looking at Lu Jing. You guys are really arrogant. Actually, the name of the gang dares to directly use the word poison. Are you guys not afraid of the laws of the Dragon Kingdom? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. In Wind and Moon City, I, Lu Jing, say two, no one dares to say one. Lu Fright's fearless appearance made Ling Ji feel very disgusted. Chapter 48 Blood Battle in the Hall of Souls. Ling Ji stood in the middle of the spiritual hall. His face was cold and his eyes were like torches as he stared at Lu Jing and the dozens of poison sect disciples with axes that he had brought with him. The atmosphere within the spirit hall instantly became tense with swords, as if even the air was about to freeze. Lu Jing's face was sinister as he kept swinging the long whip in his hand. Loudly, he droned, Ling Ji, today is your time to die. Give it to me. The poison sect disciples immediately came like a tidal wave, their axes flashing with icy cold aura in the dim light. Ling Ji let out a cold snort and advanced instead of retreating, his figure rushing out like lightning. The bloodthirsty blade continuously emitted a red light. He recited words in his mouth, urging the second style of the bloodthirsty berserker blade to sweep the army across the land. Percent. The spirit hall's murderous aura from the past 100 years surged towards the bloodthirsty blade. It was too much, really too much. Even Ling Ji himself felt a hint of fear. With a shake of the bloodthirsty blade in his hand, a powerful blade aura shot out, instantly forcing back the few poison sect disciples who had rushed at the front. These few were the poison sect elites and had actually withstood this move. However, there were 7 junior disciples of the cultivation level behind them who were killed in one move. Kill 7 low-level martial artists, rewarded with 3500 plus blood chi value and 1400 plus killing chi value. The killing of 7 black-clothed men at the waist was also a shock to them. However, with their long training of treating death as death, they charged again. The killing chi accumulated over the years in this spiritual hall was really much, and it poured into the bloodthirsty blade in an unending stream. Ling Ji once again made a blade sweeping the thousands. Once again, he killed 5. Killed 5 low-level martial artists, rewarded with 2500 plus blood chi values and 1000 plus killing chi values. It seemed that the remaining ones were all experts. Ling Ji immediately used the third move of the bloodthirsty frenzy blade. Those disciples only felt a powerful force coming at them, and they staggered back with a look of terror on their faces. Ling Ji's footsteps did not stop, weaving through the crowd like a ghost. His blade technique was exquisite, each blade carried a deadly power. Although the poison sect disciples were outnumbered, they appeared to have their hands full under Ling Ji's attacks. The axes and the bloodthirsty knives kept colliding with each other, emitting crisp sounds and sparks. Some axes of poor quality were chopped to pieces in one go. A poison sect disciple took the opportunity to sneak attack Ling Ji from behind, his axe raised high and slashed viciously at him. As if he had eyes behind him, Ling Ji dodged sideways and easily avoided the strike. Then, with a backhanded slash, he stabbed the disciple in the chest. The disciple screamed miserably and fell to the ground, his blood staining the ground red. Kill 1 martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value and 1000 plus killing chi value. This disciple was a backbone. With all the high-level experts being hacked to death, many of the lower-level disciples were afraid. A backbone realized this and shouted, "Martial beginners all get out." Just after saying this, most of the men ran out, leaving only 6 people inside the spirit hall. Seeing that his men could not attack for a long time, Lu Jing was furious. He waved his long whip and personally rushed towards Ling Ji. The long whip carried the sound of whistling winds and struck towards Ling Ji with great force. Ling Ji's eyes stared and he raised his bloodthirsty sword to resist. With a loud bang, both of them retreated a few steps. Ling Ji stabilized his stance and laughed coldly, "After playing siege, you are now playing sneak attack. You poison sect is shameless." Bah! At this moment, the other 6 people rushed over and closed in on Ling Ji. He gave up on the other 6 and rushed towards Lu Xing once again. The reasoning of capturing the thief is now the most important. They engaged in a fierce duel in the spiritual hall, you and I going back and forth, not giving way to each other. The poison sect disciples wanted to come forward to help, but they were intimidated by Ling Ji's aura and did not dare to approach easily. As the battle progressed, Ling Ji gradually gained the upper hand. His sword technique became more and more powerful, and every move made the poison sect disciples tremble with fear. Ha, the third move is really getting better and better. Experiencing a real battle was the best review of the Kung Fu set. This move was a move specifically made for killing. Clinical actual combat, the most important variation. He had been limited by the stance. In fact, the 3 moves of the bloodthirsty mad knife were profound. 3 strokes in a row with, or the second move, the third move back and forth with. All had unexpected effects. Even the second move's technique, combined with the first move's punching effect, could constitute a fatal blow to a single soldier. Finally, during an intense encounter, Ling Ji made use of one of the situations described above. He recited the spell and countless killing chi surged into the bloodthirsty blade, followed by the surge of killing chi, strengthening the power of the first stance. Lu Jing screamed miserably as the long whip fell from his hand and it burst into pieces. All 5 of his zhuang and 6 of his internal organs were shaken to the point of going out of position. What kind of sword is this? He said as he covered his chest. Ling Ji, or which sentence, pig killing knife, specializing in killing you in the... Bah! You guys help me block, I'll go shake people. Poison Sect's 6 disciples rushed over to protect Lu Jing up. Lu Jing ran to the door and hit a red button in a black box. Ah, Ling Ji, you will not die. Ling Ji ignored it and instead took the opportunity to launch his final attack. He was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, charging left and right amongst the Poison Sect disciples. Wherever the bloodthirsty blade went, the Poison Sect disciples fell to the ground. Killed 6 martial artists of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 12,000 plus and a killing chi value of 6,000 plus. A few moments later, calm was restored in the spirit hall. Dozens of Poison Sect disciples lay sprawled on the ground. Lu Jing and some small shrimps had retreated to the entrance of the spirit hall. Filled with fear, they looked at Ling Ji. Ling Ji stood in the center of the spirit hall with his bloodthirsty sword in hand, his body exuding a powerful aura. Lu Jing, if you have the guts, come over here and fight to the death. All along, he had been walking horizontally in Wind and Moon City, more domineering than a crab. Today, he encountered a true killing god. At this time, Lu Jing looked at Ling Ji, whose eyes were already red with murder, and was afraid. You wait, I'll ask someone to bring weapons, I'll fight you again when my heirloom artifact comes. Ling Ji knew that he was just afraid of death, and estimated that the shaker had come. Instead, it made him anxious. The hole Wei Chang had helped him dig was big enough. By killing Yang and killing his lover, Ling Ji pushed towards a dead end. It couldn't be delayed any longer. Ling Ji put away the bloodthirsty sword. Bare hands and empty fists. Let's fight again. He regathered his chi base in his fingers and recited in his mind, Spirit Void Star Pointing Technique. In an instant, his fingers seemed to contain infinite power, faintly flickering with a mysterious light. When Lu Jing saw this, he was overjoyed in his heart. He knew deep down that this was the best way to delay, so he also exerted his true power. He waved his fist as big as a sand pot and charged at Ling Ji once again. Each punch carried a whistling wind sound and was unstoppable. Ling Ji was not afraid in the slightest, he was agile and maneuvered his body like a wisp of light smoke as he traveled through the spiritual hall. Hey! I can't believe that your boxing and kicking feats are even more powerful than your whip feats. Saying just that, whenever Lu Jing's fists hit, he was always able to skillfully avoid them. The Great Perfection's cloud floating steps were still very useful when it came to single combat. At the same time, his fingers probed out from time to time, searching for Lu Jing's breaks and preparing to perform pointing feats. Lu Jing's attacks became more and more violent, his fists coming at Ling Ji like a raging storm. However, Ling Ji remained calm as he carefully observed Lu Jing's movements. Lu Jing was unable to calm down, and after an overly forceful attack, it allowed Ling Ji to find an opportunity. With a flash of his body, he instantly came to Lu Jing's blind spot, his finger probed out like lightning and accurately clicked on Lu Jing's 100 happiness point. Lu Jing only felt his body go numb and spurted out blood. Ah! Seriously injuring a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 500 plus blood chi value. He staggered and fell to the ground. Ling Ji flew and pointed his fingertips towards his other death point, ready to unlock his life. Stay under your hand. In the distance, a loud voice that forced its way everywhere reached Ling Ji's ears. A sharp pain shot through his ears. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he licked it. The person who had issued the voice was of a high rank, rather, his power was far greater than Ling Ji's. Who? Chapter 49, Danger, Surrounded. Not only are there terrifying experts killing over, but many of them. If we don't kill Lu Jing now, or later, there won't be any. A fleeting moment. Ling Ji endured his internal injuries and pointed a finger to Lu Xing's throat. This acupoint will definitely cause him to break immediately. Killing a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value and 1000 plus killing chi value. Gang Master. Shocker. Gang Master. Every single person on the scene looked distorted, panicked, excited, sad, and angry. A person, who was a stepping stone beside the shoulders of those poison sect juniors, moved at high speed, holding a sword and pointing at Ling Ji. Brother Ling Ji. Be careful. Wei Ro yelled up just to warn him. Sensing the killing aura of the other party, Ling Ji immediately pinched Lu Jing's corpse for a file. Boom! Lu Jing's body was split into pieces. Damn it! Ling Ji had followed the momentum and retreated into the spiritual hall. Who are you? Snap snap, several consecutive experts came to the man's side. Daring, you dare to kill in front of me? Ling Ji already sensed that these few people were coming from a bad place, and their strength might be higher than his own. They were all men around 30 years old and each of them had eyes like a torch. However, Ling Ji lost the battle. I'm all guts. As long as it's someone I want to kill, no one can stop me. Arrogant. A junior brother of the poison sect said warily, Elder Huang, this man is called Ling Ji, he killed our gang leader, you have to do it for our dead brothers. Elder Huang kicked this junior brother away, do you think I'm blind? The ground is full of corpses, do you still need to say? This Elder Huang, called Huang Kuei, was Lu Jing's cousin. In fact, he was very happy inside. As long as he killed this man who killed his cousin, the poison sect would be his. Ling Ji, you killed my cousin, you must pay for it today. Huang Kuei's expression betrayed him, it was too fake. Ling Ji sneered, look at how happy you look, oh, why don't you thank me? Huang Kuei was enraged and waved his hand toward her, nonsense, surround me. Don't let him leave here alive. The poison sect's experts stepped forward and surrounded Ling Ji in a furious manner. Ling Ji calmly faced the siege, his body maneuvered and retreated to Wei Ro's side. In a low voice, he said, it's too dangerous for us to be surrounded here. Wait, let's jump out the window, at least we have a back way out. Wei Ro grabbed his hand and whispered, my brother's remains. Your brother doesn't want to see you to danger. You guys want my life? Come on, show me your strength. Ling Ji said provocatively. Huang Kuei sneered, the sword in his hand flashed with a cold light as he stabbed towards Ling Ji. Jump! Wei Ro jumped out the window and left the spirit hall. Ling Ji's figure flashed and followed him out. He was not trying to escape, the will of the bloodthirsty sword would not allow it either, he was just trying to find a more favorable terrain that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and a position where he could protect Wei Ro better. He dodged the sword's attack. Huang Kuei roared, chase! Some people also jumped out of the window, and some people found their way outside to chase after them. The funeral parlor was built on the outskirts of Wind and Moon City, this place was instead closer to their assisting association, and they often came here to play in their childhood. The back of this place was a large hill. He pulled out his cell phone and sent out a distress signal. He was sure that it wouldn't be as simple as just the people from the poison sect alone, or that it would lead to some scary guy. Sorry. Wei Ro said in a pearly voice, I shouldn't have dragged you down. Ling Ji was bitter, or maybe this was karma. The moment he killed Yong, he had to face this. Soon, after his memory. Soon came to a dirt slope, this place is very open, and behind this place is the river of the main river of Wind and Moon City, which allows Wei Ro to jump out of the river. Huang Kuei brought a few hundred people to kill them, and in order to prevent Ling Ji and the others from escaping, they began to spread out and surround them. Woe to them. Another group ran up. Another group of men in t-shirts ran up. One of the men had a Mediterranean haircut and was clearly the leader. Huang Kuei saw the man and respectfully said, hello auntie. The man was Lu Jing's father, Director Lu. If his eyes could kill, Ling Ji would have been dead 100 times over. You killed my son, I want you to pay in blood. This Director Lu's aura was as vast as the sea, and it was very familiar. An even stronger aura than Lu Shishir. Wei Ro's face was pale, we're really going to die. Ling Ji had already drawn his bloodthirsty blade and recited the spell, realizing that this small mountain, the killing aura was not heavy. It was really unfavorable. Numerically, the rank was greatly suppressed. Could it be that the drama would end so soon? However, martial artists all had a fatal character, so strong. Huang Kuei said contemptuously, Aunt uncle, let me help my cousin take revenge. He knew that this nephew's strength was in the middle of the third stage of the mortal martial realm, and the information on hand showed that this Ling Ji's cultivation was right around the middle of the second stage of the mortal martial realm. Good, help me chop him into meat paste. Huang Kuei just wanted to make a name for himself in front of a group of his juniors, and the leader of the White Way, Director Lu. That way he could rightfully take over the position of Poison Sect gang leader. Ling Ji was happy, a little cutie. Coming to his door to die would allow him to stall for time again. He looked at the time. Cheng Yudo had left for more than an hour and would be back in about 45 minutes' time. Moreover, not far away was the Slaughter Association, so hopefully someone would come to help. Huang Kuei, right, you just want to take the lottery on me, just look at your bad looks, you want to sit in the Poison Sect's gang leader position. Ling Ji said sarcastically. Huang Kuei's hand holding his sword was mad with anger. He was very uncomfortable to have his little secret kicked through. Nonsense, cousin Lu Jing, played together since childhood, he is like my own brother, you killed him, I must take revenge for my brother. Whoosh. Huang Kuei still has a brain, casually explains, then takes the initiative to start the fight, must stuff Ling Ji's mouth. Wind Spirit Piercing Heartsword Technique. This ethereal spirit was known for being fast and vicious. He struck out countless sword blossoms towards Ling Ji. He did not dare to slow down either, and could only use the third style of the Bloodthirsty Frenzy sword in order to compare lengths. The sword flashes and shadows fought back and forth. Clang! The two weapons collided, emitting a sound of gold and iron. Spray! When? Clang! 100 consecutive rounds were fought without seeing a winner. Ling Ji, who had comprehended the three flexible moves, could actually challenge these scumbags over the top. And it was easy. He didn't fully explode just to stall for time. Only then, Director Lu's phone rang. Hello, what is it? Chief, a lot of cars have come to Little Hills, it seems like they're all coming here. What people? There are several U8s, and dozens of them are Hongguang minivans. The Hongguang minivan he didn't put on his mind. But the U8 SUVs he guessed what was coming, Medicine King Valley. Huang Kuei, make a desperate move and kill him. Grasping at straws, he had been an official for many years and knew the importance of the situation. Good. Ling Ji had already guessed it and smiled coldly. Cloud Floating Steps was launched, avoiding Huang Kuei's attack. Jumping as high as the third or fourth floor. Bloodthirsty Berserker Blade, first stance. Having already charged up with the third stance killing chi, the power increased greatly. Huang Kuei saw his end at this point, which was death. Reflexively, he screamed, "Help me!" Whoosh! A long whip struck Ling Ji, directly hitting the bloodthirsty blade. Boom! There was a large realm difference. Ling Ji sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 50 Lu Shirshi's Anger. Ling Ji was shaken by this whip and flew dozens of meters. Boom! It hit the big pine tree hard. Spit! Once again, he spat out blood. Director Lu couldn't wait and immediately executed his light power, making sure to take Ling Ji's head. A long whip struck towards Ling Ji's heavenly cap. In the nick of time, a familiar round moon scimitar struck. Clang! Ah! It was Lu Shirshir, but it seemed that her power wasn't powerful enough for Director Lu, and she was also bounced off. Beauty, you want to do meddle in this matter, do you know who I am? Lu Shirshir disdained, I don't know who you are, I just know that you are a big bully of the small. There was an unspoken rule in the martial cultivation session that an expert of one great realm higher was not allowed to strike out at a junior. Humph. That Ling Ji killed my son, so I don't have the right to strike? Lu Shirshir was also bad at explaining. Ha, Guoqiang came all the way here? Director Lu's name was Lu Guoqiang, and very few people in Wind and Moon City dared to call him by his first name. Twisting his head around, Cheng Jiping. Behind him, followed by more than a dozen people, including Cheng Yu, Cheng Fomel came. Then, familiar figures came behind them. Dina, Xiao Zhanghua, and so on. It seemed that Lu Shirshir had brought many people. The Slaughter Association came with many people. Lu Guoqiang felt bad. Ling Ji's fists tensed, he thought it wouldn't be that simple, the people from the Fitness Association would definitely come back. When they came, he would be in even more danger. After all, he had killed Yong, Wei Chang, and their cultivation drug provider, and Lu Jing had died in his hands. At this moment, a group of people came up, and it was magnificent. It was truly a case of speaking of the devil. They were all strong muscular people, men and women. The Fitness Association. There were hundreds of people, all muscular. They received Lu Jing's distress signal and brought them here. Unfortunately, it was already known at the bottom of the mountain that Lu Jing was dead. Their president, Shi Delin. He colluded with the poison sect, and through due to steroids, he quickly improved his juniors. So the cultivation of their juniors would even be higher than the cultivation of the disciples of normal sects. With this effect, they absorbed many martial artists to join. He himself also made a lot of difference, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. These things, Ling Ji, Chengyu, including Wei Rou, were all profiled through the evidence his brother had collected USB flash drive. Rely on. He wouldn't be able to deduce this scene before he died. If not dead, really Zhuge Liang reincarnated. Sterling 1 meter 9.5 tall, holding a sledgehammer. Muscles, hey. Scary as hell. Who is Ling Ji? Let me roll out and die. Can't wimp out now, he stood out. Which onion are you? Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed. A muscular man pointed at Ling Ji and cursed, "You're holding a pig killing knife, looking at you, you're Ling Ji. Chairman, this trash, give it to me, I can destroy it in 3 moves. Ah dare, be careful, even your brother died at his hands. Humph, Ah dare is only strong on the outside. Ah dare took out his long stick. The invisible long snake stick. The stick, spinning ceaselessly, is tiger-like. Watch the move. Oh, you are the brother of my defeated man, come on. Although Ling Ji's mouth was saying this, he didn't dare to look less at this Adair. This Adair didn't have much killing aura, so he knew that his internal energy was cultivated and stabilized. His muscles were toned and powerful, and his weapon was even more lethal than his brother's. The stick, with many advanced martial arts, had to be tested first. The 2 weapons clashed quickly, rubbing sparks together. Both weapons were capable of hard hits and their strength was amazing. 30 consecutive moves. In Ling Ji's opinion, all aspects were not inferior to Aotian. Moreover, his stick technique was marvelous. However, now that his own kung fu had improved a lot. In the past, he was able to defeat Aotian, and this Adair wasn't a word. Bloodthirsty frenzied blade first style. Splitting down from the sky. Invisible long snake stick blocked horizontally, boom. Adair's upper hand muscles are powerful, but unfortunately his lower body is lacking. His knees weakened and he fell to his knees. Why do you have this power? This was a power boost from the bloodthirsty blade. That's the gap, I'll send you to your brother. Bang! The invisible long snake stick broke. The bloodthirsty blade slashed all the way down from Dare's heavenly cap. Don't! Blood splattered. Kill 1 martial artist of the same rank, reward 2,000 plus, kill value 1,000 plus. Ah Dare! The gym association called out. All of them drew their weapons and charged towards Ling Ji. The people from the poison sect, pumping water behind them, also followed and killed. A few of Lu Boiqian's men also followed. Wow, this kind of scenario, if it's broadcasted live, there will definitely be more than 50,000 people online. Wei Rou couldn't help but say it. You still remember live broadcasting now, convinced. Che, these people are coming for you, they won't kill me. You little goblin. Ling Ji knew that with Cheng Jiping, Lu Shishir, they wouldn't make a move against the higher-ups. Ling Ji had to show them what an expert was. The bloodthirsty blade was flooded with red light. It swept across thousands of troops. Without much support from the killing aura, it could only shock away a few people at a time. Dina, Zhou Guobao, and Xiao Xianer jumped to Ling Ji's side. The 3 of them were all using big long swords. Just like the 3 Guan Yu. Are you guys okay? Zhou Guobao, it's not what you say, it's what you do. He knew that he had to improve faster, and the more practical combat experience he had, the easier it would be to break through, especially to break through the realm. A martial artist who didn't kill people was not a good martial artist. Blue, green, and yellow essence light emitted from their swords. Kryptonite was really good. Cheng Feng also came over and drew his longsword. Followed by a few Pill King Valley latecomers, a few of the Slaughter Association with lower cultivation levels also followed behind them. Colorful blade chi, sword chi continuously flowed. There was an aura of sharing the same fate. Thank you. Cut the crap, are we greedy and afraid of death? Are we Slaughter Association martial artists good bullies? Xiao Xianer said indifferently. They could usually fight internally, but if someone dared to wish the Slaughter Association, they would be united. This was the common temperament of Dragon Kingdom martial artists. If, now, the foreign races invaded again, they could ice out their former grudges, kill the enemy together, and live and die together. Ling Ji felt the support of his partners around him, and his heart was filled with strength. He wielded his bloodthirsty blade and engaged in a fierce battle with the enemy. The battlefield was chaotic as swords and shadows crisscrossed. But Ling Ji and his partners worked well together, trusting and supporting each other, making them seem invincible in battle. The enemies fell one by one, but there seemed to be no end to their numbers. Ling Ji and his partners faced more and more enemies, but they did not retreat. Instead, they met the challenge more bravely. However, physical strength was limited. And they rarely killed anyone. Ling Ji shook his head, knowing that these people did not know life and death before they had ever been to a real battlefield. Kill ah! Thousands more people were heard killing from the periphery. Reinforcements are coming again. There's no end to the fight, there's no end to the fight at all. Some people began to break down inside. Chapter 51 Terrible Poison? Wei Rou is actually mentally prepared. Ling Ji will definitely have a big problem if he kills Lu Jing. How do you know it's so serious? Lu Jing was the indirect killer of his brother's murderer. His death made her also very cool, and she was also very grateful to Ling Ji. The scene is getting out of control and can only use the influence of their media. She opened her cell phone and broadcast live. Normally, she had 1W people in her open broadcast base. Zoe BB, what happened? So many people surrounded. Director Lu, I saw Director Lu. He. So many muscular men, are they preparing for a fight? Ah. There's a lot of blood on the ground. Big scene, more and more people going. Where is this place? Should we go save BB? Wei Rou said excitedly, I'm surrounded by people, a lot of people, it's scary. The voice was coquettish, pouting in front of her fans. The number of people online rose sharply by 5W. Does anyone know where this place is? I'm going to save BB. Yeah, plus me. Plus me. Ditto. There was a hint of diehards already agitating for everyone to come along to the rescue. Wei Rou lusted for a fight. No, I won't let my fans risk their lives, you guys just ignore it and let you eat melon. I'm a man. I am the man +1. I am the man +2. I am the man +187,663. I got it, it's the back of the funeral parlor in Windy Moon City. There were constantly people swiping the screen. Wei Rou really didn't want them to come, just wanted them to see these people's faces and keep the evidence. Social opinion, let her win. At this time, they started to fight, and the scene was bloody. Immediately, it was banned by the live broadcast platform. Black screen apiece. Fan 1, damn it, won't let us watch. Must blow the whistle. He sent out a call to arms message in Zozo BB Fan Group 1, vigorously strong Group 1. Zoe BB is in trouble now, true lovers, just come out. Address, the mountain behind the funeral parlor in Windy Moon City. Fan 2, this matter is too serious, we must call the police. Fan 3, Director Lu is here, so there's probably no problem. Fan 4, Director Lu is here. It must be a major conspiracy. It must be reported to the discipline inspection. Fan 10, brothers, I'm driving now, those who wanna go can get in the car with me. The point of getting in the car is the Martial Artists Association. The phone of the discipline inspection of Windy Moon City has rung non-stop. Director Chen, pumping Huazi, Lu Guoqiang, you're so bold. Team 1, Team 2 move out. Also, contact the troops, Director Chen Xin. A handsome boy immediately went to inform. Chen Xin wants you guys to come over and assist. What's wrong? It's a mess, our Wind and Moon City is in chaos. Calling him directly was a very serious matter. Then, many people in the Dragon Kingdom discussed. The Provincial Hall immediately contacted Lu Guoqiang. What the hell are you Wind and Moon City messing up? No, not very peaceful. At this time, the battlefield has been windy, shouting, and killing. It was too obvious. He was also afraid. Lu Guoqiang is really in a dilemma. One after another, the fan martial artists of Zhuozhua BB also came to this hill. It was really crowded. Director Chen also led the team and set off with Chen Xian's troops. Lu Guoqiang received another call. Something big has happened. Why so panicked? Received word that the discipline inspection and troops are setting off to the back of the mountain. Lu Guoqiang smiled coldly. He had a plan. As long as I bite the bullet and say that I'm here to assist and catch the people from the poison sect, no one can do anything about it. He looked at the killing red-eyed Ling Ji. This person can only be captured back and then find a way to get him killed. He ordered his men to stand by and watch. Let the Fitness Association and the Poison Sect kill, and treat it as a vendetta. Ling Ji, the Poison Sect congregation, and the Fitness Association were each unaware of these happenings, and their focused fights were getting more and more intense. Ling Ji was holding a bloodthirsty sword, like a god of war standing. His eyes burned with a fiery fighting spirit as he stared intently at the Poison Sect's crowd and the Fitness Association's foes in front of him. The crowd from the Poison Sect all had grim faces, wielding various strange weapons like poisonous snakes as they pounced towards Ling Ji. The people from the Fitness Association were also not willing to show weakness, as they continuously attacked Ling Ji with their strong physiques and powerful moves. However, Ling Ji was fearless. The bloodthirsty knife in his hand flashed with a strange light under the sunlight, as if it was craving for the nourishment of blood. He was instead calm in front of so many enemies. This was a good opportunity for actual combat. Further skilling the approach of switching back and forth between the first, second, and third moves of the bloodthirsty frenzy blade, incorporating the butcher's beef, and seeing if he could cut to death with more precision. Just when the battle was at a stalemate, Chengyu, the brothers of the Slaughter Association, swept in like a gust of wind. Chengyu held a long sword with a biting cold aura emanating from its body as he rushed into the enemy lineup in the lead. "Brother, I'm coming to help you." Brother Chengyu, it seems that his physical strength has recovered a lot. At this point, he had struck for the first time in the evil forest until now, and had now recovered 50% of his strength. The brothers of the Slaughter Association were also all brave and fierce. Some of them wielded axes, some of them held clubs, and fought with the enemies like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Dina and their backbone was instead that long sword. Ling Ji's morale was boosted when he saw the help arriving. He bellowed and swung the bloodthirsty blade in his hand even more swiftly. He then weaved back and forth amongst his brothers, doing the job of protecting them and letting them experience life and death once as well. This way, their association might, perhaps, be able to shine in the martial examination this year. He could only see his body shape like electricity, weaving freely through the enemy group, each swing of his sword carrying a powerful force and deadly killing intent. The crowd from the Poison Sect and the Fitness Association gradually began to be unable to hold their ground under the fierce attacks of Ling Ji and Chengyu and the others. The battlefield was filled with sword flashes and shouts of murder. Ling Ji and his partners worked well together. They were like a tightly knit fighting group, constantly launching wave after wave of attacks on the enemy. The crowd from the Poison Sect and the Fitness Association gradually fell into a predicament. Their formation began to be confused and their morale became low. Ling Ji saw the right moment to execute his best move. He leapt high into the air, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand slashed downwards with an unrelenting momentum. A powerful blade chi instantly erupted, cutting across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning, directly decapitating the few enemies in front of him. This powerful attack terrified the enemies, and they began to retreat one after another. The brothers of the Slaughter Association also took the opportunity to launch a final charge. They surged towards the enemies like a tidal wave, not giving them any chance to catch their breath. Dina's face was covered in blood and her hands kept trembling. This was the first time she had killed someone. Her eyes were filled with an inexplicable excitement. Under Ling Ji and the others' fierce attacks, the crowd from the Poison Sect and the Fitness Association finally routed and fled. They slowly cowered backward. Under Ling Ji's protection, the Slaughter Association's brothers only suffered injuries and no deaths, a major victory. Huang Kuei cursed angrily, "Ling Ji, you are a murderer." He took out a pill from inside a box. It was black and had no luster. The scent was like poison, feeling that there must be no good results from taking it. Without a care in the world, he shoved the pill into his mouth. Aha! Huang Kuei's expression was exaggerated with pain and excitement, his green roots exploded, and his killing breath value continued to rise. Breath boosted by 20%. 30%. In his eyes, there was a bit of deathly aura. Deadly staring at Ling Ji. Chapter 52: The Way of Martial Arts. Both sides looked at Huang Kuei's strange behavior. Someone shouted and asked, "Family Master Chang, what kind of medicine did that Huang Kuei take? Why is his breath so terrifying?" Cheng Jiping stroked his beard and looked meaningfully at Huang Kuei. Suddenly a flash of light came to him. He actually dared to eat that. Many people looked towards him, even Ling Ji was curious. That is, a divine medicine developed by the Sakura Kingdom. The 5-poison boundary-breaking pill. The 5-poison boundary-breaking pill was for some martial artists to take when they were at a level that they could not break through. The person taking it immediately breaks through several levels in a short period of time. The side effect was that after stabilizing, they stayed at that level forever, never being able to advance again. Ha ha ha. That's right, it's the 5-poison boundary-breaking pill. The murderous Huang Kuei laughed, as long as I can defeat Ling Ji, it will be worth it even if I die. He deeply knew that he was a dog in the family. Only if he could help director Liu eradicate his son's murder, would he allow himself to be the poison sect gang leader. He wasn't born to be a bad guy. Once too, he had retaken the martial arts exam 6 times and failed. He also didn't like being a soldier, being a police officer. The underworld was his truth. After so many years, his cultivation hadn't improved, so he knew he couldn't break through. He had purchased this elixir in a secret channel and had spent an astronomical amount of money. Now it would be able to reflect its value. Ling Ji, if you're a man, fight me one-on-one. Huang Kuei's face was twisted, he was in pain, but this spoke out even more appalling. After listening to their analysis, Ling Ji instead smiled coldly. Bah! You dared to look at me derogatorily? Lu Guoqian was now in a state of 6, he knew that the disciplinary inspection and the army were on their way. There must be a way to take this all for granted and set it aside. Boom! Huang Kuei's power became even more ferocious in his anger, and he advanced consecutively. Mortal Martial Realm 3rd Stage 5th Heaven. Mortal Martial Realm 3rd Stage 6th Heaven. The peak of the 3rd stage of the Mortal Martial Realm. Lu Shishir also panicked, she was the one who came through, was she going to break through the Great Realm? However, everyone thought that they were really going to break through the Great Realm. Put! Huang Kuei sprayed out blood. The breath slowly stabilized. Stopped? Ha ha ha. My power. It's strong. Ling Ji, suffer. Huang Kuei performed that strange stance, his figure flashing continuously like a ghost, and he arrived in front of Ling Ji in an instant. With a wild face, he attempted to grab at Ling Ji's throat with his bare hands as a way to show off how powerful and unbeatable he was, all in a manner that he wanted to pretend to be a bully in front of the crowd. However, Ling Ji's cold as ice eyes were currently carrying a deep gaze of contempt. This gaze was like an icy cold arrow that shot straight at Huang Kuei, causing an inexplicable feeling of disgust to well up in his heart. Ling Ji's eyes revealed not just disgust, but also a chillingly fierce look, as if telling Huang Kuei that he would pay a heavy price for his provocation. Die! Huang Kuei shouted, and that hand was as swift as an eagle's claw as it grabbed at Ling Ji's throat. However, Ling Ji was not the least bit flustered as he slightly sidestepped his figure, skillfully avoiding Huang Kuei's powerful grasp. Claptrap, you can't win against me by relying on external forces. Ling Ji instantly launched a counterattack, his fingers probing out like lightning as he executed the Spirit Void Star pointing technique. Only to see his fingers quickly and precisely clicking towards Huang Kuei's arm acupoints, attempting to use this to block Huang Kuei's attack and cause him to fall into a brief paralysis. Huang Kuei sensed Ling Ji's finger attack and hurriedly retracted his arm while his other hand clenched his fist, and with a whistling sound of wind, he violently slammed it towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji did not dodge, his fist also clenched up as he executed his fist technique. His fist was like a discharged cannonball, carrying a powerful force and an unrelenting momentum as it collided head-on with Huang Kuei's fist. Bang! With a loud sound, the fists of the two men collided together, and the air seemed to be flooded with a fluctuation that was visible to the naked eye. Both Ling Ji and Huang Kuei each took a few steps back, but they quickly stabilized themselves again and charged at each other once more. Ling Ji's finger techniques were like agile butterflies, constantly fluttering around Huang Kuei's body, searching for breaks in him to click. Seeing Ling Ji's play from high above, Cheng Jiping smiled and said, "This Ling Ji is truly a martial arts prodigy. Yes, very few people in our valley have practiced this move, and he has incorporated his own understanding, it's remarkable." Another Pill King Valley elder said. Back to this fight. Huang Kuei's punches, on the other hand, were like ferocious lions, and every punch came out with great power and explosiveness, attempting to deliver a fatal blow to Huang Kuei. However, nothing could hit Ling Ji's vitals. He kept changing his attacks, sometimes attacking hard with his fists, sometimes using his palms to perform chops. His movements were agile and vicious, but Ling Ji was always able to skillfully neutralize his attacks with his sharp reflexes and superior skills. The two of them went back and forth on the battlefield, their fists and shadows crisscrossing and their fingers flying. The surrounding people couldn't help but feel thrilled by this intense unarmed battle between them, their gazes focusing tightly on the two for fear of missing any of the wonderful moments. That Ling Ji is truly a genius. Lu Shishir covered her mouth in shock. Ling Ji, he actually knows Pill King's Valley's divine kung fu, and he's fighting a peak martial walker back and forth. Terrifying as hell. If it was me, I would have been beaten to death by Huang Kuei long ago. The entire arena split into two factions shouting. At first, people on both sides fought to their heart's content like they were on the wrong medication, and it was only when they died that they realized the aftermath. That was being forced. Now, being at ease and being an eating crowd was the most comfortable choice. I love Lingji, a female fan called out. I love Huang Kuei. The poison sex female fans also stopped pretending. After all, Huang Kuei was still very handsome, not always being that little cutie by Lu Jing. Pressed in, with his talent in the morning bit. Now that he had ended up in this field, his fans were selling themselves short. The foot of the mountain. The crowd is booming. Thousands of fans came. Wei Ro smiled. The smile was not sweet, but ancient. The first step of her Yang plot was complete. Zoe BB, someone called out. People were watching the show as they saw that she had no safety concerns. Wei Ro's fans began to slowly approach her, in order to protect her. Ling Ji, why are you so strong? Huang Kuei spat out a mouthful of blood. It looks like he was hit a bit. It's not that I'm strong, but these cultivations of yours that rely on external forces don't allow for strength enhancement. A lot of times, strength enhancement relies on actual combat, experience, and enlightenment. Ling Ji was killing people as he hit and explained. His senses came. Having learned the third stance of the Bloodthirsty Blade, the mantra of this technique to invoke killing chi could be used in this kind of spirit void pointing star technique. Each finger carried a killing aura. Spiritual chi and killing chi, converging together, repelled the explosion. The killing power, at least, was increased by 3 times. Huang Kuei wasn't too much out of his cultivation, he would have been killed by Ling Ji's point. But, under the invasion of the killing aura, Huang Kuei's body also began to chafe. Lost? Huang Kuei was in pain inside, he could not accept this one fate. He was continuously hit with death points. However, suddenly. Boom! A cracking sound came from the distance, and Huang Kuei's head exploded into pieces. Ling Ji was shocked. Who? Chapter 53 Falling into the Net. Lu Guoqian was holding a strong bow and staring at Ling Ji with a murderous death glare on one side. When the crowd followed the path of the attack, he immediately turned into a look of righteousness. This jeopardizes the public security of my Wind and Moon City, commits murder in the street, and deserves to die. Come on people, seize the poisonous door, everyone. Yes. His subordinates immediately agreed. Surround those poison sect disciples. Now isolated, and with the 2 leading brothers dead, these people had no choice but to surrender. Silver-colored shackles were brought on. Chang Jiping and the other experts felt baffled. As long as Ling Ji this moment understood. Abandon the car to protect the handsome. That handsome is Lu Guoqian himself. Soon. Director Chen of the Department of Discipline and Inspection, they came. He saw so many people, things are still not clear, cannot just destroy the reputation of a director. He walked to Lu Guoqiang's side and said in a low voice, Director Lu, go back with us, there are some issues that require you to cooperate with the investigation. Lu Guoqiang still recognized his method of engagement and nodded his head to indicate that he would leave with him immediately. His men took the poison sect disciples away. He left together accompanied by his troops. In the eyes of the people who were watching, it was like they were just enforcing the law normally. Many people began to applauding for this Director Lu. They all came from the back and couldn't even see Lu Guoqiang's face at the beginning. Bureau Lu is mighty, long live Bureau Lu. Lu Guoqiang left the hill as the crowd cheered. Ling Ji, who had consumed too much this time, was letting Cheng Yu help him heal. The system rang again at this time. Killed 20 low-level martial artists, rewarded with 5,000 plus blood chi value and 2,000 plus killing chi value. The people from the Fitness Association were surrounded by Wei Ro's fans, and there were so many of them that they didn't dare to act rashly. Sherdelen waited until the civil servants had all left and immediately said, Ling Ji, you murdered 2 of our disciples in the secret realm, how do we settle this score? At this time, Wei Ro's fans realized that this man who was covered in blood but couldn't hide his handsomeness was the man who killed Wei Chang. They all came at him with hateful gazes, but the strange thing was that Wei Ro was actually standing beside this man. Wei Ro, are you stupid? He is the one who killed your brother. Wei Ro stood out, without a playful smile or her usual gentleness. She pointed at Stellan and cursed, you're the real murderer of my brother. Hey. You can't talk nonsense. The coroner had said that my brother, his body had been in trouble for a long time, he knew that he was going to die soon, he committed suicide. And you, on that murderer, actually let my brother and the others inject steroids to improve their cultivation. His body was destroyed by you. And you made him take flower to stop the pain, and death was the final relief from your control. Everyone knows that the flower's poison is addictive and not to be taken. Dragon is a nation that fights drugs, and this would be a major offense. Do you have proof? Humph. You wait for the formation, someone will come for you soon. The evidence of the USB flash drive had already reached the relevant departments, and small fish like him ended up being arrested. Stellan was furious and ashamed. The muscles of his right strong arm were squeezed out, and his power exploded. A punch was thrown at Wei Ro. This kind of attack, too slow. Wei Ro, who had mediocre martial arts, wasn't afraid, and by nimbly maneuvering, she was able to avoid it. Boom! His arm broke off, seriously injuring a senior martial artist, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value. It was only then that Stellan reacted, immediately backing away. You, good Ling Ji, dared to hurt me. Stellan pointed at Ling Ji and cursed, this is between me and Wei Ro, it has nothing to do with you, why are you interfering? Bah, you want to hit even a woman, do you want to lose face? Ling Ji replied casually. You. However, with countless hateful gazes behind him looking at him, he didn't dare to fight back. His disciple immediately ran over and tried to help him retrieve his arm. Boom! Killing a low-level martial artist, rewarded with a blood chi value of 250 plus and a killing chi value of 100 plus. You. Any more to come? Ling Ji pointed at the people from the fitness association with his bloodthirsty knife. The muscular men really didn't dare to come on after seeing Ling Ji's bravery and cruelty. Many of them even stepped backward. You guys have to avenge your senior brother's A part of the crowd said, we just came here to exercise, why should we get killed? Once this person said that, a part of them ran down the mountain. However, they were stopped by Wei Ro's fans. They all drew their weapons, all hoping to be in front of their girls. Wei, for once. None of you are allowed to leave, wait for the Martial Artist Association to judge you. It really wasn't long. A few people arrived at the scene. It was the people from the Wind and Moon City Martial Artist Association. Looking at their clothes, they were the higher-ups. The people from the Martial Artist Association have come. Who is it? It's the enforcement team who came. Yuan Shun, Captain Yuan. Yuan Shun's arrival made Stellan uneasy. Yuan Shun, there is no business for you here. President Sure, we received your whistleblowing materials and the evidence is solid. The association feels that your position should be outlawed, as well as your fitness association's qualification for this year's martial arts exam should be cancelled. What? The martial artists of the fitness association were surprised, and they were outraged. By virtue of what? You have used illegal means to raise your cultivation level, which is not in line with our country's laws and regulations. The martial artists were speechless. Some cried, kneeling on the ground and crying. President Sure, no, Stellan, come with us and accept our judgment. He was sweating coldly, knowing that it would be hard to escape this time. However, he would not fold his hands. Deliberately and warily, he walked to Yuan Shun's side and suddenly snapped. Whoosh! A sound. Boom! Stellan's other hand exploded and shattered into powder. No one could see how it happened, it was too fast. He was gone before the pain even reached his cerebral nerves. The moment he saw the hand gone, the weapon falling to the ground, boom. Only then did he react, screaming in agony, ah. Yuan Shun's assistant tied him with a rope and also helped him stop the bleeding. From today onwards, your fitness association will directly let our martial artists association take over. Directly you choose a good person to be the president. The others, come back with me to be investigated and reformed, we will help you get clean. The martial artists of the fitness association who had used the president's prescription were grateful and trembling as they followed Yuan Shun away. Now, there was no more danger. Ling Ji retrieved the bloodthirsty sword back to his waist. Wei Ro, it's time to help me clarify. Ling Ji, you are so brave, what are you afraid of? My fans are just over 1 million. Ling Ji stared at her with a murderous gaze. This was not the time for jokes. He really didn't want to kill with some people who had no grievances, and most of these people were from the Dragon Kingdom. His sword is to kill people, not to kill innocent people indiscriminately. Wei Ro was looked at with some panic, and her tears were scared out. So fierce, what are you looking at me for? Open the live broadcast. Wei Ro aggressively opened the live broadcast to go. Inside the live broadcast, she told the story of his brother, and told the fact that Ling Ji didn't kill his brother, calling for everyone to calm down. Because she opened the live broadcast, there are constantly carnival, sports car reward. Ling Ji was on this side, staring at her live broadcast. Seeing that she spoke sincerely, she immediately turned her head and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Wei Ro made a shocking thing. Chapter 54. A martial artist deserves more respect. I announced that I'm going off the air starting today, and I won't start broadcasting again until I'm admitted to the Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy. Wei Ro's eyes became resolute. Ling Ji heard her speak as she created a change in her own mind. Stopping in his tracks, he glanced at her. In a low voice, he said, "Go for it." He knew that this was probably Wei Chang's unfulfilled wish. Wei Ro grabbed him with one hand and looked at Ling Ji fondly. "Thank you, you made me understand the meaning of a martial artist, and I also understand my brother." Ling Ji gently got rid of her and followed Changyu away. Changyu smiled. "This Wei Ro is not bad, seeing as she has a little bit of affection for you, you can let it go." Ling Ji smiled coldly. "You like it, you do it. Hey, you all know I have a fiancé." Wei Ro finished singing the last song Lone Brave Man for her fans, tears streaming down her face. "All these years, thank you for your company. On the public screen. I love you. I love you. I love you." Non-stop screen swipes. Then many people proceeded to post. "I'm also going to become a martial artist and follow our Zoe BB." Or, "This was the power of idols." It turned out that most of the youths in the Dragon Kingdom were resting on their laurels. Wei Ro's transformation, subtle changes began. From then on, it became popular to enter martial arts training academies everywhere. Wind, continue to blow. People, continue to live. Dreams, become no longer distant. Wei Ro's foundation was average, but she was very talented. At the age of 17, she stepped into the sect with the most female disciples in Wind and Moon City, the Qin Xian Pavilion. Her musical talent was extremely good, and she was accepted by the mysterious elder as a closed-door disciple. Starting to cultivate magical sounds. Sherdelin was disheartened as he looked at the countless pieces of evidence. He wants to confess Lu Guoqiang's crimes, but his arm has been broken. His mouth had already been broken by Lu Guoqiang's men, by beating them. "Sherdelin, speak properly, you'll do it, we'll take care of it." He naturally promised. His son was still young, and the girl hadn't matured yet. He was betrayed by a round of disciples who used to love and care for him. He accused the crime of forcible immoral relations, trafficking in contraband, drug trafficking, and homicide, and a total of 67 counts were realized. Public security and other law enforcement agencies, with the assistance of the Fitness Association, tumor wiped out in one fell swoop. Lu Guoqiang did something too desperate and put all the blame on the poisonous door. Since his youngest son, Lu Jing, was dead, so the charges were put on him. Poison sect could only confess under his guidance. Ling Ji met Wei Chang in the evil forest and added this to the fight against blackness in Wind and Moon City. If it wasn't for the fact that he also brought out that USB flash drive with a lot of black information, I'm afraid that all these facts would be buried in the secret world. This is the net of heaven. Lu Jing died, and Stellan died. Only, Wei Chang just miscalculated one step. Ling Ji was not killed. He had killed Yong after all and hated him. Medicine King Valley Council Hall. Sheng Jiping and the other two family lords had a meeting. The funeral parlor incident, you all should have heard about it. I want to pull this Ling Ji fellow into our Medicine King Valley, he is a rare talent. Chen Jin, the head of the Chen family, laughed and said, "Ah Ping, you're really good at math." Where? Wu family head, Wu Jia, opened his folding fan and waved it casually. That Ling Ji's video, I watched it as well. He's a genius who can fight across levels. However, as you all know, to enter our Medicine King Valley, not only do you need to know martial arts, you must also have the talent to learn medicine. His knowledge of acupoints, at the interdimensional level, just a few days after learning it, he can even utilize the spirit void pointing star technique. Well, that's also right. Genius was a talent that was vigorously introduced among all sects, and their Pill King Valley was no exception. However, according to his character, he is definitely not willing to represent our Pill King Valley. He has his heart set on the Slaughter Association. As the highest leader of Medicine King Valley, Wu Jie's opinion was the most authoritative. He said, "Our Medicine King Valley doesn't care about this kind of vanity, it only cares about character and medical attainments." "Valley Master, do you mean you agree?" "It's up to you." Also, I received a notice from the Martial Arts Association. The Fitness Association has been stripped of its quota this year, and we've been allocated a quota for the martial arts examination. Scary, who is this quota for? Cheng Jiping got excited. Cheng Yu, I guess, he's got the strength. Cheng Jiping could no longer hold back his smile. Brother Wu, thank you so much. Thanks for what? He also played a role in this matter and deserves it. Cheng Jiping left the council chamber full of joy, ready to inform his son, Cheng Yu, of the good news. Cheng Yu was thrilled to learn that he had won a place in the martial arts examination. "Father, I will not fail you and the Valley Master." At this time, Ling Ji was in his apartment, resting. Suddenly, a messenger from the Pill King Valley came. "Little friend Ling Ji, my Valley Master sincerely invites you to have a chat." Ling Ji frowned. "What is the matter?" The messenger smiled. "You will know when you go." Ling Ji hesitated for a moment, but decided to go. When he arrived at the Medicine King Valley, Wu Jia opened the door. "Ling Ji, do you want to go to the next level in the way of medicine?" Ling Ji replied back, "My heart is in the Slaughter Association, I am afraid that it is difficult to follow your wishes." Wu Jia smiled broadly. "Don't be in a hurry, listen to the conditions first." Ling Ji was silent, waiting for the following. Wu Jia said, "As long as you join my Pill King Valley, top medical books will be available for you to peruse, and rare medicinal herbs will be available for you to use." Ling Ji shook his head. "Although this is tempting, I do not aspire to this." Wu Jia added, "Then what if it allows you to quickly increase your strength and become a strong martial artist?" Ling Ji was slightly moved, "But I have a deep friendship with the Slaughter Association." Wu Jia smiled, "I can help the Slaughter Association develop together." Ling Ji pondered for a moment. It was a difficult choice. At this time, Cheng Jiping walked in. "Ling Ji, Pill King Valley treats you with sincerity, don't hesitate anymore." Cheng Jiping could not guess that Wu Jia was even more anxious than him, and actually personally invited Ling Ji to join. However, his mind was definitely set on joining their Chung family. Top-notch medical books and rare medicinal herbs were fatal temptations for Ling Ji. Originally, the Slaughtering Association had really come with a bull's background for him. Wu Jia smiled and said, "Little friend Ling Ji, you can be a titular disciple first, and only after you pass the medical exam and the alchemy test can you officially become a member of our Pill King Valley. However, you can go to our library to study first now." With such good conditions, Ling Ji did not dare to be picky. He arched his hand and half bowed, then, "Thank you, Valley Master Wu, Family Master Chang." Slow. We don't agree. A group of men in white hanbok walked in. One man who was all human-looking said, "Valley Master, he's just a pig killer, how can we let him just enter our Medicine King Valley? Aren't you afraid of making the other sex laugh?" Chapter 55 Lingshu Pointing Star Technique Duel. Ling Ji was displeased to hear that he was pejoratively referred to as a pig killer. "Old man, don't care about any of your disciple positions, as long as I pass the martial arts exams and learn to understand more powerful and comprehensive martial arts in the Martial Cultivation Academy." This sarcastic old man pointed at him and cursed, "Look, we can't have this person who doesn't know how to honor the elderly. Bah! I will only respect those who are worthy of respect, like Master Wu Valley, Master Cheng family, these highly respected people, villains like you, forget it." Ling Ji's strength was evident to all along the way, but it was also worthless in front of these prestigious families. It was infuriating. Wu Jie stared at this old man, his voice was shaking as he said, "Chen Dongsheng, get lost. What a disgrace to our Pill King Valley." Chen Dongsheng became angry. "Valley Master, I'm not wrong. In my opinion, he can rise to prominence amongst the folk martial artists, not necessarily holding even the slightest advantage over our clan disciples." Ling Ji did not have the slightest intention of trying to enter their Pill King Valley, and being spoken to like this by one of their elders, the Buddha was on fire. "You find a mortal martial realm one to try. Father, I'll come to meet this porker who doesn't know the heights of heaven." Behind Shin Dongsheng stepped out a man with a tall stature, but with a face full of bean-skinned pockmarks that could only be described by one ugly word. "I, Chen Baiqiang, will come back at you." Cheng Yu whispered, "He's very strong, you have to be careful." He. Chen Baiqiang, do you want to compare fist and feats, or weapons? Ling Ji was confident. It wasn't that he was gullible, but he had become more and more skillful with the Spirit Void Star pointing technique. This set was the superior kung fu of the Medicine King Valley. "Pig killer, I won't bully you, just fist and feet kung fu." Saying it just so nicely, it was called Pig Killer, probably outstanding sword skills. He must have his own little agenda when he chose boxing and kicking kung fu. But it was just what Ling Ji wanted. Golden autumn, the wind passed through the Medicine King Valley. The two men stood in the ring, and the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The air around them seemed to have frozen, and the breeze gently brushed by, but could not take away this pervasive aura of solemnity. The gazes of the two men met as if there were electric sparks flickering in the air. Chen Baiqiang, who considered himself to be the #1 martial artist in King Valley, took the lead. His figure moved and swept forward like a ghost. His speed was staggeringly fast. Only to see his fingers slightly flexed, the tips of his fingers flickered with dots of cold aura, precisely the starting stance of the spiritual void star pointing technique. He instantly approached Ling Ji, and his fingers rained down on Ling Ji's major acupoints, each of his fingers carrying a harsh chi energy, as if he wanted to tear the air apart. However, Ling Ji was not the least bit unruffled. His eyes were focused and determined, and his feet were as if they were rooted in the earth. At the moment when the other party's attack was about to arrive, his figure slightly sidestepped, as light as a willow in the wind, avoiding the fatal blow. Immediately afterward, he quickly counterattacked, his right hand probing out like lightning as he similarly executed the Spirit Void Pointing Star skill. Spirit Void Pointing Star skill? Chen Baiqiang shouted in surprise. Chang Jiping, you dare to teach our mastery to outsiders? Chen Dongsheng scolded. Chang Jiping smiled in a high and cold manner. We all treat him as a member of our King Valley, and he is no longer an outsider when he joins. You? Chen Dongsheng pointed at this old scoundrel, not knowing how to argue, as if he was right. At this moment, Ling Ji's fingers were like nimble elves, drawing a marvelous trajectory in the air, counterattacking towards Chen Baiqiang's acupoints. The two of them went back and forth, their figures flashing rapidly in the valley, leaving behind only a blur of residual shadows. Their fingers were like twinkling stars, constantly colliding and intertwining, emitting a series of crisp popping sounds, as if it was a marvelous symphony of fingertips. Each click contained great power and subtle skills. The surrounding plants and trees were all affected by their overflowing chi, swaying and trembling. Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, Chen Baiqiang could not help but feel a little impatient in his heart. He fiercely shouted, and his entire body's internal energy surged up like a tidal wave, converging on top of his fingers. His fingers instantly shone brightly, and his speed and strength were elevated to a whole new realm. Like a raging lion, he launched a round of even more violent attacks towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji felt the powerful pressure from his opponent, but there was no fear in his heart. He took a deep breath and completely immersed his mind in the battle, entering an ethereal state. In this instant, it was as if he had become one with his surroundings, and he was able to clearly feel the subtle changes in each of his opponent's movements. He skillfully utilized the subtleties of the Spirit Void Pointing Star technique, using softness to overcome hardness, and using cleverness to break strength. In the nick of time, Ling Ji found a fatal break in his opponent. A brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and his finger shot out like lightning, clicking accurately on Chen Baiqiang's harmful acupoint. Ah! Chen Baiqiang stifled a grunt and spat out a mouthful of blood. Seriously injuring a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 500 plus. He pointed at Ling Ji in pain, unwillingly. A move to break the air with a finger, but being seriously injured, he was not at all accurate and missed. Ling Ji reversed and hit with another move. Be merciful. A slender jade hand blocked this attack of his. Manny Chen. He lost, give me face. Forget it. Ling Ji smiled and said, of course, Fairy Rongmo must give face. Manny Chen nodded her head in gratitude. She remembered that Sister Roan was a compliment to her and smiled in return. He turned to Chen Baiqiang and said coldly, I'll give Fairy Manny face, so I'll let you go today. He slowly disappeared into the sea of people. Cheng Jiping smiled and said, everyone has nothing more to say, right? He led the rest of the Chang clan to leave as well. Ling Ji didn't take these things to heart. As long as there were people, there was a jungle. Had he been given less of a hard time in the Slaughter Association than he was now? There was still a little time to upgrade. Prepare for the exam. System. Give me the cultivation program. Okay, analyzing, please wait. Blood chi value 104450 plus, killing chi value 66300 plus. It is recommended to raise your cultivation to the late second stage of the mortal martial realm, activate the Bloodthirsty Blade for the second time, and purchase the second volume of the Bloodthirsty Frenzy Blade. Ling Ji was excited when he heard this. Sure enough, the Bloodthirsty Berserker Knife was not that simple. As all these cultivations must have aura to match more underneath the blood chi value. So, in the Medicine King Valley's most aura of the valley closed. System, raise cultivation. Cultivation enhancement, consume blood chi value 10,000 plus. The valley is full of aura, increasing the cultivation effect by 120%. The valley's aura slowly entered his body, and a strong change appeared in his body. Congratulations, successfully advanced to Mortal Martial Realm 2nd Stage 5th Heaven, continue cultivation, consume blood chi value 10,000 plus. Congratulations, successfully advanced to Mortal Martial Realm 2nd Stage 6th Heaven, continue cultivating, consuming blood chi value 20,000 plus. Congratulations, successfully advanced to the 7th Heaven of the 2nd Stage of the Mortal Martial Realm late stage of the 2nd Stage of the Mortal Martial Realm. Host, please have 2 days of rest to continue activating the Bloodthirsty Blade. Activating the Bloodthirsty Blade. Consume blood chi value 50,000 plus. The bloodthirsty knife was stuck in the ground, and there was a constant convergence of aura on the knife. The valley's aura seemed to be harvested by this aura reaper. The aura converged on the word blood on the bloodthirsty knife, merging with the previous killing aura. The green aura began to merge with the red killing aura. Suddenly, there was a colorful circle around the red blood character. The bloodthirsty blade's killing aura immediately converged, and the aurora leather sheath began to resonate. Buzz. For a moment, space and time stood still and everything returned to calm. Success? Congratulations to the host, the second activation of the bloodthirsty knife is successful, additional damage of 2000 oxen power, additional blood-sucking function, 100 kills of the enemy replies to 1 power. Before he could be happy for a few seconds, he heard someone call out to him. Ling Ji, your Yangwu seems to be out of sorts, quickly go and take a look at him. Chapter 56, Domesticated? Yangwu smiled and laughed lustfully, giggling non-stop. His face was red and sweaty. The color of his face was uncertain. Scared Chengyu and so on, do not know what to do. Calling someone, he called Ling Ji back. Ling Ji, Yang Wui seems to have gone off the deep end. Ling Ji was shocked right away, with the medical strength of Medicine King Valley, saying such appalling words, it must be quite serious. Cheng Jiping helped him take his pulse and kept shaking his head. This level can only rely on himself, your chi and blood are chaotic and your face keeps changing, there must be a heart demon. The Supreme Yang Sacred Body was the one who was afraid of people with heart demons. What do you mean? Cough. Olmi guesses that this young friend Yang Wu, who usually grows up watching gambling country love action movies a lot, subconsciously has those evil thoughts at work. Ling Ji heard this result with a jolt and almost fainted with anger. Family Master Chang, is there a way? Cheng Jiping stroked his beard and said carefully, I have no way, unless. Unless what? Someone dares to enter his dream realm to wake him up, and then he can recover to 60% of his former self by letting him recuperate. When Ling Ji heard dream realm, he remembered this one feeling, isn't it just an illusion? He remembered Little White. But there is a risk to enter his dream realm, I'm afraid that the other party's dream demon is too powerful, and the person who breaks in to go there will die 10 deaths. Ling Ji didn't wait for him to finish, Cheng Family Master, you help me protect him, I'll go save him. Little White. A small white bat flew over from a corner. It opened its spirit and became more connected to Ling Ji's mind. Ling Ji sat dashingly beside Yang Wu and meditated. Wing gave a sound. His consciousness began to distort. Cheng Jiping looked at the white bat and cried out in surprise, the illusory Bloodbat's pup? He seemed to understand everything. He immediately chased away the others and personally guarded them. Brother Wu, you're so handsome and fierce, love you to death. A delicate voice had reached Ling Ji's ears, hearing his entire body tingle. A flash of light appeared before his eyes. Only to see. Yang Wu and a winking woman were deep in conversation. Ugly. Wing gave a sound. The phantom bloodbat, Little White, came in as well, and its cry scared the woman into rolling over and jumping out of Yang Wu's body. With a flip, she put on a strange dress kimono? Ling Ji felt that this woman looked familiar. It seemed like when he was a child, and Yang Wu had seen the woman Chao Laoshi. Song Laoshi suddenly showed a ferocious face and lunged towards Ling Ji, attempting to use her seduction technique to seduce Ling Ji. Bah! You're old and ugly, you're useless in front of me. Ling Ji's mind was as firm as a rock, not shaken by her actions in the slightest, with only calmness and determination in his eyes. Xiaobai transformed into a delicate woman and drew her longsword. Stabbed at Song Laoshi. Just then, Xiaobai rushed out like a bolt of lightning, the longsword in his hand flashing with cold light. Xiaobai's sword technique was severe, only to see his figure flashing rapidly. His sword moves like a stormy wind and rain towards Elder Master Song. Song Laoshe tried to resist in panic, but Xiaobai's sword was too fast and too fierce. In a few strokes, Xiaobai's sword accurately stabbed Song Laoshe's vitals, and Song Laoshe screamed miserably as his body collapsed helplessly. There was no blood, everything was an illusion. Lingji watched the scene. Without the slightest hesitation, he held his long sword, striding forward, and before Elder Master Song could completely break her spirit, his hand raised his sword, and he completely ended her life with a single slash. Killed Dream Demon of the same rank, rewarded with 3,000 plus killing chi value. At this time, Yang Wu was like a corpse, with no yang chi at all. Before coming in, he had learned what available items the system had to exchange. This is the first time to use it at this time. System, exchange for a Divine Sea spiritual liquid. Consuming 10,000 plus of killing chi value in exchange for a Divine Sea spiritual liquid. Lingji got a bottle of liquid in his hand. Opening the cap of the bottle, he violently poured it into Yang Wu's mouth. The medicinal effect was very spiritual, and the injured soul was immediately repaired. Coughing. Yang Wu coughed a few times and woke up. What happened? Bah, obscene. Lingji cursed without answering him. Wing a sound. Lingji's eyes slowly opened. Little friend Lingji, how is the situation? Well, okay. Cheng Jiping immediately took his pulse. Well, I'll just prescribe a little tonic medicine. He looked at Lingji thoughtfully. He was curious as to how this person managed to wake up Yang Wu with no damage to his soul. Lingji walked back to his room and continued to start the matter of having to get the second volume of his Bloodthirsty Mad Sword. System, exchange for Bloodthirsty Mad Knife Volume 2. Yes, consumed 50,000 plus killing spirit values, successfully exchanged for Bloodthirsty Mad Knife Volume 2, recorded the contents of this kung fu. Countless moves and insights were incorporated into Lingji's memory. With the contents of the second volume, he realized that the first three moves from the first volume had a better carrier. These three moves were fused together to form a new move, the fourth move. Cultivating the fourth move of the Bloodthirsty Frenzied Blade. Consuming blood chi value 10,000 plus, start cultivating. Lingji kept hitting the fourth moveset. It was introductory, but it was still very unskilled. He began to consolidate in the Pill King Valley's trial room. For more than 2 months, they stayed in the Pill King Valley to practice. This practiced for an unknown amount of time. Lingji had fought with the warrior of the wooden stake hundreds of times, but now his cultivation was solidified. Ding! The WeChat group received a message. Open it up and take a look. Important notice. Fellow martial artists. Hello everyone. I would like to solemnly inform you all that tomorrow is the crucial day of the Cloud Province Martial Examination's Secret Realm Assessment. In order to ensure that the examination goes smoothly, I would like to ask everyone to make adequate preparations in advance. Please be sure to pack the items you need. For those who are currently in the association, we will arrange for a bus to transport you to the test site. Those who are not in the association will need to travel on their own. Regardless of how you travel, please be sure to arrive at the Wind and Moon City Martial Arts Association by 11 o'clock tomorrow. This is an important time point for our unified action, and it concerns the smooth progress of the entire examination process, so I hope that everyone will strictly abide by it and not be late. I look forward to all of you having an outstanding performance and achieving excellent results in the Secret Martial Arts Examination. Yours truly, dearly beloved, Lu Shishir. October 29, 2024. Meanwhile. Qiu Xiener, copy. Qiu Zhanghua, copy. Yang Wu, copy. Long Aotian, copy. When Lingji saw Long Aotian's message, he was inexplicably on fire. He must kill him when he has the chance in the secret realm this time. In order to avoid trouble, he replied honestly. Lingji, roger that. Chapter 57, Secret Realm Examination. Pill King Valley Chang Jiping personally led the team and came to the Martial Artist Association. After all, his two sons, this time together. He personally helped Lingji put on a badge that belonged to an outer disciple. I know that you have never wanted to enter our Medicine King Valley, and deliberately did not take the medical exam. I know that every day during breaks you study in our medical school library. I believe that you must have a certain understanding of medicine. I feel that I should award an outer disciple badge to you. Lingji was flattered. Family Master Chang, me. Cheng Jiping was grateful that he had saved Chengyu, and that by mistake, he had given Chengyu the opportunity to take this exam. and recognizing his strength, he must accept him as a disciple. This was a great gain for their Chang family. Lingji understands his thoughts, and is also grateful for his tolerance towards himself, and lovingly helping Yang Wu. Everyone does not owe everyone. Sung Woo took care of him as if he were a brother, and he was also like a loving father. He has never had a father to take care of him, he really lacks fatherly love. Sheng Jiping didn't let him feel too much pressure and patted his shoulder. Don't worry about going, the Slaughter Association is your home, and the Pil King Valley Cheng family is also your home. Lingji smiled faintly, he really didn't know what to say and secretly vowed to help the Cheng family if they were in trouble. Lingji was exceptionally handsome today. Not only did he wear a badge on his chest that represented the Pil King Valley's outer disciples, he also had the martial arts badge of the Slaughter Association's number 1 and the 8th person in Wind and Moon City. On his back hung the spirit rhinoceros leather sheath, which was now full of aura compared to before. The upgrade of the bloodthirsty knife had also upgraded the texture of the spirit rhinoceros leather sheath, which was amazing. It was much more upscale. Let's go! Yang Wu followed Lingzhu and reported back to Lu Shishir. The people were all together. The badge on Lingzhi's chest made him the most handsome boy here. It became the center of everyone's attention. Lingzhi, it looks like you've had a strange encounter. Dina said as she pointed at the badge on his chest. I can't say it's a strange encounter, it's just that I saved a disciple of Pil King Valley. Another member said, Lingzhi, please take care of us if we meet in the secret realm. Of course. Another person said, Lingzhi, what is your current cultivation level? Late Marshal Walker, I think. So fast, I'm only at the early stage. Just broke through. Long Aotian, who was now dressed in colorful clothes, laughed coldly, Che Claptrap. So he walked over, holding his sword in his left hand, his hands were forked in front of his chest, his voice was sharp, Lingzhi, do you want to have a match? Lingzhi already had one hand on the hilt of the bloodthirsty sword. Lu Shishir frowned and walked over to stop a needless fight. Long Aotian, you can't make trouble here. Humph. Lingzhi also knew that now was not the time to kill him. Or the secret realm, or sometime in the future. Long Aotian, the amount you owe me will be counted sooner or later, but you better find a higher level weapon and come back to me again, or else you'll say that you lost in the weapon again. It's too humiliating. Long Aotian's hand shook. Lately he had been kryptonite to acquire divine weapons, and the sword alone was several times more expensive than other weapons. If it wasn't for the support of a powerful family, he would have given up long ago. Before they could continue chatting, the hall's announcement rang out. Congratulations to everyone who was able to come to our Cloud Province martial examination. Instantly, all the gazes in the hall looked towards the high platform. One could only see a beautiful woman standing there elegantly with a microphone in her hand, dressed in a simple yet dignified black dress, the cut of the dress aptly outlining the curves of her shapely figure. Her long hair fell naturally over her shoulders like a waterfall, and a few strands of hair fluttered gently in the breeze, adding a bit more charming flavor. Her face was delicate and beautiful, and her fair skin was as delicate and smooth as lamb's fat jade, with a faint luster. Under those curved eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes flashed with a gentle but firm light, as if they could see through everyone's heart. The bridge of her nose was high and straight, making her entire facial profile more three-dimensional. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth carried a touch of affectionate smile that made people feel like spring breeze, instantly easing the nervousness of the candidates present. I am today's host, the Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy instructor, Teacher Wenxi. Teacher Wenxi gently cleared her throat and began her speech. Her voice was crisp and pleasing to the ears, like a clear spring flowing in the mountains, and carried a unique infectiousness that made everyone present unconsciously immerse themselves in it. Looking at her, she was about 28 years old, causing Lingzhi, who had always been emotionally stable, to unconsciously have his heart speed up. The flavor is still there. Yang Wu couldn't help but say it, this teacher is so beautiful. Tutor Wenxi waited for the hall to quiet down and continued, everyone listened carefully to the rules of this year's martial arts exam. Tonight's martial examination was the same as previous years, divided into two parts. The first, the Secret Realm examination. Screening 70%, leaving 30% to enter the next round. Scene 2, Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy's internal examination, divided into an external written test and an aptitude test. Those who passed both rounds would successfully enter the academy. Yun Province was a small to medium-sized province in the Dragon Kingdom, with a total of 16 cities. Therefore, the assessment would open 16 B3 level secret realms. Everyone would randomly go to the secret realm and split into two teams, red and blue, against each other. We are recording everyone's performance in the assessment through the bracelet. In the end, by ranking the performance scores during the confrontation, you'll be able to come up with a list of people who will advance. Each city is 8,000 martial artists. 16,8,000 is equal to 128,000 people. 128,000 30% equals 38,400 people pass the assessment. That's 8,000 people per secret realm, and 4,000 people per subgroup. As for the subgroups, this time, they were organized according to the 3-3 system, which was closer to the tactics of real combat. Those martial artists with badges from the top 100 could pick 2 people of their own as teammates. Those martial artists who didn't have badges, and weren't picked, could only be randomly assigned. However, the people assigned were all martial artists from the same city. When Shi's words turn serious, there are some unlucky martial artists who were not assigned. You have 2 choices, one is to fight alone. Instead, you will automatically look for a team to join, but whether someone else's team wants you or not depends on your ability. Well, other details rules, everyone will be prompted by the bracelet system when they arrive at the designated secret realm. Top 100 strong people, you pick someone now. After 1 hour, collect your bracelets and enter the secret realm. The scene was chaotic. When Yang Wu heard these rules, he immediately said, "Young Ling, I think he'll definitely pick me." Ling Ji just curled the corner of his mouth slightly. "Young Ling, you won't be so desperate." Ling Ji continued to be the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. At this moment, a few beauties from the Slaughtering Association had already thrown themselves at Ling Ji. "Ling Ji, pick me." "I can." She used her little meat bag to stick to Ling Ji. Without the need for Ling Ji to make a move, she was already pushed away by some of the girls. "Get lost." "Ling Ji, I'll give you money, take me." Countless people were using non-stop means to push in front of Ling Ji. Yang Wu's face turned black as he was pushed away. Chapter 58 Building a Team. The Slaughter Association had 3 top 100 martial artists, namely Ling Ji, Dina, and Xiao. This was unprecedented for the Slaughter Association. According to the registered list, the Slaughter Association's individual cultivation levels. 1. Long Aotian Peak 2nd Stage of the Mortal Martial Realm. 2. Ling Ji Mortal Martial Realm 2nd Order 8th Sky. 3. Xiao and Xiao Zhanhua Mortal Martial Realm 2nd Order 7th Sky. 4. Han Dina, 6th Heavenly Steps of the 2nd Stage of the Mortal Martial Realm. 5. Di Mei, Yang Wu Mortal Martial Realm 2nd Stage 2nd Sky. Of the 23 people who followed, 8 were at the beginning of the 2nd stage of the Mortal Martial Realm, having just broken through, and the rest were all at the peak of the 1st stage of the Mortal Martial Realm. Xiao, she picked the fastest. Choosing her cousin Xiao Zhanhua, and the person she thought was the most powerful, Long Aotian. "Long Aotian, I'm warning you, be a man and wake up and settle down. Not for the sake of Uncle Long Tao, I won't pick you. He, I'm so much better than you, it's your good fortune that you pick me." Long Aotian said with a smile. "Humph." The 3 of them were the first to walk to collect their team bracelets. Dina, the female Guangong, her character was rather cold, she didn't have many friends, and her thoughts were really a bit strange. A lot of people sought her out to beg for a band out of prevention of not being assigned a team risk, or a lot of people. She selected her sister, Dime, first. There was one more candidate. She really planned to be able to find a teammate with long-range attacks, or with medical skills. Ling Ji was surrounded by a group of beautiful women. He raised his hand to avoid his hand not knowing where to put it. Being misunderstood was really a wash of water. "Ling Ji." There was a familiar loud voice that came through. "Yes, Changyu." Ling Ji found a chance to get away and squeezed out from the group of beautiful women. Only to see that Changyu was carrying a few people behind him. They were all old acquaintances, Chang Feng, Manny Chen, and Chen Baixiang. Ling Ji said happily, "Have you guys chosen?" The female martial artists from the Slaughter Association were excited to see that these were all martial artists from Medicine King Valley. These were all experts who knew the art of medicine. Dina saw them and immediately walked over quickly. With a wooden mouth and a wooden face, she said, "Hello, I'm Dina from the Slaughter Association." A few people were well groomed and nodded in agreement. Originally, she thought that her and her sister's beauty was already very high, but in front of Pill King Valley's Manny Chen, she could really only be a little sister. "This sister, hello." She actually bowed towards Dina, genuinely fine, only to see that none of their clothes had the top 100 badge on them. Manny Chen arched her hand. "Pill King Valley, Manny Chen. Sister, any more to join the team? We're really short of a medically savvy teammate here." Ha ha. She really didn't expect this girl to be so blunt. However, I think you guys are a bit short of spirit, so I suggest you find a guy to build a team. Eating lemons gave her some embarrassment. Chengfeng, these two sisters are good, why don't you join their team? Manny Chen flirted. Chengfeng was a little offended when he was directly named, hey. Manny. You're just not being generous. What, two such beautiful girls, on the same team as you, it's only right to wake up laughing in your dreams. Say so, only. But he thought that these two girls were not strong enough to affect his play and advancement. Dimei's personality was very different from her sister's, and she immediately stuck up. Hello, brother Feng, my name is Dimei. Her sweet smile made it impossible for Cheng Feng to refuse. He shook hands with this little beauty. Cheng Feng, these two female combatants can fight, but their brains are not very good, so you should join to help them. Ling Ji said in an extra voice. Is this praising us or stepping on us? Dina said angrily. Cheng Feng could only laugh awkwardly when he saw these two. Cheng Yu coughed twice and said, I think Ling Ji has a good point too, your martial arts attainments and medical skills are high, but your organizational and synergy skills are poor. It's a boost to your organizational skills for you to go in and work out on a team with two goofballs. Hey! Dina was aggravated when both men said that, but everyone she knew said one stick. Since Ling Ji and Big Brother both said so, I'll go left and right. He nonchalantly dragged the two beauties off to register to go and receive their bracelets. Nini, you'll be grouped with Ling Ji, they're a group of medical martial artists. Sheng Yu had been and would be the leading brother of the group from Medicine King Valley, and his arrangement was satisfactory to Manny Chen. After all, Ling Ji had let her win Colonel yet to thank him, this would be considered repayment. If Brother Yu has said so, I will join you. Ha ha. Yang Wu laughed, with Miss Chen joining, we will be like a tiger with wings. He was really happy, Manny Chen was too pretty, his heart was moved. However, Ling Ji splashed him with cold water, hey, Yang Wu, did I say I want to add you? Scary. Brother you do not want, you want to learn that Cheng Feng a drag too? Just know you see colorful people. He looked at Ling Ji who was unmoved and was really afraid that he didn't want him. Touching his belly, he said doubtfully, Ling Xiao, I was joking, you must add me, otherwise if you don't get into the Martial Cultivation Academy, you won't have my company, and you'll be lonely. Ling Ji smiled without saying anything. Yang Wu got nervous and continued, okay, as long as you let me join you, I'll do the hard labor, so I'll do the rough work. Ling Ji continued to smile without saying anything. Don't be so excessive, I'll be the one cooking from now on. Yang Wu looked at him mournfully, causing Ling Ji to have a jolt. I didn't say anything, this is what you said, you used to do all these things. Scared. Go. Yang Wu substitutes his role really fast and puts Manny Chen's luggage on his back. The three of them walked towards the bracelet collection place. That Yang Wu, he's a member of Ling's family, otherwise Ling Ji would definitely not take him. I'm not convinced. A martial artist who usually didn't get along with Yang Wu said angrily. Take the back door. The hell let you not have such a good hairdresser? Who do you think Brother Cheng Yu will team up with? Needless to say? Definitely the two beauties from the Qin Xian Pavilion, Fairy Yimeng and Fairy Yimeng. Manny Chen understood, she knew about Cheng Yu and Fairy Yimeng from other people's mouths. Fairy Yimeng was originally Cheng Yu's fiancée. Formerly known as Yimeng, since Cheng Yu's accident, she did not become disheveled. She has risen to the occasion and joined the Qin Immortal Pavilion to cultivate. Truly a model for love. She was aware of Chen Baiqiang's strength and thought that he would definitely find a suitable teammate for him. Lu Shishir saw that the Slaughter Association's strongest three had already teamed up and left. She clapped her hands and said loudly, don't be discouraged everyone, the system is fair and is distributed according to everyone's average strength. Someone asked, however, we are left with these cultivation being the lowest, how are we going to live? Be careful, saving your life is the most important, if not this year, come back next year, if not next year, come back the year after that. Do your best with no regrets. Go! Martial artists. Yes. These had to line up to go to get the single bracelet to go and wait for the opening of the secret realm. In a corner of the venue, a few men dressed in the clothes of the Green Gang, with a weird look on their faces, looked at these trainees and drooled. Click 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 click. Can. So many sheep, really can kill a cool. A man with scars on the corners of his eyes stared at this man who was mouthing off, don't talk nonsense. They walked to go at the single bracelet pickup. Chapter 59 The Wild Desert. Next group. Slaughter Association Lingji, Yangwu Medicine King Valley, Manny Chen, Group. The staff checked their identity instructions. 3 bracelets were taken out from a box. Taken out in the same box, they definitely wouldn't be tampered with. This time for sure, they wouldn't be divided up into undead places. Bracelet number 1 is the captain's. Lingji put the purple gold-colored bracelet placed in the number 1 spot on his wrist. Immediately, a system prompt was heard, and it was that little girl's mechanical voice again, ding. Seed number 8 chooses, team. Information loading. Yang Wu and Manny Chen also took a bracelet respectively, they just took it randomly, all team member bracelets made no difference. You guys go to wormhole number 8, it opens in 3 minutes. Yang Wu grabbed the corner of Lingji's shirt. What's wrong? Don't you remember last time, we were 1 east and 1 west? Lingji hit his wrist with a knife in one hand and shook his head. You 2 bracelets are already bound to my team, I can track you and you can find me. Last time, it was someone tampering. This time, it was arranged by the Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy, they don't have the ability to do that. That's right. Yang Wu giggled and stood aside in embarrassment, realizing that he had already been looked at with a contemptuous gaze by Manny Chen. Hearing the system prompt, Yang Wu swallowed a mouthful of water, coming. Manny Chen was full of confidence and had a firm gaze. Lingji closed his eyes and looked relaxed. He had a feeling that ever since the bloodthirsty blade had followed him, all events had become confusing. The unpredictable future was something he had gotten used to. 10. 9. 8. The wormhole ability fills up and glows. Space opens up to distortions. 3. 2. 1. Whoosh. 3 people disappeared into the wormhole space. Their eyes went black and their bodies felt a strong sense of oppression, much stronger than last time. This time, the space was definitely larger and more menacing than what had manifested before. Flash. Congratulations to Wind and Moon City's seed number 8 Lingji, for arriving at the B3 secret realm, the Wild Desert. You are the captain of team number 66, team members, Yang Wu, Manny Chen. Captain's benefits, 1. 10% of the team member's score is drawn as a reward. 2. There are specific captain quests. 3. An additional 20% of the cash value of the treasures the team members get as a reward in cash. Captain's responsibility, protect teammates, teammates actively quit, deduct 20% teammates die a person, deduct 50% of the score. Exit mechanism, follow the bracelet to call out surrender, you can teleport out of the secret world. Note, after surrendering, the score will be 0. Their bracelets were faintly glowing red, which was proof of their team. If it was a blue team, it was probably just vaguely emitting blue light. The conference is still very considerate. Release task, 66th team for the red team. Examination time, 7 days. Main task, red team to obtain the pyramid star. Successful team, each person will be rewarded points, 100 points. The martial artist who wins the pyramid star will be rewarded with an additional 100 points. After reading the information panel, Lingji came back to his senses and already felt his entire body blazing. Lingji was relieved to see that both of them were around. Only to see that the wild desert was really wild. Here, a suffocating heat came over the place, as if it was going to bake everything. Raising his eyes and looking around, the boundless desert stretched to the sky, the undulating sand dunes were like golden waves, shining blindingly under the scorching sun. Every grain of sand was like a spark that had been ignited, emitting a blazing temperature that made the soles of one's feet feel as if they were going to be burned. In the sky, the sun hung high like a huge fireball, pouring out its heat recklessly. It's so damn hot. Yang Wu also entered the state and was also the first to feel the heat. The sun shone straight down without any cover, making everything in the desert bright and shiny, almost making it impossible to open one's eyes. The air was filled with dry heat, and when one breathed in, it was as if they could feel their throats and lungs burning. In this desert, terror permeated every corner. Gusty winds whistled by from time to time, swirling up the sand and dust in the sky, forming huge sandstorms. The sandstorm was like a roaring beast, lunging at everything near it with its teeth and claws, instantly obscuring one's vision completely and plunging one into endless confusion and fear. In the sandstorm, tiny grains of sand lashed at the body like bullets, bringing bursts of stinging pain, as if it was the desert's warning to intruders. Not far away. On the surface of the desert, all kinds of bones could be seen everywhere, some of which had been crippled by the wind and sand erosion, while some still retained some of their original shapes. These bones were either big or small, and some of them might have been left behind by animals that had once been lost in this desert, and their lives ended in this cruel environment, becoming a part of the desert, and adding an eerie and terrifying atmosphere to this wild place. Manny-chan looked into the distance and kept shaking his head. Where is the pyramid? In the distance. In the depths of the desert, some strange sounds could occasionally be heard, like the whistling of the wind or the whispers of some mysterious creature. These sounds echoed in the empty desert, adding an eerie atmosphere that made one's heart beat faster involuntarily, as if at any moment, an unknown danger could strike from the darkness. However, there just wasn't any pyramid or sphinx to be seen. Captain Ling. What should we do first? Yang Wu asked. You cook first. Ling Ji was starving, and traveling through a wormhole once really drained his physical energy. Me? He suddenly remembered that he himself said that he took care of all these jobs himself. Luckily, he was the main chef when he was at home. Instead, it was only unsettling to let this Ling Ji guy do it. He took out some canned food, started a fire and began cooking. It was just that, at 7 days, whether or not this desert had enough food and water had become a serious problem. Chen Mani has taken out the sunscreen headscarf, wrapping herself tightly. Fearful of tanning her delicate white skin. Let's eat our fill now and wait for the night to move again so that we are able to maintain good stamina. It hadn't even finished speaking. Red, blue balls of light continuously flooded around them. There were many contestants teleporting to their starting point. There were those from the red team and those from the blue team. One after another, there were at least 100 or more people coming. It was still very fair, and it was clear at a glance that the red team and the blue team were 50-50. After everyone listened to the system release the task, they confirmed their team. Started to separate, red bunch, blue bunch. Many people saw Yang Wu cooking, and all of them inspired their hunger, one after another learning to cook and eat dry food. A few men and women from the red team walked over to Ling Ji's side of the team. One wore a badge on his chest, the word 5. Obviously a top 5 expert from a city. He was a man carrying a longbow, not very tall, but with a stern gaze, surely a powerful archer. I'm Li Shui's city, Huang Cheng. Being treated so hospitably, he also said, Wind and Moon City, Ling Ji. He believed that they were rushing just for the number 8 badge on his chest. And also the Medicine King Valley badge. Brother Ling Ji, I see that you are a talented person, so you must be an expert. Where? We're so destined to be together, why don't we team up? These two are my teammates, Zhao Yu, Mada. He pointed at the 2 tall and powerful men and introduced them. Yang Wu, Manny Chin. Suddenly, Ling Ji felt a strong killing aura behind him drifting this way. Danger! He immediately drew his bloodthirsty blade and slashed towards his left side. An arrow was cut off by the bloodthirsty blade. It wasn't shooting towards him, it seemed to be targeting this Huang Cheng. Ah! Thank you so much, Ling Ji. Not far away, the sound of a goose's neck came over. Are you a death wish? Dare to be a programmer. 60, Desert Operations. Who? The bloodthirsty blade in Ling Ji's hand hadn't drawn blood for a long time and longed for it. It was not the second activation that held the killing aura down, now only Ling Ji inspired it to burst out. Suddenly, a sultry, domineering melody rang out. A sad, mysterious female voice rings out, merciful gift from God. But he cannot approve if we cannot forgive. All life returns to God. Pain. Pain. This piece of BGM had struck fear into the hearts of the red team over here. Hey! Don't play God. Ling Ji couldn't bear it anymore. He unleashed the bloodthirsty blade's killing aura and pushed right into that idiot on the other side. Big brother, that man of theirs is terrifying. That man turned off the stereo, fearing that Ling Ji would turn against him. Little Tree, why did you turn it off? Little Tree pointed at Ling Ji's back, devil. Someone from the red team already said, Pain. Pei-Yan of Li Shui City. Huang Cheng looked at Ling Ji in surprise. Big brother Ling Ji, you're awesome, you're not afraid of his demonic voice. Magic sound? Ling Ji really didn't feel it at all. It was the protection of the Earth's Mind Stone or the bloodthirsty blade's murderous aura suppression that didn't even feel a thing about these so-called demonic sounds. They were scared when they heard it, while Ling Ji was annoyed and excited when he heard it instead. Pain withdrew his bow and arrow. What kind of person are you? You're actually not afraid of Little Tree's magic sound? It was only then that Ling Ji looked at the arrogant man seriously. only to see that the man was 5 feet 8 inches tall, with dyed orange hair, wearing a black cloak. He carried a sword and held a longbow. What attracted Lingji the most was the badge on his chest. A large one. The first place in Lishui City. I am Fengyu City, Lingji. I'm Lishui City, Pain. My brother, Little Tree. Pain, why are you shooting arrows at such a brother? Pain seemed to be interested in this Lingji without a hint of killing intent. Lingji spoke to him calmly this time. His bracelet was emitting a faint blue light, so he seemed to be a strong enemy. Little Tree pointed at Huang Chong and snatched, "This dead Huang Chong killed our god bird." Huang Chong said aggrievedly, "I didn't even do it on purpose, I can't even compensate for the money, so I must compensate for my life." Huang Chong told the matter in detail once. That is to say, he hunted in Lishui Lishan, is a way for him to cultivate. He discovered what they call the divine bird exterminating 100-spirit long-eared rabbit. The 100-spirit long-eared hare was a spirit animal, so he decided that the bird was bad and opened his bow to hit it. There was much talk. Some said that Huang Chong was right. Others said, everyone is a spirit beast, why do you have to help the other one? However, Manny Chen then asked the core question. Why, when Huang Chong has a good attitude and takes responsibility, do you all still have to push each other around and kill the bird to pay for its life? When Little Tree saw such a beautiful girl talking to him, his face immediately turned red. It seemed to still be a green-headed duck. Yes, yes. He was so nervous that he was incoherent. Pain was so exasperated that he knocked Little Tree's head so hard that it immediately grew a tumor. Ouch. It turned out that this one bird was the divine bird, the golden crow, and its blood was very tonic. The brother of his family had been injured by the most and cold ice palm. He had to drink a little bit of the divine bird golden crow's blood every month to make his body feel better. Now that the divine bird had died, his brother would soon have no divine bird's blood to neutralize the coldness in his body and would surely die. It was only then that everyone came to a realization. Manny Chen pondered for a while and nodded her head. I think that without this great tonic are medically treatable. Deshu looked at this beauty with a red face and whispered, Jinhua, are you serious? Of course. Pain had a little bit of disbelief. What credentials do you have? Our witch doctor said there is no other way. Manny Chan was displeased. Are witch doctors awesome? Curses, virulent poisons and other medical treatments can still be said to be awesome. This kind of yin-yang reconciliation pathology is simply garbage. You dare to insult witch doctors? Yang Wu looked at this man who really wouldn't show any mercy and argued, have you heard of Medicine King Valley? Of course. Our Miss Chen is the best of the Medicine King Valley. Little Tree was overjoyed, she really liked this kind of fairy sister the most. Miss Chen, are you serious? Manny Chen nodded, it's just that he's terminally ill, and I think I must go into our Medicine King Valley for treatment. Can you help us with an introduction? She frowned, Seek out my third uncle for this kind of illness, and when you leave the secret realm, you can seek him out at the Medicine King Valley, you said I recommended it. Little Tree immediately knelt down and made a pilgrimage right to his goddess. One by one, martial artists from other cities entered the secret realm. System prompt. All martial artists, time is up. Begin the examination. The red team and the blue team, advancing on two separate paths. There are a lot of opportunities in the secret realm, so they have a better chance of getting them if they advance separately. It took 2 hours. The separate teams were getting bigger and bigger. It was a tacit understanding that everyone spread out like this to look for their own opportunities. After 6 days, together they went to the pyramid for the final sprint. Yang Wu was at the water source and had filled up with a lot of water, hanging all over his body. Walking with a heavy load almost exhausted him, cursing, this kind of secret realm really doesn't let people live, it's actually 42 degrees. Manny Chen laughed, Fatty, you'd better work hard on your cultivation, when you reach the spiritual martial realm, you'll be able to use the spatial ring. Fatty Yang sighed, I hope there will be this day. Whether or not he could survive this secret realm, he really didn't know. In this high martial world, only a strong person in the spiritual martial realm could drive spiritual energy and activate treasures. Although the mortal martial realm's powerhouses all had aura, they could only release it, they didn't have to utilize it, and their body's aura was quite scarce. There was really something about the endless desert that made people despair. Their figures looked small and lonely amongst the undulating dunes, and every step they took was plunged into the hot grains of sand, as if this desert was going to exhaust their physical strength and will a little bit. Suddenly. Watch out! Lingji called out in panic, the sight he felt was filled with a murderous aura. This killing aura originated from the ground. A strange sound came from the ground. It was a subtle yet unnoticeable rustling sound, as if there were countless things creeping silently underground. Ling Ji's brows instantly tightened as he stopped his steps vigilantly, his eyes revealing a hint of unease. Under the feet. There's something. Manny Chen also sensed something strange. Her heartbeat involuntarily sped up, her hands gripping the corners of her coat tightly, her eyes nervously looking towards the ground. Yang Wu, on the other hand, gripped the weapon in his hand tightly, his body slightly leaning forward in a defensive stance. As the sound became clearer and clearer, the fear in their hearts increased. It's a foreign object marching ant. Ling Ji whispered, a hint of nervousness in his voice. The name caused Manny Chen's face to instantly turn white. She had heard of the horror of the marching ants. They were so numerous that they could devour almost everything wherever they went. Chapter 61 Foreign Object Marching Ants. At this time, the three people's bracelet systems sounded at the same time. Peak 3rd Order Fey Beast, Fey Marching Ant. Attack power of 2000 bull power or more, stunts, raging waves, deadly tearing, and acid spray. Countermeasure, fire attack, kill. A Fey marching ant had revealed its head. See only. The foreign object marching ant is a chilling creature with a large body, about 5 centimeters long. Its body was a deep dark brown color, and under the sunlight, its hard shell would glow with a metallic-like luster, as if it was a miniature battle armor shrouded by the power of darkness. One look at its shell told him that it had a hard body. The ground began to tremble slightly, and some tiny grains of sand rolled down from underneath their feet, as if foreshadowing the coming danger. They were sure it wasn't just one. The three of them formed a circle with their backs to each other, their eyes vigilantly looking around. Ling Ji's sweat kept dripping from his forehead, and his breathing became rapid, his heart beating frantically in his chest as if it was about to break through. Manny Chen's eyes were filled with fear, but she tried to keep herself calm, holding a dagger tightly in her hand, ready to deal with a possible attack at any time. Yang Wu, on the other hand, kept adjusting his posture, his muscles tensed, ready to meet the upcoming battle. The rustling sound grew louder and louder, like a death overture playing in their ears. It was as if they could feel the underground marching ants rapidly surging towards them, and that invisible pressure made them almost breathless. Thousands of alien marching ants were exposed from the sand. Manny Chen, who had a dense phobia, had a numb scalp. Ling Ji. She grabbed Ling Ji tightly with her other hand. Mard, last time I encountered thousands of killer fish and a bunch of Hichu water monsters, and this time it's thousands of marching ants. I'm really attracting black bodies. Ling Ji laughed bitterly. I think it's all because the heavens have given you very good talent, making the heavens jealous of you and want to exterminate you. You two are still in the mood to chat? Think of something. Manny Chen spoke with a slight tremor. Fire attack? Don't you guys have any system tips? Ling Ji was still calm. Right. 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 They just realized that. So, what are we going to do? All we have is the cinder block. Yang Wu had already taken out these cooking Spitfire guns and fuel, choosing that his life depended on it. If we ran out, the big thing was to eat raw, or to rob someone else's coalescence balls. He loaded the coalescence balls onto the fire-breathing gun. Yang Wu, your supreme yang physique is ready to function. Yang Wu heard his prompt and came to a realization. Although he couldn't utilize his supreme yang aura yet, it was still possible to release it. Yang Wu put the short sword away and pinched the spell with his right hand. Yin-yang heart technique. A steady stream of yang qi converged towards him, and the yang qi in his dantian began to become active. There were red star rhythms on the fingertips of his right hand. Help me with skin care. Ling Ji, Manny Chen picked up their weapons and escorted him on each side. Kill. The fingertips pointed to the location of the core spirit stone of the fire-breathing gun. The qi of supreme pure yang inspired the coalescent sphere. It caused the burning efficiency to reach 100%. The cinder also underwent an inflammatory explosion. The aura, putting the fire candle, sprayed the marching ant colony directly. Rustling. Countless alien marching ants were injured. It's not enough. This firepower was not enough. There was no way around it. Yang Wu's cultivation level was too low now. Ling Ji had no choice but to charge. Manny, you protect Fatty. Ling Ji's eyes flashed with determination as he faced the alien marching ants that were coming like a tidal wave. There was no other choice at this point. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and shouted, "Kill!" Immediately, he unleashed his masterstroke, sweeping the 1,000 armies. only to see his body shape like electricity, spinning rapidly. The weapon in his hand carried a powerful force and stern aura, like a whirlwind sweeping towards those foreign matter marching ants. Wherever the blade passed, a black wave was instantly repelled, the ants' broken limbs and arms splattered everywhere, and for a time the sand was filled with ants' broken bodies. Killed 23rd order foreign beasts, rewarded with 20,000 plus blood chi value, 10,000 plus killing chi value. Cool. Another slash passed. Killed 15 third order Fae, rewarded with 15,000 plus blood chi value, 7,500 plus kill chi value. They were also very spiritual and began to walk and spread out. Sweep through the thousands. Kill 5 third order Fae, rewarded with 5,000 plus blood chi value, 2,500 plus kill chi value. However, these Fae marching ants seemed to be endless, and just after one fell, more immediately came from all directions. They went forward and backward without any fear, and the densely packed figures made one's scalp numb from watching them. Ling Ji's forehead was covered in beads of sweat and his breathing became rapid, but his eyes remained firm. He kept waving his weapon, performing this sweeping thousand armies again and again, and each time, he was able to temporarily repel some of the ants. Killed 2 third stage alien beasts, rewarded with 2,000 plus blood chi value and 1,000 plus killing chi value. Manny Chan and Yang Wu also fought their way to the side, their faces were similarly written with tension and exhaustion. No, this is not a solution, let's fight and retreat. Ling Ji shouted. Thus, the three of them began to slowly move backwards, continuing to attack the ever-approaching ants while searching for a possible way back. Their footsteps left deep imprints on the sand, each step filled with hardship. Damn it! The alien marching ants followed closely, showing no signs of giving up their attack. Ah! Manny-chan was bitten by one of the marching ants on her arm. Clang! This marching ant was split in two by the bloodthirsty blade. Ling Ji and the others continued to maneuver around the ants in this difficult situation, praying in their hearts that they could find a way out of their predicament as soon as possible, or else the consequences of being surrounded by such a large number of foreign marching ants in this vast desert would be unimaginable. They unconsciously climbed to the sand dune. There was no escape. Roll down. Out of her trust in him, Manny-chan was the first to roll down. Then, he also mixed down. Ling Ji followed on. Rustling. Their bodies involuntarily lost their balance and rolled down the steep slope of the sand dune rapidly. Ling Ji only felt the sky spinning, as if the world was upside down and confused at this moment. His ears were filled with the sound of the wind, mixed with the rustling sound of the sand constantly rubbing together, and his eyes were so mesmerized by the flying dust that he was almost unable to open them. He tried to reach out and grab something to stop himself from rolling, but there was nothing around him but loose sand. His heart was beating frantically in his chest as an intense fear and despair surged through him. Quicksand! How maddeningly black! Ling Ji felt a hint of despair. Am I going to die here like this? Manny-chan's hair flew in disarray, her face filled with panic and helplessness. She desperately waved her hands, trying to find a glimmer of life in this chaotic situation. She felt her body sinking, like she was plunged into a bottomless abyss. No, I can't die, I don't want to die. Yet her heart was filled with the desire for life, but in this merciless quicksand, her struggles seemed so powerless. Yang Wu was likewise struggling desperately in this predicament. His body kept rolling in the sand, and every time he tried to get up, he was pulled back again by the quicksand. His eyes revealed unwillingness and anger as he stomped his legs hard, wanting to get rid of this deadly bondage. I must live. He gritted his teeth and struggled with all his strength, but the quicksand was like a pair of big invisible hands, tightly dragging him down, making his efforts come to naught again and again. Their bodies continued to sink in the quicksand, the sand had already gone past their waists and chests, and breathing became increasingly difficult. Ling Ji could feel the pressure of the sand squeezing his body, making him almost breathless. His arms waved with difficulty in the quicksand, trying to grab his companions around him, and together they looked for a chance to escape. A look of despair had begun to appear in Manny-chan's eyes, tears and sand flowing down her face. Yang Wu, on the other hand, was still twisting his body, trying to find the weak point of the quicksand and break free. Time seemed to have become incomparably long at this moment, and every second felt like an ordeal on the edge of life and death. All around the flowing water, it was surrounded by the foreign matter marching ants. Chapter 62. Ah! Their eyes went black, and they really thought it was like falling into hell. For that moment in time, they were the ones who almost stopped breathing. Boom! 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 They fell into a soft ground. Their whole body was sore from the pressure of the gravel. Are you guys okay? Manny Chen was the first to voice out. It's okay, just a generalized backache. Yang Wu turned on the searchlight. The first thing that caught his eyes was a sandy area that had been excavated to the point of being full of holes. It was a sand cave. A lot of foreign matter marching ants, but dumbfounded, it was strange. Strange enough to be a little cute? Very squishy. Yo! Little White's call. Kahaku was already flying in the sky, unleashing its ultrasonic disorientation. Whitey! It's you who saved us. It seemed that it was Little White who had exerted its divine power to daze these marching ants. Ling Ji's divine sense heard a very nice young girl's voice. Brother Ling Ji, you stinker has turned stupid, but your stamina cannot support you for long, let's go. Ling Ji was overjoyed. It was Little White who could actually use his divine sense to communicate with him. It was truly a spirit beast. He instructs and tells them to follow behind him. The sand cave itself varied in width. There were smaller branching openings that could only accommodate 1 or 2 marching ants to pass through, and these openings were like intricate labyrinth entrances that stretched out in all directions. The main hole, on the other hand, was wider, with a diameter of up to half a meter or so, and the rustling sound of the marching ants' activities came faintly from the depths of the dark hole, like ominous whispers coming from the darkness. They could only crawl, and a damp and faintly acidic smell came from the ground. The walls of the cave were not smooth, but covered with traces of the marching ants crawling, and those dense scratches were like ancient runes, recording the busyness of the marching ants. The texture of the walls was a mixture of tight sand grains and sticky substances secreted by the ant colony, and in some places, some translucent, resin-like substances could be seen, which were the secretions used by the marching ants to reinforce the walls of the cave, and they glittered with a weird luster under the dim light. The passages inside the cave were like an underground labyrinth, crisscrossing and undulating. Some of the passages sloped upwards, leading to nesting chambers underneath some slightly higher sands. Some descended sharply, as if leading to an endless abyss. Occasionally some tiny grains of sand would fall from the top of the passages, which were caused by the activities of the marching ants above, and every grain of sand that fell was like an alarm bell ringing in this silent cave. The nesting chambers are distributed in various parts of the passage, with different sizes. The smaller nesting chambers are like tightly arranged storage rooms, in which food scraps collected by the marching ants, as well as fragments of insect shells, plant fibers, etc., are piled up in a messy manner, emitting a putrid odor. The larger nesting chamber is the nursery of the marching ants, where countless white, rice-sized eggs can be seen, wrapped in a thin layer of sticky substance. The nursery was surrounded by many adult marching ants patrolling the area, vigilantly guarding the next generation, and any approaching foreign object would trigger their attack. They arrived at the deepest part of the ant cave, where the queen was located. Yang Lu saw the most peculiar scenery in his life and couldn't help himself. Fantastic architecture, can't guess that all the foreign beasts have this kind of intelligence. It was a huge space, and the surrounding walls were coated with a thick, lustrous substance that was a reflection of the ant colony's reverence for the ant queen. The ant queen was huge, several times the size of an ordinary marching ant, bigger than an adult. She lay there quietly, surrounded by a swarm of attendant ants that were responsible for taking care of her food and living. She was constantly laying eggs, her abdomen writhing rhythmically, like a tireless birthing machine, the centerpiece of the entire marching ant colony. The entire space was filled with a solemn and creepy atmosphere, as if this was an underground dark kingdom, and the queen ant was the master of this kingdom. Manny Chen suddenly had 2 glowing eyes. Excitedly, she called out, "Ant Queen crystallization." The black ant queen crystals were a meter large, and it would take at least 100 years to grow to this size. The ant queen, who was originally mesmerized by Xiao Bai with, was awakened by this scream. Whoa whoa! The eyes of the ant queen were like 2 cold bright lights, staring dead on at the 3 uninvited guests, Ling Ji, Manny Chen and Yang Wu. Ling Ji stood at the very front, facing the ant queen's gaze directly. He only felt as if his forehead was being pressed down by a huge mountain, and bean-sized beads of sweat kept sliding down from his forehead. Peak 4th Order Fey, the queen of the Fey marching ant. Attack power of 5,000 oxen force or more, stunts, raging waves, deadly tearing bite, and acid spray. Countermeasure, fire attack, must attack its mouth first, otherwise it will call the worker ant core and I'm afraid it will have to die. Yang Wu on the side quickly calmed down after a brief moment of panic. He remembered the response plan he had learned about earlier, and with a thought, he immediately took action. Only to see him holding a special flamethrower in his hand, he unhesitatingly launched an attack at the ant queen's mouth. Flames instantly roared out from the nozzle, carrying a scorching heat towards the ant queen. The sound of flames echoed in the cave. However, the ant queen was not an idle person either. In the face of Yang Wu's attack, it quickly reacted, its huge head slightly tilted, trying to avoid the direct impact of the flames. At the same time, its powerful jaws began to open and close, emitting a whimpering warning sound. Seeing this, Manhwa was also not willing to show weakness. With a flick of her wrist, several flying needles shot towards the Ant Queen's eyes like lightning. Only to hear clang. Clang. With a few crisp impacts, the flying needles bounced off one after another, and the hard shell around the Ant Queen's eyes was unharmed. Manhwa was shocked, but she didn't give up. Waving her hand again, more flying needles shot out continuously, trying to find the weak points of the Queen Ant's defense. Lingji also came back to his senses at this moment. He gripped the weapon in his hand tightly and with a loud shout, he rushed towards the Ant Queen. He leapt high into the air, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand carried a powerful aura as it slashed towards the Ant Queen's head. The Ant Queen sensed Lingji's attack and its huge body moved slightly, using its hard shell to resist Lingji's attack. The knife slashed at the Ant Queen's shell, sending up a shower of sparks, but failed to cause substantial damage to it. The Ant Queen was completely enraged, and it let out an angry roar. Immediately after, it performed its masterstroke, Raging Waves, only to see a large number of marching ants instantly emerge from the cave, coming towards the three of them like a black tidal wave. Lingji, Manhwa and Yang Wu were instantly caught in a predicament. They were surrounded by the marching ants, surrounded by the dense figures of the ants. Chapter 63 Queen Ant Crystallization. Just when they thought that they would die 10 deaths, Xiaobai once again stepped forward, his beautiful red eyes emitting a red light. The magnetic field around them immediately changed, and the air twisted. The eyes of the worker ants became red. Not being mobilized by the Ant Queen, they were in turn controlled by Xiaobai, and actually killed themselves. Thank you, White Wing. Let out. Lingji shouted, we can't panic, let's continue to attack the Ant Queen, it's the key. Yang Wu was shocked by the scene. He knew that it was Xiaobai who saved him last time and was grateful. Shouting out, Little White, I love you. I'll wait for you. When you cultivate into an adult, I'll marry you. Scared? Scared Little White with a jolt. The gazes of the ants looked at Yang Wu at the same time. Xiaobai quickly calmed down and immediately controlled these silly ants. Bah! Fatty, come help quickly, this Ant Queen is too strong. Yang Wu knew it was wrong. He pulled out his short sword and killed towards the Ant Queen. Lingji seized this opportunity for the Ant Queen to be attacked by the two of them from the left and right and rushed towards the Ant Queen once again. Bloodthirsty Berserker Blade 4th style. Using all his strength, he stabbed the knife fiercely towards the Ant Queen's mouth. A furious blade light flashed. This time, the knife finally pierced in some, but not deep enough. Killing a 4th order alien beast, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value. The Ant Queen twisted its body in pain as its attacks became even more frantic. It continuously sprayed ant acid, and a pungent odor filled the cavern. Lingji, Manhwa and Yang Wu had to dodge the ant acid attacks while continuing to fight the marching ants and the Ant Queen. We can't give up, we must defeat it. Lingji encouraged his companions. He had his eye on the Queen Crystal behind the Queen Ant. The three of them cooperated with each other. Yang Wu used flames to hold the marching ants and the Queen. Manhwa looked for opportunities to attack the Queen's eyes, and Lingji kept trying to attack the Queen's mouth. Without the help of the worker ants, the Ant Queen's stamina began to run out. With its mouth injured and unable to use its stance, the Ant Queen felt bitter in her heart. It could never figure out why the human knew all its weaknesses. Damn it! After the Queen sprayed ant acid once, its mouth opened slightly, revealing a crack. Lingji was quick as he used the last of his strength to thrust the bloodthirsty knife deep into the Ant Queen's mouth. The Ant Queen let out a mournful scream and her body trembled violently. Dead. Killed a 4th order alien beast, rewarded with 5000 plus blood chi value and 2500 plus killing chi value. As the Queen's struggles gradually weakened, the surrounding marching ants began to fall into chaos. They knew that the king was dead, seeking revenge on them? What to do? The soul is being controlled. Manhwa was the one who contributed the least, which immediately put away the Ant Queen crystallization. Hurry up and go. When those out marching ants come back, they will have a seizure when they see their king dead. They were physically exhausted and had to run, taking some elixirs to boost their energy. Following the direction of Little White's flight, they left. Before leaving, the bad Yang Wu also lit the Ant Queen chamber. Then, the marching ants that came back outside to save the Ant Queen are moths to the flame. Cool. They ran to a small dune outside. A system voice sounded. Congratulations to Captain Ling Ji for his personal score of 2,000 points at the Ant Colony Assessment Point, additional score, 100 points. Teammates, Yang Wu, scored 600 points, Manny Chen, 400 points. Spread out on it, enjoying the screams of the marching ants that were sent to their deaths. The subtle Manny Chen was amused by this fat boy, and also the joy of coming back from the dead. Hee hee. Hee hee. Jia jia. Jia jia. Little White was mentally exhausted. It seemed that it really had to overdraw its body in order to save them. Lingji fed it a pill. It was red in color. What kind of medicine is this? Blood essence. The 10,000 beasts blood essence. He had asked Cheng Ji-ping to prepare it for him, knowing that he would have to use it one day. The originally white bat began to turn red. A stream of life force kept integrating into Bai's body. He broke open some more Ant Queen crystals and fed them to it. Little White's eyes were hooded and loose, and it looked like it was about to fall asleep again. Lingji carefully put it inside his backpack. Little White, thank you. He had learned from Manny Chen that this Ant Queen crystal was a kind of elixir that could break down all the bad impurities. It was a very good supplement for pills, and generally pills could be raised by more than one level when added. By letting Little White eat it, his detoxifying properties would allow the blood poison to be eliminated from its body. After all, there must be a lot of impurities from feeding it the blood essence of 10,000 beasts for a long period of time. Ling Ji. Manny Chen sat down next to him and watched the sun set in the west. The slopes of the dunes took on a delicate and warm golden texture under the setting sun, as if they had been painstakingly depicted by nature with the most delicate brushstrokes. Those originally sharp ridges of the dunes were now also wrapped in soft light, becoming rounded and poetic. As the sun gradually sank, the colors in the sky were changing. The beautiful scenery made them quiet and comfortable. What's the matter, mother-in-law? There's no need to say those polite words of thanks. You helped me in the evil forest, Pill King Valley, you're my benefactor yet. Manny Chen smiled in relief. Everyone was already familiar with each other. Lingji sat quietly on the surface of the sand, his top was soaked in blood. Manny Chen took out the first aid kit from her backpack. I'm going to have to help you with your wounds, it might hurt a bit, so bear with it. Manny Chen said softly, a hint of gentle reassurance in her voice. Lingji nodded slightly. Manny Chen took a deep breath, then carefully began to unbutton Lingji's blouse. Her movements were gentle, as if she was afraid of hurting him. As the buttons were unbuttoned one by one, Lingji's sturdy chest was gradually exposed, and the wound was clearly presented, a deep scratch with blood still seeping out. Chen Mani's cheeks were slightly flushed, being nervous and excited. It wasn't to protect her, this one wound wouldn't have been there. But her eyes were always focused on the wound. She gently wiped the blood around the wound with a sterilized cotton ball, each touch causing Lingji's body to tremble slightly. Sorry for hurting you. Manny Chen apologized softly, her eyes filled with heartache. After cleaning up the blood around the wound, Manny Chen realized that the wound was a bit deep and needed further treatment. Lingji, this wound may need to be undressed a bit for better treatment, you. Manny Chen said with some hesitation, her voice getting smaller and smaller. Lingji glanced at her and nodded slightly. It's okay, you treat it. His voice was a little low, but full of trust. Manny Chen bit her lip, then gently helped Lingji take off his top. Her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up, and she tried her best to keep her gaze focused only on the wound. She took out bandages and medication from the first aid kit and began to carefully bandage Lingji's wound. Her movements were skillful and meticulous, the bandage twisting in her hands as if she was weaving a guardianship and care. During the bandaging process, Manny Chen's fingers would occasionally touch Lingji's skin, and the warm touch caused a strange feeling to flutter in her heart. However, she quickly adjusted herself and focused on the treatment, applying the potion and bandaging the wound nicely. Alright, take care of yourself, don't let the wound touch water. Manny Chen instructed as she packed the first aid kit. Lingji felt happy as he watched the fairy-like fairy treat himself. You're so beautiful. Chen Manny grew up hearing this kind of praise, but he praised on a different kind of feeling. Suddenly, 3 silver needles were drawn out and inserted into his body. Ah! This helps you recover. Is the cost of his mouth flour. Yang Wu said enviously, Fairy, I'm all injured. Snap. The medical kit had flown to his side, deal with it yourself. Suddenly, an explosion not far away. Boom. What is it? Chapter 64 Labyrinth Corridor. It's fine, but I guess that anthill has collapsed. Yang Wu was full of smugness as he cooked. This was definitely something he had done. Several tens of thousands of foreign object marching ants, gone up in smoke. Yang Wu asked curiously, Ling Ji, where is your blood dragon armor and bullhead heart protector? Ling Ji smiled, I ended up giving them away. Who? Changyu, Chung Feng. Their physical bodies are too poor, it's not good to not have good defensive gear. Ling Ji actually tasked these defense gears to affect his speed, he thought that no martial arts under the sun is fast. The two Changyu brothers had helped him, so he would repay them immediately. Moreover, he didn't feel the need to use the protective gear. Now, it's really good to come to this crazy desert where dogs don't even come. It's hot as a dog in the daytime, how to wear protective gear. Late night. Ling Ji and the others had been walking for 2 hours. Ling Ji was in the front and Yang Wu was at the back. The temperature at night was extremely low, it was truly a wild desert. However, it was much more comfortable than marching in the heat. System, map. Yes. This is Crazy Desert East, Labyrinth Corridor. The wind and sand are so strong here that small dunes get blown and move, and the trajectory is so peculiar that it's impossible to find north. The compass keeps rotating, there's magnetic interference, it doesn't work at all. Moreover, the sky is full of stars, but none of them are particularly bright, uniform and a bit false, and there are no stars that point like the North Star. High-tech, natural guide technology couldn't even find the direction. Manny Chen's gaze was lost, smiling bitterly, what bad luck, 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I've read the guide before, the hardest part of the first stage of the secret realm is the anthill, and the second stage is the labyrinth corridor, we can meet both. Yang Wu, the fat boy, was broad-minded instead and shrugged, Manny, we're used to it. They had been walking over without much encountering anything easy. Opening rival genius following the city's secret realm being framed to enter the hardest secret realm, being chased by expert spirit hall incident. Now it's just situational, no human intervention yet, count on it. Ling Ji was also in a good state of mind, calm as can be. Indifferently, he said, Fatty is right. If you come here, you will be safe. The harder and more dangerous it is, the more you will get. Isn't harvesting the Ant Queen crystals a good illustration of this? The two companions had such a mentality, which made Manichin feel much more at ease, while she really had some shame. Both of them were just dead folk martial artists, and she was so afraid of death as a sect disciple. Then how are we going to pass this level? Young Master Ling, Fatty Yang. Her face was no longer taut and she appeared bright and colorful. The sun, that's right, the sun. Ling Ji knew that the key to the secret realm was the sun, and with the sun's guidance one could judge the direction. When the sun rises, by carrying the direction of the sun on your back, you will be able to walk out of the sand maze. Although in the morning, traveling is very hard, I guess this labyrinth is meant to pit martial artists who walk at night. According to reason, this kind of place must be full of crises. Walking in the morning, one is more able to spot the dangers. Both of them agreed with Ling Ji. Thus, they rested in place. Time passed quickly and the sun rose from the east. They could move forward. On the original path, they found many corpses that had been depleted of moisture. There were alien beasts, ordinary animals, and even human corpses. These human corpses must be martial artists trapped by the maze. Yang Wu looked at the corpses as if they were treasures, searching for anything useful. The food definitely couldn't be wanted, after all, these corpses were at least over a year old. How many things were available really didn't dare to say. Yang Wu's eyes were glowing, just like an explorer who found a treasure in the desert, eagerly rummaging through the old corpses. His hands quickly groped through the corpse's clothing, traveling bag, and the surrounding sand, not sparing any corner that might hide a treasure. He felt a hard object in the sand next to one of the more intact-looking corpses. He excitedly dug it out, and it turned out to be a uniquely shaped dagger. The hilt of the dagger was inlaid with unknown gems, which shone mysteriously under the rays of the setting sun. The blade was incomparably sharp, and although it had endured the erosion of years, it still emitted a cold light, as if telling of its former splendor. Yang Wu played with the dagger in his hand for a while and was pocketing it with satisfaction. Manichin screamed in shock at the sight, Pear Blossom Dagger. What treasure? Yang Wu said with a smile. She cried, whimpering. Kneeling on the sand, touching the corpse. She is my cousin, Fan Liwa. Scary? She died 5 years ago, taking the martial arts exam, I can't believe it's right here. Condolences. She unceremoniously grabbed the pear blossom dagger. On a small stone, she carved the name of Fan Lihua. She buried the body and used the stone as a tombstone. She knelt down and swung a few times. Cousin. Cousin. Finally I see you. It was this cousin who taught him to do language, math, and English since he was a child, and was her personal tutor every winter and summer vacation. Next. Yang Wu found a worn-out ancient book in the backpack of another corpse. The paper of the ancient book was already yellowed, but the handwriting on it was still clearly recognizable. There was a word written on the book cover, Pure Yang Palm. Yang Wu carefully opened the ancient book and found that it contained some mysterious martial arts techniques and cultivation tips. He was like a treasure, so excited that his hands trembled a little. This ancient book was undoubtedly an extremely precious gift for them to enhance their strength in this world full of dangers. It really suits you, you've made a big profit. Manny Chen looked at the 3 words Pure Yang Palm and said, the owner of this book is probably a pure Yang body like you. Yang Wu affirmed her point of view, there was no weapon around this body, this person must have relied on this palm to walk the rivers and lakes. Continue searching down. Ling Shi found a delicate jade pendant at the waist of a corpse. The texture of the jade pendant was warm and delicate, beautifully carved, and seemed to contain some kind of mysterious power. He placed the jade pendant in the palm of his hand and felt the slight coolness coming from it, his heart filled with joy. There was a formation written on it, and in the center of the formation was an ancient character, Spirit. He knew that such a jade pendant must be worth a lot of money in the outside world, and it might be hiding some unknown secrets. In addition to that, he also found some precious medicinal herbs and animal herbs. Although these herbs had dried up a bit in the desert environment, Ling Ji's recent learning judged that these herbs could still be of great use after treatment. There were some that could be used to heal injuries and treat illnesses, while others might help to enhance the cultivator's internal strength and physical qualities. At the bottom of a corpse's boot, Yang Wu accidentally found a folded-up map. He opened the map and saw that there were some complicated routes and markings drawn on it. Although he was not sure what these markings represented for the time being, his intuition told him that this map was by no means unusual. Perhaps it would lead them to more treasures or to a mysterious place. Hand over the map. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 hidden weapons hit. Ling Ji, who was the most sensitive to killing intent, performed a cloud-floating step and dodged over with a flip. Then, a few more rounds. Chapter 65 The Mysterious Map. Ling Ji dodged continuously, and several times the hidden weapons did not hurt him one bit. Manny Chan's silver needles had already struck towards his opponent. Whoosh. Medicine King Flying Needle? Someone from Medicine King Valley? The person who sent the concealed weapon from afar said. She wasn't hiding anything, I'm officially Manny Chen of the Medicine King Valley. Where are you, a rat, daring to release a concealed weapon in front of this lady? From behind the pile of sand, 3 people drilled out. These 3 people were ugly and had unkind faces, making people feel at a glance that they were by no means good. We are none other than the disciples of the Kuan City Poison Scorpion sect. Those gloomy eyes and unkind expressions seemed to signal that a new crisis was about to descend. Their appearance made the desert journey, which was already full of variables, even more perilous, and Ling Ji and the others had to once again be on their 12th degree of vigilance to prepare for any trouble that might come their way. My name is Luo Xian. The leading elder brother said, these 2 are my men, Murray and Zhang Xiao. Luo Xian looked Manny Chen up and down and smiled, smiling lewdly. Fairy, you are really gorgeous, this young master likes it very much. Jie jie. Jie jie. His men laughed in a kind of bad way. Roll. 3 silver needles that had already flown in front of Luo Xian. He actually lightly casually waved his hand. Dang, dang, dang. The 3 silver needles fell to the ground accordingly. Sculptor's little skill. Manny Chen grabbed her fists, she really couldn't imagine that this unexpected attack was completely ineffective against this man. Every one of you Luos is a character, and you're the one who came out as a loser. Ling Ji pointed at Luo Xian and cursed, people see Luo, Xiao Luo, and De Luo are all soccer stars. You're so ugly, just call yourself Ugly Luo. You. Click. Chen Mani laughed, her original pessimism about her concealed weapon not working at all eased over. Ugly Luo, this young master is asking you, are you hitting on this one map? What's the secret of this map? Bah, you don't deserve to know the secrets of the map. Luo Xian looked at his 2 men with contempt and said with a smile, country bumpkin, actually calling yourself a young master? Also, I have my eyes on the body of such a Pilking Valley young lady. Do you 2 want to be spectators? Ha ha ha. Shameless. He was just looking down on Ling Ji and Yang Wu, this was the worst decision they had ever made in their lives. Ling Ji was enraged by this arrogant, horny man. He shoved the map into the bosom of his chest with the determination that I will never hand it over. The bloodthirsty sword had already sensed his anger, and the word blood kept flashing, glowing with a blood-red light. "They're 3 clowns, really is a master." Sensing the murderous aura, their faces immediately turned serious from a playful smile and drew their weapons. Ling Ji executed the cloud floating steps. Only to see his figure drifting like a ghost, he instantly rushed towards those 3. His speed was extremely fast, bringing up a puff of sand and dust like a swift wind in the desert. Ling Ji was the first to launch his attack, aiming straight at Aotian among the 3. However, Murray reacted extremely quickly as he sidestepped and crossed the weapon in his hand, stiffly blocking Ling Ji's powerful first strike. Boom! The sound of gold and iron clashing. The sound of metal clashing resounded in the empty desert, echoing with an austere aura. Put! A trace of blood was spat out. This kid is not simple. Murray was secretly shocked in his heart. The 3 of them immediately realized that Ling Ji was not an idle person. "There's something odd about the pig-killing knife in his hand, let's go together." With that, the 3 of them immediately launched a counterattack as they surrounded Ling Ji in a triangular position. Aotian was the first to attack. He waved the long whip in his hand, like a poisonous snake towards Ling Ji. The tip of the whip cut through the air, emitting a snapping sound. Ling Ji dodged and skillfully avoided Aotian's attack. Immediately after, Zhang Xiao, holding 2 swords, quickly approached from the other side, sword shadows flashing, directly stabbing Ling Ji's vitals. Ling Ji did not panic. He used the subtle stance of cloud floating steps to weave in and out of the gaps between the 2 men's attacks, sometimes dodging sideways, sometimes using his arms to block away the sword blades. Murray, Aotian and Zhang Xiao realized that none of them were even a match for Ling Ji. "Who are you?" He. "I'm your master. Wind and Moon City, Ling Ji." "Master?" The trio's true killing intent came. Murray and Zhang Xin looked at each other and understood. They decided to use a combined technique to deal with Ling Ji. The 2 of them instantly worked in tandem, as Murray leapt high into the air, the greatsword in his hand slashing from above with a powerful force, while Zhang Xin swept low and across from the ground, his twin swords like 2 silver-colored vipers, one on top of the other, blocking Ling Ji's path of retreat. The 2 of them shouted together, "Poisonous Scorpion combined 8 directions." Faced with this closely coordinated attack, Ling Ji did not dare to be careless. He concentrated and mobilized his entire body's strength to make a move of horizontal less thousand armies. Clang! Several weapons collided. Only to see a trail of residual shadow left in the air, colliding with Murray and Zhang Xiao's attacks. For a while, they were actually fighting hard, sand and dust flying, covering their figures. Seeing that Ling Ji was caught in a bitter battle, Yang Wu did not hesitate to join the fight. He shouted loudly and rushed towards Murray like a tiger descending from the mountain. "I'll be your opponent." Aotian sneered. "Come." Yang Wu operated his pure yang qi, and each swing of his sword carried a whistling wind sound. Manny Chen wasn't willing to show weakness either. Her body was lithe like an agile swallow, quickly weaving in and out of the battlefield. The flying needles in her hands kept shooting out, flying towards Zhang Xin's vitals. Zhang Xin had to deal with Ling Ji's attacks while also dodging Manny Chen's flying needles, and appeared to be a bit frazzled. Just as the battle was at a stalemate, Murray, Aotian, and Zhang Xin decided to use their triple combination technique. "Boss, no, we're going to use a trio combined technique." The 3 of them quickly leaned in, their auras merging with each other to form a powerful aura. Murray stood at the very front. He held the large sword with both hands and poured his entire body's strength into it. The blade of the sword glowed with a layer of black light, as if it contained endless evil power. Aotian and Zhang Xiao, on the other hand, stood on the 2 sides of Emoli, and they channeled their internal energy to Emoli in a continuous stream. With a loud shout, Emoli viciously slashed out a blade towards Ling Ji, Yang Wu, and Manny Chen. This slash carried a heaven-destroying aura, as if it was going to cut them all down. However, Yang Wu was undaunted. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he thrust the short blade stick into the sand, and his hands quickly formed seals as he recited words under his breath. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his body, forming an invisible shield. "What kind of stance is this?" Ling Ji looked at Yang Wu in surprise. Presumably it was one of the spells that Cheng Jiping had given him for his kung fu. Murray's attack slashed at the shield with a loud bang, splashing sand and dust in all directions. However, Yang Wu, with his great strength and tenacity, unexpectedly blocked back Murray's attack and shook the 3 of them out. The 3 of them, Emoli, Aotian and Zhang Xiao, fell on the sand, their faces full of shock and unwillingness. They didn't expect that their trio's combined technique would be cracked so easily by Yang Wu. Swoosh! The red blade light cleaved through the bottom of Zhang Xin's heavenly cap. Killed a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value and 1000 plus killing chi value. Chapter 66, The Lost Path. Luo Xian's scalp went numb and he continuously backed up, turning from offense to defense. And Murray here yelled out, "You heavenly devil, you actually have enough guts to kill Zhang Xiao." Ling Ji had no intention of letting them go, and without a word, he struck the two with a sweeping move. This time, Luo Xian retreated back to defend, and Murray was in deep trouble. His weapon burst into pieces after the continuous strikes. What? Then two flying needles shot at him. Ah! Only to see that this Murray's right eye was pierced and crumbled with blood. Looking at Luo Xian, his scalp went numb. Wait, we surrender. Hearing that the leading brother had surrendered, Murray had no choice but to kneel down and surrender. Please, let us go. Ling Ji's bloodthirsty knife was on Murray's neck. Speak. Murray looked back at Luo Xian, only to see him bowing his head with no intention of resisting. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is the treasure map of one of our clan's experts." The bloodthirsty blade came into contact with the skin, too close, and imprinted blood marks. Warrior, be careful, be careful. I'll tell. It was a long story to tell. 500 years ago, the poison scorpion sect produced a genius named Robin. His cultivation was terrifyingly high, and he existed in the top tier of the Dragon Kingdom, but then after he went to the other world and came back, the temperament changed drastically. Left the sect and broke away from the national team. Years later, he returned to the Poison Scorpion sect and ascended to heaven after handing a map to his cousin. Without leaving a single word to speak, he was gone. It took the sect master a lifetime to find the treasure, but it was always in everyone's mind that Robin must have saved some magical treasures. After all, he had been to the otherworldly people. Later, the Poison Scorpion sect was not united, and Robin's map was divided into 4 parts. 3 of those copies went missing. They received news that one of the people who stole the map was hiding in the wild desert, who knew that this person entered the labyrinth corridor and died of thirst. Murray pointed at the corpse. This corpse's costume is our Poison Scorpion sect's. This map is ours. After hearing this, Lingji kicked him away. Get lost. Finding a treasure on the ground, asking the heavens and earth to get it. These 3 people thought that they had a combined skill and were invincible. If they had humbly discussed with Ling Ji and the others at the beginning, they could have definitely exchanged it back with something reasonable and gotten it without even using a single cent. There was no medicine for regret at this time, and now it was even more of a death, a loss. Luo Xian's voice trembled. How can this map be returned to us? Oh, return. Ha, you guys are so funny, it's mine now. It's useless for you all to come. No, no, no. It can be collected as an antique. However, if you help hand over the other 3, this young master can take a few of you on a treasure hunt. If you find all 3 and come over, we'll go treasure hunting together, and I'll take a quarter then. Luo Xian couldn't bear it anymore even after hearing this shameless reply and stood up. Pointing at Ling Ji, he cursed, shameless. However, he knew that cursing was useless and could only helplessly agree first. After all, he all knew in whom it was. Really collect the other 3 pieces of debris, find an expert to kill them again and snatch back this piece of debris. I don't have the authority to agree to your proposal, but I'll go back to the sect and tell the sect master, and let him decide. Murray, let's go. They left in the opposite direction. Manny-chan put away the 2 silver needles in her hand and muttered to herself, this Poison Scorpion sect's combination technique is really strong. Which is not true, we still broke it easily. No, they are improvising, and they really haven't practiced their combining for long. If we meet their real experts, we'll be in danger. Only, is this Poison Scorpion sect a cult? No, the name is a little bit evil, but they have long been split up, and the part that can participate in the martial arts examination now definitely belongs to the orthodox lineage. As Manny-chan said, many sects that sounded like cults were wiped out, disintegrated, and incorporated by the national team in the first 9 days of liberation. But, there were still some hidden in the deep mountains and dense forests, so it was impossible to say. Lingji took out a bottle of water, in a fine taste, mistakenly entered the labyrinth so that they must cherish every drop of water. Manny-chan suddenly covered her mouth. How can this be? When, Manny? Our bracelets won't work here. No wonder that person called for surrender just now and didn't exit the secret realm. Magnetic field interference. That Aotian, he's not afraid of us leaving the secret realm through the system, that's why he took the initiative to attack and grab the map. In this way, their last way of survival could only be found on their own. 1 hour. 2 hours. After walking for an unknown amount of time, even if they used the sun to position themselves, they still couldn't find a way out. Yang Wu panicked. Look guys, an hour ago, we came to this location. There were bottles here that he had thrown away. Another way must be thought of before going. All around them were sand dunes that towered like walls, rolling as if there was no end in sight. At first, they tried to find the way they'd come by memory, but each seemingly familiar passage brought new confusion around the corner. The sun hung high in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. The blazing temperature was irritating and made their stamina depleting. Going on like this is not a solution, we have to think of a special way to find the exit. Lingji said under his breath, his eyes revealing determination and a hint of anxiety. Manny Chen wiped the sweat from her forehead and said after a moment of thought, we can observe the direction of the sand's flow. Generally speaking, the wind will form a certain pattern on the dunes, and the sand will have a slight movement in a certain direction, so perhaps we can find the exit by following this direction. Well, we shouldn't let our eyes observe. Other senses must be used. That slag had a way to get in, there must be a way. So, the three of them crouched down and carefully observed the sand on the ground. Sure enough, some subtle traces were found, and the sand seemed to be slowly flowing in a more fixed direction. A 45-degree direction. Let's feel the direction of the wind. He said it was the wind, but more accurately he could say this was a heat wave. They proceeded cautiously in this direction, however, after walking for some time, they realized that they were back to a place of déjà vu. No, this method is not very reliable, the wind direction in the labyrinth may be complicated and will mislead us. Yang Wu said with a frown. Lingji suddenly remembered what she read in a book about desert survival. We can stick a stick on the ground and observe its shadow. When the shadow is the shortest, the direction of the shadow is due north. Everyone acted immediately and found a longer stick to insert into the sand. They gathered around the stick and waited anxiously for the moment when the shadow was shortest. As time passed by and the angle of the sun changed, the shadow finally shortened slowly. After determining the due north direction, they adjusted their traveling route towards the northeast based on their previous judgment. The magnetic field here is strange, affecting the brain nerves. Let's just look at the direction of the stick's shadow and not look up. As they traveled through the labyrinth, they also kept marking the sand dunes they passed by, arranging simple patterns with stones or scratching special symbols on the sand, so that they could recognize them when they passed by again and avoid repeating the detour. Chapter 67 Cactus Garden. The three of them were sweating profusely and walked for a full 3 hours. After a long and arduous effort, they finally realized that there was a change in the alignment of the dunes ahead, and the passage gradually became spacious. As they rolled over a dune, an open sandy area appeared in front of them, and in the distance, the edge of the desert met the blue sky. A familiar system voice rang out. System reconnected. They had successfully found the exit of the maze. A delighted smile appeared on the three's tired faces as they supported each other and walked towards the outside of the desert. Connection successful, map relocated, Cactus Garden. Cactus Garden? Yang Wu unconsciously said. In front of their eyes, a unique and magical cactus garden landscape was presented, as if it was a mysterious fairyland hidden in the desert. When they raised their eyes, they were filled with cacti of different shapes and forms. These cacti are of various types, varying in height and weight. Some are as short as bushes, clustered together to form a green mound. Some are as short as bushes, clustered together to form a short green mound. Others tower over the clouds with thick, straight stems. Some of these cacti have broad, thick leaves covered with sharp spines that glisten silver in the sunlight, storing water and nutrients in the dry desert air. And there were many that could be eaten directly, in fruity flavors and as drinks. Paradise. Yang Wu, start the meal. Ling Ji was in a much better mood, still after walking through the maze of corridors with 9 deaths. Now coming to the most comfortable and best resource treasure of this secret realm. This time, not the most unlucky. Good leh. He took out his pocket knife and ran to pick some edible cacti. Manny Chen was the most relieved to be here, and she ignored the fact that there were 2 men there now. Taking out a hand towel, she started plotting her body. By this time, they were both in a sorry state, covered in wind and sand. She unbuttoned some buttons to make it easier to clean her shapely body. Her hidden figure was very attractive. Seeing Ling Ji in a choppy mood, blood pressure rose, and his heartbeat jumped to 150. The face is already red. Manny Chen heard the sound of the Imperial engine and followed the sound to look over. Embarrassed, she met Ling Ji's eyes and this time, realizing that her behavior was inappropriate, she covered her breasts. Have you seen enough? Nope. She almost gasped at the tease, and she wasn't a twisted girl. I can't believe that you and that fat boy are the same way. Say something bad about me. Fatty Yang's voice came from a short distance away. Ling Ji swallowed a mouthful of water and twisted his face away. Che. It's just a fair lady, I'm a normal man. Next time you'll just wear something conservative law. Humph. She straightened her clothes and sat down. Okay, sis is a fairy, sacrosanct, so don't think about my body in the future. Roger that, fairy. Ling Ji let her speak freely. At this time, Yang Wu brought back a lot of cacti. It was appetizing to look at. They all picked up the already processed cactus meat and ate it. It seemed like this Yang Wu was in a good mood. There were heart-shaped ones and star-shaped ones. Sweet, moist. Delicious. For almost a day, the three of them could only take thin sips of water, and now eating these fruit-like juicy cactus meat was truly an unrivaled enjoyment. Manny Chen was even better, he used the cactus meat in a face mask. Women still love beauty. She also plastered all over her arms. That fat bastard also followed suit and plastered his whole body. Ling Ji was not as beauty-conscious as them, and meditated tightly, digesting the knowledge stored in the sea of divine sense in his mind. I don't know how long it took. Ah! The girl screamed. The sound woke up Ling Ji, who was meditating in meditation, and the cactus meat on Yang Wu's face dried up. Where's Manny? Yang Wu also winced. The two of them looked around and realized that they couldn't see Manny Chen. She had disappeared? Ah! Her voice was a little hoarse, a hissing scream of pain. The two of them immediately ran in the direction of the sound. The sound was in the direction of the tall, cloud-like cactus. Behind the huge cactus. The back of Manny Chen crying with her head down was seen. Oh! Walking over there, one saw a spicy scene. Underneath the large giant cactus, a sickening putrid odor permeated the surroundings. In the corner, a female corpse lay quietly, like a broken doll forgotten by the world. Her body was half hidden in a pool of dried and blackened blood, and the corpse's skin appeared a lifeless grayish-white color, as if all the blood had been drained. The flesh in some places had already begun to rot, and there were already corpse spots on the exposed skin. Her eyes were round and open, the eyeballs cloudy and lightless, but as if there was still remnants of pre-mortem terror and despair, staring straight in a certain direction, as if she was witnessing the descent of an unnameable horror. The female corpse's clothes were broken and tattered, rags barely hanging on her body, covered in stains and blood. The clothes were familiar, they were the clothes of a female disciple of Pill King Valley. On the sandy soil around her, there were some strange scratches that looked like they were made by frantically scratching with sharp fingernails, as if she was trying to escape from something terrifying in the last moments of her life. What made Ling Ji and Yang Wu remember the horror again was that the bleeding point of this female corpse was actually her private parts. She was definitely not as angry as she was abused and then defiled. Young Master Ling, I want to vomit if I have it. It was Yang Wu, who often killed pigs, who also felt a little nauseous. Manny, she is? Manny Chen wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said painfully, her name is Chen Sisi, a martial artist from our family. As she said that, she was about to cover her body with something. Wait. Ling Ji found it strange, normally as long as you bring the Martial Association bracelet into the bye-bye, it will teleport the body out whenever you die, and now this body is still here. Manny, check if the left hand of the has a bracelet. Manny Chen woke up like a dream. She immediately checked both the corpse's left hand and right hand. Only to see that neither hand had anything on it, not even the pretty wrist guards that girls like to wear. All the valuables on his body were absent. Yang Wu, go around and see if you found any bracelets. Although Yang Wu was horny, he was just interested in living and breathing females and still had some fear of corpses. Okay, I'll go look for it. Only to see that Manny Chen is still sad. As long as we find the bracelet and let her return to the association, someone will surely investigate, and I'm sure the real culprit will be found. He estimated that this murderer was seeing this girl acting single, and then he hurt her. He first knocked the girl unconscious, and then removed the bracelet to prevent her from surrendering and leaving, even to keep the body from leaving. Only then did he violate the girl. Chapter 68 Ancient Runes of the Witch Race. Yang Wu searched everywhere, originally did not hold the hope of finding. The murderer is not stupid. Destroy the body and eliminate the evidence is estimated to understand. Destroying the key bracelet would be the end of the matter. He looked at the tall cacti. I'll climb up and have a look, or I might find other clues. Taking a closer look at these giant cacti, its spines were actually as thick as a pen and tough. Even if he, a 180-pound man, stepped on it, he had no problem. Just like a fat horse monkey, he quickly climbed to the top. It was truly an endless desert. He observed the place inch by inch, afraid of missing a little place. Don't look at him as a big man, he was still very serious and reliable in his work. The bracelet itself was emitting a faint red, or blue shimmer. He wisely waited, believing that after entering the darkness, the bracelet can be invisible in this empty desert. Lingji pacified, we wait until dark, together to find the bracelet, this is the best strategy. We are not professional criminal investigators and are not capable of finding out the truth. Manhwa understood that it could only be done this way, but she secretly vowed to know who did it and would definitely avenge this clan. As night fell, the temperature of the desert plummeted. This damn cold. Yang Wu muttered. Stop complaining and hurry up to find the bracelet. Lingji urged. The three of them spread out and searched carefully. Manhwa suddenly shouted, I think I see a light. Lingji hurriedly gathered over. Is it a bracelet? Lingji asked eagerly. Not too sure, go over and take a look. Manhwa carefully approached. When she got closer, it was a glowing bug. Happy for nothing. Yang Wu was deflated, he was still on the huge cactus tree. Don't be discouraged, keep looking. Lingji encouraged everyone. At this moment, a gust of wind blew by, and the sand mesmerized their eyes. This wind came at a bad time. Yang Wu rubbed his eyes. After the wind stopped, there was a little red light under the cactus in the distance. It was estimated that the murderer had buried his bracelet under the sand. The net of heaven came to a timely wind, allowing the buried secret to be revealed. Yang Wu was resourceful again, and he saw the bright light from a slight distance up high. If he didn't realize it, later, when the wind picked up again, it was possible to bury the secret again. Yang Wu pointed to the distance and called out in surprise, look, is that a bracelet? Lingji ran over in the direction he pointed and picked up the bracelet, finally. Now we can get justice for Chen Cece. Tears shone in Manhwa's eyes, her speed was no less than Lingji's. Lingji made an okay gesture. Yang Wu followed the thorns of the cactus and fell down. Lingji sighed and said, luckily that murderer didn't break the bracelet. Manhwa was in a much better mood, you really don't know, or you're just pretending not to know. The Secret Realm bracelet can't be broken, it's customized. The Secret Realm bracelet is based on the highest cultivation level of this mission. The material of the bracelet must be easy to withstand 2 major levels of power higher than this level to have a chance of breaking it. Lingji touched his head, martial artists like him who were born in the folklore, the secret realm of martial examination was the second time he entered. Unlike the sects, they had money and let their disciples enter all levels of secret realms to cultivate from a young age. As they spoke, they returned to the female corpse. Manhwa was ready to help her put on the bracelet, allowing the corpse to return to the Martial Artist Association. Just as Manhwa was about to press the restart button underneath the bracelet. Wait! Lingji's large hand reached out towards the cold female corpse. Manhwa thought that Lingji was going to do something rude to the female corpse. What are you going to do? He ignored her words and mounted her right hand with one hand. Only to see that her right hand was a clenched fist. I think there's something in her palm. Breaking it with force, it was really tight. I guess she was angry and used all her strength to protect what was inside. Lingji finally broke open the female corpse's right hand, and inside was a small, carved stone with strange runes. What is this? Yang Wu came over and asked. I don't know, but it's definitely related to her death. Manhwa said with a frown. Lingji took the stone and scrutinized it carefully. A trace of evil aura seeped into his body, very evil. Lingji held the stone in his hands, his brows furrowed as he said to Manhwa and Yang Wu, this stone is permeated with evil aura, we have to be careful. Manhwa looked worried, but we don't know anything about this thing, what are we going to do with it? Yang Wu scratched his head, why don't we put the bracelet on her first, send the body back to the Martial Artist Association, and let those old guys have a headache with this stone. Lingji shook his head, I don't think it's a good idea, this stone could be the key to uncovering the truth about her death. If we just hand it over, perhaps the truth will be buried. Manhwa thought for a moment, Lingji is right. Although we are not professional criminal investigators, since we have come this far, we cannot give up halfway. Yang Wu shrugged helplessly. Alright then, but where do we start checking? I've never seen the runes on this stone before. Lingji raised the stone to his eyes. He stayed in the Pilking Valley Library for 2 months, reflecting so books right in the sea of divine sense. I so believe I've seen it before. Maybe I can find a record of this kind of rune. System, help me see what this rune means? Yes. Start searching. Lingji was happy in his heart. It turned out that the functions of the bloodthirsty system were far from being fully developed by him. Ancient Witch Rune, there is no specific record in your saved books, but a book called Miscellaneous Records of the Cloud Province has this record inside. This one is a sorcerer's use of a power-breaking rune. It's generally used to release one's power for the caster to absorb. What is the specific use of this rune? The art of taking in and replenishing yang. Hearing the system's explanation, Lingji immediately reached out and put his hand to his body's dantian, the heart of his heart, and probed. Sure enough. Manichin stared at Lingji's movements with wide eyes. Did you have a seizure? She is being practiced the art of taking in and replenishing yang. It's witchcraft. Scare? Is there this kind of evil magic now? Yang Wu asked curiously when he heard it. The runes of this stone, I've read them in the Medicine King Valley Library, there are records of it. Witches? But this time, the martial arts exam was with a few witch clans. Now let science identify it first. Mani-chan nodded in agreement. Put the bracelet on her. Lingji put the stone away carefully. Mani-chan pressed the restart button of the bracelet. The female corpse was instantly enveloped by a light, then disappeared. Yang Wu thought of the key point now. That murderer, why didn't he retrieve this stone? I reckon that these stones are one-time use props that only advanced martial artists can make. He thought that after the bracelet was thrown away and the body was completely corrupted, any evidence would be invalidated, and even the runes of the stone would disappear with time, and the evil power on the runes would disappear as well. Mani-chan made up her mind that if she met single female martial artists, she would definitely let them join the team. 69, Director of Women. Whoosh. Chen Cici's corpse was transmitted back to the Wind and Moon City Martial Association. The Martial Association received the corpse and he kept shaking his head. He notified his superiors and had the forensic pathologist come to the scene to conduct a search for evidence. On the female corpse's bracelet, some words were recorded. It was Mani-Chen who burned into the bracelet's memory what they had discovered about the body, and the process of handling it. The criminal police then based on the information they provided, the matter to file a case. For a moment, it was fruitless. Wild desert. Has fish belly white. They moved on towards the center of the desert. Yang Wu was toying with his bracelet. What are we going to do if we see the witch clans? Lingji had a good sense of killing aura, and since he practiced Medicine King Valley's kung fu, he would feel the aura of Medicine King Valley's disciples. If a witch clan disciple with the Medicine King Valley's aura, it would be 80% the murderer. Kill. Before Lingji could speak, Mani-chan said angrily. Humph. Lingji was surprised that this woman was not afraid. Normally women were afraid of these people. Let's go. Let's go in the direction of the pyramid. Having just left the boundaries of the cactus garden, he entered the endless desert area again. The closer to the center, the more dangerous it became. Not only did they have to defend themselves against the attacks of the Fae, but they also had to start how to deal with the blue team's spikes. After walking for half an hour, met 3 teams of the red team. So, they paired up so that 9 people were safer. Another half hour passed. Lingji, look. Yang Wu said as he pointed not far away. Lingji squinted his eyes and looked, only to see a person lying on a sand dune. He quickly walked up to see the other. It was a woman in a blue palace dress, with a clear face that was still considered pretty. Mani-Chen took her pulse, not dead. Dehydration heatstroke. Miss. You wake up. Lingji fed her cactus juice to rehydrate her. Soon, she woke up. She coughed a few times and couldn't help but blush when she saw a handsome man hugging her. She tried to speak or didn't know what to say? She's awake. Mani-Chen immediately fed her an elixir. Thank you all for saving me. The woman said weakly. Girl, why are you alone here? Lingji asked. I am an independent adventurer and there has been no one willing to take me. I met a few independent adventurers and traveled along the way. There was a hint of panic in the woman's eyes. Then do you remember where they went? Mani-Chen pursued. The woman shook her head. I don't remember, I only know that I encountered a foreign beast attack. Yang Wu frowned. This is not good. Chen Mani pondered for a moment. Let's take her along first. There's definitely no problem. The woman grabbed Lingji's neck tightly with both hands, so intimate that her face was already almost on Lingji's face. My name is Lu Xiang, from the Sherman City Business Association. Brother, I want to join your team. Lingji had a bit of an urge to kiss up to him, but with so many people, he had to calmly say, Ms. Lu Xiang, you don't necessarily have to join us if you follow us. Her watery eyes seemed like they could discharge electricity as she looked at Lingji prayerfully. Manichin snapped, Lingji, since she wants to join, let her join. Yang Wu was also hoping for more beautiful women to join. Since everyone had said so. The bracelets of the two touched each other. Am I willing to join my team? Willing. Just like that, there was one more person on their team. The crowd continued to move forward when a sudden gust of wind swept up the yellow sand in the sky. Watch out! Lingji shouted. When the wind and sand passed, the crowd realized that a group of mysterious figures had appeared around them. Desert scorpions. However, there were now 10 of them in their group. It didn't even need Lingji to make a move, all of these foreign beasts died. They were so eager to get points that they rushed forward when they encountered the Fey beasts. As the captain, he had to protect at the back. Along the way, Manny Chen's protection of the women was revealed. 1. 2. It was getting more and more. Other people's teams would ask for strong people to be added to their ranks, while Lingji's team would only take in weak women. It was really bitter for Lingji. After all, the more people he had to protect, the more he got to the Fey. These weak women also really didn't have any self-awareness and would all bravely charge forward. Lingji also had no intention of scoring on these foreign beasts. His aim was the final treasure. Although the conference host did not say anything about his importance, Lingji believed that it must be a hidden condition that guaranteed his passage. Another day passed. The number of his team had actually reached 12, overstaffed. After all, the water and food they had prepared was very limited. Only that Yang Wu always said that there was no problem with the cooking, there was as if there was comfort in doing it with a few girls. What a Philistine! Lingji looked at the supernumerary team, although there were worries in his heart, but he could not say anything more. On this day, they encountered another group of sandwolves. The sandwolves were extremely fast and the crowd was a bit panicked. Lu Xiang hid behind Lingji and whispered, Brother, these sandwolves are so scary. Lingji comforted, Don't be afraid, everyone follow the previous formation for defense. Yang Wu, however, shouted, What are you afraid of? There are more of us, we can score a lot of points if we kill them. Chen Nani gave Yang Wu a blank look, You only think about scores, you don't even look at the current situation. Just as the crowd was in a stalemate with the sandwolves, a melodious flute sound suddenly came from the distance. When the sandwolves heard the sound of the flute, they actually gradually retreated. The crowd looked at the direction the flute sound came from in surprise, only to see a man dressed in black robes walking slowly. You outsiders have disturbed the tranquility of the desert. The black-robed man said coldly. Lingji took a step forward and cupped his fists, Who is your excellency? We are just participating in the competition and have no intention of offending. The black-robed man laughed coldly, Participating in a competition? Do you guys know that the depths of this desert hides a huge secret that is not for you to get your hands on? Yang Wu said defiantly, What makes you say that? We have the ability to protect ourselves. The black-robed man gave Yang Wu a disdainful look, Just on the basis of your ragtag group? Do you think those foreign beasts are just ordinary tests? They guard the secrets of the desert, while you guys only think about killing for points. Manny Chen pondered for a moment before saying, Then what your excellency means is that we should stop advancing? The black-robed man shook his head, No, you guys have already stepped into this, and it's too late to turn back now. However, if you guys continue to act recklessly like this, you will only incur greater calamities. Lingji frowned and asked, Then what should we do? The black-robed man glanced at Lingji, You look like the leader of this group of people, you should understand that sometimes giving up some immediate benefits is the only way to go farther. The treasures in this desert cannot be obtained by killing and looting. The crowd fell into deep thought, and Lu Xiang pulled Lingji's coat corner, Brother, I think he has a point. Lingji nodded and said to the black-robed man, Thank you, your excellency, for reminding us, we will reconsider our actions. The black-robed man turned around to leave, then turned back and said, I hope you guys really understand, otherwise, this desert will be your burial place. After the black-robed man left, Yang Wu muttered, Is what he said believable? If we listen to him, we might not get the treasure. Lingji looked at everyone and said, believable or not, he should be an original inhabitant of this secret realm. Our team is overstaffed and our supplies are limited. If we continue like this, we don't need to encounter any great danger, we won't be able to hold out ourselves first. Manichin also said, Lingji is right, we need to replan our route and action strategy. The crowd nodded their heads and began to discuss their next plan. They decided to find a safe place to consolidate, reduce unnecessary battles, and conserve supplies while exploring the deeper meaning of the black-robed man's words before heading deeper into the desert. Everyone must be careful. Chapter 70 You are truly women of honor. The crowd searched for a long time in the desert and finally found a place under a mountain rock with a backdrop to the wind as a temporary place to consolidate. Lingji stood in front of the crowd and said solemnly, let's first take stock of our supplies and see how long we can last. Yang Wu complained as he rummaged through his packages, there's not even enough water to drink. He was helpless on one side, sisters. This is a desert, can't you save some water? Pointing at a rich girl, and you use water to wash your face. Shocking the girl, she realized that many people were looking at her with disdain. Manichin glared at her, then added, what's the use of talking about this now, let's think of a solution. Lu Xiang timidly said, brother, I saw some plants over there, I don't know if I can eat them. Lingji looked in the direction she was pointing, I'll go and take a look, you guys wait here and don't run around. Lingji had just left for a short while when suddenly the sky darkened and a gust of wind whistled past. Yang Wu shouted, not good, it looks like a sandstorm. The crowd panicked and Manichin shouted, everyone hide behind the mountain rocks. The crowd hid, and the sand and dust filled the sky, almost making it impossible to open one's eyes. After a while, the sandstorm gradually subsided. Lingji also rushed back, his body covered in sand and dust. He anxiously asked, is everyone all right? The crowd nodded their heads. Yang Wu said, this desert is also too dangerous, do we really have to keep going? Lingji pondered for a moment, since we have already come here, there is no turning back. However, we need to be more cautious. Right at this moment, Lu Xiang discovered a cave entrance not far away that was shimmering with a faint light. Brother, look there. The crowd gathered around and looked at the mysterious hole. Yang Wu said excitedly, there might be treasures inside. Manichin, however, said worriedly, it might also be dangerous, we can't be so adventurous. Lingji carefully observed the cave entrance, no matter what, let's go and take a look first, everyone be careful. The crowd carefully walked towards the cave entrance, and just as they reached the entrance, they felt a chill come over them. Yang Wu shivered, why is this cave so cold? Lingji took out a torch and took the lead into the cave entrance. The others followed closely behind. The cave was dark and damp, with some strange runes flashing on the walls. Lu Xiang curiously asked, what do these runes mean? Lingji shook his head, I'm not sure, so don't touch them. Suddenly, a low growl came from the depths of the cave. The crowd instantly tensed up, Yang Wu gripped his weapon tightly, it seems like there's something. Manichin whispered, everyone prepare for defense. As the roars got closer, a huge scorpion appeared in front of the crowd. It was covered in a ghostly blue light, and its huge pincers looked very scary. Yang Wu shouted, don't be afraid, everyone, let's go together. But Lingji stopped him, don't be impulsive first, this scorpion doesn't look simple, we need to think of a well-thought-out solution. Lu Xiang hid behind Lingji and said in fear, brother, it looks so powerful. Lingji comforted, don't be afraid, there are so many of us, we can definitely come up with a solution. Manichin observed the scorpion's trajectory and said, its abdomen looks more vulnerable, we can try to attack there. Lingji nodded, good, Yang Wu, you and I will attract its attention, Manichin, you look for an opportunity to attack its abdomen, and the others will support it from the back. The crowd moved according to the plan, Yang Wu and Lingji rushed towards the scorpion, brandishing their weapons. The scorpion was enraged and swung its pincers at them. Manichin saw the right moment and rushed up with an arrow step, stabbing towards the scorpion's abdomen. The scorpion ate the pain and let out a roar, turning around to pounce on Manichin. At this critical moment, Lingji rushed over and blocked in front of Manichin, using his weapon to block the scorpion's attack. Are you all right? Lingji asked with concern. Manichin said gratefully, I'm fine, thank you. The crowd continued to circle the scorpion, and after a hard battle, they finally defeated the scorpion. Yang Wu wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally, we've taken care of this big guy. Lingji looked at the scorpion's corpse and said thoughtfully, this scorpion is guarding this place, could there really be something important in the cave? At least, I think there is water inside. Lingji squatted on the ground and touched the dirt on the ground, I'll go in and take a look. It's better for you guys to wait here. Yang Wu left some of the water and food here. No, there must be treasures inside. We're going too. A girl prayed. Lingji frowned and shook his head, menacing, cramped place, I can't fully guarantee your safety. He had a feeling that it was a mausoleum inside, there might be organs, foreign beasts. A few women patted their chests, which were not very big, and said confidently, we are not afraid, and we don't need you to be in charge. Time was running out, those who are not afraid of death can follow us in. After saying that, they turned on the searchlight and walked in. There were 5 girls who weren't afraid of death who also followed them in. Ling Ji and his group cautiously moved forward in the cave. This place is eerie, it really makes your heart grow fuzzy. A girl shuddered. All keep your voices down, don't startle anything. Ling Ji lowered his voice to remind. Suddenly, a clicking sound came from the front. Not good, there might be an organ. Yang Wu exclaimed. The crowd stopped their steps, and Ling Ji carefully looked forward. Everyone leaned back. Ling Ji shouted. Only to see rows of sharp spikes suddenly emerge from the ground. What can we do about this? Lu Xiang asked anxiously. Manny Chen calmly said, look for any breaks in the mechanism. Just then, a girl accidentally touched the stone wall next to her. Rumble, a huge rock rolled down above their heads. Run! Ling Ji yelled. The crowd scattered and dodged in all directions, the scene was chaotic. One girl didn't leave, alone in the direction of the boulder rolling down. What are you doing? Manny Chen called out nervously. Only to see that she took out her long stick and crossed it. Percent. The baguette immediately grew rapidly towards the walls on both sides and tightly inserted itself into the walls. The boulder directly hit the wall formed by the baguette. Boom! Stopped? Everyone watched in amazement as the girl did it. She was considered weak this whole way, how did she know that her stick had this magical power? It was like a Rui weapon. Then the other 4 girls, each struck with all their might, shattering the boulder. To the 3 of them, signaling that we are not weak. Lingji clasped his fists in shame. You guys are really the best of the girls. Chapter 71. The girl who used Rui's help, surnamed Sun, was called Jia Jia. She said she was the eldest daughter of the head of the Sun family, in Koan City. Legend has it that their family was born after Sun Disheng descended to earth and bonded with a mortal girl. Left behind a trace of immortal chi, left behind the descendants. This legend, is their son in the face for their own gold, or the real thing even if they themselves or also do not know? The other 4. Respectively, the city of Koan, the Free Alliance of Liang, make an immortal sword, strong attack, but unfortunately the defense is too low. Koan City, Ma Rushian of the Chamber of Commerce, making a money sword, strong in attack and defense, but unfortunately not strong in either. Koan City, Medicine Association's Zhao Xian, also uses a long sword and has surgical medical skills. One was Lu Xiang from Shimen City who was the first to be saved. Go! Ling Ji was now full of confidence. The crowd managed to get rid of the oppressively narrow path of the tomb door, however, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, an eerie aura that seemed to come from the 9 hells came crashing down on them like a raging tide. In the darkness, the feeling of being spied upon intensified, as if there were countless pairs of eyes hidden in the shadows, flickering with a ghostly cold light, staring at their every move, sending shivers down their spines. As they explored deeper into the ancient tomb, dangers came one after another. Strange beasts appeared one after another, turning this place into a terrifying battlefield. Look at that huge scorpion, as large as a small chariot, its hard shell glistened strangely in the darkness, as if it had been dipped in evil magic. On its raised tail, its poisonous stinger was thick and sharp, the tip flashing with a chilling cold light, as if it could bring all life into the abyss of death with just a gentle stab. Another foreign beast seen for the first time. The system rang again. 4th-ranked demon-winged python, 6,000 bull force or more, stunts, breaking poisonous sting, divine dragon swinging tail. Countermeasure, strike the snake 7 inches. Looking at the winged python again, its huge body circled and fluttered in the air, bringing up gusts of eerie air currents as its huge wings flapped. A creepy hissing sound kept coming out of its mouth, and that sound echoed in this closed tomb like a death curse, making people's hearts skip a beat. The beautiful women were a little bit nauseous to see such a disgusting thing. Unfortunately, they were truly women. The 6 beauties struck at the same time. 6 sword lights. Clang. Wen. Shang. Bang. But the scales of this one-winged python were too hard. Ling Ji. Come and help. In this perilous and crisis-ridden environment, Ling Ji was like a god of war descending to earth. His posture was athletic, his eyes were sharp as eagles, and he exuded a reassuringly powerful aura. He was like an impregnable fortress, firmly guarding in front of the crowd. Bloodthirsty berserker blade fourth style. Aura and killing aura converged into a blade light. All of his moves were accurate as if they had been calculated with precision, and he ruthlessly struck at the foreign beasts that were trying to harm his companions. The snake's 7 inches were severed in one slash. Fighting snakes, Ling Ji was experienced. Killing a 4th order Fey beast, rewarded with a blood chi value of 5,000 plus and a killing chi value of 2,500 plus. Under his protection, the crowd slogged their way through thorns and thistles in the direction of the main chamber. Finally, the door leading to the main chamber appeared in front of them. So the foreign beasts were all killed by them. Ling Ji was unguardedly shocked by one of Lu Xian's actions. She ruthlessly pressed her small mouth against Ling Ji's mouth. Boom! Boom! Lu Xiang looked at Ling Ji with affection and whispered, "Captain Ling Ji, you're really mighty, I fell in love with you the first time I saw you." Ling Ji was still sensible, he was enjoying being loved, but not just any woman could stick it to him. Ling Ji's eyes were serious. "Miss Lu Xiang, if you fool around again, you'll leave my team." Humph. People are saying that girls chasing men is a veil between them, how come this man is not interested in himself at all? Am I not pretty? Pretty. But I only consider you a friend, teammate. Please respect yourself. Her face was flushed red, it was ugly for her to be rejected to her face. Manny Chen had some sour feelings inside when she saw this scene. What kind of person is this Ling Ji? The other girls also despised Lu Xiang, thinking that she was too proactive. Lu Xiang, you really are, Ling Ji is so good, there must be a lot of girls who like him, you need to look in the mirror. None of them knew about Ling Ji's life, or they would not be so enthusiastic after knowing that he was from an ordinary slaughtering association. Han Shishir's example made Ling Ji stay clear of love. Yang Wu, open the chamber door. Ling Ji pulled away from the topic. Everyone immediately came back to their senses and looked in the direction of the door. Cluck, 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 cluck was the sound of the door rubbing against the ground. A cloudy wind blew out. It sent a chill down one's spine. The moment they stepped into the main chamber, a huge coffin came into view. This coffin was like an ancient beast, lying quietly in the center of the chamber, emitting an ancient and mysterious aura. It was as if that aura had traveled from a distant time and space, carrying countless unknown secrets, causing people to be in awe while at the same time unable to resist wanting to find out what was going on. The walls around the coffin were engraved with densely packed, oddly shaped runes and patterns. These runes were like ancient languages, and the patterns were like vivid scrolls, which were intertwined together and seemed to be silently telling the legendary life story of the tomb owner. The entire chamber was filled with an atmosphere so heavy that it was almost frozen, time seemed to have stopped in its tracks here, and everything fell into an eerie silence. Everyone held their breath, and could clearly hear their own heartbeats. They knew that this thrilling adventure had come to the most crucial moment, and what awaited them next would be an even more unknown and terrifying challenge. Without Ling Ji's command, that Yang Wu had already run to the huge coffin and exerted his strength to push its stone lid open. Sun Jiajia said in alarm, "Fatty, don't we light a candle first?" This sentence calmed Yang Wu Ling Ji down. "Right, oh, let's see if it'll be a ghost-blowing lamp." Bah! You guys have really read too many novels. We are martial artists, are we afraid of ghosts? Manny Chen said contemptuously. That's hard to say, I've heard from elders in my family that this thing is really evil. Sun Jiejia was not angry, Nini, it's too reckless for you to say that. Sooner or later, something will happen to you if you think like this. Chen Mani narrowed her eyes, thinking that this woman was worrying over nothing. Yang Wu, in order to ease the atmosphere, smiled and said, Manny, if you choose noon for your future adventures, you will be able to avoid morning and evening, and you will definitely be safe and sound. Oh. Manny Chen laughed, feeling that it was her own fault for not being self-righteous. Yang Wu really took out a candle and really lit the lamp. Ling Ji is also not in a hurry, in looking around at the walls on all sides, to see what is actually painted on it. Chapter 72, Opening the Coffin. This is a formation diagram. Ling Ji was surprised to find out. Yo 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 yo. Xiao Bai. You're awake. Only to see little white flying above Ling Ji's head. The whole body was glowing. Upgrade. The voice of the bloodthirsty system rang out. Host, what about this phantom bloodbat? How to break through? It wants to be bound to you point by point blood, do you accept it? This is definitely good, I already consider it as a relative. Consume 10,000 killing spirit values to learn the blood spirit binding technique. A tedious incantation for the blood spirit alignment technique was incorporated into Ling Ji's mind. So difficult. He suddenly swung his bloodthirsty blade and slashed his skin. Blood splattered and Little White flew over to absorb it. Blood as a guide, spirit as proof. Slash through the void, conclude an alliance. Threads of blood, mingling of spirits. To live and die together, the blood spirits merit. The spell takes effect, this alliance is eternal. Ling Ji recited the blood incantation he had just learned. Ling Ji's body initiated a red light, and the illusory blood bat cub Little White also initiated a red light in synchronization. The minds of one person and one beast began to synchronize. Before, they just had a little feeling and probably knew what the other was thinking. Now, they could meaningfully communicate. It seemed that Ling Ji's blood was a great tonic for it. They didn't pay attention to Ling Ji and Xiaobai's every move, simply because these people were looking at Yang Wu's candle. However, the candle had always been just red light. It didn't change at all, much less go out. I've already said that you guys are the only ones who are suspicious. Manhwa scorned. They suddenly felt the aura around them change. A white bat had been sucking Ling Ji's blood. Other than Yang Wu, Manhwa knew of the existence of Little White. The other 5 were seeing it for the first time. After all, it existed sleeping on Ling Ji's backpack before. There's a foreign beast. Yang Lu saw that they were having some sort of ritual and immediately jumped in front of them. Panicking, he said, one of our own, one of our own. That white bat is Ling Ji's pet. Sun Jiajia's eyes widened in surprise, this bat can actually suck blood, it's incredible. Ling Ji smiled and explained, it has entered into a blood alliance with me and will not harm everyone. Manhwa frowned, then what next? Still open the coffin? Ling Ji looked towards the coffin and said firmly, open. It's all here, there's no reason to back out. Yang Wu responded, good, then I'll continue. The crowd tensed up once again, their gazes fixed on Yang Wu's movements. Just as Yang Wu was about to push open the stone lid, the tomb chamber suddenly shook violently. In the coffin, a red light was emitted that directly hit the ceiling. The formations on the walls of the entire tomb chamber emitted a red light and were activated. GGG. Little White screamed and flew to the core of the formation. Xiaobai. Ling Ji was much relieved to see Little White enjoying himself. Not good, I'm afraid there's a mechanism. Ling Ji shouted. Sun Jiajia screamed in fear, how can this be? Manhwa forced herself to calm down, don't panic first, let's see what's going on. At this moment, the stone cover slowly moved and a pungent scent odor gushed out. Everyone, quickly close your meridians, this is a very scary mesmerizing incense. Manhwa screamed. Ling Ji was not afraid, after all, he was protected by the Earth Mind Stone. And with the protection of him and Little White, it would be hard to mesmerize him. Only to see that Yang Wu started to perform, and it was very spicy. He twisted his body to the side of the coffin, as if it had instantly become his exclusive stage. His movements were exaggerated and bizarre as he began to pole dance. His body swayed, and every movement was filled with an inexplicable flirtatiousness. His hips were twisting extremely exaggeratedly, his hands were waving wildly around his body, and his face was also wearing a kind of mesmerized and comical expression. That image was simply too hot for the eyes, and did not fit in with the solemn and eerie environment of the ancient tomb. Obviously, he had been struck by some kind of unknown illusions, and only then did he act in such a ridiculous manner, only that he did not know what kind of danger was hidden behind this illusion. In a flash, an even more tantalizing sound of a woman panting was heard behind Ling Ji. It made Ling Ji's whole body pores open up, his scalp tingling, and a certain part of his manhood becoming even more majestic. Only to see a few female already twisting their bodies. This is fruitful. Ling Ji is to be able to do things. I am afraid that it is not a cool thing. But, have not yet let the time to do the choice. Yang Wu, this guy began to take off his shirt. Puff. Now only Ling Ji was awake, as long as he could save them. At this moment, the aura of the Earth's Mind Stone wrapped Ling Ji, keeping these evil auras isolated. He had no choice but to give up on this once-in-a-millennium opportunity and knock Yang Wu out with a slap. Then he executed the spiritual void-pointing star technique to immobilize the several women. Ling Ji. I am so hard and hot, can you help me? Manhwa was also invaded by evil chi. Sending you a finger. Don't get me wrong, it's just a point. Ling Ji shook his head and muttered to himself, being a decent person is really the hardest. He glanced at Little White, only to see his aura rising greatly. It's going to break through, it's going to use the power of this spell formation. Otherwise it would take at least 10 years for this god-like Fey beast to rise a level. Ling Ji pulled out his bloodthirsty knife and slowly walked into the sarcophagus, very unlikely that there would be a scary zombie. However, now that the situation has a scent wafting out, will it be a beautiful female zombie? One step, one heartbeat. Cannot help but look at the Emperor's engine. Nervous and cold sweat. Head probed into the coffin. Eyes protruding out. In the middle of that coffin, quietly lying in the body of an ancient woman, her beauty even through the vicissitudes of time, still regal. There was no decay at all, just like a sleeping beauty. Her face was as white and delicate as lamb's fat jade, without the slightest trace of age erosion, as if time had stopped here in her. Her eyes were lightly closed, and her thick and curly eyelashes cast a faint shadow under her eyelids, like two delicate little fans. A perfect face. She was dressed in a gorgeous and extraordinary ancient dress, the material of which appeared to be as light and thin as a feather, yet had a tough texture, as if it had been woven from the clouds of the sky. The garment was made of the finest silk, and the color was as bright as the first time. It was a dreamlike color, like the deep-sea blue and the red of the evening sun intertwined and fused, and at the edge of the haloed light golden silk threads, with the flow of the light, refracted a bright and misty light, like the twinkling of the stars. Her collar and cuffs were inlaid with a circle of fine gems, which were of uniform size and different colors, including sapphires as deep as the night sky, rubies as passionate as fire, and emeralds as clear as water. They mirrored each other, glittering mysteriously in the faint light, like the stars in the night sky, adding a bit more luxury to this gorgeous costume. Her hands clasped a sword beautifully. It exuded an endless killing aura, and a spiritual aura. It was no worse than her own bloodthirsty sword. What a treasure! Just as Ling Ji's greed rose and reached out for this precious sword, the female corpse's eyes suddenly opened and stared at him with a deadly stare. Chapter 73 White is the key. Ling Ji was instantly frozen in place in a cold sweat. His eyes were drawn in, as if he had done a time machine. The soul was sucked into her eyes. Ling Ji's eyes went black. He came to a mysterious space. You mortal, how dare you covet my precious sword? The female corpse shouted angrily. Ling Ji forced himself to be calm, only to see the female corpse standing in front of him. Lady warrior, don't be angry, let your precious sword be given to the juniors, you can't even use it. The female corpse sneered, humph. This sword is useless even if I give it to you, seeing that you are a person who uses a sword, and you are also unable to harness this divine weapon. Ling Ji was in a cold sweat, being seen through by her. The female corpse's gaze was stern. Young man, you have actually allied yourself with the illusory blood clan? A loser does not lose. Ling Ji knew that he could not wimp out now. So what? The female corpse knew that he was protected by the illusory blood clan, and he could not defy Ling Ji's soul in illusion. Young man, what is your name? Ling Ji. Good, a hero is a young man. At this time, she also discovered the bloodthirsty blade's aura. Bloodthirsty blade. Ling Ji was surprised. She actually called out the name of her blade. It seemed that this female corpse came from an uncomplicated background. Senior, you know my side of the knife, it's the bloodthirsty knife. You are? The female corpse that was originally arrogant, her expression became calm. To be able to make the bloodthirsty knife serious, you can't be an ordinary person. My name is Pan Bono. Ling Ji found it funny. Pan Bono? Pan Gu wouldn't be your relative, right? Pan Gu is my ancestor. Ling Ji felt a jolt in his heart. He had heard of the Panga clan, he had thought it was a legend, but it turned out to be all true. Why were you sealed on the sarcophagus? Conspiracy. Terrible conspiracies, not conspiracies that you can access right now. Pan Bangrua pointed at the bloodthirsty sword hanging behind his back and said, it's not a coincidence that you were able to come here. It's the bloodthirsty sword in your hand. The more Ling Ji listened, the more confused he became. This is fate, you brought the illusory Bloodbat, the key to unlocking this spell. Pan Baorua, his hands quickly formed a seal. A flash. A delicate yet familiar figure appeared in front of the two. Little White. It was Little White's human illusion incarnation. Also sounds like a cute name. Little White looked at this voluptuous ancient beauty, which was actually prettier than its illusionary incarnation, and was jealous. Too bad it couldn't speak. Thank you, Little White. If it wasn't for you, I might have been in someone else's pawn forever. What is your wish? What? You want to learn human language? That's too easy. You want to pick something more useful to you? White kept shaking his head. It seemed that they could also communicate mentally. Good. Pan Biaorua made quick seals with both hands, completely different from the ones from earlier, even stranger. Normal human fingers couldn't do it at all. A red light that traveled into Xiaobai's forehead. Little White smiled. Stuttering, he said, thanks. Opening his mouth. Ling Ji almost had his eyes go biao. Divine sister. He broke out. Pan Bangrua looked at Ling Ji's surprised appearance, smiled gently and walked over to Ling Ji in a delicate manner. Ling Ji looked at this stunningly beautiful fairy sister, and his body kept trembling with nervousness. Pan Bangrua smiled as she looked at Ling Ji, nodded her feet and gently kissed Ling Ji's forehead. Ling Ji winced and was overjoyed. Reward for saving me. Ling Ji came back to his senses and hurriedly asked, that's it? What else? Do you still want me to give my body in return? Pan Bangrua gave him a gentle push. Swiftly, she returned to reality. Only to see her eyes open, lying very quietly on the coffin. Her body began to tremble. It was Little White, which absorbed the spell formation's ability. The spell formation ability was starting to loosen up. Suddenly, a divine thought entered Ling Ji's mind. This conspiracy involves the fight for the ancient divine artifacts, and all forces are secretly laying out their plans. And I was sealed here because I know the key to it. Ling Ji frowned. Then wouldn't it be dangerous for Little White and I to get involved? The danger is naturally there, and the bloodthirsty blade in your hand is the insider. You can't hide even if you hide. Pan Bono said with a firm gaze. Then what are we going to do? Ling Ji gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly. We need to find the other sealed artifact guardians first. They may be able to give you more clues. Pan Bangrua said and waved his hands. All the divine light of the tomb was infused into Little White Phantom Bloodbat. The entire tomb, as if it had lost all vitality, suddenly erupted with a powerful red light. A flash. They heard an eerie laughter. You're finally here, you've thrown yourselves into the net. A black-robed man appeared in front of them. The black-robed man's aura was so bizarre that one could not feel his vitality. Ling Ji looked at the black-robed man warily. Who are you? Why are you waiting for us here? The black-robed man sneered. Who I am is not important. What is important is what you have on you. Leave behind the disc bounty and the bloodthirsty blade. I can spare you from death. Delusional. Ling Ji shouted angrily. The black-robed man waved his hands and a group of black shadows pounced towards them. These black shadows were shaped like ghosts and were extremely fast. Ling Ji waved his bloodthirsty blade. The light of the blade flashed. Each blade was able to repel some of the black shadows, but the black shadows kept coming. Pan Baorua made seals with both hands. An ray of light shot out from her hands, wiping out the black shadows that came close. Little White was also not willing to show weakness, spewing flames from his mouth and burning them towards the black shadows. However, the black shadows seemed to be growing in number, gradually surrounding them. Ling Ji was anxious in his heart. Senior, this is not a solution. Pan Bono frowned. These black shadows are condensed from resentment and yin chi. Ordinary attacks are difficult to completely eliminate. Just as they were in a predicament, Ling Ji suddenly remembered a special ability of the bloodthirsty blade. He dripped his own blood onto the blade, and the bloodthirsty blade instantly glowed red. Ling Ji shouted and rushed towards the place where the black shadows were densest. Wherever the bloodthirsty knife passed, the black shadows dissipated and let out a gurgling scream. The black-robed man's face changed when he saw this scene. I didn't expect you to be able to inspire this ability of the bloodthirsty blade. Ling Ji took the opportunity to rush towards the black-robed man. Today, I'm going to let you know what happens when you covet other people's things. The black-robed man waved his hands and a black barrier appeared in front of him, blocking Ling Ji's attack. Wanting to defeat me is not that easy. The black-robed man said, and pulled out a magic weapon that emitted an ethereal light from his black robe. When Pan Bangrua saw the magic weapon, his face changed. That's a Yin Soul Streamer, capable of summoning a more powerful Yin Soul. The black-robed man waved the Yin Soul Streamer, and the surrounding Yin Chi became even more dense as a single powerful Yin Soul emerged from the ground. These Yin Souls were huge in size and had hideous faces, emitting a frightening aura. Ling Ji looked at these Yin Souls and felt a bit terrified in his heart, but he knew that he could not retreat at this time. Chapter 74, Freedom. Hope to see you again. Heaven and earth are natural, and the filthy air is scattered. Cave in the Xuanshu, shaking the Lang Taiyuan. Pan Bingrua recited the incantation. The black-robed man was shocked. Pure heaven and earth divine incantation. That's right. The mighty gods of the 8 directions make me natural. Spiritual treasure talisman order, universal announcement to the 9 heavens. Zhenluotana, whole gang Taishan cut down demons and bind evils, and help people kill ghosts by the thousands. The Yin spirit's figure began to disappear. No! The black-robed man was scared. If the Yin soul couldn't help him, he could only die under the bloodthirsty blade. Zhongshan divine mantra, Yuan Shuri Yuan, hold and recited once, but the disease prolongs the years according to the line of the 5 mountains. The 8 seas know of it. The devil king binds his head and serves my shin. The evil filth dissipates, and the Taoist air always exists. Suppress. The Yin soul streamer exploded and turned into powder. Sister! Your move is awesome. Ling Shi couldn't help but scream, his body immediately relaxing without the suppression of these extremely high-grade Yin souls. Put! Pan Bingrua spat out a mouthful of black blood. Sister, how are you? Nope, just got backfired by the spell. My soul was separated from my physical body for too long, it didn't fit perfectly, and my soul got a little hurt. She wiped the black blood from the corner of her mouth. This black-robed man is the guardian of the formation. His level is very high, but unfortunately they have a drawback, which is that they are restrained by your bloodthirsty blade. That black-robed man is all yours. The black robe laughed out loud. I admit, your bloodthirsty blade restrains me, but the rank difference is right here. There's no way you can kill me. This sentence of his was just to embolden himself. As long as the bloodthirsty blade cuts him, he would lose all his powers. Ling Shi couldn't feel the cultivation of this at all, and he believed that Pan Bingrua wouldn't lie to him. He recited up the mantra, %. Bloodthirsty blade 4th style, aura and killing aura intertwined to form a terrifying will. This kind of will was what the black robe feared the most. The curse of the ancient times is a joke to our clan. Invincible in the world, but it can't withstand this kind of will. The black robe was suppressed by this will and actually knelt down. Kill. He was like a lamb to the slaughter, his cultivation forced into hypocrisy. I'm not willing. Ah. After a slash, the black robe went up in smoke. Ding. Killed 12 exotic domain martial artists of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 36,000 plus and a killing chi value of 18,000 plus. Kill 1 high-ranked exotic martial artist, rewarded with 10,000 plus blood chi values and 5,000 plus killing chi values. In the exotic martial artist gets an additional reward, the heart of the exotic realm. Note, ability to hear the speech of exotic martial artists, ability to perceive exotic domains. Automatically fused to the host. The scene in front of them began to distort again, and they returned to their original space. Thank you, I'm free to go. Me. Discord covered his mouth to keep him from continuing to speak. You don't have to ask, I hope you grow up or we meet again someday. She looked at a few guys who were moaning upside down. Smiling, she said, I'll do the last thing for you. She waved her hand gently and a haze of light shone down on a couple of the girls. They immediately quieted down. Ling Ji then let go of his worries, and he was about to thank Sister Fairy. However, she disappeared into the ancient tomb in a puff of green smoke, not taking a single cloud with her. He touched his forehead and had a very affectionate feeling. Moreover, there was a strange power fluctuation in the spot that was kissed. Suddenly remembering that Pan Bingrua hadn't helped Yang Wu lift the dream demon curse, he immediately went to check on his condition. Yang Wu was still swollen somewhere, but his whole body was running on qi and blood. Ling Shi frowned, is his internal energy actively defending? Still haven't figured it out yet. Boom, green smoke came out of Yang Wu's head. A breakthrough was made. This is the magic of the supreme yang body. So, he helped a few beauties to undo their acupoints first. Feeding them clear water. Coughing. What happened? Manny Chen was the first to wake up, proving that she had the highest level of determination and cultivation. Seeing that her whole body was wet, she really didn't know what she had dreamed about. Are you not affected at all? She kept shaking her head. It seems that Pan Bingrua helped them get in touch with the dream demon's control, and helped them release that strange memory. One after another, the other girls also woke up. All of them had lost their strange memories, but their bodies were soaked to the skin, so they were not comfortable. They used cloth to blindfold Ling Ji and Yang Wu. Started to change their clothes. Rustling sounds, the girls discussed why they felt their bodies. And no one paid attention to what the two males were doing. Yang Wu was still unconscious, his whole body was flaming red. Ling Ji covered his eyes and was not afraid of him peeping. It's just that Ling Ji didn't do it on purpose, he actually covered his eyes and could actually see the shapely outline of the woman's body. What the hell? He felt carefully and found that the position of his forehead that was kissed by Pan Banjuru was able to utilize his divine sense to peep. What level of existence is Fairy Pan? I'll make a fortune this time. Ling Ji was so pleased with himself that he actually laughed. Big brother Ling Ji, what are you laughing at? Did you see us? Sun Jiajia looked at Ling Ji in surprise. Chen Mani got angry, how could this horny Ling Ji see it? She kicked over to test if he could really see. Ling Ji actually sidestepped it. You can really see. What did you say? In such a dark environment and blindfolded, how can you see? Manny Chen's hands had been clenched, why can you avoid my attack? I am able to feel the killing aura and sense the danger. She also knew that experts were able to sense danger, and it was true when she thought about it. Sun Jiejie didn't mind, she took off Ling Ji's black cloth and wore it herself to confirm that she couldn't see it before she felt relieved. Boom! It was Yang Wu's direction. Green smoke rose from the top of Yang Wu's head. Another breakthrough. Lu Xiang was surprised to find that this fatty was in a coma and his level was constantly upgrading. Brother, why can your fat boy be like this? Ling Ji couldn't explain, he just said, he's been accumulating it for a long time, and his heart demon has stimulated his potential. When he calmed down, Ling Ji still woke him up, breaking through the roots too quickly was unstable. Me. Yang Wu looked at these beautiful women and blushed. He couldn't help but protect the side, his pants were wet and sticky, very uncomfortable. He ran behind the sarcophagus and changed his clothes. It was at this time that he felt the changes in his body. Ah! I broke through to the middle of the second stage. Hurry up, let's go get the treasures. Ah! Good. There was no relation to his cultivation level, and even more so to what treasures were actually there. When Pan Bangrua left, he also reminded Ling Ji that there were many more treasures underneath this tomb. Now, everyone woke up. Treasure hunting to go. Ling Ji once again climbed up to the coffin, only to see that the original beauty was no longer inside, it was just an empty coffin. He twisted the stone pillow. Click. 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 The sound of mechanical rotation. A man-sized door opened in the opposite wall. Chapter 75, Opening the Treasure Chest. They smoothly came to the treasure room of the tomb. Inside the treasure room, the light flickered and there were a dozen treasure chests, as if they were in a mysterious world of treasure chests. The chests were crafted from unknown metals, and their surfaces were engraved with intricate runes and patterns. The runes flickered with a faint golden light, as if they were mysterious seals guarding the treasures. The chest was slightly open, revealing the exotic treasures inside. There were beautifully shaped golden crowns, which were inlaid with huge pearls and precious stones. Each pearl was round and full, emitting a soft halo of light, while the precious stones were as dazzling as the stars in the sky. There were also a variety of finely carved jade objects, some of which were lifelike beasts, as if they were about to rise up in the air in the next moment, and some of which were exquisite jade pendants. The lines on the jade pendants were as delicate as hair strands, and when gently touched, one could feel the warmth and coolness of the jade. In the corner, there is a pile of scrolls emitting a mysterious light. The material of the scrolls seems ordinary, but there is a hidden fluctuation of magic power. These scrolls might be long-lost martial arts secrets, or perhaps spells that contain the mysteries of heaven and earth. There were also some ancient weapons scattered around. The sword's body was chilly and sharp, even under the erosion of the years, it was still incomparably sharp, and the hilt of the sword was inlaid with gemstones and mysterious crystals, which seemed to have a special power. The few beauties were shocked by the scene. Although gold and silver jewels were not the first choice of martial artists, they could not help but choose a few pieces of jewelry that suited them. Weapons were also not what Ling Ji was after. He directly picked up a few lost martial arts secrets. The heaven-opening divine blade. Ling Ji opened it and looked at it with great interest. Not bad. Include it in the backpack. The Royal Phoenix chasing clouds technique. Advanced body technique. Stow it away. What else? Dog fighting stick technique, falling divine palm. Really, Harry, take it back first. Sell it all for millions, even tens of millions. Yang Wu then cared more about weapons. He found a short sword with a golden shine. The others also got their favorite weapons. Manny Chen also found short swords that weren't incredibly sharp either, and a box of ice pack silver needles. The weapon in Sun Jiajia's hand was originally a divine weapon, and she could only get a few pieces of jewelry. Let's go, time is running out. After everyone beat the rest of the stuff and divided it equally, they left the tomb. When they left, the road was already familiar and there were no foreign BEAs in the way, so they quickly went out to the road. Rendezvous with a few other girls. Ling Ji distributed all the jewelry he got to them. Yang Wu followed suit. The group took a short rest after meeting up with the other girls, and then headed back towards the pyramid complex deep in the desert. They had delayed a lot of time in the catacombs, and now there were still 2 days to go. The desert sun was still hot, baking the earth mercilessly, and the heat made the air a bit distorted. Along the way, everyone was in an extraordinarily excited mood. The rewards they had just gained from the ancient tomb filled them with anticipation for the rest of the journey, cancelling out the negative emotions of the heat. They killed monsters along the way, singing along the way. This was the intensity of the test. The tomb was an accident, not a place they should go at this level. As they gradually approached the pyramid complex, the scenery around them began to change. The pyramids in the distance shone with golden light under the sunlight, and the outlines of the huge and ancient buildings gradually became clear, as if they were giant beasts sleeping for thousands of years waiting for their arrival. Lu Xiang was the first to see it, and she shouted excitedly, "Pyramid!" Yang Wu blocked the daylight with his hand and looked into the distance. Yes, it's the pyramid. When they actually stepped into the confines of the pyramid cluster, an even more ancient and mysterious aura came over them. Everyone be careful, people are more treacherous than beasts. Ling Ji reminded, his eyes filled with vigilance. The crowd nodded their heads and gripped the weapons in their hands that they had just obtained in the ancient tomb. The pyramid star, it must be on the tallest one in the center of the pyramid cluster. They carefully made their way through the pyramid cluster. Many teams had already gathered here. Secret people, between the pyramids, waiting for the opening of the tallest pyramid tomorrow. Waiting for the blue and red teams that will make it here. When it opens, the 2 teams fight for the final victory. Ling Ji and the others found a relatively hidden corner in the group of pyramids to rest. At that moment, an unfamiliar team approached them. At the head was a tall man with a bit of arrogance in his eyes. "Yo, aren't these the little brats who just came out of the catacombs?" The tall man taunted. Ling Ji frowned and stood up. "We don't interfere with each other, what do you guys want? Hand over the goodies you got in the tomb, or else you won't be able to have a good day today." The tall man threatened. They were the same men from the red group that they met on the road, and they didn't dare to venture in. Now they dared to stop the road and rob? Yang Wu snorted coldly, "On what grounds? Toast the wine and eat the penalty wine." The tall man waved his hand and his team members raised their weapons. Ling Ji's side did not show any weakness either. Everyone gripped the bloodthirsty swords in their hands and took up combat positions. The battle was imminent. Yang Wu was the first to charge at the tall man without saying a word. Every move he made was powerful. The tall man didn't expect him to be so powerful and resisted in haste. Yang Wu on the other hand waved his short sword. The golden light of the short sword flashed in the sunlight. Each swing carried a powerful force. Cool. With the increase in cultivation, increasing his actual combat was the best means to consolidate his cultivation. So Ling Ji being a melon eater for once was also good. Manny Chen was holding a short sword, nimbly weaving between the enemies, and her ice 100 silver needles were ready to fire at any time. Although the weapon in Sun Jiejia's hand was already a divine weapon, she didn't dare to be careless either, as she swept aside for her teammates, sending out a ray of light with her divine weapon from time to time to interfere with the enemy. After a few rounds, both sides had damage. Seeing the right time, Ling Ji shouted, "Everyone, let's go together, quick battle." The crowd worked together and launched a final charge at the enemy. The tall man's team was gradually outmatched and began to lose. "Count yourselves lucky today, we'll see." The tall man took his remnants of his army and left in disgrace. Ling Ji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Is everyone alright?" Ling Ji asked with concern. "It's fine, but we have to be more careful, no one here is simple," Yang Wu said. The crowd nodded and continued to wait in the pyramid cluster for the opening of the highest pyramid tomorrow. They knew that a greater challenge was still ahead. People from the same team were spying on their treasures, let alone the opposite blue team. Red team, about 2,100 people arrived at the pyramid convergence point. Blue team, about 2,600 people reached the pyramid convergence point. There are 40% of people who chose to surrender and leave the realm, and there are also some Su or died in battle and left the realm. Manny Chen suddenly grabbed Ling Ji's hand tightly and felt her body trembling unceasingly. What's wrong? I felt her breath. Lingji followed the direction of her gaze, and a lewd man was looking at Mani-chan and drooling. Damn it! Chapter 76 The Battle of the Pyramids. The lewd man was bald, with a tattooed, ugly head. Moreover, his weapon was also very evil, a scepter with a skull on it. Lingji hadn't bothered to check his identity yet, and he actually took the initiative to walk over. So must be the fairy of the Pill King Valley, you are truly beautiful. My name is Witch Rebel. Witch Rebel automatically introduced himself. Miso with a sound, the sword was sheathed. Die. Mani-chan had already stabbed over. Lingji did not have her sense of the Pill King Valley's aura, so he had to wait to see if this man had been tainted with the aura of the Pill King Valley's kung fu when he exploded before he could confirm whether or not this man was the thief. When? Which reverse easily blocked it. Wow, wow. Such a strong wild horse, I like it. He began to recite the mantra. Boom. Shocking Mani-chan away, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Miso with a sound, the bloodthirsty knife flew and slashed over. A slash dodged him. Oh, not bad. Who are you? I'm Wind in Moon City, Lingji. He felt it, but didn't feel the aura of Pill King Valley on him. Scram. Good, now that we're all in the same boat, I'll let you off for now. This young lady, my love for you is continuous. Witch Rebel also didn't want to get hurt now, and it would be more than worth it if he couldn't take this test. Lingji shook his head, indicating that it was not this person. My feelings won't be wrong. Mani-chan said with certainty. Or, he's in the crowd, after all, there are a lot of people from the witch race. Later, when we have a big battle, we can find that person. Yang armed ferociously looked around to scare those denizens away, after all, there were so many beautiful women in their team. Suddenly, all of them heard a mechanical system sound. Beep. 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 10. 9. 8. 3. 2. 1. The Battle of the Pyramids opens. The pyramid's boundary opens. Mission, capture the pyramid and obtain the pyramid star. Protection mechanism activated, serious injury automatically leaves the secret realm. When everyone heard that there was a protection mechanism, everyone wanted to fight to the death, as long as they protected the vitals and didn't get killed by a single blow. Miso a sound was made as the entire room let out a sword unsheathing. Super shocking. Killing sounds were heard all over the place. Over 4,000 people charged towards the pyramid. Lingji and the others fought their way through the crowd, charging towards the top of the pyramid. Watch out for the left side. Sun Jiajia shouted. Don't mind me, you guys go first. Yang Wu waved his large sword, clearing the way for his teammates. Mani-chan followed closely behind, and ice-pack silver needles kept shooting out. Humph, you guys alone want to grab the pyramid star? A blue team member scoffed. Cut the crap and watch the sword. Lingji shouted angrily. The crowd fought furiously all the way to the top of the pyramid. Not good, there's an ambush. Only to see a group of mysterious people suddenly appear and block their way. No matter who it is, don't try to stop us. Lingji's eyes were firm. Let's give it a try then. The leader of the mysterious people said in a cold voice. Both sides were once again in a fierce battle. There were too many people, and they were all fighting to the death in the periphery. People constantly began to disappear. Everyone, be careful with your responses. Lingji shouted. Oomph, come one and kill one. Yang Wu roared angrily, his greatsword waving in a tiger-like manner. Mani-chan frowned, these mysterious people are not simple, their moves are weird. Sun Jiajia anxiously said, we can't be trapped here. Lingji's gaze was like a torch, charge over there, the pyramid star is just around the corner. The mystic leader sneered, delusional. Ah! A teammate fell down injured. Hold on. Lingji shouted. Yang Wu fought to cut down a mystic, these guys are tough. Mani-chan clenched her silver teeth, we can't back down. Just as the crowd was caught in a bitter battle, Lingji found a breakthrough in the mystics. Follow me to break through from this side. The crowd tried their best and finally broke through the mysterious man's block. However, an even more powerful enemy appeared at the top of the pyramid. This, Sun Jiajia's face showed shock. Who cares who he is, battle. Yang Wu was undaunted. Ling Ji was still doing the protection and commanding, so that the effect was truly miraculous. Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy Command Headquarters. There were a few people here watching this peacefully. A poised old man was the principal, Ouyang Ziyuan, who pointed at the screen and said, "This student with the pig-killing knife is not bad, he has the potential to be a commander-in-chief." Sitting next to him, the poised middle-aged man in military uniform nodded. What a congratulations to the principal, this class is really full of talents. What is this boy's name? Fengyu City, Ling Ji. The plump woman around 30 years old sitting on the other side said. Oh, brother Zhao. You're also optimistic about this boy, but our academy wants it. Zhao Ziyun was the commander-in-chief of the Wind Moon City military region, and they were here to visit this examination. For this martial examination, 70% of people would be eliminated, and these were the people that the military would always recruit. As long as the martial artists who were eliminated were the ones who would be sent directly into the army for military training. This was a path to contribute to the country. I see that this term, there are many medical, pharmacology geniuses as well. A voice with an imperial style. Dean Ouyang nodded. Every year, it's the biggest winner of your medical school. After all, in the Yun province, there was the Medicine King Valley, the Witch Doctor Pavilion, or many witch clans, and some families were the birthplace of medical families. It was the main supply of medical teams in the country. Shandan, it's unfair that it's our turn to choose a medical genius only after you guys have chosen. Zhao Ziyun said with a bit of reluctance. Ha ha. You guys don't have to be true. All of you are just serving the Dragon Kingdom. Ah. Someone is using the Sword of Wisdom? They opened another channel. See also. This term is very demonic. This sorcery, the attainment is very high. They were all happy to have such a talented selection after one day. Everyone, don't panic, stay in formation. Ling Ji shouted. Watch me break through this defense. Yang Wu stormed forward. Manny Chen chirped, I'll cover you. Sun Jiejia anxiously said, be careful of the attack on the right side. Ling Ji commanded, concentrate on the enemy in front of you first. Ah! Another teammate was injured. Hang in there. Ling Ji's gaze was firm. The leader of a team of mystics on the blue team taunted, you are doomed to fail. They were from a sect and could actually use poison. Ling Ji shot back, it's not certain who the deer will die. Just as the battle was stalemated, a loud noise suddenly came from the sky. What's going on here? The crowd was stunned. Only a light was seen falling from the sky. Could it be a treasure appearing? Someone exclaimed. Ling Ji shouted, ignore this for now, keep fighting. Chapter 77 The Star of the Pyramid. Pyramid Star. One after another, people discovered it, and it was the one that fell just now. The thing to grab this time was it. It fell to the top of the pyramid like a meteor. It was like the soul core of this mysterious land. This pyramid star emitted a bright and mysterious light all over its body, and that light was not an ordinary light, but a colorful yet blended in an incomparable harmony. From a distance, it looked like a huge gemstone carved by the power of the universe and set in the most hidden part of the pyramid. Go up and grab it. Many people, who had already given up fighting, ran towards this jewel. What do we do? There's no rush, I don't think it's that easy to get, see the walking steps. Ling Ji speculated. Yang Wu had already killed with gusto, he had just continuously improved and killed with gusto. I'll pad up, you guys go up. I'm having a blast killing. It seemed like he was only focusing on fighting and giving up the chance to fight for the treasures. He had such a good mindset and was self-aware enough to leave this opportunity to his brother, Ling Ji. Putting 10% of the people to perform light skills, they crossed the crowd and killed their way into the pyramid. Yang Wu and Manny Chen then became the leaders of this team. The red team was also a lot of people who considered themselves experts and killed their way in. Who, able to strategize the 4 strategic points of the pyramid, is called a successful strategy. Not only test their fighting strength, but also look at their organizational ability. Who can lead them to successes also will become a general, extra points. Yang Wu, Manny. I'll leave this place to you guys. Ling Ji, not willing to show weakness, performed the cloud floating steps and flew towards the entrance of the pyramid. At this time, it was the best opportunity for the cloud floating steps to be put to use, for one, jumping high, far, and quiet. After the experts entered the pyramid, a battle for the high platform began. The huge figure of the pyramid cast a shadow, and 3,000 people started a thrilling melee outside the pyramid, with only one purpose: to occupy the four-corner high platforms. Each high platform was like a lighthouse. In the crowd, the sounds of shouting and killing and clashing weapons were intertwined, hitting people's eardrums in wave after wave. The members of the red team, those guys who considered themselves experts, rushed towards the high platforms in the lead. They were dressed in brightly colored costumes, making them particularly conspicuous in the crowd. One of the red team experts was holding a long spear with a body as red as a flame. Every stab he made carried a harsh wind sound, forcing back the enemies that approached him. He ran towards the high platform in the northeastern corner as if he was in no man's land, leaving a string of figures knocked down by him behind him. On the other side, confronting the team led by Yang Wu and Manny Chen, was a group of mysterious people dressed in black power suits. They moved swiftly and cooperated well, and were obviously well trained. The cutlasses in the hands of these mysterious people flashed with cold light under the sunlight, and they advanced into the crowd in a weird formation, with blood splattering wherever they went. Yang Wu's eyes were already red from killing at this point. His short sword was stained with blood, but his movements did not slow down in the slightest. He was like a ferocious cheetah, weaving back and forth in the enemy formation. Every time he swung his sword, he accurately slashed at the enemy's vitals. Under Yang Wu's men, he didn't know how many martial artists had already been injured or surrendered and left. "Come on, you guys!" he roared, his voice still clearly audible in the noisy battlefield. Manny Chen, on the other hand, was at the back of the group as she calmly observed the battlefield situation. The short sword in her hand swung out from time to time, blocking those enemies who tried to sneak up on the rear of the team. At the same time, she commanded the members of the team, telling them to maintain a tight formation and not to be dispersed by the enemies. The battle was most intense near the high platform in the southwest corner. People from various forces were gathered here, and everyone fought with all their might. A big man with a sturdy figure wielded a huge battle axe, smashing an open space in the crowd with every swing. His target was also the high platform in the southwest corner, and as he hacked and slashed his enemies, he roared loudly, "This high platform is mine." His roar seemed to have an intimidating power that made some of the people around him couldn't help but feel intimidated. At the high platform in the southeastern corner, all sorts of weapons were intertwined, and it was impossible to tell the enemy from us. Suddenly, a woman dressed in a white robe leapt out from the crowd, her stance as lithe as a fluttering butterfly. However, the long whip in her hand was like a poisonous snake, quickly lashing out at the surrounding enemies. Her target was the high platform in the southeastern corner, and she nimbly weaved her way through the crowd towards her goal. As the battle continued, blood dyed the sand into a dark red color, and fewer martial artists were able to fight. However, the people's enthusiasm for fighting did not diminish in the slightest, but instead rose even higher. This was because they all knew that once they occupied the four-cornered high platform, they would have many chances to enter the martial cultivation academy to study, a dream from their childhood. During this intense battle, the tactics and coordination between the various teams began to gradually show differences. Some of the smaller teams began to be gradually wiped out due to their lack of effective organization, while those teams that were organized and planned slowly gained the upper hand. The team led by Yang Wu and Manny Chen gradually stabilized after the initial chaos. With Yang Wu as the arrowhead, they formed a triangular formation and continuously charged at the enemy. Every time Yang Wu charged, he was able to tear apart the enemy's defense line, creating opportunities for the team to advance. Manny Chen, on the other hand, constantly reminded the team of the direction of the enemy's attack so that they could make timely defense. Their excellence attracted a team of black-clothed men from the blue team to notice the threat of Yang Wu's and their team, and began to focus their forces on them. For a while, Yang Wu and his team felt a huge pressure. Near the high platform in the northeast corner, the lance expert from the red team had already encountered tenacious resistance. A group of people holding shields and short swords formed a line of defense, blocking his way. The lance expert frowned, knowing that he couldn't waste too much time here. Thus, he violently thrust his lance into the sand and then leapt high into the air. In the air, he executed a peculiar body technique, and his entire body was like a spinning gyroscope as he rushed towards the enemy's defense line. A powerful air current formed around his body, shaking the enemy's shields away one after another. After landing, he picked up his lance once again and continued to charge towards the high platform. In the southwest corner, the big man wielding the battle axe was also in trouble. A group of experts using concealed weapons appeared around him, and they kept firing various concealed weapons at the big man. Although the big man was extremely powerful, he was somewhat overwhelmed by these flying concealed weapons. He could only use his battle axe to keep swinging, trying to block the hidden weapons. However, there were still some hidden weapons that hit him, and some wounds began to appear on his body, but he still didn't give up and trudged towards the high platform. Ah! Surrender! One of the experts could only leave, otherwise he might be pierced by 10,000 arrows and could only die. The experts around Yang Wu also began to slowly disappear. Everyone hold on. Our red team will win. Chapter 78 The Four Corners Lighthouse. The battle reached white heat. The number of martial artists on both sides kept dwindling. Each one was fighting desperately for their goal, while the four-cornered high platform remained there, quietly waiting for the ultimate victor. At this critical moment, Yang Wu and their team decided to change tactics. Sun Jiejie shouted, "Yang Wu, let me do it." She recited the mantra, "Change." Only the weapon in her hand was seen extending at high speed. A woman in charge, 10,000 men in worship. The weapon runes emitted a yellow light and the aura was exposed. She was going to strike with all her might. Boom! Dozens of people were sent flying by her, and even a few had been seriously injured and disappeared into the secret realm. She was exhausted. Lu Xiang hugged Sun Jiejie, "Jiejie." Manny Chen immediately fed a pill to her, "Take care of Jiejie, she probably can't fight anymore." Giving her the full force of a blow had made a gap. Observing that the enemy's black-clothed men were mainly concentrated on their front and left side, the defense on the right side was destroyed. The red team group charged. Kill! The high platform in the northwest corner was occupied by the red team. For a while, Yang Wu and his group became the target. Yang Wu looked at the enemies chasing behind him, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come on, the more the merrier. The entire red team was united. They were the first to grab the high platform, as long as they held the spot steady. There was no beating their determination. In the direction of the other three high platforms, the battle was also raging. The northeast corner high platform. The red team's lance expert finally broke through the enemy's defense line, and he darted towards the high platform. But just as he was approaching the high platform, a rain of arrows suddenly shot out from around the high platform. The lance expert hastily waved his lance to parry, but a few arrows still hit him. He was not lightly injured, but he still gritted his teeth and rushed towards the high platform. However, the Master General was defeated. It was soon occupied by the blue team. It was now 1:1. Yang Wu and the others knew that the battle for the other three high platforms was still continuing, and if they couldn't capture them all, everything might be lost. However, they were the first to take the first high platform, and the score had already been recorded on the bracelet. They received a system notification at the same time, and it seemed that the next step was to help the other teams. Who still wants to go get points? Yang Wu shouted. There were 20 good men who raised their arms and shouted, "Me." The yearning for the Martial Cultivation Academy was already illustrated by the fire in their eyes. "Manny, you guys have to be careful and protect the high platform, wait for our good news." I can't imagine that this horny fatso has such a reliable time. Their 21-member death squad killed towards the high platform in the northeast corner. Grab back the high ground. The red team's lance expert rose from the ground as he looked at the black-robed man, anger burning in his eyes. He ignored the injuries on his body and charged towards the black-robed man once again. He executed his strongest lance technique, and the tip of his lance flashed with a red light. The black-robed man waved his staff unhurriedly in the face of the lance expert's attack. The two of them engaged in a fierce duel, with the shadow of the spear and the light of the mana intertwining together. Kill! Reinforcements, it was Yang Wu and 21 others, these strongest combatants over there had come. To these red team members, it was a shot in the arm. They no longer had time to waste, they broke through the enemy's defense line as fast as they could and rushed towards the high platform in the northeast corner. Eat it! Yang Wu handed a pill to the lance expert. Thanks. Without thinking, he swallowed the medicine. It was an advanced healing medicine. The lance expert's body was rapidly recovering. Yang Wu attacked towards the black-robed man without hesitation. The black-robed man sensed a new threat as he began to deal with the attacks of Yang Wu and the lance expert at the same time. Yang Wu and the lance expert worked well together as they attacked the black-robed man left and right. Yang Wu's short sword was as fast as lightning, while the lance expert's lance was powerful. Under the two men's pincer attack, the black-robed man began to be somewhat overwhelmed. The other team members dealt with other enemies on the side, preventing them from interfering with Yang Wu and the lance expert's fight. Under everyone's joint efforts, the black-robed man finally revealed a break. Yang Wu saw the right moment and stabbed the black-robed man's vitals. The black-robed man let out a miserable scream and fell to the ground. Surrender. Very defiantly, he left the place. Yang Wu and the lance expert did not stop. They walked towards the top of the high platform. When they stood at the top of the high platform in the northeast corner, a powerful energy surged into their bodies. They knew that they had already captured 2 high platforms and there were still 2 high platforms left in the southwest and southeast corners. They prepared their defenses and organized a death squad of 39 people to set off. At this moment, the big man wielding a battle axe in the southwest corner finally broke the shield after many attacks. He charged towards the top of the high platform, and behind him was a group of enemies in pursuit. But he ignored them, his goal was only the top of the high platform. The 39-man death squad ran towards the southwest corner of the high platform. They wanted to help Dahan hold the high platform before the enemy did. During their rush, they saw that a large number of enemies had gathered around the high platform in the southwest corner, and Dahan was alone on the high platform to deal with the enemy's attacks. Yang Wu and the Lancemasters accelerated their speed as they rushed towards the enemies like a gust of wind. Their joining in reduced the pressure on the big man, and the 3 of them joined forces and began to counterattack the enemies. Under their attacks, the enemy began to retreat. In the end, they managed to hold the high platform in the southwest corner as another powerful energy came through. The number of continuing daredevils increased by 88. Southeast corner. The woman in white had also finally reached the top of the high platform. She stood on the high platform and looked at the battle in the other directions. She knew that the battle was not over yet. Yang Wu and the others arrived and quickly joined the battle. With everyone's joint efforts, the enemies were all repelled. They managed to occupy the 4-cornered high platform, and a cheer rang out from outside the entire pyramid. This battle of 3,000 people finally had a result. The red team won. Many of the remaining members of the blue team sadly sat paralyzed in the sand and cried. Whoa whoa! It was a sharp contrast to the cheering from the high platforms in the 4 corners. Inside the pyramid, Lingji exerted his light power and quickly ran inside. With his experience in the catacombs, it allowed him to successfully avoid many traps. Behind him, non-stop screams were heard. Ah! Surrender! Ah! It was like a lovely symphony, making Lingji snicker. It came to about halfway through the journey. The space suddenly widened. At the exit suddenly, a huge beast slapped him. The bracelet system alert sounded. 4th-ranked primary spirit guard beast, attack power, 5000 Nyoli, masterstroke, powerful slap, tail blade. Countermeasure, eyes are the weak point. Bloodthirsty blade, a hard block that sent him flying backwards dozens of meters. This bull force. Chapter 79 Spirit Guarding Beast. At this time, the time Lingji was sent flying by this spirit guard beast, there were already several waves of people who had also rushed up. Lingji was caught off guard by the sudden surrender and he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Took an elixir. Conditioned himself for a while. Let those scapegoats fight for a while. He recalled that this pyramid had 4 doorways. It was estimated that each doorway to enter would encounter pretty much the same spirit guarding beast, and this one was power-oriented. Having hit it with this move, one could be sure that someone had added a spell formation for the ground to increase its strength. Ah! Boom! Ah! Boom! The fight above was intense. The biggest trouble now was that they didn't know if the location of the final pyramid star was in any danger. Would it wait for the 3 gates to kill up there and then open it? What made Lingji a little uneasy was that there were 60 experts killing up at this gate. The competition was too fierce. It wasn't that there was a spell formation and he alone could handle it, it seemed that the martial arts training academy still had to test their organizational skills and their ability to work together. And so, he went up to the battlefield. Lingji frowned tightly and thought for a moment before shouting, "Everyone, don't mess up for now, work together to find this spirit guarding beast's brokenness." A person responded, "This is powerful as hell, it's not that easy." Lingji angrily shouted, "Listen to me if you don't want to die." The crowd could only listen for the time being. Lingji added, "Attack its left side, I'll feint from the right." After a few attacks, the spirit guard beast became more and more furious. Someone shouted in terror, "No way, we're all going to die if this goes on." This spirit guard beast had just been injured, and his injuries were immediately repaired by the spell formation. Playing like this? Lingji gritted his teeth, "Don't panic. Let's focus on attacking its eyes. The crowd responded in unison and attacked again. Ah, I can't hold on much longer. A person screamed miserably. Ling Ji roared, hang on. The spirit guard beast frantically counterattacked, and the crowd was in danger. This is not the way. Another person shouted. Ling Ji's gaze was firm, don't be afraid, wait for it to run out of strength. Finally, the spirit guard beast's movements slowed down. Ling Ji rejoiced, this is the time, strike with all your might. The crowd swarmed and the spirit guard beast fell to the ground with a loud bang. The bloodthirsty blade's killing aura leaked out, swish. Killing and wounding a 4th-ranked spirit guard beast, rewarding 1000 plus blood chi values. Ling Ji had an inner jolt, I didn't kill it? A lance pierced the beast's throat, it was him. A captain of the red team. Holding a flame-tattooed dragon lance. This was Ling Ji's formidable enemy. Ling Ji felt the aura of these martial artists around him, all of them were higher than his cultivation level. They were all at the peak of the 2nd stage of the mortal martial realm? Suddenly, the platform vibrated. Together with the platform, they entered another space. Only to see that the throne in the center of this space was the pyramid star. Boundary space. Not a moment later. In addition, 3 more identical platforms appeared. It seemed that the martial artists who entered from the other doorways had eliminated the spirit guarding beasts over there. All 4 platforms numbered less than 100 people. What kind of competition would it take to get the final victory? Ling Ji looked at each cultivation level higher than his own. There really is a sky outside the sky, no wonder for several consecutive years none of them from the Slaughter Association passed the martial arts exam. The bracelet system rang again. Congratulations to the 99 martial artists who successfully passed the spirit guarding beast examination, all of you are the elite of the elite in our province. The top of the pyramid ring is officially opened. The one who can get the pyramid star at the end will be awarded the title of the top student of this examination, the second top student in terms of points, and the third student will be the scout. The top 3 students enter the Martial Cultivation Academy and have the priority to choose their own mentors. The first place can choose 3 of their own, the second place can choose 2 of their own, and the third place can choose 1 of their own. Also, the top 3 can establish their own exclusive labor union. The secret of the martial exam can be said to be the qualification exam. Back at the academy, the results after the civil examination and test would limit the student's right to choose a mentor. For example, Zhang San, through the secret examination, the literary examination is excellent, the test results are only suitable for sword cultivation, can only be picked by a few sword cultivation tutors, there is no independent right to choose. Ordinary students, also can choose to minor, can only self-study, or in the test to get the test has the appropriate ability, in doing to find a minor tutor, become an external disciple. Martial Arts Academy is actually a formal modern academy, there is no inner and outer door is just a minor name only. Outer disciple is the meaning of some part-time disciples. Another example, Li Si, having obtained the pyramid star, could directly skip the test and directly choose his favorite tutor, and he could also pick 2 of the minor disciplines. Also, Li Si could directly establish an exclusive union for new students to join and become a union leader. Hearing about these rewards, the 99 people got excited. There was another thing that the system didn't mention, which was fame. Who didn't want to be the top student? Ling Ji whispered, this competition is fierce, we have to be careful. A person next to him responded, yeah, we can't take it lightly. The captain of the red team snorted coldly, humph, I'm determined to win this top spot. Someone said disdainfully, don't be too crazy. Ling Ji's eyes flickered, don't argue first, discussing a strategy is the key. Another person said, why don't we make an alliance first? No, who knows if we will end up being stabbed in the back by our allies. Ling Ji pondered for a moment and said, fight on our own, and see what happens. At this moment, the atmosphere on the platform became more and more tense. Suddenly, someone took the lead and rushed towards the throne. Stop him! The crowd shouted in unison. A melee unfolded. Ling Ji dodged left and right in the chaos, looking for opportunities. Ouch! A man was sent flying to the ground. Ha, look at me! Another person laughed triumphantly. Ling Ji took advantage of the chaos to approach the throne, but he was stopped in his tracks by the red team leader. You're not going to pass. The red team captain glared angrily. Ling Ji gritted his teeth and said, then let's fight it out. It seemed that by this point red team, blue team, there was no difference. There was only their own battle. I'm Kuan City, the Long Spear family, Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua waved his flame-tattooed dragon spear, the tip of the spear pointing straight at Ling Ji. Today, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Humph. I am Wind and Moon City, Porker family, Pig Killer 1, Ling Ji. The crowd laughed out loud when they heard that Ling Ji was a pig killer. Originally, when they saw Ling Ji making a pig killing knife, they felt that this man was strange, but it turned out that he was really a pig killer. Ling Ji tightly gripped his hand bloodthirsty knife, his eyes were firm. It's not certain who will win or lose. The two men instantly battled in one place, the shadow of the knife and the gun intertwined. Bang! Ling Ji was knocked back a few steps, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. This person's spear has a fire attribute, it's too strong. That's all you're capable of? Zhao Hua taunted. Ling Ji clenched his teeth and shot back, don't be cocky. At this time, another person next to him took the opportunity to rush towards the throne. Don't even think about it. Ling Ji and Zhao Hua stepped out to block at the same time. The man shouted angrily, you guys teamed up against me? Ling Ji coldly grunted, this is not the time for infighting. The melee became more and more intense, with people constantly falling down from injuries. Ling Ji observed the situation while fighting, calculating countermeasures in his mind. Ah! Another tragic scream rang out. Ling Ji shouted, everyone stop for now, no one will get anything if this goes on. The crowd was slightly stunned, and their attack slowed down slightly. Why don't let's hit the blue team first, even if anyone from our red team gets it, our other red teammates' chances of getting into the academy will increase greatly. A man also said. Many people agreed with this point of view. Chapter 80 Little White's Divine Might. Ling Ji then said, in that case, let's be united first. The crowd responded and attacked the blue team once again. You guys, don't be too arrogant. One of the blue team roared. I'll make sure you guys lose today. Another person in the red team shouted. The battle became more and more intense, with both sides not giving in to each other. Ling Ji shouted, concentrate your strength and break them down one by one. Zhao Hua also shouted, listen to him, together. The blue team was gradually at a disadvantage, and some people began to retreat. Don't run, cowards. The red team multiplied their attack. Just then, a mysterious person in the blue team suddenly erupted with great power, and the situation instantly became confusing again. What's going on here? Someone was surprised. The mysterious man sneered, thinking that you can easily defeat our blue team is too naive. Ling Ji frowned, everyone be careful, this person is not simple. Bloodthirsty berserker's third stance, sweeping the 1,000 armies. Killing chi continuously erupted from the bloodthirsty blade. A red blade light that split horizontally killed a slice of blue team members. Killing or wounding 3 martial artists of the same rank, rewarding 1500 plus blood chi values. Porkers are all powerful here, I don't believe it. A big man from the blue team with a wolf toothstick kept rotating his weapon and lunged towards Ling Ji. Certain death, kill the wolf. Heaven and earth changed color, and the power of thunder wanted to flatten Ling Ji with a stick. Ling Ji executed cloud floating steps to dodge the blow and slashed over with a backhanded slash. The wolf toothstick was immediately flicked upwards. They practiced fighting for over 100 rounds. Ling Ji was sweating profusely, he had to be convinced that this man was very powerful. My name is Ling Ji, what is your first name? The big man smiled, Shishan City, Ally Shuhua. Minority. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's divine communication said, someone is going to steal the pyramid star. I'll go and drag them first, you come over quickly. Yo-yo. Little White let out a scream and flew out of Ling Ji's backpack. It flew towards the pyramid star at high speed. Ally Shuhua pestered Ling Ji, preventing him from getting away for the time being. Little White became his hope to get the pyramid star. Yo! 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 Extreme confusion. This was the new stance of the second-rank Phantom Bloodbat. Moreover, its stamina had been greatly improved, originally it was a cub, but now it was a child. Around the pyramid star, the magnetic field fluctuated. The martial artists charging towards it suddenly froze and stopped in their tracks. The expressions kept changing, there was pain, there was happiness, there was crying. Ling Ji's heart raced, Ally Shuhua, don't dwell on it, what's at stake is important. Ally Shuhua, however, was unmoved, want to leave? It's not that easy. Ling Ji shouted angrily, you are asking for trouble. At this moment, Xiao Bai's voice came, Master, hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Lingji fought to break free. Get out of the way. Ally Shu Hua still pressed on. We will definitely have to split the difference today. Lingji's eyes flashed. Then don't blame me for not being polite. After saying that, Lingji's sword technique suddenly changed. His momentum was like a rainbow, bloodthirsty mad sword 4th style gale falling leaves. Ally Shu Hua was slightly shocked. There is even such strength. Lingji took advantage of his distraction and drew himself out, flying towards the pyramid star. Stop! Ally Shu Hua chased after him. Lingji shouted as he ran, Little White, I'm coming. When he arrived, he only saw Little White faltering. Lingji stood with his sword. Who dares to come forward? Ally Shu Hua looked at the pyramid star and was also red-eyed. Just now, he was caught off guard by Lingji and was only upset when he was injured. Now that he had calmed down, he wanted the title as well. Lingji, you can't have this treasure all to yourself. Ally Shu Hua glared angrily. Lingji snorted coldly, come and grab it if you have the ability. Let's see if you have the ability. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists gradually gathered around. Let's all go together. The treasures will be given to those who see them. Someone shouted. Lingji looked around at the crowd. Come if you are not afraid of death. Xiaobai gasped, Master, they are outnumbered. Lingji gritted his teeth. Don't be afraid, I will protect you. Ally Shu Hua waved his wolf tooth stick. Don't talk nonsense, do it. Lingji raised his sword to meet him. Come on. A fierce melee unfolded, swords and sticks intermingled. Oops, don't block me. This is my chance. Lingji roared as he fought, get out of my way, all of you. Suddenly, a black shadow descended from the sky. All of you let me go. A mysterious man appeared, dressed in a black robe pretending to be mysterious. The crowd was shocked and stopped moving. The man said slowly, this treasure is not related to you all, disperse quickly. Lingji frowned, who are you to say? He smiled faintly, by virtue of my strength. As he said that, a powerful aura radiated out. A black magic began to emanate, and there was a bit of an evil aura in the magic, as well as a familiar aura, the aura of the Pilking Valley, and even more frighteningly, there were countless miscellaneous auras. A martial artist was so frightened that his feet went limp. He's the star-absorbing demon Lord Nintendo. Star-absorbing demon Lord. Many people who heard his name's eyes became sharp as they stared at him in death. Star-sucking demon monarch, take your life and return my sister's life. A long sword with a water current stabbed at him at high speed. The water current absorbed the aura and turned into a terrifying water dragon. Water dragon swallows the sky. Devil, die for me. Nintendo laughed coldly and gently extended a palm. It was directly pressed against the head of the water dragon, flashy. His palm shook and boom. The water dragon dissipated. What? The palm of his hand changed into a grip and grabbed the long sword. Seeing it clearly, his palm was wearing a glove. I don't know what kind of glove that can block someone's big move. Goodbye, I'll send you to meet your sister. Your sister's body is really delicious. He pulled back and slapped with his other palm. That man was hit in the sky and died directly. As he died, he was still staring mournfully at this devil in death. Lingji angrily shouted, Nintendo, you have done many evil things, today is the day you die. Nintendo said disdainfully, just by you? Don't know your own strength. Ally Shu Hua shouted, everyone join hands, we may still have a chance to win. The crowd responded, let's go together and rid the martial arts world of evil. Xiaobai shouted, Master, be careful. Lingji swung his sword and slashed, die. Nintendo sidestepped and dodged, sculptor. At this time, another martial artist made a stance, watch my flaming palm. Nintendo laughed coldly, unworthy. Lingji took the opportunity to attack, look at the sword. Nintendo retaliated, humph, don't know how to die. After a fierce battle, all of them were injured. Ally Schwa gritted his teeth, we can't retreat. Lingji roared, fight. Nintendo, however, continued to swim with ease, you're all ants. The bloodthirsty blade directly collided with his glove, and the killing aura possessed him. He couldn't even grab it, numbed by the killing aura. What kind of knife is yours? A pig killing knife, specialized in killing you people. Lingji's mouth was saying this, but he had already struck with all his might, and he couldn't injure him. He absorbed too many people's gong power. Look at the peak of the second order, the actual is far higher than the peak of the second order. Chapter 81 Battle against the Star-Sucking Demon Lord. Nintendo, you scum, taking credit for a young girl's work for yourself and raping killing someone, die you demon. Nintendo laughed out loud. What can you do to me? A martial artist, whose eyes were already red, also said to their team's blue team, even if we all die together today, I will never let you go. Ally Shuhua gasped, I'll fight for justice for the righteousness of martial arts even if I have to fight for my life. Xiaobai anxiously divinely thought, Master, don't be impulsive. After hearing Little White's suggestion, Lingji calmed down. However, to let him leave peacefully like this, he couldn't do it. Little White, do you have the ability to make him fall into the illusion? No, I've tried, he has a strange treasure on him that isolates my illusions. Nintendo taunted, a bunch of things that don't know how to die. Lingji's invincible will couldn't let him retreat, he could only go forward. However, he could not act brainlessly either. Lingji's eyes stared, Nintendo, I will make you pay today. He turned his head to look at the crowd, everyone, listen to my arrangement, let's do so and so. The crowd nodded their heads and attacked Nintendo once again. Lingji shouted, action. Alishua roared, watch my best move. Iron Rod Storm. A gust of wind blew towards Nintendo. Sculpture. He dodged it lightly. Just then, Lingji quietly circled around behind him. Lingji shouted, take a blow from me. Ling Family Blade Technique. Nintendo was shocked, you kid. Playing sneak attack? Originally, his attention was on this strange bloodthirsty blade, so he couldn't let it get hurt, and with such a lowly move, who would he scare? Lingji's strike caused Nintendo to retreat the other side. Lingji smiled sinisterly. Boom! The fire dragon was in the sky. A long spear that plunged straight into his back. Ka-ching! His arm was stabbed, and the fire flames didn't even bleed blood from his arm. Together, don't let him have a chance to breathe. Nintendo was a bit frazzled, damn it. You all played dirty, despicable. Lingji's gloomy eyes were filled with disgust in his eyes, bah, you don't deserve it. Your aura is very disorganized, there are at least 100 different auras. It's terrifying that at least 100 female celestial pride died at your hands. The crowd heard Lingji's analysis, and this time, everyone was enraged. Even they from the blue team felt uneasy, they were surrounded by a lot of girls who had disappeared, it had already been their initiative to quit, I'm afraid. Let's go too. Most of the blue team's martial artists also joined the Demon Slayers. Ha, my Nintendo's heroic deeds can be blown up to the sky, I can actually attract dozens of people to come together to surround me. Unfortunately, do you guys really think that I only have one way to join the academy? You're all. Quick, kill him. A martial artist who had his loved ones killed shouted, knowing his motives. A dozen people sent out a thunderous strike together. He smiled broadly, ha ha ha. Waving his palm, 886. Surrender. His figure began to blur as he prepared to exit the secret realm. Before he left, he stared at Lingji with a deadly stare, making sure to remember this person who had spoiled his good deed. Bounce. Unfortunately, the person had already left, and the dozen or so moves that hit with a burst were useless. Ah, escaped by this devil. Hia was stomping the ground continuously. Ah. A female martial artist whose sister had been victimized kept swinging her sword, venting the pain in her heart. There were a lot of wailing sounds. Lingji clenched his fists and swore, if I don't behead this man, I swear I won't be a human being. His head is mine. Ally Shuhua had a sad face, that will surely be retributed. Xiaobai said, Master, quickly. Quickly. Come and hide out of the pyramid star while they are distracted. Lingji's gaze was confident, pretending to be righteous, and his feet had already secretly moved in the direction of the central throne. However, someone had already noticed. That porker, sneaking away to grab the treasure. Dozens of pairs of eyes immediately looked over. Lingji froze, thank you. He executed the cloud floating steps, quickly running and jumping. The pyramid star is mine. Don't even think about taking the treasure. The crowd shouted angrily and chased after Lingji. Lingji shouted as he ran, this treasure is destined to be with me, don't fight for it. He finally raised the pyramid star. It emitted a faint yellow light. It was a pyramid carved with a star. Nonsense, everyone joined together to stop him. Someone shouted. Lingji's figure flickered and avoided a few attacks, just you guys want to stop me. Ally Shuhua shouted, Lingji, put down the treasure and I will spare you from death. Lingji grunted coldly, come and get it if you have the ability. At this moment, a figure suddenly blocked in front of Lingji, stop. Lingji's heart tightened. You've come to join in the fun. Treasures are for the virtuous, you are not worthy. The other party glared angrily. Lingji gritted his teeth. Who are you to say that I am not worthy? The other party laughed coldly. Kid who doesn't know the heights of heaven, I'll let you know how powerful you are today. Lingji angrily shouted, then let's try. The two of them instantly battled together, their moves crisscrossed and light flashed. Don't let him get away. The people behind were in hot pursuit. Lingji retreated as he fought. You rabble. Oomph, let's see how much longer you can be arrogant. Someone shouted. Lingji suddenly lashed out and knocked back the people in front of him. It's not that easy to take the treasure. At this time, a few more people surrounded. Lingji, you won't be able to escape. Lingji laughed. If I want to leave, who can stop me? Arrogant. The crowd shouted angrily in unison. Lingji took advantage of the chaos and rushed out of the encirclement. Wait for me to penetrate this treasure, then I'll come back to clean up you guys. The crowd chased after him, and the scene was chaotic. Little White had already flown above Lingji's head. Little White, help me mesmerize them. Of course. Yo-yo. They actually fought after seeing the people around them turn into Lingji's appearance. However, there were still some that weren't mesmerized by these low-level illusions. Catching up. Run. Just wait for the time to end and I'll win. He fled towards the gate, but if he fled outside, it might then be more chaotic with thousands of people chasing after him. This rule was really playing with people. That championship was really grueling, not something a normal person could accomplish. Just out of the pyramid. Thousands of people watched as Lingji was the first to run out. Lingji. It was Yang Wu they had already spotted. He had to run in the direction of his team. Soon after, there were people running out behind them as well. Someone yelled, that pig killer has taken the pyramid star, everyone stop him. These people who were relatively worse off and stayed outside, they still had the heart of a champion. When the opportunity came, they must go for it. Thus, several thousand people joined in to surround Lingji. Xiao Bai. Come back, you're all tired. Little White flew back to his backpack, and Lingji immediately executed the cloud floating steps once again, with a turn. Sweeping across the sky. An intense red blade light forced some of the people back. Many were injured. Kill 20 martial artists of the same rank, rewarded with 10,000 plus blood chi values. Cool. These people, aren't they just giving away experience to me? People, more and more. Sweep away thousands of people. Kill or injure 30 martial artists of the same rank, bonus blood and chi value 15,000 plus. Chapter 82, I'm the champion. The audible sound of the system was heard throughout the room. The current Cloud Province Martial Arts Examination Secret Realm Assessment is over. Return to your respective martial arts cultivation associations in 3 seconds. Countdown. 3, 2, 1. All of them disappeared. It made the original Secret Realm, which was full of popularity, turn back to its original quietness. The foreign beasts could live in peace, at least 1 year would allow them to recuperate. Percent. Humans are abominable, coming to play every year and killing so many of our brothers. Wind and Moon City Martial Cultivation Association. The martial artists returned one after another. This time, 8,000 people participated, 15 people died and 6,890 people were injured, including 3,432 people who were seriously injured. Lingji heard the bracelet boosting sound. Congratulations to Wind and Moon City's 8th seed, Lingji has won the Pyramid Star, total kernel score, 5,566 points. It was a shock, he knew there weren't many battles, so why this many points? Being this captain was really sour. Yang Wu also appeared in front of him. Lingji, I got 980 points, bull? Humph, still pointy and self-congratulatory, I'm 1060 points. Manny Chen laughed. Manny, why do you have more than me? Obviously I kill more people. I think I saved people and scored points too. They knew that Lingji hadn't done anything and estimated that it was 1,500 points at most. Me, I have 5,566 total points. It turned out that he had gotten 1,000 points for inspiring the Commander-in-Chief mission, giving the Red Team first place and an additional 500 points. It wasn't important, with the heart of the pyramid, at least the province ranked within 16th place. After the head of Wind and Moon City, Mentor Wenshi, got the final list, he was shocked. Lingji Slaughter Association? Is it his descendant? When did he have a child without informing me? However, at the prompting of her assistant, she immediately calmed down. With a smile on her face, she said, "Congratulations to everyone who made it through these 7 days. Kazuki City is a city of heroes." She began to speak for 10 minutes official language, not she is a beautiful young woman, long ago many listening to listen to sleep. This time we have 887 people shortlisted for the final Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy exam, congratulations. Those who have been shortlisted, their bracelets will light up green. At this time, really many bracelets lit up. Got it, AMA. Oh yes. Oh my god, I actually passed, is it a dream? Yang Wu was nervous, he didn't dare to look at his bracelet, after all, he was really a drag for the other heavenly pride. He closed his eyes and asked, "Did my bracelet glow?" "Nope," Lingji said in a straightforward manner. Fright. Scared, Yang Wu looked at his bracelet, but it lit up green. Manny Chen had just returned to the Medicine King Valley side, her score was higher than Yang Wu's, she must have gotten in. However, Cheng Feng, how about Chengyu? Slaughter Association crowd. Lu Shishir covered her mouth and looked at this scene in disbelief. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Broken record. They are Long Aotian, Dina, Zhou Xiener, Lingji, Yang Wu, and the last one is actually Han Meimei. Han Meimei hid behind people, afraid that people who knew the inside story would turn her in. After all, she had sacrificed some of her color to get a big brother's help to get more points. Our slaughtering association actually had 6 people shortlisted this term. Lu Shishir was so excited that she cried. She could follow these outstanding trainees and go to the academy. She had become the academy's instructor in disguise, the subsidy wasn't much, but it was very dignified to say so. "Oh, I can't believe you two really advanced oh." Long Aotian said in a fatherly voice. Scram. Lingji really didn't want to see him, you kryptonite eunuch. You're just lucky. Do you want to bet on who has a higher ranking? Bet? Ahem, I won't bet without a colorful prize. Lingji deliberately lured him to make an offer, he felt that he must be higher than him, after all, he had 5,000 or so points, so scary. Playing a difference in information to earn him a fortune. Hee, idiot. The bet I opened is, I win by cleaving you, you win by me stabbing you, how about it? He was scared by Lingji's expression of such confidence, but was unwilling and didn't believe that this dead poor man Lingji's score was higher than his. We are all classmates now, make peace and say wealth, bet $1 million, how about it? Not interested. You? What are you going to bet? Lingji, this person will definitely not be so easily fooled, insulting him is also a cool point, whoever loses, kneel down and call the other person grandpa. Long Aotian was defrauded and gritted his teeth, okay, 1 million, plus call grandpa. It was a deal. Yang Wu could no longer hold back, laughing to the upside down ground, laughing non-stop, couldn't stop it. What are you laughing at? Long Aotian had some uneasiness. Suddenly, the radio sound rang again. The sweet voice came again, now the list of the top 100 in Yun province is announced, everyone look at the screen. The huge screen rose. The screen began to start with the names of the first 100 people. 100th place, Wind and Moon City Dragon Aotian 1999 points. Ha. Did you see that? Lingji, don't kneel down yet. This young master has entered the top 100, you are not even afraid to play shoes with this young master. Long Aotian laughed shamefully. Long Aotian's followers, although they couldn't make it into the finalists, it didn't stop them from satirizing Lingji. Lingji, why don't you kneel down? Dead pauper, you can't possibly fight with our young master Long. Ru. Lingji ignored them and continued to look at the screen. Another familiar name appeared. Number 87, Fengyu City Chengyu, 2,168 points. Then he saw the names of people from other cities, their secret realms. 85th place, West Mountain City, Ally Shuhua, 2,265 points. 84th place, Zhaohua, Kun City 2266 points. 71st place, Chengfeng, Fengyu City, 2,415 points. Straight to the top 49 without hearing a familiar name. Seems really hard. Why did it have to get to the 49th place node? After all, within the top 48 were all the experts of each secret realm, and they all had the top scholar, top scorer and scout of each secret realm. It was the pride of heaven. When Long Aotian saw that Lingji still didn't kneel down and called him grandpa, he got angry. He drew his sword and said, still not kneeling. I'll tell you, I'm within the 48th place, do you believe me? These words made Long Aotian uneasy. He looked confident, not like he was talking big. You. The display board had come to the 4th place. 4th place, Lishui City, Wushuan 3289 points. Long Aotian pointed at Young Wu and cursed, you're not going to say that you're in the top 3. Why not? Lingji pulled out an item stored inside his bag. After taking it out, it shone brightly. Pyramid Star. Long Aotian unconsciously knelt down. Only the broadcast was heard. 1st place, Wind and Moon City, Lingji, 5,566 points. Grandpa, you're really the champion. My grandpa. Good boy. Chapter 83, Watershed of Fate. Long Aotian, a life of pride, this kneeling lost the last dignity of the man. The chi of sunlight goes away, the chi of the most een converges, and the body of the most een in the latter day. The breath of the Dantian in his body suddenly surged. A chill broke through his shackles. Boom! A powerful supreme een aura actually converged on Long Aotian. This caused Lingji to be startled as well. What? Ah! Long Aotian's body was filled with strength and all of his limbs and his physique geometrically increased. Ha ha! Breakthrough! Ha ha! I broke through! I've broken through! Long Aotian laughed wildly and rolled over on his back. With sharp eyes, he pointed at Lingji. This time, I'm considered to have lost, however, you won't be so lucky in the future. His utilized a weird stance and left the crowd. Yang Wu was about to lash out when Lingji blocked him with one hand. Don't hurt my good grandson. Bah, you really admit it? Just kidding, he broke through the 3rd stage of the mortal martial realm, you're no match for him. Everyone was shocked, they didn't guess that the first one to advance was actually this misogynistic Long Aotian. His state of mind has changed, thoroughly recognizing his current self, he is a true and genuine genius. At this time, the list of the 16 people who had won the star was announced again. Lingji was on the list, and his pyramid of stars was a small speck before he started to hitch a ride to the top of the martial arts world. Lingji was the first time in 10 years that Wind and Moon City had received this honor. The president of the Wind Moon City Martial Arts Association personally presented the Star of Valor badge and the prize. $5 million. This was a moment of glory for Wind Moon City, and the entire city was immersed in an exciting atmosphere. On the awarding stage, the lights were as bright as the stars, shining brightly and illuminating the stage like a dreamy realm. Below the stage, there was a sea of people, and the cheers and applause of the audience were intertwined like surging waves, wave after wave, deafening. Lingji! 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 Lingji, I love you! Countless young girls were also cheering. Under the crowd's expectant gazes, Lingji slowly walked out from the backstage. His stance was as upright as a pine, his steps were steady and powerful, and each step carried a rhythm of confidence, as if he was marching to the beat of a victory drum. He was dressed in a black power suit, the slim design emphasized his perfect body lines, and the outline of his muscles was hidden under his clothes, highlighting a sense of introverted but powerful strength. The clothes were embroidered with delicate floral patterns and silver threads, which shimmered mysteriously and nobly under the light, just like the shimmering Milky Way in the night sky. His face was like the most perfect work under the hands of a master sculptor, with clear contours and hard but elegant lines. The high nose like a mountain peak towering in the center of the face, deep eyes like the brightest stars in the night sky, deep and bright eyes revealed a kind of perseverance and confidence after the experience of refinement. The slightly upturned corners of his mouth carried a faint smile, seemingly absent, but with a mesmerizing charm, as warm and full of power as the spring breeze. His hair was black and shiny, neatly combed back, revealing a polished forehead, adding a bit more valor. As Lingji walked step by step towards the awards podium, the ceremonial ladies on both sides held flowers, smiled, and bowed slightly, paying their highest respect to this hero. Ah ah ah. And as if the audience underneath the stage was infected by an invisible force, their cheers grew higher and higher. Lingji! Lingji! The cries were so loud that they seemed to break through the clouds. The flashbulbs kept flashing like lightning in a summer rainstorm, freezing Lingji's figure in every wonderful moment, recording this historic moment. The president of the Wind and Moon City Martial Arts Association stood in the center of the awarding stage, holding the Star Brave badge and a huge check symbolizing the $5 million prize, with a pleased smile on his face as he greeted Lingji's arrival. This president was called White Clamor, an old man with a fairyland style. Ling Ji ascended the awards platform with a firm pace under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Martial Arts Association president extended his right hand in welcome. Ling Ji smiled and warmly shook the president's hand, which was an honor for him. The president personally put the Star Brave badge on Ling Ji's chest. He already had the 8th City Exam badge on his chest, and now the Star Brave badge, which represented the first class of the province. I hope that when you go to the Martial Cultivation Academy, you will be able to help the martial artists of our Wind Moon City and help them. Ling Ji arched his hand and responded in a low voice, I will try my best, as long as the martial artists who are dedicated to the Tao and have a righteous heart, I will try my best to help them as well. The president knew that these were just words of grandeur, but they also put his mind at ease. Lu Shishir was truly honored with the Best Instructor Award. Vinci took over the microphone and continued to speak about the next stage. First of all, congratulations to those who have entered the Cloud Province Martial Arts Academy, and congratulations to Ling Ji for getting first place. It is now time for the Cloud Province Army to recruit soldiers. Please look at the screen. The huge screen immediately changed. A person appeared inside. A handsome, middle-aged man in military uniform. Hello everyone, I am the Commander-in-Chief of the Cloud Province Military Region, Zhao Ziyun. Those of you disciples who didn't pass the exams, don't be discouraged, there is now another opportunity for you to serve your country, which is to enlist in the army and become a soldier. Being a soldier was the chance to enter the battlefield directly. There were some academic achievements, or people with average brains who could stand out in this group. But it's just that, the one left over from the 9 deaths is the big winner. If you wish to join our team, please just hold down the bracelet and say the command, I wish to join the Dragon Liberation Army. The martial artists of the various martial arts associations in the province began to buzz. Some were disgruntled and expressed their intention to come down and impact the martial arts exams once more. However, most of them didn't have the courage to do so. After all, for every additional test, the corresponding points had to be deducted, which was to protect the freshman geniuses. This is all a small number, most people human life. Constantly people have called the password, I am willing to join the Dragon Country Liberation Army. I am willing to join the Dragon Country Liberation Army. Dina looked at her sister, Sister, what are you going to do, marry old Zhu, or? Dina laughed, it's too late to marry old Zhu. I think I've fallen for a master like Ling Ji. She pressed the bracelet, I would like to join the Dragon Liberation Army. Dina respected her will, or her sister would die in the battlefield. All she could do was to improve as soon as possible and join the battlefield to protect her sister. Medicine King Valley Team. Cheng Jiping looked at the crowd, they were not lost, there was light in their eyes. They had 500 people from Medicine King Valley participating this time, and 63 of them actually managed to enter the academy. The rest of them were not discouraged either and were in good spirits. Nodding in satisfaction, very good. For those who don't want to go to medical school, all of you go to the battlefield for me and do your duty as medical martial artists. 410 people shouted on, I am willing to join the Dragon Liberation Army. Going to medical school would be an insult to their kung fu for them, and it could be said that they would not be martial artists from now on and become ordinary doctors. However, someone had to do it. Chapter 84. The assembly ended, leaving behind the 887 people who had successfully passed the secret exam. Tomorrow at 11 o'clock, everyone come back here for the assembly. She disappeared on the high platform just as she finished speaking. What an expert! When Lu Shishir saw her senior leaving, her smile was like she couldn't even suppress AK. Excitedly, she hugged Ling Ji, thank you. Instructor Shishir, I'm having trouble breathing. Sorry, too excited. Tonight, I'll treat you guys to dinner. The 7 of them then went to a Wind and Moon City's high-class restaurant, the Congratulations and Fortune Room. Sister Shishir, are you rich? Yang Wu was a curious baby. This is Sister Shishir's family business, stupid. Xiao Xiener despised this fat boy, she estimated that this must be relying on Ling Ji to get in. Han Meimei has been long Aotian. Mr. Long. Get lost. Han Meimei really regretted it, the man she had always looked down on had actually become number 1. And the man who has money in his family has become shifty, probably really wasted by Ling Ji, not a real man. Stepping into the congratulations room, as if in a world of luxury and cozy intertwined. This is a high-class hotel and a unique dining place, the entire room is spacious and bright, lighting design clever, soft light sprinkled in every corner, creating a warm and dignified atmosphere. The center of the room is a huge round table. The desktop is made of fine mahogany, exquisite texture, with a warm luster, like a fine work of art. The table was covered with a white tablecloth, and delicate tableware was placed on the table. The silver knives and forks flashed charmingly under the light, and the bone china plates were printed with delicate patterns. Every detail showed dignity. The surrounding walls were hung with several classical-style paintings and calligraphy. The ink and wash flavor complemented the elegant atmosphere of the room, as if telling an ancient story. Only Long Aotian had seen the world and casually sat down. The others were also cautious. After all, it was the first time they came to such a high-class restaurant. Lu Shishir smiled and said, "Sit down." Lingji took a deep breath and walked to sit down opposite of Long Aotian. Lu Shishir actually took the initiative to sit next to Lingji. Yang Wu, as Lingji's good brother, definitely had to sit next to him to show his identity. How did he know that Han Meimei sat her but on the seat on the other side of Lingji? The entire room looked at her with strange gazes. She was also thick-skinned and laughed awkwardly. "Have a seat, it's been a few days since I had a good meal." Lingji looked at her with a hopeless look. Long Aotian then despised and sneered, "Han Meimei, you're a person who really doesn't know shame." Han Meimei ignored him, all afraid of raw stinky who, and took the initiative to help Lingji wash the dishes and pour the tea. "You are from the countryside, high-class restaurants don't need to wash dishes and chopsticks." Long Aotian despised. Humph. She did it without a second thought. She knew that as long as Lingji didn't kick her out, at least she still had a chance. Lingji was in a good mood now, so he didn't bother with her. In the past, he was Han Meimei's licking dog, and he was the one who helped Han Meimei do it all, but now that he was inverted against the Big Dipper, there was an inexplicable coolness to it. The others casually sat down. The waiter walked in with a smile and handed over the menu. Lu Shishir said graciously, "Everyone order whatever you want, don't be polite." Yang Wu excitedly flipped through the menu and his eyes widened. "All these dishes are so expensive." Xiao Xianer patted him lightly, "Don't be ashamed." Han Meimei, however, jumped ahead. "Lingji, I'll order your favorite for you." Lingji frowned. "No, I'll do it myself." Han Meimei was also really nonchalant, saying, "Waiter, I'll order garlic spare ribs, chinpi pork meatballs, braised pork." The others were disgruntled. Hey, did Shishir instructor treat us to dinner? Why are you ordering these ordinary peasant dishes?" Dina said sarcastically. "Humph, I like it." Lingji had a complicated look on his face. "Waiter, those are still not wanted." "Let the others order." "No, these are the ones you like to eat. You're the main character today." Han Meimei said aggrieved. Lu Shishir smiled bitterly. Order, shine on. Order a few more hard dishes. Extreme abalone and cordyceps stew, 1 cup for each person. Stir-fried fiery flying bird meat with finger peppers. Stir-fried wild celestial dragon pork with polar cold ice mushrooms. A case of 49-year-old Mao Tai. A full 12 dishes were ordered. That's enough. It seems you can't leave the restaurant without $1 million. It's really bleeding money. Lu Shishir's salary is only over 10,000 a month. The 3 dishes Han Meimei ordered independently were out of place with the other high-end dishes. It seems that Lingji really likes to eat them, and they all get caught in his mouth without anyone noticing. Han Meimei looked at Lingji imploringly, her toes constantly roaming around Lingji's calves. Lingji was aroused by the bath fire. I guess it had a lot to do with those sotonic foods. This woman was so bad, seducing him. The aura would be in his fingertips, and he made a point towards Han Meimei's stunningly beautiful thighs. Han Meimei's feet immediately went quiet. Lingji. Han Meimei was inwardly in pain. This pointing not only made her legs unable to move, but there was also a powerful pain. Lingji snorted coldly. Han Meimei, stop pestering. Han Meimei bit her lips. Lingji, are you really that cruel? Seeing this, Lu Shishir was busy rounding up the situation. Let's all have a good meal, don't make it unpleasant. Han Meimei was bitter and could only agree in a low voice. After all, so people were now looking at the two of them. It was too ugly. Okay. Lingji helped her untie it this way. Wow. Her legs are so smooth. I really didn't have the chance to touch them before, pity. Lingji was shocked inside for a moment before he held his meal. The wine passed 3 rounds. They left the hotel and returned to the dormitory of the Martial Arts Association. This was the perk of getting honors for the city. Lu Shishir's face was flushed. What a beautiful imperial sister. Yang Wu looked dazed. Sister, you're so beautiful. Thank you for the compliment. Rest well tonight, we have to leave for Koan City tomorrow morning, see you there. The Imperial sister left. Yang Wu was a little lost. After the wine, Long Aotian also the power of the tonic filled his whole body, he was the only one here whose realm had reached the third stage. Ling Ji, it's still early, do you want to have a match? Scram! What do you mean? Are you afraid of me? After all, I'm a small realm above you now. Humph, either I'm in a good mood today or I'll beat you into a persimmon cake. Speaking out of turn, watch the move. Long Aotian punched out, a burst of hidden killing chi struck out, the astral wind woke up a few people beside him. Hit again? Chapter 85 The Literature Exam, is it messed up? Spirit Void Pointing Star Technique, Ling Ji had secretly advanced to the great perfection. He casually pointed a finger, and overbearing and stern chi shot out from his fingertip. It hit Long Aotian's fist as big as a sand pot that was punching over. Boom! Ah! Long Aotian's arm was paralyzed. Why is your one finger so strong? Long Aotian really didn't know that he had gone to Medicine King Valley to learn this stance. You're just weak, still fighting? A few people had already pulled them back and told them to go back and rest first. You can't have a private fight in the Martial Arts Association, you can only open a ring and sign a life and death contract before you can duel. How could anyone dare to violate this rule? The following day, Lu Shirshir was waiting in front of their bus early in the morning. A new group was formed last night. Slaughter Association 2024 Class Martial Academy Group. She was very confident that they would pass the one exam. The exams were all very simple, and they could pass with 60 points. The latter test, so to speak, was used for class placement, not that it was an exam at all, unless it was tested to the point that you weren't suitable to continue on this path of martial arts, or those who had come in by faking. Our bus license plate number, Yun QSB 167. One after another, all the martial artists arrived. The bus slowly drove out of the Wind and Moon City Martial Cultivation Association and set off towards their dream, the Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy. The bus sped along the highway, and the atmosphere inside the bus was lively. This time when we go to Koan City, everyone must perform well. Lu Shirshir said. That's a must. The crowd responded. Ling Ji looked out the window, pondering. Han Meimei came over, Ling Ji, still mad at me? Ling Ji ignored her. Yang Wu saw this and laughed, this journey is going to be lively. Long Aotian grunted, don't be too happy, you'll have to suffer when you get to Koan City. The crowd was talking and discussing. I don't know how long it took, but Lu Shirshir shouted, we're almost at Koan City, everyone get ready. The crowd was instantly energized. The bus had just stepped into the Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy, and everyone was immediately shocked by the spectacular sight before them. The Academy Earth was a little bit like a small city, its skyline outlined by magnificent buildings. The main gate of the academy towered over the clouds, crafted from huge obsidian stones with exquisite carvings of gaunt flying dragons weaving in and out of the sea of clouds, symbolizing the supremacy of martial cultivators in their pursuit of power. Walking into the academy, a wide main road came into view. The road was paved with a special kind of green stone slabs, each of which was engraved with tiny runes that emitted a faint glow that seemed to infuse power into those who walked on it. On both sides of the road were lush spiritual plants, which had different shapes, some with leaves like sharp swords, flashing cold light in the breeze. Some of the flowers were huge, with strange light emanating from the stamens, which seemed to have spirituality and danced gently around the flowers. There were also spiritual plants with winding branches and trunks, as if they were practicing some kind of mysterious gong method. The architectural style of the academy blended classical and mystical elements. The martial arts training ground was magnificent, and the ground was made of sturdy adamantine rock, which had been honed by countless martial practitioners and was still as smooth as a mirror. The surrounding stands were constructed from precious jade, on which various battle scenes were carved, every detail showing the valor and wisdom of the martial cultivators in battle. Various functional pavilions were distributed around the training ground. The scripture pavilion was like an ancient pagoda, emitting a mysterious aura, storing countless precious techniques and secret books. The glazed tiles on the roof of the pavilion refracted colorful light under the sunlight, as if it was the light of knowledge and wisdom. The Pill Pavilion, on the other hand, is a building shaped like an alchemy furnace, surrounded by clouds and mist, gusts of medicinal scent wafting out from inside, making people smell it with a relaxed mind. This is the place where miraculous pills are made to provide martial practitioners with the assistance they need for cultivation. The Weapons Pavilion was solemn and solemn, with various rare gems inlaid on the gate, and all sorts of weapons were displayed inside, from ancient long swords to oddly shaped and strange weapons, each of which contained a powerful force, as if waiting for a person with a destiny to awaken them. The bus stopped at the huge square. One after another colorful buses stopped here. One after another, they got off. Only to see people holding signs everywhere, directing them to the exam. Yang Wu, are these all senior sisters and brothers? Lu Shirshir led a few to their leader, a sweet girl. Hello, are you the Wind and Moon City Slaughter Association? Lu Shirshir took out her identity card and let her access it. They were brought to a building. According to this test number, they went to separate classrooms to take the test, presumably so as not to let the people around them recognize them, to prevent cheating. Lingji was assigned to classroom 67, machine number 44 to take the exam. Enter your ID number and take the exam as soon as the bell rings. The content of the exam is super varied. There was language, mathematics and English, mathematics, science and chemistry, geography, history, biology, and even music. There are also exams on knowledge of various types of weapons, ethics, etc. A total of 100 subjects were tested, including the whole of culture and the whole of martial arts. As long as the average score reaches 60 points will pass, a person will pass it. The weapon cultivation knowledge program was even a bonus item. Anyway, from 1 p.m. to 11 p.m. Epilepsy. Lingji rubbed his sore eyes and ended the long exam. Walking out of the classroom, he heard someone complaining, "This exam is too difficult for people." Yang Wu came over. "Lingji, how do you feel?" Lingji shook his head. "It's hard to say, let's wait for the results." Lu Shirshir also came over at this time. Everyone stopped thinking for now and go to the resting place to eat something. The crowd came to the resting place. Long Aotian muttered, "I hope I can pass, otherwise it's a wasted trip." As he was talking, a teacher-like person walked in. "The results will be announced in 3 days, everyone get ready." The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, their moods getting more and more tense. Lingji silently thought, no matter what, he has tried his best. Yang Wu patted his shoulder. "Don't worry too much, let's go back and relax." Before he could finish, everyone's cell phones received a text message. 83 points. Yang Wu said in surprise. 88 points. Han Meimei said. Everyone was curious about how many points Lingji scored. "Me, a little higher than you guys, 91 points. How did this score come about when they all thought it was hard?" The worst Dina also got 79 points. Lu Shirshir smiled. "I don't know. No more than 100 people have been eliminated in decades. Forget it, there's no point in thinking about it, there's a test tomorrow. The elimination rate of the test is even lower, as long as you are not doing a fake to come in can easily pass the literature test. The cultural examination is not a threshold, it is just a form." Chapter 86 Test. I become a hot commodity. This is for others to see, it mainly depends on the cultural ability of the masters, and the real results can only be seen within the academy. Lu Shirshir said secretly. Lingji smiled, "That's reassuring. Tomorrow's test would trust the direction of future cultivation." There was a sea of people. Each had their own identity cards and lined up for the test. 9527 was Lingji's number this time. He was in the 9527th position. The Slaughter Association members followed behind him. There were a total of 38,400 martial students in the 2024 class. This test included 3 items. 1. Cultivation as well as strength tests. 2. Attribute ability. 3. Weapon application test. As we all know, passing the literature test is equivalent to being enrolled in the Martial Cultivation Academy. The test was just part of the job of grading the trainees, categorizing the types of trainees, and assigning mentors. For Lingji, it was not the same as anyone else. He cultivated the invincible Dao given by the bloodthirsty blade, and practiced the feats given by the system. Coming to the academy was just to use this platform. 9527. Lingji. The radio sounded. Lingji? Is that the Lingji who came first in the Secret Realm examination? Someone had already started discussing it. Yes, I heard that he's a folk martial artist and a poor man from a pig-killing family. No way, how could he get first place? A handsome male said contemptuously, when he was in the Secret Realm, he sneak attacked and got the star badge, and he recruited a lot of team members who helped him get a lot of points, he relied on luck. How do you know? I was in the same Secret Realm as him and saw it with my own eyes. And his weapon is just a pig-killing knife. Do you guys think it's cowardly? Nope. Luck is also a form of strength. A voluptuous girl said. Everyone twisted around to see that it was a pretty girl in Chinese dress, and she was none other than Pil King Valley's Manhwa. Fairy, what are you to him? You're so pretty, there's no need to condescend yourself, that one is just a porker. A lewd man looked at her colorfully and said. Bah, no ivory can grow from a dog's mouth. Fairy, it's wrong for you to curse. We're all talking about things in terms of facts. He did get first place that way. I can swear. Everyone watched as the man swore with conviction and believed a few things. At this time, a big man walked over. Hey, hey, hey. Old Zhu, you're such a villain, you can't do it so you say others rely on luck. I think he's still very good, just really had a bit of luck. Next time, I definitely won't lose to him. Ali Shu Hua. This big man was a true expert, and very few people in Yun province did not know about it. Ali, you recognize his strength? No, I think he's a little bit worse than me. This answer had already nicely slapped that man in the face. After all, to be recognized by Ali Shuhua was at least an expert. Or, the first one was luck, but what about that man whose success didn't depend on luck? The person who succeeded at the end of the war was not necessarily the most powerful, it must be the luckiest. This was 9527. Ling Ji had walked up to the test. He, the first one, became the center of attention. At this time, the system was scanning Ling Ji's body. Some of the people around began to press on again, saying, this man is so ordinary, how can he be number one? Do. The scanning ended. The screen displayed. Number, 9527. Name, Yang Wu. Height, 186 centimeters. Body weight, 75 kilograms. Body fat percentage, 13. Physical fitness, excellent. No disease. Ling Ji heard the command and put his hand on the test stone. Do. Cultivation, Mortal Martial Realm 2nd Stage 8th Heaven. Potential. Rank 5 stars. The test emitted a purple light. It attracted a lot of people to look at it, along with the mentor was surprised. Is it a broken machine? 5 stars. But how come the test stone didn't get an attribute result? Someone had realized something was wrong. Ding. Spirit blood level? Spirit root grade? Spiritual bone grade? Muscle grade, extreme. A few disciples from Pil King Valley who were in the know also shook their heads. This Ling Ji is probably a monster, even the testing machines can't measure the results. Their Medicine King Valley's machine, which was actually more advanced than the Martial Cultivation Academy's machine and had an AI system to assist, had no results. It gave people a mysterious feeling. They really didn't know that at this point, the bloodthirsty system had helped shield Ling Ji from all of this. The fact that the muscles on the surface could be tested to the extreme only proved that he must be great at practicing physical arts. There was a super high possibility that his spirit blood, spirit roots, and spirit bones were inconclusive. This made the mentors go crazy. This is definitely a genius. However, there were some tutors who just looked at it conservatively, but they couldn't give up on this chance to get what could be a genius. Get ready to test this one's ability in preparation. Originally, it was just a general test stone to test his strength. However, a mentor had already requested an aura strength test stone to give him a try. On the testing table, the turntable turned a 3-meter-high stone slab around. A stone that emitted purple light was mounted on it, the aura power test stone. Ling Ji, you can test now. Ling Ji took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on the aura power test stone. Just how powerful can this kid be? Someone couldn't help but shout. The only thing that happened was that the test stone glowed brightly, and everyone was shocked. This glow, never seen before. The mentor's eyes widened with disbelief. Can it be that he's going to break the record? The screen displayed 2000 neo force. The onlookers were greatly disappointed. Many instructors of physical cultivation were so disappointed that they really thought the next Bruce Lee was coming. They didn't gather around this student and continued to look for a suitable student. This was the system bursting with power, it was having the selfishness to make these teachers leave. Ling Ji had to keep most of his energy in practicing his sword technique. Host, congratulations, you now have 5,000 ox power. Ling Ji smiled bitterly, this was a very good power. With the addition of the bloodthirsty blade enchantment, with over 7,000 ox force, it could be said, invincible at the same level. Next was the weapon test. The instructors of each weapon seemed to be interested in Ling Ji. After all, they all felt that this Ling Ji was very talented, and that using the pig-killing knife was a wasteful act. Thus, they pressed the test application and messed up not to Ling Ji's choice. Yang Wu had finished testing in another test. Let long AO heaven on Yang Wu's test bench, Che, claptrap. Yang Wu had gotten his potential. He was now at the 5th heaven of the 2nd stage of the mortal martial realm. The potential was good for cultivation, physical arts, sword techniques, and spears. Everyone's data would be transmitted into the Academy's database. They could apply for a mentor on the Academy school network at the student's account. Based on the data, the system would directly open the application list, and the students could take the initiative to apply. If the timeout is not selected, the system will automatically assign to a suitable mentor. Without automatic selection, there was a risk of being assigned to a tutor they didn't like, and many times it was the studies that grabbed the popular tutors. Yang Wu inserted his waist and watched Ling Ji test. He's going to test so many of them? Only to see Ling Ji's test display board. Sword Cultivator, excellent. Sword Cultivator, very excellent. Concealed Weapon, excellent. Lance, qualified. Physical Arts Gloves, excellent. No less than 100 weapons were tested. Chapter 87 Mentor Vinci. Yang Wu couldn't help but shout, this guy is actually so all-rounded. At this moment, a senior tutor walked forward and looked at Ling Ji. Kid, you are a surprise. Ling Ji respectfully said, mentor is laughing. The mentor continued, have you thought about which weapon major to choose? Ling Ji smiled and patted the killing knife on his back, I'll use it. A disciple next to him whispered, pig-killing knife. Another disciple said, with so many excellent results, I think it's better to learn swordsmanship, it's more handsome. Ling Ji thought in his heart, my sword is actually quite good. Suddenly, the academy bell rang. The mentor said loudly, go back to your respective residences first and make your decision tomorrow. Ling Ji left with the crowd, he was adamant about taking the bloodthirsty blade route. War to the humblest dream. To the whimpering and roaring in that dark night. Who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes? The sound of the sprinkling shower, with Ling Ji's brother, not to mention good, is an abruptness. Ling Ji has 2 big sisters looking for you. This is Yang Wu shouting. Ling Ji casually responded, so he immediately dried his body water and put on his clothes. Immediately ran out. The first thing he saw was a beautiful woman's back, holding his bloodthirsty knife and looking at it carefully. Let go of my knife. Oh, very man oh. Only to see this woman turn around and insert the bloodthirsty knife into its sheath. Fox charmingly, she looked at Ling Ji, scrutinizing every inch of his skin, afraid of missing a bit. It really does resemble him by 8 points. Her stance was bizarre and she had already arrived in front of Ling Ji. If she wanted to, Ling Ji would already be a corpse. The snow-white and internally powerful hand had already stuck to Ling Ji's face, very ambiguous. Ling Ji was really overwhelmed by this, so nervous that his little heart jumped out. Ms. Wincy you? Her imploring look also gave the few people beside her a blank stare. Follow me. When she tenderly stated his request. Ling Ji was so overwhelmed by this imperial sister's initiative that he couldn't help himself. I'm still. No. I have a backbone and don't eat soft food. The corner of Wincy's mouth couldn't help but curl up, his hand retracted from his face. What a man-child, I mean to tell you to choose me to be your dominant master. Ha ha ha. Ling Ji was so embarrassed that he wanted to jump into the angry river. Wait, Mr. Vinci, what do you repair? Wincy was playing with her cell phone and didn't answer his question directly. Suddenly, she smiled, holler. She really smiled sweetly. It wasn't the age gap that really made Ling Ji fall in love with this woman. And Lu Shishir had long been mesmerized by this sister. Her charm is infinite, even a woman looks at love at first sight. She is not the most beautiful kind, but her imperial temperament, no one does not like. Scary, good what? Ling Ji realized that Wincy was playing with her phone. Enrollment I already put the registration under my name. Ling Ji really had some anger and frowned. Mr. Wincy, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. Ling Ji was curious about how she got his cell phone when it clearly had a secret. You trust me, I will teach you well. She said while picking up Ling Ji's earthmine stone. her eyes filled with love and light. She couldn't help but kiss it. Ms. Buncher. It was too mesmerizing. Ling Zhishinji was almost mesmerized. Good, as long as you say the words I approve, I'll be your student from now on. It was the first time when she saw such a twisted student. She was a mentor in the top 10 of the Academy's popular teacher list, and many fought to be under her. When she laughed lightly, then what do you want me to say? Ling Zhi's gaze was firm. You have to tell me why you are so insistent on accepting me as your disciple. When she tilted his head slightly, because I see infinite possibilities in you. Ling Zhi shook his head, that's not a good enough reason. When Xi's eyes twinkled, you are his nephew. Nephew? Seventh uncle's relationship? But I met you as the Wind and Moon City Slaughter Association, surnamed Ling. That's when I started to pay attention to you. I am a good friend of Seven. Ling saw the gaze when she said Seven, and their relationship was not simple. The fact that she actually kissed the Earth Mind Stone made it even more certain that they were having an affair. Hey, I think you guys have a thing. Suddenly, caught off guard, a delicate hand grabbed Ling Zhi's neck too quickly. Ling Zhi was so scared that he had to raise his hands. Excuse me? Her gaze suddenly darkened and she whispered, I also wish to have an affair with him, but unfortunately he. Ha? Could it be that Uncle Seven is? Yang Wu blurted out. Ling Zhi, and when she both stared at him dead in the face, if ice could kill, Yang Wu could have died twice. I didn't say it wrong. Oh, Ms. when she is so beautiful, and Uncle Seven doesn't have XXX, what is this, not a base? When she let go of Ling Zhi and sat down. We are two lovers. But he is very stubborn, he said that he doesn't deserve me. She suddenly jumped out of something from inside her puffy breasts. It's the Earth Heartstone. Ling Zhi said in surprise. Well, this one is the one that was the first pair with your neck. And what happened after that? Ling Zhi couldn't help but ask. When she sighed softly, later, he left a letter and left me. He said that as long as the time of success is the time to marry me. This person just likes to make me feel that he is unfathomable. He also left me a letter and disappeared. What? Mr. Vinci wanted to laugh again and was in pain. He's so stupid. What happened? Since your seventh uncle didn't tell you, it means he didn't want you to know. He left the Earth's Mind Stone for you because he wanted me to help you. Ling Zhi clenched his fists. Good. But you have to tell me, what do you cultivate? Concealed weapons. Ling Zhi almost didn't die of anger. Sister, I'll dissatisfy you if you're Uncle Seven's girlfriend. I do have my own set of cultivation. I only cultivate my pig-killing knife. When she nodded. Your knife should be a knife from the ancient times, the level I can't even tell. But this knife is too short. It's more than enough for the opponent's low-level enemies, but when you meet a stronger enemy, it's not enough. It just so happens that this is your fate. I'm a concealed weapon practitioner, and concealed weapons are a means of long-range attack. You need exactly that, it's fate. Your talent in dark weapon cultivation is excellent, an all-round talent like you can cultivate more other kung fu, one more skill and one more way to live. Ling Zhi heard her explanation and was simply enlightened. One smacked himself on the head. Right, it's still ginger, or the older the spicier. Teacher Bunshi's gaze with a murderous aura stared at Ling Zhi, shuddering. Ah, Ms. Wincy is still charming, looks like she's at most 18 years old. Yang Wu was like a horny hobgoblin as he smiled and asked, Teacher Wincy, your name isn't shown in my system, but I want to pick you. You're also from the Ling family? Yeah. I've seen your profile. It's better for you to pick a physical arts teacher, it's more favorable for your development. Chapter 88, Upgrading. Cloud Province Martial Arts Cultivation Academy. Cultivation Room. Today was the second day of entering the academy. Ling Zhi was chosen to be a Winshi. In fact, as a star batch person, he could have chosen 3 instructors. However, he thought that he didn't need them for the time being, and padding his thoughts in cultivation was a much more important thing for him right now. System, how much blood chi value and killing chi value is there now? Existing, blood chi value 173950 plus, killing chi value 99300 plus. Ling Zhi kept shaking his head. After fighting a secret realm, there were only so few points. Really feeling tired. He called up in his memory that he got the secret book in the secret realm. Heaven Opening Divine Blade, Royal Phoenix Cloud Chasing Technique, Dog Fighting Stick Technique, Falling Divine Palm. 25 books of secret books. For him, only the first 2 books with a high rank were available for him to learn. The heaven-opening divine blade was a shocking slash that mainly absorbed aura and slashed out, which suited him well. And the Royal Phoenix cloud chasing skill, a high-level stance, nicely made up for his shortcoming of not being fast enough. The cloud floating steps were sufficient for opposing magical beasts, but for opposing expert martial artists, there was a bit of water. He had heard that as long as he rose to the spirit martial realm, he could use a spatial ring, after all, to raise his cultivation first. System, raise cultivation. Earth Mind Stone Aid, provides enlightenment by 10%. Ha! It seems that the Earth Mind Stone has recovered, having lost most of its spirituality in the past to save me. Or, did Ms. Vinci's kiss input the aura? Divine Blessing, provides Gnosis 100%. Lingji's forehead suddenly felt an input of aura and felt his mind clear. Divine Clan Blessing. Lingji felt his entire body shivering, Sister Pan Bono. Consuming Blood Chi value 10,000, under cultivation. Congratulations to the host, breaking through the mortal martial realm 2nd stage 9th heaven. Consuming Blood Chi value 10,000, cultivation in progress. Time passes by minute. Congratulations to the host, reaching the peak of the 2nd order of the mortal martial realm great perfection. Consuming Blood Chi value 20,000, cultivation in progress. Another unknown amount of time passed. Ah! Lingji felt his limbs and bones filled with power that could not be used up. Aura emerged from his forehead. Congratulations to the host, he has successfully broken through the 3rd stage of the mortal martial realm martial masters. Tip, after breaking through a small realm, you must consolidate your cultivation in actual combat. Ha ha! Caught up with the kryptonite dragon Aotian. Lingji took a sip and continued his cultivation. System, I want to learn Bloodthirsty Frenzied Blade Volume 2, the 2nd move. Received. Consuming 20,000 Blood Chi value, Bloodthirsty Berserk Blade's 5th move Raging Sea Berserker. Lingji continuously waved his bloodthirsty blade and swung this move. Once. 2nd time. Until 100,000 times, he finally learned this move. This one didn't have as much forward swing as the previous 4 moves, and attacked directly. One word, fast. This is the beginning of the real departure move of the bloodthirsty Mad Knife. I wonder, how many volumes are there in this sword technique? The bloodthirsty Mad Knife has 3 volumes, 3 moves per volume, alias the Mad Knife 9 styles. The bloodthirsty Berserker's technique was too overbearing, and it was not suitable to be used casually as it could easily kill or injure people in a general sparring match against people. He had to learn that one step of the ancient martial arts sword technique as well. System, learn the heaven-opening divine blade. Consuming blood and chi value 10,000, practicing. While practicing, Lingji was also surprised that this blade technique was also very domineering, only that there was 1 point less of killing energy on it. As he practiced, he was surprised to find out that there were also 9 styles to this blade technique. The shock made Lingji shiver. If one were to compete at the academy and use this blade in comparison, it would be possible, it would be astounding. The 4th knife of the 9 styles of the Mad Knife has been too easy to kill, really cannot be used in the academy, go to the secret realm and so on before you can make it. Overbearing, killing aura exposed, let these so expert tutors found out, really not a big deal. Low key. Lingji found an interesting place, enlightenment increased, really save points, learning efficiency and high. System, learn the Royal Phoenix Chasing Clouds technique. Consuming Blood Chi value 20,000, under cultivation. With the soles of his feet filled with aura, he felt fast. It really could be as fast as Mach 1. He kept leaping over the walls of the cultivation room like a small bird. Lingji stopped his cultivation and took a long breath. With this kind of strength, I should be able to make a name for myself in the academy, right? I really want to find a senior to compare with. The following day, he arrived at the Wensi tutor classroom. A tutor could take 8,100 people and could take 3 classes, each class establishment was between 25-35 people. Lingji was placed in the top class, Class 1. Classes 2 and 3 would be ordinary classes, disciples who specialized in minoring in dark weapons. However, Lingji was a minor in dark weapon and was also placed in Class 1, which proved a point that in this world of cultivation there were also places that required human feelings. Only, never would have thought that his teacher is his 7th uncle's lover. Such a beautiful beauty, a lover alone, that usually he looked at as an ordinary pig killer, just a little bit handsome, there is nothing special. He for the 7 uncle's cultivation even more do not know, he never revealed. The one time he had the most chance was when the gangsters from Wind and Moon City brought more than 200 people to Ling's house to collect protection money. The seventh uncle just used the most ordinary pig-killing knife and solved the problem with an ordinary butcher's knife, without revealing any strength at all. Ling Ji was a bit tired after practicing too fast yesterday, and his recovery was not very good yet. He knew that in the first class, there must not be anything to learn, so he sat in the last row. Ling Ji, you also chose Mr. Wenshi to learn dark weapons? He had almost fallen asleep when he heard a sweet and familiar voice and looked up. It was none other than Manny-chan. Manny, you all chose Teacher Wenshi? Yeah, you all know that I'm the one who likes to use needles the most, and I'm the best at flying needles. Teacher Wenshi is the most powerful of the concealed weapon practitioners. Yes, I really don't understand. Huh? You don't know anything, how did you, a sword practitioner, choose Mr. Vinci? Ling Ji shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, Mr. Buncher begged me to study with you. The surrounding students who had heard him speak looked at him with strange eyes. His expression really made and wanted to beat him up, too arrogant. Just blow it off. Manny-chan gave Ling Ji a blank look. I didn't blow it, don't believe me. Ling Ji bristled. At this time, tutor Wenshi walked into the classroom. Everyone was impressed by his teacher outfit, it was so beautiful, just like a fairy descending to earth. This beautiful teacher, even if he teaches you nuclear fusion, he is sure you can learn it. Everyone felt up. Listen to the teachings of the mentor. Ling Ji took a closer look, there were 28 people in total. Just the spirit of his shook. A blue and white object attacked. He was about to dodge it, but it seemed to be locked by some kind of power. Rank suppression. Snap. A soft piece hit Ling Ji's mouth. Ha 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 ha. The entire audience laughed out loud. Only to see that Ling Ji was hit by a chalk eraser and was covered in chalk dust, his face looked like he was wearing foundation. Chapter 89 Wings of Dawn. Ling Ji looked embarrassed and glared angrily at the laughing students around him. Instructor Wenshi coughed lightly and said, Quiet. Student Ling Ji, you need to concentrate in class. Ling Ji wiped his face and muttered, Can you blame me? Tutor Wenshi raised his eyebrows, still talking back? Then you answer the question. Ling Ji stood up with a blank look on his face. Manny-chan quietly prompted, only to be noticed by Tutor Wenshi, Manny-chan, you want to stand together too? Ling Ji became displeased and wiped the pen dust off his face. Tutor Wen, would you be overdoing it? Excessive? It's your fault that you didn't confess to listening in class, and I have to demonstrate what everything can be concealed. Are you convinced or not? Not convinced, how do you know I don't listen to class? If I make the point you just made, you're going to make me throw a chalk eraser at it once. Vinci looked meaningfully at the handsome student. Fine, you speak. One word. Of course, one word. System, call up the knowledge included in class just now. It's... In Ling Ji's mind, he immediately loaded the content of the lecture given by Mr. Wenshi just now. At this time, the students present laughed. I heard that this Ling Ji is using a sword. What the teacher just said was difficult to understand, he will understand it. Yes, if he can explain it clearly, I'll eat the chalk eraser. Don't be noisy, that chalk eraser eating student is ready or not, ready for you to eat the chalk eraser. Ling Ji's eyes lit up with confidence, what you just talked about was just a simple use of the arcane arts of concealed weapons. Teacher Wenshi was slightly stunned and said with interest, then tell me more about it. Ling Ji cleared his throat and spoke eloquently, the axiom of a concealed weapon lies in surprise, speed and precision are indispensable. And to see the enemy's flaws, so that a blow can be killed. Everything can be used as a concealed weapon. Teacher Wenshi has a self-created technique called Life Snatching 3000, and it is heard that after learning it, one can drive at least 3,000 kinds of things as concealed weapons, killing people invisibly. The students all showed their astonishment, and Manny-chan also cast a gaze of admiration. Wenshi also could not have imagined that this boy was dragged in automatically and actually understood himself. Teacher Wenshi smiled and nodded, not bad, then in your opinion, how can you maximize this Aeon? Ling Ji replied without thinking, one needs to have a mind free of distractions, become one with the dark weapon, and feel its power and rhythm. A trace of appreciation flashed in Ms. Wenshi's eyes, then try to show me with this chalk eraser. With this statement, she was admitting that she had lost the bet. Ling Ji took the chalk eraser, took a deep breath, and flung it violently. The chalk eraser flew straight towards the mouth of the classmate who just said you can say it and ate the chalk eraser. Actually, this blow was not fast, it was just too sudden, and this student was hit without preparation. You. This student blushed, but just now he talked too much, he could only be mute. Good. The students couldn't help but applaud. Teacher, when she applauded, it seems like you do have talent, sit down, you can listen to the class properly in the future. Ling Ji sat down proudly and winked at Manny Chen. Even if this Ling Ji had advanced concealed weapon skills, there was no way he would hit Chen Shi. She could use her breath to shake away the chalk eraser. That way, what he said was a bunch of nonsense. Instead he hit the talkative student in the mouth. On one hand, it would give Wen Shi a step down, and on the other hand, he could teach the student a lesson, killing two birds with one stone. Vinci secretly expressed his approval in his heart. Not bad, not bad. The morning classes ended, and afternoon was the time for students to volunteer, cultivate and read books. There were also some who did quests to earn work credits in exchange for secret books and weapons. Cheng Yu asked Ling Ji and a few others to have dinner. He said it was his treat. They came all to the 7th dining hall of the academy and heard that there were private rooms here. These guys from Pill King Valley were rich. They had to talk about pies for a meal. If it was Ling Ji eating, a big stall also liked it. Ling Ji, I heard that you chose Mr. Wen Shio. Don't you specialize in sword techniques? Cheng Yu asked. He was also helpless and shrugged. Teacher Wen looked at me and forced me to follow her. They were all good friends now, they did not hide it, and told about her relationship with Uncle Seven, but they had to keep it a secret. Cheng Yu, Cheng Feng are both good with swords and chose Sword Fiend waiting Cheng Yu. Yang Wu, who is better with physical skills, chooses boxing champion Dragon Li. Dina then continues with her sword skills and chooses the female Quan Kung Fu Quan Shu Qing. Each of them were excited to say their masters were like divine figures. Cheng Yu's words changed. Do you guys have any plans to join any unions? It was only then that Manny Chen spoke, saying indifferently, it's better to join someone else's gang than to form a new one of your own. Whimsical. Do we have the right to establish a new organization? Chen Baiqian laughed. Manny Chen pointed at the Ling Ji who was eating with gusto and said, he is allowed. Star badge recipients are allowed to start organizations. The crowd all followed her slender finger to look at this Ling Ji who was acting as if nothing had happened, peering at this man to see what statement he had made. However, Ling Ji just ate without any intention to speak. At this time, instead, Yang Wu smiled and said, this is a good idea, let's set up a union, so we can apply to go to the Forbidden Zone of Life to fight demons and earn labor points. Cheng Yu nodded his head in agreement. We haven't had a union that we know of in Wind Moon City for a long time. Set up our own union. It wasn't that Ling Ji didn't want to have his own union, it was just that he planned to stabilize before planning. Since everyone had more desire to establish their own union than he did, he put down his chopsticks and said slowly, establishing a union is no joke, it has to be planned properly. Yes, he wasn't wrong. Every year, there were unions founded and countless more wiped out. Some were all dead in the secret realm of the Forbidden Zone of Life, and some were just disbanded after the president graduated and left without a good legacy to carry on. Cheng Feng continued, then let's decide on a name first? Dina thought for a moment, how about calling it Star Alliance? Chen Baiqiang shook his head, it's too common and has no character. Manny Chen frowned lightly, how about Wind and Cloud Association? Yang Wu tapped the table, no good, too cliched. The crowd fell into deep thought. How about calling it Wings of Dawn to symbolize breaking through the darkness? Ling Ji said as he turned his back to them and looked out the window at the endless scenery. Everyone's eyes lit up. Cheng Yu excitedly said, this is good, it has momentum. Manny Chen pursued, so what's next? Ling Ji pondered for a moment, set the rules and goals first, then recruit members. Cheng Feng worried, can anyone be willing to come? Yang Wu was confident, we are so strong, are we still afraid of no one? The crowd nodded their heads and began to passionately discuss the future of the union. Just at this time, a man rushed in, Ling Ji, quick, go help Qiu Xianer. Chapter 90 Miss Qiu Xianer. Which one are you? I am Qiu Xianer's chaperone, call me Ruhua. Miss Ruhua, that was truly a strange woman with a difference. She had a straight posture, like a lofty hill, and exuded a sense of awe-inspiring power. Her muscles were tight and well-developed, each muscle was like a carefully carved rock, harboring endless power. Those thick arms were a few points stronger than an average man's, and when she clenched her fists, her veins rippled like small snakes coiled around her arms, highlighting her amazing arm strength. Ruhua strongman. Yang Wu said with a smile. This Qiu Xianer, I can't imagine having a chaperone. Ling Ji stops Yang Wu from continuing his nonsense. Miss Xianer is a great fighter, what does she need help from a poor scholar like me at the academy? Young Master Ling, you are joking, only you can help her. It happened like this, just now Qiu Xianer and Hao were eating in the second cafeteria. A man named Meng Shandu came running over and took a liking to Qiu Xianer's beauty and asked her to join their union. Their union is ranked 5th in the academy and is very powerful. However, Qiu Xianer didn't want to join these unions. Not only did it detach her from her cultivation, but she also had to be divided into many labor points. It was too much of a waste of time. So she told this man that she wanted to join the union that Lingji was going to establish. Using this excuse, she excused herself. But the man didn't believe her and got hairy. The two of them fought, and when Ru Hua realized that Qiu Xianer was at a disadvantage, she was afraid that something bad would happen to her young lady, so she immediately ran over to Lingji to get help. Lingji frowned. Let's go take a look. The crowd hurriedly followed. When they arrived at the second cafeteria, they only saw that Qiu Xianer and Ru Hua were in a downward spiral. Meng Shandu said arrogantly, "Little beauty, don't refuse to drink until you're done." Lingji shouted, "Stop." Meng Shandu squinted over, "Who are you?" Lingji sneered, "Bullying a woman, what kind of skill is that?" Meng Shandu grunted, "This new union of yours hasn't even been established yet, and you want to meddle?" Manichin stood out and said, "Bullying our friends just won't do." Yang Wu also shouted, "Be sensible and get lost." Meng Shandu's face was gloomy, "Who are you people?" "We are the Wings of Dawn." "What chicken wings?" "Haven't heard of it." "The name of our future union." Yang Wu continued to be arrogant. Yang Wu joined the battle. A fierce battle unfolded between Yang Wu, Qiu Xianer and Meng Shandu, and the air was filled with tension. Yang Wu's body was athletic, weaving through the battlefield like a nimble cheetah. His every movement was full of power, the wind of his fists whistled, and the shadows of his legs were heavy as he attempted to find Meng Shandu's breaks. With his superb physical skills, he was truly talented, but unfortunately not skilled enough. Qiu Xianer, on the other hand, was holding a long knife, and her stance was lithe as she wandered around Meng Shandu. The knife in her hand flashed with a cold light under the sunlight, and each swing carried an overpowering momentum. The light of the knife swept towards Meng Shandu like a pike. She and Yang Wu worked well together, the two of them on the left and the right, attempting to form a pincer attack on Meng Shandu. However, Meng Shandu was as steady as Mount Tai. The long spear in his hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea. The tip of the spear sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. "Ha ha ha. You newcomers, 2 words can describe it." A melon eater smiled and asked, "What word?" "Garbage." As he laughed, he struck out an out-of-this-world shot. Each move and each stance contained great power and subtle techniques. Facing the joint attacks of Yang Wu and Qiu Xianer, he did not panic, his lance either picking, stabbing, or sweeping, easily defusing wave after wave of their attacks. "Garbage is garbage," he taunted as he fought. Lingji saw through his cattiness. "Yang Wu, don't listen to his trash talk, your physical skills are still rusty, use your sword quickly." Meng Shandu despised, with such a low cultivation level, using any weapon is useless. "I'm now at the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal martial realm. It was really hard to have a small difference of 1 small rank." Yang Wu was struggling to fight and had to pull out his short sword. Round after round, in the blink of an eye, they had fought for 100 rounds. Yang Wu's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, his breathing became rapid, but his eyes remained firm, refusing to give up. Qiu Xianer's hair was a bit messy, she was biting her lips tightly, and the sword in her hand was waved even more desperately, trying to break the deadlock. As for Meng Shandu, even though he was also panting slightly, he still had the upper hand. His lance was like a living thing in his hands, guarding his defense line, making it difficult for Yang Wu and Qiu Xianer to break through. Meng Shandu laughed coldly, "Hee. Beauty, just agree to follow me. It's too dangerous for you to be with these trash." Meng Shandu was afraid of injuring Qiu Xianer. He fell in love at first sight. Now that there was one more fat kid, he was really impatient. He ran his body's aura. A blue light lit up at the tip of the gun. Blue dragon breaks the sky. A gun was pointed at Yang Wu. A thick aura of death shook Yang Wu's heart. Suddenly, boom! The tip of Meng Shandu's spear emitted a fiery light and was hit by a rock. "Damn it!" Seeing the situation, Lingji shouted, "You guys are no match for him, let me do it." Meng Shandu sneered, "Oh, this kid is a bit of a looker." After all, someone who was able to strike a fatal blow could not be underestimated. Lingji shot back, "That's not necessarily true." The shadow of the blade flashed in his hand. Qiu Xianer and Yang Wu were ultimately defeated, and the two retreated with a body full of fatigue and wounds. Ling Ji's gaze was like a torch as he took over the battle from his comrade. Ling Ji took a deep breath and started to use his luck, only to see his spiritual energy surging around him like a burning flame. He slowly drew out his bloodthirsty blade, and the word blood on the bloodthirsty blade overflowed with a bit of killing aura. Enough! That blade glowed with a strange and dazzling red light under the infusion of spiritual energy, as if it was craving for the blood of its enemies. The bloodthirsty blade seemed to sense its master's battle intent, trembling slightly and emitting a low chirping sound as if it was cheering for the upcoming fierce battle. The corners of Meng Shandu's mouth spread into a contemptuous smile, just stronger trash. Ling Ji's figure flickered and rushed towards Meng Shandu like a ghost. His speed was so fast that he only left behind a blur of residual shadows. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand was raised high and violently slashed towards Meng Shandu. This blade contained Ling Ji's anger and power, bringing up a whistling wind sound. Meng Shandu didn't dare to be careless and hastily raised his spear to resist. The spear and blade clashed with a deafening roar, and the powerful impact caused the surrounding air to shake. Ling Ji's power came through the bloodthirsty blade in a steady stream. Meng Shandu actually felt a trace of pressure. His arm was slightly numb, and in his heart, he could not help but have a new estimation of Ling Ji's strength. Ling Ji did not give Meng Shandu a chance to catch his breath, as he wielded his bloodthirsty knife to launch a round of storming attacks. Each blade was incomparably powerful and at a tricky angle, as if it could see through Meng Shandu's defense. What kind of blade technique is this? Heaven-opening divine blade. Ling Ji actually used a new move to avoid killing someone by mistake, and teaching him a lesson felt sufficient. The bloodthirsty blade seemed to have a life in Ling Ji's hands. It greedily devoured the breath of battle. The red light became more and more dazzling. Every time it collided with the lance, it splashed a string of dazzling sparks. Meng Shandu gradually became a bit overwhelmed, and holes in his defense began to appear in his lance. You're at most at the early third stage of the mortal martial realm. Why am I being restrained instead? Seeing the right moment, Ling Ji shouted, because you are trash. He gathered his entire body's spiritual energy into the bloodthirsty blade, then slashed fiercely towards Meng Shandu's broken spot with a momentum that broke his back. This blade was unstoppable. Clang! The long spear burst. Chapter 91: The Magical Blue Star World. Kill him. Someone was up in arms, but there was no one to be seen in the crowd at all, and this person deliberately hid his voice so that there was no way to know who said it. Meng Shandu's face changed drastically as he roared, "You dare to destroy my lance!" Ling Ji snorted coldly, "Why wouldn't I dare?" Zhou Xianer shouted, "Ling Ji, don't let him go." Yang Wu followed suit, "Give this evil thief some color." Meng Shandu gritted his teeth, "Today's insult will be avenged in the future." Ling Ji responded, "Come now if you have the ability." At this time, another voice came from the crowd, "Don't let him escape." Meng Shandu turned around to escape. Ling Ji flew forward, "Want to leave?" "It's not that easy." A bloodthirsty blade blocked his path horizontally, and he executed the royal wind and cloud chasing skill. Fast. Cool. Ling Ji felt even more profound as he used it for the first time in a real battle. How are you going to spare me? Kneel down and let our fairy spare you. Bull. He slammed his palm at Ling Ji, and Ling Ji reacted quickly. The aura on his fingertips erupted, pointing towards his opponent's palm. There was a stance of immortality. Right at this moment, a white figure floated between the two of them. It was a beautiful man. With luck, both palms blocked the attacks on both sides. Boom! Boom! Only to see, Meng Shandu's face changed and blood couldn't help but spray out of his mouth. An ass landed on the ground. Ah! Ling Ji's fingertips fought against this man's palm. Snap, snap. Kid, not bad. Oh, this cultivation has this magnificent power, remarkable. The audience was surprised and disgusted. He's the Tai sect president master. This name is like his name, he is a true master. He was the Star Medallion winner of the 2023 session, and he was also the first place winner of that session. He established the Tai sect, and in just 1 year's time, he rose to third in the rankings. This freshman is really unlucky to have offended the top 3 of the union. The High Master deliberately regulated his power, he had his own pride. However, under equal cultivation, he really wasn't an opponent. What's your name, senior brother? Ling Ji. I am the president of the Tai sect, a master. You have good hands, join our Tai sect and give you a vice president for you to be. If? Ling Ji pushed and then retracted his finger. This control was even more surprising to the expert. Thank you, I still wish to establish a union on my own. Oh, you are also a star chapter martial artist? Not bad, good hands and chest, or I thank you for not hurting my men. A stern look from the High Master stared at Meng Shandu. Quickly, come and thank senior martial brother Ling Ji. Meng Shandu was very unconvinced, but the president had said it, so he had to give him face as well. Thanks, but I'm convinced I won't be soft-handed again when I have the chance. Meng Shandu finished speaking and left in the crowd in ashes. The High Master smiled, not a bit of High Master demeanor, just like a neighboring brother. His lightness was great and he left the crowd in a few moves. Ling Ji looked at the direction where the expert left and pondered. Xiao Xian'er walked up and said, Ling Ji, this Taisek doesn't seem simple. Ling Ji nodded slightly, but I will not be afraid. Yang Wu was anxious at the side, then what do we do next? Ling Ji's gaze was firm, improve your strength first, then make plans. A few days later, Ling Ji was practicing when he suddenly received a challenge letter. It must be that Meng Shandu who is unwilling. Ling Ji sneered. Xiao Xian'er worriedly said, you have to be careful. You said that you want to establish a labor union, is that true? Yes. Ling Ji said as he pointed at the Wind and Moon City martial artists behind him. Xiao Xian'er looked at the same-born Ling Ji with surprise. The starting line was the same, and in a few months' time, the gap was getting wider and wider. At first, there was still hope to fight him, it was ridiculous. Lu Shishir heard the wind and also ran over to see what was going on. Knowing that they are going to establish, belonging to the first labor union in Fengyu City, she is also very supportive and happy. This matter, he handed over to Chengyu. In Ling Ji's mind, Chengyu was the first choice for vice union president. Indeed, being born into a wealthy family, he was more suitable for him to call on manpower. After all, Peking Valley was more appealing. Chengyu took a few people who were serious about their work and went to handle this matter. One had to go to the student council and the school board to apply. In the end, these two departments would pass at the same time, wholesaling a piece of land to be used as the union's headquarters. This process had to take a week. For a while, the freshmen still focused on their studies. In those wonderful Blue Star history lessons, Ling Ji seemed to have opened a door to a mysterious world. He immersed himself in it and learned of many hidden things that were unheard of by the folk. It turned out that the world they had been living on, the Blue Planet, was not spherical as the public had perceived it to be. In fact, Blue Star is flat, and behind this lies a thrilling ancient history. Once upon a time, Blue Star was a complete round planet, and hundreds of thousands of years ago, a terrifying war between gods and demons broke out, completely changing the face of Blue Star. In that great battle, the Shura great god executed a great move of unparalleled power, and that power seemed to crush the Blue Star completely. Just in the nick of time, Pango God stood up and fought against Shura God. Pango God tried his best to resist one of Shura God's palms, but the huge impact still caused Blue Star to suffer a catastrophic disaster. The other side of the blue planet shattered under this force, and countless debris and energy splashed into the depths of the universe. After this disaster, Blue Star's area was drastically reduced, losing more than half of its area, and the once intact planet became mangled. However, miraculously, those shattered spaces didn't really disappear. They were transformed into small worlds of other spaces under the mysterious laws of the universe, or what modern people call secret realms. These secret realms seemed to be time capsules, sealing the environment of the ancient times. There were all kinds of unknown creatures inside, which had different forms. Some were ferocious and brutal, some were mysterious and unpredictable, and each of them could pose a fatal threat to those who entered them. Moreover, these secret realms are not the exclusive domain of humans. Other alien races can also enter through their respective known entrances. According to scientists' projections, less than 20% of the secret realms are known to humans, and there is still a lot of unknown space. This made the secret realm a mysterious place full of opportunities and dangers, with all forces eyeing it and attracting countless people like Ling Ji who were full of curiosity and desire to explore. Eager to unveil more ancient history in it, exploring those treasures and secrets hidden behind the mystery. The secret realm is rich in resources, including rare minerals, unique plants, and mysterious energy sources. These resources have provided a new material basis for mankind's scientific and technological development, promoting the progress of energy, medicine, material science, and many other fields. A certain special mineral found in the secret realm may have extremely high energy conductivity and can be used to create more efficient energy devices. Some rare plants may contain unique medicinal ingredients that can bring new breakthroughs in medical research. Strength enhancement and evolutionary opportunities. When a martial artist ventures into a secret realm, his or her strength will be honed and enhanced during the process of fighting and exploring the monsters therein. Some martial artists even obtain abilities beyond the ordinary due to contact with special energies or substances in the secret realm, opening up the path of human evolution. Exploring secret realms is an important task for martial arts training academies around the globe. Labor unions could accept exploring new secret realms and obtaining resources from the secret realms to sell to the academies in exchange for work credits, which would be exchanged for cultivation resources. Chapter 92, Capture 3000. Ling Ji was originally someone who didn't value fame and fortune, but profit was very important. He had the power to establish a labor union. They could go their own way and earn work credits without having to look at other people's faces. Moreover, as the president, he definitely received the most benefits. At least the academy gave him a lot of subsidies every year. Legend had it that these subsidies were the subsidies that the country distributed to each academy. It was for the academies to open up new unknown spaces and protect inherent spaces. The first country to take possession of that space belonged to whichever country it belonged to. This was important to a country. After all, it was part of the territory. Strange again, creatures like humans have been aggressive, warlike creatures since the beginning of time. Before the discovery of the shard space, humans had often warred with each other, country to country, over acres and acres of land. After the invasion of foreign races, the human race was united as never before, and large-scale wars between countries disappeared, with only inter-country competitions. For example, various types of sports in the folklore, the Olympic Games and so on. The martial arts community then runs all types of tournaments. People still compete for resources, but with a common goal, and fair and just, open unknown shard space. As expected, the minds of the martial artists were the same. Everyone sought to maximize benefits and would not blink. On the same day, 16 new labor unions were formed. Ling Ji's Dawnwings was one of them. At the same time, the academy would issue orders to dissolve old unions that did not have qualified presidents or did not have enough people, and this time there were 8 of them. Ling Ji looked at the names of these fallen unions and sighed at how things were like chess. Ling Ji summoned the members of Wings of Dawn and said with a grave expression on his face, "A new union has been established, the competition is fierce, we have to fight for it." Cheng Yu was very helpful and managed to recruit 200 members this time. For the new union was a great success. After all, they were all newcomers. Ling Ji directly appointed Chen Mani as the auxiliary president. The organization minister was given to Chiu Xiener. Yang Wu, this person, was really not useful. He could only be allowed to act as a contact person. They arrived at the headquarters assigned to them by the school, located in the southwest corner of the academy. The environment was considered beautiful. The conference room, training room were all complete. "Let me in, I want to join you." That sweet and familiar voice once again sounded outside the house, like a gentle wind, but with an insistence that could not be refused. Ling Ji and a few cadres looked at each other, a complex look flashing in their eyes. The owner of this voice, Han Meimei, was like a stone that had suddenly intruded into their calm lake, stirring up layers of ripples. It wasn't the first time she had come to make a request, and every time, she brought with her the kind of stalkerish vigor that was hard to resist. Han Meimei stood outside the door, her eyes flashed with determination, and there was a hint of tenderness hidden in that light. She looked in the direction of the house and said aloud, "Ling Ji, you know my heart, I love you, I don't want to be separated from you, I want to face everything together with you." Her voice was a little trembling, but she vented her emotions unreservedly. This kind of fishing girl, Ling Ji really respected her. He did not want to involve her in this. The other cadres were also whispering, with some showing signs of intolerance, while others were adamantly against it, believing that it would bring unnecessary trouble to the team. Chiu Xiener looked at Ling Ji's tangled expression and sighed softly. She knew Ling Ji's dilemma and understood Han Meimei's feelings. Chiu Xiener stood up, walked over to Ling Ji, and said softly, "Ling Ji, I think we can give her a chance. She is also a member of our slaughter association. We can all see her determination, and with us around, we can also try to protect her. Besides, her abilities aren't bad, so she might be able to help." Ling Ji looked at Chiu Xiener, a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes before he finally nodded. Chiu Xiener walked to the door, opened it, and looked at Han Meimei, saying, "Come in, Meimei." Han Meimei's eyes immediately flashed with surprise as she nodded vigorously and rushed into the house, walking directly to Ling Ji and was about to hug him. Ling Ji had a strange stance at this time and easily dodged it. Han Meimei hugged an empty one. "Ling Ji, haven't you forgiven me yet?" Scram! If he wasn't looking at the fact that she was also from the Slaughter Association, he really didn't want to get involved with this woman. Right at this dramatic moment, a burst of panicked footsteps and cries of hollering broke the delicate atmosphere in the room. A man ran towards Ling Ji and the others with a face full of panic, shouting as he ran. Chairman, someone is coming to kick the house. The faces of the crowd changed, and Ling Ji's eyes instantly became sharp. Before they could react, they only saw a group of people walking aggressively, and at the head of them was none other than Meng Shandu. Behind him were several Tai sect experts who emitted a powerful aura, and the aura on these experts was even a few points more severe than Meng Shandu's, so it was clear that the visitors were not good. A garbage union established by garbage. Meng Shandu had a smug sneer hanging at the corner of his mouth, as he swept a glance at Ling Ji and the others, and said loudly, Ling Ji, last time I let you win by a fluke, but today I've brought the true experts of the Tai sect, so you're all just waiting to be trampled underneath our feet. His voice echoed in the air, full of provocation. Ling Ji sat on the president's chair, fearlessly glaring at Meng Shandu. From his lofty position, he had the aura of a monarch over the world. Meng Shandu, you really don't die. However, don't think you can scare us by bringing a few helpers? Ha ha ha. The experts behind Meng Shandu laughed, for the first time being scorned by these freshmen. It was truly a fire in the Buddha. There was something a little creepy about this laugh. At this moment, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme, a fierce battle seemed to be on the verge of breaking out, both sides gripped their weapons tightly and stood by. A stout man behind Meng Shandu, at least 2 meters tall, walked out. Pointing at Ling Ji, he said, you are the one who doesn't know. His words hadn't finished. There was a flash in front of his eyes. Ah! Only felt a pain in his forehead, and his eyes went black. Killing or wounding a martial artist of the same rank rewards 500 plus blood chi values. Ah! Carrot! Killing 6 martial artists of the same rank, rewarding blood chi value of 3000 plus. The experts around Meng Shandu were all hit by something on their foreheads and bled profusely. Damn it, Ling Ji, you dared to hurt someone with a hidden arrow? It was only then that everyone realized that there were ceramic cup shards all over the ground. Ling Ji struck out. Ha ha! I just saw these brothers and sisters, handsome and dashing, and invited them to drink tea, but I don't know why they couldn't even catch the cups. Ling Ji's concealed weapon technique was too bizarre. Even their battle-hardened martial artists couldn't sense the killing aura of the cup as it flew. It was just the unique concealed weapon technique, the life-snatching 3000 that Mentor Wenshi had secretly passed on to him over the past few days. Chapter 93, Are you going to fight or not, pretty girl? What a good kung fu! It's not that when she is Uncle Seven's lover, Ling Ji really has a slight desire to pursue her. Or maybe this is as Ling Ji, who lacked motherly love since childhood, only now realizes that he needs motherly love. He still has a lot of self-respect and can only treat this emotion as if it was for motherly love, once a teacher always a father. Ling Ji, you're such a barbaric person, we came to congratulate you on the establishment of your union, is this how you greet your guests? Oh, in that case it's really Mr. Ling's bad hospitality, it's just that my cups are all broken by you trash, you're not welcome. Ling Ji was not polite. Ling Ji's eyes became more and more determined, a fearless bravado welled up in his heart, remembering the saying, friends come with good wine, enemies come with shotguns. Meng Shandu, if you come with good intentions, we will treat you with courtesy and good wine. But if you come today with malice and provocation, as an enemy, then we will never back down either. We have our bottom line, we have our guarded beliefs, just like with our enemies we have sharp and incomparable shotguns. Ling Ji's voice was like a loud bell that vibrated in the air, causing the hearts of those on his side to surge and his morale to be boosted. Xiao Xian'er nodded her head slightly from the side, the long sword in her hand clenched tightly, its body faintly emitting a humming sound, as if echoing Ling Ji's words. Didn't follow the wrong person. Han Meimei regretted that the man she had always thought was a pug was the real man. Meng Shandu's face changed slightly when he heard Ling Ji's words, but he quickly regained that arrogant demeanor and let out a cold laugh. Humph, who doesn't know how to say big words? There will be a time for you guys to beg for forgiveness later. They all thought that it was their carelessness that got them hit by the concealed weapon. The experts of the Tai sect followed suit and let out a burst of laughter. Old Meng, we came to spread the wild. Not to fight. An expert wearing a t-shirt had already waved his sword in his hand and flew towards Ling Ji. Clang! Xiao Xian'er struck out, her long sword blocking in front of Ling Ji. Dina also struck out, also with her long sword. The two really looked like a pair of female gatekeepers. And very pretty. Both were over 1.75 meters in stature, and their fiery bodies made people jealous. Wow! Two big beauties. Oh! Of course they were 2 of the 4 golden flowers of the Slaughter Association. There was also Han Meimei, and Di Mei. That t-shirt wearing expert was stopped by Xiao Xian'er and Dina, a hint of surprise and annoyance flashed in his eyes, he didn't expect these 2 seemingly delicate women to be so powerful. With a cold snort, the long sword in his hand was violently flicked, and the spiritual energy on the sword surged, transforming into several sword chi that shot towards Aotian and Dina. Aotian and Dina were not the least bit afraid as they looked at each other and tacitly swung their long swords at the same time. Aotian's longsword was glowing with a layer of light blue light, while Dina's longsword was wrapped in a layer of fiery red spiritual energy. The two rays of light intertwined together to form a colorful shield, and the sword chi crashed into the shield with a crackling sound. "Oomph, is that all you've got?" Aotian droned out, her figure flying up like a swallow as she pounced towards the t-shirt expert. Her long knife drew a beautiful arc in the air, bringing up a biting wind sound as it slashed straight towards the top of her opponent's head. This slash seemed simple, but it actually contained Aotian's years of cultivation. Her speed was incredibly fast and her strength was extremely impressive. In a few days, her progress was so obvious, no wonder martial artists were so longing to come to the Martial Cultivation Academy to study. Dina wasn't lagging behind either, as she rushed towards the t-shirt expert from the side, the long knife in her hand transforming into a trail of residual shadows, attacking towards the enemy's waist like a spirit snake. The angle of her attack was tricky, each blade aimed at the opponent's vital parts, forming a perfect match with Aotian's attack, putting the t-shirt expert in a predicament of being caught in a two-sided attack. The t-shirt expert's brow furrowed as he felt a huge pressure. Only to see him violently rotate his body, the long sword in his hand danced into a sword circle, forming a white vortex of spiritual energy as he attempted to fend off Aotian and Dina's attacks. The sword circle and the twin swords collided together with a deafening roar, and the powerful impact shook the surrounding people back a few steps. It seemed that the two of them were still stuck at the peak of the second stage of the mortal martial realm. Ling Ji let them be, or maybe this valuable experience would allow them to break through. Just as the two sides were at a standstill, Meng Shanda shouted impatiently from the side, "What are the few of you still waiting for? Go together and clean them all up." Hearing the order, the other experts of the Tai Yi sect roared angrily and rushed towards Ling Ji and the others. For a while, the scene was thrown into chaos, shouts of killing and clashing of weapons intertwined as the battle broke out in full force. Yang Wu saw the right moment to leap into the battle like a cheetah. Only to see his body flashing, more agile and swift than before. Obviously his physical skills had improved quite a bit during this period of time. Intercepting fist do. Every movement he made was full of power and skill, every punch and kick landed precisely on the enemy's vital points, and those experts of the Tai Yi sect were repelled under his storming attacks. "Impossible, absolutely impossible!" An expert shouted out in depression. He was like a whirlwind on the battlefield, and wherever he went, his enemies had difficulty fighting back. At the same time, Cheng Feng also joined the battle. He was holding a precious sword, and the sword's body was chillingly bright, as if it was telling of its desire to fight. Cheng Feng rushed into the enemy group and swung his sword, bringing up a dazzling sword light. His swordsmanship was like flowing clouds in water, each move contained deep power, and wherever the sword went, the enemy's defenses were easily torn apart. He and Yang Wu cooperated with each other, one rigid and the other soft, one attacking strongly with his powerful physical skills and the other outsmarting them with his subtle swordsmanship, causing tremendous pressure on the Tai Yi sect's experts. Under their joint efforts, the Tai Yi sect's attack was gradually suppressed, and the situation began to develop in favor of Ling Ji's side. Ling Ji shouted, "Don't let them have a chance to catch their breath." Aotian pouted, "See how this girl will make them look good today." Dina shouted, "Sisters, step up." The t-shirt expert glared angrily, "Don't be crazy." Meng Shanda stomped his feet anxiously, "All of you hold on." Yang Wu roared as he fought, "You curmudgeons, suffer death." Cheng Feng snapped, "Today is your doom." Someone from the Tai Yi sect shouted, "Don't hold back." Several people immediately exploded their true cultivation. Yang Wu was immediately punched by an expert who sent him flying, spitting out 8 or 9 tails of blood. "Damn it!" Ling Ji shook his head, they were still suppressed by their realms. They were truly compassionate, they were the ones who injured their male disciples, the female disciples were not yet in a situation where they were harmed. The 24 beautiful women immediately drew their weapons and killed them. "You guys are really helpless, do you really think that we don't know how to beat women?" A dozen or so female martial artists with average posture were either injured or their weapons were broken and damaged. It turned out that it wasn't about hitting injured females, it was just about not hurting beautiful women. Han Meimei saw the situation clearly and actually killed up as well. Chapter 94 Library. Those who should be on, went up to the actual battle. Ling Ji let for could stop this farce. Ling Ji slapped the chair and performed lightness. He drew his bloodthirsty sword and did a flip. Han Meimei, get out of the way. Ling Ji attached her behind him with one hand. The killing chi converged on the blade, resonating with the killing chi in the word blood on the blade. Sweeping across 1,000 armies. A terrifying blade light slashed at the Tai Chi's experts. Boom! Several people's weapons shattered. He could not have imagined that a small level in cultivation would increase the power of the bloodthirsty mad knife. In Ling Ji's mind, the bloodthirsty knife was now just a system, and he thought that after a period of nourishment, he would definitely be able to awaken the bloodthirsty knife's blade spirit. What kind of blade is yours? A martial artist with a hacked-up weapon looked at the knife in Ling Ji's hand in disbelief. A pig-killing knife, specialized in killing people like you. Evil knife. I feel its evil aura. It's a killing aura. Another martial artist said, it's the killing aura left behind after countless killings. He knew that Ling Ji was showing them mercy already. Arching his hand, I have offended today. Meng Shandu, kowtow, and give thanks for your offense. The man placed a foot against Meng Shandu's knee and he involuntarily knelt down. Are you guys that much of a wimp? Yang Wu laughed. He bitterly supported his body, seriously injured he was still strong and bragging. Goons? If we poisoned, you fat boy has long become a ghost, but also let you in the beeping? Yang Wu was said to blush. This guy, Meng Shandu, said that President Ling Ji used some despicable means to snatch his newly recruited beautiful student, and that President Ling used despicable means to defeat him. Today, it seems that it's all nonsense from this guy. The fact that these beauties aren't afraid of getting hurt or even dying to fight with us tells us that they did it voluntarily, and the fact that you were able to defeat us with a single slash must not be the same as what he said about being defeated by you using underhanded tactics. It was at this point that everyone realized that these experts were encouraged to come by this helplessness of Meng Shandu. It also made sense, after all, there would be no blood feud between the two unions. Ling Ji snorted coldly, Meng Shandu, you villain who is stirring up trouble, today's matter will not be spared. Meng Shandu's face turned pale. Chairman Ling, I know I'm wrong, I beg you to be magnanimous. Ling Ji's gaze was stern. You want to beg for forgiveness after making a mistake? It's not that easy. Han Meimei said, Brother Ling, we can't let him off so easily. Yang Wu also shouted, yes, we must make him pay. The Tai sex experts pleaded for mercy. President Ling, I still hope that we can be lenient. Ling Ji pondered for a moment. Meng Shandu, disable your own martial arts and get out of this place. Meng Shandu collapsed to the ground. No, don't. Xiao Xianer chirped, this is the punishment he deserves. Dina chimed in, that's right, you can't be soft. Ling Ji must give them a kick in the pants. Meng Shandu was overwhelmed by their experts, pinned to the ground, and could only beg bitterly. The bloodthirsty blade made a horizontal slash, disconnecting the meridians of this shameless hand. Seriously injuring a martial artist of the same rank, rewarding blood chi value of 1,000 plus. Roll. With a few bows and arches, he dragged this man away. Clap. There was a thunderous applause in the room. They saw that this boss really had style. Just scrapping his usual hand didn't finish scrapping the man. It eliminates the hidden dangers and also makes those petty people not dare to come to the labor union to make trouble. His strike swept through the army, letting everyone see how powerful Ling Ji was. After establishing his first prowess, Ling Ji handed over the union affairs to Cheng Yu. You're really a shirker. Cheng Yu said helplessly. Thanks for the hard work, Brother Song Wu. Where are you going? The library. Manny Chen was being held by a book bag, together. With the company of a beautiful woman, surely she wouldn't mind, and she was kind of a lifesaver. Go! Ling Ji, I'm going too. Han Meimei ran over and wrapped her arms around Ling Ji. Let go. Han Meimei's sweet smile immediately disappeared. Fine. They slipped into the library. The library of the Martial Cultivation Academy was like a mysterious temple of knowledge, exuding an ancient and fascinating aura. Wow! Han Meimei was unwilling to marvel. From the looks of it, the library was an imposing building whose walls were made of huge blocks of stone, and these stones faintly had patterns of spiritual energy flowing through them. The top of the building has exquisite eaves, and the wind chimes hanging on the eaves gently sway in the breeze, emitting a clear and pleasant sound, seemingly playing a welcoming song for this treasure trove of knowledge. The main door is two heavy solid wood door. Above the carving of a variety of martial arts related patterns, there are martial arts cultivation posture, magical skills performance scene, as well as those legends of mysterious and powerful weapons. Each carving are lifelike. The details of the details show the craftsmanship of the exquisite. They stepped into the library, and the first thing that caught their eyes was a spacious hall. The ceiling of the hall was extremely high, and the dome was inlaid with countless spirit beads emitting soft light, which illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime, without the slightest shadowy corner. In the center of the hall was a huge statue of an ancient martial arts cultivation master with a majestic face and deep, wise eyes. On it was written, Martial Saint Ling Yafeng. Ling Ji really couldn't imagine that this martial saint was also surnamed Ling. Could it be his own ancestor? Surrounding the statue were some tables and chairs for the scholars to take a short rest or communicate here. Moving forward along the passageways on both sides of the hall, there were rows and rows of tall bookshelves. These bookshelves were all made of precious wood, emitting a faint fragrance. The bookshelves were filled with all sorts of books, scrolls, and jade slips. The covers of the books were made of different materials. Some of them were made of tough animal skins with exquisite hot-stamped text. Some were made of special paper that was as thin as a cicada's wing but incredibly tough, with complex patterns of feet drawn on them. Scrolls were neatly stowed away in special boxes, some of which, when unfolded, would emit a strange light that contained the mysteries of ancient gong methods. The jade slips were even more mysterious. They were crystal clear, with densely packed runes inside, requiring the injection of spiritual energy to read their contents, which recorded precious martial arts cultivation tips and secrets. A tranquil and solemn atmosphere pervaded the library, and apart from the occasional sound of pages turning and light footsteps, there were no other noises. It was as if the air here was saturated with knowledge, and every breath could make one feel the breath of wisdom. In the depths of the library, there are also some special secret rooms, which store even more precious and dangerous ancient books. Only those who get permission from the Academy's top management can enter. Those secret rooms seem to be the most mysterious islands in the ocean of knowledge, waiting for those who have the destiny to explore. In order to facilitate the students to find information, filled with rows of computers, just enter the type of books or keywords you want to find into them. There will display the location, guiding the students to the corresponding area. There were endless books here, becoming a paradise for Ling Ji to study. Combining labor and rest was a condition that a martial artist must learn. He had the bloodthirsty system's entries function. He easily took all the knowledge in the library and began to incorporate it into the system. As the system analyzed and slowly poured the useful knowledge into his divine consciousness. Chapter 95. Surrounding them were rows and rows of bookshelves that could not be seen to the end. Ling Ji's gaze was like a torch as he kept searching among the bookshelves, expecting to find books that would help him in his cultivation. He practiced the basic techniques provided by the bloodthirsty system, and other kung fu could only be the icing on the cake for him. Now that he was the one who was good at learning, he wouldn't sew all the kung fu that he felt was good into the system. At least he could know more routines when he was fighting against the enemy. So he came to the kung fu area. Opened a gong fu with an ancient aura. Chaos Sacred Elemental Technique? This was a top-level technique that had been passed down from ancient times. Cultivators need to first draw the chaotic chi of the heavens and earth into their bodies, turning it into the power of the sacred yuan stored in the dantian. With deeper cultivation, the power of the holy yuan can nourish the 5 viscera, 6 bowels, and 8 veins, making the strength of the body far superior to normal people. However, this book of secrets was not something that could be practiced by any body type. After entering it into the system, he opened another book. The 9 Suns Burning Heaven Technique. A technique known for its masculine power. By absorbing the power of the sun, the practitioner would transform it into the 9 Yang True Flame, which would circulate through the meridians in the body. The 9 Yang True Flame would gradually quench the cultivator's body, making it like an unbreakable body of adamantine. Unfortunately, it was not suitable for himself, or Yang Wu was suitable, so he would call him to learn it when the time came. He looked for a long time, but there was nothing suitable for himself, so he left the area. He came to the body technique area. The illusory flowing light steps, the ethereal wind shadow technique, and the heavenly soaring cloud dragon body technique all seemed to be some very advanced body techniques, but according to the descriptions on them, they would not be as good as the ones he picked up in the secret realm. The same thing was true for the blade technique secret book area. Just as he walked to the stairs to enter the second floor, a staff member stopped him. This woman was wearing an academy uniform, and at a glance, she was a staff member. But the look was young, presumably also a student, a good student of fine craftsmanship and study. Smiling, she said, "This student, you have to reach the spiritual martial realm or above to go and upstairs. Can't I just go in and take a look?" The academy stipulates that it's not allowed. In the past, many students with low cultivation went in and went off the deep end after stealing practice. Now the academy expressly forbids it. Ling Ji was also undeterred as he called teacher when she when she was really nice to him and used his mentor status to let Lingji go up. This floor above did not have as many books as the first floor. It was estimated to be just about a third of the first floor. It was estimated that the more advanced the kung fu, the less secret books were left behind. However, finding books here is very different from the first floor. Being protected by a spell formation barrier, it is estimated that it takes that one book to take one. Only a few computers were seen at the entrance, and a spirit stone, presumably to test cultivation. Lingji sat in front of the computer. Lingji placed his hand on the spirit stone. The computer screen immediately displayed 2024 Martial Cultivation Student, Lingji. Age, 19 years old. Height, 188 centimeters. Physique? Weight, 75 kilograms. Instructor, Wenshi Associate Professor. Minor Instructor, None. Life Instructor, Lu Shishir. Cultivation, Mortal Martial Realm, Early 3rd Stage. Usual weapon, Knife, Concealed Weapon. The computer operated at high speed and quickly unlocked the books that were locked for Lingji to read. Suddenly, mechanical arms stretched out in the air. The books were quickly collected. The books that suit you have been transmitted to the reading room. So advanced. Lingji arrived at the reading room and found that there were only a few people inside. He found the books that belonged to him and was about to flip through them when one of the students next to him curiously chimed in, "Brother, how did you manage to come up here?" Lingji smiled. The tutor helped. "I'm so envious of you. I've been practicing hard to break through the spirit martial realm." The classmate sighed. He really couldn't imagine that this ordinary man was a spirit martial realm expert. It seemed like the academy was a crouching tiger and hidden dragon. "Senior brother, you haven't reached your realm yet. You must be cautious in your cultivation." He really couldn't imagine that this senior brother was quite friendly. Lingji flipped through a book and frowned slightly. This gong method doesn't seem to be as magical as imagined. A lot of it was just advanced kung fu that he had read on the first floor. It was really easy to go off the deep end by skipping levels and practicing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. This one seems a bit interesting. A book called The Cultivation of the State of Mind Eternal Balance. Lingji summarized a lot of insights in this book. The higher the kung fu, the higher the requirement for the state of mind. In this world of high martial arts, power can easily make people lose themselves, while the cultivation of the state of mind is the key to staying awake and restrained. In the course of my cultivation, I have seen many martial artists who have fallen into madness as a result of going off the deep end. They were so overwhelmed by the power of their strength that they lost control of themselves. In order to avoid such a tragedy from happening to myself, I always remind myself to keep a calm and humble heart. Whether I face success or failure, I have to treat it with a normal heart. When I break through a difficult barrier and acquire a new gong method, I will not be complacent, but regard it as a new starting point and continue to work hard on my cultivation. And when I encounter setbacks and failures, I do not get discouraged and frustrated, but learn from them and analyze my shortcomings so that I can do better next time. The cultivation of the state of mind is also reflected in the discernment of good and evil and the correct use of power. Kung Fu itself is not good or evil, but the intention of the user determines its nature. I know that possessing great power means greater responsibility, so I vow to use Kung Fu only for righteous deeds, to protect those innocent people and to maintain peace and stability in the world. As he was watching, the staff came over and reminded, "Pay attention to the time, don't overrun." Lingji nodded and sped up his reading. He entered those canonical books that he hadn't had time to read into the system. It was at this time. The WeChat's Union President Group rang. Announcement. The Academy is now short of evil water ice crystals. Which Union can accept this mission? Come to the Union Organization Department to claim it. Danger level, B1. Reward, 1 million labor points. November 14, 2024. Immediately many people said, "Damn, so few work points to venture to a B1 rank place, I don't know." A president despised. I didn't remember wrongly, the evil water ice crystals are at the water source of the B1 Evil Forest Plateau. The beasts there are fierce. Lingji's heart fluttered as he replied in the group, "Our union has taken it." At once the group exploded. Everyone docketed the union vest. The name of Broken Dawn Wings, so unfamiliar, at a glance, it was clear that it was a new union. This kid is crazy. With the little strength you guys have, aren't you going to die? Lingji ignored the mockery of the crowd and began to gather the union members. This was a good opportunity for actual combat. He was in need of battles to gain blood chi values, which would be the fastest way to cultivate. The biggest advantage of his association was that there were many Pill King Valley disciples, the logistics were great. No problem. Many people got angry, this person was too headstrong. Bah, we're all doing this for your own good, you just won't listen. This mission was one that was tasteless to eat and discarded. However, Lingji always felt an inexplicable excitement when he saw the name Evil Forest. 96. First Mission. Thank you, President Ling, for supporting the Academy's cause. Please organize your team members and come to the organization department to receive your bracelet and sign the life and death contract. As a reminder, it is best to have at least a peak second stage mortal martial realm martial artist for this mission. After receiving the message, Lingji immediately returned to the Union to gather his men. Lingji quickly gathered the Union members, who all looked different. President, this mission is really too dangerous. Someone said with worry. Lingji's gaze was firm, so what if it's dangerous? This is our chance to rise. But that foreign beast is fierce, can we do it? Another person questioned. Lingji shouted, if we don't put up a fight, how do we know we can't? Everyone trust me. The crowd was silent for a moment and nodded their heads. Chengyu was the first to favor it, but Lingji wouldn't let him go, there had to be someone to hold down the base camp. Otherwise, with a newcomer joining, there was no one to even clap. Han Meimei was still pretty, and her look was just a little absent-minded. Lingji, there's something going on at home, I'm going to take a leave of absence to go home. Actually, you don't need to tell me. She left the Union headquarters in disappointment. Everyone who wants to go raise their hands. It turned out that the vast majority of people raised their hands, but he remembered that there were harsh conditions. Very well, everyone is up for it, but this mission only requires martial artists above the peak of the second stage of the mortal martial realm. This condition excluded some people who could count that Yang Wu. Those who are at this cultivation level or below, stay at the academy and learn from their own mentors and cultivate well. Many people were disappointed, especially Yang Wu. Hey, this is clearly discrimination. Manny Chen gave a blank stare him and said, this is a tip from the organization department. Manny Chen, Chengyu as the vice president, they were also in that union management group, so they saw the tip. She also knew that this cost-effective mission was very poor, except that she was also aware that it wasn't these missions that were hard for them, the newbie teams, to get. This is a dangerous quest, warriors who aren't afraid of death, go with our president. Lingji. Manny. Lingji. Manny. Everyone called out as they followed them. There were 38 people in total, leaving the association. Enough, this was a small mission, the others who had lower cultivation levels or less combat experience could train at the academy. There would always be a time when they would have to go into battle. Vastly, they arrived at the organization department. Lingji was the first to sign the life and death certificate and received his bracelet. Lingji, think carefully. The staff member reminded. The others also made a unified movement without hesitation. Lingji did not hesitate, depart. Hey. What? The organization department staff member Hiji said, do you guys know where to depart? Lingji and the others were so excited that they really didn't know where to depart. Hungry, senior sister, I. Follow me. This young lady laughed while leading these newcomers to the teleportation wormhole. The staff pressed a remote control in their hands. A gate opened. They walked into the wormhole teleporter. 38 people. Teleportation destination, B1 Evil Forest Plateau. Comfortable. An academy is an academy, and the teleportation array is all too comfortable. It turned out that the academy had spent a large amount of money to install a large number of spirit stones on the teleportation array, making the process of teleportation like a cultivation session. Their eyes went overnight and they began to enter a meditative state. An unending source of spiritual chi was integrated into their bodies. After an unknown amount of time, their eyes blinked. The crowd stepped into the evil forest, and an eerie aura came over them. They immediately heard the secret realm system prompt, ding. Congratulations on successfully entering the B1 level secret realm evil forest, number C1.40367. It was the same child-tuned mechanical voice. Before their eyes, they traversed to the edge of a cliff with a huge river next to it. Below the cliff was the level C1 secret evil forest that Lingji had been to, and it was familiar. The forest in front of them had been destroyed, and now just a little sapling had grown. This forest was filled with an eerie darkness, and the leaves of the trees took on an eerie dark green color, flashing with an ominous luster in the faint light. It was now winter, and the temperature was much lower than the last time I came in. Quest to collect evil water ice crystals, quantity, the more the better. Lingji frowned, everyone be careful, the beasts here are fierce. Manichin said softly, the aura makes one's heart grow fuzzy. At this moment, a small white fellow flew out from Lingji's backpack. Little White. Little White had a feeling of coming home when he came here. Little White excitedly flew through the air, seemingly giving the crowd directions. Follow Little White, there might be something new to discover. Lingji said. The crowd followed carefully, when suddenly a gust of wind whistled past. Not good, something's going on. Mani-chan exclaimed. Only to see a group of huge foreign beasts scurrying out of the woods with their teeth and claws open. Pigs? The bracelet system prompted. Third order primary Fey beast, rampaging porcupine. Attack power of 2000 bull power or more, strike, bravely charge forward. Response plan, kill. Run, you end up being caught up by it. Everyone prepare for battle. Lingji shouted. The crowd flashed their weapons and looked tense. The rampaging porcupines swept towards Lingji and the others like a raging black wave. These porcupines were huge, each one was over 2 meters long and covered in spikes as hard as steel. The spikes flashed with a cold light under the sunlight, as if they were the scythes of the god of death, signaling the threat of death. Lingji stood at the front of the group with a firm gaze, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand trembled slightly, as if he had sensed his master's impending outbreak of battle intent. Butchering Bull. It had been a long time since he had used this move. As a pig-killing professional, he didn't use martial arts at all. At this point in time, this move of his had been greatly rounded. Used the most primitive cloud-floating step on it. After all, these monsters are a move, jump on is a messy kill. Killing a third-order beast, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value and 1000 plus killing chi value. Everyone saw dumbfounded. They hadn't even reacted as soon as a ferocious and incomparable foreign beast was separated by a slash. Rather, there was a pleasing feeling to the eyes. Lingji, how did you do that? The others actually followed suit, only to be viciously knocked away. Why? Everyone is at the same cultivation level, and I was knocked away. Many fools spat out blood. His teammates behind him also stood in a tight formation, each of them had gravity written all over their faces, but there was not the slightest hint of retreat in their eyes. The people in front of them had used their strongest martial arts skills to hurt them even by the skin of their teeth, while Lingji had easily slashed them with a single slash. At this moment, the battle instantly erupted as a large group of pigs rushed in. A rampaging porcupine rushed towards Lingji like an arrow off the string, its strong limbs stepping out gusts of smoke and dust on the ground at an astonishingly fast speed. Lingji shouted and rushed up to meet the porcupine. In the moment when he was about to collide with the porcupine, he flickered and skillfully avoided the front impact of the porcupine, while the bloodthirsty knife in his hand fiercely slashed at the side of the porcupine. The bloodthirsty knife collided with the porcupine's hard thorns, spattering a cloud of sparks. Lingji only felt a huge reaction force coming from him, but he clenched his teeth, and by virtue of his powerful strength, he left a deep wound on the porcupine's body. The porcupine ate the pain and let out a roar of rage, violently turning around and charging towards Lingji once again, that crazy look as if it wanted to completely crush Lingji. The pig ran and already crawled to the ground, out of breath. Killed third order Fey beast, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value, 1000 plus killing chi value. At the same time, the other teammates were also locked in a fierce battle with the porcupine. The long knife in Xiao Xianer's hand was swung densely, and every time she swung it, she was able to accurately slash between the porcupine's spikes, avoiding its hard defenses and inflicting damage on the porcupine. Her figure was as light as a swallow, nimbly weaving in and out of the porcupine group, blood splattering wherever she went. Dina, on the other hand, confronted another porcupine. The long knife in her hand was like a dragon, constantly stabbing at the porcupine's eyes and throat and other vital parts. Each stabbing strike carried a powerful spiritual energy, making the porcupine not dare to approach easily. However, the number of these rampaging porcupines was simply too many, and it was as if they were endless, as wave after wave of them impacted Lingji and their defense line. The battle lasted for a long time and everyone was exhausted, but they knew that once they relaxed, they would be overwhelmed by these ferocious beasts. As Lingji fought the porcupines, he shouted loudly to cheer up his teammates, "Everyone hold on. We can't be defeated by these." Killed 33rd order Fey beasts, rewarded with 60,000 plus blood chi value and 30,000 plus killing chi value. His voice echoed across the battlefield, inspiring the fighting spirit of every single one of his teammates. On this bloody and cruel battlefield, they engaged in a thrilling life and death battle with the rampaging porcupine. Chapter 97, Revenge. You're my nightmare. Ling Ji swung his sword violently, killing another porcupine, and shouted, "Everyone, work harder." Killing a third-order Fey beast, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value and 1000 plus killing chi value. Xiao Xianer chanted, "I can still fight." Sweat soaked her shirt. Dina gasped, "Definitely hold on." Suddenly, an even larger porcupine king appeared, and the crowd's faces changed drastically. Fourth-ranked primary Fey beast, rampaging porcupine. Attack power of 10,000 oxen force or more, strike, bravely charge forward. Bloody wind and blood. Response plan, only kill. They are ferocious, being targeted by them can only be killed. Everyone's whole body trembled when they heard the cue. Or having fought countless small pigs already, now there was a big one. However, that one porcupine didn't attack. The blood-red eyes were like a blood moon. The two bloody eyes stared at Ling Ji with a deadly stare, and the porcupine's body began to tremble. Humph, huffing and puffing, coaxing. The great rampaging porcupine saw Ling Ji and sniffed the air with its nose, constantly growling. Manny Chen, who had been standing behind Ling Ji, also felt that something was wrong. This porcupine seems to hate you? At this moment, Ling Ji also had this feeling of a murderous aura rushing towards him. As he took a closer look, the porcupine had a knife scar on its head. The knife scar had not completely healed by now. It was that time, the piglet that stole away? Still alive? Humming, grunting, snorting, cooing, as if answering his question. You've come for revenge. Huffing and puffing, coaxing, grunting. The large porcupine tilted its piggy head up, the blood in the air pooling on its mouth. A bloody storm. Everyone scatter. He had once suffered from this move and almost died from it. Everyone felt the ferocity of this move. Even if they were not killed by this move, they would be blown down to the bottom of the cliff and die as well. Ling Ji gripped the knife in his hand and stood in a tight formation. "I will definitely cut you down today." The porcupine king roared, and the fishy wind and bloody rain whistled out. The crowd scattered and dodged in all directions, in a state of shock. Xiao Xianer shouted, "Ling Ji, be careful." Dina shouted, "Don't panic." Ling Ji dodged sideways and gritted his teeth. "Let's see me break your stance." The porcupine king lunged again, his tusks hideous. Manny Chen exclaimed, "Not good." Ling Ji took advantage of the situation and leapt up, swinging his sword at the porcupine king. The porcupine king was in pain and became even more frantic. He had to be taken care of before it made this move. It was too dangerous here when this move hit. The fourth move of the bloodthirsty frenzy blade, the eyes opened to the essentials of the butchering cow. The two moves fused. Kill. A vicious slash to the vitals of its neck. Hoof, hoot, 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 coax, humph, hoot, 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 coax, hoot, 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 coax, hoot, 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 coax, hello, hello, coax. Killing or wounding a level 4 alien beast, rewarding 2000 plus blood and chi values. The porcupine powered up and used all its strength to throw Ling Ji away. It flew into the distance with its sword. Ling Ji. The crowd shrieked. He flew towards the edge of the cliff. Unwilling to be sent flying, Ling Ji stomped his right foot as he borrowed the cloud-floating step stance. Spiritual chi gathered in his lower abdomen, dropping his center of gravity. With a flip, he plunged the bloodthirsty blade into the dirt ground. A fourth-ranked foreign beast is truly extraordinary. Although it can't always be killed for sure, this can't use its stance anymore. His throat slit and leaked air. The rampaging porcupine was tenacious and red-eyed. It kept stomping its legs. It was trying to die with Ling Ji. Nice try. Ling Ji saw through its intentions. After stabilizing his stance, Ling Ji recited the spell. Shenkuan borrows the law, spiritual energy converges, chaos is the guide, break. As the spell exited, the air around him began to fluctuate violently. The killing aura of heaven and earth was stirring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Only to see Ling Ji's entire body radiate with light, with him as the center, a vortex of spiritual power and killing chi converging was formed. For the time being, it was called the spirit killing chi. The surrounding spirit killing chi surged towards him like 100 rivers returning to the sea. These spirit killing chi gradually coalesced around him, transforming into a substantial light that circled and danced around his body. Each ray of light contained a powerful force, like a sharp blade, emitting a chilling aura. Under the effect of the spirit-slaying chi vortex, Ling Ji's hair was windless and his sleeves fluttered. His eyes became deep and majestic, as if he had transformed into a deity that controlled the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, he became one with his surroundings, becoming the core force on this battlefield. The light became more and more prevalent, gradually enveloping Lingji's figure completely, and from afar, it was like a bright sun rising amongst the porcupine group, causing even those running wildly to feel a strong threat, and their charge could not help but stagnate. Bloodthirsty Berserker's 5th style Raging Sea Berserker. This was the first time he had used it, and it was truly domineering. Kill. Dozens of porcupines, and 4th-rank porcupines were all exterminated under this move. Killing a 4th-order foreign beast rewards 5,000 plus blood chi values and 2,500 plus killing chi values. Killing 23rd-order beasts rewards 40,000 plus blood and chi values, 20,000 plus kill values. The crowd was stunned by the shocking scene in front of them, their eyes widened and their faces were filled with disbelief. The smaller porcupines, the original ferocity and madness in their eyes were instantly replaced by fear. The small porcupines shivered, their mouths emitting terrified grunts as they backed away and actually fled. Lingji let out a long sigh of relief and sheathed his sword. Xiao Sienna ran over, her face full of concern. Lingji, it's great that you're alright. Dina also walked forward, thanks to you this time, otherwise we would have been in danger. Manny Chen's eyes were filled with admiration, this kind of strength is amazing. Lingji smiled faintly and said, everyone is too kind, it is my duty to guard everyone. Then the other members began to praise as well. Big brother Lingji, your skill is simply divine. That's right, if it wasn't for you, we really don't know what to do. Lingji, you must have had an extraordinary opportunity for your strength to increase so quickly. Lingji arched his hand and said, it's just some hard training and life and death experiences. As long as you work hard you can do the same. With such talent and hard work, you are bound to become great in the future. Brother Ling, today's battle has left us in the dust. There was some awkwardness in this scene, and Lingji did not want to make them rely on himself too much. As long as you guys work hard, you can do the same. After saying that, he immediately began to deal with the corpses. After all, there were some corpses that had wind kernels inside them. These were the things that Manny Chen needed. Many of them were covered in blood, and they all washed by the river before continuing on. They moved along the river this time. Manny, I have an idea, come what may, you need so many wind kernels, or else let's kill and go to their lair and mess them up. Lingji made a crazy proposal. Chapter 98. Manny Chen stopped and looked meaningfully at Lingji. Is it necessary to take this risk? It's vital for our union that you are able to improve quickly. Moreover, your business is my business. She blushed, I know, you've always wanted to return the favor. But nothing was done then. No. If it wasn't for your kindness, I wouldn't be where I am today. If that day, you saw death. Even if I was not dead, waiting for myself to recover would have taken days, and that would have been the end of everything. There would be no me of today. What Lingji said also made sense, if the time came also had to leave the secret realm. That way, Shangyu wouldn't have a chance to come out, and Little White wouldn't follow him. These two helped a lot. Moreover, without their help, it was possible that Yangwu would have to die. Lingji had been looking at this unrequited girl who was kind and brave. It was just a small wind kernel, even if she wanted the stars and the moon, she had to find a way. We've come all this way, it's a good opportunity for real combat. And those rampaging porcupines have a strong attack, but they have a single attack that's easy to mess with. The other members also agreed with the president's choice. Lingji and the group tracked their way along the traces of the rampaging porcupine's escape, which was like an obvious signpost, leaving deep imprints on the grass and the land. Along the way, the group maintained a high level of vigilance, weapons held tightly in their hands, ready to deal with any dangers that might arise. I don't know how long they had been walking, but a pungent odor began to fill the air, the distinctive smell of porcupines, mixed with the scent of dirt and rotting vegetation. As they gradually went deeper, a huge cave appeared in front of them, the surrounding land was trampled by the porcupines, some porcupine spikes and gnawed bones were scattered around the cave, this was obviously the nest of the rampaging porcupine. Everyone be careful, we've found their nest. The entrance of the cave was dim, and low grunts and the sound of claws scratching the ground were faintly heard. Lingji signaled everyone to stop first as he carefully observed the surroundings of the cave, trying to find the best course of action. This lair looked incredibly deep, it was unknown how many more porcupines were hidden inside, and perhaps there were even more powerful existences guarding the place. Xiao Xian'er moved closer to Lingji and whispered, the situation inside here is unknown, we have to be careful. Lingji nodded slightly as he looked at his teammates and set up the task in a low voice, Dina, Xian'er, the two of you guard both sides of the cave entrance to prevent any porcupines from sneaking in from behind. The others will go in with me and look out for each other in case of danger." The crowd nodded their heads and took their positions according to the plan. Lingji took a deep breath and slowly walked towards the cave, placing each step very lightly for fear of startling the porcupines inside. After entering the cave, they realized that this place was even more complicated than they had imagined. The interior of the cave was connected in all directions, like a huge labyrinth. Some parts of the walls were wet and dripping with unknown liquid, and the ground under their feet was somewhat sticky and slippery. Suddenly, a commotion came from the front. A group of small porcupines ran over in panic. Seeing Lingji and the others, they fled around in fear. Before everyone could react, an even larger porcupine rushed out from a fork in the road. This porcupine was bigger than any of the ones they had encountered before. The spikes on its body were like spears, and its eyes flashed with anger. Everyone's bracelet system prompted. Peak 4th Order Fey Beast, Rampaging Porcupine. Attack power of 10,000 oxen power or more, strike, brave forward charge. Bloody wind and blood. Iron head crash. Response plan, only kill. They are ferocious, being targeted by them can only be killed. Lingji shouted, "Everyone, be careful with the response." Manichin shouted, "Don't panic, stay in formation. Close the circle." Everyone cast their respective skills. Lingji was like letting everyone practice this time, not making a move first. He believed that this would not use fishy wind and blood rain in the cave. This move would accidentally injure the other porcupines. Manichin was the first to attack. The long sword in his hand flashed with light, stabbing the porcupine directly. "Oomph, let's see me teach you a lesson." Dina wasn't willing to show weakness at the cave entrance either, shouting, "Don't let it escape." Sienna chirped, "Everyone step up." The porcupine roared angrily and charged across the room. "Watch out for its iron head," Lingji warned loudly. The team's skills landed on the porcupine, which was drenched in blood. "This guy is pretty tenacious," someone shouted. The porcupine suddenly turned around and rushed towards the weaker one. "Not good, save him." Seeing this, Chung Feng did not hesitate to draw his long sword and roared, "Don't be wild." The porcupine was shocked by this shout and paused, then pounced on Chang Feng even more crazily. Chang Feng flickered sideways. His sword was like a swift wind. "Watch me chop, you sinful animal." The porcupine turned and charged again. Chang Feng gritted his teeth, "I don't believe I can't restrain you." The long sword in his hand glowed brightly as he swung it vigorously, slashing at the porcupine's spikes. "Oomph, I will take you down." Chang Feng's eyes were wide open and his aura was like a rainbow. The porcupine ate the pain and became more and more violent, but Chung Feng was not afraid at all. "Come on, fight again." The teammates cheered for Chung Feng. "Chung Feng, go for it." Chung Feng and the porcupine were locked in a stalemate, and the battle became more and more intense. Manichin droned, "Chung Feng, let me help you." After saying that, the concealed weapon in her hand shot out. With a whoosh sound, the concealed weapon went straight towards the porcupine's eyes. The porcupine sensed the danger and violently turned its head to avoid it. Chang Feng took this opportunity to stab the porcupine's abdomen with his sword even more fiercely. "Suffer death," Chang Feng roared. The porcupine ate the pain and flung its body crazily. Manichin shouted again, "Don't let it break free." The crowd cast stronger attacks. Sienna shouted, "Work harder, we're almost there to subdue it." The wounds on the porcupine's body grew and blood splattered everywhere. Dina shouted, "It's dying." Lingji also shouted, "One more push." Chang Feng gritted his teeth and used all his strength to stab the porcupine's vitals with his sword. The porcupine let out one last scream and collapsed to the ground with a loud bang. "Good, this head is dead," Chang Feng said with a smile. Lingji walked over and used the bloodthirsty knife to mend its heart, understanding its painful life. Killed 4th Order Alien Beast, rewarded with 5,000 plus blood chi value and 2,500 plus killing chi value. This mending knife this cool. Other more strength a little lower martial artists, also this cave slaughter. At this time. This must be the king of the rampaging porcupine. I've read the information. The highest level of this foreign beast is the peak of the 4th Order, which is their peak level. Lingji nodded his head in agreement. He was in the library for nothing. Go! Go raid the house. Chapter 99 Chang Feng gets a treasure sword. Lingji led the crowd into the depths of the porcupine cave and said excitedly, "All look carefully, don't let go of any treasures." Manichin rummaged around and shouted, "There are a few exquisite treasure chests over here." Dina ran over, quickly opened them and take a look. The treasure chests opened and the light shone. Sienna was surprised, it's precious gems. Chang Feng held a sharp sword and laughed, this sword will surely increase my strength, Aotian. Aotian was already the most powerful sword in the mortal realm. Lingji found an ancient box and opened it to reveal a mysterious scroll. This seems to be a powerful technique. The skill of melting heaven. Opening it, it was a secretary that teaches one to hide. It's one of the secretaries of the Sakura Nation's martial artists? As the crowd continued to search, Dina called out, there are still quite a few gold coins here. Sienna held a string of necklaces. This necklace is so beautiful, it might have special effects. Manhwa found some more rare herbs. These herbs can refine good pills. Lingji looked at the harvested crowd and said, this harvest is quite rich, let's go back and improve our strength. As they looked at the treasure chests, someone said, these treasure chests belong to us humans, how could they be inside their caves? I think it's just us humans. The secret realm is probably opened every year to be used for assessment purposes. There are some treasure chests that are not discovered by martial artists, instead, they are used as toys by these porcupines. Manhwa jumped to the high platform with a blue sky-colored stone on it. Very strong wind attribute. A wind spirit stone, these porcupines' wind attribute moves should have absorbed their abilities and comprehended their moves on this stone. She greedily knocked it out. Lingji said excitedly, this wind spirit stone is a rare item, we are so lucky. Cheng Feng picked up, with this treasure, we can hopefully increase our strength. Dina smiled and said, then what are we waiting for, hurry back and study it. The crowd packed up their things and prepared to leave the cave. Suddenly, a low growl came. Sienna exclaimed, not good, are there still foreign beasts? Manhwa frowned, everyone be careful. Only to see a huge two-headed wolf slowly walk out. The system prompt sounded again. Peak 4th Order Fey Beast, wins two-headed wolf, attack power, 10,000 Nyoli or more, stunts, 1, storm, 2, combined tearing bite. Response plan, kill. Knock it down before it calls the wolves. Lingji gritted his teeth, looks like a vicious battle. Cheng Feng gripped his sword tightly, what are you afraid of, we just killed the porcupine, let's meet this two-headed wolf again. The two-headed wolf had a ferocious light in its eyes and lunged at the crowd. Dina shouted, spread out, don't get caught by it in one fell swoop. The crowd quickly dispersed and circled the two-headed wolf. Cheng Feng stood alone in front of everyone. He drew the heavenly sword that he had gotten first. It was a famous weapon that carried countless legendary colors. The sword was long and slender, like a cold aura of autumn water, with a length of about 4 feet. The body of the sword flashes with cold silver light, as if cast by 1,000 years of ice. This light is not a simple reflection, but a kind of cold luster as if from the soul of the sword. Let a person look at the cold. The blade of the sword is extremely sharp, you can see a layer of faint blue light flowing faintly at the edge. When the leaning sword was unsheathed, it would emit a clear and pleasant sword sound, which was like a dragon's roar in the sky, echoing in the air as if it could penetrate one's soul. Good sword. What a good sword. The sound of the sword contained a powerful deterrent, causing the two-headed wolf to be a little afraid as well. Cheng Feng shouted, look at the sword. Then he charged towards the two-headed wolf. The two-headed wolf dodged sideways and opened its mouth to spew out a gale. Cheng Feng's body was like the wind, and his sword moved with him, suffer death. The heavenly sword shone brightly in his hand and stabbed the two-headed wolf in the throat. The two-headed wolf roared angrily and once again spewed out gusts of wind in an attempt to block it. Cheng Feng's ES widened in anger, this trick also wants to block me. He dodged sideways, and with a twist of his sword, he slashed at the legs of the two-headed wolf. Blood splattered everywhere, and the two-headed wolf was in pain, frantically pouncing and biting. Cheng Feng was undaunted, the sword shadows intermingled. Cheng Feng saw the right moment and stabbed his sword into the heart of the two-headed wolf. The two-headed wolf fell to the ground with a loud bang. Cheng Feng laughed, nothing more than that. The crowd cheered and Dina shouted, Cheng Feng, good job. Lingji also praised, a real sword. As he spoke, he used his sword to try to make up for it. After a few slashes, there was no system alert sound. This high-level foreign beast, so easily decapitated by Cheng Feng? Manhwa laughed and said, Lingji, what are you doing? It has long since lost its breath of life. Lingji's heart was filled with resentment and joy. Thank you, Lingji. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this treasure. It's truly priceless. Cheng Feng's joy could no longer be covered. Cheng Feng was in the business of rescuing himself, he gave away clothes and helped him wash himself. As the saying goes, one dare not forget the grace of a little water. Lingji nodded his head, indicating a faint response. Cheng Feng carefully wiped the Aotian sword. the cold light of that sword became more and more biting as he wiped it. He raised his head and said with a grave expression, "Let's hurry up and get out of here before there are any more changes." His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears in this tense atmosphere. Hearing this, everyone nodded their heads. They knew deep down that it was not advisable to stay here for a long time. No one knew if there would be new dangers coming from the shadows. Thus, they quickened their pace, running in one direction with the wind at their feet. Everyone was vigilantly observing the surroundings, and the weapons in their hands were not relaxed. At this moment, someone opened the map of the bracelet, and the blue light projected by the map was particularly eye-catching in the dim environment. On the map, intricate lines and markings showed the surrounding terrain, while their target, the source of the water source, flickered faintly in green at the edge of the map. They ran wildly along the route guided by the map, and along the way, the surrounding scenery swept by like flying. The land under their feet was rugged, but their pace did not slow down in the slightest. The sound of the whistling wind was ringing in their ears, as if urging them forward. As they kept moving forward, the air around them seemed to become moist, and the sound of gurgling water could be faintly heard. The sound lifted the spirits of the crowd, and everyone smiled, running even more vigorously in the direction of the source of the water. However, just as they were getting closer to the source of the water source, suddenly, a group of people appeared on the road ahead. The two groups of people looked at each other. It seemed that they were also academy martial artists who had come to search for treasures. Someone from the opposite side asked first, "Where are you from?" Lingji said disrespectfully, "We are from the Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy." A handsome man walked out. "Huh, from the Yun Province? We are from the Gue Province Martial Cultivation Academy. Are you guys here for the evil water ice crystal as well?" It seemed that this place, being the Dragon Kingdom's secret realm, had other martial cultivators coming over at any time. "Right. Oh, then I'm sorry, we'll be first come first served." Chapter 100, Elemental Monsters. Lingji frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he took a step forward and said loudly, "Being the first to come can't be a reason to snatch this evil water ice crystal. We are also determined to obtain. If you have the ability, let's each rely on your own abilities." His voice echoed in this area, carrying an unquestionable firmness. The handsome man let out a cold laugh, and the Gue Province martial cultivators behind him followed suit. It seemed to them that these people were newcomers, and by looking at their breath, they could tell that they were all around the third stage of the mortal martial realm. Just by you guys? Don't even look at who we are. We, Gue Province Martial Cultivation Academy, are not vegetarians. The handsome man said as he drew the sword at his waist, which flashed with a strange light and seemed to be an extraordinary treasure as well. Our cloud provinces won't be afraid of you either. Chung Feng gripped the Aotian sword in his hand tightly. He felt arrogant since he got this sword. The experts on the opposite side were probably all 2023 martial arts students. Lingji waved his hand once, and his teammates behind him took up combat positions. Xiao Xianer swung the long sword in her hand, the blade rubbing against the air with a buzzing sound, and Dina's long spear pointed diagonally at the ground, its tip flashing with a cold aura. Cheng Feng was also in a strict stance, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Then don't blame us for not being polite. Before the handsome man's words left his mouth, he rushed towards Lingji like lightning. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Lingji. The sword in his hand stabbed out. His sword moves were severe, aiming straight for Lingji's throat. Lingji was prepared for this. He dodged sideways, easily avoiding this fatal blow, while the bloodthirsty knife in his hand hacked towards the other party's waist. The handsome man's reaction is not slow, a backflip to pull away, followed by a series of sword moves. The sword points to Lingji's vitals. At the same time, the teammates of both sides also exchanged blows. Xiao Xianer was up against a Gue Province martial arts practitioner who was wielding a double axe. That martial arts practitioner was extremely powerful and his double axe was wielded with great force, but Xiao Xianer's body was flexible. She was able to weave in and out of the gaps between the attacks of the double axe, and the long knife in her hand was slashing at the other party from time to time. Dina fought with a female martial arts practitioner who used a whip. The female martial arts practitioner's whip was like a snake, constantly changing direction in the air. Dina's long spear danced, forming a flower of the spear, resisting the whip's attack. On Cheng Feng's side, he used the sharpness of his Aotian sword to easily withstand the pincer attack of the two enemies. Each swing of the Aotian sword brought up a blast of biting sword chi, making the enemies not dare to approach easily. The battle between Lingji and the handsome man became more and more intense. The two of them were fighting back and forth, not giving way to each other. "Handsome man, what's your name?" "Lingji." "Ha, you, this is a newcomer, and this strength, I, Cold Paw, am convinced." Brother, chill, so that we can take the evil water ice crystal together? This is our destiny. To become a king or a bandit. The strongest in this world take all. Lingji's bloodthirsty blade was stained with a lot of blood, but this blood seemed to make the bloodthirsty blade even more excited, and the light of the blade became more and more dazzling. Kill or injure a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 500 plus. Even though Cold Paw was injured, his sword skills were no less impressive. The strange light it emitted formed a curtain of light during the battle, fending off Lingji's attacks. You're strong, but your men are weak, they can't fight us, give up. Han Pa shouted as he fought, trying to psychologically strike Lingji. Humph, want us to give up unless you beat us all? Lingji shouted back, his eyes became more determined and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand swung faster. Chang Feng had already injured an expert. However, on their side, Dina's long sword was cut. Not enough to fight, move backward. Lingji suddenly realized a break in Han Pa and fiercely exerted his strength, raising the bloodthirsty blade high up, then slashing towards his opponent with a thunderous force. This slash gathered the strength of Lingji's entire body and carried a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy. Han Pa sensed the danger, but it was too late to dodge, he could only use his saber to block hard. Clang! With a loud bang, the two weapons collided together, splashing a burst of dazzling sparks. The powerful impact caused both men to take a few steps backward. The man had begun by looking down on Lingji, and had been killed or injured by a light enemy. Only now did Lingji realize that he was no dish either. He was still a bit young and inexperienced in front of this man. And at this moment, the other teammates' battles had also entered a white-hot stage. After Chiu Sienna skillfully avoided one of the double-axe martial artist's attacks, she found the right opportunity and slashed her long knife hard on her opponent's shoulder. The double-axe martial artist ate the pain, and the double axe in her hand swung even more chaotically. Winning. Now only Sienna, Chung Feng could fight with their people one by one. Suddenly, the surroundings changed. The originally calm water source began to fluctuate violently, and huge splashes of water rose from the surface. A powerful force surged out from the water and swept towards the crowd. This sudden change caused both sides to stop fighting and look at the water source with vigilance. What's going on here? Cold Paw had a stunned look on his face. It's unclear, but it's definitely related to this evil water ice crystal. Lingji stared tightly at the water surface, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand ready to deal with any danger that might arise. As the water splash grew bigger and bigger, a huge figure slowly emerged from the water. It was a monster condensed from the water element, its body was as transparent as crystal and emitted an icy aura. The monster's eyes were two huge blue water globes, it opened its mouth wide and let out a deafening roar. The roar seemed to penetrate one's soul, causing the crowd to feel a wave of dizziness. It's the water elemental guardian, it seems like it's not that easy to get the evil water ice crystal. Lingji said aloud. At the same time, the system sound rang out once again. Peak 4th Order Fey, Water Monster Frog, Attack Power, 10,000 Bull Power or more, Strike, Deadly Water Pillar, Absolute Defense. Response Plan, Burst its core. He knew that this monster was their biggest obstacle to obtaining the evil water ice crystals. Let's settle this guy first. Cold Paw also put away his hostility towards Lingji and the others. After all, they needed to put aside their differences for the time being in front of this common threat. When humans faced an external enemy, they had to turn outward first. At this time, both martial artists on both sides had suffered damage. Lingji's side had even lost more than half of their combatants. Chang Feng and Manny Chen were the medical martial artists, and he led a few people to help treat the injured first. Lingji gripped his bloodthirsty sword tightly and shouted, "Everyone be careful, don't panic." Han Pa also commanded loudly, "Concentrate on their weaknesses." Sienna chanted, "Watch me." She flew and rushed towards the monster. Chang Feng healed the injured while shouting, "Sienna, stay safe." Lingji saw the right moment and slashed, "Suffer." The monster swung its giant arm, knocking Lingji back a few steps. Seeing this, Han Pa pointed his sword at the monster, "Don't be wild." Manny Chen anxiously said, "Everyone step up, the injured man is not doing well." Lingji gritted his teeth and got up, "I will take you down." The monster roared again, setting off huge waves of water. Chapter 101 Evil Water Ice Crystal Energy. The water monster frog's attack was so strong that only those with strong physical bodies could still withstand it. Manny. The water column directly hit Manny Chen's direction. Manny Chen was sitting on the ground, healing an injured person. This shocked her, but there was no time for her to react. Lingji executed the Royal Phoenix cloud chasing technique, his legs running at high speeds towards her like a motor had been installed, and he blocked with both hands. Boom! He was comfortably hit and his hands were paralyzed. The aftermath still hit his chest. Poof! Blood spurted out of his mouth. Ling Ji. He waved his hand, it's okay. Still fine? It's all spitting blood. The others saw that they would still be attacked at this distance, and the injured and medical had to immediately run farther away. Leaving behind Manny Chen, her hand was already on Ling Ji's pulse. Her expression was cloudy. The chi in blood is like a cow, it's really fine. It also seems to have opened up your blockages, it really helped you have a spa day. Yes. I'll try. Cold Pal said when he heard Manny Chen's words, but the most ruthless thing about him was that he really went to block the water column attack. Ah. Poof. Black blood was sprayed out. Ha, really? Manny Chen speculated that this was fighting poison with poison, and that this water carried an evil aura. Ling Ji on the contrary is not this thing, he said, evil water ice crystal name is named after the name of the place, when these people hit this one of mine, first pain, then comfort, this water contains all the aura of this evil forest, although with a little bit of evil, absorbed is very beneficial to the body. In that case, we have to accept its attack? Ling Ji realized that this was a major opportunity for them. Brothers! Go help the Gue province brothers. Let's go top the water column. Most of the people didn't quite believe it. Only Aotian and Dina from the Slaughter Association trusted Ling Ji. They took the initiative to rush over. Water pillar. Ah. Yeah. No. Oh. Butterfly. Comfort. Dina's body recovered. Aotian's whole body was tingling, there was an evil power that made her comfortable, a combination of evil and aura. This kind of power. Ah. Aotian broke through in place. Manny Chen noticed her change, breakthrough, she's already at the third stage of the mortal martial realm. The source of the water monster frog's power was the evil water ice crystal, so it was a great tonic. The water column that was struck contained evil water ice crystals. What are you waiting for? Chang Feng shouted. They squeezed the martial artists from Gue province out of the way. What's the situation? Are they crazy? The Gue province martial artists looked dumbfounded. Ah. Ha ha ha. I broke through. Oh yes. I've broken through too. As the others looked at the situation, they all rushed over together to challenge this foreign beast. Manny Chen also felt it personally, it was the power of evil that allowed the body to break through quickly, there was no bottleneck to speak of, no wonder the cultivation of the Fey and Devil races improved so quickly. The aura was the power needed to replenish the breakthrough. But then the body accumulates evil, will one become evil over time? Ah. She broke through continuously, absorbing this creepy yet comfortable power to her heart's content. They had practiced the righteous path in Pill King Valley, and now they were absorbing huge amounts of evil aura in order to ascend. Mortal Martial Realm 3rd Stage 1st Heaven. Mortal Martial Realm 3rd Stage 2nd Heaven. The more cool they looked, the more the monster frog of water got angry as well and attacked more and more fiercely, and the fiercer they got the more evil aura they released. Ha ha. Cool. Don't even want blood chi values to upgrade quickly, what a great chance. Ling Ji laughed. He had already broken through to the Mortal Martial Realm 3rd Stage 3rd Heaven and was accumulating the power to break through the middle stage. However, he realized that thinking wise, certain parts of his body had changed. He had a very strong urge as he looked at Chen Mani, Aotian's soaked body. His eyes had turned red, and he really wanted to hug them. The power of the Earth's Mind Stone was also beginning to saturate, and there was a hint of blackness in the Imperial Green Jade. Damn it, these evil chi will give rise to evil thoughts. He looked at the other teams who were all looking at a few women gawking, and he felt that something big was going to happen. Ling Ji held back his evil thoughts and shouted, jumping out of the water monster's range of attack, everyone calm down, don't be controlled by evil thoughts. Their words inspired by Ling Ji with his killing aura sobered them up a bit. But where did the crowd listen? They were all immersed in the thrill of the breakthrough. Manny Chen anxiously said, we must find a way to restrain this evil thought, or else we will all be possessed. Aotian gasped, I can't control myself anymore. Dina's face turned red, what can we do about this? Ling Ji gritted his teeth, everyone concentrate and use your energy to resist. However, at this moment, the water monster frog increased its attack once again. Ah, can't take it. Someone started to lose control. Ling Ji shouted angrily, "Stay awake, you can't be consumed by desire." Cheng Feng roared, "I don't want to care, I want to indulge." Ling Ji's heart raced, there was only one way. Knock him out. Cheng Feng's mind had swelled up since he had gotten the Aotian sword, and now that he had gotten the evil chi, he was prone to accidents. The martial artists from the Gue Province Martial Arts Academy also saw the situation clearly. Changing their attitudes, they jumped into the battle circle and pushed Ling Ji's teammates out of the way, allowing them to come. Seeing Ling Ji's angry look, Han Pa took the initiative and said, "Newcomers from Yun Province, you guys are absorbing too much, this chance is really big, let us come." Ling Ji's team had no choice but to meditate and regulate. Manny Chin took out pills for everyone to take one. "This is the heart-cleansing pill, eat it." The heart-clearing pill adjusted their state to clarity. After feeding them the pills, Manny Chen whispered, "Aren't you afraid that we won't be able to rival them after they break through? Should we do it now?" Was this what the kind-hearted Manny Chen would normally say? It was clear that she had been invaded by evil spirits. Ling Ji was protected by the Earth Soulstone, it did not affect him at all. Ling Ji shook his head, "Now that they are all consolidating and Cheng Feng is not even fighting anymore, we can only admit defeat. We've already made a lot of money, our guild's elites have all broken through to the mortal martial realm 3rd stage between 1st and 3rd heaven, compared to the new guild we've already won at the starting line." It was only after this hearing that Manny Chen woke up, realizing that she had just spoken unlike her usual self, or was really under the influence of the evil chi. Or was she originally a person like this, just having her nature activated? Are people inherently good by nature, or are they inherently evil by nature? This was the indefinable Tao. She could only calm down and clear her throat with a cough. What do we do? I'll challenge them to single combat, it's the last possibility to get the evil water ice crystal. You have to be careful. You can't be too careful in defense. Don't worry, I understand. Several people in this team from Gue Province were at the peak of the 3rd stage of the mortal martial realm. Right now, they were relying on the help of the evil water ice crystal ability. There were several breakthroughs. Among them, it included their president, Coldpaw. "Ha ha! I broke through, I'm a spiritual martial realm powerhouse. Ha ha ha!" He meant not to be greedy, everyone can't absorb too much or they'll go off the deep end. This was a team that had something in mind, after all, they had been practicing at the academy for a year, and had great control and execution. After receiving certain benefits, they withdrew from the encirclement. "Coldpaw, we've all gotten a big chance here, and we've all gotten a boost. It's fair, I'll challenge you to a one-on-one fight. If I win against you, you'll let us have the evil water ice crystal." Ling Ji pointed his bloodthirsty blade at Coldpaw and said, "Ha ha ha ha. You Cloud Province will never be our match, we are the descendants of the Wolf Soldiers." Wolf Soldiers is the honorable name for martial artists in Gue Province, in the army, one of the strongest fighting forces in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 102 Wolf Soldiers. The Wolf Soldiers. It is a valiant division that has left a great reputation in history, their bravery is like a bright star that shines in the river of years. It is the hero of the Dragon Kingdom. Their will to fight was as tough as steel, the Wolf Soldiers possessed an unwavering will to fight, which was the core embodiment of their valor. No matter what kind of hardships and dangers they faced, they would never retreat. On the battlefield, the enemy's swords, guns and halberds were like forests, and the scent of blood and death filled the air, but there was not the slightest fear in the eyes of the Wolf Soldiers. Every time they charged, they were like a raging tide, unstoppable. Even if the front was a heavy defense line set up by the enemy, filled with spikes and traps, they did not hesitate to move forward. Ling Ji clearly understood what was the will of the Wolf Soldiers, only to fight and beat them into submission. This time, it was a battle to exaggerate the realm, and it was necessary to go all out. The bloodthirsty blade sensed the beating of his master's bloodline, and the blade flowed with color as a blood-red murderous aura trailed up. Not good. There is an accumulation of evil chi in the body. Ling Ji's heart fluttered. He had no choice but to run his true chi and operate a few circumferences in his body, necessitating the evil chi out of the bloodthirsty blade. Suck me. The bloodthirsty blade's blood chi became a hint of black. The evil chi made the blade even creepier. Coldpaw crossed his arms. Oh, not bad oh. He had originally become a spirit martial realm powerhouse, and looking at all of these, he felt like a bunch of ants. Surely the aura that Ling Ji was emitting was strong. It was a power that crossed levels. This killing aura made Little White quickly leave Ling Ji and hover high in the sky. Ling Ji's eyes were sharp, and the evil aura slowly disappeared from his blood-red eyes. Rage see mad break. Ling Ji slashed at the unbeatable wolf soldier brother. Boom! The bloodthirsty blade and the opponent's weapon collided, bursting into a blinding light. Han Pa, who was originally smiling, became incredulous. Click. Bounce. Broken. The Gue province martial artists shouted out in unison. Many of Ling Ji's team covered their eyes, fearing that their president would lose. However, their curiosity still made them watch the battle. Ah! Ling Ji's pig-killing sword is very powerful. Cold Paw's hands were numbed by the shock. What kind of knife is this? A pig-killing knife that specializes in killing. Good, Ling Ji right. It's true that the waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. But this time it was your weapon that won, not you. Han Pa turned around and said to their men, let's go, let's give it to them. They looked at each other, the Cloud Province martial artists with low cultivation and spread out on the ground unable to move, and nodded their heads. Exit the secret realm. This was their exit command. A few dozen of them immediately disappeared in front of them. Go! Everyone couldn't believe it. Manny Chen was the first. She immediately ran to Ling Ji's side. Is everything alright? Ling Ji smiled bitterly. His entire body was completely powerless and he sat down on the ground. It's fine, I just used all my strength. She asked the most curious question, why did they leave? As long as they are all over us, we can only surrender. 3 factors: backbone, compatriots, fulfillment. The others came forward. The wolf soldiers have their own backbone, they will never go back on their promise, and they are all fellow Dragon Kingdom members, they have no intention of driving them to extinction. And they got what they wanted the most, which was a strange encounter, a great chance. Many of them broke through to the spirit martial realm. The labor points wouldn't matter to them anymore. Everyone agreed with Ling Ji. Kampa returned to the Gue Province Martial Cultivation Academy. We failed this mission. They're all said to be trash. Failing even such a simple mission. Cold Paw punched this wild man in the chest and clicked. Broke a few ribs, poof. Spewing out blood, Kampa, you dare to strike at me? No, his cultivation broke through? He actually injured a spirit martial realm expert. At this moment, his member exploded with unprecedented strength. They're all in the spirit martial realm. Back to the spring. There was still a tricky, not very capable, but hard to kill water monster that had some headaches. Ling Ji looked at the water monster with a gloomy expression. Everyone be careful, this water monster is not easy to deal with. Manny Chen gripped her sword in her hand. No matter what, we have to put up a fight. The crowd nodded their heads and stood by. The water monster suddenly attacked, setting off huge waves of water. Spread out! Ling Ji shouted. The team members quickly dodged and each performed their own martial arts to strike back. Watch my flaming palm! A team member shouted. The water monster, however, dodged nimbly, unharmed. This won't work, we need to find out its weakness. Ling Ji frowned. Could it be in the abdomen? Someone guessed. Try. Ling Ji took the lead and rushed up. The water monster opened its mouth wide and spewed out a jet of water. Watch out! Manny Chen exclaimed. Ling Ji sidestepped and dodged it, taking the opportunity to attack the water monster's abdomen. Ling Ji had already seethed out his evil chi earlier to attack against that wolf soldier Cold Palm, so he could continue to withstand these abilities now. The water column became his tonic. A stab hit its abdomen, which was really its monster Dantian. The bloodthirsty blade lit up and absorbed it greedily. There's no blood energy, what's it absorbing? Dark energy. Great tonic. The bloodthirsty blade performs a shuffle. The water monster screamed in pain. 5% completed. 25%. 50%. 75%. 100%. The bloodthirsty blade is successfully cleansed. The blade of the knife glowed with a faint black pattern that was very handsome. What was originally an ordinary pig-killing knife had an additional strong killing aura. Congratulations to the host, the third activation of the bloodthirsty knife is successful. Additional damage of 3000 oxen power, additional blood-sucking function, 100 kills of the enemy return 1 power. Remarks: you can use the killing chi value to purchase a new matching secret book. Ling Ji was greatly excited. For him it was really a big chance. This water monster, from its fat body, was sucked alive into a piece of ribs by Ling Ji's bloodthirsty blade. Dead? Reward for killing a 4th order beast. Know this monster doesn't have a trace of blood in killing aura. Rewarded with a loneliness. Lingji walked to the source of the evil river, which was a spring, very small. There was a black ice crystal on it. But, why was it dull? The bracelet system rang. Evil water ice crystal. Lingji didn't dare to delay and immediately put the ice crystal away. The other members of the team were all out of combat power and had to leave the secret realm immediately. As the president, he had the right to control their bracelets. Mission successful, exit the secret realm. Their bodies began to become blurry and disappeared into this disgusting secret realm. Lingji and the others returned to reality. Chunyu and Yang Wu had been waiting here for a long time, and suddenly they all appeared in full force. However, most of them were in a sorry state and saw that Chung Feng was unconscious. Chengyu touched his pulse, a breakthrough, and it's still triple heavens. This big brother of his had also just broken through the 3rd stage, and now his brother was even higher than his cultivation level. He realized that everyone else was having a reply to improve. There was no problem with the body, but it was just a little bit weaker. Yang Wu stormed out when he found out what had happened. It's good that you all have broken through and I'm the only one whose strength hasn't broken through. I'm still at the 8th heaven of the 2nd stage of the mortal martial realm. Whoa whoa. Lingji took the evil water ice crystal and walked to the gift exchange. Teacher, mission accomplished. That teacher smiled and nodded, very good, perfect mission completion on your first outing. Give it to me, I'll give you guys work points. But this teacher picked up the ice crystal and was dumbfounded. This ice crystal is almost devoid of aura. What's going on? I don't know. Lingji innocently, office knows nothing, said with a smile. There was nothing he could do, but he had no choice but to exchange the labor points to Lingji. Chapter 103, Misty Love. 1 million work points exchanged for garbage back. The exchange teacher muttered to himself. Lingji left immediately, fearing that he would regret it. He got his work points and took Manny Chen with him and was about to go shopping. Double 11 had come. They arrived at the Academy shopping center, where many cultivation resources had to be exchanged for work points. If purchased with dragon coins, they were sky high. But Academy work points could only be used in their own academy. The Academy shopping center was a majestic building. The shopping center's gate was tall and wide, made of sturdy ironwood, on which were carved all kinds of mysterious runes related to cultivation, which flickered with a faint light, as if telling the entrance about the extraordinary nature of the place. Walking through the door, the first thing that caught one's eyes was a spacious and bright hall with an extremely high ceiling that was inlaid with a special kind of spiritual power crystals. These crystals exuded a soft and even light, illuminating the entire hall as if it were daytime, without the slightest shadow. The floor of the hall was paved with precious spiritual jade. Each piece of spiritual jade contained a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy. Walking on it, one could feel the slightest bit of spiritual energy passing through the soles of the shoes into the body, invigorating one's spirit. Their first stop was the weapons and equipment area. This area displayed various types of weapons and equipment, each of which was considered a fine product. The weapon racks were filled with traditional weapons such as long swords, long knives, lances, daggers, bows and crossbows, all of which had been specially forged and enchanted. In addition to the traditional weapons, there were also some special weapons, such as staffs that could release elemental power and concealed weapons that could be deformed. In terms of equipment, there were battle armor with amazing defensive power, which was made from a variety of rare materials that were not only light and comfortable, but also able to withstand powerful attacks. Some of the battle armor was also inlaid with gems, which could enhance a certain attribute of the cultivator, such as increasing speed and boosting the speed of spiritual energy recovery. There were also a variety of jewelry with different functions, such as earrings that increased spiritual perception and bracelets that boosted strength. Manny Chen was really a very good woman who could spend money. She acquired a batch of weapons based on this performance, and each person's actual situation, so that the experts who had gone to the secret realm wouldn't do it in vain. Next stop, the pill spiritual material area. A strong medicinal fragrance permeated this place, and a single exquisite jade box and pill bottle filled the shelves. There were a wide variety of pills. There was the spirit gathering pill used to raise spiritual energy. There was also the holy medicine for healing, the heaven returning pill. No matter how serious the injury was, as long as there was still a breath left in the body, one could quickly regain vitality after taking the heaven returning pill. In addition, there was also the body forging pill for strengthening the body, the barrier breaking pill for breaking through bottlenecks, and so on. Accompanying the pills were all sorts of spirit materials, some of which were collected from mysterious secret realms. while others were cultivated by the academy itself. There were immortal herbs that emitted a mysterious glow. They contained powerful life force and spiritual energy. There were precious demonic beast inner pills, which contained the essence of a demonic beast's entire life. There were also various rare ores, which were important materials for refining weapons and magic treasures. As an expert of the Pill King Valley, Manny Chen wouldn't be so foolish as to purchase in what she considered to be low-grade pills. They purchased a large number of herbs for Cheng Yu to refine pills. This time, it was a really good embodiment of shopping, spending 1 million work points in one go. Summed up in one word, loser. The sun had already set on the darkened campus. A couple strolled through the campus. They had finished dinner and were strolling back to their dormitory. The two of them walked so close that they just couldn't break the silence. "Manny, it's good to have you." Ling Ji took the initiative to speak. It was the first time she heard Ling Ji's praise. Her face couldn't help but redden a bit and her heartbeat accelerated. "Which is not true. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get such a good thing in the secret realm." Such a Shai Chen Manny was truly beautiful and appealing to men. "You are so beautiful." "Ah. Are you trying to pick me up?" "You're so beautiful, who wouldn't want to?" Manny Chen didn't know why she was so bold. She had been clearing her mind. The invasion of the evil spirit into her mind had given her thoughts more 7 emotions and desires. But, being my man must be heavenly. Ling Ji could not have imagined that he would still have a spring. Traveling to this time was very rushed. Having come to the academy, there was really time for him to be quiet. With the help of the bloodthirsty system, he wasn't that much of a rookie in the beginning. At least, a promising teenager. Ling Ji looked at Manny Chen with a firm gaze. "I will strive to become a man like the one you have in mind." Before Ling Ji could react, a hot red lip pressed up. His body stiffened nervously. Being forcibly kissed by a beautiful woman. Cool drama plot, right? Manny Chen was even more frantic, pushing him onto the grass and hugging him tightly. Ling Ji felt Manny Chen's passion, his heart filled with surprise and panic. "Manny, this came too suddenly." Manny Chen pouted. "Don't you like it?" Ling Ji hurriedly responded, "I like it, it's just too unexpected." Chen Manny sat up and straightened her hair. "Then you can't be negative towards me in the future." Ling Ji solemnly nodded his head. "Definitely not negative, you. Can't help it, it was the moment you helped me block the water monster attack that I was sure I liked you." It was still faint at that time, but while absorbing the aura with the evil aura, my mind kept changing and it was releasing my desire. "I really don't want to wait. I just..." Her delicate eyes looked up at him, tingling. "I know, are you too inferior to love me? It's just that, having been hurt, I'm afraid of being hurt again." At this time, a sound of footsteps came from the distance. "Not good, someone is coming." Ling Ji hurriedly pulled up Manny Chen. The two quickly hid behind a large tree on the side. "Who's here at this late night?" A teacher on patrol shouted. Ling Ji and Manny Chen held their breath, not daring to make a sound. When the teacher walked away, they smiled at each other and quietly left. Back in the dormitory, Ling Ji lay on his bed, unable to sleep for a long time. And Manny Chen also had a night of thoughts. The next morning, Ling Ji woke up early, his mind full of Manny Chen's figure. In class at the academy, Ling Ji was absent-minded, and Manny Chen was also frequently distracted. After class, the two met in the garden. "Ling Ji, I thought a lot last night." Manny Chen was the first to speak. "Me too." Ling Ji responded. "Then what should we do in the future?" Manny Chen had a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Work hard together to cultivate and become stronger," Ling Ji said firmly. "But this journey is bound to be full of hardships and dangers." Manny Chen worried. "With you by my side, I am not afraid of anything." Ling Ji took Chen Manny's hand. At this moment, an incongruous voice came, "Yo, isn't this Ling Ji and Manny Chen?" The two of them turned their heads to look, only to see a condescending man walking towards them. "Long Aotian, what are you doing here?" Manny Chen frowned. "Manny, how can you look at this brat?" Long Aotian said disdainfully. "I don't need you to mind my business," Manny Chen said angrily. Chapter 104, 1 month. Hey. I'm not familiar with you." Long Aotian was a bit embarrassed for a moment. He just saw Manny Chen dragging Ling Ji's hand. Out of jealousy he casually asked. "You are the Chen family's daughter, why do you look at a poor porker, but get angry for your elders?" Long Aotian was forceful. Lingji pointed at the bottom of his belly and said, "Didn't know that you've broken your roots, you're still handsome, pity, pity. This revenge, I haven't avenged yet. You dare to spread your wildness here. I perceive, now is not your opponent, as the saying goes, a gentleman's revenge is not 10 years too late. Oh, you are still a gentleman? Ha ha ha. You can laugh at me now, but I've now joined the first labor union, the Hall of Eternal Life. In the future my growth will definitely be faster than yours. As long as I'm kryptonite, I will definitely one day avenge this broken root. Also, the woman beside you shall not die." Ling Ji glared angrily, "If you dare to threaten Manny, I will make you regret it." Long Aotian sneered, "Humph." With that, he walked away with a six-parent pace. He also laughed hard while walking. Eternal Life Hall? Manny Chen had already inquired about these things in the academy when she arrived. The president of the Everlasting Life Hall, called Long Jizhou, I heard that his cultivation has already reached the spirit martial realm, and he is a third-year student. Long Jizhou, I do know, he is Long Aotian's cousin. Ling Ji said blandly. After all, he and Long Aotian were both from the Slaughtering Association, and later on, there were many rumors about Long Aotian, knowing that he had a lot of background. With the Dragon Group as his background, he could have unlimited kryptonite, so he had always been the Slaughter Association's genius in the past. Unfortunately, this genius is delicious and lazy. It is the kind of 60 points long live. Originally this background should not be strength more than that. Instead, Lingji's wasted Zigong root became a turning point in the martial arts path and began to struggle. His current cultivation level is probably at the second heavens of the third stage of the mortal martial realm. The days began to be uneventful again. There would be time again for Ling Ji to speed up his cultivation. As a president, his office was one that had a separate cultivation room right behind it. System, report how much blood chi value and killing chi value is there now? Yes, blood chi value 206950 plus, killing chi value 130300 plus. Ling Ji thought to himself that it was most practical to learn the third move of the second volume of the Bloodthirsty Berserker sword first now. After advancing, he would then purchase the third volume. System, I want to learn Bloodthirsty Frenzied Blade Volume 2, the third move. Received, need to consume 20000 plus blood chi value, Bloodthirsty Sword 6th move Heaven Breaking Strike. Earth's Mind Stone Aid, provides enlightenment by 10%. Divine Clan Blessing, provides enlightenment 100%. Ling Ji's forehead suddenly felt an aura input and felt his mind clear. Divine Clan Blessing. Hegemony. Ling Ji kept rehearsing the move in his mind, then kept waving the Bloodthirsty blade and swinging the move. The Heaven Breaking Strike was an evolved version of the Bloodthirsty Mad Knife's first normal attack, utilizing the killing aura and power to converge in one move. It was even more violent than the fifth move. Once. Second. Until more than 100,000 times. This one didn't have as much forward swing as the first four moves, and attacked directly. One word, power. He looked at the Bloodlust System purchase list. Now after one activation, he saw that the secret books that could be redeemed were the third volume of the Bloodthirsty Mad Blade, the Evil Blood Forging Technique, and the Mad Bee Blood Palm. There were 3 books, so be sure to look at the catalog before choosing. The third volume of the Bloodthirsty Berserker Blade, exchange price, 100,000 killing chi value. It was the advanced moves of the first 2, and the preface had indicated that it must be cultivated at the third stage of the mortal martial realm. Evil Blood Forging Technique, exchange price, 200,000 killing chi. Needs to be cultivated at the peak of the third stage of the mortal martial realm. Not enough points to continue reading. Mad Bee Blood Palm, exchange price, 50,000 killing chi value. It was the blood drinking spirit gathering technique paired with the body technique. Learn it, must learn it. This has to improve the physical art first. The pointing technique was good, but when it came to going toe-to-toe with the enemy, it was a lost cause. System, exchange 4B Blood Palm. Mad Bee Blood Palm, consume 50,000 killing chi value. The data of the secret book was continuously integrated into Ling Ji's mind, and the moves were continuously deduced. Cultivate the Mad Bee Blood Palm. Okay, consuming blood chi value 30,000 plus, cultivating. Ling Ji's palm would glow with a blood-red light, and it seemed as if there were countless rabid bees flying in the light. When the palm was slapped out, it would emit a buzzing bee sound, as if thousands of rabid bees were out at the same time. This palm contained a powerful penetrating power, and after hitting the enemy, it could not only cause great damage to the enemy's flesh, such as tearing the muscles and destroying the meridians. After a few days of cultivation, he finally succeeded in practicing this move. He could look for Yang Wu to test whose body art is powerful. He didn't attend the union activities for the past few days and saw everyone for the first time when he came out of the gate. Only to see everyone smiling and laughing. They had all improved somewhat with the help of the elixir. Moreover, Cheng Yu had led them on missions to some secret realms and gained a certain amount of work points. The work points in turn converted the necessities of the labor union. Cheng Yu had arranged it well, and everyone had entered to go exercise. Dina and the girls, what's the situation now? Manhwa smiled, they're all fine, it's just that Cheng Feng hasn't fully recovered yet. He absorbed too much evil energy. Also, tonight is our union's 1-month celebration party. Sienna and the girls have gone to buy food. Tonight we'll play hot pot and barbecue. And playing mahjong. Alright. Combine labor and rest. As night fell and the lights came on, the courtyard of the labor union was decorated with a lively and cheerful atmosphere. Several huge hot pots were gurgling and rolling, the soup base in the pots was overflowing with aroma, the rich spicy flavor, the simple bone soup flavor, and the fresh seafood flavor were intertwined together, forming a unique and enticing aroma that was like invisible silk threads, tickling everyone's taste buds. Next to the barbecue grill, the nuisance barbecue meat is also exuding a charming charm. The tender meat gradually became golden under the licking of the flame, and the grease dripped down on the charcoal, splashing a string of sparks. The members in charge of the barbecue skillfully turned the barbecued meat, and from time to time brushed on a layer of special sauce, which, upon contact with the hot barbecued meat, emitted a tantalizing sizzle, making the color of the barbecued meat even more enticing, and the fragrance more and more intense. All kinds of vegetable skewers also showed a different style on the grill. Bright green peppers, golden corn, tender mushrooms, became charred on the outside and tender on the inside under the flames, exuding a faint charred aroma. Sienna and the girls were busy categorizing and arranging the food they had purchased. Laughter echoed in the courtyard. The table was filled with a wide array of ingredients, including fresh slices of meat, fatty seafood, emerald green vegetables, as well as balls of various flavors and delicate pastries. Everyone sat around the hot pots and barbecues with relaxed and joyful smiles on their faces, savoring the food while sharing interesting stories about the past month in the union. On the other side of the courtyard, several mahjong tables were already set up, with the sound of crisp mahjong collisions and people's cheers rising and falling. The mahjong players were staring intently at the cards in their hands, sometimes frowning in thought, sometimes showing confident smiles. Some people were excited because they found a good card, while others sighed in annoyance because they played the wrong card. Each game was full of drama and joy. The entire union was immersed in a joyful and peaceful atmosphere, which was not only a celebration of the union's 1-month establishment, but also a rare relaxation for everyone after the intense cultivation, making the friendship between each other deeper in laughter. Ling Ji picked up a grilled chicken wing and ate it while asking, "What has happened in the academy in the past few days of my seclusion?" "No, in a few days it will be our freshmen's exams. I heard that the top 10 in the exams are the ones who will have the chance to participate in the Dragon Country Freshman Martial Artist Competition." Ling Ji was also really hearing this news for the first time. Chapter 105, Withdrawal of Marriage. Roasted chicken wings, my favorite since I was a kid. Manhwa helped Ling Ji bring beer, drink some. Everyone didn't know about their relationship, and it was strange to see them having some ambiguity. But there were some people who just liked to get up in arms. Crossing cups of wine, crossing cups of wine. The crowd all looked at the two, they really seemed to be acting like there was something there. Say, come on. Are you guys together? Just then, Han Meimei ran back quickly from the doorway and said loudly, "Don't you guys talk nonsense, Ling Ji is mine. I've asked my dad. Ling Ji and I are married by design." Ling Ji looked surprised. Finger-to-finger marriage? How come I've never heard of it? Manhwa's face changed slightly. This is really sudden. Han Meimei crossed her arms. Anyway, it's a fact, so don't hit on Ling Ji. Sienna snickered from the side. This is hilarious. Han Meimei took out a letter from inside her backpack. The envelope was made of an antique silk that was embroidered with exquisite floral patterns. The lines of the patterns were delicate and smooth. The seal of the envelope was sealed with a piece of red wax oil, and on the wax seal was a unique family emblem. The pattern of the emblem was complex and mysterious, exuding a solemn air. The seal of the Ling family. Ling Ji recognized it at once. He had known this seal since he was a child. Ling Ji. You even recognize this seal? Han Meimei said proudly. She gently opened the envelope and the letterhead unfolded. The inner letterhead was still new under the protection of the envelope. The handwriting on the letterhead was strong and powerful. Each stroke seemed to be written with internal force, revealing an unquestionable majesty. The letter read, "I am the elder of the Ling family and the Chun family, and I am establishing this letter to marry Lingji and Han Meimei. This is a major event for both families, and concerns the honor and heritage of the family. The two have been married since childhood, and when they reach adulthood, the marriage will be consummated in order to continue the relationship between the two families. I hope that future generations will honor this covenant and not break it." Lingji looked at the contents of the letter and frowned, his heart filled with doubt and surprise. "Fake." Incredulous, he uttered his words. Lingji's voice, "Fake." Like a stone thrown into a calm lake, it instantly stirred up 1,000 waves in the crowd. The crowd was in an uproar, their eyes darting back and forth between Lingji and Han Meimei. Han Meimei's eyes widened with incredulity. "Lingji, what did you say? How can this be a fake? This is a letter with the seal of the Ling family, you recognized it yourself." Lingji's brows were tightly locked, his eyes revealing determination. "Although this seal is real, the content must be fraudulent. I've never heard anyone in the family mention this, and..." He looked towards Han Meimei with complicated eyes. "It was you were the one who proposed the breakup. We've been separated for a year." Manny Chin bit her lips lightly at the side, a trace of undetectable relief flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She said softly, "Lingji has a point. The others really didn't know that Han Meimei and Lingji were dating, and it turned out that their esteemed president was abandoned by this Han Meimei. They kept shaking their heads, all thinking that this woman just didn't know any better. On that letter, it was written with the name of his father, Linglingi, which made Lingji's heart sigh infinitely. No wonder since he was a child, Uncle Seven had brought him to play at Han's house, and had always laughed and said that Han Meimei was his little wife. PUA for many years, and Han Meimei is really pretty, he wanted to really take care of her as her wife back then. The original owner is really pitiful." Lingji sighed, "If it wasn't for me as a traveler, he could only ever be a poor licking dog. Roll. The moment you stabbed me with a knife, there was no way we could be together. If we hadn't known each other for years, I wouldn't have let you into our union." Han Meimei broke down in tears when she heard Lingji's disavowal. Oh. She hated herself for being greedy, hated herself for worshipping gold, and hated herself for being ignorant. Manny Chen frowned and pushed Lingji behind herself. "Han Meimei, don't be delusional. I am Lingji's woman now." Han Meimei wiped her tears. "No way, how could you clan families look at us folk commoners? I don't believe it." She was in a hurry, the evil chi within her body kept running. "You wanna die?" The silver needles in her hand were unconsciously on her palm. Lingji felt that something was wrong. Immediately dragging her hand that was again the silver needle, "Yes, I'm now hooked up with Manny, you die." Lingji gently kissed Manny's delicate face. Everyone realized the shocking melon today. My beloved Manny actually got together with the chairman, pain really pain. A male disciple was bitter. Ha ha. I really just think they have a little ambiguity. Han Meimei's eyes widened angrily. "Lingji, you will regret it." Lingji snorted coldly. "Regret? That wasn't possible from the moment you betrayed me." Chen Manny pouted. "Don't talk nonsense with her, let's go." "Leave what? This is our union." Lingji wondered if Manny was stupid. Han Meimei was hysterical. "You can't leave." At this time, an old man suddenly appeared. "Lingji, do you really not want to theorize your father's wish?" Everyone was shocked. Lingji was puzzled. "Uncle, why are you here?" There were a few men following behind, a man he recognized, Han Meimei's father. Han Meimei said eagerly, "Uncle Gong, you have to decide for me." The elder's gaze was stern. "This matter needs to be discussed in the long run." Lingji said firmly, "I will never compromise." Han Meimei's father smiled bitterly. "Nephew, I only learned of your matter not long ago. It was Uncle's fault for not picking their relationship early enough, making Meimei do something foolish. Han Meimei's family was very poor, and her father was also a martial artist who had saved Lingji's father's life back then. So they agreed to become in-laws and had this marriage contract. This was decided by my father, not me. I am me, a different kind of firework." Han Meimei cried, crystal and teardrops sliding down her cheeks, splashing tiny splashes on the ground. Her shoulders trembled slightly as she cried like a child who had done something wrong. "I didn't cherish it, it's my fault." Her voice carried a strong sense of remorse, and every word felt like it was squeezed out from the depths of her heart. The air around her seemed to be infected by her sadness and became heavy. A complex look flashed in Lingji's eyes. then he took out a piece of paper and began writing the withdrawal letter with a grave expression. He stroked his pen like 1,000 pounds, each stroke portraying his determination. Letter of withdrawal, I am Ling Ji, and I hereby declare that I am breaking off my marriage contract with Han Meimei. Although this marriage contract has the covenant of our forefathers, in this day and age, it has become a shackle that binds you and me. The two of us were never in love, and the matter of the marriage contract is but a misunderstanding. Ling Ji is a kind of determination, continued to write, Meimei, you are kind and lively by nature, you deserve to have your own true happiness, rather than being burdened by this imposed marriage contract. I don't want to see you fall into pain and struggle because of this inexplicable contract, and I don't want my own fate to be swayed by this. Therefore, I hereby make this book to dissolve this untrue marriage contract between you and me. From now on, the bridge between you and me will return to the bridge, and the road will return to the road, and we hope that each of us will be well and have no more entanglements. Ling Ji, date. After writing, Ling Ji handed the withdrawal letter to Han Meimei, his eyes revealing a kind of his relief, and attitude towards Manhwa. Elder of the Ling family had heard what Han Meimei had done to Ling Ji from Yangwu and knew the truth now. Well, Ji, this is your decision, well done, I support you. Han Meimei's father was disappointed to the core, he also knew what Han Meimei did from Yangwu's mouth, he still loved face. His son slandered Ling Ji, he was the one who abandoned his daughter, and was angry at first. Now seeing other people's statements, and he grew up watching Ling Ji, he also understands him as a person. Daughter, this is your fault. Father is disappointed in you. Han Meimei was angry at her father instead, he had grown up hearing his father say behind his back that Ling Ji, the brat, was not outstanding, and that was what made her dislike Ling Ji so much. Originally, Ling Ji loved herself to death. It was what people discussed, accepting someone who loves you more than you love him is more happiness. Chapter 106 Selection. Manhwa happily embraced Ling Ji passionately in front of the crowd. She felt that this man was quite reliable. Han Meimei looked at Ling Ji and Manhwa embracing each other, her eyes filled with despair. Ling Ji, are you really so desperate? Ling Ji gave her a cold look, you're the one who ruined it all with your own hands. Manhwa chirped, honey, ignore her. Han Meimei's father let out a long sigh, that's just it, it's all sinful fate. At this time, there was another discussion in the labor union. This Han Meimei also had it coming. Ling Ji did the right thing, you can't be bound by the old contract. Han Meimei shouted at the crowd, what do you know? What she hated the most right now was this Manhwa, this woman had snatched her man, I must take revenge. Han Meimei had an opportunity in her heart after receiving the withdrawal letter, I'm going to snatch my man back. Dina shook her head and comforted, Meimei, I think it's better for you to leave the union so you don't have to look uncomfortable later. I won't leave the union. She pointed at Ling Ji and actually said something appalling, I will change. I will make you fall in love with me again. She was confident that it was her beauty that was able to mesmerize him for more than 10 years, and now she wouldn't lose to Manhwa, that is, if she hadn't been ghostly back then, so many things would have happened. Chen Mani was uncomfortable when she heard it, she really wanted to kill this shameless woman now. Evil slowly changed this woman. The originally happy celebration banquet was messed up by this farce, it was really unhappy. This matter was a small storm for Ling Ji. The days at the academy went by really fast, it was the coming of the Chinese New Year. Many students went home for the spring festival, martial arts students wouldn't have the concept of summer and winter vacations, enhancement was the end goal of their growth. If you don't sweat now, you'll shed more blood when you get to the battlefield. This wasn't a cultivation world, it was easy to die. Mr. Vinci had been waiting for that sighing porker, all alone. Looking at his nephew, he had already treated the boy whose talent seemed to be better than that decrepit man as his own son. Ling Ji didn't go back to Fengyu City, after all, there was no one at home, he stayed at Mr. Vinci's house. He also treated this beautiful teacher like family. Ling Ji, in this tryout, you must get the top 10 places, so you can represent the province and participate in the national team. Ling Ji nodded firmly, teacher, I will do my best. After the spring festival, the first day was the 2024 Freshman Heroes Audition. This was a grand competition belonging to the freshmen, an excellent stage for them to show their strength and make a name for themselves. This audition was open to all freshmen whose strength had reached the mortal martial realm 3rd stage 1st heaven or above. On the Academy's bulletin board, the rules of the competition were clearly displayed with a spiritual light screen. Enrollment rules. 1. Eligible freshmen were required to go to the Academy's tryout enrollment office to enroll within the specified time. When registering, they need to submit their name, the association they belong to, and proof of their realm level results issued by the Academy's spiritual power tester. 2. There is no limit to the number of applicants from each association, but in order to ensure the fairness and maneuverability of the competition, the final list of participants will be determined according to the order of registration. If the number of applicants from a certain association is too large and exceeds a certain number, those who apply later will be put on the waiting list. In this competition, Dawn has 38 applicants, which is a highlight, while most of the other associations have less than 10 applicants. The competition was divided into 3 stages: preliminary round, rematch, and final round. 1. Preliminary round, mixed knockout match. All 188 new students who have successfully registered will be transported to the large spiritual illusion space of the college. This illusion formation space was set up by the elders of the academy, and it simulated all kinds of complicated terrains, including treacherous mountains, dense forests, deep canyons, and turbulent rivers. The terrain had a great impact on the battle, and tested the contestants' resilience. Within the illusionary space, participants can fight freely. When the match began, each person would be issued a special spiritual power scoreboard, which would be hung at the waist. When a participant defeated an opponent, he or she could transfer half of the points on the opponent's scoreboard to his or her own scoreboard through a special spiritual imprinting technique. At the same time, the defeated person would be automatically transported out of the illusion formation space. The preliminary round was limited to 3 hours. At the end of the time, the participants with the top 100 scores on their scoreboards advance to the rematch. If there is a tie, the contestants will be judged according to the number of opponents they have defeated, the amount of spiritual energy they have left, and other factors. 2. Repeat match, group match. The 100 contestants who advance to the rematch will be divided into 20 groups of 5 people each by drawing lots. The list of groups will be announced on the big screen of spiritual power in the college square after the preliminary round. Each group will have a round-robin tournament, which means that each participant will have to fight a battle against each of the other 4 people in the group. The battles take place in the Academy's standard tournament ring, which is surrounded by a psychic protection barrier to prevent the battle from spreading to the spectators. Each battle ends when one side concedes defeat, is incapacitated, or is knocked out of the ring. The winner scores 3 points, the tie scores 1 point, and the loser scores 0 points. At the end of the round robin, the top 2 players in each group will advance to the final. In case of a tie, an overtime match will be played to determine the advancement places. 3. Final, ranking battle. The 40 contestants who advance to the final will enter a new spiritual illusion space again. This illusion space is more dangerous and complicated than the one in the preliminary round, with all kinds of traps and hidden treasures inside. The treasures could be used in battle, some could enhance attack power, some could restore spiritual power, and some could produce special effects, such as short-term invisibility, acceleration, etc. However, the acquisition of the treasures required the contestants to explore with their own strength and luck. Inside the final illusion formation space, the contestants are free to fight without any time limit. The last remaining 10 contestants will be the winners of this audition. If there are more than 10 participants remaining at the end, the top 10 will be selected based on the participants' performance in the final round, such as the number of opponents defeated, the value of treasures obtained, and other factors for a comprehensive judgment. And the rewards are rich. If you enroll successfully, you'll be exempt from 4 years of tuition. The bottom 100 all get 1 million worth of elixirs. The top 100 can get 1 million worth of pills plus a treasure weapon. The freshmen who gained the top 10 places would become the Academy's heroic freshmen and receive generous rewards. The rewards include a large amount of cultivation resources, such as precious elixirs, high-grade Gongfu secrets, and weapons and equipment suitable for one's realm. Participate in the Dragon Kingdom National Team Training. Ling Ji, who led 27 people to appear at the tournament, made people interested in this guy that kills pigs. Envy. Jealousy. Hate. It attracted countless gazes. A guy with a spear pointed at Ling Ji and said, "Ling Ji, I challenge you." Again, a delicate beauty smiled, "Ling Ji, watch out, we all challenge you." Long Aotian was also there, and he smiled sinisterly. The fact that so many people were targeting him was probably in this guy's made set up. Chapter 107 Zhao Hua. Zhao Hua? The aura was actually stronger than Ling Ji's. Ling Ji, you're almost there. At this time, a few more people stepped out, and it was Dahan Ally Shuhua, Nintendo, and other experts. A few beautiful girls also ran out. It's been a long time. It's Sun Jiejia, her figure has changed a lot. It seems that this time is really a dragon fight. Ling Ji scanned the crowd and said aloud, since all of you want to fight me, let's do it. He knew that these people were displeased that he, a porker, got the first place title, and this time they were all determined to win. Lan Aotian said sorrowfully, Ling Ji, this time you will definitely lose. Ling Ji sneered, it's not certain who will lose or win. Sun Jiejia laughed chirpily, Ling Ji, don't lose too ugly yo. Ale Shuhua roared, cut the crap, brother Ling Ji, you're still arrogant. Zhao Hua took the opportunity to attack, well, I'm really looking forward to it. Nintendo also joined the fray, Ling Ji, I'll show you what I'm made of. Ahem. Quiet. The host cleared his throat and shouted. At this moment, on the high stage of the academy, an immortal old man appeared. He was seen wearing a long white robe with mysterious runes embroidered with gold threads, which gently fluttered with the breeze as if there was spiritual energy flowing through it. His white hair and beard fell like silver snow, his eyes were deep and wise, as bright as stars, and with just a gentle sweep, he could make the crowd under the stage feel the invisible majesty. This immortal was none other than the Academy's sword executioner Ouyang Ziyuan. Dean Ouyang slowly walked to the front of the high stage and slightly raised his hand. The originally noisy freshmen under the stage suddenly quieted down, and all their gazes focused on him. He cleared his throat, and his voice was as a loud bell, echoing over the entire academy. Dear freshmen of the class of 2024, today, we welcome the Freshman Heroes Selection Tournament. This is a feast that belongs to you, a stage for you to show your strength and potential, and an important step for you to step into the path of heroes. In this world, strength is the root of survival and a sharp weapon to guard justice. The world we live in is full of challenges and unknowns, with powerful beasts peering in the shadows and mysterious evil forces stirring. And you, as the Academy's new force, shoulder the mission of defending your home and defending justice in the future. This audition is your chance to sharpen yourselves and prove yourselves. Each and every one of you standing here already possesses extraordinary strength, reaching the mortal martial realm 3rd stage 1st heaven or above. This is the result of your hard work and cultivation, but don't forget that this is only a small milestone on your cultivation path. The Heroes Selection Tournament will push you all to a higher peak and allow you to see a wider world. Here, you will compete with your peers and experience the passion and cruelty of battle. Battles will injure you and tire you out, but they are also the catalyst for your growth. Every injury will forge your tougher soul, every failure will become your ladder to success. Don't be afraid of failure, because on this field, there are no real losers, only brave warriors. At the same time, I hope you will uphold the principles of fairness, justice, and openness. Respect your opponents and the rules in the competition. Use your strength and wisdom to win, instead of playing smart or using improper means. Because a true hero must not only have great strength, but also noble character. Regardless of the outcome, this audition will become a valuable experience in your lives. It will witness your growth and your gradual transformation from freshmen to true heroes. Now, I announce that the 2024 Freshman Hero Audition officially begins. As Dean Ouyang's last words fell, the entire academy erupted in thunderous applause and cheers as the freshmen's blood boiled, their eyes flashing with anticipation and desire for the competition. Ling Ji's heart also heated up. This old man's ancient power was strong. The breath of his partner behind him was also unsteady. He was excited. The host opened the entrance to the first match. Everyone immediately entered the illusion space of the match, which was built by humans. They were still within the boundaries of the academy. It was just that the environment of the original ring had been changed to its outer appearance using the phantom array. The moment Ling Ji stepped into the illusion formation space, an ancient and mysterious aura came over him. It was as if a dreamlike painting had unfolded before his eyes, and he seemed to have entered a completely unfamiliar world. Surrounding him was a vast and boundless forest, with trees towering into the clouds, each requiring several people to hug them. The trunks of these trees displayed strange colors, and the leaves on their branches were broad and thick. The forest was filled with a thin layer of mist, which flowed slowly over the ground. Various strange flowers and plants could be faintly seen in the mist. It's really good. In such an environment it allows all types of martial artists to get a great deal of fairness. However, those long-range attacking martial artists are also more favorable? Thus, he climbed up the tree and used his concealed weapon to kill a few people first, letting a few points come up first. In 3 or 2 moves, he climbed up to the top of the tree. Looking around, not a single one of their own had been spotted, and it seemed that this place had the ability to separate people from the same association, so that they wouldn't hug each other. Initially, many of their teammates had stated that they would hug the group so that their union would be the one with the greatest advantage, and now it seemed that the advantage was very little. However, Ling Ji thought that as long as they reached the end, it was still their union that got the advantage. The biggest fear was that the rest of them would target their union's people, and that would not be the same outcome. Ling Ji saw a few guys who had already started fighting nearby. He took a serious look at one of them. He recognized it was Zhao Hua. His marksmanship was now more refined than before. He must have gone through the guidance of a senior tutor from the academy, and his strength had increased so much. The scariest thing was that his cultivation had risen so quickly. Coming to the mortal martial realm 3rd stage 5th heaven, this truly was one of his competitors. Ling Ji's gaze was locked onto Zhao Hua. His stance was erect and he exuded a confidence that was different from the past. The long spear in his hand flashed with a cold aura under the sunlight, and the body of the spear seemed to have a unique flow of spiritual energy, a sign that it had been carefully polished and infused with power. Zhao Hua was dancing with his spear at this moment, the tip of the spear slicing through the air and bringing up a harsh stream of air. His spear technique was even more exquisite than before. Every move and every style was like flowing clouds in water, yet it contained great killing power. The long spear stabbed out like a spirit snake coming out of a hole, precise and swift. That speed was so fast that one could almost only see a shadow of the spear. His opponent was stabbed and disappeared under the protection of the spell formation. He launched another horizontal sweep, again like a gale crossing the border. The strong wind brought up by the gun could easily cut off the surrounding grass and trees. It was not difficult to see that there must be the careful guidance of the academy's senior tutors behind this gun technique. Every action was just right, without the slightest excess, showing everyone's style. Now there were actually 4 people surrounding him together. He was in danger. Chapter 108 Little Li's Flying Daggers. Li. Zhao Hua being so powerful made him a target. You guys actually joined forces? Zhao Hua held his spear and gazed at the 4 people surrounding him with a grave expression. These 4 people had obviously reached some sort of tacit understanding, and there was a glint of ambition in their eyes. They all knew Zhao Hua's power well, so they were prepared to join forces to eradicate this greatest threat as soon as they came up. Humph! Zhao Hua, you're on our must-kill list. One of them was the first to attack. His figure was like electricity. He lunged towards Zhao Hua's back with his dual knives. The dual knives brought up gusts of cold light as they swung. The wind of the knives whistled, as if he wanted to instantly cut Zhao Hua under his knives. Zhao Hua, as if he had eyes behind his back, made a sharp turn. The lance in his hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea, accurately stabbing at the intersection of the double knives. Clang! With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere, and the powerful impact caused the attacker to take a few steps backward. At the same time, the other 2 men pinched from the left and right sides. The one on the left was a Rex, wielding a huge battle axe in his hand, which was inscribed with spiritual runes. Each swing had a powerful power boost. He slashed horizontally towards Zhao Hua's waist, with the intention of splitting Zhao Hua in 2. The one on the right was an agile martial artist, holding a pair of short thorns in his hands. His figure nimbly stabbed towards Zhao Hua's neck. The short thorns were flashing with a strange light, obviously hardened with poison. Zhao Hua didn't panic in the face of danger. He bellowed out, pestled his spear towards the ground, and a spiritual power fluctuation spread out in all directions with him as the center. This spiritual power fluctuation formed a short barrier, successfully resisting the attacks of the battle axe and short thorns. Taking advantage of this gap, Zhao Hua fiercely drew his spear out and made a forceful thrust in the direction of the Rex, the tip of the spear picking at the Rex's throat. Lux hastily retracted his axe to return to defense, but he was still cut through his arm by the tip of the lance, and blood flowed out. Ah! He's really powerful, quickly help me! Just as Zhao Hua was battling these 3, the 4th person started casting spells from afar. He mouthed the words, his hands quickly formed seals, and the spiritual energy around him began to rapidly converge. Only to see a rope formed by spiritual energy appear in the air. These ropes twined towards Zhao Hua like spiritual snakes. Once entangled, Zhao Hua's movements would be greatly restricted. Damn it, sorcerers! You guys know each other? There was no way that the first time they worked together, there was such a tacit understanding that there was a close and distant connection. The sorcerer laughed and said, "Ha! We do know each other, both from Koan City, but it just so happens that we went to different unions. These just happened to be assigned together again. It's your bad luck." Zhao Hua gritted his teeth. Suddenly, he sensed the danger behind him, and with a forceful stomp of his foot, his entire body leapt high into the air and did a beautiful backflip, avoiding the entanglement of the rope. However, those 4 people didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, and once again surrounded towards him, the battle became more and more intense. Zhao Hua was gradually getting a little bit weighed down under the 4 people's siege, but his eyes were still firm, and the lance in his hand was gripped tightly, ready to meet the next round of attacks. Ling Ji saw all this from the tree. This Zhao Hua is still powerful. He is not defeated even when being in front of 4 experts of equal strength, and he even injured one of them. He thought he could be a yellow bird. Taking out dry food, he ate it. They fought for another 10 minutes, it seemed that they were all injured and their stamina was dropping fast. This was the time for him, the yellow bird, to make his move. Took out a few small knives. Mentally recited, life-snatching 3,000 of little flying dagger. 5 flying daggers were sent out in a row, flying directly towards these few people. Ah. OMG. Must defeat 3 martial artists of the same rank, rewarded with 6000 plus blood chi value and 3000 plus killing chi value. The 3 were seriously injured and disappeared by the protection of the large formation. It wasn't that Ling Ji's level was low and he couldn't kill them, it was just that Ling Ji was there to win. The sorcerer's senses were so strong that he actually avoided Ling Ji's flying daggers. Zhao Hua was even more bullish, actually letting his enemy's body block the flying dagger for himself in a turn. Who? The 2 of them shouted in unison. Ling Ji performed a light skill and jumped down. Farewell. Ling Ji. You're the scumbag. I'll be able to win and you've robbed me of my credit. Zhao Hua said angrily. Oh? Scumbag. Ling Ji didn't get angry and said lightly, this is a simulated war, and war is about winning by any means necessary. As long as victory is the king's reasoning. The sorcerer did not dare to say anything about Ling Ji, after all, their behavior was an unfair fight, and they had nothing to say about being backstabbed, and he saw that Ling Ji also did it for the sake of victory, and did not lay down a deadly hand. The sorcerer looked at Ling Ji warily and said, today's matter, count me in. He knew that they would not join forces, but even if he was alone he was no match for himself, the 36th plan was the best plan. Ling Ji sneered, want to leave? It's not that easy. Zhao Hua glared angrily, Ling Ji, don't go too far. Ling Ji raised his eyebrows, excessive? On this battlefield, there is no such thing as going overboard. Zhao Hua clenched his fists, you'll be punished in the future for your behavior. Ling Ji was unimpressed, retribution? Let's wait until we can live until then. At this moment, the sorcerer suddenly struck out, a spell light shooting towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji sidestepped and dodged, cursing, something that doesn't know how to die. Zhao Hua took the opportunity to attack Ling Ji, I will fight you to the death today. Ling Ji responded to the 2 men's attacks and shouted, in that case, don't blame me for not being polite. As soon as the bloodthirsty blade came out, a murderous aura spread throughout the battlefield. The 3 were caught in a fierce melee, with the wind howling and dust flying around them. Ling Ji had just dodged the light of the sorcerer's spell, and before he could stabilize his stance, Zhao Hua attacked like a ghost, his lance stabbing Ling Ji straight in the throat with a powerful aura, his eyes filled with determination. Ling Ji was secretly annoyed in his heart, he didn't expect Zhao Hua to strike at him at this moment, he couldn't think too much, his body once again flashed to the side, narrowly avoiding this fatal blow. You guys are seeking your own death. Ling Ji roared angrily and fiercely drew out his bloodthirsty blade. In an instant, a strong murderous aura surged out from the blade, spreading in all directions like a raging tide. This murderous aura seemed to be alive as if it was raging in the air, the wind that was originally whistling became even more mournful, and the surrounding dust was swept higher, the entire battlefield was shrouded by this austere and murderous aura. The sorcerer's face changed slightly, but he quickly stabilized his mind and cast the spell again. His hands danced quickly and he recited an ancient and obscure incantation under his breath. The spiritual energy around him quickly converged into a single spinning ball of light, which flickered with a bizarre light and shot towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji's eyes flinched as he dashed towards the sorcerer in a lightning-like figure. As he rushed towards the sorcerer, he skillfully avoided the balls of light, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand waved out a blood-red blade, which collided with the balls of light, emitting a roaring sound. Seeing the right moment, Ling Ji took an arrow step and rushed to the sorcerer. The bloodthirsty blade was raised high and slashed down fiercely towards the sorcerer. The third style of the bloodthirsty frenzy blade. The sorcerer felt the threat of death, he panicked and tried to cast a defense spell, but it was too late. The bloodthirsty blade slashed with a powerful force on the spiritual shield in front of the sorcerer, the shield instantly shattered, and the blade continued downwards, cutting a deep wound in the sorcerer's shoulder. The sorcerer screamed miserably, and the spell in his hand was interrupted. Ling Ji took advantage of the situation and followed up with another slash, this one directly slashing at the sorcerer's abdomen, cutting him down to the ground. The sorcerer spat out blood, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness before he fainted. Must defeat a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value and 1000 plus killing chi value. The sorcerer's body vaporized and left the battlefield. After resolving the sorcerer, Ling Ji turned to face Zhao Hua. Ling Ji. Once again I can fight you one-on-one, huh? I'm so happy. Are you stupid? No, my last loss to you was a disgrace. Zhao Hua stabbed towards Ling Ji with his spear. Ling Ji raised his bloodthirsty sword to meet him, and the swords clashed with each other, emitting an ear-piercing metallic clash. The two of them went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and each collision splashed with a shower of sparks. Zhao Hua's gun technique was exquisite and incomparable. His gun pointed at Ling Ji's vitals, but Ling Ji's bloodthirsty blade was no slouch either. His blade technique was ferocious with a weirdness in it, and each blade contained a powerful killing aura. 300 rounds were fought. Zhao Hua suddenly became powerful, his whole body's muscles exploded. An explosion of breath, a live breakthrough? Ling Ji said in surprise, "You." Chapter 109 Tyrannical Rice Pill? Promotion. Incredulous, Ling Ji pointed at Zhao Hua and said, "You are taking medicine to promote your cultivation?" Ah. Zhao Hua was in pain and excited, looking like a wild beast. That's right. It's the riotous rice pill? Without answering, he should have taken this kind of elixir. As long as the family had money, they could find a high-level elixir master to purchase this kind of elixir. It was a spirit elixir that elevated at the mortal martial realm. Even if an elixir had to reach over 5 million apiece, and the higher the quality, the more expensive it was, but the boosting effect would be even more obvious. This kind of elixir had to be 18 years old or older to eat it. The side effect was that the cultivation level raised this way wasn't very solid, and the effect had to be raised through fighting. My Zhao family, in being rich and powerful, eating the tyrannical rice pill is like eating candy. What makes you ordinary folk martial artists able to win against us? Zhao Hua pointed at Ling Ji and said. Just now, he didn't notice him taking the medicine, so he probably ate it before he entered the battlefield. Unfortunately, I haven't used my big moves yet. Don't you know? I'm capable of fighting across levels. Say you're a cutie, and you don't recognize it. Damn it! Zhao Hua killed again. This time, his power had risen greatly, and every shot was powerful. Ling Ji was chanting in his heart, "There are still 10 minutes left." Another 10 rounds or so were fought. Zhao Hua, I admit that you're very good, but you're really no match for me. Zhao Hua could tell that he had been dodging and hadn't exactly used his full strength. Ling Ji felt that he didn't need to put out too much effort against a decent dragon country martial artist. Enough was enough. He suddenly put away his bloodthirsty blade and raised his right hand, swinging his palm with a smile. 3, 2, 1. The match ended. Back in the real world. What? Zhao Hua exclaimed. He knew that once again, he had been undermined by Ling Ji and he hadn't taken a single point. Damn it! The 3 times were especially fast. Ling Ji was watching the show from the tree for more than an hour. Watching Zhao Hua break through for another 40 minutes or so, slowly playing for a while would be enough time. Returned to the square. Seeing the martial artists of his union around him had different expressions. Some crying, some laughing. President. A martial artist found Ling Ji, the first to speak out. I was knocked back out. Ling Ji patted his shoulder, it's fine. Fight put the opportunity later. Manhwa squeezed through the crowd and said sweetly, I lasted until the end. Did you defeat the enemy? No. They chatted and realized that of the 38 people, 28 were actually defeated and retreated. There were still 10 people who stayed to the end. At this moment, the results began to be displayed on the big screen. They were fully focused on watching the results of the members of Dawnbreaker's Wings. 100 Dawnbreaker Wings Manhwa. Leaning. To enter without losing. Then, it was discovered that there were 8 people from the former original Dawnbreaker's Wings who didn't defeat others and weren't defeated to stay. All advanced. Surprisingly, there were 78 people in this category. But then someone from the other teams ran up to the podium and cursed, why do they get to advance without defeating anyone else and I get eliminated? The presiding officer looked at these people scornfully and said sarcastically, I guess you guys are just scared to death and are hiding, right? Me. These all blushed. Manhwa smiled and said, I see, battle time is also the standard of the assessment, the longer the battle time, the better the result. At this time, the screen began to show up again with people's names. 21st King's Glory Zhao Hua. 20 named Dawn Wings Chung Feng. This person beat one person to get into 21st place. The experts in this tournament were all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. 8 named Dragons Union Long Aotian. Ling Ji frowned, he's this powerful now, he's not going to be kryptonite and taking pills again, is he? Soon, his name appeared. 3 Dawnwings Ling Ji. 2 named Brahma Versailles. 1 Sorcerer's Guild Witch Rebel. Witch Reverse. Ling Ji was surprised to see this name. He had actually entered the academy as well. This person had done nothing wrong. It can't be. That loser has even entered the academy. Is there any justice in heaven? Is there any king's law? Manny Chen looked at Witch Rebel's name. This man was the man who had insulted her sister. Ling Ji supported her with one hand so that she could stand firmly. At this moment, a few young girls ran over. It was Sun Jiejia and the others. Congratulations to us. Congratulations, I can't believe that you guys also entered the top 100. Ling Ji chatted mischievously in order to divert Manny Chen's attention. Zhao Xian is improving fast, she got in at this level, why can't I get in? Sun Jiejia teased. Ling Ji looked at the crowd and said with a serious expression, everyone has worked hard to get this kind of result this time, but the challenges ahead will be even tougher. Chen Manny bit her lip, that witch rebel, he must not be spared. Sun Jiejia clenched her fists, right, can't let him get away with it. They had heard that Manny Chen had met this person, she hoped that these beauties must be wary of the tragedy that this person had only told them had happened. Ling Ji's gaze was firm, we have to prepare and improve our strength. Zhao Xian blinked, then how do we train next? Ling Ji pondered for a moment, play for a few days, relax. Manny Chen nodded, okay, listen to you. The second round, which would not take place until 2 days later, the proposal to go to the hot springs now for 2 days before coming back, and not letting yourself get too nervous, was very good. Many hateful eyes stared at Ling Ji, but he didn't care. He took a kind of people and left the academy. Take a good rest. Combination of labor and rest is the yellow way. In these 2 days, someone will definitely come to pick a fight, avoid the same and let the union be quieter. These are rich people, it is Ling Ji is the poorest. Drove a few luxury cars over, and went directly to the most famous hot spring resort in the Cloud Province. Tang City. My dad invested in a hot spring resort here, it's very famous. This person who spoke was a female martial artist from Dawnbreak Wings called Pan Hong. Her family was one that was a disciple of the Wind and Moon City Chamber of Commerce and Industry. The car that Pan Hong's drove as the lead car traveled all the way south, and after 2.5 hours, it finally arrived at her father's hotel. Just got off the car, Pan Hong's father's hot spring resort hotel into the eyes, its entrance to show all the luxury and atmosphere, like a rich and magnificent palace door. The hotel's gate is several meters high, supported by 2 huge Roman columns. The Roman columns are carved with exquisite patterns, each texture is delicate, depicting ancient myths related to water and leisure scenes, like nymphs frolicking in hot springs, the gods enjoying a quiet time. The main door is a heavy carved solid wood door. The wood exudes an ancient and elegant atmosphere. It should be a precious species carefully selected from a distant and mysterious forest. Above the gate, a huge signboard glittered with the name of the hotel. The plaza in front of the hotel was very wide, the ground was paved with smooth marble, each piece of marble was carefully polished and spliced tightly. On the square neatly parked a row of limousines, these cars in the sunlight glittering with metallic luster, showing the high-end positioning of the hotel. At this time, the lobby several people fought. From the hotel lobby fought. A woman in uniform was slapped and flew backwards towards Ling Ji's side. Ling Ji reached out and caught the woman. Pan Hong called out in surprise, Sister Mang. Chapter 110 Sakura Martial Artists Conspiracy? This woman called Sister Fierce, her name is Fierce, but her outside is not fierce at all, it is the handsome kind of girl, about 26 years old, tall, wearing a uniform, it really has a kind of uniform temptation flavor. Miss, what brings you here? We came on vacation. What happened? There are a few martial artists from the Sakura Kingdom spreading their wildness, you guys should hide first, wait for us to take care of it, and then let your friends and VIPs enter the hotel again. Pan Hong laughed bitterly, fear not, let's go and take a look together, I'm not small anymore, I'm a martial arts cultivator now. Sister Mang sensed, this young lady that she had seen since she was a child, really now her cultivation was actually stronger than her own. Their Tang City was a city of heroes, a city that sacrificed a lot in its history against the invasion of the Sakura Kingdom. Now, many hotels here do not receive people from the Sakura Nation. Suddenly, the air defense siren sounded. Woo! Woo! What? Only to see chaos at the entrance of the hotel. The hotel staff stood squarely at the entrance, blocking a group of Sakura Nation martial artists from entering. The Sakura country martial artist in the lead was a tall guy with shady eyes, who said in a mouthful of raw Chinese, "Why don't you let us in?" This is discrimination against us. The hotel staff responded without fear, our hotel has its own rules, and Sakura Nation people are not welcome. Ling Ji and the others walked forward. Pan Hong stepped forward and said, this hotel is invested by my family, we have the right to decide who can and can't stay here. You Sakura Nation people once committed an unforgivable crime against our country, you are not welcome here. Upon hearing this, that Sakura Nation martial artist's face turned livid as he roared in anger and suddenly drew the long knife at his waist and slashed towards Pan Hong. When it was too late, Ling Ji's figure flashed, and his bloodthirsty knife was instantly sheathed, blocking in front of Pan Hong. With a dang sound, the knives and swords clashed, spattering a cloud of sparks. Humph, if you want to spread your wildness on our territory, you are not qualified. Ling Ji said coldly. Seeing this, the other Sakura Nation martial artists also drew their swords and rushed towards Ling Ji and the others. For a while, swords and shadows flashed at the entrance of the hotel. Ling Ji displayed a powerful blade technique. The bloodthirsty blade was tigerish in his hands, each blade carried a powerful force, forcing the Sakura Nation martial artists to retreat back and forth. Chang Feng was also not willing to show weakness and drew his heavenly sword, engaging in a fierce fight with the enemy. The two female martial artists, Xiao Xianer and Dina, were also unbeatable, as they nimbly weaved in and out between the enemies, their long swords and spears in their hands danced densely, causing the Sakura Nation's martial artists quite a bit of trouble. The battle lasted for some time, and the Sakura Nation martial artists were gradually outmatched and began to retreat. Seeing that the situation was not good, the Sakura Nation martial artist turned around and tried to escape. How could Ling Ji let him off easily? He rushed up with an arrow step and blocked his way. Say, what exactly is your plot to come to Yun province? Ling Ji forced his eyes to look at him, a cold light flashing in his eyes. That Sakura Nation martial artist snorted coldly and shut his mouth. When Ling Ji saw this, the bloodthirsty knife in his hand exerted a slight force and cut a slash on his arm. If you don't speak up again, today will be the day you die. The Sakura Nation martial artist's face turned pale as he finally spoke, travel. Who believed that? As more and more people poured in, the scene became more and more crowded and noisy. The police acted quickly, methodically evacuating the crowd and pulling up a cordon. At this time, the shrill and ear-piercing air raid sirens pierced the sky, like a big invisible hand clutching everyone's heart. Not long after, the army vehicles roared in, the soldiers got off neatly and quickly, loaded with bullets, their eyes were serious and alert, the atmosphere of the entire scene instantly became tense to the extreme. Ling Ji and the others knew deep down that this scene was far beyond what they could control as students. A middle-aged police officer with a stalwart face and deep eyes came forward, patted Ling Ji's shoulder and said, "Little brother, let us." His voice was calm and strong, giving people an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Ling Ji looked at the situation around him and nodded helplessly, releasing the Sakura Nation martial artist he was holding in his hands. Those few Sakura Nation martial artists who were knocked to the ground and in a sorry state were quickly controlled by the police. One of the Sakura Nation martial artists with a bruised face, a trace of resentment flashed in his eyes as he braced himself to stand up, and said in broken Chinese in a conspiratorial manner, "Is this the way you Dragon Nation treats tourists? We just came to visit for fun, but we were treated so violently." His words were full of provocation, trying to distort the facts and turn black and white upside down. When the people around him heard his words, they were instantly filled with righteous indignation. An old man said angrily, "You guys, don't think that we don't know about your plot. You guys didn't come here with good intentions, and you're still trying to weasel your way out of it." Echoing voices also rang out from the crowd. Everyone knew the evil deeds of the Sakura country martial artists by heart. That Sakura Nation martial artist still wanted to retort, but when he saw the angry eyes of the people around him and the military and police officers standing by, he could only shut his mouth resentfully, but there was still a look of unwillingness in his eyes. The police quickly escorted these Sakura Nation martial artists to the police car, preparing for further interrogation to uncover the hidden conspiracy behind them. "Xiaopan, you get to have someone keep an eye on Tang City, I'm afraid there's a conspiracy." Ling Ji frowned and said, "Well, I will definitely tell father about this matter, he and the mayor are good brothers." This was all Ling Ji's intuition and speculation, time was not on his side, their main task now was the selection contest. "Let's go! Let's go to the hot spring." Pan Hong tossed her long, shiny black hair, her eyes glittering with excitement. She led Ling Ji and the others through the hotel's magnificent lobby and towards the hot spring area. The environment of the hot spring area was tranquil and elegant, surrounded by lush greenery and flowers, as if it was an isolated wonderland. As they walked along the winding path, the air was filled with a faint medicinal fragrance, the unique scent that emanated from the medicinal hot springs. They arrived at a hot spring pool surrounded by mist. The hot spring pool was large, the water was steaming hot, and it was surrounded by exquisite jade stones with natural patterns that were hidden in the mist. In the hot spring pool, various rare medicinal herbs floated in the clear spring water, which swayed gently with the water waves, releasing medicinal power that made the entire hot spring even more tantalizing. The girls let out cries of surprise when they saw the hot springs. Mixed bubble spring water? Aotian, Dina, and the girls couldn't wait to go to the changing room, and in a short while, they walked out in colorful swimsuits. Aotian's swimsuit was a fiery red color, accentuating her passionate and fiery personality and her delicate figure, and that slimming design showed off her curves perfectly. Dina, on the other hand, wore a light blue swimsuit, as fresh as a lotus flower, and her long and slender legs were even more charming under the swimsuit's reflection. The boys also changed their clothes and came to the hot spring pool. Lingji was a little embarrassed as he looked at the girls in the hot spring. His eyes inadvertently met with Aotian's. Aotian's face flushed with a blush as she mischievously splashed some water towards Lingji. The water droplets slid down on Lingji's chest, making the atmosphere a little ambiguous. Chengfeng, on the other hand, laughed as he jumped into the hot spring, splashing a patch of water, which spilled onto the bodies of the surrounding girls, causing a burst of laughter and rancor. Pan Hong pulled Dina and slowly walked into the hot spring. Feeling the warm spring water and the comfort of the medicinal power penetrating her skin, she sighed contentedly. The hot springs here are so comfortable, and it's good for cultivation as well. Dina nodded her head gently, her long hair spreading out in the water like black satin. At this moment, I don't know who gently touched Dina's feet underwater. She was slightly startled and subconsciously grabbed Pan Hong by her side. Pan Hong smiled and joked, "What's wrong? Is there some little fish kissing you?" Seeing that these girls' bodies were not inferior to her own, Manny Chen was afraid of Lingji's prying eyes, and immediately walked towards Lingji's direction. Lingji! Only to see that his face had long since turned red, his body feeling the effects of the medicine pack. Chapter 111, Repeat Rounds. Pan Hong in order to break this ambiguous yet awkward scene. So she said aloud, "Everyone, you can close your eyes and recuperate. I'm going to increase the aura of the medicinal hot spring, so everyone try to absorb it." She walked to the poolside, opened a password box, and pressed the password. Suddenly, just as everyone was immersed in the coziness of the hot springs, a slight vibration suddenly came from the edge of the pool water. Immediately afterward, several small holes quietly appeared on the pool wall. At first, the small holes only trembled slightly. Subsequently, a rich spiritual chi that was almost turning into substance was ejected from it. This aura was no ordinary aura, it was as if they were alive as they hovered and intertwined in the air, flickering with colorful rays of light, and each ray of light contained a shocking amount of energy. The aura of a high-level spirit stone. Someone exclaimed out in shock, their voice carrying uncontrollable excitement and surprise. Everyone was attracted by this sudden sight, their eyes staring straight at the aura. The aura of this high-level spirit stone was extremely precious. Normally, if a martial artist could obtain a high-level spirit stone, they would have to use it carefully as if it was a treasure, but at this moment, it was like a treasure trove of high-level spirit stones had been opened here, and aura was pouring out in a steady stream. Only then did he understand why this was such a high-level hot spring. The energy it contained was by no means comparable to ordinary hot springs. It was no wonder that those Kryptonian martial artists had a much faster rate of strength enhancement than the average person. Soaking in such an environment was like cultivating surrounded by countless high-grade spirit stones. The body constantly absorbed this precious spiritual chi, the meridians became tougher and wider under the nourishment of the spiritual chi, and the spiritual power also grew without realizing it. Everyone realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and they all adjusted their postures so that their bodies could have better access to this spiritual chi, hoping to make use of the magical effects of this high-level hot spring to take their strength to the next level. Ah! Manny Chen gasped as her strength increased dramatically. Breakthrough! She managed to break through the bottleneck, officially entering the middle stage from the early stage. The second one, also from their Pill King Valley, was Chung Fong. The martial artists of their Medicine King Valley knew how to utilize the efficacy of the pill packs even better, and broke through even faster. One after another, they all began to break through. In the end, it was only Ling Ji, who was still on the edge of his shackles. He needed more abilities. Pan Hong looked at this man, was grateful to him. If it wasn't for him taking herself to the secret realm, she wouldn't have today. Gritting her teeth, she cranked up her aura output to the maximum. They also left the pool, leaving him alone to absorb it. The others had already gotten dressed and returned to the lounge. As time slowly passed, 1 hour passed, 2 hours passed. Ling Ji was always immersed in the state of cultivation with his eyes closed, oblivious to everything in the outside world. The high-level spirit stone aura in the hot spring was like a raging tide, constantly surging into his body, rushing and raging through his meridians. At first, his meridians began to tremble violently under the impact of this powerful spiritual qi, as if they were overburdened. However, with his resilient will, Lingji endeavored to guide this aura to follow a specific route through his meridians. However, the power of the aura was too strong, and gradually, tiny cracks began to appear in his meridians, and a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Just as the crowd was worried, the spiritual energy within Lingji's body seemed to have been stimulated in some way, and suddenly ran wildly, mingling and colliding with the external high-level spirit stone aura. Immediately afterward, a shocking scene occurred. The muscles of Lingji's entire body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably, and then it actually expanded like a balloon, with veins popping out on the surface of his skin, as if it would burst open at any moment. Lingji. Seeing this, the partners on the side could not help but cry out anxiously. However, Lingji was already completely immersed in his own cultivation state at this time, and was unable to respond. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a muscle on Lingji's arm instantly burst, and blood splashed out, staining a red color in the hot spring water. The hearts of the crowd were instantly in their throats, and they all wanted to go forward to check. But right at this moment, something strange happened again. The aura that gushed out from the high-level spirit stones, as if summoned by some kind of call, quickly converged towards Lingji's burst muscles. Under the wrapping of the spiritual qi, Lingji's burst muscles began to regrow and reorganize at a speed visible to the naked eye. The newborn muscles were firmer and more powerful, containing a more powerful explosive force. As time passed, the muscles in other parts of Lingji's body also went through the process of bursting and reorganizing one after another. Each time the pain caused his face to distort, but he always gritted his teeth and persisted. He managed to break through to the middle stage, and he had forged and washed his flesh, which was previously an evil energy enhancement, once more to complete his metamorphosis. "This is? Are you helping me?" he silently asked the system. Although there was no answer, he knew it must be the system helping him. Or was it the Earth Mind Stone, or the so-called God's blessing on his forehead? He didn't know. There was no understanding yet for the time being. One could only continue to use the aura here and continue to cultivate. Continue to break through. Mortal Martial Realm 3 Realms 5 Heavens. Moreover, it was a very solid 5 heavens. The following day, they then went back to the academy to prepare for the second round. Panhan's selflessness was recognized by everyone and joined their family. The 10-member core team slowly formed. For the rematch, it was a group match. The academy would divide the 100 participants who advanced to the rematch into 20 groups of 5 people each by random draw. Each group of martial artists will have a round-robin match between them, meaning that each participant will have to fight a battle against each of the other 4 people in their group. The winner gets 3 points, the tie gets 1 point, and the loser gets 0 points. At the end of the round-robin match, the top 2 participants in each group in terms of points advance to the finals, and in the event of a tie in terms of points, an overtime match would be played to determine the advancement spots. 100 martial artists temporarily returned to the ring. Countless spectator seats were built around the ring, just for the academy spectators to observe and learn. A few staff members pushed out a huge ball-shaped object. Rolling ball. Lingji took a deep breath and looked firmly at the rolling ball. Is this the key to deciding the groupings? Someone murmured in a low voice. The host stepped forward and said loudly, "Gentlemen, prepare to draw your groupings." The crowd rubbed their fists and looked nervous. Panhong clenched her fists. "I wonder who I'll be grouped with." Lingji said blandly, "No matter what, just give it your all." Manichen had some nervousness and held Lingji's hand tightly. After Chang Feng had Aotian, the whole person was just confident, dressed in white, handsome and dashing. The drawing of lots began, and some people were happy and some were sad. The tumbler spun and the tumblers representing each person's number kept turning. The first group started rolling, and the first number was 68. The second number is 38. The third number is number 7. The fourth number is 100. Number 100. Manny Chan saw her number. Lingji gently kissed her forehead. "Go for it." The fifth number was number 66. Chapter 112 Besieged. Manny Chen took a deep breath. She was ranked last, but she wouldn't give in to defeat. "I will cheer." Then, the names of the other martial artists from their union appeared in the various groupings. For the 16th group, the drawing of lots began. The first number, number 8. Long Aotian. Second number, 21. Zhao Hua. Third number, 78. This person is unknown, called Dragon's Flower, a female martial artist. Fourth number, 89. This person, Lingji also did not recognize, was called Zhu Chang. Lingji thought to himself, if he is allowed to come to this group he can teach these two people a good lesson. Just as he was rambling, the fifth number rolled out. Number 3. It was none other than Lingji. What a wishful thinking. A cold murderous aura ran down his back. Humph. Lingji, you're dead this time. Long Aotian's eyes were eerie and terrifying. Zhao Hua laughed out loud. Lingji, you pouncer, you're dead, dare to shade me. Han Meimei was in the audience, seeing them on the same stage, there was a strange mood that made her uncomfortable. Lingji. Dragon Aotian. Lingji's invincible will made him no longer that pig killer, confident and handsome. However, in the past 2 days, the Academy fermented an incident where Lingji, in the first round, backstabbed someone. Letting 3 martial artists who were in the tournament leave early, he was ranked as a hypocrite and a shady wetback in name only. These were the 3 that were passed out by Zhao Hua. He had been confident that he would definitely get the top 10, so he went around saying that Lingji had assassinated them. The rumor spread, and the rumor spread. It had already stigmatized Lingji's reputation. Humph. This Lingji getting third place is backstabbing to get points. Yes, I heard that he just picks on people who are seriously injured and is just shameless. A shameless person. I'm the one involved, he hid in a tree to watch us fight, and when we weren't paying attention, he threw flying daggers, too disgusting that man. So many people were originally half convinced, but since this person in question came forward to tell the truth, every spectator thought that Lingji was a scumbag. Lingji. Garbage. Lingji. Garbage. Some people started shouting with a rhythm. However, many of the people from Dongwing rushed to defend their president's reputation and kept parsing, but they were outnumbered. Lingji, facing the crowd's insults, looked cold and said loudly, "How about the truth? We'll see for ourselves on the field." Long Aotian snorted, "Humph, just a tough talker, let's see how I can beat you to your knees and beg for forgiveness." Zhao Hua followed and chimed in, "That's right, you scumbag, today is your doom." Manichin shouted angrily, "Don't you slander brother Lingji." While they were still discussing Lingji's behavior, all 20 groups had been assigned. It was about to enter the competition scene. Lingji patted his girlfriend's shoulder and said with a smile, "They're right, I was the one who assassinated them, but this is war." He told himself frankly, but Manichin believed that he had his own reasons, all she had to do now was to believe, and to be good. Everyone walked to their grouping area. The spell formation opened up and was divided into 20 battle zones. Lingji took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the war zone. He could feel that cold murderous aura coming from the 2 guys behind him that he did not recognize, especially the female martial artist called Dragon's Flower. The disdain and hostility revealed in her eyes made him frown slightly. The eyes of Long Aotian and Zhao Hua looking at him were also filled with complex emotions. There was vigilance and resentment. The atmosphere in the war zone was instantly tense to the extreme, as if the air had become sticky. Long Aotian was the first to open his mouth. His voice was like a cold blade. "Lingji, today is the day you die, don't think you can pull any tricks under our eyes." Saying that, the long sword in his hand slowly came out of its sheath, the sword body flashed with a cold light, spiritual energy surged on the sword, forming a faint layer of halo. Zhao Hua also gripped his long spear tightly, the tip pointing towards Lingji. "Humph, you assassin, today we will avenge our dead brothers." His eyes burned with rage, his foot stomped, and his entire body rushed towards Lingji like an arrow off the string. The long spear brought up a blazing wind sound, stabbing straight at Lingji's chest. Lingji's eyes flinched, his body quickly flashed, easily avoiding Zhao Hua's powerful strike. He let out a cold laugh. "Revenge? Zhao Hua. I saw you looking handsome, I really didn't expect you to be so sinister." Just as he spoke, Dragon's Flower moved. Her figure was as light as a dancing butterfly, but the twin knives in her hands were like the sides of the god of death as they slashed towards Lingji's neck. The speed of the double knives was staggering as they swung around, bringing up 2 silver-colored slashes. Lingji violently leaned back, his feet stomped hard on the ground, and his entire body slid backward several meters. He had just stabilized himself when Zhu Chang attacked from the other side. Zhu Chang was a power-type martial artist. He held a huge battle axe that was inscribed with complex runes, and every swing of the axe had a powerful force added to it. He swung hard towards Lingji, and the battle axe brought up a gust of wind that whistled towards Lingji. Seeing that there was no way to avoid it, Lingji swung his hands violently and the bloodthirsty blade appeared in his hands. With a loud shout, he brought the bloodthirsty blade towards the battle axe to meet him. Clang! There was a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere, and the powerful impact caused Lingji's feet to plow 2 deep grooves in the ground. However, he clenched his teeth and stiffly resisted this powerful strike from Zhu Chang. Long Aotian saw the right time. While Lingji was being held back by Zhu Chang, he exerted his spiritual power and his entire body leaped high up, slashing down towards the top of Lingji's head. Sensing the crisis above his head, Lingji pushed Zhu Chang's battle axe and dodged to the side with the help of the reaction force. Long Aotian's sword slashed on the ground, and immediately the earth and rocks splashed, leaving a deep sword mark on the ground. You guys go together, save time. Lingji's eyes revealed incomparable confidence as he gripped his bloodthirsty blade tightly, the spiritual energy in his body surging as if he was a fierce beast about to explode. He knew that he had to defeat them here today, not only for himself, but also to prove his innocence. Originally, the rules were for each individual martial artist to challenge one person. They actually played a loophole and all 4 surrounded Lingji together. This was not against the rules. As long as they defeated Lingji at the same time, they would get 3 points. However, if Lingji defeated them all together, he could directly get 12 points. Long Aotian angrily shouted, "Lingji, don't be crazy, I will make you lose today." Lingji laughed coldly, "Any skills you have, feel free to use them." Zhao Hua roared, "Everyone, don't hold back, let's go together." Dragon's Flower yells, "Watch my dual swords, take your life." Lingji dodged sideways and retaliated, "Just by you guys?" Zhu Chang waved his battle axe and shouted, "Cut the crap, take it." Lingji's figure was like electricity, weaving between the 4 attacks, drinking, "This bit of ability is not enough." Long Aotian gritted his teeth, "Don't get complacent too early." Lingji swung his sword to shake away Zhao Hua's spear and mocked, "Is that all you have?" Dragon's Flower's dual swords were like the wind and shouted angrily, "Look at the swords." Lingji lashed out and repelled Dragon's Flower, laughing, "Nothing more than that." Zhao Hua attacked again, yelling, "Look at my shot." Lingji's eyes stared, only to see his spiritual energy surge, and the bloodthirsty blade's light flourished. Chapter 113 The Unbeatable Zhu Chang. Only Lingji was seen storing up his strength, with a stance of wanting to fight 4-1. Damn it! Zhu Chang was furious. This was an insult to him. Zhu Chang was a lanky power martial artist, standing at a height of 2 meters, with muscles all over his body as if they were poured out of steel. His skin was bronze in color and covered with scars from battles. Each scar was a proof that he had experienced countless battles of life and death. His face was as tough as a knife and axe, with a pair of deep-set eyes under his thick eyebrows. His eyes were wild and unruly, as if hiding a fierce beast ready to devour people at any time. He wore a set of black heavy battle armor, which was inscribed with some ancient and mysterious runes, which would faintly glow in battle, enhancing the armor's defensive power and power increase effect. The key parts of the battle armor, such as the shoulders, elbows and knees, were inlaid with sharp metal spikes, which not only increased the protective ability, but also caused additional damage to the enemy during melee collisions. Zhu Chang's weapon was a huge battle axe named Broken Star. The handle of the axe was made of a rare wood called black ironwood, which was incredibly hard and had a certain degree of spiritual energy conductivity. The handle of the axe was about 2 meters long, which was long enough for Zhu Chang to hold it with both hands and exert great power. The blade of the battle axe, on the other hand, was forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron, and it was wide and half-moon-shaped, with complex spiritual power spell formations engraved all over it. When spiritual energy was injected, these spell formations would activate, causing the axe blade to become sharper and capable of releasing powerful waves of power. "You guys get out of the way, I can defeat him alone." Zhu Chang, he was an expert among experts and had his own pride as an expert. Ah! As Zhu Chang prepared to perform his strongest move, he stomped the ground violently with both of his feet, the powerful force instantly causing countless cracks to appear on the ground around him, spreading in all directions like a spider web. He took a deep breath as his muscles began to expand violently, his veins rippling up like a sinuous dragon writhing under his skin. His eyes became even more ferocious, as if they were burning with 2 flames. He raised his shattered star battle axe high and recited under his breath, and with his incantation, the surrounding spiritual energy began to frantically converge towards him and the battle axe. The spiritual energy formed a huge vortex, whistling around him, blowing his hair and battle armor to a tune. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was getting higher and higher, and even produced a burst of thunder, as if the earth and sky were trembling for his moves. The battle axe Broken Star began to emit a dazzling light, in which ancient runes could be seen flickering and pulsating. Those runes detached from the battle axe and circled and danced around Zhu Chang, gradually forming a huge spiritual power runic formation. This runic array reached several meters in diameter, emitting a heaven-destroying aura. Zhu Chang shouted loudly, gripping the axe handle with both hands and slashing down towards his enemy with a thunderous momentum. This axe contained the strength of his entire body and the powerful spiritual energy gathered. The axe blade sliced through the air, creating a black spatial crack. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a huge half-moon-shaped wave of spiritual energy shot out from the axe blade, and wherever the wave traveled, space was distorted. It was as if this power was able to tear apart everything that stood in its way, whether it was a sturdy fortification or a powerful enemy. They would all endure a huge impact under this blow. The other three coldly smiled. Good. They all wanted to see what this reckless guy would do. They were not going to think that he alone would be able to defeat Ling Ji. Even if he could, it would be a double loss, and at that time, it would be possible to execute the leakage. Ling Ji saved his strength while infusing his entire body. He prevented the other three from mopping up. In this kind of temporary group, no matter who lost, they would be mended. Immediately, he executed the Royal Phoenix Cloud chasing technique and pulled the distance apart, really not wanting to take the opponent's full power strike hard and turn it into a skillful victory. Ling Ji, there is no chance for you to escape now. Zhu Chang's stance was also fast. A furious axe chopped towards Ling Ji. A destructive aura lunged towards Ling Ji. Instead of dodging, Ling Ji used his speed advantage to make the bloodthirsty blade chop towards his invincible axe in the side. Heaven-breaking strike. It looked like a hard clash, but in fact, the angle of Ling Ji's bloodthirsty blade was very skillful. It looked like Ling Ji was dodging, but in actuality, he was searching for a better position to attack. Bang! With this collision, it was as if heaven and earth trembled, and a powerful energy shockwave spread out in all directions with the collision point as the center. The surrounding air seemed like it was set on fire, creating layers of transparent ripples, and the sand and rocks on the ground were lifted up, shooting out in all directions like bullets. The heaven-breaking strike was incredibly powerful, and the aura of destroying the sky and destroying the earth still surged and pressed towards the surroundings. Ling Ji utilized his speed to his advantage, and the bloodthirsty blade, which had found the right angle, was like a nimble snake, accurately chopping at the side of the axe. This seemingly hard-hitting strike was actually Ling Ji's carefully planned counterattack. At the moment of collision, Ling Ji felt the mountainous force coming from the axe, which was like a raging tidal wave of fury trying to engulf him. He clenched his teeth, and the muscles in his arms tightened as he did his best to maintain the stability of the bloodthirsty blade. Amazing power indeed. The moment the bloodthirsty blade came into contact with the axe, the blade trembled slightly and emitted a buzzing sound, as if it was enduring a tremendous amount of pressure along with its owner. Zhu Chang, on the other hand, stared wide-eyed with disbelief. He had thought that this powerful axe would be able to cleave Ling Ji in half, but he did not expect Ling Ji to not only skillfully avoid the frontal impact, but also launch such a powerful counterattack. He attempted to increase his strength to suppress Ling Ji, but realized that Ling Ji's bloodthirsty blade was like a stubborn nail, firmly nailed to the side of the axe, making it impossible for him to easily get rid of it. At this moment, Ling Ji's gaze was like a torch. There was not the slightest bit of fear in his eyes, only firm determination. He was well aware that this was a battle of life and death, and that if there was even the slightest hint of laxity, he would be plunged into a place of no return. He fiercely shouted and injected the spiritual energy in his body into the bloodthirsty blade in a continuous stream. As the spiritual energy was injected, a layer of blood-red light rose from the bloodthirsty knife. The light grew brighter and brighter, gradually forming a blood-red light curtain that protected Ling Ji within it. Zhu Chang sensed that Ling Ji's resistance was gradually increasing, and a rage surged in his heart. He mobilized his entire body's strength, preparing to launch another attack to fight Ling Ji. However, just as he was about to launch his power, he suddenly realized that the corners of Ling Ji's mouth were slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. Zhu Chang's heart was startled as an ominous premonition surged through his mind. Chapter 114 Crazy Long Aotian. Just as Zhu Chang was feeling uneasy, Ling Ji took advantage of Zhu Chang's short-lived days and suddenly changed his strategy. He no longer simply competed with Zhu Chang in terms of strength, but violently slid the bloodthirsty blade along the side of the axe, like a skater gliding gracefully and swiftly on the ice. With this slide, Ling Ji skillfully unloaded part of the impact force, while allowing the bloodthirsty knife to slide towards the direction of Zhu Chang's arm that was holding the axe. Seeing this, Zhu Chang tried to draw back his axe, but Ling Ji's speed was so fast that he only had time to slightly sidestep. The bloodthirsty knife slashed across Zhu Chang's arm, bringing up a trail of blood. Zhu Chang roared in anger. The sharp pain coming from his arm made him even more frantic. Ignoring his injury, he raised his axe once again, preparing to launch a new round of attacks. However, at this time, his movements had been slightly slowed down due to his arm injury. Ling Ji would not let go of this opportunity, as he stomped the ground violently with both of his feet, and his entire body leapt high into the air, leaping above Zhu Chang's head. In the air, he quickly waved his bloodthirsty blade, and a blood-red blade fell towards Zhu Chang like rain. These blade awnings contained Ling Ji's spiritual energy, and each of them had a powerful killing power. Zhu Chang hurriedly waved his axe to fend it off, the spiritual energy on the axe glowing brightly. The blade awns collided with the axe, emitting a series of popping sounds. Zhu Chang had to be careful of Ling Ji's surprise attack while fending off the blade awnings, and for a while, he was a bit frazzled. Seeing the right moment, Ling Ji swung out a knife again, this time heading straight for Zhu Chang's shoulder. Zhu Chang used his axe to block in a hurry, but Ling Ji's knife was extremely powerful, directly shocking Zhu Chang to fly more than 10 meters away. Pooh! Zhu Chang was shocked and injured. He spat out a mouthful of black blood as his tendons were damaged by the murderous aura contained within the bloodthirsty blade. He tried to stand up again, but his whole body did not have any strength left, despairing actually his strength-based self lost to Ling Ji in terms of strength, convinced. Ling Ji was going to go over to make up for it, but Zhu Chang had already said surrender. He couldn't make another move towards him. Defeating a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 2,000 plus blood chi value and 1,000 plus killing chi value. Dragon's Flower murmured from the side, still immersed in shock, "What the hell is he? This power is too terrifying. Zhu Chang is a famous Hercules, how could he?" A complex look flashed in her eyes, both scorn for Ling Ji's strength and unwillingness for Zhu Chang's loss. Zhao Hua, on the other hand, looked at Ling Ji with an appreciative expression, his smile carrying a few hints of sincerity. "Ling Ji, you really impress me. It looks like this battle will be more interesting than I thought." He gripped the lance in his hand tightly, the body of the lance trembling slightly, as if echoing the owner's mood of leaping into action. Long Aotian was still narrowing his eyes were like icy cold vipers as he stared at Ling Ji, sending shivers down one's spine. He was secretly calculating in his mind how he could find an opportunity in this melee to defeat Ling Ji and claim the ultimate victory. Outside the arena, the cheers of the spectators rose and fell as they were mesmerized by this exciting and amazing battle. "Quickly look! That Ling Ji is too powerful, he actually managed to injure Zhu Chang. Yeah, this fight is really exciting, I wonder who will win in the end. I bet on Ling Ji, his strength is unfathomable." The sounds of discussion and cheers from the spectators were intertwined, adding more of a hot-blooded atmosphere to this intense battle. However, some people had a different opinion. "Don't you guys know? Long Aotian, he's with our academy's top-ranked tutor, Mrs. Extermination, he's definitely the dark horse." Such words suddenly came out from the crowd, causing a commotion. "What? Long Aotian is the disciple of Master Extinction? No wonder he seems to have an extraordinary aura. Master Extinction's strength is unfathomable, the disciple she trained must not be far behind, it seems that this Ling Ji is in trouble." The crowd murmured and looked at Long Aotian with a little more awe in their eyes. When Long Aotian heard these comments, the corner of his mouth rose slightly and a hint of complacency flashed in his eyes. He seemed to be enjoying this feeling of being noticed and looked at Ling Ji with more confidence, as if he had already seen victory beckoning to him. Ling Ji frowned slightly, he knew of Master Extinction's prestige in the academy. To be able to become her disciple, Long Aotian was bound to have his strengths. However, he did not feel intimidated by this, instead, his fighting spirit was even higher. He whispered to himself, "No matter whose disciple you are, I won't lose today." Long Aotian spoke out, "So I'm so famous now, I had to come out and fight you. It wouldn't be honorable for a few people to kill you together." Zhao Hua was about to say something when he waved his hand. "Brother Zhao's suggestion, I think it's better to forget about it now, I'm going to kill him myself." Long Aotian was a true villain, but Zhao Hua was a hypocrite. "You are not necessarily his opponent," Zhao Hua continued. I've waited for this day, I've paid a lot. You guys are not aware of it." Long Aotian drew his sword. After Long Aotian's physique transformed into the body of Supreme Yin, his skin became as white as snow, almost transparent, and the spiritual energy flowing through his veins could be seen faintly taking on a ghostly blue color. The nature of his heart became even more twisted. After he followed Master Extinction, he came into contact with many sinister techniques, which were nourished by his Supreme Yin body and exerted even greater power. He would do whatever it took to achieve his goal, showing no mercy in battle and enjoying the pain and struggle of his enemies under his poisonous gong methods. He was about to explode. A thick layer of black mist instantly filled the area around his body. This mist was as if it was alive, tumbling and surging, constantly expanding outwards, emitting a pungent, putrid odor that made people want to vomit. In the fog, there was a miserable scream, as if countless souls were struggling in it. He slowly raised his hands and recited words under his breath, his voice low and hoarse, like a call from hell. As he incanted, the temperature around him dropped drastically, and a thick layer of frost began to form on the ground, spreading in all directions. The black robe on his body bulged violently, and the runes on the robe flashed with a piercing blue light, the light getting brighter and brighter, and finally weaving through the mist like lightning. Ling Ji. Today we will fight to the death. Ling Ji smiled indifferently. Good thing too, you did whatever it takes to elevate yourself and killed some innocent people. This is a score I have to settle with you. Indirectly killing people is also killing people. Zhao Hua's face was blue, looking at the two people who were about to duel. He could only stand to the side. Long Aotian had gone back on his word. He definitely wouldn't step in to help this person again. If he did, he would be recognized as a villain. At this time, the bloodthirsty knife also developed a sense, buzzing. It wants to suck Long Aotian's Mostine blood? Chapter 115, Under Heaven's Martial Arts, Nothing is Fast and Unbreakable. Ling Ji felt a strong tremor coming from the bloodthirsty knife. The buzzing sound seemed to be its excited cry. He was startled and instantly understood the intentions of the bloodthirsty knife. It longed for Long Aotian's blood that contained the power of the Mostine. The black pillar of light emitted by Long Aotian swept towards Ling Ji like a roaring demon, and the destructive and sinister power caused the surrounding space to become distorted. Ling Ji's eyes flinched as he tightened his grip on his bloodthirsty blade, pouring his own spiritual energy into it without reservation. Long Aotian, today is your time to die. The body of the bloodthirsty knife glowed with a blood-red light. The light became brighter and brighter, like a round of blood sun, forming a stark contrast with that black pillar of light. Humph. Let's see if you have the ability first. Long Aotian let out a cold laugh. His hands quickly changed spells to strengthen his control over the black light pillar, attempting to crush Ling Ji with absolute power. Ling Ji's feet violently stomped the ground, and his figure rushed towards the black light pillar like electricity. Just at the moment when he was about to touch the light pillar, his figure flickered, skillfully avoiding the frontal impact and utilizing his speed advantage to go around to the side of the light pillar. Seeing this, Long Aotian's face changed slightly. He did not expect Ling Ji's speed to be so fast. He attempted to adjust the direction of the light pillar, but Ling Ji did not give his opponent a chance. He leapt up high and wielded his bloodthirsty blade towards the light pillar. Ding! With a sound, the bloodthirsty blade slashed at the black light pillar, splashing a spark. Ling Ji only felt a huge recoil coming from him, but he gritted his teeth and held on. The knife in his hand did not loosen in the slightest. The body of the bloodthirsty knife seemed to have a spirit, and began to absorb the power of the Mostine on the black light pillar, and the original blood-red light was gradually mixed with wisps of black. Seeing this, Long Aotian increased his spiritual power output in an attempt to stop Ling Ji. However, Ling Ji grew more and more courageous, skillfully diffusing some of the power of the black light pillar. He flipped in the air and slashed towards the light pillar again. This time, the bloodthirsty blade was deeply embedded in the light pillar. Ling Ji never expected that this unmanly fellow was already on par with him. I can't imagine that you are so much more powerful now. Long Aotian became angry and smiled sinisterly. I used to be the genius of the association. How did I know that I would be messed up by a piece of trash like you? It's really displeasing. Today, I'm going to kill you and return my previous humiliation to you. Die. He once again stabbed out with his sword. Ling Ji snorted coldly, you so-called genius, but you are just a wicked person with a bad heart. Long Aotian's eyes widened angrily, don't talk too much, take it. The black light pillar glowed even more. Ling Ji was shaken back a few steps by the powerful force. Damn it! Ling Ji gritted his teeth and swung his sword again to charge forward. Long Aotian laughed openly, you are asking for death. Ling Ji's eyes were firm, I will definitely put you to death today. The two of them fought so hard that there was a mess around them. Long Aotian roared, no one will stop me. Ling Ji took advantage of his surprise and suddenly changed his stance, slashing his sword across Long Aotian's arm. Long Aotian was in pain, his attack slowed down slightly, and his blood chi was absorbed by that pork knife. Killing or wounding a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 500 plus. Long Aotian felt that his power was being disintegrated by Ling Ji little by little. There is something odd about this knife of yours? Oh. This knife of mine is used to kill people like you. He roared angrily and decided to change his strategy. He suddenly withdrew the black pillar of light, and with a flash of his body, he lunged towards Ling Ji, the spiritual thrusts of his hand stabbing towards Ling Ji's vitals. Ling Ji was prepared for this. He forcefully drew out his bloodthirsty sword and engaged in close combat with Long Aotian in the air. Sparks flew everywhere as the swords clashed. Long Aotian's spiritual stab carried a sinister power. Each attack caused the air around Ling Ji to become cold and bone-chilling. The most terrifying sword technique was strangely fast. It was frighteningly fast. There is nothing fast in all martial arts. And the sword was a little longer than Ling Ji's sword. There was a flash of cold light. Ling Ji's left shoulder was stabbed. "You're really better than before, you can stab me." The live audience watched on. It could have been recognized as a tie, but they just wanted to fight to the death. Ling Ji recited his mantra, and the surrounding killing chi infused into the bloodthirsty blade, emitting a terrifying red light and increasing in power. In the past, Ling Ji was always able to cut his sword to pieces, and now after exchanging so many strokes, there was no problem at all. He had really put his blood into purchasing the sword. Originally, Ling Ji could have used his concealed weapon and had more than 90% chance of defeating this man. However, he planned to use a bright and honorable move to defeat this man who had been on his head for over a decade. The man who put the cuckold on his head. The man who had gotten his fellow association members killed, in one fair showdown. Kill. The bloodthirsty blade slashed out a shocking one. Long Aotian was locked in, making it somewhat difficult for him to fight. The two of them exchanged swords in the air. "Are you going to die together?" Long Aotian looked at this move as a desperate attempt to die. He is the one who doesn't have the courage to die here. The outside world is wide open. It was his hesitation. Ling Ji saw a break and used his shoulder to harden against one of Long Aotian's attacks. At the same time, the bloodthirsty knife in his hand slashed towards Long Aotian's right hand. Long Aotian did not expect Ling Ji to be so desperate. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. Long Aotian let out a miserable scream as his right hand was chopped off with his wrist by the bloodthirsty knife. Blood gushed out. That blood of the most exuded a fascinating luster in the air. The bloodthirsty knife was like smelling a delicious prey, instantly generating a powerful suction force that absorbed Long Aotian's supreme blood. Long Aotian's face turned pale as he covered his broken arm and retreated backwards, his eyes filled with panic and anger. Surrender! Defeating a martial artist of the same rank rewards 2,000 plus blood chi value and 1,000 plus killing chi value. Long Aotian covered his broken arm, blood continued to seep out from between his fingers, his body trembled slightly from the intense pain. The resentful eyes seemed as if they wanted to eat Ling Ji alive. Every word squeezed out from between his teeth: "Quit the match." After saying that, he dragged his wretched body slowly out of the battle zone under the complicated gazes of the crowd. The pride he once had was shattered to pieces at this moment. He had once again lost under Ling Ji, and this time, the price was so heavy. Ling Ji did not fare well either. The fierce battle with Long Aotian had left him almost depleted of his physical strength. He was leaning on the bloodthirsty blade, panting heavily, his sweat soaked through his clothes. The bloodthirsty blade was trembling slightly after absorbing the blood of the Supreme Ein, as if it was not yet finished, but Ling Ji had no time to care at this time. He pulled out a recovery pill from his pocket and swallowed it into his mouth. The elixir instantly melted in his mouth, and a warm current spread out in his body, starting to moisturize his tired body and depleted meridians, and his physical strength was slowly recovering. And at this moment, the audience was already boiling. Cheers, exclamations, and comments were intertwined like a pot of boiling water. Ling Ji is too powerful. He actually defeated Long Aotian and even chopped off his hand. Yes, before I thought that Long Aotian had the guidance of Master Extinction and would definitely win, I didn't expect Ling Ji to be so strong. But Ling Ji also paid a small price. Look at how tired he is. No matter what, this battle was really wonderful, worthy of being a selection match. The gazes of the spectators were firmly fixed on Ling Ji, their eyes filled with admiration and marvel. They had witnessed a thrilling battle and had memorized the name Ling Ji. At this moment, Zhao Hua carried his spear and walked up to Ling Ji. However, he was met with infinite boos from the audience. "Dragon's flower, don't come to help me yet," he called out, and the woman beside him didn't react at all, and twisted his head to look. Only to see her looking colorfully at her opponent. Not good. Chapter 116 Advancement. The flower of the dragon was staring at Ling Ji with a burning gaze, and there was a hint of adoration in those eyes that he had never seen before, where was the slightest hint of wanting to join forces with him. The original plan was completely disrupted. He had wanted to take advantage of the fact that Ling Ji had not yet fully recovered his physical strength to join forces with the flower of the dragon to defeat him. But now, he could only face Ling Ji alone, and this man who had just defeated Long Aotian, even though he seemed weak at the moment, he still had a chilling aura. Ling Ji slowly stood up straight. He had recovered some of his physical strength after swallowing the recovery pill. He looked at Zhao Hua, a faint smile spreading at the corner of his mouth. What? You want to challenge me alone? Or do you think I'm easy to bully now? His voice was still a bit weak, but it was full of confidence and provocation. Zhao Hua gripped his spear tightly and took a deep breath. Ling Ji, don't think that I will be afraid of you. Today, either you die or I die. With that, he violently lashed his spear on the ground, and a spiritual power fluctuation spread out in all directions with him at the center, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a flash of his figure, he rushed towards Ling Ji like an arrow off the string. The long spear brought up a harsh wind sound and stabbed straight at Ling Ji's chest. Ling Ji's eyes flinched as he raised his bloodthirsty blade, preparing to meet Zhao Hua's attack. Just at the moment when the lance was about to stab him, he dodged sideways while the bloodthirsty knife in his hand slashed towards the lance. Clang! With a sound, the swords clashed and splashed with sparks. Ling Ji used his strength to leap backward, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and after landing steadily, he quickly adjusted his breathing, his eyes filled with vigilance and confidence. He looked at Zhao Hua who was attacking again and smiled. He really couldn't imagine that he had improved so much. Zhao Hua was like an angry cheetah, his long spear was like a dragon, his attack became more and more ferocious. Each of his stabbing strikes carried a whistling wind sound, and spiritual energy flashed on the tip of the spear, as if he wanted to completely penetrate Ling Ji. However, Ling Ji was like an erratic wind, skillfully avoiding Zhao Hua's blistering attacks as his body flickered. In Ling Ji's eyes, after the life and death battle with Long Aotian, the rhythm of Zhao Hua's attacks became slow and easy to catch in his eyes. He was like a dancer dancing in the rain of bullets, his stance was light and agile. From time to time, he sidestepped and dodged the tip of the gun, which almost passed through his clothes from time to time. He leaned back, and Zhao Hua's horizontal sweep swept past his eyes, bringing up a strong wind that messed up his hair. The spectators were captivated by this wonderful fight, and their enthusiasm was rekindled. Cheers and shouts rose and fell, as if they were going to overturn the entire arena. Ling Ji! Ling Ji! Go for it! Zhao Hua, don't give up, stab him. In the crowd, various cheering sounds intertwined together, forming a unique battle symphony. Everyone was immersed in this thrilling battle, their eyes staring at the battlefield without blinking, not wanting to miss a single exciting moment. Zhao Hua was unable to attack for a long time, and his heart became more and more anxious. He knew deep down that it would not be in his favor to continue like this, so he fiercely shouted and changed his attack strategy. He fiercely pestled his spear towards the ground, and the spiritual energy around him instantly gathered, forming a small spiritual whirlwind that swept towards Ling Ji. These whirlwinds were like sharp blades, and wherever they went, the ground was cut out with deep traces. Ling Ji felt that he had played enough, and his bloodthirsty blade's light was very bright. The blade slashed diagonally, splitting his spear in half. Boom! Boom! The head of the gun fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Go get another gun and come back. Zhao Hua was shocked. A few days ago there was a back and forth, now he had become unbeatable. Looking at the broken spear, he reluctantly surrendered. Ling Ji easily got his third 3 points. Defeated a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with 2000 plus blood chi value, 1000 plus killing chi value. Dragon's flower covered her sexy little mouth, very impressive. Ling Ji walked towards the last target. She had a nervous feeling for some reason, her heartbeat accelerated and she heard her own boom boom heartbeat. Melancholy eyes, sighing whiskers. Cool. Dragon's flower said with intent, Brother Ling Ji, I lost. Scared. Scared, Ling Ji didn't know what to do. Why? Little sister doesn't feel like a match for brother. At this point, Ling Ji took his bloodthirsty blade back into its sheath and arched his hand in gratitude. He was about to leave the battlefield, after all, he was the first one to get 12 points. Brother Ling Ji, can I join your union? Ling Ji frowned and looked at the woman. Our union is newly established and has little resources to support you. After saying that, he left the battlefield. In the audience, the members of Dawnbreak Wings were cheering everyone on. Yang Wu was the first to see Ling Ji come out. He walked up and said, What did that beautiful girl called Dragon's Flower say to you? She said she wants to join our union. Oh. Did you promise? Politely refused. Then a member next to him said excitedly, Chairman, you've really lost your treasure. What? Dragon's Flower is the daughter of the chairman of the Longs Group's Kuan City branch, although in that Long Aotian is having the same clan relationship, but Dragon's Flower he has a lot of family cows. Lingji really can't imagine that this beautiful woman with such a good figure and not bad outside turns out to have a very good background as well. President abolished their dragon Aotian, there won't be any conspiracy, right? All refused. Don't think about it. Lingxi put down these words and went to watch the other members' matches. The academy is really a hidden tiger in dragon. With Cheng Feng being so powerful he could only advance in second place in their group. Dina, Xiao Xiener and the others lost their chances to advance. They were all disappointed. These two female Guangongs, tall and beautiful, looked disappointed and disillusioned, which was also heartbreaking. Lingji also did not purposely comfort. In this highly competitive martial world, failure is a frequent thing. Learning to accept failure is either more favorable to them or more favorable. The state of mind must have a state of mind that does not take things for granted. Go! Go see Manny together. They nodded. Distraction was the best way. The last person who hadn't yet gotten a result was Manny Chen, and they went to her battle zone to watch the battle. The big screen showed that the first place in their group had 8 points and was out of the line. The second place had 6 points, and the third place was Manny Chen, who now only needed 5 points. The last pair would be just right, second place versus third place, whoever won, was whoever advanced. Only to see that the third place winner was also a female martial artist with a lowly look. Holding a dagger, she moved quickly. Even though the opponent looked harmless, it was unexpected that this lowly was so strong. She was like a flexible lightning, her body flashed quickly, the dagger in her hand flashed with a cold light, and she stabbed towards Manny Chen with a powerful attack. The dagger drew a silver line in the air, so fast that it was almost difficult to see its trajectory. Manny Chen did not dare to be slow, she quickly sidestepped, and her short sword smoothly blocked. With a ding sound, the dagger and the short sword met, spattering a few sparks. The lowly female martial artist missed, her feet lightly clicked, her body rotated in the air, utilizing the power of the rotation, she once again swung out the dagger, this time the angle of the dagger's attack was extremely tricky, stabbing diagonally towards Manny Chen's throat. Chen Manny slightly tilted her head, at the same time retreated backward, her short sword picking up from the bottom up, attempting to set aside the opponent's dagger. However, the lowly female martial artist reacted extremely quickly, with a flick of her wrist, her dagger drew a bizarre arc in the air, avoiding Manny Chen's short sword and turning to stab at her abdomen. Chen Manny was startled in her heart, and urgently tightened her abdomen, while protecting her short sword in front of her body, barely blocking the strike. This fast-paced exchange of blows caused the spectators present to hold their breath. The silhouettes of the two men moved and staggered rapidly on the field, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish between them. When the lowly female martial artist saw that her consecutive attacks failed to score, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes. She suddenly stopped her figure and recited words under her breath. Immediately afterward, the dagger in her hand glowed with a great light, and it was as if the air around her was stirred up by this light, forming a small vortex of air currents. Manny Chen felt a powerful pressure coming over her. She knew that her opponent was about to perform a powerful move. She took a deep breath and injected a steady stream of spiritual energy from her body into the short sword. The short sword began to tremble slightly, emitting a buzzing sound, and a faint layer of blue light rose from its body. The lowly female martial artist bellowed and charged towards Manny Chen, a shield formed by spiritual energy and airflow wrapped around her body, the dagger in her hand stabbing towards Manny Chen with a destructive aura. Chen Manny met her opponent's attack and went up, her short sword dancing rapidly in front of her body, forming a sword screen. Boom! With a loud bang, the dagger and the sword screen collided together, the powerful impact spreading out in all directions, shaking the surrounding audience to feel their ears buzzing. Chapter 117. Manny Chen gasped for air, only feeling a huge force coming from her. Her feet plowed 2 deep furrows in the ground, but she still clenched her teeth and held on, not being knocked back by this force. The lowly female martial artist was a little anxious in her heart when she saw that one strike had failed to break Manny Chen's defense. Fairy sister, not bad. She took advantage of the moment when Manny Chen was still resisting the impact, and with a flash of her body, she circled around to Manny Chen's back, her dagger stabbing towards Manny Chen's back. When Manny Chen sensed the attack from behind, she couldn't turn around in time, and could only rely on her fighting instincts to stab her short sword backward. With a poof sound, the short sword and the dagger met again. Manny Chen utilized this force and rolled forward, pulling away from the lowly female martial artist. She stood up, panting slightly, her forehead covered with fine beads of sweat. The lowly female martial artist didn't continue to chase after her either, as she stood in place, vigilantly looking at Manny Chen. After a short rest, the two once again rushed towards each other. This time, Manny Chen changed her tactics, she no longer simply defended, but took the initiative to attack. Her short sword was like a nimble snake, weaving in and out of the air, stabbing towards the lowly female martial artist's various vital parts. The lowly female martial artist, on the other hand, relied on her nimble stance, dodging left and right, and occasionally counterattacking with her dagger. During the intense battle, Manhwa gradually found the rhythm of the lowly woman's attacks. She saw an opportunity and deliberately revealed a break. The lowly female martial artist thought that she had an opportunity to take advantage of it, and she did not hesitate to stab towards Manhwa's break. However, Manhwa sidestepped at the critical moment, and at the same time, the short sword in her hand slashed towards the lowly female martial artist's arm. The lowly female martial artist wanted to dodge, but it was already too late, and the short sword cut a gash in her arm. She was in pain and the dagger in her hand almost fell. Manhwa pursued her attack, and the short sword stabbed towards the lowly female martial artist's chest. The lowly female martial artist's eyes widened in horror as she desperately retreated backwards, but she was still cut in the chest by the short sword. Manhwa did not give her a chance to catch her breath as she continued her attack. The lowly female martial artist gradually became somewhat unable to resist with her injuries. Under Manhwa's round of fierce attacks, the lowly female martial artist's dagger was knocked away, and she herself was pressed against her throat by Manhwa's short sword. The lowly female martial artist was truly a bit unwilling, but a loss was a loss. Surrender. Manhwa narrowly won. Their union, by now, had 3 people who had advanced: Lingji, Shengfeng, and Manhwa. Academy Medical Room. Long Aotian was being given first aid. His arm was cut off. Now that it was sent over immediately, there was still a chance of it being attached. His master, Mrs. Extermination, stood outside the operating room with a dumbfounded look on her face. 8 hours of resuscitation, Long Aotian's hand was saved. How is Long Aotian now? The doctor was exhausted, but his expression was calm. The patient's life is not in danger, and the arm has been successfully connected, but his wound is attached with a large amount of dark ability in killing chi. We can't completely eliminate it even after using many methods. What are the after effects? I'm afraid, in the future, this hand can no longer practice martial arts. The doctor left the operating room after saying that. Mrs. Extermination and a few female disciples stood beside Long Aotian and sighed. The Long family entrusted you to me. I will definitely help you take revenge. At this moment, the effects of Long Aotian's anesthetic slowly wore off and his eyes struggled to open. The first thing he saw was his charming master. Master, my disciple is incompetent and has disgraced your old man. Whose disciple is that cub who injured you? A female disciple arched her hand and reported, his name is Lingji, he is teacher when she's disciple. Wan Shi. That Bai Chi. Always me against me, damn it. Master Exterminator gritted her teeth. This account, we must settle it clearly. Long Aotian weakly said, Master, disciple is not willing, this revenge will not be reported, I vow not to be a human being. Mrs. Extermination said soothingly, Aotian, you recuperate well, the master will not spare that Lingji, and that Bai Chi. Lingji and Manhwa were at teacher when she's house, recuperating. You guys are really giving me face. I'm now the star teacher of the academy, with 2 students entering the finals at the same time in one breath. Manhwa wrapped her arm around Mr. Vinci's arm and said with a smile, it's the teacher who taught you well. You're so sweet-mouthed and smooth. Manhwa was the prettiest of her students, and she could talk again. However, she herself found it strange that her previous self would not say these words and was a bit more aloof as a person, and ever since she had utilized the aura with an evil aura in secret to raise her cultivation, her personality had all changed. Pill King Valley taught their female disciples to be puritanical, and now she didn't know that she was full of desire for men and women. She herself actually showed her love to Lingji. She pulled Wen Shi into a separate room and told her teacher about these things. When she was a little nervous after hearing this and immediately took her pulse. Manhwa herself shook her head. She herself was the one who came out of the Medicine King Valley and had helped herself countless times, and there wasn't a single problem. The evil chi didn't know which part of the body it was hidden in. It was terrifying. However, it was a power. It wasn't this power she wouldn't have succeeded in advancing. When she frowned and said, this matter is not trivial, do not take it lightly. Manhwa looked worried. Teacher, what should I do then? When she pondered for a moment, during this period of time, you should first refrain from using that evil chi again. I will go and check the ancient books to find a solution. Lingji heard outside the door and walked in. Manny, don't worry, we'll face it together. Manhwa looked at him gratefully. Thank you, Lingji. At this time, a disciple ran in. It's bad, Master Extinction has brought Long Aotian to the door. When she snorted coldly, the visitors are not good, let's go out to meet them. The people came to the courtyard. Master Extinction angrily shouted, "When your disciple injured my disciple, you must give a statement today." When she replied back, "There are inherently winners and losers in martial arts, don't you dare to mess around here." She knew that the academy had clear rules, how it would be fruitless, it was just that she was this kind of character to dissipate her anger. But when she was not used to her. Master Exterminator laughed coldly, he hurt Aotian, this male also has to cut an arm of his own. When she's eyes burned with anger, her figure flashed, like a speedy wind rushing towards Master Extinction. The long sword in her hand was instantly sheathed, and the sword body flashed with cold light under the sunlight, stabbing the Extermination Master's throat with a stern sword chi. However, Master Extinction was not panicked, she gently raised her hand, a powerful spiritual energy surged out from her palm, forming an invisible shield, blocking when she's long sword outside. "Just with you also want to challenge me?" Master Exterminator said coldly, her voice filled with disdain. When she did not respond as she increased the output of her spiritual energy, her longsword constantly rubbing against the shield, splashing a string of sparks. Suddenly, she violently withdrew her longsword, then quickly danced in the air, a sword shadow enveloping towards the Extermination Master. These sword shadows were like substance, and each one contained a powerful force. Master Exterminator let out a cold snort as she quickly made seals with both hands and recited words under her breath. Along with her incantation, the air around her began to distort, forming small vortexes of spiritual energy, which flew towards when she sword shadows, breaking them one by one. Seeing that the attack was ineffective, when she tapped her toes on the ground and leapt high into the air. In the air, she gathered her entire body's spiritual energy onto her long sword, and then slashed down towards Master Extinction. This sword, as if it was going to split open the sky, carried a powerful aura and a force that destroyed the sky and the earth. Master Extinction's face changed slightly as she felt the power of this sword. She no longer belittled but instead, her feet spread apart and stood firmly on the ground as she launched her hands forward. A powerful spiritual energy surged out from her hands and collided with Wen Xi's long sword. Boom! With a loud bang, a powerful impact spread out in all directions, and the surrounding ground was shaken and cracked. When she was shocked by this reaction force and flew backwards, she adjusted her posture in the air and then landed firmly on the ground. Mrs. Extermination also took a few steps backward, and there was more than a hint of surprise in her eyes. "I didn't expect you to have two tricks up your sleeve," Master Extinction said. Chapter 118, She's a Princess? When she and Master Exterminator confronted each other, both of them saw unwillingness and restraint in each other's eyes. Just now, that fierce exchange of words had already caused the surrounding space to vaguely vibrate, and subtle cracks appeared on the walls, as if silently telling the thrilling nature of the battle. When she took a deep breath and tried to calm the disordered spiritual energy in her body, she knew that the consequences of continuing like this were unimaginable. "Let's call it quits for now today, we'll discuss right and wrong another day," when she said through clenched teeth, a hint of stubbornness still in her voice. Master Extinction nodded slightly, she also did not want to bring things to an unmanageable point. Although the resentment towards Ling Ji in her heart had not yet subsided, she could only suppress it temporarily at this moment. "Humph, I hope that you can properly discipline your disciple, don't let him act recklessly again." After saying that, Master Extinction waved her long sleeves and turned around to leave, her figure gradually disappeared in the crowd's line of sight. When she looked at the direction of the departing Master Extinction, her heart was full of mixed feelings. She knew that the storm had not really subsided, it had only been temporarily suppressed. And the grudge between Ling Ji and Long Aotian, as well as the conflict between herself and Master Extinction, were like a hidden bomb that could detonate again at any time, triggering an even bigger crisis. The two hadn't fought for many years and really thought that they could defeat each other, it seemed that everyone had practiced hard and hadn't slacked off. "This woman seems to have a powerful feeling, what is she?" "She is." Vinci sat on a chair and covered her right wrist, it seems that she also suffered a little bit of injury. She slowly told a piece of history. The original name of this one called Extermination Master was Xia Lingxian, and he was a top beauty when he had long hair, as well as a princess of an aristocrat. He was also a martial arts cultivation genius. Why would such a beautiful woman still be a master ant anymore? When she looked at Ling Ji oddly on one side and sneered, "It's not even your seventh uncle." "Him? He won't be. Again." "That's right, Aochi used to charm the existence of thousands of young girls. Princess Xia was one of them, but unfortunately none of us were his favorites." These two were both stunning beauties, but the man who was called Aochi made the people around them listening to the story very curious as well. Manny Chen looked at Ling Ji curiously, "You should still have a picture of your uncle on your cell phone, show us." Wen Shi's eyes were also wide, as if she had something to look forward to. Ling Ji smiled helplessly as he took out his cell phone and rummaged through the photo albums. The people around him all gathered around, their eyes glued to Ling Ji's cell phone screen, and an atmosphere of curiosity and anticipation filled the air. Not long after, Ling Ji found a photo of Uncle 7 and displayed his cell phone screen for everyone to see. In the photo, Aotian had an upright posture, and his black clothes moved with the wind, outlining his long and robust figure. His face was like the most perfect work under the sculptor, with clear contours. His deep eyes were like the twinkling stars in the night sky, permeated with a mysterious and charming atmosphere, and under the high nose bridge, his thin lips were slightly raised, like a smile or not, as if everything in the world was attracted by his unique charm. His hair was a bit messy, scattered in front of his forehead, but it added a bit more uninhibited and unrestrained. The crowd couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air when they saw the photo. When she flushed slightly, his eyes full of complex emotions, there was nostalgia, there was adoration, and there was also a trace of unspeakable melancholy. Chen Manning, on the other hand, was in awe. Wow, your uncle is really handsome, no wonder he can charm so many people. Cheng Fom also nodded his head slightly, a trace of appreciation flashing in his eyes. This kind of demeanor is indeed rare. Ling Ji looked at everyone's reactions and smiled bitterly in his heart. He knew the charm of the seventh uncle, but in the past, he had been very disheveled at home, just knowing how to kill pigs and drink, with no great ambition. Ling Ji put away his cell phone and slowly spoke. In fact, although Uncle 7 has an outstanding appearance, his previous state of life was completely different from what everyone imagined. The crowd all revealed a curious look as they turned their gazes to Ling Ji, waiting for him to continue. As far as I can remember, Uncle 7 always stayed at home, and every day, he was either busy killing pigs or hugging a wine jar and getting drunk. He didn't seem to have any ambitions for the outside world, and never mentioned his past experiences. At that time, he looked like an ordinary, somewhat disheveled uncle, a far cry from the image in this photo. Ling Ji's eyes revealed a hint of complexity. There was a sense of helplessness towards the state that Uncle 7 had once been in, as well as a sense of emotion towards the changes that he had undergone nowadays. Manichin gently frowned and said with some disbelief, "How could this be? Judging from his appearance and temperament, he shouldn't be living such an ordinary or even decadent life." Ling Ji shrugged. "I'm not sure of the reason for this. Perhaps he has experienced something that caused him to choose that kind of lifestyle. However, since I started to embark on the path of cultivation, it seems like Uncle 7 has gradually changed a bit and is no longer as muddled as before." When she stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, "There are untold stories behind him that you kids won't be able to appreciate." "Ah, Chi." Ling Ji looked at Ms. Wen Shi like this and knew that she knew a lot about his seventh uncle. After Mrs. Extermination left with her disciples. When she saw Ling Ji's appearance, she felt that the boy was very much like the man she had been longing for. She muttered, "Ling Ji? The surname Ling, could it be someone of his? Master." "Yes, where is this Ling Ji from?" Reporting to Master, "This Ling Ji is also from Wind and Moon City, Slaughter Association, just like me." She had a doubt in her mind. "Zhang Min, go investigate him for me." "Yes, Princess." Zhang Min was none other than her maid. Zhang Min led the order and quickly launched an investigation into Ling Ji. A few days later, Zhang Min returned to Master Extinction. "Master, it has been ascertained. Ling Ji is the son of an ordinary family in Wind and Moon City. His parents died early and he was raised by his uncle, Qi." Master Extinction frowned slightly. "What about Qi?" Zhang Min hurriedly returned. Qi's life is a mystery, only knowing that he has been killing pigs for a living for many years." Master Extinction fell into deep thought, continued to investigate, especially Qi's past. After some more time, Zhang Min came to report again. "Master, Qi was once a renowned expert in the Jianghu, and then retired for some unknown reason." A hint of surprise flashed in Master Extinction's eyes. "There is actually such a thing?" Zhang Min continued, "It is said to be related to a love injury." Mrs. Extinction looked complicated. "A love injury?" Zhang Min nodded. "The specific details have yet to be ascertained." Master Extinction waved her hand and secretly shed tears alone in her bedroom. "You originally hid in Wind and Moon City?" Chapter 119, the final. Time came to the final. The atmosphere was warm and tense, and the cheers and murmurs of the spectators were intertwined, echoing throughout the arena like a raging wave. The 40 strongest newcomers of the Martial Cultivation Academy stood neatly in the center of the field. All of them had firm eyes and radiated confidence. Obviously all of them were well prepared for this moment. The atmosphere was great. Almost all of the students and teachers had come to the venue, and there were some people from outside the school who had come to watch. Ling Ji stood amongst them. He was dressed in a black power suit, his stance was as straight as a pine, he was excited. He slightly tilted his head, his eyes scanning the opponents around him, secretly assessing their strength in his heart. At this time, the atmosphere of the assembly came up. These people who could stand out amongst the many cadets to enter the finals, none of them were gifted and strong, and none of them could be underestimated. The host's pronouncement was also very imposing. Lights head Ling Ji, number 1 contestant, Ling Ji. He was like a bright star rising from the ordinary world. Although he came from an ordinary background, he has been striving on the path of martial arts with extraordinary perseverance and a passionate love for martial arts cultivation. His fighting style is both rigid and flexible, sometimes like a raging wave, impacting his opponents with a mountainous force. Ling Ji cooperatively waved to the audience. The lights hit another person, contestant number 2, Witch Reverse. Witch Reverse, a martial practitioner shrouded in mysterious mists. His origins were like an ancient riddle that no one could solve, and the technique he practiced was also secretive and mysterious, emitting a chilling aura. He was good at manipulating the power of shadow, just like a ghost in the dark night, able to travel freely in the shadows and give his enemies a fatal blow by surprise. Next. Cheng Feng, born in a martial arts family, Cheng Feng is like a towering mountain, calm and resolute. Since his childhood, he has been nurtured by his family's profound martial arts background, and has laid down a rock-solid foundation. Sun Jia, like a shooting star breaking through the night sky, he left a bright trajectory in the vast starry sky of martial arts cultivation. He is exceptionally gifted, as if he were a favorite of the heavens, and has made a name for himself in the field of martial arts cultivation at a young age. Alai Shuhua, who comes from a foreign land, is like a brave and fearless lion. His body is as strong as an ox and his muscles are full of raw power. He specializes in close combat, and with his natural strength and excellent fighting skills, he is in a world of his own. Li Yan, he resembles an unceasingly burning fire, blazing on the path of martial arts cultivation. He has a unique understanding of the power of flames, and is able to manipulate flames for his own use. His weapon is a long flaming sword, and when he wields it, the flames are so intense that it seems to be able to turn the whole world into ashes. Zhang Hao, born in a famous family, Zhang Hao is like a shining pearl, carrying the honor and expectation of the family. He has received strict martial arts training since childhood, practicing the subtle techniques inherited from his family. Zhang Hao specializes in the use of dual swords, which are like agile birds in his hands, echoing each other and working together seamlessly. Lu Chen, he is like the first light of dawn, giving people hope and vigor. He possesses an extraordinary spiritual perception ability, as if he is able to merge with the spiritual world around him. Wang Yifei, he is like an eagle soaring in the sky, possessing a broad vision and lofty ambitions. He roams freely in the sky of martial cultivation, constantly exploring higher realms. Wang Yifei specializes in aerial combat techniques, and his weapon is a pair of feathered blades. When he unfolds the spiritual feathered wings behind his back and soars through the air, he is like a bolt of lightning cutting through the sky. Hongfu, he is exactly like a silent giant rock, solid and reliable. His path of cultivation is full of sweat and persistence, and with his tenacity, he has forged a strong body and deep spiritual roots. Xian Kuan, he is like a deep star, containing endless wisdom and power. He has in-depth research and unique insights into martial arts cultivation techniques, and specializes in fusing different techniques into one to create his own fighting style. Zhou Hong, he is like a whistling wind, full of speed and passion. He is known for his speed in the Martial Cultivation Academy, and his body seems to have been baptized by the wind, moving as fast as lightning. Wu Jun, he is like a lone swordsman, silently marching on the path of martial arts cultivation in pursuit of the ultimate in the way of the sword. He has an almost obsessive dedication to swordsmanship, practicing hard day and night, and his attainments in swordsmanship are extremely high. Zhang Chang, he seems to be a descendant of the god of war who came from the ancient battlefields, with the fervent blood of battle flowing through his body. He possesses strong fighting instincts, and is able to react quickly in battle and respond to various crises. Feng Gang, he resembles a resilient camel, marching one step at a time through the desert of martial arts cultivation. His cultivation process is full of hardships and tribulations, but he never gives up. Chen Lei, he was like a star shining in the night sky, although his light was restrained, his strength could not be underestimated. He is good at hiding his breath and figure, and often attacks by surprise in battle. Xu Jian, he is like a martial arts practitioner who is proficient in sound and rhythm, and he skillfully blends music and martial arts training together. He is able to play musical compositions with special spiritual fluctuations, which can either enhance his own power or interfere with the enemy's mind. Wei Tao, he is like a raging sea, full of power and change. He has a deep understanding and control of water-based techniques, and is able to cast various spells such as water curtains, water arrows, and water tornadoes in battle. The spectators' blood boiled as they watched. Everyone's aura seemed to be strong in disgust. There's a good show to watch. Wow, look at these players, each one of them has an aura that is too powerful to be true. This final is sure to be exciting. That Lingji kid doesn't look simple. His previous matches were outstanding. I don't know what kind of amazing performance he'll give this time. Chung Feng is also not to be underestimated. That calm stance, feel that his boxing can beat the opponent to the ground. Although Manny Chen is a girl, but that spirit of vigor and the short sword in her hand, maybe she can win by surprise. That mysterious aura on which reverse is elusive enough, and his shadow power will definitely make the match full of variables. The top few were the focus of the audience's discussion. Manny Chen just didn't understand, she obviously only came in second, how to be ranked so far ahead. People were fooled by the conference, the others that didn't have rankings as such were just randomly ranked by them. The purpose of the General Assembly was to make them the same union a few numbers closer, so that their assigned locations would be even further away, not letting the three of them hold the group. Chapter 120, the first one. The curtains of the final ranking battle are slowly opened, and it is the ultimate battle to decide the glory and future. The 40 contestants who have advanced to the final round are about to enter a completely unknown and fatally tempting spiritual illusion space. Compared to the preliminary round, the danger of this illusion space has increased geometrically, and the complexity is as daunting as a maze. Inside the space, heavy organs and traps are like demons hiding in the dark, always watching the intruder, and the slightest carelessness will lead to a place of no return. However, along with them are mysterious treasures scattered everywhere. The martial artists need to pray for the favor of the god of fate to have the opportunity to include these treasures in their pockets. In this space full of fantasy and danger of the final phantom array, the contestants will start a free and unfettered melee. Here there is no shackle of time, only the instinct to fight and the desire to survive are burning. They will use sweat, blood, and even life to write their own victory in this mysterious field. Only the 10 participants who survived the brutal battles will be able to stand proudly at the pinnacle of the competition and become the worthy winners. And, the whole place is off limits. There were countless drones following each of these martial artists inside. After the host restated the rules once more, the large formation opened. 40 people disappeared into the scene at the same time, while 40 large screens descended down to track each martial artist individually. The audience could watch whichever martial artist performed according to their preference. As long as another martial artist is defeated, the screen of the opponent here is also synchronized on this winner, as long as the more screens live who is the strongest. Until finally only 10 martial artists are live streamed. Soon, they entered the familiar secret realm, and while the host was talking about the rules, there were already staff members handing out bracelets. A mechanical system sound rang out. Congratulations student Ling Ji, you have successfully entered the finals of the freshman competition. You are now entering the secret realm of the finals. Name of the secret realm, the road to success. Inside there is a large amount of treasures, all of which were purchased and gifted at the expense of the Cloud Province. You are the best martial artists in the Cloud Province, you must capture the treasures and compete in both. How interesting, as long as one is bent on seeking wealth, it's also a marvelous journey. Stepping into the final secret realm, Ling Ji was immediately shocked by the sight before him. Surrounded by clouds and mist, it was like a fairyland, yet he knew deep down that it hid countless dangers and unknowns. Underneath his feet was a winding stone path, both sides of the path flickered with strange light from time to time, presumably that was where the hidden treasures were. Ling Ji cautiously traveled forward, always on the lookout for possible traps. Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the ground in front of him, and he hurriedly stopped, only to see a sharp stone thorn slowly rising from the ground. If not for his quick reflexes, he was afraid that he would have been stabbed squarely. This is so treacherous just at the beginning, there's no telling what awaits behind. He secretly rejoiced, and at the same time, he became more cautious. However, Ling Ji came to a fork in the road. The path on the left exuded a rich fluctuation of spiritual energy, while the path on the right faintly emitted a burst of precious light. The spring water in the spiritual spring was crystal clear and emitted a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Ling Ji was overjoyed. He knew that this spiritual spring was extremely beneficial for restoring spiritual energy and enhancing cultivation. He hurriedly took out a container and filled it with the spirit spring water. There really are treasures everywhere. Then, Ling Ji turned back to the fork in the road and walked towards the right side of the road. Without going far, he saw a treasure chest. The treasure chest was engraved with complex runes and flashed with a golden light. Ling Ji approached the treasure chest and was about to open it when he suddenly felt a strong pressure coming from behind him. He turned around violently, only to see a huge mechanical golem appear behind him. The mechanical golem waved its huge metal fist and smashed it towards Ling Ji. Ling Ji hastily dodged while thinking of a way to deal with it. He realized that the mechanical puppet's movements were slightly sluggish, so he used his speed to his advantage and moved quickly around the mechanical puppet, occasionally attacking the puppet's joint parts with his bloodthirsty blade. Boom! The mechanical puppet's breakage is too obvious. He leapt high into the air and slashed at the puppet's core, destroying it completely. Opening the treasure chest, Ling Ji realized that inside was an elixir that could temporarily raise his spiritual realm. Advanced Storm Rising Pill. The academy is really rich. He took the elixir without hesitation, and immediately felt his body's spiritual energy surging and his strength increased greatly. After taking this elixir, his body is constantly nourished by spiritual energy, so as long as there's enough actual combat there will definitely be a breakthrough. He continued to explore in the secret realm with confidence. As he continued to go deeper, Ling Ji encountered the contestants. A fierce battle was inevitable. This martial artist was unrecognizable, but no one who came here was a small player. Ling Ji? I can't believe that I, Chen Lei, am the first to encounter the top seed. Ling Ji was really flattered. I can't imagine that he was already so famous now. It seemed like Chen Lei's name was something he had heard just now, but it was really the first time he had come into contact with it. Ling Ji frowned slightly. He could feel an aura that could not be underestimated emanating from Chen Lei in front of him. The bloodthirsty blade was already offered to be drawn. Chen Lei, let me see what you're capable of then. Ling Ji said in a low voice, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand trembling slightly, as if he was also eager for battle. Chen Lei was the first to attack, his figure instantly disappearing into place, utilizing the stealth technique he was good at to try and sneak attack Ling Ji from behind. Ling Ji, however, looked as if he had noticed it earlier, as he violently turned around, and his bloodthirsty blade chopped backwards with a blood-red blade light. Bang! With a sound, Chen Lei's weapon collided with the bloodthirsty knife, splashing up a shower of sparks. It turned out that Chen Lei was holding a shadow sword. The body of the sword was hidden in the darkness, and it was hard to find it if one did not look closely. Chen Lei missed a blow, his body quickly flickered, moving quickly around Ling Ji, a shadowy sword shadow stabbing towards Ling Ji from all sides. Ling Ji was calm and composed. He injected his spiritual energy into the bloodthirsty blade. The blade's body glowed greatly, then with the blade as the center, it quickly rotated up to form a defensive blade screen. Bloodthirsty Berserker Blade 6th Style. The sword shadows crashed into the blade curtain one after another, making clanking noises. Suddenly, Chen Lei jumped out of the dark shadows and leapt high, the shadow sword in his hand stabbing down hard towards Ling Ji's head. Ling Ji looked up as a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He violently raised his bloodthirsty blade upwards, right into Chen Lei's dark shadow sword. Boom! The powerful impact shook both of them backward. After stabilizing his stance, Ling Ji did not pause for a moment as he bellowed and charged towards Chen Lei. He unleashed a set of blazing sword techniques, each blade carrying a powerful force and tricky angle. Chen Lei tried his best to resist, but gradually became a bit overwhelmed. Ling Ji saw a break and his bloodthirsty blade stabbed at Chen Lei's chest like lightning. Chen Lei's eyes widened in horror as he tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Just at the moment when the bloodthirsty knife was about to stab Chen Lei, Ling Ji slightly retracted his strength and just hit Chen Lei with the back of the knife, sending him flying out. Chen Lei fell heavily to the ground, panting heavily, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Thank you for not killing me, Chen Lei asked. Ling Ji put away his bloodthirsty blade. Chen Lei surrendered of his own accord. He really lost and left the secret realm. Wow! That Ling Ji solved one so quickly. The audience had boiled over. Chapter 121 Witch Rebellion. Witch Rebel, this dreadful player, his evil deeds are only known to Ling Ji and Manny Chen in the academy. He did things without a drop of water, not before the help of the wind. Ling Ji and the others could not confirm that he did the good deed. So, Witch Rebel's strength was recognized by many, and many people liked this powerful martial artist. He was teleported to a location in the secret realm where treasure chests were piled up in the first place. Ha ha ha! Heaven help me! Put open the first treasure chest. Spectral Shadow Dharma Robe. Only to see that the vestments were woven from phantom silk, which was refined from special spider silk collected in the shadow abyss after countless mysterious rituals. The surface of the vestment flowed with a layer of shadow power if nothing else, allowing the sorcerer to conceal his figure in the shadows, dramatically improving his sneaking and sneak attack abilities. Various shadow runes were embroidered on the vestment, and when attacked, these runes would automatically activate to form a layer of shadow shield, which not only absorbed some of the damage, but also rebounded some of the attacker's magic back to deal additional blows to the enemy. Which reverse immediately matched the new equipment. The second treasure chest was opened. He smiled even wider. It was a scepter. I'm truly blessed, spirit rhythm wands have all come my way. It was made using the spirit rhythm vine that grew in the depths of the spirit realm that was carefully woven and twisted, and the vine naturally emitted a soft spiritual light. The core of the wand was a spirit butterfly's heart that was condensed from the souls of countless spirit butterflies, which gave the wand a powerful spirituality. When using this wand, the wizard was able to resonate with the natural spiritual energy and souls of the creatures around him, thus easily casting spells related to life, healing, and nature manipulation. Then he obtained many useful treasures one after another. The spectators on the periphery were drooling as they watched this scene, especially those in the sorcerer department, as these items were already super $50 million worth. Which rebel usually wore a cloak as well. Very few people had seen his true face, and it could be said that those who had seen his full face had only one outcome: death. This time, with the full live broadcast, many people expected someone to break that ending. Just at this moment, the martial artists from the other two screens also appeared near here. People didn't get a clear look at what was going on inside either, and the screens had begun to change. It had all turned into a live broadcast of Witch Reverie's screen. The most frightening thing, the two martial artists who retreated back were unconscious, showing signs of poisoning. In the first instance, they were sent to the medical room for first aid. Many people wiped their eyes. They really didn't believe their eyes. Everyone was in a state of shock, talking endlessly about this horrible witch rebel. The scene got a little out of control. One of the witches said faintly, "Witch rebel. It's the compulsion." When he saw so many treasure chests, he was cautious not to open them first, and he walked around the treasure chests before going back to open them. That's compulsion. It was only when everyone heard this person that they came to a realization. This was an expert, cautious and vicious. Which reverse opened a dozen more treasure chests and got some good things, then continued to move deeper into the secret realm. After walking for a short while, he met a seated player who wore a new cloak, and the other party didn't know of his existence at first. Wang Yifei? Which rebel sneered while approaching him, intending to assassinate him even if he did, and dry his hands and feet. Which rebel was hidden in the shadows, like a silent ghostly shadow slowly approaching Wang Yifei. Wang Yifei was vigilantly watching his surroundings at this moment, and the spiritual power feathers behind his back trembled slightly, as if he was sensing the subtle fluctuations of magic power in his surroundings. Even though Witch Rebel's concealment technique was extremely skillful, Wang Yifei's keen perception as a seated player still allowed him to vaguely detect a hint of something strange. Just as Witch Rebel was about to strike, Wang Yifei suddenly turned around, the feathered blade in his hand instantly crossed in front of his body, and a powerful spiritual chopping strike whistled in the direction where Witch Rebel was. This strike was as fast as lightning, cutting through the air and bringing up a sharp whistling sound. Witch Reverse's heart was startled. He didn't expect his movements to be detected so quickly. His figure hurriedly flashed, narrowly avoiding the attack. As expected of Wang Yifei, he really does have some skill. Witch Rebel snorted coldly and revealed his figure. At this moment, his body exuded a bizarre shadowy aura, and the shadowy dagger in his hand flashed with an icy cold light in the darkness. Wang Yifei's eyes were cold as he stared at Witch Reverse. "Witch Reverse, you hiding your head, you're just good at making some underhanded moves." After saying that, he spread his wings and rushed towards Witch Reverse like an arrow off the string. In the air, his stance was athletic, and his feathered blade drew a silvery arc in the air. The light of the blade intertwined, weaving a deadly web of blades towards Witch Reverse. Witch Reverse was not panicked. He recited words under his breath, and the dark shadow power around him rapidly converged. His figure began to become blurred, as if he had merged with the surrounding darkness. Immediately afterward, a dark shadow tentacle reached out from the darkness and met Wang Yifei's blade net towards him. The shadow tentacles collided with the feather blade, making crackling noises and splashing a spark of magic power. Seeing this, Wang Yifei increased the output of his spiritual energy. He quickly hovered in the air, constantly changing the angle of attack with the advantage of speed and height. The attacks of the feather blade became more and more severe, each blade containing a powerful impact, trying to break through Witch Rebel's shadow defense. Witch Rebel knew that it was difficult to win a hard frontal fight, so he maintained his shadow defense while searching for Wang Yifei's cracks. Suddenly, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and taking advantage of the gap between one of Wang Yifei's attacks, he executed his masterstroke Shadow Seal. Only to see the surrounding darkness spreading rapidly, forming a huge dark shadow ball that enveloped Wang Yifei. Wang Yifei was trapped within the dark shadow ball, and immediately felt the pressure around him increase dramatically, and his actions became sluggish. But he didn't panic, he took a deep breath and focused his spiritual energy on the feather blade. The feather blades instantly shone brightly, and he waved his twin blades, attacking frantically towards the inner walls of the shadow ball. Each attack was accompanied by a powerful burst of spiritual energy, and a crack began to appear on the inner wall of the shadow ball. Seeing that the shadow ball was about to be breached, Witch Rebel clenched his teeth and once again exerted his shadow power, completely integrating his figure into the darkness. Then, he appeared behind Wang Yifei like a ghost, and his phantom dagger stabbed towards Wang Yifei's back. When Wang Yifei sensed the attack from behind, he couldn't turn around in time, and could only rely on his battle intuition to block the feathered blade backward. Ding! With a sound, the dagger and the feathered blade met, splashing up a cloud of sparks. Witch Rebel utilized this force to conceal his figure once again, disappearing into the darkness. Wang Yifei turned his body vigilantly in place, trying to find Witch Rebel's trail again. However, Witch Rebel did not rush to attack this time, he kept wandering in the darkness, consuming Wang Yifei's patience and spiritual power. After a long period of maneuvering, Wang Yifei's spiritual energy was gradually depleted, and his attack speed began to slow down. Seeing the right moment, Witch Rebel once again rushed out from the darkness. His shadow dagger was entwined with dense shadow power and stabbed towards Wang Yifei's vital parts. Wang Yifei spared his last ounce of spiritual energy and barely blocked Witch Rebel's attack with his feathered blade. However, he had already exhausted his strength at this point and could no longer resist Witch Rebel's subsequent attacks. Witch Rebel took the opportunity to kick Wang Yifei in the abdomen, sending him flying out. Wang Yifei fell heavily to the ground, and his feathered blade came out of his hand. He looked at Witch Reverse, his eyes filled with unwillingness. "You." Before he could finish his words, he fainted. The system directly sent him out of the secret space. Witch Rebel put away the phantom shadow dagger and coldly glanced at Wang Yifei. In this secret realm, only the strong can survive. After saying that, he continued to walk towards the depths of the secret realm. Someone in the outer audience was a fan of Wang Yifei. Brother Fei lost on his equipment. Chapter 122, Drugging. Chung Feng was a medical martial artist, that was what everyone said about him. However, since obtaining the Aotian sword, he had practiced his swordsmanship to perfection and was not to be underestimated as an expert. Such a medical-savvy swordsman, terrifyingly hateful. Maybe the leaning heavenly sword made all the luck of these few years exhausted. Coming to the secret realm is to encounter all the dangers, not a single benefit for him to get. Witch Rebel continued to move forward as he muttered, "Humph, another little cutie." At this moment, Chung Feng was carefully dodging various traps. "This unlucky place, when will it end?" Chung Feng grumbled. Suddenly, Witch Rebel and Chang Feng met in a narrow passageway. Witch Rebel was wary. "Who are you?" Chang Feng frowned and replied, "I am Chung Feng, and I do not wish to be your enemy." Witch Rebel sneered, "That's not up to you." With that, he swung his phantom shadow dagger and attacked. Chang Feng hastily drew his sword to parry. "Don't bully others too much." The two instantly fought. Witch Reverse rushed towards Chung Feng like a black lightning. The shadow dagger drew a cold arc in the air and stabbed Cheng Feng's throat. Cheng Feng's body shape flashed. Sideways to avoid this powerful blow, the long sword in his hand smoothly sheathed, ding sound, accurately blocked the Witch Reversed immediately after the horizontal slash. Witch Rebel missed, but his attack did not decrease at all. His figure flashed like a ghost in the narrow passage. His shadow dagger brought up layers of dark shadows, like a black wave surging towards Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng responded calmly. His sword technique was like a nimble dragon, weaving freely through the waves of dark shadows. Each sword appropriately diffused Witch Reverse's attack, while looking for the opponent's breaks. "Humph, somewhat capable." Witch Rebel snorted coldly and suddenly changed tactics. He lightly tapped the ground with both of his feet, and his entire body leapt backward a few meters, followed by his hands quickly forming seals and reciting words under his breath. In an instant, the dark shadows around him began to converge crazily, forming several dark shadow pythons that lunged towards Chung Feng with teeth and claws. Cheng Feng, as a bone setter, understood some of the sorcerer's tricks. His face was grave as he took a deep breath and injected his spiritual energy into the longsword. The longsword instantly shone brightly, and with a loud shout, he waved the longsword towards the shadow python to meet it. The sword's shadows flashed, each sword carrying a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, clashing with the shadow python, emitting a dull roar. A shadow python took advantage of Cheng Feng's unpreparedness and quietly approached from the side, fiercely biting at his arm. Cheng Feng's eyes were quick as he made a sharp turn and blocked the python's attack with his sword, while kicking the python's head, sending it flying out. "Is this your compulsion?" "That's right. However, the other shadow pythons also surrounded them, and Changfeng gradually fell into a predicament. Can't just sit back and wait for death, Changfeng secretly said in his heart. He suddenly executed the family's secret sword technique, clear wind breaking clouds. Only to see his figure spinning up quickly, the long sword in his hand transformed into a blazing wheel of light, weaving in and out of the group of shadow pythons like a clear wind. Wherever the wheel of light went, the shadow pythons were chopped into pieces and dissipated into the air. When Witch Rebel saw this, his face changed slightly. He did not expect Changfeng to be able to execute such a powerful move under such difficult circumstances. He clenched his teeth and rushed towards Changfeng once again, the dark shadow power on the phantom dagger becoming even more intense. Changfeng had just finished executing Qingfeng breaking cloud. His physical strength had not yet fully recovered, but he still met him without fear. The two of them once again fought short-handedly, and sparks flew in all directions as their swords clashed. "What is your name?" Witch Rebel asked curiously. "Changfeng. Pilking Valley Changfeng, no wonder my compulsion is ineffective against you. I guess you're that Witch Rebel, aren't you? Really powerful, but our Medicine King Valley disciples won't lose to you sorcerers." "Ha ha." Witch Rebel laughed, and it was creepy. His favorite was the female martial artists of Medicine King Valley, and he didn't know how many female martial artists had died under his golden gun. "What are you laughing at?" Changfeng felt that this man's laughter was too evil. Witch Rebel stopped to smile. He thought that it was better not to waste time with an opponent like Changfeng who could fight and could replenish his own blood. "Brother Chang, see you later." After saying that, he utilized his weird identity to leave the scene. "You, just like that, you ran away?" Changfeng was complacent, thinking that it was this person called Witch Rebel who was afraid of him. Good thing too, this person is too weird. As time passed, more and more people left in defeat. In one day's time, 12 people had already left. Ling Ji arrived at the top of a mountain. "Ha, good luck." Suddenly, he heard a delicate voice. He immediately ran inside, only to find that the place was resplendent with gold and blue. Ling Ji followed the direction of the voice and ran briskly into that golden splendor, only to see that the surrounding walls were all made of gold, with countless dazzling gemstones inlaid on them, and under the light, the entire space was like daytime. A huge round table was placed in the center, and the table was piled up with all kinds of treasures emitting strange light. There were spirit beads that could enhance spiritual power by several times, shield treasures that could withstand a fatal blow, and miraculous medicines that could instantly recover from injuries. On one side of this luxurious scene, a woman wearing a gorgeous brocade dress was lazily reclining on a velvet-covered bench. Her face was delicate and absolutely beautiful, and her eyes were like autumn water with love, but with a hint of cunning. "Brother Ling Ji," the woman lightly opened her lips, her voice was soft and gentle, seemingly magical. Ling Ji looked at her vigilantly and asked, "Jia, I can't believe I met you here." The woman smiled gently and slowly got up, her lotus steps moved gently, the accessories on her body made a crisp sound as she moved. Ling Ji secretly pondered in his heart, "This Sun Jia has become so soft and weak?" Sun Jia gently approached Ling Ji, her body emitting a charming fragrance. "Although these treasures are good, I can't take that many by myself, and since this secret realm is full of dangers, I need a helper. If you can cooperate with me, we can bring these treasures out of the secret realm together, and at that time, you and I will share the benefits evenly. How about it?" Her eyes were filled with anticipation and temptation. Ling Ji frowned slightly. He knew that in this secret realm, people's hearts were unpredictable, not to mention that he felt that Jia was strange today. Although it was possible to gain more benefits by cooperating with others, it was also possible to be plotted against behind the scenes. Ling Ji was immersed in thought and vigilance, when suddenly, Sun Jia approached without warning and her soft lips gently printed on his lips. This sudden kiss made Ling Ji's eyes instantly widen, his brain went blank, and his body involuntarily froze. Sun Jia's kiss carried a hint of warmth and sweetness, her eyes slightly closed, her long eyelashes gently fluttering. A moment later, she slowly left Ling Ji's lips, her cheeks slightly flushed, but her eyes were filled with a hint of firmness and determination. Ling Ji looked at her with a shocked face and stammered, "What are you doing?" Sun Jia gently bit her lip and said, "Ling Ji, I know this is very sudden of me, but I truly want to work with you. I want to use this way to make you believe me that I have no ill will towards you." Ling Ji raised his hand and touched his lips, sweet. Suddenly, a certain part of his male had a strong reaction. The cave is a blind spot for outside surveillance. What is she going to do to me? Ling Ji began to think wildly. Chapter 123 Useless Treasure. Ling Ji's whole body is hot, cannot help but begin to produce desire. Just in his opinion, Sun Jiejia will not be drugged, is an open and above-board female martial artist, is to love themselves, also have to show love openly. You are not Jia Jia. Who are you? It doesn't matter who I am, but I can fulfill your desires. Her voice was trance-like. Lingji bit his tongue hard, the powerful pain woke him up. The Earth's Mind Stone did not protect his sanity either. This was definitely not the use of any illusions, only medicine could be used. At this moment, God's blessing lit up, and the dryness in his entire body began to disappear. The girl in front of him had already climbed up his body and was swimming around. Damn it! Suddenly, he pushed the Sun Jiejia away. This woman was sent flying towards the wall by Lingji's sudden attack. Xia Mei yelped. Your fixation here is so strong that you can actually reject me? Bah! It's your medicine that has no effect on a decent man like me. Who the hell are you? This woman knew that she couldn't hide it from this man anymore, and with a light wipe, she shed her disguise. Lingji was also shocked enough to be a strangely ugly woman. Lingji's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. Just now the gentle and delicate Sun Jiejia had instantly changed her appearance. The woman in front of him, her skin was rough and pitted, as if she had been severely eroded by age and frost. A pair of eyes as small and large, but also hanging outward diagonally, the eyes penetrate a sinister atmosphere, so that people cannot help but look at the heart of the cold. Her nose is flat and wide, nostrils facing the sky, with the breathing of one open and close, looks particularly strange. That mouth is even bigger and exaggerated, lips fat and dry cracked. The corner of the mouth also hangs a seemingly bizarre smile, revealing a mouthful of uneven, full of yellow spots of teeth. Ling. Ji only felt his stomach flip, subconsciously backed up a few steps. His voice was a little shaky. Who exactly are you? Why are you disguised as Sun Jiejia? That strangely ugly woman let out a burst of ear-piercing laughter. The laughter echoed in this glorious but eerie space, adding a bit more of a frightening atmosphere. Humph, who I am is not important. What is important is that you, this little handsome boy, can be really good at cheating. Nah, you still think that there is that kind of good thing waiting for you. Lingji's heart surged with anger, mixed with a bit of fear. He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, "What the hell do you want? Don't play games here." The woman, however, took a few steps closer towards him without slowing down, and with each step, the pungent odor on her body became a little stronger, and Lingji couldn't help but frown. This cave is me bounded, waiting for my prey. You actually broke it, you must die. Lingji frowned and pointed at her. In that case, Sun Jiejia was killed by you. Lingji's anger went to the extreme, although Sun Jiejia was not his confidant, but the good-natured personality was something he quite liked. The bloodthirsty blade sensed his anger and kept trembling, the blade bursting out with endless killing aura. Lingji shouted angrily and was the first to attack. He was like a swift wind rushing towards the ugly woman. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand flashed with a blood-red light, carrying a powerful spiritual energy as it slashed violently towards the ugly woman. This blade was so aggressive that it seemed as if it could split the void. However, the ugly woman was unperturbed, as her figure flashed, and she actually avoided Lingji's attack with an extremely bizarre speed. Immediately after, she opened her mouth wide and let out a sharp cry. The sound waves impacted towards Lingji like substance, and wherever she went, the ground was shaken to the point where cracks appeared. Lion's roar kung fu. Lingji hurriedly used his spiritual energy to protect his ears while adjusting his stance, making a turn in the air. His bloodthirsty knife swung out with his backhand, and a curved blade she chopped horizontally towards the ugly woman. Seeing this, the ugly woman's hands quickly danced. A black barrier appeared in front of her body. The blade she impacted on the barrier, splashing a black ripple. Humph, somewhat capable. The ugly woman snorted coldly, then her hands formed a seal, and the space around her suddenly distorted. Countless black tentacles reached out from the distorted space, twisting towards Lingji with teeth and claws. Lingji's eyes were firm as he injected a steady stream of spiritual energy into the bloodthirsty blade, and the blade's body glowed brightly. With a loud shout, he wielded the bloodthirsty knife and charged towards the black tentacles, each slash precisely severing the tentacles. However, the tentacles continued to emerge, and Lingji gradually fell into a siege. Right at this moment, Lingji suddenly remembered the spiritual power explosion technique that when she had once taught him. He took a deep breath and concentrated all of his spiritual energy in his dantian, then violently exploded out. A powerful shockwave of spiritual energy spread in all directions with him at the center, shattering all the black tentacles around him. Seeing that the situation was not good, the ugly woman turned around and wanted to escape. How could Lingji let her go? He executed his phantom steps and instantly appeared behind the ugly girl, his bloodthirsty knife on her neck. You killed Sun Jiejia, I'm just going to kill you now. The ugly woman's face was pale and her body trembled slightly. I am from the same union as Judge Ya, I copied her appearance a long time ago. She didn't die, please let me go. Really? Ugly woman trembled, I am jealous of her beauty, just copying her, I cultivate the gong method to double cultivation with men, a little bit of beauty woman is only easy to have men to fall for it, so. After Ling Ji and her match, she felt that her strength is far from Sun Jeja opponent, and will not be killed in the secret realm. Get lost, don't let me see you again next time. The ugly woman was like an amnesty and rolled and disappeared from Ling Ji's sight, leave the secret realm. Defeating a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 2000 plus and a killing chi value of 1000 plus. Ling Ji looked at her disappearance, then he turned around and started to check out the treasures in this golden place. He frowned slightly as he looked at the dozen or so exquisite treasure chests in front of him. He was originally expecting to find some treasures from them that would greatly benefit his martial cultivation path, but he didn't expect that they were all contraptions suitable for girls. Only the first treasure chest was engraved with delicate floral patterns, as if it was a blooming flower pattern, and it faintly emitted a soft fluctuation of spiritual energy. It should be related to healing or auxiliary type of magic treasures, perhaps it was a spiritual liquid that could quickly recover from injuries, or an accessory to enhance the perception of spiritual energy. These would be of great help to a female martial artist's range and resilience in battle, but to Ling Ji, it would seem to be a bit of a chicken ribs? Looking towards the second treasure chest, it emitted a faint pinkish glow all over, with a round pearl set on the lid, and the pearl seemed to have wisps of spiritual energy flowing inside. Ling Ji guessed that the probability was that it contained some treasures that could enhance one's appearance or temperament, such as a skin-nourishing spirit cream that could make the skin more delicate and smooth, or a scented capsule that could make the wearer emit an enchanting aroma. These types of things must have been very popular amongst female martial artists. He could only pick a few suitable things to take away. Chapter 124, Dark Power. Just as Ling Ji was planning to leave this strange mountaintop, he suddenly felt a strange sensation. His eyes squinted into a line as his eyes were directed directly above the mountaintop. A shining black stone attracted Ling Ji. With a cloud-floating step, Ling Ji jumped up to the top of the mountain in a few steps, and with a forceful pull, the black stone was stripped down. Taking a closer look, Phantom Obsidian. In the eyes of a martial cultivator, illusion black obsidian was an equally rare treasure. When embedded in weapons, such as swords and knives, it could give the weapon a special darkness-tearing attribute. When the weapon attacked the enemy, the phantom obsidian would release a wave of dark power. However, his bloodthirsty blade already had a hint of blood-sucking attribute, and it would be even stronger after multiple activations in the future. Would this work? He pulled out the bloodthirsty blade and placed it on the phantom obsidian. Suddenly, the evil voice of the bloodlust system was heard. Phantom obsidian stone, able to increase the ability of the bloodthirsty blade, is it absorbed? Can be absorbed? Ling Ji was delighted in his heart. He did not expect that this bloodthirsty knife had such a magical ability, being able to directly absorb the power of the phantom obsidian stone to enhance itself. As he gave the absorb command, only to see that the bloodthirsty blade's body, which was already faintly glowing with blood, was now glowing more and more intensely with the light of blood. The aura ring around the blade began to rotate crazily. At first it was only slowly rotating, as if testing the power of the phantom obsidian, then the speed became faster and faster, bringing up a whistling sound of wind. The phantom obsidian as if also felt the call of the bloodthirsty knife. Around the original dreamlike luster became brighter, strands of silver in color filaments and its internal swimming more and more urgent, as if it cannot wait to be with the bloodthirsty knife into one. Suddenly, a black light shot out from the phantom obsidian and flew straight towards the bloodthirsty blade. The bloodthirsty blade's aura ring instantly opened up like a hungry maw, quickly devouring the black ray of light. With the integration of the black light, the body of the bloodthirsty blade trembled slightly, as if it was adapting to this new power. Ling Ji tightly gripped the hilt of the bloodthirsty knife, and could clearly feel a powerful force being transmitted into his body through the hilt. This power was different from the previous power obtained by simply relying on the blood of a martial artist. It was much deeper and mysterious, carrying the dark and fantastical attributes that were unique to phantom obsidian. The blood light on the blade's body gradually mingled with that newly incorporated black light, forming a unique dark red light. This light flowed along the blade, as if giving the bloodthirsty blade a new life. At this moment, the bloodthirsty knife not only retained the original characteristic of absorbing the blood of a martial artist to enhance its power, but also added the powerful ability brought about by the phantom obsidian. Whether it was the attacking power or the penetration of the enemy's defenses, there must have been a qualitative leap. Lingji's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation as he wielded the bloodthirsty blade, only to feel that the power of this blade was much more powerful than before, and the trajectory of the blade as it traversed through the air carried a strange dark red light, as if it was capable of tearing through space. Awesome! When the ability to converge, the word blood in the bloodthirsty knife, there is a tiny black character in the evening, also ancient script, but I do not know that Lingji just can read this black character. Congratulations to the host, the attributes of the bloodthirsty blade have been upgraded, increasing the dark power and doubling the destructive force. Furthermore, your body's resistance to the dark power is increased by 3 times. Cool. Testing my attributes is it safe to say that I can absorb any familiarization? Suddenly, the cave's power dried up and began to tremble, with the danger of collapsing immediately. Lingji jumped out of the cave with a few flips. Now was not the time to think much, it was time to go find someone to fight and see the strength of the dark power. Clang! Defeating a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 3000 plus and a killing chi value of 1500 plus. With darkness's tearing, it allowed the bloodthirsty blade to absorb more blood and killing chi so that he could absorb more to boost the value every time. I surrender! Defeating a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood and chi value of 3000 plus and a killing chi value of 1500 plus. The dark force of this knife could tear through the opponent's familiar defenses, one word bull. Lingji walked for a few more hours and met 2 people, it seems they know each other, while meeting Lingji is them being unlucky. Lingji held his bloodthirsty blade and gazed coldly at the 2 experts that appeared in front of him. One of them was a big man with a stout figure, his muscles were churning like a moving hill, he was holding a huge battle axe in his hand, the axe was flashing with an earthy yellow color, it was obviously enchanted with earth's spiritual power, every swing could make the ground tremble slightly as if it could split open the earth. The other one was a woman with a spiritual posture, she was wearing a blue spiritual clothes, the weapon in her hand was a crystal clear ice prism staff, the ice prisms at the top of the staff exuded a piercing coldness, and the air around her condensed tiny ice crystals due to it. The big man was the first to attack, he shouted and swung his tomahawk towards Lingji, the tomahawk brought up a whistling sound of wind, powerful and heavy. Lingji was not panicked, he gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly, his body's spiritual energy surged and he met the huge battle axe. Dang! With a loud bang, the bloodthirsty knife and the battle axe met, splashing up a shower of sparks. Lingji only felt a powerful force coming from him, but he steadily withstood the blow with the help of the phantom obsidian power absorbed by the bloodthirsty knife. When the woman saw that the big man's attack was blocked, she quickly waved her ice prism staff and mouthed the words. In an instant, countless ice arrows shot towards Lingji, the ice arrows cut through the air, leaving behind a white trail and a cold aura. Lingji's eyes stared as he executed his phantom steps, his body quickly flashed and avoided most of the ice arrows. However, there were still a few ice arrows that grazed his body, leaving a trail of frost on his clothes. Taking advantage of the gap between dodging the ice arrows, Lingji violently rushed towards the big man. He wielded his bloodthirsty blade, and the dark red glow of the blade flourished. When the bloodthirsty blade slashed at the big man, the dark black power instantly erupted like a black dragon wrapping around the blade. The big man sensed this powerful darkness power and hurriedly used his battle axe to resist it. However, the bloodthirsty blade's dark black force easily tore through the earth spirit power defense on the battle axe and slashed at the big man's arm. The big man screamed miserably as his arm was cut with a deep wound and blood gushed out. The woman was furious when she saw that the big man was injured. She thrust her ice prism staff hard into the ground, and the ground around her quickly froze, forming an ice plane that spread towards Lingji. Lingji was trapped on top of the ice plane and his movements were somewhat restricted. However, he did not panic as he concentrated his spiritual energy on his bloodthirsty blade, then stabbed hard towards the ice beneath his feet. The bloodthirsty blade's darkness force came into play once again, directly tearing through the ice surface, and Lingji leapt out of the broken ice hole and pounced towards the woman. The woman did not expect Lingji to be able to break her ice plane's trap so easily, and she hurriedly waved her staff, summoning a huge ice shield in front of her. Lingji leaped high into the air, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand chopped towards the ice shield with a powerful darkness power. Ka-ching! With a sound, countless cracks appeared in the ice shield under the attack of the bloodthirsty blade, and the darkness power spread along the cracks like black lightning, instantly shattering the ice shield. The woman's eyes widened in horror. Handsome! I surrender! Defeated 2 martial artists of the same rank, rewarded with 6,000 plus blood chi value and 3,000 plus killing chi value. Chapter 125 Seated Players. At an ancient grove of trees in the secret realm, Ally Shua and Sun Jiajia met unexpectedly. Beauty, you're not eliminated yet, you're not bad. Of course, looking at your figure, I'm guessing you're that tall DK ally Shuhua. Exactly me. You talk straight, I like it. I don't have a girlfriend yet, why don't you be my dog? I don't like muscular guys like you, I like svelte and better kung fu than me. Ally Shuhua sneered, my kung fu is definitely better than yours. His muscles were tense, like a cheetah ready to strike, his feet were slightly apart, standing firmly on the ground, his hands were clenched with fists, his joints emitted a clicking sound, as if proclaiming his strength to his opponent. Sun Jieja, on the other hand, was holding a long stick, which was pointed diagonally to the ground, his eyes were full of perseverance and boldness, and his posture was as light as a leaf moving with the wind, which appeared to be weak but contained infinite flexibility and toughness. Good. If we don't compare, who knows? Ally Shuhua was the first to take the lead, he gave a loud shout that resounded through the woods like thunder, and his entire body rushed towards Sun Jieja like a cannonball. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble slightly, his fist wrapped in the sound of whistling winds, carrying a mountainous force towards Sun Jieja's face. This punch seemed simple and direct, but it actually contained Ally Shuhua's exquisite control of power. Wherever the wind of the fist arrived, the surrounding air seemed to be squeezed apart. Sun Jieja, however, did not panic, his eyes condensed, and the long stick in his hand instantly danced. The long stick was like a dragon coming out of the sea, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and accurately blocked Ally Shuhua's fist. With a muffled bang, the collision of power caused an invisible ripple between the two, and the surrounding leaves were shaken and flew up one after another. Ally Shuhua missed, but his attack did not decrease at all. He quickly adjusted his stance, and his left fist followed closely, like a swift bolt of lightning, striking directly at Sun Jieja's waist. Seeing this, Sun Jieja pointed the end of his long stick to the ground, and with the help of the rebound force, his whole body jumped up high, avoiding Ally Shuhua's attack. At the same time, he flipped his body in the air, and the long stick smashed down towards the top of Ally Shuhua's head. The shadow of the stick was heavy, as if a dark cloud was shrouding. Ally Shuhua looked up, he didn't choose to dodge, but instead crossed his arms to protect the top of his head. The long stick smashed into his arms with a crisp ringing sound. Ally Shuhua let out a muffled grunt, although his arm blocked the long stick, he also felt the powerful force of Sun Jieja's strike. However, he also took this opportunity to lunge forward, slamming his shoulder hard into Sun Jieja's abdomen. Sun Jieja was knocked backwards, he forced himself to stabilize himself in the air, and after landing, he retreated a few steps before barely standing still. He gently rubbed his abdomen, secretly marveling at Ally Shuhua's strength in his heart. This guy is really powerful, can't fight him hard. Sun Jieja secretly pondered a countermeasure in his heart. Thus, Sun Jieja changed his tactics, he began to move quickly around Ally Shuhua, the long stick in his hand was like a nimble snake's letter, stabbing out from different angles from time to time, trying to find Ally Shuhua's breaks. On the other hand, Ally Shuhua kept turning his body, his eyes firmly fixed on Sun Jieja's long stick, he tried to grab the long stick, so that he could get close to subdue Sun Jieja. However, Sun Jieja's speed was extremely fast, and his long stick always withdrew at the moment when Ally Shuhua was about to grab it, and then attacked from another direction. For a while, Ally Shuhua was caught in a passive defense situation, and his body was also slashed with several shallow wounds by the long stick. "Humph, you only know how to hide, if you have the ability to fight head-on," shouted Ally Shuhua with some annoyance. Sun Jieja, however, smiled faintly. In combat, there is no rule that says you can only attack head-on. Just as the two were at a stalemate, Ally Shuhua suddenly had a bright idea. He pretended to reveal a break and deliberately slowed down his defense. Seeing the opportunity to take advantage of it, Sun Jieja quickly stabbed his long stick towards Ally Shuhua's break. Just at the moment when the long stick was about to stab Ally Shuhua suddenly sidestepped and at the same time stretched out his big hand and grabbed the long stick. "Gotcha!" Ally Shuhua shouted as he pulled with all his might, attempting to pull Sun Jieja to his side. Sun Jieja was shocked, he didn't expect Ally Shuhua to use this move. However, he also reacted extremely quickly, he decisively let go of the baguette, and then rushed towards Ally Shuhua with an arrow step, his entire body crashed into Ally Shuhua's arms like a cannonball. Ally Shuhua didn't expect Sun Jieja to abandon the long stick, he couldn't dodge in time and could only take this blow. The two collided together again, this time in a direct physical confrontation. They held each other and started a fierce tussle in the woods. With his great strength, Ally Shuhua tried to wrestle Sun Jieja to the ground. Sun Jieja, on the other hand, utilized her agility to continuously adjust her body shape, searching for Ally Shuhua's weaknesses and trying to break free from Ally Shuhua's bondage. During the tussle, Ally Shuhua suddenly exerted his strength, he lifted Sun Jieja up high and threw him towards a big tree. Sun Jiezhou adjusted his body in the air, his back gently hit the tree, and then with the force of the rebound, he rushed towards Ali Shuhua again. So much like a female mare. This time, she executed her best move, gusty wind dance. Only Sun Jiezhou's figure was seen as a gust of wind, spinning rapidly around Ali Shuhua. His hands danced like phantoms, and countless fist shadows enveloped towards Ali Shuhua. Ali Shuhua instantly felt dazzled, and he could only rely on his instincts to defend. He swung his arms quickly, trying to block Sun Jiezhou's attacks. However, Sun Jiezhou's attacks were too intense, and Ali Shuhua's body was still continuously hit by punches. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes grew more and more determined. Want to defeat me? It's not that easy. Ali Shuhua roared as he ignored the injuries on his body and suddenly rushed towards Sun Jiezhou. He hugged Sun Jiezhou, then used all his strength to wrestle him to the ground. After Sun Jiezhou fell to the ground, Ali Shuhua smoothly rode on top of him and raised his fist towards Sun Jiezhou's face. Sun Jiezhou hurriedly used his arms to protect his face while using his feet to keep kicking at Ali Shuhua's back. Just as the two were caught in a fierce tangle, the surrounding woods suddenly changed. The originally calm woods began to shake violently, and a crack appeared on the ground. Both Ali Shuhua and Sun Jiezhou were stunned by this sudden change. They temporarily stopped fighting and looked around vigilantly, only to see a huge stone platform slowly rising from the ground, which was engraved with mysterious runes. Ali Shuhua and Sun Jiezhou glanced at each other. They both saw curiosity and vigilance in each other's eyes. Suddenly, a voice they were both familiar with rang out, "There's an organ." The two of them were immediately alert. They were both defeated and wounded. Coming to this stage, it was easy for them to be sneak attacked and execute the dead chickens. Chapter 126, The Sword Graveyard. A tall figure appeared in front of these two men. At first they looked ugly, but after seeing the man's face, they looked slightly better. Ling Ji. Ha ha. You guys had a great fight just now. They could not have imagined that this man had been watching them fight behind their backs, and they did not feel anything at all. His art of sneaking around was so powerful. Ling Ji knew that they were scared, afraid that he would sneak up on them or take advantage of them. He didn't care to do these things. This wasn't a battlefield, it was a test. He wanted to face these martial artists in a dignified manner. I'm just passing through, but it looks like there's a hidden treasure spot, so I'm going to get a piece of it. Originally, they had planned to split up the winners and losers before entering to go treasure hunting. After all, this way one could have it all to themselves. But now it's different. The other party are all experts. Even if they win, they will definitely be greatly reduced in battle power, and then they will definitely get it without any effort by Ling Ji. Now can only see walking step. Sun Jiezhou had once gotten Ling Ji's help, so she was naturally happy to do so. However, Ali Shuhua was different. Brother Ling Ji, should we join forces to defeat this muscle first before we look for the treasure? Ali Shuhua was scared. He really did not expect that this nice and cool beauty was actually so familiar with Ling Ji. His weapon was already gripping tightly and his aura was constantly being injected. No, Ling Ji, am not such a person. If we are going to fight, let me fight alone. Ali Shuhua pointed his weapon at Ling Ji, his eyes tinged with a murderous aura. Come on, let's fight one-on-one. Ling Ji shook his head. Brother Ali Shuhua, you are not my opponent in your current state. Forget it, I'll be the referee. Sun Jiezhou wins, let her pick the treasures first later. It's not your call here. Ali Shuhua was furious. Obsessive. Ling Ji's bloodthirsty blade was just as quickly drawn and retracted, only to see Ali Shuhua's sword burst into pieces. Scary. Ali Shuhua knew that the tide had turned and that he would only be insulted if he stayed. Exit the secret realm. His body began to disappear. Ling Ji, I will definitely not let you go before. Before he could finish his harsh words, he disappeared. Defeating a martial artist of the same rank, rewarded with a blood chi value of 3000 plus and a killing chi value of 1500 plus. Jiezhou, you've improved a lot, since your strength is even better than his. Sun Jiezhou smiled. Of course, the more my family's kung fu is practiced, the more powerful it becomes. They exchanged pleasantries and talked about how there was an ugly girl playing her for evil. They didn't even know how many people they had offended. Sun Jiezhou said, forget it, she's just a piece of trash. On the contrary, now that I've even met you, I'll definitely be able to go to the capital. Ling Ji smiled bitterly. This girl is genuinely big. They flipped the treasure spot switch. Ling Ji and Sun Jiezhou carefully approached the hidden treasure point switch that had just been turned on, and with a low rumbling sound, a portal that emitted a mysterious glow slowly opened. An ancient and vicissitude atmosphere came out. the two of them looked at each other, and with a heart full of curiosity and anticipation, they slowly stepped into it. What met their eyes was a spectacular sight of the sword mound. Countless weapons were either stuck on the ground or hanging in mid-air, in various forms, emitting either a stern or ancient aura. Spectacular! The assembly was truly generous. Ling Ji's gaze was instantly attracted to a long sword that was blood red in color with a hidden flow of blood qi. The body of that sword seemed to be engraved with mysterious runes, which flickered with a faint light and seemed to be echoing the mysterious power in this sword mound. He couldn't help but walk forward and reach out to gently touch the sword body, and in an instant, an overpowering sword intent ran straight into his mind along his fingertips, making him unable to help but be slightly shaken, while an uncontrollable excitement surged in his heart, as if he had some kind of marvelous bond with this sword. Sun Jejia, on the other hand, was attracted by a strangely shaped baguette. This baguette was not made of ordinary wood or metal, but emitted a crystalline light, as if it was made from some kind of mysterious crystal. The ends of the baguette were inlaid with 2 blue gemstones, and within the gemstones there seemed to be a slow flow of spiritual energy, and whenever it flowed in a circle, the air around the baguette would fluctuate slightly, creating a peculiar sense of rhythm. Sun Jejia gripped the long stick and gently waved it around, immediately feeling a soft yet tough power traveling down his arm and throughout his body, giving him an initial feeling of the power of this long stick. In the deeper part of the sword mound, there was also a huge battle axe. The axe blade of the battle axe was incomparably wide, and it was covered with complex patterns. Those patterns were like ancient totems that contained a powerful force. In addition, there were also various styles of swords, daggers, long whips, and other weapons, each of which exuded a unique charm, and all seemed to be waiting for a person of destiny to awaken their dormant power. Ling Ji traveled amongst the wide array of weapons, his eyes constantly scanning over the various styles of swords, daggers, whips and other objects. Although he already had the bloodthirsty sword in his hand, which had been with him for a long time, when faced with these many weapons that exuded a mysterious charm, his heart still inevitably rippled. The same was true for Sun Jejia, as he gripped his parent baton of transmission tightly, his eyes revealing a hint of hesitation. Each and every one of these weapons in front of him seemed to have a unique soul that was secretly calling out to the person who had a destiny. Ling Ji knew that his bloodthirsty blade was certainly powerful, but if he could find some more handy hidden weapons, he would be able to have a few more means of surprise in battle. He stopped and carefully looked at the differently shaped concealed weapons. There was a row of small and delicate sleeve arrows. The arrows flashed with a ghostly blue light, obviously quenched with poison. Ling Ji gently picked up one of them, feeling its weight and texture in his hand, and secretly pondered in his heart that if this sleeve arrow was shot at a critical moment, it would definitely be able to overwhelm the enemy's defense. However, the use of sleeve arrows requires a high degree of precision and the timing of surprise. One still needs to practice diligently to be able to do so. Next to them were several butterfly-like darts, the wings of which were engraved with fine runes, which flickered in the dim light, as if giving the darts some sort of mysterious power. Ling Ji guessed that this dart might be able to change direction according to the user's mind during flight. In this way, its flexibility would be greatly increased, and it could bypass the enemy's defenses and hit the vitals in a complex combat environment. Looking at the pile of hidden weapons shaped like wolf teeth, each wolf tooth was incredibly sharp and had barbs. Once pierced into the enemy's body, not only could it cause pain like tearing of the wound, but it was also extremely difficult to pull out, and might cause the enemy to be distracted by the injury during the battle, affecting their combat power. Ling Ji pondered over the advantages and disadvantages of these concealed weapons while casting his gaze elsewhere. He saw a seemingly ordinary dagger, but when he picked it up, he realized that there was a tiny mechanism at the hilt of the dagger, and with a slight press, the dagger's blade instantly popped out by a hair and became longer and sharper. He then collected a lot of hidden weapons. After all, this was the life-taking 3000 that he had learned from Wenxi, and he could master all hidden weapons. It turned out that this dagger also had a hidden secret, which could surprise the enemy with a fatal blow in melee combat. On Sun Jejia's side, she was also scrutinizing a short knife with a peculiar shape. The blade of this short knife showed a strange curvature, as if it was made according to some special mechanics, and it was extremely smooth in the hand. The blade was engraved with some unintelligible ancient characters, which seemed to be telling of its former glory. Sun Jejia tried to wield it a few times, feeling that the attack speed of this short blade was much faster than she had imagined, and might be able to make up for the relatively slow attack speed of her own long stick at critical moments. She stayed and reserved the final kill. Walking into the depths. A tray held colorful beads that dazzled the eye. Chapter 127 5-Colored Lotus Seed. Sun Jejia couldn't speak well. 5-colored lotus seeds. The magical effects of this 5-colored lotus seed. Legend had it that breaking through to the spiritual martial realm was an important barrier on one's martial cultivation path, and if one could increase the chances of breaking through with the help of this 5-colored lotus seed, it would undoubtedly be a heavenly opportunity. He rushed to carefully survey the 5-colored lotus. Only see that golden lotus body emits a bright dazzling light, as if by the purest gold casting, wisps of spiritual power fluctuations through a thick, noble feeling, seems to be the most suitable with the metallic martial artist, can strengthen its strength and defense, so that it is in the battle as wearing a golden armor, indestructible. Looking at the wood-colored lotus, it took on a fresh emerald green color, as if it contained endless vitality. It exuded a soft fluctuation of spiritual energy, just like a breeze in springtime, bringing forth vigorous vitality with a gentle brush. For would attribute martial artists, this lotus might be able to nourish the spiritual energy in their bodies, making their communication with the power of nature smoother and more powerful when performing would attribute techniques. The fire-colored lotus, on the other hand, was like a burning flame, its body was fiery red, and its blazing light almost set the surrounding air on fire. Its spiritual power fluctuations surging, with the momentum of destruction of everything. Fire attribute martial artists, if you get this lotus, I think it will be able to make their own flame power more exuberant, more explosive, in the battle as a blazing fire, so that the enemy is difficult to fight. The water-colored lotus was like a spring, clear and transparent with a faint blue light. Its spiritual power fluctuation was as spiritual and soft as water, yet it contained a powerful power of tolerance. Water attribute martial artists who possessed it might be able to further enhance their control over the water element, and the water spells they performed would be even more unpredictable, capable of transforming into ice to defend against attacks, and also transforming into a torrent of water to impact their opponents. The earth-colored lotus seed looked plain and unassuming, appearing as a thick brownish-brown color, yet the spiritual energy fluctuations it emitted were as calm and steady as a mountain, giving off an incomparably down-to-earth feeling. If a martial artist with the earth attribute chose it, he would be able to enhance his sensing and utilization of the power of the land, and in battle, he could use the power of the earth to stabilize his body, and he would be able to be more powerful when executing his earth-based attacks. Lingji silently felt his own spiritual attributes, he usually accompanied with the bloodthirsty knife. The knife's spiritual fluctuations, although complex, but vaguely has a bias towards the fire attribute qualities. He asked the system. Host, you attribute gold, wood, water, fire, earth, darkness and blackness are all there, you can choose at random, just in the spirit martial realm. Main cultivation does not affect the future cultivation. The system replied, letting Sun Jejia take it first. You choose first. Really? On Sun Jejia's side, he was holding a long stick, and his techniques were mostly related to the power of nature, and his own spiritual attributes were more in favor of the wood attribute. He looked at the wood-colored lotus seed and already had a decision in his heart. This lotus seed that contained endless vitality would definitely complement his own gong method. If he could successfully break through with it, he would be able to go farther on the road of martial arts cultivation, and his long stick dance would surely be able to drive a more majestic force of nature. She picked up the wood lotus seed. You should eat it now, it's troublesome for people to know. She nodded. Sun Jejia eased the wood-colored lotus seed into her mouth, and with a gentle bite, the lotus seed instantly transformed into a stream of cool juice that slid down her throat and into her body. In an instant, a rich force of vitality erupted within him like a raging tide. A layer of soft emerald green light rose on the surface of his body, which seemed to be alive as if it was slowly flowing and flickering on his skin. His face, which was originally slightly tired due to the previous battle, quickly regained its redness and luster at this moment, and was permeated with a refreshing aura, as if it was a new bud that had just sprouted on a spring day. The spiritual energy in his body seemed to have been pulled by some powerful force and began to run wildly. The originally calmly flowing stream of spiritual energy had now turned into a rushing river, surging and surging through his meridians. Sun Jejia could clearly feel that his perception of the power of nature had become sharper than ever before. The flowers, plants and trees around him seemed to have established a subtle connection with him. He could even hear the rustling of the leaves and the soft chanting of the blossoming of the flowers, which were like the music of nature, playing in his mind. The long stick in his hand was also affected by this power, and the body of the stick began to flash with a faint green light, and that light echoed the light on Sun Jejia's body. It was as if the baguette had been infused with a new soul, trembling slightly, as if it couldn't wait to display even more power in Sun Jejia's hands. Sun Jejia's breath was also rising, the originally smooth breathing became long and deep, each inhalation seemed to be able to incorporate the surrounding vitality power into her body. Each exhalation, in turn, slowly expelled the impurities from her body. The muscles of her body were slightly taut, and strength was constantly condensed in it, and her originally athletic posture was even more upright at this moment, as if it was a pine rooted in the earth and pointing straight up to the sky, full of endless vitality and vigor. Soon, the light on his body gradually converged, but the powerful aura emanating from the inside out became more and more obvious. The hope of breaking through to the spirit martial realm was just around the corner. Ling Ji saw it so obvious. Congratulations, congratulations. Brother Ling Ji, don't laugh at me. Yes, which one are you going to pick? Since he could eat whatever he wanted, let's pick the Fire Lotus Seed, an attribute that was more than capable of increasing attack power. Ling Ji did not hesitate to take it into his mouth. As soon as the Fire Lotus Seed entered his mouth, it was like a burning flame that instantly exploded on the tip of his tongue, and the hot energy went straight down his throat as if it was going to set the inside of his body on fire. In an instant, Ling Ji's body was enveloped by a layer of intense fiery red light, the light jumping and tossing like flames, reflecting his entire body as if he were a god of war coming out of the flames. His skin began to glow red and hot, as if it was being roasted by high temperatures, but Ling Ji could not feel the slightest bit of pain. Instead, there was an uninhibited blazing sensation spreading through his body. The spiritual energy in his body was like a powder keg that had been ignited, instantly erupting, surging, and rushing through the meridians, emitting a roaring sound like a loud bell. The originally slightly subdued spiritual energy had now become furious and fiery, circulating through his body at an unprecedented speed, and with every impact on his meridians, Ling Ji felt his power climbing dramatically. It was also as if his blood was being boiled by flames, whistling through his veins, bringing a constant stream of strength and vigor. Ling Ji's breathing became rapid and heavy, and every breath he exhaled carried tinges of sparks, and the air around him was roasted and twisted out of shape by the scorching heat. Within his eyes, a flame-like light blazed, and his eyes became even sharper and more determined, as if he could see through the illusions of all things in the world. The bloodthirsty knife in his hand sensed the surging power of the flames in his master's body and also began to tremble violently. The blood light of the blade and the flame light intermingled with each other, interweaving a chilling dark red glow. Ling Ji could clearly feel the connection between himself and the bloodthirsty blade becoming even closer, as if the blade had become a part of his body, able to be controlled at will. As the power of the Fire Lotus Seed continued to be absorbed, Ling Ji's body muscles began to bulge and his veins rippled, as if a sinuous scaly dragon was traveling under his skin. His power reached a whole new level at this moment, as if with a single swing of his fist, he could break the void and blast out a sea of fire. It felt as if his power was like Ace plus Blackbeard combined. Sun Jiajia had already filled the bottle with the other lotus seeds and handed it to Ling Ji. I'll be a member of your union from now on, so leave these to the brethren. Why? Sun Jiajia laughed. That ugly woman is the real sister of the president of my current union. Do you think you can still go back? Chapter 128 Manny Chan vs Witch Rebel. Ling Ji also liked Sun Jiajia as a chick, not the love kind, just her good cheer. Go! Somewhere in the secret realm. Witch Rebel was counting his loot. Looking at the environment around him, he knew that he had just experienced a fierce battle. The place where Witch Rebel was in a mess. The ground was full of pits and cracks, as if it had been trampled by a giant beast. The surrounding trees fell to the west and east, and the broken branches and leaves were scattered all over the place, many of which were still stained with blood, swaying feebly in the wind. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, the pungent breath was nauseating, and one could vaguely smell the charred odor, which was the residual traces of the magical attack. When Manny Chen heard the sound of that fight and followed the sound, she saw Witch Reverse's figure that she detested. Witch Rebel! She opened her eyes angrily. Witch Rebel heard the shout and turned his head, a lewd smile instantly appearing on his face as his eyes recklessly surveyed Chen Manny's body. Ah! Medicine King Valley Beauty! Positive! That look was as if he had left the blood and danger around him behind, full of frivolity and disrespect. When Manny Chen saw Witch Rebel's lewd appearance, the anger in her heart was as unstoppable as a volcano erupting. With a delicate shout, she waved her hand, and the short knife at her waist instantly came out of its sheath, its body flashing with cold light, like a silver lightning cutting through the air, directly stabbing Witch Reverse's throat. At the same time, her other hand quickly from the sleeve shot out a few hidden weapons in the shape of a star, the edge of the sharp and incomparable, and quenched with poison, flooded with blue light, divided into 3 ways towards the witch against the chest, abdomen, and thigh attack. Look at this situation, there is a deep hatred. Witchback has played with many women, really can't recall who this woman is. He wasn't a generalized person either, his figure flashed like a ghost, easily avoiding the fatal strike of the short knife and the sneak attack route of the concealed weapon. With that, he backhandedly drew out the sword at his waist, its body ghostly black as if it could devour the surrounding light. Try the new weapon. With a flick of his wrist, a layer of black mist immediately rose from the sword, which was a poisonous mist that he had carefully refined, and as long as one inhaled a trace of it, it could paralyze one's entire body. Which reverse foot lightly, like a black whirlwind rushed towards Chen Mani, the sword in his hand danced into a black curtain of light, the poisonous mist drifted away with the wind of the sword. Chen Mani's willow brows frowned, she was well aware of the power of this poisonous mist. She quickly pulled out a handkerchief from her bosom, which was embroidered with some strange runes and emitted a faint golden light. She waved the handkerchief in front of her, and the golden light flashed, forming a barrier that kept the poisonous fog out. Medicine King Valley's anti-poison kung fu? Humph. Which rebel stabbed over with another sword. Mani Chen executed a unique body technique, her entire body weaving through the poisonous mist like a nimble swallow, the short blade in her hand traced a beautiful arc in the air, trying to break through which rebel's sword screen. Seeing this, which rebel recited words under his breath, he injected the spiritual energy in his body into his sword, and the poisonous mist on the sword suddenly condensed into several black poisonous pythons, which pounced towards Mani Chen with their teeth and claws open. Wherever the poisonous pythons went, the ground was corroded with a small pit, emitting a pungent odor. Chen Mani's eyes stared as she stopped her stance, and the short blade in her hand danced rapidly, forming a silver-colored blade wheel in front of her body. At the same time, she took out a few silver needles from the pouch at her waist. These silver needles were not ordinary silver needles, but rather, she refined them with special herbs, which had the efficacy of detoxifying hundreds of poisons and strengthening her own defense. She shot the silver needles towards the poisonous python. The silver needles flashed with a white light during their flight, colliding with the poisonous python, emitting a zipping sound. The poisonous python dissipated after being hit by the silver needles. Humph, a bit of tactics. Which rebel snorted coldly as he suddenly changed his tactics, thrusting his sword into the ground and rapidly forming seals with both hands. In an instant, the ground around him began to tremble violently, and many black poisonous scorpions crawled out from the ground. These poisonous scorpions were huge, and the poisonous stings on their tails flashed with a deadly light. The poisonous scorpions surged towards Mani Chen like a tidal wave. Mani Chen was startled in her heart, but she quickly calmed down. She took a deep breath and mobilized the spiritual energy in her body, performing a technique that combined medical arts and spiritual energy. Her hands slowly danced in the air as if she was playing a silent piece of music, and the air around her began to fill with a fresh medicinal fragrance. This medicinal fragrance had the effect of dispelling poisons and healing wounds. After the poisonous scorpions smelled the medicinal fragrance, their actions became sluggish, and some even began to turn around and crawl back. When Witch Rebel saw that the poison scorpion formation was broken, he was infuriated in his heart. He fiercely drew his sword and charged at Mani Chen once again. This time, he unleashed his best move, the Shadow Soul Devouring Sword. Only to see his figure merge with his sword, transforming into a black stream of light, carrying a powerful shadow power and deadly toxin as he stabbed towards Mani Chen's chest. Mani Chen felt a powerful aura of death coming at her, but she did not retreat. She placed the short blade in her hand across her chest and recited an incantation under her breath. The short blade instantly became several times larger, and the blade emitted a dazzling silver light. At the same time, she gathered her entire body's spiritual energy into the short blade, preparing to meet Witch Rebel's stance. The two instantly collided together, emitting a loud sound that shook the heavens and moved the earth. Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations spread in all directions centered on the two, and the surrounding trees were all uprooted by the force, and the ground was shaken out into a huge deep pit. During the collision, Witch Reverse's Dark Shadow Soul Devouring Sword and Mani Chen's spiritual power short knife were frozen in each other's grip, neither one refusing to back down. A trace of blood spilled from the corner of Chen Mani's mouth. Her face was as pale as paper, she was breathing heavily, and several cracks appeared on the short sword in her hand. However, her eyes remained resolute, staring tightly at Witch Rebel, as if to say that this battle was far from over. Just at the most critical moment, a flying knife flew towards the back of Witch Rebel's heart. After all, Witch Reverse was an expert among experts, and hit Mani Chen with a palm, 5 poison jang. A turn with his sword sent the flying concealed weapon flying. At the same time, Mani Chen flew off into the distance like an arrow off the string. Just when Mani Chen thought she would crash into a tree and die, a figure that looked like a monkey one floated over and preceded her. "Sister, pull yourself together." She struggled to open her eyes and saw a beautiful, vivacious, recognizable woman, Jia Jia. "Over there." A flying dagger flew past again. "Ling Ji. It's you again." "Humph, who else if not me? You dare to hurt my confidant?" "Oh. That woman is your confidant. A beggar like you can also pick up a beautiful woman, there is no heavenly reason." Ling Ji didn't know if this was a provocation or an angry remark. In any case, he must kill him. Chapter 129 Fighting Witch Rebel again. Ling Ji must defeat him this time. Even if he can't be killed, at least he can't be promoted, or else he will be surrounded by a disgusting person in the future. It was also hard to say if this kind of person would be loyal to the country. Ling Ji's eyes burned with the flame of anger, and he made up his mind to win. He stared at Witch Rebel with a deadly stare and squeezed out a few words through his teeth. "Witch Rebel, take your life." After saying that, his figure was like electricity, instantly bullying his way up. The bloodthirsty knife in his hand seemed to sense his master's monstrous anger. As if it was bursting with bloodlight, the blade buzzed, cutting through the air and emitting sharp whistles. Witch Rebel saw that Ling Ji was coming at him aggressively, but he was fearless. "Humph." The corner of his mouth hooked into a disdainful sneer as he lightly tapped the ground with both of his feet, his entire body drifting backwards. At the same time, his hands quickly formed a seal in front of his chest and he recited words under his breath. In an instant, the surrounding shadows were like summoned demons, surging and converging, forming a dark and deep shadow shield in front of him. This shield was like substance, with bizarre runes flowing faintly on its surface, emitting a chilling aura. Ling Ji's bloodthirsty blade chopped heavily on the shadow shield, and a loud boom echoed like thunder in the open space. The blood-red blade and the black shadow collided and intertwined with each other, splashing a brilliant and dangerous ripple of energy. Ling Ji only felt a powerful force of recoil coming along the hilt of the blade, shocking his arm and making it slightly numb, but his eyes became more determined and he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. Taking advantage of the moment when Ling Ji was shaken back, Witch Rebel swung his hands violently, and the shadow shield instantly disintegrated, transforming into countless shadow spikes that shot towards Ling Ji like arrows out of a string. These spikes traced through the air, leaving behind a black trajectory, and their speed was so fast that it was dizzying. Seeing this, Ling Ji immediately executed the wind-chasing cloud skill. His figure instantly became blurred, like an illusory shadow of light flickering in place for a few moments before disappearing without a trace. The shadow spikes fell into the air one after another, plunging into the ground and splashing up a cloud of dust. What? Witch Rebel was shocked in his heart. He did not expect Ling Ji's speed to be so fast. Before he could react, Ling Ji had already appeared behind him like a ghost. The bloodthirsty blade brought with it a harsh wind sound and slashed fiercely towards Witch Rebel's back. Sensing the danger behind him, Witch Rebel instinctively leaned forward and rolled in a lazy donkey roll, woefully avoiding the fatal blow. "Humph, it's not that easy to kill me." Witch Rebel stood up and roared angrily. He knew this man's determination to kill himself and had to use a big move. His hands once again made quick seals, and this time, he summoned shadow ghosts. Only a few transparent shadow ghosts slowly rose from the ground, their bodies twisting and contorting, emitting an eerie aura. This mischievous gong method. These ghosts lunged towards Ling Ji with open teeth and claws. Their speed was extremely fast and they were able to penetrate through entities, making it impossible to defend against them. Manny Chen lost her voice in pain as she saw that many of the ghosts were the figures of their young girls from the Medicine King Valley. "Oh! Ling Ji, I beg you, you must help our sisters take revenge," she cried out hysterically. Ling Ji's body shook and his eyes stared as he nodded deeply. He took a deep breath and injected the spiritual energy in his body into the bloodthirsty blade in a steady stream. The killing aura from the periphery merged into the bloodthirsty blade at the same time, and the darkness power increased greatly with the help of the ghost. The blood light of the bloodthirsty knife became even more intense, and a blood-red spiritual power shield formed around the blade. Witch Rebel saw the darkness power attached to Ling Ji's blade. "You actually mastered the darkness power in such a short period of time." Ling Ji did not reply. Wielding his bloodthirsty blade, he engaged in a fierce fight with the shadow ghost. Whenever the shadow ghost approached, Ling Ji used the bloodthirsty blade to chop out a blood-red blade chi. These blade chi clashed with the shadow ghost, emitting a sharp hissing sound. Although Ling Ji was able to temporarily resist the shadow ghost's attacks, he gradually felt a bit overwhelmed. These shadow ghosts seemed to be endless, and their attacks were becoming more and more violent, as some tiny wounds began to appear on Ling Ji's body, and blood slowly oozed out. It can't go on like this, Ling Ji pondered in his heart. He suddenly remembered the firepower that he had obtained in the sword mound, and he decided to take a chance. He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to mobilize that firepower. When Witch Rebel saw Ling Ji close his eyes, he thought that he was at his wit's end. He was overjoyed in his heart and immediately commanded the Shadow Ghost to speed up his attacks, wanting to defeat Ling Ji in one fell swoop. The moment the Shadow Ghost was about to pounce on Ling Ji violently opened his eyes. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes, which echoed the bloodlight of the bloodthirsty blade. Ling Ji shouted and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand swung towards the sky. In an instant, a huge blood-red blade shadow appeared in the sky, which seemed to be able to cut through heaven and earth. The blood-red blade shadow chopped towards the dark shadow ghosts, and wherever it went, the dark shadow ghosts dissipated and turned into wisps of black smoke. When Witch Rebel saw this scene, his face turned pale. Fire power. This was the dark shadow ghost nemesis. He did not expect Ling Ji to have such a powerful card. Ling Ji, who the hell are you? Witch Rebel asked in horror. A pig killer, just to kill people like you. Ling Ji replied coldly. He charged towards Witch Reverse once again. This time, his speed was even faster and more powerful than before. Witch Rebel knew that he couldn't sit back and wait for death, and he decided to use his best move. He took out a black bead from his bosom, which he had acquired by chance in a mysterious relic and contained a powerful dark power. He raised the bead high in the air and recited an ancient and evil incantation under his breath. As the incantation was recited, the black bead began to emit a strong black light. This light quickly spread out and enveloped Witch Rebel. Witch Rebel's body began to change, his muscles swelled, his skin became dark, and two black horns grew out of his head, as if he had turned into a demon. Ah, Ling Ji, today is the day you die. Witch Rebel laughed maniacally, his voice became low and hoarse, filled with an evil aura. He charged towards Ling Ji, each step caused the ground to tremble as if it was an earthquake. A chill surged through Ling Ji's heart as he felt the powerful evil power emanating from Witch Rebel. However, he knew that he could not retreat. Once he retreated, not only would his life be in jeopardy, he would also involve his confidant. He tightly gripped the bloodthirsty blade and raised the spiritual energy in his body to the extreme, preparing for Witch Rebel's attack. Witch Rebel rushed in front of Ling Ji as he waved his huge black fist and smashed it towards Ling Ji. This fist carried a powerful force, as if it was capable of destroying everything. Ling Ji did not dare to take it hard, he sidestepped and avoided Witch Reverse's attack. Witchfinder's fist smashed into the ground with a loud bang, the ground was smashed out of a huge deep pit, and dust flew up. Chapter 130 The Strongest 10. Ling Ji took the opportunity to go around behind Witch Rebel, and the bloodthirsty blade stabbed towards Witch Rebel's back. When Witch Rebel felt the attack from behind, he violently turned around and blocked the bloodthirsty knife with his arm. With a dang sound, the bloodthirsty knife stabbed on Witch Rebel's arm, splashing a cloud of sparks. A deep wound appeared on Witch Rebel's arm, but it was as if he couldn't feel the pain. Damn it, it's actually possible to have both concealed weapon power and firepower at the same time. He once again lunged towards Ling Ji. The two engaged in a thrilling life and death struggle in the open space. Ling Ji's figure was like a red lightning bolt, weaving around Witch Rebel. Witch Rebel, on the other hand, was like a black beast, constantly attacking Ling Ji with his powerful strength and evil magic. The battle lasted for a long time, and both of them were exhausted. Ling Ji's body was covered with wounds and blood stained his clothes red. Witch Rebel was no better, as cracks began to appear on his black skin and the evil aura on his body gradually weakened. Ling Ji, we'll lose both of us if we go on like this, so we might as well stop here. Witch Rebel panted and said. Don't think about it. You hurt my people, you must pay the price. Ling Ji replied firmly. He forced himself to endure the pain from the injuries on his body and charged towards Witch Rebel once again. This time, Ling Ji focused all his strength on this strike. He leapt high into the air, holding the bloodthirsty blade with both hands, and slashed towards the top of Witch Rebel's head. When Witch Rebel saw this determined strike from Ling Ji, he knew that he could not dodge it. He could only force himself to do so, raising his arms to block Ling Ji's attack. With a loud bang, the bloodthirsty blade slashed heavily on Witch Rebel's arms. Witch Rebel only felt a powerful force coming from him, his arms were instantly shattered, and his entire body was also cleaved out, landing heavily on the ground. When Ling Ji landed, he also knelt down on one knee due to his physical strength. He panted heavily, his eyes staring tightly at Witch Reverse. Witch Rebel was lying on the ground, spitting blood continuously from his mouth, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. Ling Ji, you are so ruthless. Before he could finish his words, Ling Ji slowly stood up and walked towards this enemy. Bloodthirsty Mad Sword 6th style. It seems that Ling Ji must let himself die, which against the fear, but did not let him say quit command, the knife has been the man cut in two. Defeating a martial artist of the same level rewards you with 3000 plus blood chi values and 1500 plus killing chi values. Manny Chen revealed a long-lost laugh, huh? Witch Rebel, you really don't deserve to die. Ling Ji shook his head regretfully as he heard the cue, and felt a little fluctuation in his breath. Sun Jiajia also smiled bitterly, that person, what a terror. Although he didn't know what means were used, he knew for sure that he didn't die. The spectators outside the arena, most of them thought that Witch Rebel had died. It can't be. This Ling Ji is terrifying. Is Witch Reverse really dead? Before he could finish, Witch Backward appeared on the scene, his face pale. Everyone realized that his corpse was still in the secret realm, so another one had returned. Someone whispered, the art of substitution. Many sorcerers understood, yes, this man can actually have a double at such a young age. At this moment, a few fellow sorcerer rebels took him away and disappeared into the crowd, and he lost his spot in the top 10. He hated that Ling Ji, just one step away. Some other screens. Cheng Feng fought with an expert, but he and the other expert were both defeated and sent out of the secret realm at the same time. At the same time, those who were still in the secret realm had received a prompt. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the examination. You are now sent back to the tournament stage. 3, 2, 1. They were centrally dressed on the stage to receive everyone's warm congratulations. They are Ling Ji, Manny Chen, Sun Jieja, Chu Jian, Li Yan, Wei Tao, Pei Yan, Xiao Shu, and 2 more are Yan Ruyan, Niao Shui Sen. Above the stage, there was a sea of people, and the cheers and applause from the audience were like surging waves, wave after wave, almost toppling the entire venue. Ling Ji. Ling Ji. You are the hero in our hearts. Every one of your battles is like a magnificent picture, that fearless courage and exquisite skill makes our blood boil. A young lad with a red face shouted at the top of his lungs, waving a homemade banner in his hand with Ling Ji's name prominently written on it. Manny Chen. The pride of Medicine King Valley. Your medical and martial arts skills are both excellent. You are like a fairy descending from the earth on the field of competition. You show elegance and power when you raise your hands and throw your feet. You are a heroine among women, a role model for us to look up to. A woman in a gorgeous dress said excitedly, her eyes filled with admiration and envy. Sun Jieja, that agile stance, that marvelous stick technique, in battle it's like a dragon coming out of the sea, a tiger. You have shown us what is called the true spirituality of martial arts, fantastic. An old man applauded vigorously, his voice was a bit hoarse due to his old age, but it was still full of power. Everyone's personal praise almost made them float. Ling Ji in particular had the most praise, and the fact that he showed more bravery made people praise him even more. The audience's gazes were locked onto Ling Ji, their hearts filled with admiration and respect for him, and the words of praise were like a raging tide that was about to break out. Ling Ji, you are a fearless warrior, the dawn in the darkness. A hot-blooded youth took the lead in chanting, his eyes burning with fiery admiration. Your skills are superb, a bright star on the path of martial cultivation. A senior martial cultivator predecessor couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. You are our role model. A group of young scholars shouted in unison. Ling Ji's story planted the seeds of hope and courage in their hearts. From an ordinary martial cultivator, he had grown step by step into a hero in the limelight with his hard work and struggle. His experience tells us all that no matter what one's origin is, no matter how high or low one's starting point is, as long as one has firm beliefs, tenacious perseverance, and a spirit of continuous improvement, one can shine in one's own field. In the days to come, these young students will follow Ling Ji's example, marching bravely on their respective paths in life and striving to pursue their dreams. Just then, the host walked out and opened the microphone, quiet everyone. Everyone had a lot of respect for this host and immediately quieted down. Everyone was curious about what rewards these 10 heroes would receive. On behalf of the Academy, I announce the end of this selection competition. Congratulations to these 10 martial artists. Then, they started talking a lot of nonsense for 10 minutes. Before he could get to the point. Chapter 131 Ling Xiao Pavilion. On behalf of the Academy, I announce the end of this selection competition. Congratulations to these 10 martial artists. As soon as the host on stage spoke, thunderous applause and cheers rang out from the stage. However, for the next 10 minutes, the host spoke incessantly about the glorious history of the Academy, the far-reaching significance of this competition, and the great expectations for all the participants, causing the crowd to become somewhat impatient. Finally, the host cut to the chase. Now, I will announce the rewards for these 10 outstanding martial artists. First of all, Ling Ji, Manny Chen, Sun Jieja, Chu Jian, Li Yan, Wei Tao, Pei Yan, Xiao Shu, Yan Ruyan, and Niao Shui Sen. Each of you will receive 500 high-quality spirit crystals from the Academy's collection. These spirit crystals contain extremely pure and rich spiritual energy. Whether used to enhance your own cultivation or to energize your weapons and magic treasures, they are of great assistance and are enough to allow you to take a solid and large step forward on the road of martial cultivation. Secondly, you will have the opportunity to enter the Academy's core secret book collection pavilion, in which you will be able to pick any one of the secret books of martial arts or cultivation tips that suits you. The The tomes in there are all left by previous generations of masters, and each one of them may hide the key know how to break through the realm and enhance your strength, which is a precious opportunity that how many martial artists can only dream of but are hard to reach. Furthermore, the Academy will customize a set of top-notch weaponry for each of you. The Academy's top refining masters will personally work on it, using rare materials and combining them with your respective fighting styles and attribute characteristics to create it carefully. Hearing these lucrative rewards, some of the martial artists below the stage couldn't help but reveal a look of jealousy. Humph, why should they get so many goodies? I wasn't bad in the competition, it's just that I was unlucky and didn't meet a few softies. A muscular martial artist muttered with a face full of defiance, his fists clenched tightly and the veins on his arms rippled. This person was Ally Shu Hua, who was very uncomfortable. Damn it. That's right, I see that Ling Ji, isn't he just relying on the fact that he has a powerful sword and a few lucky battle experiences? That's why he's being hailed to the heavens, it's so unfair. Another tall and thin martial artist chimed in, his eyes filled with resentment. However, more people cast envious gazes. They are so lucky, with these rewards, their strength will definitely soar. Maybe they'll be able to become a famous big shot in the future. A young female martial artist said with bright eyes, her eyes filled with yearning and longing. Yes, if only I could be like them. Entering the book depository to pick out secret books and top-notch equipment, this is simply a step to heaven. A beautiful martial artist couldn't help but sigh as well, a hint of helplessness and envy in his tone. The 10 martial artists on the stage were also filled with excitement and anticipation after hearing the contents of the rewards. They were well aware of the precious value of these rewards and understood that this was a recognition of their strength and efforts. Ling Ji slightly clenched his fists and secretly vowed in his heart that he would make good use of these rewards to become even stronger and go even further on the road of martial cultivation to live up to the expectations of the crowd in this honor. Several other martial artists also glanced at each other, seeing firmness and determination in each other's eyes. They would take this honor and rewards and start a brand new journey of martial cultivation, climbing towards a higher peak. Then, an old man walked out. It was that immortal old man again, it was Ouyang Ziyuan. Headmaster. The appearance of the principal at this time surprised them. Aren't you traveling on business? Just came back, I have things to announce. Ouyang Ziyuan took the tray from the staff and personally put on the badges for these award-winning martial artists. Thank you, principal. Thank you, principal. The stage was in an uproar, and everyone was shocked by this unprecedented treatment. Principal Ouyang's calm and majestic voice spread throughout the entire venue through the microphone. Every word was like a heavy bomb, setting off shockwaves in people's hearts. To have the principal personally presenting the awards, these 10 martial artists are truly magnificent. An audience member couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with envy for the martial artists on stage. The principal continued, these 10 martial artists represent the top forces of the Academy, and their upcoming trip to Shangjing concerns the honor and future of the Academy. Therefore, during this month's time, the Academy will give them top-notch cultivation resource support. Speaking here, the principal's gaze slowly swept over the 10 martial artists who were about to receive the honor, with both expectations and admonitions in their eyes. Lingxiao Pavilion, that's a superb cultivation mecca constructed by the Academy's countless forefathers with their wisdom and strength. Inside, the concentration of spiritual energy far exceeds that of the outside world by several times, and there are unique spiritual energy circulation and spirit-gathering formations that can greatly accelerate the cultivator's absorption and transformation of spiritual energy. Various cultivation aids are readily available, and whether it's the gravity room for hammering the body or the illusion space that simulates the environment of actual combat, all of them will be open for you. When the other martial artists under the stage heard this, the jealousy in their hearts grew even more like weeds. Why can they have such an opportunity? We're training hard in the Academy, but we can't even touch the threshold of the Lingxiao Pavilion. A martial artist complained with a face full of resentment. On the other hand, the 10 martial artists on the stage were both excited and pressurized. Ling Ji secretly pondered in his heart, this is a heavy trust and expectation, a month's time may be short, but being in the Lingxiao Pavilion will surely allow me to increase my strength greatly. It's just that the road to the capital is bound to be full of unknowns and challenges, I must not slack off in the slightest. Shen Mani bit her lips slightly, she knew that this was the perfect opportunity to improve her medical and martial arts, and also understood that she was shouldering the reputation of the Medicine King Valley. She must study hard in this month, and utilize the resources in the Lingxiao Pavilion to the utmost. Sun Jejia, on the other hand, tightly gripped the long stick in his hand, his eyes revealing a firm determination. He silently pumped himself up in his mind, I must seize this opportunity to take my stick skills to the next level, and let everyone see my strength when I go to the capital. Principal Ouyang looked at the reactions of the people on the stage and paused slightly before raising his voice. Instructors, you have the heavy responsibility of guiding and assisting these 10 martial artists. In the Lingxiao Pavilion, you will formulate a cultivation plan that best suits each martial artist based on their characteristics and deficiencies. This month is a crucial period for their metamorphosis, and an important opportunity for the Academy to move towards greater glory. Let's work together and fight for the honor of the Academy. The principal's words had just finished. A constant sound of breaking wind rose up. Teacher Wensi. Mr. Exterminator. It turned out to be all the tutors who came to the awards podium in the first place. Everyone came behind their tutors, and everyone realized that there were actually 2 students behind Teacher Wenxi. Teacher Wenxi actually trained 2 experts. Chapter 132 Discussion of the Way Above. Xiao Guobao smiled kindly as he took a badge and brought it on Ms. Wenxi's chest. She became the most successful tutor without having to vote. Ms. Wenxi pinched the best tutor badge and kissed it gently. She picks up a microphone and says excitedly, "Thank you to the Academy and to the principal for giving me this award." She gave a look and Ling Ji and Manny Chen walked over to her. To the photographer, for a group photo. "I do want to thank my 2 disciples." Lu Shishir was also excited off stage. This term was really her pride. This Ling Ji really made her proud. She cried. Xiao Xianer hugged Lu Shishir. "Congratulations." Lu Shishir was sure that she would impress the old guys from the Slaughter Association in the future, so she could focus on her job as an instructor in the future. Dina looked enviously at Ling Ji on the stage. This kid is really something. Long Aotian sat paralyzed in the hospital, hearing the news, so angry that he almost died. Only, Yang Wu flattened his mouth. Ling Ji is just a bigot. That's it. Sun Wu laughs. If Yang Wu had followed them that time, with his relationship with Ling Ji and his own potential, there must be a good chance that he was himself. Now, having Manny Chen up there was some small jealousy, just like someone's little daughter-in-law being jealous. Then the host announced the rewards for the 40th place. They also have the opportunity to train in the training room on the outskirts of the Lingxiao Pavilion. The Academy provides the cost. These training would have to be charged, and it is the place where the instructors train. This way the second echelon of experts were also well improved. 100th place, barely at the cost of other cultivation rooms in the Academy. Ling Ji originally thought that after receiving his award, he could take a break and prepare for the upcoming Lingxiao Pavilion cultivation, but he didn't expect to be suddenly called by the host. "Student Ling Ji, as the most outstanding martial artist, can you discuss the Dao with your classmates?" Hearing that it was to be a response to a martial arts cultivation question, he was first stunned, but looking at the blazing and expectant gazes of the audience under the stage, he knew that he couldn't refuse. After all, he had just received many awards and had already become a role model for martial cultivators in the eyes of the crowd, and it was obviously inappropriate for him to make a low-key exit at this time. He took a deep breath and fixed his mind, then nodded towards the host to indicate his acceptance. Loud applause and cheers rang out from the stage. The audience was full of anticipation for this impromptu Dao conference, wanting to see what unique insights this most outstanding student Ling Ji had to offer. A young martial artist took the lead and stood up, asking loudly, "Senior Ling Ji, during my martial arts training, I always feel that my spiritual cultivation is progressing slowly. No matter how hard I meditate, the growth of my spiritual power is minimal. May I ask if you have any tips or tricks on spiritual power cultivation?" A lot of Ling Ji's knowledge was kept with his divine sense, and it would come in handy now. Ling Ji smiled faintly and replied unhurriedly, "Spiritual power cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight. It requires patience and perseverance. First of all, you need to make sure that your cultivation method is correct. Different techniques have different ways of channeling and converging spiritual energy. You need to deeply understand the essence of the technique you are practicing and find the most suitable route for your spiritual energy to run. Secondly, a calm state of mind is vital. When you are meditating, you must not be impatient. You must exclude all distracting thoughts, and let your mind and body be completely immersed in the perception and absorption of spiritual energy. Just as when I was practicing the Bloodthirsty Blade's spiritual attunement, I would often retreat in a quiet mountain forest to feel the mingling of the forces of nature in the spiritual power of the blade, sitting for days at a time, and in the process, gradually finding a breakthrough point in the growth of my spiritual power. Another female martial artist then asked, "Senior Ling Ji, in battle, how can I manage to quickly and accurately judge the enemy's attack intent and respond effectively? I often get passive in battle and am always caught off guard by the enemy's attacks." Ling Ji pondered for a moment before saying, "This requires you to focus on accumulating real-world combat experience in your regular training. Engage in more sparring sessions with opponents of different styles and observe their attack styles, rhythms, and habits. When fighting, focus your attention not just on the enemy's weapons or moves, but also pay attention to their eyes, body posture, and other subtleties, which can often reveal their attack intentions in advance. For example, when the enemy's eyes suddenly focus on a certain part of your body, or footsteps slightly moving to make the posture of power, you have to be ready to respond in advance. At the same time, one's reaction speed also needs to be improved through constant training, such as performing some agility training, like weaving and dodging through a field full of mechanisms, as a way to exercise one's reaction and body coordination. At this time, a senior martial artist stood up. His voice was calm and strong. Ling Ji, you have used concealed weapons in conjunction with weapon attacks many times in previous battles, with remarkable results. What do you think is the most important thing about the use of concealed weapons? Ling Ji respectfully bowed to the older martial artist before replying, Senior brother, in my opinion, the key to the use of concealed weapons lies in surprise and precision. The concealed weapon itself is small and stealthy, so you must be good at utilizing various moments in battle to launch attacks when the enemy is not expecting it. For example, when you are in close combat with the enemy, when both sides of the stances are staggered, suddenly cast a hidden weapon, often let the enemy cannot be defended. Accuracy, on the other hand, requires a lot of practice, practicing throwing concealed weapons from different angles and distances, and familiarizing yourself with the flight trajectories and characteristics of various concealed weapons. In order to improve the accuracy of concealed weapons, I once practiced at the shooting range for several months, from the initial 1 or 2 out of 10, to the later 100 hits, the hardship of which only I know. Moreover, the coordination between the concealed weapon and the weapon also needs to be skillfully conceived, so that the attacks of both complement each other, rather than interfere with each other. Another young scholar like martial artist asked, Senior brother Ling Ji, does the path of martial cultivation conflict with the study of cultural knowledge? I want to delve into some martial arts texts and cultural knowledge at the same time as my martial cultivation, but I always feel like I don't have enough time to do both. This senior brother made Ling Ji laugh bitterly. Ling Ji gently shook his head and said, martial cultivation and the study of cultural knowledge are not in conflict, but rather complement each other. The martial arts texts contain the wisdom and experience of countless predecessors, and by studying these texts, you will be able to better understand the principles of martial cultivation, the division of realms, and the connotations of various techniques. For example, understanding the principles of the 5 elements is extremely helpful in cultivating attribute-related techniques and weapon utilization. In terms of time allocation, rational planning was required. The time of the day could be divided into different segments, with part of it being used for martial arts training and part of it being used for the study of cultural knowledge. In between martial arts training, one can also think about some of the truths in cultural knowledge and incorporate them into the sense of martial arts training. I myself, in my spare time, often go through the Academy's collection of books, drawing inspiration from books on history, philosophy, and so on, all of which have a subtle influence on my martial cultivation. Chapter 133 Discussion of the Way Below. Ling Ji's sermon was a head-turner, and everyone learned a lot of hard truths about martial arts cultivation. Then, a burly martial artist asked aloud, Ling Ji, how do you stay calm and strategize your battles when facing powerful enemies? Once I meet an opponent stronger than me, I tend to panic and lose the battle. Ling Ji looked at him with firm eyes and said, it is indeed not easy to remain calm when facing a powerful enemy, but it is one of the key factors in determining whether a battle is won or lost. First of all, you have to have confidence in yourself, trust in your strength and the results of your usual training. Even if the enemy looks incredibly powerful, you have to tell yourself that he is not invincible. Second, before the fight begins, gather as much information as you can about your enemy to understand his fighting style, the moves he specializes in, and any weaknesses he may have. For example, if the enemy is a powerhouse, you need to avoid going head-to-head with him and instead utilize your speed and agility to maneuver around. During the fight, constantly adjust your strategy according to the enemy's attacks and don't stick to one fighting style. Just like my battle with Witch Rebel, his shadow magic was very powerful and bizarre, but I gradually realized during the battle that his shadow summons would be sluggish when dealing with certain powers, so I focused on attacking his weaknesses before finally winning with difficulty. As the QA progressed, the audience under the stage listened with great interest, occasionally letting out bursts of gasps and applause. An old man slowly stood up, clearly a mentor, and he actually asked questions as well. He looked at Ling Ji with a deep gaze and asked, Ling Ji, now that you have achieved quite a bit on the path of martial cultivation, what do you think is the ultimate goal of martial cultivation? Ling Ji raised his head slightly and looked into the distance, pondering for a moment before saying, the ultimate purpose of martial cultivation, in my opinion, is not merely the pursuit of great power and supreme glory. Power is only a means, not an end. Martial cultivation is about guarding the people, things, and objects that we hold dear, and it is about maintaining justice and peace in the world. When we have great power, we should shoulder the corresponding responsibility. In this world, there are still many evil forces doing wrong and the people are suffering. We martial practitioners should use our power to fight against evil and help those who are weak and helpless. Just like those heroes and heroines in history, they stepped forward in times of national crisis and used their lives and blood to defend their homes and people. We must also pass on this spirit, so that the light of martial cultivation can illuminate the dark corners and fill the world with love and hope. This reply from Ling Ji caused the audience on stage to fall into deep thought. Originally, everyone was more focused on aspects such as martial cultivation techniques and power enhancement, but rarely thought about the deeper meaning behind martial cultivation. And Ling Ji's words were like a bright light, illuminating another direction for them on the path of martial cultivation. Just like this, 5 hours passed and the sun set. Alright, it's getting late, one last question. At this moment, a young female martial artist asked with a red face, Senior Ling Ji, in the process of martial cultivation, it is inevitable that one will get injured. Do you have any experience you can share in terms of healing and recovery? Ling Ji replied with a smile, healing and recovery is also an important part of martial cultivation. First of all, one should have an accurate judgment of one's injuries, and different injuries require different treatments. For some external skin injuries, one can use some common golden sore medicines to stop the bleeding and heal. As for internal injuries, one would need to use elixirs or some special techniques to recuperate. For example, I once suffered a heavy internal injury during a battle, so I closed my mind to cultivate a healing technique, while taking the Academy's refined healing elixir, focusing on the slow movement of spiritual energy in the injured meridians during the process of recuperation, to promote the recovery of the injury. In addition, a good diet and rest also played a crucial role in recovery. Consume more foods rich in spiritual energy and nutrients, such as spiritual grains and spiritual fruits, and ensure sufficient sleep so that both the body and spirit can fully relax and recover. Thank you, Brother Ling Ji. The host stepped out. Thank you all forever. This award ceremony and discussion, everyone heard the martial cultivation tips of our new generation of experts, and starting tomorrow, work together for our Cloud Province Martial Cultivation Academy. Ling Ji had sneaked away while the hosts was talking. Everyone was hungry and started to leave the venue one by one. Teacher when she led everyone and went for a sumptuous meal. On behalf of the academy, I'd like to treat you all to a good meal, and tomorrow is the start of grueling training. On the table, there was a juicy spirit rhinoceros steak. That steak was taken from the most tender part of the spirit rhinoceros beast's body, and after careful grilling, the outer skin was golden and crispy, and when a knife was cut down, the meat juice was overflowing, exuding a rich meat aroma and a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy, which could nourish the martial artist's flesh and strengthen the body after consumption. There is also steamed spirit fish in the plate like a beautiful work of art, fish body with a light spiritual light. Steaming practice maximizes the retention of the freshness of the spirit fish and spiritual power, melt in the mouth with a hint of sweet fish, can help martial artists dredge the meridians, enhance the smooth operation of the spiritual power. A variety of rare fruits were also skillfully placed in the fruit plate. There is the star fruit that emits blue light, which contains rich spiritual elements, for replenishing the spiritual energy consumed by the martial artist in cultivation and combat has an excellent effect. There was also the flame-like inferno crystal fruit, which after consumption could stimulate the potential in a martial artist's body within a short period of time, enhancing the explosive power during combat, but due to its more overbearing power, it should not be consumed more than once. Teacher when she smiled and said to the crowd, everyone has worked hard today, enjoy to your heart's content. This feast is not only to reward you for your outstanding performance in the selection competition, but also to cheer you up for your upcoming journey to the Lingxiao Pavilion for cultivation. Sun Jieja, it's been a long time since I ate so well, it's very tonic. Ling Ji picked up a piece of spirit rhinoceros steak and put it into his mouth, instantly feeling that rich meat flavor and spiritual energy spreading out on his tongue. He nodded with satisfaction, and the fatigue in his heart lessened considerably. Manny Chen, on the other hand, was quite interested in those spiritual fruits. She picked a star fruit and gently bit down on it, feeling the spiritual energy slowly flowing through her body, while at the same time, she was also thinking about how to combine the spiritual energy of these spiritual fruits with her own healing techniques to create a more effective method of healing injuries in cultivation. Sun Jieja ate while sharing her anticipation for the next Lingxiao Pavilion cultivation with Chu Jian next to her. Brother Chu, what kind of challenges do you think we'll encounter in the Lingxiao Pavilion? I'm both excited and a little nervous in my heart. Chu Jian swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, no matter what challenges we encounter, we must strive to overcome them. With the nourishment of this great meal, I feel full of strength and more confident in my next cultivation. Just at this time, A man ran in, big thing, someone came to the academy to challenge. Many people have been injured. Chapter 134, The Sick Man of East Asia. The man was a clerical teacher who stated that these people were Sakura Nation ninjas. They came to the academy half an hour ago to challenge them. One of them, a guy named Muto Eagle, is a martial artist at this stage of the mortal martial realm, and martial artists of the same rank in our academy are no match for him. All of them are dead or injured. They actually laughed at us as the sick man of East Asia. Hearing this, the faces of everyone instantly became extremely ugly, and anger burned in everyone's hearts. Lingxi slammed the table and stood up, anger flashing in his eyes, outrageous. How dare they be so arrogant, openly coming here to provoke and even spouting bad words. They must not be let off easily. Mani-chan also raised her willow eyebrows and said angrily, "These Sakura Nation ninjas are too much, thinking that we are easy to bully? They must be taught a lesson so that they know how powerful we are." Sun Jujia tightly gripped the long stick in her hand and gritted her teeth. "Sick man of East Asia? This is a great insult to us. I will make them pay a terrible price for this statement in battle." Teacher Buncher looked at the crowd's righteous indignation and continued, "They seem to have come prepared this time and have an extremely arrogant attitude. The strength displayed by Muto Eagle is truly not to be underestimated. Our martial artists of the same rank have lost against him. They are trying to show off in our territory and suppress our morale." Lingji took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down as he turned his head to look at Teacher Wensi. "Teacher, so what's the situation now? We can't just sit back and wait for death. We have to think of a way to deal with it." Teacher Buncher frowned slightly. Currently the academy has sent some experts forward to deal with the situation, but the situation is still dire. Their ninjas are good at all sorts of stealthy attacks and bizarre ninjutsu, causing a lot of trouble for our defense. Xu Jian stood up and said loudly, "No matter what means they have, we will fight them to the end. I just don't believe that so many of us are still afraid of them." Li Yan also chimed in, "That's right, let them see our fury. I'm going to use my flame power to completely extinguish their arrogance." Lingji pondered for a moment before saying, "Everyone, don't be impulsive for now. Although we are angry in our hearts, we have to be strategic. We can't charge up blindly. We need to understand their weaknesses and tactics before delivering a fatal blow. Sensei, do you have any knowledge of their ninjutsu?" Teacher Buncher nodded. "I know a little about the Sakura country's ninjutsu. Their ninjutsu focuses on stealth and surprise attacks, and they are good at utilizing the terrain and environment to launch attacks. For example, their shadow escape jutsu can quickly weave in and out of shadows, making it hard to catch. There are also some poisonous mist jutsu that are highly toxic and will cause great harm to the body once inhaled. We must be careful to guard against these in battle." Lingji clenched his fists. He thinks that they have more than just one Muto Eagle as an expert. I'm afraid that he's just the weakest amongst the people they've come. The crowd nodded their heads. Let's go ahead and take a swing, but we must be calm." Vinci led them out of the hotel. Sure enough, they were really coming. There were dozens of them. There were experts of different stages among them, and a few old men in the back had a terrifyingly strong aura. Principal Ouyang Ziyuan was also sitting down. Looking at his face, he knew that the loss was ugly. Just when everyone was discouraged, they saw their own experts returning. Ling Ji and the others are back. Ling Ji was the first to walk up to the principal and cupped his fists and saluted. "Principal, we're back." Principal Ouyang Ziyuan looked at them. A trace of relief flashed in his eyes. This time, the opponent is extremely tricky. Muto Eagle's strength has already caused many martial artists of the same rank to lose. Lingji raised his head slightly. "We are very confident. I heard that these Sakura Nation people deliberately came over to challenge us, just to insult us." Ouyang Ziyuan's expression was flat. "Yes, they are very insulting. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom is challenging our mortal martial realm. They know that in the mortal martial realm we are lagging behind them, while the spiritual martial realm and above is our paradise. But the mortal martial realm is the level with the largest population base. We can only accept that this level is more reflective of a country's average martial cultivation strength." Lingji's gaze was firm. "Headmaster, no matter what, we will make them return home in defeat." Mani-chan gritted her teeth. "Even if it's hard, we can't let them succeed." Sun Jieja gripped her baguette tightly. "Yes, put up a fight." Teacher Wenxi said, "Everyone, don't be impulsive for now, think long and hard." Lingji pondered for a moment. "Principal, why don't we set up a trap and lure them into it?" Principal Ouyang Ziyuan nodded slightly. "Tell us your idea." A hint of cunning flashed in Lingji's eyes. "Let's pretend to be undefeated and introduce them into the trap that we have set up beforehand." Xu Jian slapped his thigh. "Good idea, let them have no return." Li Yan also got excited. "Just do it, let's see how they can still be arrogant." Principal Ouyang Ziyuan said, "Then everyone hurry up and get ready." The Sakura Nation martial artists were left out in the cold. Seeing these people who had just come back treating them as if they didn't exist and were talking and laughing made them angry. Baka. You Dragon Kingdom, these East Asian sick men. Who's on? If you don't dare, take this tablet. Muto Eagle laughed as he held the plaque that read Sick Man of East Asia and pointed at Lingji and the others. Li Yan laughed as he took the initiative to walk out. Trash, I'll do it. Blazing flames instantly surged around Li Yan's body, as if his entire body had transformed into a burning fireball. His eyes burned with the flames of anger as he stared dead on at Mutoing. Seeing this, the smile on Muto Eagle's face instantly froze, replaced by a trace of gravity. He knew deep down that the person in front of him was by no means one of those opponents who had been easily defeated by him before. Li Yan's figure was like electricity, instantly rushing towards Muto Eagle. His hands quickly formed seals and he recited words under his breath, and in an instant, several flaming arrows whistled towards the Muto Eagle. The flame arrows sliced through the air in flight, emitting a sharp whistling sound, and the surrounding air was roasted and twisted out of shape by the heat of the flames. Mutotaka did not dare to be careless. He quickly sidestepped, while the ninja sword in his hand quickly waved, forming a sword light barrier in front of his body. The flaming arrow impacted on the blade light barrier, splashing up a cloud of sparks and debris from the flames. Mutotaka used this force to leap backward a few meters, his eyes revealing a hint of vigilance. A bit of skill, but this is not enough. Mutohawk snorted coldly as he quickly formed a seal with both hands in front of his chest and recited an incantation under his breath. In an instant, his figure became blurred, as if it had merged into the surrounding shadows. This was his shadow escape technique, using the shadows to hide his figure so as to launch a sudden attack. Li Yan's heart was flabbergasted. He knew that Muto Eagle's shadow escape technique was extremely powerful. He stopped his figure, closed his eyes, and concentrated on feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Suddenly, he sensed a faint fluctuation of shadow aura on his left side, and without hesitation, he swung out a fist towards his left side, his fist burning with a blazing flame. Bang! A muffled sound. Chapter 135, Sweeping. Muto Hawk's figure emerged from the shadows as he blocked Li Yan's fist with his ninja sword. However, the heat of the flames still made his arm slightly numb, and he was secretly surprised in his heart, not expecting Li Yan to be able to detect his position so accurately. Oomph, don't try to run. Li Yan roared. His other hand quickly grabbed Muto Eagle's ninja sword and pulled it with a force, pulling Muto Eagle in front of him. Then, he raised his knee violently and slammed it towards Mutotaka's abdomen. Muto Hawk was bent over by this sudden attack, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out from his mouth. Li Yan pursued the attack. He lifted the Muto Eagle high with both hands, and then slammed it towards the ground. Boom sound, the ground was smashed out a big pit. Muto Eagle was lying in the pit, his face was full of dust, and his eyes revealed a trace of panic. This is what you get for provoking. Li Yan said coldly. His hands formed a seal once again, preparing to unleash a final fatal strike. However, right at this moment, Muto Eagle suddenly pulled out a smoke bomb from his pocket and threw it on the ground with force. The smoke bomb instantly exploded, generating a large amount of smoke that enveloped the surroundings. Li Yan's vision was obscured by the smoke, and he was shocked as he hastily retreated backwards. When the smoke cleared, Muto Eagle had already disappeared without a trace. Li Yan looked around but could not find any trace of Muto Eagle. He clenched his fists angrily. Damn it, let him get away. Although Muto Eagle had escaped for the time being, Li Yan's battle had greatly boosted the morale of the crowd, showing everyone that the Sakura Nation ninjas were not invincible. The plaque of the Sick Man of East Asia burned out in his hands. Snapped. A beautiful woman in a Sakura kimono applauded while saying, "Not bad. But, it's a pity that he's just the most trashy of all of us." But Li Yan suddenly spat out blood. Chu Jian rolled over and blocked in front of Li Yan. "I'll come back at you." The two looked at each other. So beautiful. Chu Jian suddenly said this, causing the woman to blush. She couldn't help but have her heart beat faster, only to see that this man was really man, tall and majestic, much more handsome than the men in their country. Humph, sweet mouth and tongue, I won't keep my hands off either. Although the woman's heart rippled, her mouth was still unforgiving. Her hands quickly formed a seal in front of her chest, and her cherry lips lightly spat out, sending out a burst of sharp sound waves, which were like an invisible blade, surging towards Chu Jian. Wherever she went, the air seemed to be cut open, emitting a ZZ sound. Chu Jian is not afraid. He took a deep breath, chest like a bell bulging, and then violently issued a roar. This roar into a powerful sound wave, such as raging waves, and the woman's sound wave collided head-on. In an instant, layers of ripples were visible to the naked eye in the air, as if a calm lake had been thrown into a boulder. The two of them went back and forth, their sonic attacks intertwining and colliding with each other. The woman's sonic attack was like a nimble snake's letter, changing in many ways, sometimes like a sharp whistle, piercing the heart. Sometimes like a low roar, shocking the soul. Xu Jian, on the other hand, responded with majestic, fierce sound waves, each roar echoing like thunder between heaven and earth, carrying endless power and momentum. In the fierce exchanges, Xu Jian gradually discovered the laws of the woman's sonic attack. He saw the right time, in the gap between the woman's sonic attacks, fiercely condensed the strength of the whole body, and let out a roar that shook the heavens and moved the earth. This roar was like a cannonball that broke through the woman's sonic defense and blasted straight towards her. The woman was unable to avoid it and was struck by this powerful sound wave. Her body flew backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell heavily on the ground. Her face was pale, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, her eyes full of unwillingness and shock. Xu Jian grabbed her neck with one hand and slowly withdrew his stance. "Miss, what is your name?" My name is Takeda Sakurako." Xu Jian had no intention of hurting this beautiful woman. His mouth pressed against her ear and said softly, "You're really pretty, I like it a lot." Takeda Sakurako's body shook, her personality, the first time she was shown affection by such a handsome man. "You?" At this moment, there was a man in the Sakura Nation's camp who was angry at the sight. He looked strangely ugly and looked like he was jealous. With a weird figure, he jumped towards Xu Jian and struck him with a palm. Ling Ji had long been aware of a change in this man's aura and had prepared for it. He struck over with a finger. Xu Jian retreated back to his camp reluctantly. Takeda Sakurako's delicate body shook as she also quickly retreated. She actually had a note in her palm. Phone number? She looked at the handsome man who had just been all over her in the distance, and cherishingly put the piece of paper away. Back to Ling's combat. Who are you? You can block one of my slaps. This man's aura was already at the early stage of the first stage of the spirit martial realm. Hee, shameless. A spirit martial realm expert actually struck out at immortal martials, how shameless. That little white boy dares to molest my Sakurako, he's just looking for death. However, when he looked back at his Miss Sakurako, he found that something was wrong. This Sakurako was already looking colorfully into the distance, the direction of the little white boy he was talking about. This made him even more angry. Ling Ji then became the object of venting. The ugly man's aura exploded, which was a sign of a spirit martial realm expert. Many people had already told Ling Ji to come back, but he stated that he could. This man's aura is unstable, he just broke through. I can defeat him. They had no choice but to believe in their greatest rising star. Ling Ji must not take half a step back in front of this provocateur from the Sakura Kingdom. The ugly man roared once again, his figure bulldozed up like a ghost, his palms danced quickly, and spiritual energy converged between his palms, forming a huge spiritual vortex, which contained a powerful tearing force that surged towards Ling Ji. This strike was his full strength, aiming to defeat Ling Ji in one fell swoop, in order to vent his hatred. Ling Ji did not dare to be the slightest bit slow. He quickly mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and injected it into the bloodthirsty knife. The bloodthirsty knife sensed its master's determination, and the blade's bloodlight soared and buzzed. Ling Ji gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands and raised it high, then violently slashed towards the spiritual energy vortex. With a loud bang, the blood-red blade aura collided fiercely with the spiritual energy vortex, splashing up a brilliant energy spark. Ling Ji only felt a powerful force coming along the hilt of the blade, shocking his arms and making them numb, but he gritted his teeth and held on, his feet firmly nailed to the ground without the slightest backward movement. Somewhat capable. The ugly man was slightly shocked when he saw that Ling Ji had actually blocked his strike, but he was quickly overwhelmed by anger. He made a seal again and mouthed the words. This time, he summoned several spiritual power chains. The spiritual power chains flickered with a ghostly cold light in the air, twining towards Ling Ji like spirited vipers. Not only were these chains incredibly hard, but they were also able to bind the enemy's spiritual energy, and once entangled, the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Ji's eyes stared as he executed his phantom steps, his figure instantly becoming blurred. He weaved freely between the spiritual energy chains, skillfully avoiding their attacks. In the midst of his high-speed movement, Ling Ji suddenly realized that when Ugly Man summoned the spiritual power chains, there would be a momentary weakening of the spiritual power fluctuation in his abdomen. Ling Ji's figure flashed and appeared in front of Ugly Man like black lightning. The Ugly Man was shocked. He did not expect Ling Ji to be able to break through his defenses so quickly. Without hesitation, Ling Ji swung his bloodthirsty knife and stabbed towards the Ugly Man's abdomen. The Ugly Man panicked and used his hands to fend it off, but Ling Ji's strike contained a powerful force, and his hands were cut by the bloodthirsty knife, and blood flowed out. Ah! The ugly man roared in pain as he pushed Ling Ji away with all his might before leaping backward a few meters. Kill or injure a higher first-ranked martial artist, gain 2000 plus blood chi value. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. He did not expect that he would be injured at the hands of a mortal martial realm brat. You've completely angered me. The ugly man roared. He raised his hands high in the air and recited an ancient and evil incantation under his breath. As the incantation was recited, his body began to change, his skin became dark, his muscles swelled, and 2 black horns grew from his head, as if he had turned into a demon. This was his strongest form, which he would only perform in moments of life and death. As Ling Ji watched the ugly man's transformation, a chill surged in his heart as well. He took a deep breath and raised the spiritual energy in his body to the extreme. He closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to mobilize the mysterious power he had obtained in the sword mound as well as the powerful flame power from absorbing the fire lotus seed. When the ugly man completed his transformation and rushed towards Ling Ji snapped his eyes open. His eyes flashed with a blood-red and flame-like light, which echoed the bloodlight of the bloodthirsty sword. Ling Ji shouted and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand swung towards the sky. In an instant, a huge blood-red blade shadow appeared in the sky, which was also interspersed with a blazing flame. This blade shadow seemed to be able to cut through heaven and earth, carrying Ling Ji's anger and determination as it chopped towards the ugly man. The ugly man sensed the powerful might of this blade, and he wanted to dodge, but it was already too late. He could only force himself to use his arms to resist. With a loud bang, the blood-red blade shadow and the ugly man's arms intersected heavily. The powerful force shook the ugly man out, his arms were instantly broken, and his body was also burned by the flames. The ugly man lay on the ground, spitting blood continuously from his mouth, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. You? How is it possible? Before he could finish his words, his body opened up.